Chapter 1. Choosing a Wife. Yang Lin, today you must choose a wife. You are 18 according to the laws of the Qian. If you do not marry, your taxes will double. Thus, both out of obligation and reason, you should assist your uncle by bringing back a wife. The village chief, Zhao Fugue, implored, tugging Yang Lin along. Today marks the day when the county government distributes refugees. With war raging in the north and floods devastating the south, the influx of refugees has become a pressing issue. The county devised a plan. Male refugees would be conscripted into the army, while female refugees would be sent to the countryside to marry local men. After 6 months of this arrangement, even the bachelors had found wives, but the sheer number of refugees remained overwhelming. The county government had quotas to meet, and relying on the mountains, the village had already refused 3 groups of refugees. If they did not retain at least one today, Zhao Fugue would have no explanation to offer. Yang Lin's emotions were tumultuous. Had he just crossed over to this world only to be handed a wife for free? Was it even possible to refuse? Was the heavens compensating him for his past regrets? In his previous life, he had toiled diligently, pursuing higher education and eventually entering an esteemed Academy of Sciences. Yet, due to his straightforward nature and inflexible demeanor, he became an underappreciated senior engineer. Despite his relentless efforts to achieve financial stability for housing and dowries, he found himself working at the academy by day and live-streaming sweet potato roasting by night, transforming a principled man of science into a mere merchant. Even with all his endeavors to amass wealth, he could not fulfill his fiancée's exorbitant dowry demands. After an exhausting life, he met with a tragic accident, only to be scorned by his former beloved in his final moments as a pauper. Reflecting on the past. No, it is better not to reflect. Uncle, do they require a dowry? Yang Lin inquired. Zhao Fugue shot him a disdainful glance. What nonsense! If someone takes them in, they should be grateful who would ask for a dowry. That would be absurd. No dowry? Splendid. Yang Lin exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him. He instinctively reached into his pocket, only to remember that he had crossed over without any tobacco. In his past life, he had been an avid smoker. A moment without a cigarette left him restless. However, given his current circumstances, he had no choice but to quit. At present, his situation was indeed dire. He was an orphan, destitute, and burdened with the weight of scholarly pretensions. With a stubborn disposition and a head full of ideals, he had devoted years to study, yet had failed to achieve even the status of a mere student. He was adept only at rote learning. Without any official titles or agricultural skills, he had been living off his parents' meager inheritance, which was nearly depleted, rendering him the subject of ridicule within the village. I tell you, this time there are 10 maidens, each fair and beautiful. You may choose whichever you fancy. Zhao Fugue continued to urge him on. Fair and beautiful, you say? Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go, he urged, eager to proceed. Zhao Fugue stood momentarily stunned. This lad, who was expected to recite poetry and disdain the frivolities of love, to view human procreation as base, seemed entirely different from what he had anticipated. Yang Lin strode confidently toward the village entrance, his heart swelling with excitement. The Qian, unlike any known history, had been established for 300 years, with a culture lavish akin to the Tang and Song dynasties, while its industrial technology was only comparable to that of the Qin and Han eras. Here, there is neither gunpowder nor glass, let alone soap, steel refinement, or coarse salt purification. For the traveler from another world, it is as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. In such an extraordinary environment, armed with his knowledge, he yearns for the opportunity to showcase his skills. With no lingering attachments to a past life, he resolves to make a mark in this new existence. Am I the only one? When Yang Lin arrived at the village entrance, filled with anticipation, he was startled to find that he was utterly alone. Such a splendid opportunity from the authorities, yet the scene was dishearteningly desolate. However, Yang Lin understood that the villagers were not affluent. Each additional mouth to feed meant less food for all. When grain is scarce, starvation lurks. Except for the wealthy landowners, ordinary men felt content with a single wife, daring not to take concubines. At the village entrance, apart from the leading constable, Zhang Wu, stood only a row of slender young women. They were all in their early 20s at most, with some barely in their teens, their hair disheveled, their clothing tattered, and their frail bodies swaying slightly in the gentle breeze. They were starving, yet their eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding a simple and innocent charm that was quite endearing. However, the sight of such women, left to be chosen at will, filled Yang Lin, educated in modern ways, with discomfort. Is there only one from Kaoshan village? Zhang Wu cast an annoyed glance at Yang Lin, furrowing his brow. Very well. Make your selection quickly. The county office has no provisions for you. Those who aren't chosen today will be sent to the brothel. Panic washed over the women. Choose me. Choose me. I eat little. I can work. A multitude of pleading gazes turned towards Yang Lin, each one clamoring to be selected. Amid the crowd, a frail girl bit her red lips, her fists clenched tightly. She was Li Yuyao, the sole daughter of the late emperor, the current empress. Before the previous emperor's passing, in a hasty decision due to the lack of a designated heir, he bestowed the throne upon her. Yet, on the third day of her reign, the prince of Yin rebelled, besieging the palace, and courtiers swiftly turned against her in favor of the prince. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty empress found herself in dire straits. It was only through the valiant efforts of her guards that she managed to escape the palace and flee southward. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed by bandits, and while her guards fought valiantly, she survived yet became separated from them, lost in the wilderness. With no money and too fearful to reveal her identity, the pampered life she once led nearly led her to starvation. Eventually, she encountered a group of displaced persons and followed them southward to Jianghe County, where officials intercepted them, treating them as refugees to be assigned as wives to the village's idle men. To be reduced to such a fate as a dignified empress, to be sullied by rustic villagers, was a profound humiliation. And now, to be sent to a brothel? No, she could never allow herself to be cast into such a place. She could not commodify herself like the other women, pushing herself forward. Yet, deep down, she harbored a faint hope that he might choose her. The tumult of conflicting emotions and shame flushed her cheeks crimson, until she noticed Yang Lin's gaze drifting away from her. Panic seized her. Choose me, she shouted in a tone almost commanding, her voice rising above the others. That I'm 19 years old, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I can also spin yarn, and I am capable of enduring hardship. Li Yuyao composed herself, deftly arranging her hair to reveal her breathtaking beauty. She was acutely aware of what her attractiveness could bring to a woman who could not defend herself. Throughout her journey, she had intentionally disheveled her hair, smeared herself with dirt, and rendered herself a disheveled sight. At the moment her hair was swept aside, the village chief and the constables were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in astonishment. They swallowed hard instinctively. She was stunning. Yang Lin could not help but be captivated. Her aloof and ethereal demeanor was nothing short of exquisite. Zhang Wu was filled with regret. How had he not recognized such a gem earlier? No, he could not allow this young man to take advantage. Zhang Wu's eyes darted, and he promptly urged, hurry and choose for one girl. It is a mere 101. What? Village chief Zhao Fugue was taken aback. Isn't it free of charge, sir? Zhang Wu shot a glare at Zhao Fugue. That was in the past. I have traversed mountains and rivers to deliver women to you surely. 101 is not excessive. If it is too much, you are free to decline. He made his intentions clear. This, Zhao Fugue glanced anxiously at Yang Lin. 101 was no trifling sum. Even a strong laborer earned barely 101 a month, and after deducting various taxes and living expenses, a farmer might not accumulate 101 in a year. Moreover, Yang Lin was notoriously impoverished. Alas, perhaps we should let it go. Zhao Fugue sighed, shaking his head. It is simply 101. Yang Lin dismissed the concern. I choose. Yang Lin elongated his words, extending his finger to point sequentially at the women before him. Li Yuyao gazed eagerly at the finger that could determine her fate, feeling it direct towards her. Her heart raced with exhilaration. It was she, yet that finger swiftly passed right before her. In that instant, it felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern. Chapter 2. The demographic dividend in the very moment of despair for Li Yuyao. A refreshing voice continued. Only children make choices. I desire them all. Silence ensued. Everyone momentarily found themselves at a loss. The constables gazed at Yang Lin as if he were a creature from a different realm. What did you say? I said, I want to marry 10. Yang Lin articulated each word distinctly. The women stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting disbelief. Li Yuyao's heart seethed with indignation. This seemingly virtuous youth turned out to be a lecherous man? Zhao Fugui hastily pulled Yang Lin aside. Yang Lin, this is no jest. I am not joking, Uncle San. I am utterly serious. Yang Lin fumbled in his pocket, but found no tobacco. Marrying one wife and taking 9 concubines is nothing to make such a fuss about. In truth, he had resolved to do this even before arriving. It was not an impulsive decision, nor was it solely to rescue them from their plight. Yang Lin had his own calculations. Is that all? Zhao Fugui's eyes widened in shock. Setting aside the fact that this esteemed gentleman intends to collect 101, 10 would amount to 1,001, an entire string of coins, not to mention the spring tax, autumn tax, population tax, and land tax. 10 individuals would cost several thousand when annually. Just the grain alone. Your 3 acres of meager land could hardly sustain such a multitude. Even Lu the landlord only takes 3 concubines. You wish to take 9? Have you lost your senses? Yang Lin leaned closer to Zhao Fugui, a smile playing on his lips. Uncle San, have you heard of the demographic dividend? What? Demographic dividend? What on earth is that? Zhao Fugui appeared utterly bewildered. Yang Lin merely smiled enigmatically. As Zhao Fugui stared in astonishment, Yang Lin approached the constables. Zhang Wu scoffed derisively. You want them all? Fine. That will be 1,001. He doubted anyone in the village could easily produce such an amount. Yang Lin shook his head. I do not possess it yet. Impertinent. You dare speak such grand claims without funds. Yang Lin raised 3 fingers. 3 days. Grant me 3 days, and I promise to procure the money. I shall write a note as proof. The constable sneered. And why should I allow you to incur debt? Rest assured, I shall not owe it for free. In 3 days, I will return with 1,301, including 301 in interest. Should I fail to deliver the funds by then, you may do as you wish with me. The constable's interest was piqued. 1,301 was no trifling sum. His monthly salary at the county office barely exceeded 201. Very well. However, I shall add one more stipulation. If you fail to repay the debt, I will take all these women with me. The constable leered at Li Yuyao, convinced that Yang Lin could not possibly fulfill his promise. With the note already drafted, Zhao Fugui could not intervene in time. Oh, Yang Lin, you are being foolish, Zhao Fugui exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he stomped his foot. That amounts to 1,300 coins, a sum impossible for Yang Lin to borrow, given his family's circumstances. It is essential to obtain a marriage certificate. One must be selected as the legitimate wife, while the others will be concubines. The purpose of the displaced populace settling in the countryside is to establish roots and acquire identities. The marriage certificate is a necessary procedure. And even if Zhang Wu is reluctant, it must be done. Just as Yang Lin turned his gaze towards Li Yuyao, she boldly declared, I shall be the legitimate wife. She would never allow herself to be subordinate. The others were taken aback, yet some were unwilling to accept this. However, upon meeting Li Yuyao's fierce gaze, they instinctively fell silent. Her look was exceedingly commanding. Even Yang Lin gasped in astonishment. She, the legitimate wife. Without hesitation, Yang Lin pointed to Li Yuyao and winked at the girl with the disdainful eyes. Li Yuyao felt a surge of anger. Once an empress, a woman of noble birth, who dared treat her with such flippancy. Yet, in this moment, she realized that the other party had likely made a firm decision in his heart, but chose not to reveal it, revealing a depth of thoughtfulness that only heightened her anxiety. How despicable! Although she had been chosen, the thought of becoming the woman of this rural youth, a lecherous rogue, left her in a state of turmoil and unease. The 10 marriage certificates were all meticulously prepared, and Yang Lin collected them with earnestness. At that moment, he was filled with exhilaration. In his past life, he could not afford even one wife. Now, with a bit of audacity, he could marry 10 at once. This damn feudal society. Li Yao? A lovely name. As he watched Li Yuyao inscribe her alias on the marriage certificate, Yang Lin slightly bowed and said, I am Yang Lin, a scholar, and from this day forth, I shall share my life with you, my lady, and the esteemed concubines. Yang Lin performed a courteous bow. He was certain that Li Yao was undoubtedly the daughter of a wealthy family. Among the 9 concubines, a few possessed exceptional grace. While beauty could be concealed, grace was something one could not feign. As the group prepared to depart, a figure approached from a distance. Clad in a silk long robe and adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, the man fanned himself with a hand fan despite the mild weather, presenting an air of pretentiousness. Such ostentation could only belong to Lu Liang, the son of the landlord Lu Yukai from the nearby village. Let me see what kind of goods this batch consists of, and if there are any beauties among them. Oh, Yonglin, are you here to choose a wife as well? He laughed mockingly. I heard you can barely support yourself, and yet you seek a wife? Do you think you're worthy? After casting a disdainful glance at Yonglin, Lu Liang turned his attention to village chief Zhao Fugui. Third uncle, what do you need Yonglin for? What use is he? If you're in trouble, come to me. Though I have already married 3 concubines. My family can afford it. Just ask, and I would not hesitate to take 2 more. Lu Liang held his head high, flaunting his illustrious accomplishments. In the entire mountainous village, only he and his father resided, each having taken 3 concubines. He considered himself superior, flaunting his status at every opportunity. Zhao Fugui smirked. Young Master Lu, you have arrived rather late today. What do you mean? Lu Liang was taken aback. Yonglin had already signed the marriage contracts with them. They were now his wives and concubines. Well, it's not excessive, just 1 wife and 9 concubines, Zhao Fugui remarked cheerfully. He was well aware of Lu Liang's character. The women Lu Liang had taken home were subjected to his whims, treated with disdain, as if they were mere objects. Within a fortnight, one of them, unable to endure the humiliation, had hanged herself. The Zhao and Lu families did not share a cordial relationship, and Zhao Fugui was particularly averse to the idea of these unfortunate women falling into Lu's hands. What did you say? Yonglin has taken 1 wife and 9 concubines. How is that possible? I refuse to believe it. Lu Liang's expression fell immediately. The contracts have been signed. Whether you choose to believe it or not, from today onward, Yonglin shall hold the title of the individual with the most wives and concubines in our mountainous village. Zhao Fugui felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched Lu Liang's dismay. Lu Liang was left speechless as he glanced at the enchanting women surrounding Yonglin. His countenance soured even further. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, fixating on Li Yuyo, a vision of beauty, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he swallowed hard. He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty in his life. Yonglin, I have taken a liking to this lovely maiden. Tell me how much? He continued. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? TSK, how terrifying. Chuckling, he produced a piece of silver and carelessly tossed it at Yonglin's feet. Chapter 3, Baoshan, enough is enough. Your wife now belongs to me. Lu Liang arrogantly raised his head, his eyes glinting with disdain and arrogance. My little beauty, come with me, and I shall cherish you dearly, my lovely darling. As he spoke, his plump hand reached toward Li Yuyao's face. In a swift motion, Yonglin stepped in, blocking him. Get lost. She is my wife. Go play with your mother. Yonglin clenched his fist. Li Yuyao narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Lu Liang, just as Lu Liang was about to speak. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a chill at his neck. Instinctively lowering his head, he dared not meet her gaze. After a moment of shock, Lu Liang stood frozen. What was he doing? Just wait. This little beauty shall be mine. With a menacing declaration, Lu Liang hastily picked up the silver coins and departed. Yonglin felt a twinge of unease. He too had noticed Li Yuyao's gaze, which seemed to radiate murderous intent. A 19-year-old woman. With such a look in her eyes, what kind of wife had he just acquired? Yet, this blend of beauty and fierceness, well, it was rather appealing. The news of Yonglin marrying 1 wife and 9 concubines quickly spread throughout the village. Everyone believed that Yonglin had lost his mind. How could he possibly support so many wives? Within Yonglin's household, the women were filled with concern. In 3 days, would Yonglin be able to produce the required 1,300 coins? If not, they would inevitably face the grim fate of being sold to a brothel. Amidst the clamor, Li Yuyao spoke calmly. Tell me, how much do you have? I will find a way to earn the rest. You will find a way? Yonglin was astonished. It was evident that she was unlike other women. She was more astute, composed, and resolute, exuding an air of enigmatic defiance. Could she, like him, have traversed through time? Less than 200 coins. Yonglin was curious to see what she would do. Less than 200 coins? You dare to bring us all back? What audacity! Li Yuyao slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she muttered to herself, shaking her head repeatedly. No, this won't do. The conditions are too poor. The resources too limited, and the gap too vast. In such dire straits, even I am powerless. Disappointed, she shook her head, frustrated at her own inability. The other women felt a chill of despair. Observing Li Yuyao's seemingly commanding demeanor, Yang Lin couldn't help but chuckle. This woman is exceedingly arrogant. If I do not temper her pride and completely subdue her, how will it be in the future? Why doesn't she ask if I have a solution? Yang Lin spoke up. You? Li Yuyao scoffed. How about we make a bet? If I succeed, you must obey me in all matters. Yang Lin replied with a smile. Very well. Li Yuyao gritted her teeth. She could hardly believe that she would accomplish something beyond her reach. What could a poor scholar possibly do? From this moment forth, everyone shall heed my command, Yang Lin declared sharply. First, let us state our ages and arrange ourselves in order of seniority. In no time, the line was formed, with the eldest being no more than 24 and the youngest a mere 13. You three are older than I am. Thus, you shall be addressed as elder sister, second sister, and third sister. The three of you are younger, and will be called fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister. As for the youngest, you will be known as little 7, little 8, and little 9. And as for my dear wife, she shall simply be my wife. Yang Lin swiftly continued to issue commands with fervor. Elder sister, fetch water. Second sister and third sister, gather firewood. Fourth sister, boil the water. Fifth sister, prepare the meal. Sixth sister, tidy the house. Little 7, little 8, little 9, come with me, and I will teach you how to earn money. My dear wife, you shall oversee everything. Once the water is ready, we shall all bathe, and fifth sister must cook enough to ensure everyone is well fed and satisfied. From this day forth, you shall never experience hunger again. The last statement was also a promise to himself. As fellow wanderers in misfortune, having come together, they were now family. Meeting in such humble circumstances, they would strive onward hand in hand. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they finally began to move. Though still somewhat bewildered, it seemed that there was now a glimmer of hope for their future. Is that all? Li Yuyao frowned. How do we make money? I admit, the tasks assigned by Yang Lin are organized, but what good does that do? Yang Lin smiled, pausing in his motion to reach for a cigarette. My dear wife, do not fret. I have my methods. I assure you, within 3 days, I will certainly earn 1,300 coins. In a month, we will build a new house. In 6 months, we shall become the wealthiest in Jianghe County. Give me 3 years, and I shall make you the renowned Lady Yang Lin. However, his words were met with an unsettling silence, and Li Yuyao's eyes reflected nothing but disappointment. Yang Lin, accompanied by little 7, little 8, and little 9, made his way to the storeroom. Little 7, little 8, carry the grain to the village in exchange for beans. Beans are not worth much. 1 measure of sorghum rice can be traded for 2 measures of beans. Little 9, take this money and buy beans in the village. They should be easy to procure at 2 coins per pound. We only want yellow beans, not black ones. Do you understand? The 3 girls nodded, albeit somewhat puzzled. Good. Let us get to work. In 3 days, I will treat you to roast chicken. Having organized everyone, Yang Lin grabbed a hoe and slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder as he stepped outside. Upon seeing him emerge, curious villagers rushed over. Yang Lin, we heard you married 10 wives. Is it true? Take my advice, send those women back. Women only consume food and do not earn money. Soon enough, you may find yourself eating dirt. The crowd chimed in, sharing their opinions. There exists both kindness and schadenfreude among the crowd. Yang Lin clasped his hands together and expressed gratitude. Thank you all for your reminders. However, rest assured, my wives are all of noble lineage and bring fortune. Thus I, Yang Lin, shall not starve, but rather, from this day forth, feast upon sumptuous meals. My only concern is the risk of gaining weight and the necessity of dieting. Observing Yang Lin's unwavering spirit, the crowd sighed in disappointment. Upon exiting his home, he ventured to the back mountain. Gazing upon the desolate gray-white terrain, Yang Lin smiled. He crouched down, caressing the grayish stones as if they were treasures. Limestone, iron ore, rock salt, borax, gypsum. These minerals were rich in borates, nitrates, carbonates, and calcium carbonate. They signified lime, cement, glass, and even explosives. Nevertheless, at present, the concern remained securing his next meal. He had come solely to extract gypsum. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. His bamboo basket grew heavy, and as it neared capacity, Yang Lin prepared to descend the mountain. Suddenly, A cacophony of laughter erupted from a distance. Young Lin, who would have thought you would be reduced to the point of eating dirt so soon? But have you considered that what you are digging for is not the sacred soil? You can't even eat dirt properly. Young Lin, you truly are a fool. Chapter 4. Ultimately, you are still insufficient. It was none other than Lu Liang who arrived. Allow me to illuminate your path. I suggest selling your land. Considering your financial difficulties, I, in my magnanimity, shall offer you a sum of 1 guan to purchase your 3 acres. What say you? Lu Liang declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. The Lu family had long set their sights on Yang Lin's fields, yet Yang Lin had proven to be a resolute character, adamantly refusing to sell, regardless of the Lu family's persistent entreaties. Now, having learned that Yang Lin had married 10 wives, the Lu father and son believed that such a burden would soon overwhelm him, prompting a sale of his land. Upon reaching Yang Lin, however, they discovered him in dire straits, nearly destitute, leading Lu Liang to abruptly revise his offer for the land, now proposing just 1 guan. Get lost. Yang Lin shot Lu Liang a glance, dismissing him with indifference as he strode away. Ah, you possess quite the spirit. Anything the Lu family desires, we shall obtain. Just wait and see how long you can endure. Lu Liang's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace as he watched Yang Lin's retreating figure. Upon Yang Lin's return, he found Xiao Jiao and the others had also returned, bringing with them a full basin of beans. Yet, the women's expressions were far from cheerful. Although the food supply had increased, the soybeans were hardly palatable. They not only caused bloating but also frequent diarrhea, often reserved for feeding livestock among the affluent. It appeared they would be dining on bean porridge daily. Yang Lin cast a glance at the beans, but his attention swiftly shifted to the women. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure, he thought, exhilarated. Previously, their appearances had been obscured by dirt, but now, having bathed, their stunning visages sparkled brightly before him. Was the quality of beauty in this world so extraordinary? Not every one of them was a paragon of beauty, yet they were all undeniably captivating. With features ranging from delicate to elegant and youthful, they were far more pleasing to the eye than the internet celebrities of his previous life, and much more enduring in their allure, with their damp hair cascading loosely and clad in thin garments. Yang Lin felt as though he had entered a realm of gentleness amidst their presence. Eldest sister, second sister, your figures are truly remarkable. The two were approximately 23 or 24 years old, possessing a graceful and enchanting demeanor. Fifth sister, sixth sister, are you twins? They were strikingly identical. Each of the others possessed unique charms. The third sister was tall and exuded an aura of sophistication, while the fourth sister was alluring and graceful, with a willowy waist and celestial beauty. Even the youngest, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, were undeniably attractive. Only Xiao Jiao appeared somewhat boyish, yet her lively eyes conveyed a sharp intelligence. Most astonishing to him, however, was his wife. He had previously noted that Li Yuyao possessed an extraordinary grace and beauty, but after her bath, her ethereal elegance, akin to a lotus emerging from the mud, left Yang Lin utterly awestruck. With her exquisite oval face, captivating autumn-like eyes, flawless skin, and cascading long hair, her visage was nothing short of breathtaking. Even her figure, though modestly cloaked in a loose robe, could not conceal her enchanting curves, especially like a celestial being descended from the heavens, untainted by the mundane, exuding an ethereal elegance. She evokes a sense of tender affection, proud yet not frigid, stunning yet not garish, like the cold plum that defies the snow, akin to the snow lotus atop an ice mountain. She resembles the character of Zai Longnu from The Return of the Condor Heroes, and even more so, Wang Yuyin from Demigods and Semi-Devils. At this moment, beneath the voluminous robe, a pair of delicate, fair legs adds an extra allure. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, as she felt the emptiness beneath the robe, somewhat uncomfortable. Her previous garments were simply too filthy, and Yang Lin's household possessed only this oversized robe. There was no chest binding. Husband, the meal is ready, spoke the fourth sister. Yes, let us eat. In a feudal era marked by male dominance and female subservience, everyone awaited his command to dine. They had long been famished, and at this moment, upon Yang Lin's cue, drawn by the fragrant aroma of millet, they all rushed forward, devouring the food voraciously. Yet as they ate, tears streamed down their faces. They had not enjoyed a hearty meal in such a long time. The tears mingled with the food in their mouths. embodying both happiness and bitterness. However, even this fleeting happiness was destined to be short-lived. 3 days hence, if Yang Lin could not procure funds, they would be sent to a brothel. Awaiting them would be a fate filled with indignity. After the meal, Yang Lin resumed his arrangements. Eldest sister, second sister, you two boil water to soak the beans. We need warm water to soak 8 dough, which is 100 jin. Little 9. Take this illustration and go to the second house at the east end of the village. Find Wang the carpenter to make molds, and ensure he completes them overnight, offering him double the wages. Little 7, little 8. Continue gathering beans in the village. This is our entire savings, and we shall convert it all into beans. The rest of you will take turns chopping firewood, as we will require ample fuel tomorrow. When the sun sets, everyone should return indoors to rest and conserve energy. Tomorrow we shall embark on a great endeavor. Yet the sentiments among the crowd were a tumultuous blend of emotions. All their savings had been expended, yet what they received in return were merely beans. Not only could they not earn money, but they were also unable to repay their debts. How long could they sustain themselves on beans alone? It was akin to sitting atop a mountain of provisions, only to watch it dwindle away. Despair spread like wildfire in the hearts of all. After issuing these commands, Yang Lin called Li Yuyao aside and handed her several grayish-white stones. What are these? Li Yuyao inquired suspiciously, gazing at the stones. In her past, while assisting her father in reviewing memorials, she had heard that in years of famine, the common folk would use guanyin soil to stave off hunger. But could these stones be consumed? My dear, I shall teach you how to burn stones. This is our core technique, and it must not be divulged to outsiders. He then proceeded to guide Li Yuyao in igniting a fire, burning gypsum, and preparing gypsum water. Time flew by, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. Li Yuyao wiped the sweat from her brow, staring at the large bucket of gypsum water they had concocted. Her expression one of perplexity. This can be eaten? Yang Lin shook his head. No, but what it produces can be consumed. Li Yuyao's astonishment deepened. Yang Lin inquired, my dear, have you heard of tofu? Li Yuyao looked on in bewilderment. Tofu? What is that? She was raised within the depths of a grand palace, having tasted every delicacy imaginable, yet this tofu was a concept completely foreign to her. Li Yuyao's reaction confirmed Yang Lin's suspicions. Earlier, he had worried that it was merely her ignorance, but it now appeared that tofu truly did not exist in this world. This was hardly surprising. Although tofu originated in the Western Han Dynasty, it only became widely popular during the Ming and Qing dynasties. The industrial technology of Deqian was far too primitive to have realized the potential of soybean products. Fermented black beans, soy sauce, and bean paste? Li Yuyao remained utterly bewildered. Everything Yang Lin mentioned was completely unknown to her. So, you gathered all these beans to make something called tofu? Li Yuyao finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Yang Lin nodded affirmatively. By producing tofu and selling it, we can earn money to repay our debts. A wave of disappointment washed over Li Yuyao. Initially, she had hoped Yang Lin possessed some extraordinary skill. Instead, it seemed he was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. What could possibly be achieved with just these stones and water? Ridiculous. Suddenly, she felt foolish for having anticipated some miraculous outcome from him. It was, after all, just a delusion. Noticing the change in Li Yuyao's demeanor, Yang Lin explained, though tofu may not seem extraordinary, it can indeed yield some profit with relative ease. Enough. Go make your tofu, Li Yuyao retorted, storming back into the room. The other women had returned as well, having ordered 4 molds and collected over 200 pounds of beans. Yet, as they lay on the straw mats, preparing to sleep, slumber evaded them. This day had drained their pantry, expended all their savings, and yielded a mere 400 pounds of beans. Absurd. Sisters, do you think he can truly earn that much money? A youthful voice chimed in at an inopportune moment. Who knows? Perhaps we should flee. Flee? Where could we possibly go? We are refugees, without any identification. If we leave, we will surely be captured. If caught again, we may not be so fortunate. The plight of the refugees was merely a formality for the county government. How many women could remain among the rustic men? The rest would inevitably be sent to brothels or sold to the local gentry, destined to serve as slaves or servants. Regardless of the outcome, it would be far worse than their current state. What are we to do? We can't just wait to be sent to a brothel. Listening to their discourse, Li Yuyao clenched her fists. She knew Yang Lin was still outside working diligently, striving to keep them safe. Yet, mere effort was insufficient. If he lacked the means, Why boast so grandly from the outset? Why instill hope in them only to lead them to despair? In the end, he simply could not succeed. Tears slipped silently from the corners of her eyes. "Look!" a voice suddenly exclaimed, pointing out the window. Instantly, a flurry of small heads crowded together, pressing against the window pane. Chapter 5. Believe in miracles. Create miracles through the narrow slits of the window. They glimpsed a frail figure laboriously rolling a heavy millstone under the moonlight. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, and his breath came in labored gasps. Perhaps we should offer him assistance. But is not his endeavor ultimately futile? Let him toil in vain. "Sister, what about you?" Some turned their gaze towards Li Yuyao, and the others followed suit. "Me?" In the shadows, Li Yuyao discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, steadfastly gazing at the slender figure outside, and shook her head. "I too harbor doubts regarding his capacity to conjure miracles, yet I yearn to extend my hand to help him. For there are matters which, despite the daunting odds, merit an attempt. Only through endeavor can one truly discern the outcome." When she received the realm from the hands of her father, she was acutely aware of the formidable challenges a woman would face in claiming the throne. Nevertheless, she chose to forge ahead. At the very least, she would not allow herself to be burdened by regret. Outside, young Lin, engrossed in the cleaning of the millstone, noticed the door swing open, and the women emerged from the house. A smile graced his lips. The following morning, amidst the curling wisps of smoke, young Lin's courtyard was abuzz with activity. Some were cooking, others grinding beans, and some preparing soy milk. Each woman diligently performed her designated task. As the saying goes, there are 3 arduous professions in this world: boatmen, blacksmiths, and tofu makers. 6 individuals took turns at the millstone, and the women continued to sweat profusely, their breaths coming in heaves. What is transpiring at Yang Lin's residence? Let us go and investigate. Early rising villagers, noticing the commotion in Yang Lin's courtyard, gathered to observe. In the absence of entertainment, they were drawn to the spectacle, and before long, a crowd had formed at the entrance. When some beheld the women grinding the soaked beans into a slurry and filtering out the residue with cloth, their eyes widened in disbelief. Absurd. Such extravagance. What a waste of perfectly good beans, now turned to mush. Can this even be consumed? An elder could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Youngsters, even if you must grind the beans, they should first be roasted, then ground into flour for consumption. Soaking them and grinding them afterward is erroneous. Such foolishness will surely lead to starvation. You are squandering food." Buckets of freshly boiled soy milk were poured into a vat. Under Yang Lin's direction, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba stirred the soy milk while gradually adding the stony water from the buckets. Soon, the soy milk began to curdle, taking on a texture reminiscent of brain curds. The villagers furrowed their brows in dismay, shaking their heads in disappointment. Even the women, observing the unformed curds in the vat, sighed heavily. The solidified curds were placed into molds, wrapped in cloth, and pressed with wooden boards, as the whey slowly drained from the molds. The commotion swiftly attracted the village chief, Zhao Fugui. Startled by the scene, he exclaimed, "Yang Lin, what on earth are you doing? This is sheer madness. Are you truly unafraid of starving? Stop at once." Zhao Fugui anxiously pounded his thigh, while Yang Lin merely smiled serenely. "To speak candidly, last night I dreamt of an ancient immortal who traversed these realms and instructed me on how to utilize this bean to create a delicacy consumed by celestial beings, known as tofu. Third uncle, your timing is impeccable. The crowd has been watching for quite some time, and today I shall enlighten everyone with a taste of this marvel." Before long, the cloth covering the steamer was lifted, revealing tofu as white as jade and exquisitely tender. Yang Lin sliced the tofu into 10-centimeter squares and placed a piece onto a plate. As he moved, all eyes were transfixed upon that immaculate, square morsel. Jaws agape in disbelief. What sorcery is this? Just moments ago it was liquid, and now it has transformed into solid form. Could it truly be a divine delicacy? This was an unprecedented sight and aroma that left the onlookers spellbound. The women stood in astonishment. This pristine and delicate substance, smooth and glistening, exuded a subtle fragrance, appearing far beyond the realm of ordinary fare. "Come, my dear, do take a taste," Yang Lin urged, presenting the tofu to Li Yuyao. She accepted it, furrowing her brow. Although the tofu appeared enticing, she held little hope for its flavor. After all, it was made from humble beans. What worth could it truly possess? However, Upon sampling just a morsel, the exquisite, velvety texture left her momentarily stunned. A delicate flavor, unlike anything she had ever experienced, blossomed upon her palate. Li Yuyao felt a surge of astonishment. Perspectives can vary immensely. She perceived far deeper than the others. This creation not only dazzled with its brilliance, but also marked a pioneering achievement in culinary history, birthing an entirely new dish, and it tasted remarkably delightful. All of this was merely the result of his casual efforts with stones and water? Her gaze towards Yang Lin shifted, now imbued with astonishment and profound curiosity. This scholar indeed possessed some talent. Yang Lin continued to share the tofu with the villagers. Every taster was left in awe, showering him with praise. In my 50 years of life, I have never savored such exquisite flavors. Truly, this is the food of the immortals. Though it was merely tofu, the scarcity of food in this era made it all the more astonishing. As the villagers extolled the dish, Yang Lin instructed the women to set up a fire pit at the entrance and place a large pot over it, pouring in the last of their lard. He directed them to slice the tofu further and began frying it. Moments later, a delightful aroma wafted through the air as the tofu turned golden brown and crispy, sprinkled with crushed coarse salt. The small courtyard was filled with the sounds of eager swallowing. The women, having tasted the fried tofu, were even more astonished. Even Li Yuyao had never encountered such a remarkable flavor before. The villagers, drawn by the enticing scent, found their stomachs rumbling. Yang Lin, do you sell this tofu? I would gladly pay for it. Indeed, I too wish to purchase some. How may I acquire it? I long to take a piece home to savor. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they gazed at the fragrant pan-fried tofu, each person swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Although none were particularly affluent, they deemed it acceptable to occasionally indulge in a small luxury. After all the effort expended, Yang Lin awaited this very moment. To all the uncles, aunts, brothers, and elders present, Yang Lin first clasped his fists in greeting before clearing his throat and addressing the assembly. As you are all aware, my family is not well off, and life can be challenging. This tofu, however, is a divine delicacy, one I initially hesitated to sell. Yet, considering you are all my elders and fellow villagers, how could I refuse your requests? Therefore, I shall not seek profit. I will merely charge the cost price, 2 coins for each piece. Yang Lin raised 2 fingers, shaking them gently. Instantly, the crowd's eyes sparkled with delight. 2 coins. What an astonishingly reasonable price. Sorghum and barley cost 5 or 6 coins per pound. As for flour and rice, they demand upwards of 10 coins. In comparison, this extraordinary tofu, priced at a mere 2 coins, seemed an absolute bargain. Upon hearing Yang Lin's pricing, Li Yuyao grew anxious, tugging at Yang Lin's clothing and casting him frantic glances. That price is far too low. My wife insists it is undervalued. Yang Lin shook his head in response. While 2 coins was indeed a modest sum, but dear wife, am I selling to outsiders? These are our kin. Though we toiled tirelessly to produce this tofu, how could I profit from the pockets of my fellow villagers? I cannot. The hardships we endure are ours alone to bear. I wish to extend the utmost generosity to my family, to my neighbors. The villagers, being straightforward souls, were not accustomed to such elaborate schemes. Thus, in that moment, excitement erupted. I shall take 1 piece. Yang Lin, I do not wish to take advantage of you. But my family is large. Sell me 2 pieces. Yes, yes, I too desire 2 pieces. We are all from the same village. Auntie has watched you grow. Sell me 3 pieces. The crowd clamored, each eager to pay. I want 100 pieces. I want 200 pieces. Suddenly, 2 voices rang out from the throng. Chapter 6. Is the rice delicious? Is the pork fragrant? From the crowd emerged 2 figures. One was the village head, Zhao Fugui. The other, the landlord from the neighboring village, Zhao Ji. The Zhao family was a prominent lineage in the area, and Zhao Fugui and Zhao Ji were kin. The villagers were taken aback. Could they possibly consume all that they had purchased? Yang Lin, please assist my uncle once more. Sell him 100 pieces of tofu. It is of great importance, Zhao Fugui implored, hope glimmering in his eyes. Yang Lin, though delighted, hesitated. Uncle, you are placing me in a difficult position. Zhao Fugui hurriedly leaned closer and whispered, tomorrow I must attend a banquet at the Zhao residence in the county seat, and I am troubled to find an appropriate gift. Your tofu is not only delectable, but also unique, making it the perfect choice. Please, Yang Lin, help your uncle. You know that landlord Lu has aspirations to become village head. He has already established some connections. If I cannot secure the support of the Zhao family in the county, my future may be bleak. Alas, whether I can continue as village head depends entirely on you. In the realm of Deqian, village heads were typically landlords from the village. However, the situation in Kaoshan village was different. The Zhao family not only comprised the local gentry, but also had a relative serving as a county official. Thus, the position of village head had always been held by someone from the Zhao lineage. Yet, with landlord Lu Youcai's influence growing, Zhao Fugui felt increasingly uneasy. Very well, Yang Lin conceded. Since you have put it this way, I shall honor your request. Rest assured, I will have 100 pieces of tofu prepared for you before nightfall. Zhao Fugui was overjoyed and promptly paid him. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji, the landlord from the neighboring village, eagerly approached. Ha ha ha. Dear nephew, we are also relatives by blood. Sell me 200 pieces. Zhao Ji beamed with a smile. Absolutely not. Yang Lin firmly declined. Master Zhao, your family is affluent. Why should you take advantage of a poor scholar like me? I sell to my fellow villagers at 2 coins each, allowing my wives to work without compensation, but you, a wealthy landlord from outside our village, seeking to profit from me, is simply inappropriate. Zhao Ji, perceptive as he was, immediately grasped Yang Lin's implication and quickly added, Dear nephew, I shall increase the price by 10 coins as a token of appreciation for your effort. Yang Lin scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance, remaining silent. 20 coins. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth, believing that was a generous offer. However, Yang Lin remained unresponsive. What do you propose, then? Zhao Ji pressed, anxious. He saw a business opportunity in the tofu. He was certain that selling it for 2 coins was far too modest. Such a novel delicacy could easily fetch double that in the county. Thus, he was determined to acquire it. Yang Lin raised 4 fingers, for coins each. What? Zhao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, that is far too expensive. He never anticipated that Yang Lin's appetite would be so insatiable. Yang Lin shrugged and remarked, Well, it doesn't matter. After all, I never intended to sell this tofu. The 2 copper coins merely cover the cost, a gesture of goodwill towards the villagers. If someone wishes to take advantage, it simply cannot be allowed. How could Yang Lin not discern Zhao Ji's ulterior motives? As long as he firmly asserted the cost of 2 copper coins, others would be unable to verify it, thus allowing him to dictate the value of the tofu. Zhao Ji's countenance darkened considerably. The villagers of Kaoshan, upon hearing Yang Lin's words, felt they had struck a tremendous bargain. Those who had hesitated to purchase a piece now eagerly brandished their coins, rushing to Yang Lin to make their purchases. Zhao Ji cast a pleading glance at Zhao Fugui, hoping he would intervene. With a heavy heart, Zhao Fugui reluctantly said, Yang Lin, didn't you mention the cost was 2 coins? Why not add 1 coin as a labor fee and sell it for 3? Consider it a favor to your Uncle San. Sighing deeply, Yang Lin responded earnestly, Uncle San. Only you could suggest this. Anyone else would surely not dare. 200 pieces of tofu will be ready for pickup tonight, for 600 coins. Xiaojiu, collect the payment. Zhao Ji breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to pay. Although 3 coins exceeded Zhao Ji's expectations, a considerable profit remained. Yet, he secretly cursed Yang Lin for his foolishness, lamenting that he did not know how to capitalize on his wealth. Xiaojiu was busily occupied, collecting the heavy copper coins, but her expression grew increasingly peculiar. The head of the household had continuously lamented about not making a profit. Yet these 2 transactions alone had already netted them 800 coins. How shameless. Nevertheless, she found it enjoyable. At that moment, Zhao Fugui beamed with joy, as Yang Lin's actions brought him honor. The bustling activity persisted from morning until afternoon, with everyone engaged in their tasks, sweat trickling down their cheeks. Their arms sore from continuous grinding, yet each face radiated hope for the future. In between, another 100 pounds of beans were soaked, and by dusk, all orders were fulfilled. As evening approached, some villagers, belatedly realizing the availability of tofu, arrived to purchase it. However, not a single piece remained for sale. It was only at this moment that the women began to comprehend the situation. Yang Lin had proclaimed that this tofu would serve as their sustenance. Yet now it was all sold out. What were they to do? With the tofu gone, what would they eat tonight? Indeed, it was meant for their own consumption, but inadvertently. It had all been sold. Householder, you ought not to have been so generous. Now, they had helped others while leaving themselves to go hungry. After a long day of toil, the sight of empty shelves filled the women with despair and complaints. They had labored all day, only to outfit others with the fruits of their labor. For the sake of appearances, they had suffered. Their discontent grew deeper. Despite his good character, how could one so honest ever hope to profit? Li Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly. Everyone's observations were not without merit, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. She had not forgotten that Zhao Ji sold a mere 200 pieces of tofu for 600 won. Moreover, could it truly be said that the cost of this tofu was merely 2 won? Is it plausible that selling it at 2 won yields no profit? Faced with the fervent outcry of the women, Yang Lin found himself in a state of bemusement. Were the people of the Qin dynasty truly that naive? In his past life, every merchant he encountered would lament about their lack of profit, only to subsequently engage in massive clearance sales. Yet now, he had merely parroted some phrases, and not only did outsiders believe him, but even his own kin were convinced. What shall we eat? Yang Lin retorted with a hint of irritation. Will we indulge in fragrant white rice? How about succulent pork? The women were momentarily taken aback. Pork? White rice? They certainly yearned for such delights, but where could they procure them? Older sister, second sister, you 3 shall go to Shaojiao and fetch 1,001. Then, borrow a small cart from Aunt Lin next door and head to the town for supplies. Purchase 50 jin of rice and 10 jin of pork. If there's anything left over, feel free to buy whatever your heart's desire. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, all eyes widened in astonishment. What? 1,001? Are you speaking nonsense? We do not possess such funds. The women exchanged concerned glances. Yang Lin exchanged a knowing look, and the clever Xiaojiao grinned, swiftly dragging over a heavy sack. As the bag was opened, it revealed an abundance of copper coins. Chapter 7. The first night together I have stated that I shall not allow you to go hungry. I, Yang Lin, am a man of my word. The women gazed at me in astonishment. Li Yuyao leaned closer to examine the bag, her shock palpable. How could it possibly have sold for such a substantial sum? With a dawning realization, she mused. So, you never intended to use the tofu as sustenance? Your true aim was to profit from it. Yet, what margin could tofu possibly yield to generate such wealth? Li Yuyao inquired, bewildered. Previously, she had criticized Yang Lin for setting the price too low, but now it appeared the profit from tofu exceeded her wildest expectations. Yang Lin smiled mysteriously. Guess. Li Yuyao pondered briefly. A 30% profit? Yang Lin shook his head. 50%? Li Yuyao boldly ventured. A profit of 50% would indeed be exorbitant. Yet, Yang Lin continued to shake his head. Even higher? How could that be possible? Li Yuyao could hardly believe it. Never mind. Your imagination is too limited. If you are too timid to guess, I shall reveal it directly. He chuckled. It's not too extravagant, merely double. You all have been so busy that you have no idea how much tofu we produce today, do you? With beans costing 2 won per pound, we can create 3 blocks of tofu. Xiaojiao chimed in excitedly. We soaked a total of 200 pounds of beans, selling 630 blocks of tofu, yielding a total income of 1,451, with costs deducted, yielding a pure profit of 1,001. Upon hearing this figure, the women were utterly astonished. They had invested merely 201 in beans and some sorghum rice. To earn such a sum in a single day? How foolish they had been to believe Yang Lin, thinking there was no profit to be made. Laboring in vain all day. Little did they know Xiaojiao had been counting the money to the point of cramping his hands. Li Yuyao, upon hearing of the double profit, found it hard to comprehend. She could fathom that there might be some profit in tofu production, yet she could never have imagined it would be this significant. Reflecting on Yang Lin's sincere demeanor as he addressed the villagers, repeatedly professing that it was unprofitable, it struck her, what a deceiver. He had even managed to deceive himself. Just yesterday, the figures had seemed unattainable, yet merely a day had passed, and he had indeed achieved it. Was this enough to settle debts? Someone suggested. Yang Lin, however, shook his head. Everyone is weary from a long day. If we do not nourish ourselves properly, how shall we have the strength to work tomorrow? Let us follow my lead. Tonight we shall feast on rice with pork, and everyone must eat their fill. As for the debts, we can earn more tomorrow. As long as I desire, not only 1,301, but even 13,000 can be easily acquired. The profits from tofu merely represent our labor. Even the double profit does not account for labor costs. In my past life, hiring 10 individuals to produce tofu would have resulted in immediate losses. After hearing Yang Lin's words, Li Yuyao felt a deep sense of disappointment. I initially believed that Yang Lin possessed some degree of capability, yet he has proven to be merely an arrogant individual. Having achieved a modicum of success, he seems oblivious to the vastness of the world and lacks the virtue of frugality. With such a restless mindset, how could he possibly accomplish anything of significance? Nevertheless, with 2 days remaining, if he continues to sell in the same manner as today, earning an additional 1,000 should not pose a challenge. Thus, although I perceive Yang Lin's pursuit of pleasure, lacking foresight, I refrained from voicing my objections. After arranging matters for my elder and second sisters, Yang Lin delegated tasks to the third sister to boil water and soak beans, while the fourth and fifth sisters chopped firewood, and the sixth sister sought out a carpenter to craft molds. The youngest three, the seventh, eighth, and ninth sisters, resumed their efforts to procure beans from the village. Once everyone had departed, Li Yuyao approached Yang Lin. You've only known them for a day, and you dare to entrust them with such a sum? Aren't you afraid they might abscond with the money? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yang Lin smiled. I'm not concerned. It's merely 1,000 won. If they were to abscond with it, I would only incur a loss of that amount. However, for them, it would mean forfeiting a promising future. If spending a mere 1,000 won allows me to gauge a person's character, it is not only a negligible loss, but indeed a worthwhile investment. There was a glint of cunning in Yang Lin's eyes. Li Yuyao pondered this, her eyes suddenly brightening with realization. So, you're encouraging them to spend money as a deliberate test? Yang Lin chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. As you just mentioned, we have only recently acquainted ourselves. I am unfamiliar with each person's temperament. While testing may seem somewhat petty, it is the most prudent course of action. The most fortified citadels are often breached from within. Only by making the right choices now can I feel secure about the future. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow and asked, Do you trust me? Indeed, Yang Lin replied without hesitation. Why is that? We have only just met, she argued. Yang Lin smiled. Because I can discern that you are no ordinary person, but rather an intelligent one. Intelligent individuals often understand what constitutes the best choice. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Although she remained skeptical of Yang Lin, she could not deny the wisdom in his words. The town is a mere 6 miles from Kaoshan village, and neither the elder nor the second sister took the money and ran. They returned laden with goods in less than an hour. Large chunks of pork were promptly placed in a pot to simmer. Before long, a delightful aroma filled the air, causing everyone to salivate. Among them were individuals from affluent families who, due to various misfortunes, had not tasted meat in a long while. A bowl of fragrant white rice accompanied by tender, succulent pieces of pork lay before them, and the sounds of swallowed saliva echoed throughout the room. Eat. What are you staring at me for? In our household, there are no archaic rules. You need not wait for me to begin, Yang Lin remarked, feeling quite unaccustomed to the notion that others would refrain from eating if he did not lift his chopsticks. Upon his command, the women wasted no time in devouring their meal with unabashed enthusiasm, their mouths glistening with grease. As I ate, tears involuntarily streamed down my cheeks. There was happiness, reminiscence, and profound emotion. When the villagers passed by Yang Lin's doorstep, they were drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from within. What a delightful scent. What could it be? Pork. We had it last year during the New Year. How can the Yang family indulge in pork outside of festive occasions? Such extravagance. Oh, young people simply do not know how to manage their lives. They lack the virtue of frugality. One day, they shall rue their choices. It seems he has profited from selling tofu. Let us refrain from purchasing from him tomorrow and see how he boasts thereafter. Indeed, let us all abstain from buying. With a little money, he seems to have forgotten his roots. It remains to be seen if he can provide for all those women. When the time comes to pay his taxes, he will surely face the consequences. The passing villagers grumbled, yet upon remembering Yang Lin's numerous wives, a hint of envy crept in. After the meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Inside, a withered oil lamp flickered, casting shadows on the beautiful faces gathered around. They were all Yang Lin's wives and concubines. Last night had been too hectic for formalities. With the evening free and Yang Lin being a man of desire, it seemed likely that tonight would witness the consummation of their union. The thought of what was to come made Li Yuyao's heart race with anticipation. Chapter 8. Reputation established. All of them were brought into the fold through marriage contracts. The bridal chamber was legitimate, with so many witnesses present. If he were to lose all sense of shame, wouldn't he be? The thought left Li Yuyao feeling utterly mortified. Her heart raced like a drum as she stood at the threshold, feigning interest in the moonlight. Is sister still awake? Xiao Jiu kindly approached to remind her. All right. Li Yuyao bit her lip, forcing out that single word. Upon turning around, she noticed that others bore expressions of embarrassment similar to her own. My dear husband, which sister shall you summon to your side tonight? The enchanting fourth sister, clinging to Yang Lin's arm, asked with a seductive smile. A myriad of gazes fell upon Yang Lin. Under the flickering oil lamp, the sight of the beautiful figures ignited a tumult of emotions within him. Ahem. After a long day, aren't you all tired? Time to sleep, Yang Lin stated. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu can use the bed. The rest of you shall share the straw mats with me. He said this without even changing his clothes, simply lying down. The straw mat, spread upon the ground and layered with thick, dry hay, offered little comfort, but at least kept the chill at bay. He was not a saint devoid of earthly desires. Yet the reality of their impoverished living conditions left them with but this one room. To engage intimately with one of his wives in front of the others? That was simply unthinkable. Yang Lin was not so shameless. As for the house, it seemed urgent to expedite its construction. Once circumstances improved, he would indulge each of these stunning wives in turn. Witnessing Yang Lin's bashful demeanor as he lay down without undressing, Li Yuyao finally exhaled in relief. However, the women, mostly shy, avoided lying close to him, except for the fourth sister, whose bold nature led her to lie next to Yang Lin, wrapping her arms around his, a look of pure happiness gracing her face. My husband is a good man. Meeting him is my fortune, she murmured to herself. Closing her eyes, when Li Yuyao prepared to lie down, she found only the space beside Yang Lin remained. Sister, why aren't you sleeping yet? There's still room here, Xiao Jiu pointed out, extinguishing the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. All right. Li Yuyao clenched her teeth. Thank you. In the dimness, she had no choice but to lie next to Yang Lin. As she tried to steady her racing heart, she intended to maintain some distance. But with so many people squeezed onto the mat, the moment she lay down, her body was pressed tightly against his, causing her cheeks to flush. Yang Lin, feeling the warmth of her presence on his left arm and the softness of Li Yuyao on his right, found himself parched with desire. It was simply too cramped, instinctively. He draped his arm over Li Yuyao. Startled, she was about to push him away but realized he had already succumbed to sleep. The following morning, in Jianghe County City, Zhao Ji dispatched 200 blocks of tofu to the county town, each priced at 5 won, which were swiftly snatched up, bringing him immense joy and a beaming smile. The purchasing power of the county was indeed incomparable to that of the villagers. With a mere flip, he earned 400 won from the 200 blocks. Contemplating this substantial profit, Zhao Ji hurried back to negotiate a long-term supply agreement with Yang Lin. If he were to procure and sell daily, he would net 400 won a day, translating to 12,000 won a month, and over 100 strings of cash in a year, an income akin to that from 1,000 acres of fertile land. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, that lad, toiled endlessly merely to earn a meager profit for himself. Humph, what does a poor scholar know about business? Just as Zhao Ji reveled in his thoughts of how to exploit Yang Lin for the maximum benefit, a visitor approached him. Su Maokai, the manager of Yongxing Trading Company. The newcomer, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, slightly cupped his hands in greeting. What do you want? Zhao Ji asked, eyeing him warily. Actually, I find your tofu sales quite intriguing and would like to discuss a proposition with you. Su Maokai replied with a broad smile. There's nothing to discuss. The tofu is sold out. If you wish to buy, come back tomorrow, Zhao Ji retorted, turning to leave. He perceived that the man intended to join him in the tofu trade and share in the profits. Ridiculous. He sourced his tofu from others, and selling them in the county was no hassle. Why should he share the spoils with anyone else? As Zhao Ji turned away, the smile on Su Maokai's face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Follow him and find out the true nature of this tofu. Su Maokai commanded his subordinates. Yes, sir. They acknowledged, promptly tailing Zhao Ji. On that very afternoon, the batch of tofu that village chief Zhao Fuguei had sent to his relatives in the county town dazzled at the banquet. Especially when Zhao Fuguei boasted that it was food passed down from the immortals, it garnered immense admiration, sparking a flurry of discussion about the miraculous tofu. Captivated by the attention of the county's prominent figures, Zhao Fuguei felt a surge of pride and received praise from a relative of the county magistrate, who expressed continued support for him as the village chief of Kaohsiung. Zhao Fugui was overjoyed, his burdens lifted. However, trouble soon followed the banquet's conclusion. A crowd gathered around him, eager to procure large quantities of tofu through him. Without giving him a chance to refuse, they pressed deposits into his hands. Faced with these influential figures from the county, Zhao Fugui dared not offend them. Reluctantly, he agreed, planning to return and humbly beseech Yang Lin to produce more tofu to satisfy these esteemed gentlemen. Zhao Fugui understood well that those seeking his help to buy tofu weren't merely motivated by hunger. Of course not. They perceived the opportunities inherent in this situation. The county town is replete with astute individuals, and in the face of this sudden influx of novel delicacies, they have all caught a whiff of potential fortune. In Kuaishan village, Yang Lin and the women have once again partaken in their daily fare of white rice and stewed pork. Numerous villagers, having observed this, are filled with both envy and desire. The number of those purchasing tofu in the village has indeed diminished. However, Yang Lin had anticipated this development, which is why he scarcely engaged in sales within the village today. The neighboring two villages, completely unacquainted with tofu, found it quite effortless to sell it. In the span of merely half a day, all the tofu was sold out. Meanwhile, at this very moment, after toiling for much of the day, Yang Lin remains oblivious to the fact that, while he sits at home, the reputation of tofu has inexplicably spread far and wide. Furthermore, a substantial number of orders are already en route. As night falls, having soaked the beans, everyone gathers around the grass mat, eagerly accompanying Xiaojiao in counting the money. 1298, 1299. Chapter 9. The Allure of Wealth 1300. Upon reaching the count of 1,300 coins, the women erupted in joyous cheers. After the extravagance of the previous day, they had finally gathered enough to repay their debts. Despite the exhaustion of the past 2 days, the sight of their reward ignited excitement on every face. The toil was indeed worthwhile. Early the next morning, before the break of dawn, Yang Lin and his family prepared 300 blocks of tofu and, using a small cart borrowed from Aunt Lin, set off towards the county town. Jianghe County, part of Pingyuan Prefecture, lay a mere 30 miles from Kaohsiung village. Yet the journey was arduous. The wooden wheels creaked and rattled, swaying precariously as they took over an hour to arrive. As soon as the tofu reached the county town, it was swiftly snatched up at the price of 4 coins per block. The women were left in astonishment. Was earning money truly this effortless? Perhaps we should simply rent a place in the county town and produce tofu here, suggested the perceptive second sister, her enthusiasm palpable. With only a few hundred households in the village compared to the tens of thousands in the town, the potential for profit was undeniable. Remaining in the city would surely maximize their benefits. However, before she could finish her thought, both Yang Lin and Li Yuyao shook their heads in unison. No. Li Yuyao instantly rejected the idea. Her identity was, after all, a taboo. With so many people in the county town, if they were recognized, it would spell disaster for them all. Now is not the time, Yang Lin said with a knowing look. Let us repay our debts first and settle this matter. Afterward, I'll take you shopping. The process of repaying the debt went smoothly. When the constable, Zhang Wu, saw the 1,300 coins, he was taken aback. Though he begrudged the transaction, the written agreement left him no room for deceit, as he had to maintain his facade. Yang Lin had deliberately chosen the county office as the repayment location, knowing that here, Zhang Wu would not dare to act unscrupulously. Just as they exited the office, they were approached by Zhao Fugui, who came running in a fluster. Yang Lin, wait. He panted, visibly relieved. I finally found you. What is the matter, uncle? Yang Lin asked, perplexed by Zhao Fugui's demeanor. With a distressed expression, Zhao Fugui implored, there is something I need to ask of you. You must help me with this. This is not the place to discuss it. Come, let us find somewhere else to talk, he suggested. In a secluded corner of the tea house, Zhao Fugui, with an air of mystery, pulled out a heavy cloth bag from his bosom. With a flourish, he opened it, spilling forth a pile of silver coins, both loose and ingots. If you assist me with this task, all this silver will be yours. And this is just the beginning. There is much more to come. Yang Lin cast a glance at the silver on the table, his heart racing. Uncle, are you seeking to buy tofu from me? He surmised. Having only recently arrived in this world, the only stir he had managed to create was through tofu, and given its remarkable demand in the county town, it was not difficult to deduce that these coins were indeed connected to the tofu. These silver coins are indeed quite substantial, totaling over 100 taels. One tael is equivalent to a string of cash, amounting to 1,001. With this 100 taels of silver, one could easily purchase a decent house in the county town. Zhao Fugui was taken aback. How did you know? He had intended to share his predicament with Yang Lin, hoping to turn it into a benefit, yet he did not anticipate that Yang Lin would already have an inkling. Speak, Uncle San, what exactly transpired? Yang Lin understood that what appeared to be a windfall might not necessarily be fortuitous. If someone were to buy tofu, he would certainly welcome their patronage. However, if someone sought to exploit his tofu-making expertise, he would not entertain such a transaction. At least, not at this juncture. Regarding tofu, he had grander plans and more significant business aspirations. Zhao Fugui, feeling helpless, could only recount the events as they unfolded. Upon concluding his narrative, he sighed. This is how it is. They are prominent figures in the county town, and they forced the silver upon me. I had no means to refuse. Those individuals were exceedingly shrewd, seizing the moment before I could react to sign 13 orders with me. As he spoke, Zhao Fugui produced a stack of yellowed straw paper from his pocket, lowering his head as he handed it to Yang Lin. I also promised you the price, which will be the same as what Zhao Ji received, 3 won per piece. The more Zhao Fugui spoke, the more guilt he felt, his head hanging low, unable to meet Yang Lin's gaze. In contrast, Yang Lin's excitement grew with each word. Upon receiving the orders, his joy was amplified. There were a total of 13 orders, the largest for 500 pieces, the smallest for 200, culminating in an astonishing total of 4,300 pieces. The women, upon seeing these figures, shared Yang Lin's exhilaration. For 1,300 pieces, precisely over 100 taels of silver. Yang Lin, this is a splendid opportunity for profit. Zhao Fugui encouraged. If Yang Lin declined, he would be unable to fulfill his obligations before those prominent figures in the county, and as a result, his position as village chief would be in jeopardy. No. Before Yang Lin could respond, Li Yuyao decisively shook her head. We cannot accept these orders. At least not all of them, Li Yuyao stated calmly. The other women were momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped the situation. The delivery dates on the orders were all set for 3 days hence. Given their current capacity, producing 600 pieces of tofu in a single day was already a stretch. In 3 days, at best, they could manage 2,000 pieces. Yet, the total of these orders amounted to 4,300 pieces. Even if they worked tirelessly, they could not meet the demand. While the prospect of earning money was enticing, exceeding their capabilities would lead to ruin. Realizing this, the women could not help but feel regret. Yet, Yang Lin smiled. We shall accept these orders. With that, Yang Lin collected the orders and the silver from the table. Are you out of your mind? Li Yuyao fumed, glaring fiercely at Yang Lin. Look closely. The orders stipulate that any breach of contract incurs double compensation. If you cannot produce the tofu in 3 days, how will you compensate? The women all nodded silently. The elder sister spoke wisely. Indeed, we cannot accomplish everything. Yes, dear husband, please remain calm. While earning money is commendable, exceeding our capabilities may lead to unforeseen losses. Fear not, I have a solution. Yang Lin smiled faintly and then addressed Zhao Fugui. Third uncle, I am willing to assist you, but I have a request. Once we prepare the tofu, they must come to the village to collect it. We simply do not have the time to deliver it to the county. As for the method of collection, though it was not specified in the order, how could Yang Lin overlook it? No problem. That is easily arranged. They will surely agree. Zhao Fugui responded eagerly before hastily departing. Once the outsider had left, Yang Lin was met with a myriad of gazes, some filled with astonishment, others with indignation. You have truly disappointed me. Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Undertaking tasks without a plan, driven solely by the allure of money, such impulsiveness and lack of rationality. What great achievements can possibly come from this? Li Yuyao clenched her fists, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Chapter 10, Madman? Genius? How about we place another wager? In response to Li Yuyao's glacial gaze, Yang Lin wore a smile. If I can fulfill these orders within 3 days, then from this day forth, you shall willingly become my wife. How does that sound? After spending the past few days together, Yang Lin had already discerned that this adopted wife of his did not regard him as her husband at all. She maintained a distance and even a sense of wariness towards him. She was more composed, rational, and proud than other women, exhibiting intelligence, resilience, and an indomitable spirit. Such a disposition would not lead her to genuinely fall for him unless he completely won her over. Yang Lin sought not only her physical presence, but also her heart. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow. What? Are you afraid? Yang Lin inquired with a playful smile. The provocation was rather clumsy, yet remarkably effective. Li Yuyao raised an eyebrow. What do I have to fear? But if you lose the wager, what will you offer as compensation? Yang Lin chuckled. Remember, whatever I dare to bet on, I shall never lose. Come now, let us go shopping. Yang Lin strode ahead, his demeanor carefree, while the women trailed behind, their expressions filled with concern. However, one among them remained entirely unconcerned, Xiaojio. At merely 13, she was still at an age brimming with curiosity, quick-witted, and possessed an unwavering trust in Yang Lin. To her, if Yang Lin could create something as astonishing as tofu, he could surely accomplish anything, no matter how extraordinary. Thus, as they journeyed, only Xiaojio was filled with exuberance, flitting around Yang Lin, peering this way and that, bouncing with delight. After receiving 100 taels of silver, Yang Lin, akin to a newly wealthy individual, spent money with reckless abandon. He not only purchased copious amounts of rice and pork, but also acquired flour, lard, coarse salt, and promised Xiaojio a roast chicken, along with various peculiar items. The little cart was soon brimming. In a decisive manner, Yang Lin even bought 2 additional carts and continued his extravagant spending. Observing his lavish ways, the women were secretly astonished. He truly was daring. In that brief moment, he had spent over 20 taels of silver, an amount equivalent to several years' earnings for an ordinary family. Little did they know, Yang Lin himself felt quite vexed. The variety of goods in this world was severely limited. Spending money? There was hardly anything worth purchasing. It was merely about acquiring food and essentials, buying cosmetics for the women, or some hairpins and ties. Beyond that, the selection was exceedingly sparse. Yang Lin had longed for Sichuan pepper and chili, yet they were nowhere to be found in the vast empire. Soy sauce had yet to be invented. There were no enticing snacks from his past life. No spicy duck necks, roasted pig trotters, or stinky tofu. So what else could he buy? It appeared that after acquiring wealth, enriching one's life would have to rely solely on one's own ingenuity. Even the desire to purchase new garments for the women proved to be a formidable challenge. In this era, ready-made clothing was virtually non-existent. One could either purchase fabric to craft garments independently or seek the services of a tailor, yet the costs are not modest. Even simple coarse cloth attire commands a price exceeding 100 coins, while silk is far beyond the means of the average citizen. The common folk seldom possess more than 2 sets of clothing throughout their lives, mending them when tattered, wearing them until they are utterly worn, and passing them down from the eldest son to the second son, and from the second son to the youngest. Yang Lin had no intention of sewing the clothes himself, so he sought out a tailor's shop. Upon learning that Yang Lin intended to provide them with new garments, the earlier displeasure of the women dissipated entirely, replaced by exuberance. Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with? The tailor shop owner greeted with a cheerful smile. Before he could finish his sentence, he beheld a throng of beautiful women entering behind Yang Lin, his eyes widening in surprise. 1 complete outfit each, clothing and shoes. Yang Lin declared, Ladies, choose freely. I have matters to attend to. He withdrew 50 taels of silver and entrusted them to Li Yueying before departing. Li Yueying clutched the weighty silver, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. Since becoming a vagrant, she had no stable home, often going hungry. Her clothing still the tattered servant's garb she had donned upon escaping the palace. She had longed for a new outfit, yet was acutely aware of her dire circumstances. To her astonishment, within merely 3 days, not only had she cleared her debts, but she had also acquired such wealth. The tailor shop owner was equally bewildered. Ladies, all of them are his wives. Yet, the prospect of crafting 10 complete outfits brought a broad smile to his face. After leaving the tailor shop, Yang Lin purchased 2 boxes of pastries and made his way towards a humble row of houses not far from the city outskirts. He had a cousin residing there, the only relative he had in the county. His visit was motivated by fond memories of this cousin, who possessed some particularly intriguing qualities. His cousin's name was Du Jing, 2 years his senior. Before Yang Lin's family fell into misfortune, the 2 families had shared a close bond, and in their youth, they often played together. He recalled a night when they lay on a haystack in the village, gazing at the stars, and Du Jing expressed his suspicion that the earth was a sphere, with the stars far beyond their reach. At that time, Yang Lin could hardly comprehend such notions, while Du Jing often entertained whimsical thoughts that others deemed incomprehensible. Earning him the nickname Crazy Du, the former Yang Lin had failed to grasp this, but now, upon reflecting on their past exchanges, he found Du Jing's ideas nothing short of extraordinary. He was no madman. He was a genius. Presently, Du Jing's circumstances were not much better. Having failed multiple county examinations and lacking any official title, regarded as a failure by others. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, although well-versed in theoretical knowledge, realized that transforming that knowledge into tangible results could not be accomplished alone. Therefore, during this visit to the county, he thought of his cousin, hoping to see if Du Jing harbored an interest in joining him to change the world. However, as soon as he arrived at the doorstep of Du Jing's residence, a young woman emerged, opening the door. Upon seeing Yang Lin, she paused momentarily, her face soon twisting into a cold smile. Yang Lin, what brings you here? Sister-in-law, where's my brother Jing? Yang Lin inquired. He's dead, responded Yuan, Du Jing's wife, with palpable irritation. Excuse me? Yang Lin's brows furrowed slightly in disbelief. Noting his astonishment, Yuan coldly remarked, it's futile to seek anyone here. Our household is on the brink of starvation, and we have no means to assist you. You should leave at once. With that, she waved him away as one might shoo a fly. Then, Yuan noticed the pastries Yang Lin was holding and was taken aback. These are delicacies from Baiwa residents. Oh, sister-in-law was merely jesting with you. You needn't have brought a gift, she said, taking the pastries from Yang Lin's hands with a cheerful demeanor. Your brother is inside. Do go in. Chapter 11. Do you know who I am? Upon entering the room, Du Jing was engrossed in writing. Although he was merely 2 years older than Yang Lin, his beard and mature appearance rendered him far more haggard than his younger counterpart. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Du Jing was momentarily taken aback. Lin brother, what brings you here? Please, have a seat, he warmly urged, hastily setting aside his pen. Then, he leaned toward the door, peering outside. Noticing that his wife had not yet entered, he quickly fished out a small piece of silver from his belt and pressed it into Yang Lin's hand. Hurry, don't let your sister-in-law see this. It's my hidden savings. When Yang Lin hesitated to accept, Du Jing lowered his voice and sighed. Lin brother, please don't think it's too little. Our family has been facing some challenges lately. Writing used to suffice to support us, but recently, I crossed paths with a young scion. And now many are reluctant to seek my services. With a heavy heart, Du Jing continued. So, you must understand, I can only assist you to this extent. Yang Lin chuckled. Brother Jing, I did not come to ask for money this time. Not for money. Du Jing was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Yang Lin's circumstances, which were even more dire than his own, and knowing Yang Lin's pride, he would never stoop to requesting financial assistance. Du Jing had always been the one to offer help, so Yang Lin's visit suggested he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, compelling him to reveal his hard-earned savings. Yet, the revelation that he was not seeking a loan was unexpected. Indeed, I wish to invite you to assist me. It will not be without compensation, 501 for the month, with the promise of more should we succeed. Du Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 501? He stared at Yang Lin, as if he had suddenly become unrecognizable. Yang Lin then produced a small silver ingot and tossed it to Du Jing. Du Jing caught it, utterly astonished. This is 5 taels of silver? Where did you acquire such wealth? Only affluent families could amass such a substantial silver ingot. Ordinary households dealt only in small coins. Yang Lin smiled. This represents 10 months of my salary. If you join me in this venture, I assure you, the rewards will be even greater. Lin brother, why offer me such a sum? What exactly do you require of me? Du Jing was at a loss. Simply put, I wish for you to utilize your talents and bring your past ingenious ideas to fruition. Yang Lin declared. Ingenious ideas? Du Jing was taken aback once more. Yang Lin nodded. For instance, when you were 12, you created a pulley that made drawing water from the well significantly easier. Moreover, you discovered that mixing lard with wood ash resulted in cleaner hands, nearly leading to the invention of soap. Additionally, you once bound bamboo and animal hide together with fine string, launching it into the wind, almost creating a kite. As Yang Lin recounted these memories, Du Jing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Those were merely the fanciful thoughts of a child. Everyone said I was mad. Now that Zhang has grown up, He has neither achieved academic success nor earned a livelihood, making it difficult to support his family. How can he be troubled by such trivial matters? Lin, I have already forgotten the past. Why do you find yourself pondering these peculiar tricks? Upon hearing Yang Lin's mention of things like pulleys, soap, and kites, terms he had never encountered before, he was instantly reminded of various memories from the past. Does he not feel any regret? Is writing and seeking scholarly recognition truly what he desires? Technology can indeed transform the world. Jing, you are not mistaken. The fault lies with this world. Over the years, you have assisted me greatly. This silver is yours to keep, regardless of whether you accept it or not. Yet, I still hope that Jing will join me in changing this world. After speaking, Yang Lin turned to leave. Du Jing, however, became anxious and hurriedly pressed the silver into Yang Lin's hands. No, this is far too much. I typically earn just over 100 won a month for my calligraphy. I can offer my assistance, but I cannot accept such a generous amount. At that moment, Yuan entered, and, upon seeing the silver in Du Jing's hands, her eyes widened in disbelief. This is... She gazed incredulously at the silver, swallowing hard. Du Jing helplessly replied, It is Lin who wishes to hire me for assistance and insists on compensating me with 500 won a month. Du Jing extended a hand, shaking his head, and said, Do you think I can accept this money? Indeed, you can. Yuan snatched the silver, shot Du Jing a glare, and cheerfully remarked, You must not neglect Yang Lin's affairs. He has come to you seeking help, so why maintain such a lofty demeanor? As for this silver, Lin sincerely offers it to you. It would be inappropriate to refuse. Don't you agree, Lin? Yuan grinned at Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law is right. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Jing will certainly be compensated for his assistance. Yes, yes. Yuan gleefully tucked the silver away and urged Du Jing to quickly pack his belongings and assist Lin. There is no need to rush. Jing, if you have made up your mind, go to Kaoshan village tomorrow, and I will make arrangements for you upon your arrival. When Yang Lin returned to the tailor shop, the door was not yet open, but he heard a commotion inside. Alarmed, he rushed in. He saw a dapper young man dressed in luxurious silk, confronting several women. The women stood together, armed with scissors, rolling pins, and rulers, intently focused on the young man. The shop owner appeared frantic. Calm down, please. Mr. Zhao, ladies. Let us not act impulsively. Spotting Yang Lin's return, the women seemed to see their savior. Husband, master, they all cried out in unison. He is trying to bully my sister. Before Yang Lin could inquire further, Xiao Jiao, visibly agitated, pointed accusingly at the young man. As Li Yuyao stood there, scissors in hand, her countenance was cold and her eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Yang Lin harbored no doubts. Should that young master dare to approach, she would not hesitate to plunge those scissors into him. The young master, at this moment, wore a face contorted with rage. After all, as the son of the county magistrate, he was accustomed to trifling with women. Who would ever dare to provoke him? Yet today, he encountered women with audacity so great that they dared to resist him. This affront left him feeling utterly humiliated. Upon seeing Yang Lin enter, he furiously addressed her. Are they all your wives and concubines? I intend to purchase this one. With that, young Master Zhao pulled a silver coin from his pouch. But Yang Lin swiftly raised her hand and, with a resounding slap, struck him across the face. Get lost. The suddenness of Yang Lin's action left young Master Zhao utterly stunned. You dare to hit me? He seethed, glaring at Yang Lin in disbelief. Do you know who I am? My father is the magistrate of Jianghe County. You dare strike me? You're courting death. However, with another sharp slap, Yang Lin silenced him once more. But do you know who I am? She retorted. Chapter 12. Run after the beating. What a thrill. Who are you? Young Master Zhao instinctively inquired. You don't know? Young Master Zhao nodded blankly, still pondering whether he had offended someone of great significance. However, the response was, It's better that you don't. With that, Yang Lin delivered a punch squarely to his face. Ladies, let us join in. Beat him. After all, he doesn't know us. So let us give him a good thrashing. Is there a camera around? We can just run after we finish. Who would recognize us? As Yang Lin spoke, he kicked young Master Zhao to the ground and followed up with a flurry of kicks. I'll join. Little Jiao exclaimed eagerly, rushing over to kick alongside Yang Lin. The women, however, wore peculiar expressions. They had initially thought the inquiry about recognition was for a different reason. Seeing Yang Lin and little Jiao getting into the swing of things, the other women couldn't resist and eagerly joined in. each delivering a kick. The tailor shop owner grew anxious. Oh no, stop. He truly is the son of County Lieutenant Zhao. Please, show some mercy. If you injure him, Lieutenant Zhao will not spare you. Yang Lin scoffed. What is there to fear? Once we're done, we'll just run. He won't be able to catch us. By the time he gets back to Pingyuan County, how will he even find me? Running away after the beating, that makes a lot of sense. The tailor shop owner couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that today, young Master Zhao was indeed facing a predicament. Suddenly, Yang Lin asked, "Do you know me, boss?" A cold sweat broke out on the tailor shop owner's brow as he hurriedly shook his head. What is there to fear? We are not bandits, nor do we strike indiscriminately. However, we won't be able to finish the clothes today. Ladies, that's enough. Don't beat him to death, the shop owner urged, prompting the women to reluctantly stop, still relishing the satisfaction of their actions. What are you still doing? Run, Yang Lin shouted, taking the lead as he pushed a small cart and dashed out. The women, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. By the time the tailor shop owner emerged, Yang Lin and the others had already vanished without a trace. Yang Lin understood that although they had vented their frustrations, they had also attracted the ire of someone formidable. So he remained vigilant. Once they were out of the city, he urged the women to sprint with all their might. Jianghe County was merely a small town, lacking even city walls. Once outside, the roads branched in all directions. Even if the other party dispatched someone to pursue them, there would be no way to track them down. How exhilarating! Little Jiao clenched her small fists, her face alight with excitement. Thank you. Li Yuyao was also overwhelmed with emotion at that moment. Rarely did she express gratitude, but today, when young Master Zhao had bullied her, these strangers had stood up for her, offering their solidarity, which deeply moved her. Since joining this household, Li Yuyao had often felt lost, her future devoid of direction. Repaying debts and regaining her freedom had become her sole motivation for survival. She resented the idea of marrying a rustic scholar, and even more so the thought of living a mundane life in the countryside. Yet today, she finally felt a flicker of belonging within this family. There's no need for thanks. We are all family. Indeed, you are like an elder sister to us, and we shall certainly assist you. Our husband is truly formidable. After defeating his opponents, he swiftly retreats, which is exhilarating. The faces of the women are radiant with innocence and joy as they express their excitement. Yang Lin understands that prior to encountering him, they had endured considerable hardship and repression. Today, they are finally able to release their pent-up feelings, and it is only natural for them to feel at ease and exhilarated. After much commotion, they eventually return to Kaoshan village. Upon arriving home, Yang Lin organizes everyone to prepare meals and stew meat, while he ventures out alone to seek Wang the carpenter. Upon entering Wang's yard, he is met with the sound of weeping. Uncle Wang, what has happened? Pushing the door open, he sees Wang Gui holding his daughter, Wang Guing, both of them in tears. Seeing Yang Lin, Wang Gui is momentarily taken aback, and then, with a sudden thud, he kneels before him. Uncle, please rise. Yang Lin is startled and rushes forward to assist him. Yang Lin, I implore you to help me. Lend me some money. They are here demanding repayment and intend to take Guiying away. Wang Gui's tears flow profusely. Last year, during the famine, I borrowed 101 from landlord Liu. At that time, we had nothing of value, and he allowed me to use Guiying as collateral. I was at my wit's end and foolishly agreed to it. Today, when I went to repay the loan, I discovered the interest was exorbitant. I owe 301 in total. If I cannot gather enough by tonight, they will take Guiying away. Yang Lin, she is my only daughter. I cannot bear to see her sold to the Liu family as a servant. With that, Wang Gui begins to bow his head in reverence. Meanwhile, the 10-year-old Wang Guiying, with her large, glistening eyes, innocently kneels before Yang Lin as well. Uncle Wang, Guiying, please rise. I have come for a matter of my own. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's heart sinks. They are outsiders in Kaoshan village, lacking land and support, relying solely on Wang's carpentry skills to make ends meet. However, as a craftsman, his status is low and business is scarce. Their lives are far from that of ordinary folk. In this dire situation, he has turned to Yang Lin for help. Though he quickly realizes that with Yang Lin's 10 wives, he likely struggles to provide for his own family and may not have money to spare. Perhaps it is he who is seeking a loan from Wang Gui. Very well, I understand. It is my fault for putting you in such a predicament, Wang Gui sighs, his head hanging low. How much do you require, uncle? Wang Gui is taken aback, Incredulity etched on his face as he looks at Yang Lin. I have managed to save over 101, but I am still short by 131. He gazes at Yang Lin with suspicion, unable to believe that Yang Lin could possibly lend him any money. Yet, to his astonishment, Yang Lin opens his money pouch and produces a piece of silver. Wang Gui's eyes widen in disbelief. This piece of silver must weigh at least half a tael, which is over 501. Uncle, please take this for now. Yang Lin casually tossed the silver coins to Wang Gui. Ah, Yang Lin, is this what you borrowed from me? This is far too much, far too much. Wang Gui received the coins in disbelief, holding them tightly in his hand. Uncle Wang has shown me kindness. In the past, when I struggled to find food, you extended a helping hand to me. Now that you are in need, how could I not assist? Tears immediately streamed down Wang Gui's face as he fell to his knees once more before Yang Lin. Yang Lin, such a great kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. I shall repay this money as swiftly as I can. Bang, bang, bang. Ignoring Yang Lin's protests, Wang Gui insisted on bowing 3 times before him. Beside them, Wang Gui also began to bow repeatedly. Yang Lin felt a pang of sorrow. In this era, a life holds little worth, let alone dignity. The fact that he lent money in a time of need made Wang Gui willing to risk his life for him. Uncle Wang, please rise. If you wish to earn some money, I happen to have a suggestion. Chapter 13. This is productivity uplift Wang Gui, Yang Lin remarked. I happen to need to create something, and if Uncle Wang is willing, he can come and assist me for 10 coins a day. What? 10 coins a day? Wang Gui exclaimed in shock, hastily waving his hands. No, no, Yang Lin. From now on, your affairs are my responsibility. How could I possibly accept payment for helping you? Rest assured, if you need anything, just call for Uncle Wang, and I will be at your service. Wang Gui was filled with enthusiasm. At that moment, he would have readily undertaken any task Yang Lin presented. However, Yang Lin shook his head. Uncle Wang, my undertaking cannot be completed in just a day or two. I must compensate you. If you refuse, I shall have to seek assistance elsewhere. Wang Gui grew anxious. I will accept. I will. But the sum you offer is simply too much. 2 coins a day is sufficient for me and Gui to get by. 10 coins is far too extravagant. Typically, he earned only 70 to 80 coins in a month. Yang Lin's offer would quadruple his income. Such a substantial amount unsettled him. Uncle Wang, please do not decline. If you wish to assist me, you must follow my lead entirely. Time is of the essence. We shall commence work tonight. Here are the blueprints. Take a look and see if you can manage this, Yang Lin said, retrieving a sheet of paper from his sleeve and handing it to Wang Gui. He had prepared it in advance, though he had not anticipated needing it so soon. Upon examining the blueprint, Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback. What is this? The design depicted something resembling a spinning wheel, yet it was not quite a spinning wheel. He scrutinized it from various angles, but could not comprehend it. Yang Lin chuckled. This is rather complex to explain. You will understand once it is constructed. Just tell me, can you make it? Yes. Wang Gui replied without hesitation. Although he had never encountered such an object, its structure was not overly complicated, and creating it would not pose a challenge. Can it be completed within 2 days? Yang Lin inquired further. 2 days. Wang Gui hesitated, biting his lip. No problem. Though time is tight, I can manage with less sleep. With Wang Gui's assurance, Yang Lin felt a sense of relief. Should Wang Gui be unable to accomplish it, he would have to alter his plans. Uncle Wang, if we enlist a few more hands, will it expedite the process? Yang Lin probed. Wang Gui smiled ruefully. Naturally. This task is not difficult. It simply requires a considerable amount of time. With additional help, it would certainly proceed much faster. Very well, Uncle Wang. Consider this silver as payment for the commission. No need to return it. Please find a few more individuals to assist, as the sooner we complete it, the better. Wang Gui nodded eagerly. May I inquire what exactly this is for? Having lived for half a lifetime, he had never witnessed the creation of such a device Yang Lin proposed. Yang Lin smiled. Ah, this is advanced productivity. When Yang Lin returned home, he found the women wearing expressions of worry. Upon Yang Lin's return, the second sister hurriedly remarked, We have just meticulously calculated that, under no circumstances, can we complete 4,300 pieces of tofu within 3 days. The women nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Yang Lin laden with complexity. Though silence enveloped them, in their hearts, they silently reproached Yang Lin. Had he chosen not to accept this order, and instead continued producing tofu diligently, they could have gradually accumulated wealth, and within a year or so, they would have achieved a modest affluence. However, now facing the impossibility of fulfilling the order, they were confronted with the prospect of double compensation. Having just repaid a debt of 1,301, how could they bear the thought of owing 13,001? Anxiety loomed over them. Yang Lin chuckled. Are we already in despair? There is one crucial detail you are yet unaware of. The women looked at him in astonishment. Tofu is a perishable food, and although the weather is not overly warm at present, it can only be preserved for a mere 2 days. This implies that we are not tasked with producing 4,300 pieces of tofu within 3 days, but rather, we have only 1 day to accomplish this feat. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the women were left dumbfounded. The original task of producing 4,300 pieces in 3 days had already seemed insurmountable. And now Yang Lin suggested accomplishing it in just 1 day? How could that be possible? The fourth sister interjected. Surely my husband must have a solution? Li Yuyao scoffed. A solution? Absolutely impossible. This is beyond the limits of human capability. Let us not forget. On the first day, we managed to produce 600 pieces of tofu, with 6 people tirelessly grinding from dawn until dusk. How long would it take to grind 4,300 pieces? Her words resonated with authority. Those who had held on to a glimmer of hope for Yang Lin now found themselves in despair. Indeed, this was simply unattainable by human effort. Nevertheless, Yang Lin smiled. Human effort? It is but the most minuscule force in nature. If human effort is insufficient, there are other forces that can prevail. There are numerous solutions. Even relying solely on human labor, we could simply hire more hands. The women were taken aback, their expressions revealing bewilderment. How had they not considered such a straightforward solution before? So, does my husband intend to hire workers to grind? The fourth sister inquired. Yang Lin replied with a grin. Of course, hiring workers is part of the plan, but employing them to grind is not a sustainable solution. I have a more labor-efficient method. Since you are all concerned about the impossibility of completion, let us commence immediately. He promptly began to organize the tasks. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister. Go procure as many soybeans as you can. The more, the better. Fourth sister, your eloquence is commendable. Go seek out our neighbors to borrow iron pots and water jars, 3 iron pots and 4 water jars, all to be secured by tomorrow evening. Fifth sister, sixth sister. Accompany the fourth sister to offer gifts. As she borrows the water jars and iron pots, you two shall present 2 jin of rice and 1 jin of pork. Both were taken aback. 2 jin of rice and 1 jin of meat amounted to 50 or 61. What about us? Yang Lin had not assigned them any tasks, and the youngest sister, unable to contain her impatience, quickly inquired. Yang Lin smiled and said, You few, follow me. I shall lead you to a certain place. My dear, you stay behind to manage the home. Once arrangements were made, everyone set about their tasks with purpose. Yang Lin, accompanied by 3 young maidens, exited the door. Li Yuyao felt a pang of disappointment. Yang Lin's meticulous organization ensured that each person had their own responsibilities, leaving her with nothing to do. In the past, her idleness was deemed acceptable, but now, witnessing the flurry of activity around her while she remained inactive, she felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, perceiving herself as out of place within the household. Just as Yang Lin and the others stepped outside, they noticed a group of villagers rushing toward them with expressions of urgency and anxiety. The approaching crowd consisted of men and women, young and old, all bearing faces marked by excitement and tension. As the throng drew nearer, it quickly swelled to a dozen or more, all racing desperately in their direction. Among this crowd, Yang Lin spotted Wang Gui, his face etched with worry and remorse, hurrying toward them as well. Chapter 14. Is borrowing money a debt-free affair? Could they possibly be here to rob us? Xiao Jiu hurriedly spread her arms and positioned herself in front of Yang Lin. Her youthful face radiated an extraordinary strength. She was determined to thwart these individuals, even at the cost of her own life. Yang Lin chuckled and gently patted the little girl's head, saying, What are you thinking? Soon, the villagers arrived at the small courtyard, their eager gazes fixed upon Yang Lin, yet none dared to speak. Wang Gui rushed over, panting heavily. His head bowed as he confessed, I'm sorry, Yang Lin. I let slip about the money you lent me, and now everyone has come seeking to borrow from you. His eyes were red-rimmed, filled with remorse. Uncle Wang has caused you trouble. In the days to come, the government would commence collecting summer taxes, and the landlords would begin settling accounts. These were the most arduous times for the impoverished populace. Those unable to pay taxes or debts were forced to sell their land, and those without land could only sell their children, wives, or even themselves. Many unfortunate souls like Wang Gui resided in the village. Today, when he went to repay his debt to the landlord Lu, he astonishingly produced 301, leaving not only Lu but also the villagers who were unable to repay their debts and pleaded for leniency utterly astonished. For everyone knew that Wang Gui's family was destitute and that they were outsiders. Borrowing money was a challenge, so how could he possibly conjure such a sum? Some villagers approached Wang Gui, inquiring about the sudden windfall. Aware that revealing the truth would bring trouble to Yang Lin, he hesitated. However, faced with their desperate pleas and recognizing their shared plight, he could not bear to remain silent and divulged the matter of seeking financial assistance from Yang Lin. Before long, this news spread among the indebted villagers, who saw Yang Lin as their savior and flocked to him for aid. Wang Gui, upon learning this, rushed over to intervene. Yet the villagers, desperate and with nowhere else to turn, were beyond his restraint. At that moment, he felt immense guilt towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin had provided him with substantial assistance, yet he had inadvertently burdened Yang Lin with trouble, leaving him unable to meet Yang Lin's gaze. "Dear nephew, could you lend me a little money? Please lend me some to help my aunt through this crisis. Yang Lin, I owe 201 to landlord Lu. If I cannot repay it, I will have no choice but to sell my land. We have no money for the summer taxes. Yang Lin, please help us, dear." The villagers clamored, pressing forward in a chaotic rush. Wang Gui grew increasingly anxious and shouted, "All right, everyone, stop pushing. Yang Lin is not a deity. How could he possibly assist so many?" After speaking, he lowered his head, feeling lost as he glanced towards Yang Lin. In truth, upon seeing Wang Gui, Yang Lin had already surmised the villagers' intentions. Now, as they pleaded for money, Yang Lin did not hesitate. He nodded affirmatively, yes. Perhaps his prompt agreement caught the villagers off guard, for they momentarily stood in stunned silence. Once they regained their composure, they gazed at Yang Lin in astonishment. "Yang Lin, have you truly agreed to lend me money?" "No, Yang Lin agreed to lend it to me. It's me he agreed to. I spoke first, and then Yang Lin consented." The villagers erupted into another dispute. Wang Gui hurriedly attempted to restore order, urging everyone to quiet down and listen to Yang Lin. Gradually, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, let Yang Lin choose for himself. With so many of us seeking his assistance, some would inevitably be left wanting. Borrowing money is an act of kindness, and it is unreasonable to blame anyone for being unable to lend. Wang Gui spoke wisely. Yang Lin is no deity, unable to assist everyone. The decision of whom to lend to rests upon him, and everyone must accept their fate. As Yang Lin gazed into the villagers' expectant eyes, a wave of sorrow washed over him. In Kaoshan village, with 300 to 400 households, most may not be wealthy, yet they were not starving. However, some had faced misfortunes, selling their land and becoming tenants, barely scraping by, sinking deeper into poverty, accumulating debts until they had nothing left, forced into servitude or facing starvation. "And heir, you once held me in your arms when I was a child," Yang Lin said to a woman before him. Upon hearing this, the others cast envious glances. The woman felt a surge of emotion. Did this mean Yang Lin was agreeing to lend her money? However, after speaking, Yang Lin's gaze shifted to a nearby man. "Brother Zhang, 6 months ago when my family faced hunger, you brought me half a bowl of sorghum." The burly man was similarly moved. "And Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, Aunt Zhao, Uncle San." Yang Lin scanned the crowd and declared, "We are all neighbors. Tell me, how could I refuse anyone?" The crowd paused in confusion. Was Yang Lin implying that he would lend to no one? It seemed that such a stance would leave him unscathed from offending anyone. Contemplating this, the villagers lowered their heads, feeling a wave of disappointment. The thought of selling their land due to unpaid debts or being conscripted for labor due to unpaid summer taxes brought tears to many eyes. "Therefore, I shall lend to all," Yang Lin proclaimed. "Xiaojiao, fetch the ledger, prepare to keep accounts." The villagers gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their ears, thinking they had misheard. "What did you say, Yang Lin?" Someone dared to ask. "I said, I shall lend to all," Yang Lin reiterated. The villagers were dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the enormity of his declaration. All of them. Had Yang Lin lost his mind? Did he possess such wealth? Wang Gui too looked at Yang Lin in shock, his gaze filled with disbelief. Yang Lin, what interest do you require? Someone inquired. Under normal circumstances, they had no standing to negotiate with the landowner. Whatever interest he demanded, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet now, as Yang Lin proclaimed he would lend to all, many were concerned he might impose an interest rate they could not afford. Yang Lin smiled gently. I will not charge any interest. What? The villagers were astounded once more. Yang Lin, you cannot be serious. Who lends money without expecting interest? Indeed, your willingness to lend us money is met with our profound gratitude. However, if there is to be no interest, our indebtedness to you would be immeasurable. The villagers, in their simplicity, adhere to the belief that borrowing money invariably entails the payment of interest. As long as the interest remains reasonable, they would still harbor deep appreciation for Yang Lin. Yet, I not only forego interest but also declare that this sum need not be repaid. Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at Yang Lin with a sense of bewilderment, as if he were a fool. Some even speculated that Yang Lin was merely jesting with them. No repayment? They murmured, Yang Lin, surely you jest. Yes, if you possess funds to lend, the community would be grateful. Conversely, if you lack resources, no one would hold you accountable. However, please do not toy with our emotions. The crowd began to chatter, perplexed by the true intent behind Yang Lin's words. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Yuyao stepped out, and upon learning that Yang Lin intended to lend money without interest and without the expectation of repayment, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Chapter 15. Taking initiative. Yang Lin spoke. Everyone, please do not rush. Allow me to explain. As you may know, my family has recently embarked on the venture of tofu production, and I am in need of a few workers. The remuneration will be 5 won per day. Those who require financial assistance may work to offset their debts. If anyone needs to borrow money, please come forward. At Yang Lin's instruction, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba brought over a table, while Xiao Jiu retrieved an account book and a large sack of copper coins to prepare for record-keeping. The villagers were utterly astonished by this development. Was Yang Lin serious? Work to pay off debts? And at the rate of only 5 won a day? It was known that a laborer at Lu's estate earned a mere 81 for an entire month. Working for Yang Lin for half a month would equate to a month's wages at Lu's. In an instant, the villagers crowded around. I would like to borrow. I shall take 201. I will take 301. Is there truly no interest? I will take 151. After repaying the debt, may I continue to work for you? The villagers clamored, creating a bustling scene. Yang Lin maintained order while responding to their inquiries, assuring them, rest assured, I have ample work available. If you wish to continue working after repaying your debts, you are most welcome. Moreover, the working hours here are only 10 hours. Oh, I mean 5 time periods. Furthermore, after 3 months of service, your wages will double. Upon hearing this, the villagers grew even more exhilarated. Working at Lu's estate required 7 time periods of labor each day, from sunrise to sunset, with only brief pauses, which often resulted in scorn or even physical reprimands from the steward. Yet, Yang Lin required merely 5 time periods? This was not work. It was akin to enjoying a luxurious life. Those who secured loans rushed to express their gratitude to Yang Lin, filled with excitement. Yang Lin promptly declared, go repay your debts at Lu's estate, and you may commence work immediately. Although much of the day has passed, today will still count as 5-1. The villagers erupted in fervor. After a while, everyone received their desired amounts, and Xiao Jiu's account book was filled with entries. In total, 23 individuals borrowed 5,801. Xiao Jiu closed the account book and spoke. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Gui, who had been feeling immense guilt, could no longer hold his head high. The reason Yang Lin lent out such a substantial sum was entirely due to Wang Gui's circumstances. However, he was also curious about where Yang Lin had acquired such wealth. Excellent, Yang Lin said with a smile, then turned to the still guilt-ridden Wang Gui, saying, Uncle Wang, you need not blame yourself. This situation is not your fault. We are all neighbors, and when one is in need, how could I not offer assistance? Not only did he absolve Wang Gui of blame, but he even expressed gratitude towards him. The labor force in this era was exceedingly undervalued. Yang Lin had long contemplated employing workers, yet being neighbors, he found it difficult to broach the subject. On this day, the villagers came seeking loans, and he serendipitously resolved the matter of hiring help. At this very moment, within Lu Yotsai's household, Both he and his son were taken aback by the arrival of villagers repaying their debts. What is the meaning of this? Where did these rustic folk acquire the funds? They had been prepared to seize the land deeds from the villagers, yet now, unexpectedly, these villagers had money to settle their debts. Moreover, it was evident from the excitement on their faces that some fortuitous event awaited them. Despite their seething resentment, they found themselves powerless to act. There exists no impenetrable wall in this world. It did not take long for the Liu father and son to discover that it was Yang Lin who had lent money to the villagers, which only fueled their anger. "Father, Yang Lin is clearly intent on thwarting us. Should I gather some men to deal with him?" Liu Liang seethed through clenched teeth. Liu Yukai frowned and replied, "Humph. A mere impoverished scholar cannot stir up any significant turmoil. I am merely curious as to the source of his wealth. Indeed, where did Yang Lin acquire such riches?" Liu Liang finally comprehended. Liu Yukai muttered to himself, "Could it be that he earned it from making tofu?" Liu Liang immediately shook his head. "Impossible. I have heard that the cost of producing tofu is 2 coins. He wouldn't make a profit." Liu Yukai nodded. "That fellow, who espouses the teachings of sages, cannot be deceiving us. This matter is indeed peculiar. Son, investigate this situation thoroughly. Rest assured, father, if there are any profitable methods, I will certainly extract them from him." Liu Liang gritted his teeth in determination. Soon, the villagers who had repaid their debts returned, brimming with enthusiasm, and sought out Yang Lin to commence work. Yang Lin wasted no time and promptly assigned tasks. "Uncle Wang, take 3 men with you as assistants. The rest shall ascend the mountain to chop wood." "Is that all?" The villagers, upon hearing Yang Lin's instructions, were incredulous. This was work that typically paid 5 coins a day, yet it seemed so effortless. After the villagers departed, Yang Lin, accompanied by the 3 girls, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu, ventured out of the village. Kaoshan village was flanked by mountains on 2 sides. Behind it loomed a barren rocky hill, while in front lay a lush expanse of primordial forest, with numerous mountain springs cascading down to form a small river that meandered past the village toward the horizon. The river was merely 100 meters from the village, and the villagers were well acquainted with this waterway, utilizing it for laundry, fetching water, and irrigating their crops. Yang Lin led the 3 girls to the riverbank, instructing Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba to gather some sticks and branches. They wandered about, casually measuring various things, before returning home after a while. Even upon their return to the village, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba remained perplexed, unaware of the purpose behind Yang Lin's peculiar activities. By the following afternoon, the items entrusted to Wang Gui for crafting were completed. Yang Lin directed the others to transport this substantial creation from Wang Gui's home to the riverbank. Upon hearing the commotion, numerous villagers gathered to witness the spectacle. They beheld an unfamiliar contraption that piqued their curiosity. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow, standing alongside the other women, as she observed Yang Lin directing the village men in the laborious task of erecting this wooden marvel by the riverbank. The paddle-like wheels, propelled by the flowing water, began to turn of their own accord. A realization struck Li Yuyao with astonishment. Good heavens! He actually... As she contemplated her conjecture, she was profoundly shaken. Indeed, it was not long before Yang Lin summoned others to bring forth a millstone. Once positioned accurately, he connected the modified millstone to the massive water wheel, and then, miracles unfolded. Oh my, it turned. The millstone was spinning. How could it possibly move on its own? And at such a rapid pace? Wang Gui was utterly bewildered. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to fathom the scene before him, and could scarcely believe that such an extraordinary invention was actually crafted by his own hands. Chapter 16, Ladies. Witnessing the astonishing speed at which the millstone turned, everyone's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Along the riverbank, aside from the laborers employed by Yang Lin, numerous villagers had gathered to witness the spectacle. Despite the throng of people, an unusual silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of rushing water. The spectacle before them was simply astounding, unfathomable. Traditionally, milling required either human effort or animal power. Yet here, with merely a large wheel in place, the millstone turned on its own. The notion that it could operate without human assistance was nothing short of miraculous. Who could have anticipated such a marvel before today? The speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of a donkey-driven mill. It was not just fast, it was exponentially quicker. Moreover, it appeared capable of working tirelessly, day and night. The villagers were in awe, murmuring in amazement. The women of Yonglin were even more exhilarated upon witnessing this phenomenon. With this innovation, would the challenge of producing 4,300 pieces of tofu still pose a problem? Having spent several days grinding, they were acutely aware of the laborious pace of traditional milling. Now, the speed of this water mill exceeded their arduous efforts by 2 to 3 times, and most importantly, it would never tire. It could operate ceaselessly. Commence work. Before the excitement could fully dissipate, Yonglin had already issued his command. He poured the soaked beans into the water mill, and soon, freshly ground soy milk began to flow gently, filling wooden barrels before being transferred into a large pot nearby for boiling. The entire tofu-making process was meticulously arranged by Yonglin in a streamlined manner, allowing each individual to focus solely on their designated task, thus ensuring the seamless operation of the entire procedure. Consequently, each phase involved simple, straightforward, and repetitive tasks, making it effortless for everyone and maximizing efficiency. In the span of merely half a day, the vacant space by the riverbank had transformed into a rudimentary tofu workshop. Amidst the fervor, the first batch of tofu was soon produced. Witnessing this bustling scene, Li Yuyao had long forgotten her wager with Yonglin. Her heart now filled solely with excitement. In this moment, only 2 words could encapsulate her feelings: perfection. Indeed, it was nothing short of exquisite. More than 30 individuals worked harmoniously, with not a hint of chaos. Each person was engaged in their own tasks, and amidst the flurry of activity, order prevailed. Remarkably, even with over 20 additional participants, the speed of tofu production had increased 5 to 6-fold compared to before. However, Li Yuyao still harbored some concerns. In effect, this innovation had rendered the tofu-making technique public knowledge. Did Yonglin not fear it might be appropriated by others? She approached him to express her apprehensions. Presently, tofu was their sole means of livelihood, not only yielding substantial profits, but also promising significant growth potential. Yet now, with so many villagers observing nearby, the methods of tofu production were not particularly complex. Astute individuals could easily learn by merely observing a few times. If the number of those skilled in tofu making increases, then they shall possess no distinct advantage in the craft. Yonglin inquired, "My dear, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect of tofu making?" After a brief contemplation, Li Yuyao's eyes sparkled with realization. "Are you referring to stone water?" Her clever mind immediately grasped the essence of the matter. Yonglin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the entire process is rather straightforward, devoid of any technical complexity. Even if we were to remain concealed in our little courtyard, it wouldn't be long before others learn the methods of tofu making. Only the stone water serves as the key to this craft. Stone water is the cornerstone technology of tofu making. Without it, mastering the entire process would be futile in yielding tofu. Moreover, Yonglin flashed a cunning smile, disclosing the tofu-making process, apart from the core technology, is preferable to keeping it hidden. Stone water is merely gypsum water, and the crux of preparing gypsum water lies in the calcination of gypsum. Gypsum's primary component is calcium sulfate, yet raw gypsum and cooked gypsum differ vastly. The calcination must be conducted at a controlled temperature, ensuring it is not excessively high, and then a suspension is extracted for use. These specific conditions, if Yonglin were to keep them secret, might remain undiscovered for decades, even centuries. Yonglin had long formulated his plans. How much profit could be garnered from tofu making? He envisioned grander ventures. Li Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. Public disclosure is better? She mulled over those words, yet found herself perplexed. Yonglin clearly had no intention of elaborating, merely offering her a mysterious smile. Li Yuyao then realized that at the current pace, it was indeed feasible to produce 4,300 blocks of tofu in a single day. Thus, having wagered against Yonglin, should she lose, she would willingly accept the role of his wife. Although he possessed notable skills, did she truly wish to become his woman? The court? The world? All of it would be irrelevant to her. Her life would likely remain confined to this small mountain village. Such a feeling of discontent. Upon arriving in Kuaishan village, Du Jing heard of the events by the river and hurried to see for himself. What he witnessed was truly unforgettable. A self-rotating grinding stone was continuously turning, while a single individual effortlessly added beans, allowing the freshly ground slurry to flow forth. Staring at the watermill, Du Jing was utterly astonished. "Brother Jing," Yonglin's call snapped him back to reality. "Lin, did you create all of this? Please, Tell me how it was accomplished. Du Jing grasped Yang Lin's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, his eyes alight with curiosity. Observing Du Jing's eagerness, Yang Lin finally felt reassured. He was still the same boy he had always known, unchanged. Yang Lin responded, "Brother Jing, these are merely toys, insignificant in comparison. I invited you here for a matter of greater importance." "What? Insignificant? No. Du Jing quickly shook his head, saying, "Lin, you do not comprehend. Your design is truly exquisite. Substituting human labor with hydraulic power is a stroke of genius, a magnificent concept. It harnesses the very forces of nature for one's own benefit." Observing his fervor, Yang Lin merely smiled and shook his head dismissively, responding, "I assure you, this water wheel is hardly significant. In the future, constructing a proper hydraulic mill will yield speeds several times greater than this. The current water mill is far too rudimentary, its wooden structure lacks strength, and the energy conversion efficiency is quite low, leaving ample room for enhancement. Brother Jing, I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. Since you have just arrived today, and there is no immediate rush, allow me to introduce you to my wives," Yang Lin stated. Du Jing's expression turned peculiar, questioning, "Wives?" Chapter 17. I desire this world. Du Jing was still astonished, pondering when Yang Lin had tied the knot. Soon after, Yang Lin brought him to meet his wives, leaving Du Jing utterly dumbfounded. It was then that he discovered Yang Lin had taken one wife and 9 concubines, all remarkably beautiful. Particularly striking was the principal wife, not only stunning in appearance, but also possessing a unique grace that could only be described as breathtaking. Once the initial shock wore off, Du Jing did not linger idly. He stayed to lend a hand. By evening, Yang Lin had purchased an unoccupied house that had been idle for years in the village. Settling Du Jing there and providing him with some grain and essentials before discussing his future plans. When Du Jing learned of Yang Lin's ambitious aspirations, he was taken aback, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. "All right, Jinggu, what we are about to undertake is quite grand, not something we can accomplish in a moment. Hold your horses. Starting tomorrow, I will procure some materials and hire craftsmen to join us in this endeavor." "Excellent," Du Jing responded with fervor. If this could come to fruition, it would, in a certain sense, alter the course of the world. Yet, could it be that Yang Lin was not merely indulging in fanciful dreams? In his exhilaration, Du Jing couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Upon returning home, Yang Lin was met with faces radiant with suppressed joy. In just one afternoon, they had produced over 2,000 pieces of tofu. Wang Gui had brought several individuals to assist in crafting molds and trays. Yet they still could not keep up with demand. Had it not been for the frantic night shifts, it would have taken until morning to complete the entire batch of tofu. Contemplating the substantial profits from fulfilling the order, threefold returns, and the continuous stream of future orders, excitement was palpable among everyone. Just days prior, they had been destitute wanderers burdened by debts. Now, they glimpsed hope and a promising future. This transformation was all thanks to Yang Lin. Thus, when Yang Lin returned, every gaze was filled with either gratitude or admiration. As night fell and the oil lamps extinguished, the group lay on the straw-covered ground, huddled together, yet brimming with excitement that rendered sleep elusive. A net profit of 100 taels of silver a day amounts to over 30,000 taels in a year. Xiaoju mused aloud. Upon hearing this figure, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even Li Yueying felt her heart race. Having once been an empress, she understood the immense significance of over 30,000 taels of silver. It was sufficient to support a private army of thousands. This realization stirred her heart. However, just as Xiaoju finished speaking, Yang Lin doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "What are you thinking? Tofu is merely a novelty. Its popularity is fleeting. After this period, don't expect to sell even 1,000 pieces a day, let alone 4,300. Every novel venture must traverse the peaks of fervor and the valleys of tranquility. The fact that tofu has endured through the ages and continues to thrive is a testament to its intrinsic value. However, Jiang County is merely a small town with a population of 100,000. Given the current purchasing power of the populace, having even 1% of the market would be commendable." Everyone felt disheartened. Does this mean that the dream of earning 30,000 taels a year has been dashed? Li Yuyao was even more despondent. Her grand plans had just begun to flicker with hope, only to be ruthlessly extinguished by Yang Lin. Yet, Yang Lin shifted his tone. Although Jiang County is too small, we can certainly sell the tofu beyond its borders, reaching not only the county but the entire Diqian. Second sister questioned, but didn't you say, my lord, that tofu is difficult to preserve? It takes a day to travel from here to Pingyuan County. And if we go even further, the tofu might spoil, wouldn't it? The other women looked at Yang Lin with concern. He chuckled lightly. In the darkness, they could not discern his expression, yet they could sense his calmness and confidence through his laughter. I have my methods, and I believe it won't be long before you understand. Yang Lin sighed, reluctant to dwell on the topic any longer, and continued, now that we have funds, our immediate priority is to build a house. Tomorrow, once we finish this batch of tofu, we shall commence. Since we are to build, let us construct something grand. 3 stories above ground, 2 below, occupying 800 square meters, with a swimming pool in front and a garden in the back. Once the house is completed, we will celebrate in style, carrying you in a grand sedan chair to welcome you into my home. Speaking of the house, Yang Lin reminisced about the luxurious villa from his past life, eloquently describing its features. The women listened intently, their hearts swelling with longing. Though they currently shared a cozy space, it was ultimately inconvenient. Having been married for some time, they were still pure, and they found this quite astonishing. If Yang Lin desired, they would not resist. Yaoer, are you asleep? Li Yuyao, lying beside Yang Lin, shivered slightly. Yaoer, only her father. The emperor had dared to call her that. No, just moments ago, her thoughts had soared far beyond the matter of building a house. Do you like me? Like, those 2 words felt exceedingly distant to her. Growing up in a royal household, she was schooled in court etiquette and political machinations. From a young age, she understood that her life was destined to be one of sacrificial alliances, a means for her father to win over his ministers. However, life's unpredictability had led her to ascend the throne, only to find herself in such a predicament. Yang Lin's voice echoed in her ears once more. I know that even if I win this bet, and you accept your fate as my wife, deep down, you will still harbor resentment. One day, I will make you fall in love with me. As for courting women, while I may lack experience, I understand the importance of winning a girl's affection. How about this? If there is anything you desire, anything you wish to attain, I shall help you achieve it. Yang Lin turned to face Li Yuyao. He had long sensed that she harbored deep-seated concerns, and the name Li Yao inscribed on the marriage certificate might not even be genuine. Thus, he sought to help her unravel the knots in her heart, to discern what burdens weighed heavily upon her soul. Their gazes locked, and an inexplicable tension coursed through Li Yuyao, soon followed by feelings of grievance and sorrow. Help me achieve that? How audacious. Just you? I desire dominion over this realm. Can you grant me that? She retorted, clenching her fists in derision. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Dominion? How could a woman from a feudal era utter such words? Who was she truly? In his astonishment, Yang Lin found himself reflecting on his own aspirations. What did he envision for his future? To concoct inventions, amass wealth, and become a magnate like Xin Wansan? Or perhaps to pen poetry, seeking fame as a literary figure? Or to seize power and become a formidable leader? Yet, unbeknownst to both Yang Lin and Li Yuyao, in the shadows, San Jie suddenly opened her eyes, her tightly clenched fists trembling ever so slightly. Chapter 18. Purchasing mountains. It was merely a jest, not to be taken seriously. Realizing the audacity of her words, Li Yuyao hurriedly clarified, fearing that she might have startled Yang Lin. Little did she know, Yang Lin, possessing a modern mindset, was indifferent to such rebellious notions. For a fleeting moment, Yang Lin contemplated embarking on a grand venture. However, he soon recognized the folly of his imagination. In a feudal era, legitimacy was paramount. Even if he possessed the capability to govern the realm, the current peace meant that, while the common folk may not lead the most prosperous of lives, they managed to survive. He was no member of the royal family, nor did he have a renowned background. Thus, even if he desired to undertake a grand endeavor, success was beyond his reach. Trust me, I shall make you the happiest woman in the world, Yang Lin asserted. Even if you truly seek dominion over this realm, I can grant it to you. The latter part was a silent affirmation to himself. Both individuals fervently concealed their true feelings as they slipped into slumber. By noon the following day, the entire order of 4,300 pieces of tofu was completed. As the time for collection approached, The families who had ordered the tofu sent representatives to retrieve their goods as promised. With the successful completion of this task, the women finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, young Lin, I finally found you," puffed the plump Zhao Ji as he hurried towards them, followed closely by the village head, Zhao Fuqian. Upon seeing Zhao Ji, young Lin had already discerned the purpose of his visit but feigned surprise, asking, "Master Zhao, do you require my assistance?" Zhao Ji approached, glancing around before grinning broadly. "Of course I have good news for you. If my assumptions are correct, your tofu-making endeavors are not merely for personal consumption, but rather for profit?" He continued. "The Yang and Zhao families share ancestral ties, so your great-nephew's affairs are also of concern to me, old Zhao." Zhao Ji, pretending to be magnanimous, patted his chest and proclaimed, "To support your business for your great-nephew's sake, I shall purchase 200 pieces of tofu from you daily, as long as you can offer me a favorable price." After saying this, he exchanged knowing glances. Having tasted success in the county town, Zhao Ji sought to extract a bit more from Yang Lin, believing it would yield greater profits for himself. However, Yang Lin promptly interrupted, "Master Zhao, the price of 3 won is the lowest I can offer. Moreover, I have already fulfilled my orders, and I truly lack the capacity to produce your 200 pieces of tofu." Yang Lin maintained a cheerful demeanor. "What?" Zhao Ji exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, after the prominent families in the county retrieved their initial batch of tofu, they did not place further orders. Yang Lin understood that they intended to gauge the market's response after receiving the first batch. Should the market prove favorable, they would swiftly place subsequent orders. Otherwise, this could be the last. Despite having no orders, Yang Lin feigned busyness when opportunities arose, demonstrating his self-assurance. In his previous life, although he was an engineer with a degree in science and engineering, he had navigated various societal challenges to support his family, gaining profound insight into human nature. What remains unattainable is eternally the most desirable. Zhao Ji found himself at a loss for words. He initially intended to negotiate with Yang Lin, hoping to drive the price down, only to discover that Yang Lin was utterly indifferent to such tactics. Frustrated, Zhao Ji quickly signaled to Zhao Fuguei for assistance. Reluctantly, Zhao Fuguei approached Yang Lin once more. Yet, this time, Yang Lin appeared quite troubled by Zhao Fuguei's request. "Indeed, the matter concerning old master Zhao poses a significant dilemma for me. How about this, third uncle? Could you assist me with a favor?" Yang Lin suggested. Zhao Fuguei promptly replied, "As long as I can manage it, there will be no problem. I wish to purchase 2 plots of land, one here, extending from this point to the foot of the mountain, and the other being the entirety of the back mountain," Yang Lin articulated firmly. However, both Zhao Fuguei and Zhao Ji stared at him in disbelief, as if he were a fool, before regaining their wits. "What? You want to buy land? What for?" Zhao Fuguei asked, bewildered. "Are you planning to make tofu? Feel free to use it. Why purchase it?" He continued, "And the back mountain is nothing but stones. Even if offered for free, no one would want it. Why would you desire it?" Zhao Fuguei found the situation utterly perplexing. The riverbank land was littered with sand and stones and lay far from the village, primarily used for washing clothes or fetching water. As for the back mountain, it was even more incomprehensible, a desolate rocky hill where not even a blade of grass could thrive, truly a place no one would accept as a gift. To buy these 2 locations seemed utterly insane. Yang Lin merely smiled. "I plan to build a house there." Zhao Fuguei was increasingly at a loss for words. Why on earth would you travel so far to construct a house? He genuinely could not comprehend Yang Lin's intentions. Yang Lin directly stated, "Third uncle, just tell me if you can assist me." He did not understand Yang Lin, nor could he grasp the latter's plans. "If you insist on spending this extravagant sum, it's not an issue. However, purchasing the entire mountain is no small matter. As village chief, I cannot make that decision alone. This will require connections with the county government, inevitably consuming time and resources," Zhao Fuguei observed with a troubled expression. "What do you think?" Yang Lin replied, "No problem. I will cover all expenses. I appreciate your help, third uncle." With that, Yang Lin took out a pre-prepared silver ingot from his sleeve, smiling as he handed it to Zhao Fuguei. Upon receiving the ingot, Zhao Fuguei was taken aback. The weight of it was unmistakable, at least 4 or 5 taels of silver. What value did a barren mountain hold? What he referred to as the meticulous management was, in fact, not as complicated as it seemed. At its essence, it was merely a stone mountain within the village. easily resolvable with a single decree from the county office. The funds at hand were more than sufficient. As for the matter concerning Lord Zhao, it presented no difficulty. Considering my uncle's reputation, I was prepared to exert a little more effort on this side. Yang Lin remarked with a cheerful demeanor. As the adage goes, a county official pales in comparison to a local manager. Although the village chief holds no formal title, he serves as the most direct conduit for communication with higher authorities. And by accommodating Zhao Fuguei, many future matters in the village would be facilitated. However, Lord Zhao's order disrupted my plans. Should he wish to purchase tofu again, it would complicate my operations. Thus, I presented Lord Zhao with two options. Either he could buy tofu from me this one last time, or we could establish a long-term supply contract, providing 200 yuan daily for a month, after which we could decide whether to renew. Before Yang Lin could finish, Zhao Ji eagerly interjected, long-term. Let us sign right now. With the prospect of earning 600 yuan daily, Zhao Ji could hardly contain his excitement. Hold on. The tofu business is under the auspices of the Zhou family. All unrelated parties, kindly step aside. A group of individuals strode in with an air of authority. Chapter 19. Kneeling outside the Zhou family's door, a group of over 10 individuals approached, led by a dapper young man gently waving a fan, accompanied by a shopkeeper clad in a blue robe, with a handful of servants trailing behind. Is that you? Zhao Ji's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the blue-robed shopkeeper, Su Maokai, the proprietor of the Yongxing trading company he had encountered in the county town just days prior. However, Su Maokai paid Zhao Ji no heed, instead smiling broadly as he turned to Yang Lin, gesturing. This gentleman is the eldest son of the Zhou family in the county town, young Master Zhou Zhengyang. Mr. Yang, we have thoroughly investigated the matter regarding your tofu. Young Master Zhou has taken a keen interest in it, and from today onwards, all the tofu you produce will be exclusively for young Master Zhou. You are henceforth prohibited from selling even a single piece to anyone else. Su Maokai declared cheerfully, raising a finger in emphasis. Oh, and regarding the price, while you assert that the cost of your tofu is 2 yuan, our inquiries reveal that even at that price, you still stand a profit. Therefore, from now on, the price for supplying tofu to our Zhou family will be fixed at 2 yuan per piece. As he spoke, he produced a contract from his sleeve. Here is the supply agreement. Do sign it. Su Maokai's smile remained unwavering, yet his words left no room for refusal. Yang Lin cast a glance at the document being offered, letting out a silent sigh within. What was inevitable had finally arrived, and he had not anticipated the ravenous wolves to come so swiftly. What if I refuse to sign? Yang Lin inquired. Oh, refuse? Su Maokai's expression remained unchanged, still bearing a cheerful demeanor as he replied, perhaps I have not made myself clear. This gentleman is young Master Zhou, the son of the Zhou family, whose father oversees the county's criminal affairs. The undercurrent of threat in Su Maokai's smile was unmistakable. Yang Lin understood that the criminal affairs department he referred to dealt with matters of life and death, theft, and legal disputes, akin to a police department in another realm. Yet, this world lacked stringent laws. Thus, the gentry and bureaucrats of the county town were no different from local tyrants. Kid, don't test my patience. Zhou Zhengyang scoffed dismissively, refusing to even glance at Yang Lin, his chin held high. In Jianghe County, no one dares to disregard the Zhou family. The expressions of the women behind Yang Lin darkened significantly. Previously, they had taken on the son of the county lieutenant without fear. A mere heir of the criminal affairs overseer was hardly intimidating. However, they recognized the difference now. The adversary had come to their doorstep, and refusal could lead to dire consequences. Yet, acquiescing would mean losing not only the tofu, but also foregoing a mere profit of 1 yuan. More importantly, being coerced into signing such a contract felt utterly humiliating. The women glared at Yang Lin in frustration. Zhao Fuqi hurriedly tugged at Yang Lin's sleeve, speaking in hushed tones, just concede. Signing will at least leave you a way out. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow. From Zhao Fuqi's words, it appeared that refusing to collaborate with the Zhou family might eliminate any chance of survival altogether. What was there to wait for? Su Maocai's smile faded, his brow arching as he extended the contract towards Yang Lin. Our young master has personally come, which is quite a courtesy. In Jianghe County, merely stating that you are working for the Zhou family carries significant weight. Mr. Yang, do not be ungrateful. Su Maocai's eyes narrowed as he presented the document before Yang Lin. Yang Lin casually accepted it, Yet without a glance, he tore it in two. The sound echoed, and the expressions of those around him changed dramatically. I am willing to purchase tofu, but your conditions, are simply unacceptable. Yang Lin tossed the torn paper aside. Oh no! Zhao Fugui exclaimed, anxiously slapping his thigh. He hurriedly picked up the ripped paper, approaching with repeated apologies. Young Master Zhou, I sincerely apologize. This Yang Lin has always been a bit eccentric and lacks understanding of the Zhou family's prestige. Please, do not hold it against him. Allow me to clarify matters with him. Zhao Fugui bent forward, intending to explain the gravity of the situation to Yang Lin. But Zhou Xingyang had already kicked him to the ground. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Zhou Xingyang snapped his fan shut, glaring at Yang Lin with a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, refusing the Zhou family? Do you believe that from this moment on, I will ensure you sell not a single piece of tofu? Zhou Xingyang moved closer, fixing his gaze on Yang Lin. Yet, Yang Lin did not return the look. Instead, he helped Zhao Fugui to his feet. Third uncle, are you all right? Zhao Fugui, still flustered, replied, I'm fine, but you must apologize to young Master Zhou. We cannot afford to provoke the Zhou family. He grasped Yang Lin's arm anxiously. Understood, Yang Lin replied coldly. But trust me, I know how to handle this. Approaching Zhou Zhengyang, Yang Lin spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. So, young Master Zhou, perhaps you did not fully grasp my intentions. Let me reiterate. If you wish to collaborate, the terms must be under my conditions, otherwise, we shall not discuss it. Zhou Xingyang erupted into laughter, as if he had heard an amusing jest. Very well, you possess courage. We shall see, from now on. My family guarantees you will not sell a single piece of tofu. I am curious to see who dares oppose the Zhou family. Remember, when you come to regret your decision, kneel outside the Zhou residence. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I might spare you. With a flick of his fan, Zhou Zhengyang turned and departed. Su Maokai, with a sardonic smile, regarded Yang Lin as though he were already a corpse. Once the Zhou family had left, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. It's over. I have heard that even in the county, the Zhou family is not to be trifled with. What shall we do now? Business seems impossible from here on. Yang Lin, if you cease the tofu trade, how will we continue to work? Unable to work and unable to repay the debts owed to you. We are in a dire predicament. The villagers laboring in the tofu workshop are filled with anxiety. Zhao Fugui, in particular, is so distressed that he is pounding his thigh in frustration. Yang Lin, you have truly made a grave mistake this time. The Zhou family is not to be trifled with. Since young Master Zhou has spoken so, your tofu production may well come to a halt. Why couldn't you just exercise a little patience? We cannot afford to offend the Zhou family. It would have been wiser to yield a little and accept a smaller profit. Now look, such a promising enterprise has gone to waste. And how are you to support your entire family? Zhao Fugui genuinely cares for Yang Lin's well-being. Yet, Yang Lin merely smiles and replies, Uncle, would you believe me if I said I had a strategy in place even before they arrived? Chapter 20. Killing the chicken to get the eggs? Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the surrounding crowd fell into a momentary stupor. Even Li Yuyao, who had been frowning intently, turned to Yang Lin in astonishment. Like Yang Lin, she would never accept such a humiliating collaboration. Her earlier silence was spent contemplating if there were any alternative solutions to this predicament. Unfortunately, after much reflection, she could conjure no viable plan, which only deepened her sense of the hardships faced by the common folk. The Zhou family, a mere clan of petty officials in the county, wielded their power with such arrogance. In days gone by, extinguishing such a ruffian would have been a matter of a single command, even if it meant executing their entire lineage. Now, stripped of royal status and reduced to the plight of an ordinary person, she felt powerless, even despondent. Thus, when she heard Yang Lin declare that he had already devised a strategy before Zhou Xingyang's arrival, she was taken aback, not only by the prospect of what plan could possibly emerge from such an uneven contest, but also by Yang Lin's foresight. All eyes were fixed on Yang Lin, eager to hear his proposed solution. Under the intense scrutiny, Yang Lin instinctively reached into his pocket, searching for a cigarette, only to find nothing. Rubbing his nose, he chuckled, Please, do not gaze at me so expectantly. I do indeed have a plan, but I cannot disclose it just yet. Rest assured, what I, Yang Lin, promise will be fulfilled. I guarantee that the tofu workshop will continue to operate, and everyone can still come to work, with wages remaining unchanged. Moreover, I intend to construct a building, thus requiring additional labor. After returning home, Please inquire if anyone is willing to work for me. Still at 5 won per day, and after 3 months of satisfactory service, the wage will rise to 10 won per day. As Yang Lin finished speaking, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. The women gazed at him in disbelief, their expressions peculiar. Over 20 individuals working for a day would amount to over 100 won. Under such circumstances, how could the tofu workshop remain operational? Furthermore, the need for more workers to build a house seemed extravagant. The 100 taels of silver earned had already been significantly depleted, and Yang Lin had generously lent out much of it. Now, scarcely any remained. How long could this continue? The villagers buzzed with agitation, while the women wore expressions of concern. They truly wondered where Yang Lin derived his confidence. My dear nephew, I shall refrain from purchasing the tofu for now. Excuse me. Zhao Ji hurriedly excused himself and departed. Unlike the Navi Yang Lin, Zhao Ji understood the rules of society well. As a mere landlord in the village, he wished to avoid attracting the ire of the Zhou family. Oh dear, Zhao Fuqi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Now, the order for 200 blocks of tofu is lost. He lamented for Yang Lin. Yang Lin remarked, one day, he will regret this decision made today. Oh, I told you, your actions today were exceedingly reckless. Zhao Fuguei spoke earnestly. Third uncle, do you trust me? He hesitated, torn between his desire to assist Yang Lin and the fear of offending the Zhou family. Third uncle, let us speak over here. Ladies, please join us. Pulling Zhao Fuguei aside to a secluded spot, Yang Lin spoke directly. To be honest, I am not intimidated by the Zhou family's threats. However, I require your assistance. Rest assured, I do not wish to position you against the Zhou family. I merely seek to understand which prominent families in the county rival or surpass the Zhou family in influence. The father of Zhou Zhengyang is merely the chief of the county's criminal department. In truth, there are only 3 officials of notable rank in the county magistrate, the county vice magistrate, and the county captain. The magistrate is the highest, typically of the 7th rank. The vice magistrate and the captain serve as aides to the magistrate. One oversees all county affairs, while the other is responsible for apprehensions. The captain is, in fact, Zhou Zhengyang's superior. Moreover, a relative of Zhao Fuguei is the vice magistrate of Jianghe County. In terms of position, the vice magistrate holds a slight edge over the captain. Therefore, the Zhou family cannot truly be considered a grand clan. Their brazen behavior reveals that Jianghe County is a complex tapestry of influences, and the Zhou family cannot dominate it alone. Upon hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, Zhao Fuguei felt a sense of relief. This is a simple matter. I do know a bit about the prominent families in the county. Aside from the Zhou family, there are the Zhao, Lu, Li, Zhang, Wu, and Zheng families, totaling 8, known as the 8 great families. Among them, the 2 Zhao families and the Wu family have more power than the Zhou family. The Wu family is connected to the county magistrate, while one Zhao family is my relative, the vice magistrate, and the other belongs to the captain. Although both families share the Zhao surname, we are not related. After recounting these families, Zhao Fuguei curiously asked, what do you intend to do? Yang Lin nodded thoughtfully and smiled. Did not young Master Zhou declare that we would not sell a single piece of tofu from this day forth? Very well. From today on, we shall cease selling tofu. The crowd gasped in surprise. Did Yang Lin truly capitulate to the Zhou family's formidable influence? However, if he were to swallow his pride, why cause such a commotion? It seemed like inviting trouble. Zhao Fuguei wanted to inquire further, but Yang Lin continued. Third uncle, from today onward, I shall share the art of tofu making with anyone who wishes to learn, charging merely a penny. He raised a finger. What? Zhao Fuguei's eyes widened. You intend to divulge this divine secret? Oh no, we simply cannot allow that. Such a lucrative method should not be wasted on others. The women were equally astonished, nodding in agreement. Husband, perhaps we should relocate and start making tofu elsewhere. Indeed. We know how to make tofu. We can earn a living wherever we go. If this method were to be disseminated, it would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The women cautioned Yang Lin. Yet Li Yuyao appeared deep in thought. She recalled that just yesterday, Yang Lin had expressed his lack of concern regarding others learning the art of tofu making. In fact, he seemed quite eager to see the craft flourish. I have already devised a plan, Yang Lin declared with unwavering conviction. Let us commence from our village. Anyone wishing to learn the art of tofu making is welcome to join for merely a penny. Zhao Fuguei appeared to ponder this, letting out a sigh before nodding in agreement. This does present a viable approach. Although a penny is rather meager, it still provides a means of livelihood. Moreover, despite the formidable influence of the Zhou family, they cannot prevent others from producing and selling their own tofu. However, this would ultimately result in the Zhou family acquiring the secret to tofu making, which is indeed a regrettable outcome. Yang Lin smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, Li Yuyao suddenly grasped the implications, gasping in astonishment. Chapter 21. This is the true business. After Zhao Fuguei departed, Yang Lin immediately set about organizing matters. At the tofu workshop, he dismissed more than half of the workforce and reassigned them to the mountain to fell trees and split firewood. He also designated a plot nearby for excavation, intending to construct a clay kiln for brickmaking. In the present era of Deqian, the common folk primarily built houses using earth and timber, with mud bricks for walls and thatch for roofs. Yang Lin, however, aspired to erect brick and tile structures. Moreover, within his plans, there would be numerous future applications for bricks, thus establishing a kiln not only promised profit, but also ensured convenience for his own use. After orchestrating these arrangements, Yang Lin returned home with the women. Upon closing the door, they began to chatter excitedly. The head of the household questioned, "Surely your strategy doesn't solely rely on imparting skills for a meager profit?" The second sister had previously suggested a valid point. "Why don't we relocate? We could still make a fortune by producing tofu elsewhere." The women nodded in agreement. Yang Lin, however, smiled and asked, "What do you believe is the fundamental reason behind the Zhou family's troubles?" The group fell silent, taken aback by his inquiry. "Profit," the second sister exclaimed, a realization dawning upon her. "Exactly," Yang Lin affirmed with a nod. "The Zhou family seeks us out precisely because our tofu business is lucrative. They, as a wealthy clan, have always profited from such enterprises. Therefore, wherever we go, we will encounter similar challenges. Even in the absence of the Zhou family, there will be the Zhongs, the Wangs, the Lis, the Zhaos. The root cause remains that our business is too profitable, inciting envy." The women looked perplexed. While they understood Yang Lin's words, they felt increasingly despondent, sensing the problem was insurmountable. "What shall we do?" they pondered. "We can only confront them head-on," Yang Lin declared. "We must not yield an inch, nor entertain any compromise, for to do so would only embolden them further. If their power surpasses ours, then we must augment our own strength. This is our sole recourse." Yang Lin sighed deeply. To him, the opportunities for profitable ventures were innumerable. Why then did he choose to engage in the tofu trade? It was precisely because this profession was laborious and demanding. From the very inception of tofu, he had laid the groundwork to portray it as an unprofitable endeavor, aiming to convince others that tofu making was merely a minor trade with scant returns. His intention was to grow cautiously, avoiding the premature attention of the affluent and powerful. However, the world proved to be far more brutal than he had anticipated, within merely 5 days of his arrival in this realm. The threat from the prominent families had already materialized. Indeed, upon entering this world, Yang Lin's foremost concern was safety. History serves as a poignant reminder. Even the seemingly invincible Shun Wanson ultimately met with his downfall. Yang Lin understood well that his pursuits would not unfold smoothly. Here lies the law of the jungle. Where there are interests, ravenous wolves will inevitably converge. The greater the profit, the more numerous the wolves. Thus, he foresaw from the outset that the tofu business would attract attention. He had long anticipated this day and devised a strategy. Unfortunately, time proved insufficient. The groundwork was inadequate, and the second phase of the tofu plan must now commence. To become stronger than one's adversaries? The women were left utterly astonished by this declaration. In the face of formidable foes, ordinary individuals often resort to compromise. Yet Yang Lin chose to confront the challenge head-on. This indomitable spirit garnered their admiration. However, how could a wealthy family be so easily dealt with? Li Yuyo felt a surge of emotions. Yang Lin's audacity resonated deeply with her. To fight to the bitter end, never yielding. "If I am not mistaken, your intention in disseminating the method for making tofu is to sell the stone water, correct?" Li Yuyo inquired. "Astute," Yang Lin responded, giving her a thumbs up. As her assumption was validated, Li Yuyo's astonishment deepened. Previously, when Yang Lin spoke of core technology and how to sell tofu throughout the vast land, she had anticipated this notion. Upon further contemplation, she immediately grasped the magnitude of the enterprise. The others, however, remained momentarily bewildered. Stone water? Is that the water used to prepare tofu? They questioned. Indeed, without stone water, tofu cannot be produced, and only my husband and sister know the formula. Yet, they wondered, how much could one possibly earn from mere stone water? Yang Lin smiled and posed a question. What determines the value of an item? The answer was simple. Rarity bestows value. Although the cost of stone water is virtually negligible, it is, nonetheless, the essence of tofu production. Without it, tofu cannot be made. So, I ask you, is the technique for making tofu truly important? The process of making tofu is merely arduous labor, devoid of any significant technical complexity. Anyone can undertake it. However, if we possess the formula for stone water, then all tofu makers across the realm shall seek us out to purchase our stone water. As for the value of stone water, Yang Lin chuckled. Isn't it ultimately determined by us? The women were once again astounded. They had never considered that business could be approached in such a manner. With Yang Lin elucidating the intricacies, they quickly recognized that selling stone water would undoubtedly be far more lucrative than producing tofu. Tofu cannot be transported over long distances, but stone water can be sold in any quantity. While anyone in the world can make tofu, they will all need to come to us to acquire stone water. Even a powerful family like the Zhou cannot prevent them from producing tofu. Yet can they stop the entire world from making tofu? It was utterly unfathomable. Simply selling stone water could yield profits and a fortune from the entire world. My dear, you are truly remarkable. However, what would be an appropriate price? The crowd turned their gaze towards Yang Lin. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin replied, a barrel of stone water can produce approximately 5,000 pieces of tofu. The value of 5,000 pieces of tofu amounts to 15 taels of silver, yielding a pure profit of 10 taels. Therefore, the price for the stone water shall be set at 5 taels of silver per barrel. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 5 taels of silver? That seems exceedingly high. To earn half of that in profit without any effort. They were acutely aware that the stones used to create the stone water were merely collected by Yang Lin from the hillside. The entire process of producing stone water took no more than an hour. To earn 5 taels of silver? Everyone was left in shock. But what if someone coerces us into revealing the formula for the stone water? Xiao Zhou inquired. The crowd fell silent once more. Indeed, if the wealthy could compel them to sign an unequal tofu agreement, they could just as easily return to enforce an unequal stone water agreement. Yang Lin smiled gently. This matter is quite simple. Chapter 22. A penny for learning a craft. The sale of gypsum water remains a monopolistic enterprise, yielding substantial profits that will inevitably attract attention. To begin with, we could elevate the price of gypsum water further, perhaps to 10 taels of silver per barrel. The women gasped in astonishment upon hearing this figure. Moreover, gypsum water would be transformed from mere gypsum water into a closely guarded secret formula imparted by celestial beings, infused with various precious herbs, meticulously brewed over the span of 49 days and refined to perfection. In this manner, even the wealthiest families, despite their audacity, would hesitate to seize it brazenly. They are affluent, after all, not mere bandits, and we can leave them room for negotiation, ultimately selling it for 5 taels of silver. The corners of the women's mouths twitched at this thought. Originally priced at 5 taels was already outrageous, yet this manipulation would still lead to the same final price. But what if they, in desperation, resort to unscrupulous methods? Li Yuyao inquired. Yang Lin replied, what we currently lack most is time. From the moment we commence selling gypsum water to the time the affluent families come to us, we still have a few days. With those days, we can cultivate the confidence to surpass the wealthy. The women were momentarily taken aback. A few days could endow them with the confidence to rival the elite? Where did he derive such assurance? Li Yuyao shook her head with a sigh. Do you not believe me? Yang Lin smiled warmly. How about we make another wager? What shall we bet on? She had lost twice before, but despite this, Yang Lin's assertion that they could gain the ability to contend with the affluent in such a short time left Li Yuyao skeptical. Although they faced only the local gentry, the reason they held such status was due to generations of accumulated power, position, wealth, connections, and cunning, culminating in their dominance. And what of them? A group of refugees and a country scholar who had been fretting over their next meal just days prior now aspired to rival the wealthy? How could that possibly be achieved? Let us wager. If I fail, I shall abide by your decisions in this household from now on. Yang Lin said with a smile. He discerned her strong desire for control. She wished to grasp everything firmly in her hands. Indeed, This condition piqued Li Yuyao's interest. If I succeed, you must kiss me voluntarily. Yang Lin grinned widely. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed, her delicate fists clenched. What, are you afraid? Let us wager. Li Yuyao declared boldly, though her heart fluttered with uncertainty. If he truly could achieve it, would she really have to initiate a kiss? How scandalous. Yet, if he could accomplish such a feat, it would undoubtedly signify his remarkable capabilities. Perhaps, in the future, he could indeed assist her in achieving great things. With this thought, Li Yuyao became increasingly flustered. That evening, Yang Lin approached Wang Gui, requesting the creation of a new mold, and instructed someone to procure 100 feet of water-permeable mesh cloth from the town. Unbeknownst to everyone, Yang Lin had something new in store. Early the next morning, the new molds were completed and transported to the tofu workshop. Upon Yang Lin's arrival, a throng of villagers gathered around him. Yang Lin, I hear that for just 1 coin, we can learn to make tofu. Is that true? Are you really willing to impart the art of tofu making to us? I've brought money. I want to learn. I want to learn too. The villagers eagerly raised their copper coins. The allure of tofu was undeniable. Although lacking in commercial insight, they were keen to acquire a new skill. Naturally, Yang Lin was a man of his word. For those who wish to learn, come over here to pay, and then you can freely practice in the workshop until you master it. If you don't succeed, there is no charge. He had no expectation of profit. The nominal fee was merely to ensure that the villagers valued the experience. Charging even a small amount would encourage diligence. Xiao Jiu had already set up tables, and the villagers lined up eagerly to pay. Although many had gathered by the river over the past few days to observe the tofu-making process, their understanding remained superficial without proper guidance. Now, with such an opportunity at such a low cost, who would dare to miss out? In less than half a day, a significant portion of the village had arrived. The riverbank was teeming with people. Yang Lin had not anticipated that collecting just 1 coin would result in earnings of several hundred coins in just a few hours. Moreover, the villagers had become free laborers, eagerly engaging in every step of the process, leaving the hired villagers with nothing to do. A few concerned villagers approached Yang Lin with trepidation. Yang Lin, the tofu we made yesterday hasn't tea sold yet. Perhaps we shouldn't tea make any today? They suggested. Indeed, if it doesn't tea sell, it would go to waste. The more we produce, the more we squander. We know you care for us, but you need to look after yourself first. There is no need to worry about us. The simple villagers expressed their thoughts. Yang Lin smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, there will still be work and wages for you in the future. Today, I am here to teach you something new. With that, he moved to the new molds and began to guide them personally. This new creation, known as qianzhong, was quite simple to make. Come, let me teach you, he said. Qianzhong, also referred to as dried tofu or bean curd skin, was a new venture Yang Lin had meticulously planned. While it was still a soy product, the final step of its preparation differed, allowing the villagers to grasp the technique swiftly. However, as they watched the thin layers of soy milk poured into the molds, they could hardly envision what this qianzhong would ultimately resemble. The villagers who were learning to make tofu, noticing Yang Lin experimenting with this new creation, rushed over to witness the spectacle, expressing their amazement. Soon enough, when the qianzhong was complete and the mold was opened to reveal a large, paper-thin sheet, golden in hue and exuding a delightful fragrance, the villagers were left in awe. Is this truly made from beans? Not only is it remarkably thin, but its aroma is even more tantalizing than that of tofu. Yang Lin seizes the moment to elaborate. This 1,000-layer bean curd is indeed a treasure, possessing benefits such as cooling heat, moistening the lungs, alleviating coughs and phlegm, nourishing the stomach, detoxifying, and stopping perspiration. It can be enjoyed cold, stir-fried, or boiled, offering a meat-like texture paired with the delicate fragrance of tofu, with diverse culinary applications and an exquisite flavor. As Yang Lin speaks, he takes the initiative to prepare the freshly made 1,000-layer bean curd, slicing it into chunks or shreds, and begins to cook it in the pot that the women have set up beforehand. The first whiff of stir-fried 1,000-layer bean curd wafts through the air. Gazing at the dish of stir-fried 1,000-layer bean curd with chives and another of cold shredded bean curd, Li Yuyao finds herself utterly speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Who would have imagined that such an ordinary bean could be transformed into so many delightful variations by Yang Lin? How has he achieved this? Chapter 23. Waiting for you to fall in love with me. Come, everyone, come and have a taste. Yang Lin served a portion to the gathering. Compared to the blandness of tofu, the qianzhong was more flavorful, with a firm and chewy texture, even possessing a hint of meaty essence. It was far more delectable than tofu. Let me share another way to enjoy it. Yang Lin took a large scallion, wrapped it around the qianzhong, and took a hearty bite. While he savored the delightful taste, he couldn't help but lament the absence of sauce in this world. If only there were some to spread on it, that would truly elevate the flavor. The villagers who had tasted it were utterly amazed, describing the unique flavor with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, those who had yet to sample it watched eagerly, nearly drooling. Yang Lin, are you selling this qianzhong? Yes, yes. We want to buy some. How much is it? Many were eager to inquire. Fresh and novel, everyone was keen to try it. My dear villagers, as per our usual custom, I can charge outsiders for profit. But for you, my fellow villagers, I will only charge the cost price. This qianzhong is far more labor-intensive to make than tofu, and as you can see, its texture is firm. It can serve as both a meal and a side dish, keeping hunger at bay. With all those beans, we've only produced this small amount, so the price is 6 won per pound. However, since you are my fellow villagers, I, Yang Lin, will definitely offer you the greatest discount. Yang Lin held up 4 fingers, declaring emphatically, for one. For all the esteemed elders of our mountain village, it's a flat rate of 4 won. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause. Yang Lin is quite generous. I'll take a pound. I want a pound too. Sorghum rice costs 4 or 5 won, and this qianzhong at 4 won is an absolute steal. Indeed, it tastes far superior to sorghum rice. Give me some as well. The villagers scrambled to pay. Xiaojiu, collect the money. Xiaoba, anyone who buys qianzhong today will receive a piece of tofu as a gift. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more. Hey, I want some too. Don't push, I was here first. Look at you all, rushing for a bargain. What kind of behavior is this? Step aside and let me through. Tofu had been sold for several days, and the villagers had learned that Yang Lin was indeed truthful. Outside the mountain village, tofu was priced at 3 won per piece, and in the county, it had even reached 5 won. To buy a pound of qianzhong and receive a piece of tofu was simply a remarkable deal. The villagers who had hesitated before now flocked to purchase it eagerly. Yang Lin discreetly withdrew from the throng, and his gaze fell upon Li Yuyao, who was watching him with an expression of astonishment. Now tell me, what is the actual profit from this qianzhong? In a secluded corner, Li Yuyao asked directly. Yang Lin felt a surge of admiration. She was far more astute than most people of this era. However, the most commendable aspect is her remarkable learning ability. Her cleverness is something that cannot be easily deceived. Profit, much like tofu, is a simple equation. With a pound of beans, one can produce approximately a pound of dried tofu sheets, excluding labor costs. The standard selling price still yields a profit of twice the initial investment. Li Yuyao gasped in astonishment. To casually generate such a profit, how did you conceive of these peculiar ideas? Li Yuyao scrutinized Yang Lin with curiosity. Do you wish to know? Yang Lin replied with a mysterious smile. In addition to tofu, I possess a plethora of even more intriguing concepts. When you wholeheartedly fall in love with me and truly become my woman, I shall unveil these secrets to you. With that, Yang Lin winked. Li Yuyao hesitated, torn between her desire for knowledge and her uncertainty about whether such a day would ever come. The notion of love felt distant to her, and she struggled to comprehend what true love entailed. Rest assured, I am a man who respects the choices of others, and, naturally, I hold my own woman in high regard. Therefore, I shall wait for you, for the day you genuinely fall in love with me. Meanwhile, at the Liu family estate, Liu and his son were preparing to send someone to Yang Lin's tofu workshop to clandestinely learn the craft. They were taken aback to hear that Yang Lin intended to publicly share his tofu-making skills. Yang Lin truly is a fool. Selling such a valuable skill for mere pennies? How ridiculous! Lu Liang exclaimed with pride as he fanned himself. Father, once we master the art of tofu making, we shall sell it for 5 coins a block, and the Liu family will prosper. Lu Yukai shot his son a stern glare. I think it is you who is foolish. Haven't you heard? Yang Lin's decision to publicly teach tofu making is due to the Zhou family in the county town declaring that he will no longer be able to sell a single block of tofu. I believe Yang Lin is not foolish, but rather desperate and left with no other options, resorting to this ill-advised strategy. As for prosperity, Liu Yukai scoffed. If we were the only ones capable of making tofu, we could indeed achieve wealth. However, now that he has taught so many others, it won't be long before everyone knows how to make tofu. What wealth can we hope for then? Sighing deeply, Lu Yukai lamented. Lu Liang, taken aback, asked, Father, what shall we do? What else can we do? We shall send someone to learn. Whether we can make a profit depends on fate. Let us first acquire the skill. Very well, I shall gather a group to go over there. Yang Lin is asking for it. If he dares to defy me, I shall teach him a lesson. Just days prior, the father and son duo had been plotting how to deceive Yang Lin into revealing his tofu-making secrets, only to be thwarted by the Zhou family's interference. Now, Yang Lin's disclosure of technology is tantamount to shattering his own rice bowl, leaving others to merely salvage what they can. Under Yang Lin's intentional promotion, news has spread throughout Jianghe County, suggesting that one can visit Kaoshan village to learn the art of tofu making for merely a penny. Once this information circulated, it ignited a fervor within the county. From affluent families to itinerant merchants, everyone sprang into action upon hearing this revelation. The meteoric rise in tofu's popularity over the past few days has been palpable throughout Jianghe County, with tales of this novel delicacy echoing in every alley and street. Those who have tasted it boast with pride, while those who have not are left feeling inferior. You have never experienced tofu? How unrefined. Particularly striking was the event yesterday, when the 23 vendors purchased 4,300 blocks of tofu, which were swiftly sold out upon arrival in the county, creating an extraordinary scene. These prominent families were poised to approach Yang Lin once more to place additional orders for tofu. However, news soon emerged that the Zhou family had declared no tofu would be sold by Yang Lin. Although the affluent families inwardly cursed the Zhou family for their selfishness and lack of shame, they felt compelled to respect their standing. Consequently, they temporarily refrained from placing orders with Yang Lin, opting instead to observe the situation. Then came the announcement of the open tofu-making technique. How could they remain calm? Quickly, send someone to Kaoshan village. They must learn this tofu-making craft. Chapter 24. A hearty stew for all. At that very moment, countless families were issuing the same command. An increasing number of individuals flocked to the village at the foot of the mountain, transforming even the narrow paths leading there into bustling thoroughfares. The tofu workshop by the river remained lively and vibrant, as news spread and people hurried from all directions, creating a scene more animated than the town market. Hey, make way for me, Lu Liang exclaimed, fanning himself as he strode confidently, flanked by two servants. Upon catching sight of Lu Liang, Yang Lin paid him little mind. He was imparting his tofu-making expertise, and if the landlord Lu family didn't covet it, that would indeed be a rarity. However, Lu Liang approached directly and declared, Yang Lin, I am magnanimous. I shall not hold past grievances against you. Kindly send these country bumpkins away, for I wish to acquire your tofu-making technique. Lu Liang boldly thumped his chest and continued, Name your price. Do not hesitate. Yang Lin merely smiled. The affluent families in the county still adhered to the principle of courtesy before conflict, intending to monopolize tofu production before snatching the technique. Yet, this fellow audaciously sought to claim it all for himself. You wish for a price? Very well. 10,000 taels of silver will suffice. And I guarantee I shall not impart the tofu-making technique to anyone else, Yang Lin replied coolly. What? Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you jesting? 10,000 taels? Why not go rob a bank instead? Lu Liang spat in disdain. The Lu family was merely the landlord of the village. They could not even muster 1,000 taels, let alone 10,000. Yang Lin shrugged. If you lack the funds, do not impede my business. Leave. You. Lu Liang seethed with indignation. It was the first time he, a distinguished landlord's son, had been told he was broke. Are you deliberately mocking me? Lu Liang clenched his fists. Yang Lin found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Dear young master, did you not ask me to name a price? I was merely concerned that your family might be financially challenged, hence I quoted 10,000 taels, a most reasonable offer. If you cannot meet that, kindly refrain from boasting. Lu Liang was left speechless, glaring fiercely as he spat. Very well. You think you're so remarkable just because you can make tofu? Today, you shall learn that the Lu family is not one to be trifled with. With that, Lu Liang waved his hand, and his two servants stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves as they approached Yang Lin. Lu Liang, brimming with arrogance, sneered, Today, I will make you unrecognizable. As Yang Lin reached into his sleeve to retrieve his defensive weapon, two villagers, who had been working nearby, suddenly positioned themselves protectively in front of Yang Lin. I dare anyone to lay a hand on Yang Lin. If you wish to harm him, you must first take me down." Around them, others set aside their tasks and rushed over. "What do you intend to do? Do not strike Yang Lin. Young Master Lu, do not be overly oppressive." They all borrowed money from Yang Lin to come and work. Their intentions were straightforward. Yang Lin had shown them kindness, and now that he faced difficulties, they could not stand idly by. At this moment, the villagers picked up their shoulder poles, wooden buckets, and shovels, forming a protective barrier around Yang Lin, glaring at Lu Liang and his two servants. The servants were immediately flustered, terrified as they witnessed the crowd before Yang Lin grow larger. Faced with such a multitude, they dared not act aggressively, quickly glancing back at Lu Liang for guidance. Lu Liang, too, was incredulous. In the past, Yang Lin had merely been a subject of ridicule in the village. Yet today, so many individuals had spontaneously rallied to his side. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Liang pointed at the villagers. "You have revolted. Do you believe I won't return home and have my father raise your rents?" Lu Liang glared menacingly at the villagers. However, the villagers merely scoffed in response. "Young Master Lu, you jest. We repaid last year's debts, and we have yet to sell our land." "Ha! Does young Master Lu truly believe that the land in Kaoshan village belongs solely to your family? Had it not been for Yang Lin, we would indeed have become your tenants, but our land remains ours. Who are you trying to intimidate?" The crowd looked at Lu Liang as if he were a fool. Lu Liang was momentarily stunned. In the village, he had always been arrogant, and even villagers with no vested interests typically yielded to him. Yet now, these individuals dared not regard him with any respect. "You all wait for me." Lu Liang, at a loss, could only utter a threat before retreating in disgrace with his two lackeys. After Lu Liang's departure, the villagers exhaled in relief, their faces alight with exhilaration. In the past, when confronted with the Lu family, they had always been subservient, never daring to speak as boldly as they did today. They understood that their newfound courage stemmed from the hope Yang Lin had instilled in them. However, recalling the Lu family's underhanded tactics, the villagers felt a twinge of concern. "Yang Lin, the Lu landlord is indeed not to be trifled with. You must be cautious moving forward. They can resort to any despicable means. Indeed, the Lu family will not relent." The villagers cast anxious glances at Yang Lin. Observing their worried expressions, Yang Lin bowed deeply to them. He was genuinely touched that they had stepped forward to support him in his time of need. "Rest assured, I, Yang Lin, stand here today to make a promise to you all. Together, we shall lead a prosperous life. No one can take this from us." Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the villagers' faces brightened with excitement and fervor. Yes, no one could seize this from them. Anyone who dared to try would face their wrath. The wages Yang Lin provided filled them with hope for a better life. And anyone who sought to destroy this hope would find themselves confronted with fierce resistance. "Tonight, we feast on a hearty stew. Everyone who has worked for me is welcome to bring their families tonight. We shall indulge in generous portions of white rice and succulent pork. Eat to your heart's content," Yang Lin proclaimed with fervor. The villagers were left astonished. White rice, pork, such luxuries were rarely afforded, even during the New Year celebrations. As they recalled the rich flavors, many felt their mouths water, while some could not hold back their tears. The prospect of feasting on rice and pork to their fill was a dream once deemed unattainable, now unfolding before them. "Yang Lin, if you can provide my family with a better life, I would gladly surrender my life to you," declared Old Lin. "Indeed, I may not grasp the profound philosophies, but anyone who ensures the survival of my family is worth my very existence." The villagers echoed, their excitement palpable. However, beside them, Xiao Jiu quietly tugged at Yang Lin's sleeve. In a hushed tone, Xiao Jiu remarked, "Brother, they are bringing their whole families, numbering over 100. If everyone is to be satisfied with pork, we will need at least 100 pounds. Yet our finances are already dwindling." Chapter 25. The sincerity of the Zhao family. "How much is left?" Yang Lin inquired. Xiao Jiu, possessing a remarkable aptitude for mathematics, had been entrusted with the financial accounts while Yang Lin focused solely on expenditures. These past few days, their spending had been extravagant, and Yang Lin was oblivious to the remaining balance. "It's less than 10 taels of silver." Xiao Jiu expressed her concern. "This meal will cost at least 5 taels. With Yang Lin's current spending habits, they would soon find themselves hungry again." Upon hearing this figure, however, Yang Lin felt a wave of relief. As long as it's sufficient, there's no need to worry. Soon, someone will come to bring us money. Xiao Jiu was taken aback, unsure of where Yang Lin's confidence stemmed from. Was it solely based on the newly invented qianzhong? Although qianzhong was indeed impressive, the villagers' purchasing power was limited. The meager earnings they had amassed were hardly enough to sustain such indulgence. 5 taels of silver could support a poor family for several years. Yet Yang Lin was prepared to consume it in a single meal. Truly extravagant. In the afternoon, the number of people coming to learn the art of tofu making surged. Representatives from the affluent families in the county had also arrived at Kaoshan village. They had previously procured tofu from Yang Lin and had now come seeking to thoroughly learn the technique of tofu production, offering to pay a premium for his expertise. In an instant, their eyes fell upon the freshly made qianzhong. They were once again astounded. The qianzhong was as thin as paper, with a golden hue and remarkable elasticity, captivating the attention of all the family representatives present. Yang Lin, would you consider sharing the technique for making qianzhong? If so, the Zheng family will take it all. Hey, what do you mean by taking it all? Clearly, we can all profit together. Does the Zheng family intend to monopolize it like the Zhou family? Indeed, we are all here to prosper. If anyone desires to monopolize, the Hong family shall be the first to oppose it. Faced with the fervent crowd, the representative from the Zheng family dared not speak further. While each family secretly yearned to monopolize the business, the wise among them recognized that the unrest caused by the Zhou family had left the other families dissatisfied. In this context, any attempt to dominate the qianzhong business would jeopardize the livelihoods of all. For them, whether it was tofu or qianzhong, the advantage lay in keeping it under Yang Lin's control. As he held no power, influence, or connections, they could easily manipulate him. Collaborating with Yang Lin was akin to employing him. However, should another family monopolize the trade, it would only empower them while leaving the rest unable to contend as they could with Yang Lin. Therefore, the astute individuals present had already relinquished their aspirations of solitary gain. At that moment, Zhao Fuguei hurried over, pulling Yang Lin aside. A distinguished guest from the county has arrived. You must meet with me. Zhao Fuguei spoke with an air of mystery. Yang Lin furrowed his brow. To be honest, his venture was just beginning, and a pack of hungry wolves already surrounded him. Thus, he was reluctant to engage with the powerful. Oh, it's a good opportunity. The visitor hailing from the county, representing the Zhao family, is no ordinary steward. He is the esteemed chief steward of the Zhao household, who has come specifically for you, remarked Zhao Fuguei with a tone of envy. Although he shares kinship with the Zhao family of the county, his status as a village head pales in comparison to that of the steward. Yang Lin, feeling somewhat resigned, recognized that he could not evade this encounter. Thus, he followed Zhao Fuguei to meet the steward. Before departing, he summoned Xiao Jiu and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon seeing her nod earnestly, he felt a sense of relief. Upon arriving at Zhao Fuguei's residence, Yang Lin was introduced to the chief steward, a man in his 30s, clad in elegant satin garments, exuding an air of authority. To Yang Lin's surprise, the steward did not exhibit any airs upon seeing Yang Lin. He greeted him with a warm smile and a respectful gesture. You must be Brother Yang Lin. I am Zhao Zhongming. The steward introduced himself. I am Yang Lin, replied Yang Lin, returning the gesture. Zhao Fuguei served tea to both men and discreetly excused himself. Zhao Zhongming observed Yang Lin with keen interest, a smile gracing his face. Yang Lin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the steward's scrutinizing gaze, inquired directly, May I ask what the esteemed Zhao wishes to discuss with me? I am merely a steward, not worthy of such titles. If you do not mind, you may call me Zhao Gu, replied Zhao Zhongming with a polite demeanor. Yang Lin was taken aback by the steward's courtesy. It was uncommon for members of prominent families to exhibit such humility. To be candid, I have been dispatched by my master for a singular purpose, tofu. As the matter turned serious, Zhao Zhongming's expression shifted to one of gravity. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. The county magistrate? That position ranks just below the county governor in Jianghe County. Zhao Zhongming continued, I am aware that the Zhou family threatened you yesterday, forbidding you from producing tofu. The Zhou family is rather arrogant. They cannot dominate Jianghe County entirely. The county magistrate has stated that if you are capable of making tofu, you are indeed a talent. He does not wish to see such talent suppressed, which is why I have come to lend you support. The Zhao family shall be your backing. Zhao Zhongming's words resonated with conviction, as if he were genuinely championing Yang Lin's cause. For a fleeting moment, Yang Lin nearly believed him. Were he an inexperienced country scholar, Such declarations might have compelled him to bow in gratitude, overwhelmed by the sense of being recognized. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience, having engaged in research, navigated bureaucratic systems, and conducted business, Yang Lin had encountered a myriad of characters and had become quite seasoned. I express my gratitude to the county magistrate and to you, Brother Zhao, he said, rising and performing a gesture of deep appreciation. Zhao Zhongming stroked his beard, clearly pleased, and remarked, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, from this day forth, you need only continue producing tofu, and the Zhao family will purchase all that you create. The price will remain the same as before, 3 won per piece. With the support of the Zhao family behind you, the Zhou family would dare not act recklessly." Zhao Zhongping pounded his chest, exuding a sense of bravado. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that, although the Zhao family was indeed playing their own game, they exhibited genuine sincerity, and the offer was quite reasonable. Of course, Yang Lin was not naive enough to believe that the Zhao family would genuinely come to his aid when the Zhou family caused trouble. In this world, every bustling activity is motivated by profit. Whether it be the Zhou family or the Zhao family, both were merely utilizing him. The distinction lay in the presence or absence of moral boundaries. Faced with the conditions proposed by the Zhao family, Yang Lin found it truly difficult to decline. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Brother Zhao, I have already imparted the technique of tofu making. Why do you not learn the skill and produce it yourselves?" Zhao Zhongming chuckled, a cunning smile akin to that of a wily fox spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Yang Lin. "Why? Surely, Brother Yang understands quite well." Chapter 26. Is no one bargaining? Prior to my arrival, I had already inquired thoroughly and confirmed that you indeed imparted the techniques of tofu making. However, there exists a crucial potion that you have not disclosed, Zhao Zhongming remarked with a hint of significance. Therefore, if I am not mistaken, although you have revealed the art of tofu creation, the essential potion for its production remains solely in your possession, does it not? Unless you intend to sell that miraculous potion? At this, Zhao Zhongming leaned closer to Yang Lin, lowering his voice and whispering, "Could it be that from the very beginning, Brother Yang intended to sell not tofu, but rather the potion?" "Ha! What a clever strategy!" Zhao Zhongming applauded in amusement. Yang Lin could hardly contain his astonishment. Yet, Brother Yang need not worry. The Zhao family has always adhered to principles in their dealings. Our patriarch has stated that while profits are welcome, we must not drive others to desperation. It is only through mutual benefit that wealth can be sustained. We have no intention of coveting the potion. The Zhao family is prosperous enough and has no desire to engage in tofu production. Acquiring goods from you and earning an 80% profit is sufficient. Yang Lin was greatly taken aback. Since arriving in this world, he had harbored a sense of superiority typical of modern individuals. However, this exchange with the cunning old fox made him realize that this world is far from simple. If one perceives others as naive, they may eventually be devoured, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. With a smile, Yang Lin clasped his hands together, saying, "Brother Zhao, you are indeed astute. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Alas, I am but a humble citizen, struggling to make ends meet, always in need of sustenance. I am grateful for the respect shown by the county magistrate and Brother Zhao. I shall indeed produce the tofu. However, you are correct, Brother Zhao. I also intend to sell that potion. In the near future, tofu may not be in high demand, so I suggest that Brother Zhao place a smaller order for tofu." Zhao Zhongming laughed heartily. "Ha! I appreciate your candid nature. Brother Yang, let us proceed as you suggest and reduce the quantity." The Zhao family's vast enterprise did not regard tofu as a significant concern. Although it was a guaranteed profit, they were not greedy. Moreover, unbeknownst to Yang Lin, Zhao Zhongming was not deceiving him. The county magistrate, after tasting the tofu, was pleasantly surprised and indeed requested him to assist Yang Lin in overcoming his crisis. The two swiftly concluded a tofu order, with Yang Lin's workshop supplying 400 blocks of tofu daily to the Zhao family. Zhao Zhongming readily produced 10 taels of silver as a deposit. While the two engaged in casual conversation, a commotion erupted outside. Yang Lin thought to himself that this boded ill. He had initially assumed that the Zhao family might pressure him, so upon leaving, he instructed Xiao Jiao to summon the members of the prominent families if he did not return promptly. However, he did not anticipate that the Zhao family's attitude towards him would be quite favorable. At this moment, members of the prominent families gathered. and the prospect of their convergence posed a potential dilemma. Soon, this large group surged in, and upon seeing Yang Lin and Zhao Zhoming together, expressions of sudden realization spread across their faces. Zhao Zhoming, did you intend to covertly take Yang Lin away for your own gain? Would it not be more prudent to share the profits? I am weary of those who seek to monopolize. The tofu business has already been ravaged by the Zhou family. We cannot allow the Zhao family to destroy the Xinjiang trade as well. Yang Lin has had his struggles. Let us at least grant him a chance to thrive. I advise you, Zhao brother, do not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. In that moment, the stewards of these esteemed families transformed into embodiments of righteousness. Filled with righteous indignation, their concern was not for Yang Lin's plight, but rather to prevent the Zhao family from monopolizing the Xinjiang market. The Zhao family had already made their move. For them, the optimal outcome was to ensure that no one family held dominion, allowing all to profit together. Zhao Zhongming was left bewildered. Xinjiang, what is that? He cast a puzzled glance at Yang Lin. Oh, Xinjiang is a small venture I just developed for my livelihood today. Zhao Zhongming was astounded. Being a perceptive individual, he could discern from the expressions of the stewards that Xinjiang was undoubtedly a remarkable innovation, rivaling tofu in its appeal. Their apprehension regarding the Zhao family monopolizing it was palpable. Yet, he remained entirely unaware of what Xinjiang entailed. With a peculiar expression, Zhao Zhongming directly addressed Yang Lin. Brother Yang Lin, let me be straightforward. Regardless of how you intend to sell Xinjiang, the Zhao family will be procuring a share. Zhao Zhongming had assumed that his discussions with Yang Lin had been fruitful, having restored the tofu business, and anticipated gratitude in return. However, he did not foresee the emergence of this new venture, which appeared even more coveted than tofu. Thus, it was imperative that the Zhao family did not miss out on the Xinjiang trade. You are mistaken. The Zhao family has come solely to procure tofu this time. We will not monopolize the Xinjiang business. We shall certainly profit together. Zhao Zhongming cheerfully acknowledged the crowd, succinctly clarifying the situation. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. It was a comfort to know that no one sought to monopolize. All would procure goods, and sales would depend on individual merit. Consequently, the conversation returned to Xinjiang. Yang Lin, do enlighten us. How will Xinjiang be priced? It must not be exorbitant, or we shall not make our purchases. Indeed, with so many of us procuring goods, we expect a favorable price. The crowd chimed in, each voice eager to contribute. Yang Lin once more clasped his hands in greeting, smiling as he said, the preparation of Xinjiang is no simple task. It requires considerable effort and quality materials. If it reaches the capital, a price of 101 per pound would surely attract buyers. The crowd gasped at the mention of 101. He truly dared to ask for that. However, everyone understands that it is quite reasonable for a novel item to be priced higher at its initial launch. Yet, in our county town, which is incomparable to the capital, I firmly believe that a price of 10 won per jean would certainly attract buyers. The crowd's eyes instantly brightened. 10 won is indeed a fair and conventional price. To be candid, the cost of 1,000 sheets is approximately 6 won, a well-known secret. I had intended to sell them for 8 won, thus securing a profit of 50%. However, given your earnestness, I, Yang Lin, shall opt for a strategy of thin margins and high sales, charging only 7 won. This leaves you with a profit of 3 won for each 10 when sold. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, someone immediately nodded in agreement. Very well, 7 won is not excessive. The Lin family will purchase. No problem. The Zheng family concurs as well. We would like 80 jean. We desire 100 jean. Observing the eager crowd, Yang Lin felt somewhat bewildered. He had intentionally set the price a bit higher, anticipating negotiations, yet they accepted without bargaining. Chapter 27. The business of potions. The enthusiasm exhibited by the prominent families exceeded Yang Lin's expectations. Even Zhao Zhongming, who had yet to encounter the famed Xinjiang, unhesitatingly ordered 100 pounds. The affluent families displayed remarkable generosity, and without the slightest prompt from Yang Lin, they hurriedly paid deposits and signed contracts, seemingly fearful of any change in Yang Lin's stance. This behavior stemmed not from their benevolence, but from their firm belief that the business of Xinjiang would undoubtedly surpass that of tofu. They merely needed to partake once to reap substantial profits. How could such an opportunity be declined? Once the business of Xinjiang was concluded, a family eagerly shifted the conversation towards tofu. Astute individuals, akin to Zhao Zhongming, had already discerned that the crux of tofu production did not lie in the processes or techniques, but rather in that remarkable potion. Yang Lin, do enlighten us. How is this potion priced? As seasoned negotiators, the families felt no need for pretense now that the deal with Qianzhong was secured. When the subject of the potion arose, all eyes turned expectantly towards Yang Lin. Alas, if it were not for necessity, I would truly prefer not to part with this potion. Yang Lin sighed before elucidating the arduous process of concocting the potion. The creation of this potion was no simple task. It required dozens of rare herbs, subjected to meticulous processing, gently refined over 49 days to yield but a meager quantity. Yang Lin gestured expressively. I have only 10 barrels left, and I shall offer each of you a price at cost, 10 taels of silver per barrel. He raised a finger. What? At this figure, the crowd erupted in disbelief. 10 taels? Why not just rob someone? Indeed. I am curious to know what kind of potion could possibly be worth 10 taels. They all stared wide-eyed. Zhao Zhongming, upon hearing this amount, inhaled sharply. 10 taels was no trifling sum. He truly had the audacity to quote such a price. Please, do not rush. Yang Lin maintained a calm demeanor. Are you aware of how much tofu can be produced with my potion from a pound of beans? The crowd momentarily paused, then comprehended that this was indeed the crux of the matter. How much? Zhao Zhongming inquired. Yang Lin extended 3 fingers. 3 blocks. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A pound of beans costs merely 2 won, while 3 blocks of tofu could fetch 15 won in the county town. A staggering 5-fold profit. None among them were foolish. They quickly realized that the 10 taels per barrel for the potion was, in fact, quite reasonable. How much tofu can 1 barrel of potion produce? Someone immediately posed the pivotal question. The others fixated their gaze on Yang Lin. With a smile, Yang Lin raised his hand. 5,000 blocks. No sooner had he spoken than someone shouted, I'll take a barrel. As he spoke, a 10-tael silver ingot was slapped down before Yang Lin. The others were not slow either, one by one. They eagerly pressed silver ingots into Yang Lin's hands, not even giving him a chance to refuse. Oh dear, everyone, please don't rush. I have only 10 barrels, merely 10. Yang Lin protested, emphasizing his limited supply. The stewards grew increasingly frantic, creating a chaotic scene as they vied to thrust silver into Yang Lin's hands. Upon hearing the figure of 5,000, they immediately calculated the production cost of tofu. Free one. Although this matched the procurement price from Yang Lin, he was no longer in the tofu-making business. Failing to purchase this special solution would mean relinquishing the tofu trade altogether. They had keenly realized how lucrative tofu could be. Thus, the cost of 3 won was not only reasonable, but also offered substantial profits. Moreover, controlling the tofu production meant they could decide how much tofu to make in the future, thus retaining the initiative. Therefore, acquiring this solution was imperative. Not purchasing it would mean forfeiting the tofu business and missing out on such a profitable opportunity. The stewards pressed on, but it was Yang Lin who bore the brunt of their urgency. He had not anticipated that these prominent families would be so eager for tofu. And even the extravagant offer of 10 taels of silver was met without a hint of negotiation. Nevertheless, to achieve the goal of hunger marketing, he insisted there were only 10 barrels available. If the gypsum solution were to sell out too quickly, it would cause the tofu market to plummet amidst the frenzy. Moreover, conducting business ultimately requires integrity. Once a figure is stated, it cannot be easily retracted. Otherwise, one's credibility would be irrevocably damaged. In the end, no matter how earnestly those stewards who arrived slightly later promised, or even offered higher prices, Yang Lin remained steadfast on the 10 barrels. However, he did inform them that a new batch of solution was being refined and would be ready in 3 days, assuring them they would be prioritized with an additional 20 pounds of dried tofu sheets, which finally appeased those who missed out on the initial purchase. After a long day at Zhao Fugui's residence, the stewards from the various families left, satisfied. Having concluded these 2 transactions, Yang Lin found himself with a significant amount of gleaming silver. Zhao Fugui gazed at the silver Yang Lin collected, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, in the county town, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Zhenyang was infuriated upon learning that Yang Lin had ceased tofu production and had even shared the technique for a mere penny. Bring me someone. Summon the men. Head to Kaoshan village. I will not let that poor scholar off easily. His intent was to pressure Yang Lin, following Su's suggestion, to ultimately acquire the tofu-making technique. However, now, it seemed, Yang Lin had thrown in the towel. With the technique publicized, it was a complete disaster. And Zhou Xingyang had gained nothing, which filled him with rage and humiliation. "Young master, please do not be hasty." Su Maokai hurriedly entered, exhaling a sigh as he spoke. "Young master, the current situation is rather precarious for us." "What do you mean?" Zhou Xingyang, already in a fit of anger, inquired without a moment's pause. "Young master, our move was indeed somewhat reckless. We initially anticipated that he would either yield and collaborate with us or entirely disregard our wishes and continue producing tofu. However, to our astonishment, that fellow not only refused to cooperate, but also obediently ceased all tofu production. His tofu was supplied to numerous prominent families, and now that he has halted its production, it equates to severing a crucial financial lifeline for those families. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that you issued the directive preventing him from manufacturing tofu. Thus, the blame for this predicament will undoubtedly be laid upon the Zhou family." Zhou Xingyang stood there, dumbfounded. A sudden sense of betrayal washed over him. Chapter 28. The grand era of prosperity at the pork banquet. "Young master, my informant has just relayed some news. It appears that various families have already dispatched individuals to Kaoshan village, and that rascal Yang Lin has concocted something called Qianzhong, which seems to be quite profitable," Su Maokai remarked, his small eyes gleaming with insight. "What?" Zhou Xingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. "If our assumptions hold true, these families have not only learned the art of tofu making, but are also poised to engage in the Qianzhong trade with Yang Lin." Su Maokai sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. "Thus, young master, our efforts have not only failed to coerce Yang Lin into submission, but have, in fact, facilitated their collaboration. Alas, we have unwittingly tailored a wedding garment for them." Zhou Xingyang was left speechless. He understood this principle all too well. It was akin to a performance where one played the villain while the other took on the role of the hero. Now, the Zhou family had assumed the mantle of the antagonist, while Yang Lin and the other families remained unscathed. In fact, this negative example had clarified the reality for everyone, dispelling any notions of monopolizing the market. "Humph." Zhou Xingyang slammed his fist upon the table. "Are we to simply let this slide? I refuse to swallow this indignation." He recognized that, even though he was now aware of Yang Lin's burgeoning Xinjiang business, he could no longer resort to intimidation as he had previously in Kaoshan village. The tofu business had already impacted numerous families' interests. Should Yang Lin, out of spite, abandon the Xinjiang venture after being threatened, it would spell disaster for the Zhou family, jeopardizing the livelihoods of all involved. The Zhou family had yet to reach a position where they could dominate the landscape. Therefore, if they recklessly overturned the table, causing financial ruin for everyone, they would earn the ire of the other families, making their future in the county town untenable. "Young master, it is no longer a matter of whether we can swallow our pride. Rather, it concerns whether we will engage in the Qianzhong and tofu business," Su Maokai interjected, a note of urgency in his voice. Zhou Xingyang's heart sank. He suddenly grasped that other families were currently in Kaoshan village, profiting alongside Yang Lin. Turning his gaze inward, he lamented that while they flourished, he would be left in shame before his father and brothers, and the Zhou family would miss out on this lucrative opportunity. To abstain from doing business with Yang Lin meant foregoing profit. Yet, if the Zhou family ventured to Kaoshan village to learn tofu making and procure Qianzhong, would that not be a slap in the face? Either way, he faced disgrace or reproach from his father. "Su, dispatch someone to ensure these two matters are attended to." Zhou Xingyang gritted his teeth. "Yes, young master," Su Maokai promptly replied, understanding that it was his duty to carry out what the master could not face directly. Zhou Xingyang seethed. "Let him linger a few more days. When the Black Tiger enters the city next month." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Xingyang clenched his fists in determination. "Young master, do you intend to?" "Of course, I want him dead," Zhou Xingyang declared fiercely. Su Maokai swallowed hard and quickly whispered a warning. "Young master, Black Tiger is ruthless and merciless. Even the master is wary of him, only daring to cooperate without getting too close. We should." Silence. Before Su Maokai could finish, Zhou Xingyang reprimanded him sharply. "If it weren't for your advice back then, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Su Maokai, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent. However, thoughts of Black Tiger, a notorious bandit, filled him with dread. Should he take action, many lives would be at stake. That evening, at Yang Lin's doorstep, 10 iron pots were set over a roaring fire, filling the air with an enticing aroma. 5 pots simmered with white rice, while the other 5 contained 100 pounds of pork and an equal amount of dried tofu. Villagers working at the tofu shop, accompanied by their families, stood by with bowls in hand, eagerly awaiting their meal. As they gazed at the bubbling pots, the tantalizing scent of pork wafted through the air, igniting the senses of everyone present. Though the meat was not yet tender, the villagers could hardly contain their drool in anticipation. Dinner is served. Hey, no shoving. Rice is being served over here, and vegetables over there, Yang Lin announced, reassuring everyone that there would be plenty of rice and pork for all. Wang Gui, rolling up his sleeves with a broad smile, helped maintain order while also struggling against his own salivation. It had been ages since he last enjoyed pork. A grand feast for over 100 people was a rare occurrence in the village, aside from the Lu landowner's household. Though the dining environment was modest, the villagers were content, grateful simply to have meat to eat and to fill their bellies. A large bowl of rice paired with a generous ladle of golden braised pork made for a delightful bite, releasing savory juices that tantalized the palate. Dad, is this really pork? It smells amazing. A young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, inquired excitedly, his face smeared with grease and his bright eyes wide with wonder. Indeed, this is pork. Back in the day, your father enjoyed it often, so much that he grew tired of it. Here, let me give you this biggest piece, the father replied, placing the largest cut of fatty meat from his bowl onto his son's. With tears in her eyes, the mother also offered her child the fattiest morsel from her bowl. While the children devoured their food ravenously, the adults savored each bite, chewing slowly as if to forever imprint the flavor in their memories, reluctant to swallow. As they ate, many found tears streaming down their faces. The fragrant white rice and the succulent pork were luxuries they had once only dared to dream of. Now, not only were they enjoying it, but they were also satisfied. Child, remember this. Your first taste of meat was at Yang Lin's house. He lent us money, saved our land, and provided us with meat. He is our great benefactor. You must repay this kindness when you grow up, understand? The child, still innocent and bewildered, nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, grateful gazes turned towards Yang Lin. They may not grasp profound truths, but they certainly recognized who had treated them well. They were once the most destitute in the village, unable to afford meat even during the new year, having almost forgotten the taste of it. In the past, such thoughts were beyond their imagination. Yet in the future, while consuming meat may still pose a challenge, it has transformed from an unattainable dream into a conceivable reality. A feast of pork has brought tears to countless eyes. This meal has rekindled their yearning for a better life. In the courtyard, listening to the sobs resonating from outside, the second sister let out a deep sigh. Now I finally understand why my husband chose to treat everyone to meat. Their hearts were heavy. Previously, they struggled to comprehend Yang Lin's decision to spend so much on a meal for everyone, but now, clarity dawned upon them. Li Yuyao gazed upon this scene, her heart brimming with tumultuous anger. Yang Lin's profound intentions? She perceived far more than the others. Yet, in this moment, what incensed her was the abject suffering of the common people of Deqian. From an early age, she had been taught of the flourishing era of Deqian, where peace reigned across the seas, and the populace lived in comfort and joy. But what was the reality? Unable to afford meat, drowning in debt, selling their homes and land, and even having their children taken away. Was this truly the so-called prosperous era? She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with anguish. Why? Why has it come to this? Li Yuyao turned her gaze towards Yang Lin, searching for answers. Chapter 29, Let It Be. She was aware that Yang Lin understood her implication. Faced with such a bewildering question, Yang Lin surprisingly countered. Do you wish to change all of this? Li Yuyao initially intended to affirm, yet as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself clenching her fists helplessly, unable to voice anything. In the midst of this suffering, they were all citizens of Deqian. She yearned for change, eager to effect it. However, she realized, what could she possibly do at this moment? Yang Lin gazed at Li Yuyao with a gentle smile and remarked, I have always been curious about who you truly are and where you come from. Li Yuyao's heart shuddered, and she looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. Could it be that he has discerned something? Do not fret. I will not pry into matters you wish to keep to yourself. I am merely curious. As for your inquiry, Yang Lin sighed with a wry smile. I certainly know the answer, which can be succinctly summarized in 8 characters: land annexation and exorbitant taxes. As he spoke, he shook his head. Do not ask me what to do. It would be a futile inquiry, for I Too, am at a loss. Yang Lin shrugged. Such dilemmas are not unique to the Qian. Throughout the vast expanse of history, countless instances reflect this phenomenon, which invariably arises during a dynasty's transition from prosperity to decline. The noble families amass vast tracts of land and accumulate immense wealth while contributing little to the treasury. Consequently, with the national coffers depleted, taxes are raised, and the burden falls upon the common people. Unable to pay their dues, they are compelled to sell their land. This engenders a vicious cycle, exacerbating the wealth gap and consigning an ever-growing number to poverty. Until such oppression reaches a critical point, chaos ensues. As for solutions, Yang Lin was not ignorant. Rather, the remedy would require confronting the powerful, a task even the emperor would hesitate to undertake. Who would dare to act? To do so would be to stand in opposition to the entrenched elite. Hence, knowing the futility of such actions, what would be the point in voicing them? Li Yuyao remained in a daze for quite some time. Her intuition suggested that Yang Lin seemed to possess knowledge, yet was reluctant to divulge it. This man had astonished her time and again. Had she still been on the throne with his counsel, perhaps she could have truly altered the course of events. Yet now, Li Yuyao offered a bitter smile. No matter how much she pondered, it amounted to mere folly. That evening, within the humble abode of the Yang family, the women gathered together, counting silver coins, their faces alight with joy, unable to contain their smiles. The total reached 148 taels and 7 qian. Ultimately, Xiao Jiao inscribed this figure in the ledger and closed it. Yet the women remained lost in thought. The previous 100 taels of silver, how Yang Lin had spent it was a mystery, for it had dwindled to almost nothing. And now, they had earned even more. Indeed. Yang Lin nodded. We have money once again. Xiao Jiao, from now on, divide the earnings into 3 portions. A portion shall be saved, another shall be invested in industry, and the final part we shall lavishly spend. The women were once again taken aback. To expend 1/3 of the silver? That amounts to nearly 50 taels. They all stared blankly at Yang Lin. Even Li Yuyao felt that Yang Lin was extravagantly generous, displaying a lavishness that rivaled that of royalty. Let it be known, the stone water is our most lucrative venture, and it is imperative that the truth remains concealed. Henceforth, there shall be no mention of stone water, only the meticulously crafted special potion. Furthermore, we must adhere to a strategy of scarcity, ensuring that our potion business remains in a state of perpetual high demand. Only in this manner can we stabilize prices and secure enduring profits. From this day forth, we shall offer merely 10 barrels of potion for sale every 3 days. My dear, please teach the technique for producing gypsum and formulating stone water to our elder sister. From now on, the business of potions shall be entrusted entirely to her. Li Yuyao nodded. After observing for several days, Yang Lin discerned that the elder sister was prudent in her endeavors. While she may not possess extraordinary talents, the potion business requires a careful and steady hand, one that seeks not accolades, but merely to avoid mistakes. The elder sister was taken aback that Yang Lin would assign such a significant responsibility to her and felt a surge of excitement. I shall surely excel at this. The other women looked on with envy. Today, I have already selected the location for the new house. Construction can commence tomorrow. Everyone should retire early, and we shall discuss the specifics of the house's design in the morning. Just as they were about to settle down, the 4th sister brought forth a basin of foot-washing water. My husband has toiled all day. Let us wash your feet and help you relax. As she spoke, the 4th sister approached to remove Yang Lin's shoes. I'll do it myself. Yang Lin quickly evaded her. The 4th sister was the most beautiful among the concubines, exuding an enchanting allure, and would undoubtedly have thrived as a star in a past life. Yang Lin, devoid of feudal notions, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the idea of a woman washing his feet, even if she were his concubine. Of course, the 4th sister should not be the one to do this. Xiao Jiao giggled and said, It is the first time giving our husband a foot wash. How could we concubines usurp that privilege? It should be reserved for the elder sister. Xiao Jiao cast a playful glance at Li Yuyao. Li Yuyao's face instantly paled. Washing a man's feet? The mere thought was unbearable. She was once an emperor, a former princess, a jewel of the realm. Having been attended to by countless servants throughout her life, never had she served another, let alone washed someone's feet. To Yang Lin's astonishment, the other women nodded in agreement. We cannot take that honor from the elder sister. Our household is already quite splendid. My husband does not enforce many rules. But if the fourth sister were to wash his feet before the elder sister, she would surely be reprimanded. Indeed, today the elder sister shall wash our husband's feet. Tomorrow the elder sister, and the day after that the second sister. In accordance with the hierarchy of age and respect, we must not disrupt the established order. Once the house is completed, when serving our husband at night, we shall also follow this sequence. He. The women, in a chorus of voices, found great merit in what Xiaojiu had articulated. Li Yuyao's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Instinctively, she cast her gaze towards Yang Lin's feet. After a day of labor, his long cloth shoes were tightly fitted, and even through the fabric, a subtle scent of perspiration wafted through the air. Observing her hesitation, Yang Lin hastily waved his hands in protest. No, I am quite capable of washing my own feet. He discerned that Li Yuyao's background was likely quite distinguished. Probably the daughter of a wealthy family, it was inconceivable that she would engage in such menial tasks. Moreover, he was unaccustomed to being catered to. Matters as trivial as foot washing were best handled personally, thus sparing her the discomfort. While Yang Lin remained unperturbed, a myriad of peculiar gazes directed towards Li Yuyao. Confronted by these stares, her face flushed with embarrassment. She understood that in ordinary households, a patriarchal hierarchy prevailed. Women were expected to adhere to traditional virtues, including the duty of washing their husband's feet, which was deemed entirely natural. It was precisely because she refrained from doing so that others regarded her with disbelief. Overwhelmed by the intensity of their scrutiny, feelings of shame, guilt, and helplessness surged within her. Li Yuyao felt a lump in her throat as tears threatened to spill. If it must be done, then let it be. She rolled up her sleeves and knelt before Yang Lin, resolutely removing his shoes without further ado. Chapter 30. The lady, Liao Hongying, approached the emperor. Oh, truly, there is no need. Yang Lin attempted to interject, yet Li Yuyao was resolute in her decision, and he could not dissuade her. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, I can do this. In swift succession, she removed Yang Lin's shoes, grasped his feet, and immersed them in the basin, beginning to wash them. Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, her sincerity shone through as her small hands meticulously scrubbed and cleansed. Tears cascaded down from her lowered head, falling like scattered pearls into the basin, a wave of humiliation washing over her heart. She had contemplated living a life as an ordinary person, relinquishing her former identity. Yet, in this moment, she discovered that she could not truly escape her essence. Deep within, she remained the proud Princess Pingyang, the rightful empress of the realm. Initially, Yang Lin was unaccustomed to being attended to. However, as he felt the gentle touch of Li Yuyao's deft hands tending to his feet, he found it rather pleasant and ceased his struggles, resigning himself to the customs of the land. Little did they realize that the third sister nearby was astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Dear wife, let me wash your feet as well, Yang Lin proposed. As someone educated in modern ideals, he rejected the notion of male superiority over females, cherishing instead the principles of equality and mutual respect between spouses. Given that his wife was evidently a lady of high birth, willing to lower herself to wash his feet, he felt compelled to cherish and care for her even more. He lifted Li Yuyao and gently placed her on the bed. Oh, no, it's unnecessary, she quickly protested, waving her hands. Yang Lin, however, was unyielding, proceeding to remove her shoes. The other women exchanged puzzled glances. Just moments ago, Li Yuyao had been reluctant to wash Yang Lin's feet. Now, he was intent on washing hers. They were utterly bewildered. A man washing a woman's feet seemed utterly unprecedented. As he removed her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet, Yang Lin reached out, but Li Yuyao flinched, evading his touch. No, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to escape. Be still. Yang Lin's expression turned serious as he firmly grasped her feet and placed them into the basin. Don't. Li Yuyao's face burned crimson as she continued to resist. Yet, as Yang Lin held her small feet, an unfamiliar sensation surged within her. A blend of intense shame and an unusual thrill that rendered her body weak and trembling. She wished to voice her thoughts, but it felt as though he had seized her very essence, leaving her speechless. Perhaps the water was too hot, or perhaps Yang Lin's technique was simply exquisite. She felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her, her body trembling involuntarily, a tingling sensation radiating from her feet throughout her entire being. Ashamed, she lowered her gaze. unable to meet anyone's eyes. Women, like water, may appear strong on the surface, but ultimately, they merely endure beneath the weight of their circumstances. At this moment, she felt the warmth and strength of a large hand gently kneading and caressing her delicate feet. Though it was a violation of her modesty, filling her with shame, it also enveloped her in a sense of care and protection, leaving her heart in disarray. Meanwhile, the other women gathered around to observe. "Sister, how does it feel for your husband to wash your feet?" One asked. "I truly envy you, sister. Your husband treats you so well." "Indeed, our spouse is the finest in the world." They admired Li Yuyao, but dared not ask Yang Lin to wash their feet. They did not take their husband's affection for granted. The thought of having their spouse wash their feet felt like an extravagant wish. As the women chattered away, Li Yuyao could barely lift her head in embarrassment. Yang Lin understood that, in Deqian, a woman's feet were considered a private part, not to be shown or touched lightly. His intention in washing Li Yuyao's feet was to open her heart and bridge the gap between them. Otherwise, with her assertive nature, it was likely that during their wedding night, she might kick him out of bed. Love is built gradually, and Yang Lin believed that even ice would eventually melt. He hoped that one day she would come to love him and willingly become his woman. Perhaps due to Yang Lin's massage, that night Li Yuyao slept soundly. In her dreams, she felt a hand resting upon her, touching her, and she jolted awake. In that instant of clarity, her heart raced as she thought of Yang Lin beside her. She hesitated to open her eyes, uncertain of how to address the situation. He was her husband. No matter what he did, it was his right. However, being touched in the middle of the night left her feeling conflicted. If she protested, what would it change? Ultimately, she would only be the subject of ridicule. Just as she grappled with her thoughts, she realized that the hand upon her did not seem to be taking advantage of her, but was instead trying to rouse her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. In the darkness, a woman clad in thin garments raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Li Yuyao was taken aback. It was her third sister. Through their time together, the 10 sisters had grown familiar with one another. The third sister was kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and efficient in her actions, albeit a bit impulsive. When everyone had urged her to wash their feet that evening, she had remained quiet and withdrawn, which had struck Li Yuyao as odd, but in her own embarrassment, she had given it little thought. Now, with her fingers still at her lips, the third sister gestured toward the outside and quietly slipped out. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before deciding to follow her. After they left, Yang Lin opened his eyes and got up as well. That night, the sky was clear, the moonlight was bright, and the stars sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the earth. In the cool night air, the third sister walked ahead, leading them out of the small courtyard and stopping just beyond the wall. "What do you need to speak with me about?" Li Yuyao inquired directly. However, the third sister before her appeared somewhat anxious and even seemed at a loss. Clad in thin attire, perhaps due to the coolness of the night or perhaps overwhelmed by nerves and excitement, her frail figure trembled slightly. After a pause, she finally spoke. "May I ask, is your true name Li Yuyao?" Thunderstruck. Upon hearing those 2 words, Li Yuyao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Had she been recognized? She gazed incredulously at the third sister before her. From the palpable tension emanating from her, Li Yuyao was certain that she had indeed been identified. But how could this be? They were mere strangers. Before joining the refugee camp, Li Yuyao was certain she had never met her. "Who are you?" Li Yuyao fixed her gaze intently on her, her mind racing with various possibilities. Suddenly, the third sister knelt down before her. "I am the servant girl Liao Hongying. Greeting your majesty." At that moment, tears streamed down Liao Hongying's cheeks. Chapter 31. Restoration of the Nation. Liao Hongying. Li Yuyao felt a flicker of recognition upon hearing the name, yet could not recall the specifics. "My father, Liao Zhan." Liao Hongying knelt on the ground. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Li Yuyao's body trembled with sudden realization. "General Liao? You are the daughter of General Liao?" She hastily approached and helped Liao Hongying to her feet, astonished. "Indeed, 2 years ago at the Wang residence, I caught a distant glimpse of your majesty amidst a gathering of noble women. It was natural that you did not recognize me, as I was far removed from your sight." Li Yuyao pondered briefly, then gasped in astonishment. "Yes, I remember that day. I recall you." Now it was Liao Hongying's turn to be astonished. At that time, Li Yuyao had not yet ascended the throne, yet she was already the sole daughter of the emperor, the renowned Princess Pingyang. How could she possibly remember a mere insignificant figure like herself? I remember that day vividly. You entered the residence clad in gleaming silver armor. Your hair styled in a high ponytail, draped in a crimson cloak, exuding an aura of valor that left a profound impression on me. I thought to myself, what a remarkable female general. Li Yuyao's words caused Liao Hongying's tears to flow anew. Your Majesty truly remembers me. I never imagined it would be you. The contrast between her current appearance and that day was so stark that had she not spoken, Liao Hongying would never have connected the present version of herself to the gallant figure of the past. Li Yuyao could not help but reflect on the transformation. The Liao Hongying she had seen previously was striking and full of spirit, whereas the Liao Hongying before her now was clad in thin garments, her hair unbound. Though she still retained her vigor, she resembled a neighborly older sister, making it difficult to reconcile her with the formidable general adorned in a fiery red cloak. The change was indeed remarkable. With her eyes still glistening, Liao Hongying wiped away her tears and declared, Your Majesty, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. They had only met once, and Li Yuyao had not recognized Liao Hongying, who had also failed to identify the Empress. She had sensed a resemblance, but could not bring herself to believe that the illustrious female emperor had fallen to the same plight as herself, becoming a refugee. Only last night, when Yang Lin inquired about Li Yuyao's desires, and she had declared, with a commanding presence, her wish for the world, Liao Hongying had been taken aback. Today, during a discussion about the suffering of the common folk in Deqian, her resolve had only strengthened. Yet, she could never have anticipated that this Princess Pingyang, the rightful heir of the throne, would find herself in such a degraded state, washing Yang Lin's feet that very night. This left her utterly astonished. She could not bear to witness Li Yuyao's resignation nor the indignity suffered by the Empress. Thus, she felt compelled to reveal her identity, hoping to inspire her to reclaim all that once belonged to her. Your Majesty, do you truly resign yourself to fate? She felt a deep sense of injustice for Li Yuyao. Li Yuyao forced a bitter smile and shook her head, saying, Do not call me Your Majesty any longer. From this day forth, I am but Li Yao, a woman destined for marriage, with no trace of an empress remaining. No, Your Majesty, you are the sole bloodline of the late emperor, the only legitimate heir of Deqian. If you relinquish your claim, what becomes of those who once vowed to follow you to the ends of the earth? Liao Hongying, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed intently at Li Yuyao. Li Yuyao, in self-mockery, shook her head again. Sister, I understand your reluctance. I share it as well. Yet, despite our discontent, what can we truly do? The tide has turned, and we are both left isolated. We cannot alter our fate. Now that we are both married, though I may not yet hold affection for him, he has shown us kindness, and I shall repay that debt by spending my life with him. Henceforth, there shall be no empress. Do not refer to me as Your Majesty. We are sisters, and I shall still call you Sister 3. Do you comprehend this? Liao Hongying's heart trembled. To be able to stand alongside the former princess and empress as sisters was indeed a supreme honor. Yet, she could not accept it. Your Majesty, in my heart, you shall forever remain the emperor. There can only be one true sovereign, and that is you. Rest assured, I shall not address you so in front of others. But in my heart, you will always be the one and only emperor. Liao Hongying knelt once more, bowing her head to Li Yuyao. Born into a military family, she had long understood the principles of loyalty to one's sovereign. For her, there was but one ruler, and that was the one before her. Despite her fall from grace and her sisterly address, a sovereign remains a sovereign, and a subject remains a subject. This truth was etched into Liao Hongying's very being. Enough. Li Yuyao's cold eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her expression sorrowful as she spoke. Have you ever witnessed an emperor washing someone's feet? I have already given up. What are you still clinging to? Li Yuyao clenched her fists. She too felt the sting of dissatisfaction, but what could it possibly achieve? Even if Yang Lin possessed some talents and could provide them with a decent life through his endeavors, what of it? Would it restore her to her throne? No. Liao Hongying was in tears. Your Majesty, I seek vengeance. Do you understand? The Liao family has been reduced to just me. On that fateful day, my father led troops to follow you, covering your escape from the city gates while he steadfastly held the fort for 3 grueling hours. Do you know the dreadful aftermath at the city gates? Corpses piled high, blocking the entire entrance. My father's head was severed and displayed on the city gate. Liao Hongying could say no more. She wiped her reddened eyes forcefully and continued fiercely. I shall never forget that scene. Your Majesty, revenge is the only motivation for my survival, and I believe you too are filled with resentment. Yang Lin is a prodigy and indeed a benefactor to us. With his presence, the future may hold genuine opportunities. We must not lose hope. Your Majesty, I beseech you, do not surrender if you abandon us. My quest for vengeance will be utterly hopeless. Those loyal subjects who would brave fire and water for you will also feel disheartened. Your Majesty, we can restore the nation here and strategize grand plans. As she spoke, Liao Hongying knelt once more before Li Yuyao, her expression resolute. Li Yuyao gazed at Liao Hongying, realizing that her surrender would mean relinquishing not only the throne, but also the hopes of those who stood behind her, including Liao Hongying and Liao Zhan, along with countless others. A fierce flame ignited within her heart. Aware that the path ahead may be fraught with challenges, she resolved to persevere. Indeed, she could not give up. I promise you, Li Yuyao declared as she helped Liao Hongying rise from the ground. However, we must deliberate on this matter carefully. We need to inform Yang Lin of the truth when the time is ripe, for he is pivotal to our restoration. Yet before that, you and I remain sisters. Outside the courtyard, the two whispered softly. Within the dimness of the room, Yang Lin peered through the crack of the window, observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 32. The safest house in history. As Li Yuyao and the third sister were about to return, Yang Lin was in a state of anxious agitation, tugging at his hair. He had been peering through the window for quite some time, yet the distance rendered him incapable of overhearing their conversation. Under the bright moonlight, Yang Lin observed the third sister kneeling before Li Yuyao 3 times, each time being helped up only to kneel again shortly thereafter. This spectacle left Yang Lin utterly bewildered. While the act of kneeling was not uncommon in Deqian, it was not customary for everyone to kneel before just anyone. Such gestures were reserved for formal occasions, dictated by the hierarchy of age and status. Who, then, was Li Yuyao? Why did the third sister prostrate herself before her? Their expressions were filled with palpable excitement. What were they discussing? Yang Lin sensed that something was amiss, something significant. Alas, he had not caught a single word of their dialogue. What sort of woman had he married? Was Li Yuyao the daughter of a prominent family? Was the third sister her maid? No, that could not be right. If that were the case, why had they not recognized each other sooner? Moreover, given the third sister's demeanor, she could never be merely a servant. Lost in contemplation, Yang Lin was startled when the two women returned. He hurriedly lay down, pretending to be asleep. Moments later, he heard their soft footsteps as they entered, and Li Yuyao settled back beside him. Everything seemed as though nothing had transpired. The following morning, just as Yang Lin awoke, a cacophony of voices wafted in from outside. What was happening? He inquired. Xiao Jiu replied, a crowd has gathered. It seems they have come to work for us and are waiting for you. Yang Lin rushed outside to find dozens of people, men and women, old and young, crowded at the gate. Yang Lin is here, they exclaimed. Yang Lin, I wish to work for you. Do you think I am capable? A young woman in her 20s declared. My husband returned yesterday and mentioned you needed help. Let my aunt join as well. She is strong and can work. The crowd's eager gazes were fixed upon Yang Lin. A girl spoke up, rest assured, Yang Lin, my work is as good as any man's. I do not require 5 1. Just give me 2. A boy of 11 or 12 chimed in. I do not want money. I only wish for a meal. Many young children nodded in agreement, their expressions a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Yang Lin sighed inwardly. Everyone, do not worry. I am not a landlord, nor will I exploit you. As for wages, men and women contribute differently. Women shall receive 4 1, while children under 13 will earn 3 fin a day. If you are willing, please gather at the tofu workshop by the river later to register and receive your tasks. Upon hearing his words, the villagers erupted in excitement. I am willing. I am willing. Yang Lin, you are truly a benevolent man. The villagers were overwhelmed with joy, as many of those present were family members of the 23 laborers, resulting in a significant number of women and children among them. What remains are either the elderly or those with physical disabilities, all deemed unworthy by the landlord Liu. Strong men in Liu's household earn not even 4 coins. Yet now, women who previously could not earn are able to make 4 coins a day here in Yanglin, surpassing the wages of the long-term workers at Liu's estate. How could this not ignite their spirits? After breakfast, Yanglin took the women to a site he had previously surveyed. I plan to build our home here, he declared, pointing to the area. The women were taken aback, glancing around in astonishment. This was a barren land, quite distant from the village, devoid of any structures. Why would they come here to build a house? The women were puzzled. They began to brainstorm together, discussing what kind of house they desired. Yanglin looked at the crowd, his gaze lingering intentionally on Li Yuyao and Sanjia. Isn't a house just a house? What more can it be? They mused. As long as it provides shelter and keeps out the rain, that's sufficient, right? What kind of house does my husband want? The women chattered animatedly, yet ultimately offered no suggestions, returning the question to Yanglin. With a sigh of resignation, he said, since you have no ideas, let me share my plans. Behold, this will be our house, 10 zhang long, 5 zhang wide, 3 stories above ground and 2 below, with 12 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms. Oh, I mean toilets. At this point, the women widened their eyes in disbelief. 3 stories above ground was one thing, but 2 stories below, and to have the toilets inside the house. Wouldn't that be unpleasant? Moreover, he continued, there would be a study, a secret room, a storage room, a utility room, a gym, and even a laboratory. The crowd's expressions turned even more peculiar. A gym? A laboratory? What were those? Surrounding the house, 5 zhang out. A wall would be constructed. The wall would stand 3 zhang high and be 2 feet thick, with a water ditch dug outside, encircling the perimeter. The ditch would be 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, diverting river water to it, with a drawbridge at the entrance flanked by 2 arrow towers. As Yanglin elaborated, the others remained oblivious, but Li Yuyao's countenance grew increasingly strange. Suddenly, she realized that Yanglin's construction resembled not merely a house, but rather a fortress. The water ditch served as a moat, the surrounding wall as a city wall, and arrow towers were typically found only atop such fortifications. By the time Yanglin finished, the most striking impression left on Li Yuyao about this dwelling was encapsulated in 2 words, safety. Such a secure abode could rival that of a palace. Why did a mere scholar from a village place such emphasis on security? Li Yuyao was utterly perplexed. Yet Yanglin had more to convey. This is just our initial plan. Once the first phase of the project is completed, we shall proceed with the construction of the second, third, and fourth phases, essentially, the future of our city's second, third, and fourth rings. As Yanglin narrated, the women seemed to envision an extraordinarily grand city poised to rise from this barren land. However, is this merely about constructing houses? It is akin to building a new city. If his envisioned scale truly comes to fruition, upon the completion of the fourth phase, it would encompass the entirety of Kaoshan village, and their establishment might even surpass the size of the entire Qinghe County town. The women, awestruck, were astonished by Yanglin's colossal vision. No objections? Well then, it is settled. Let us proceed to the workshop. Upon arriving at the tofu workshop, the villagers who had gathered in the morning were already waiting. As Yanglin approached, the villagers eagerly surrounded him. He instructed Xiaojiu to record the villagers' names. Clearing his throat, he announced, before we allocate tasks, I would like to inquire if there are any masons, blacksmiths, or carpenters present among the villagers, those with skills. Please step forward and stand beside me. The villagers appeared somewhat bewildered. Noticing that no one moved, Yanglin continued, for those with skills. The remuneration is 10 per day. Upon hearing the prospect of 10 the villagers erupted in excitement. Chapter 33, Yanglin's scheme, 10 a day. This figure was beyond their wildest imagination. If such a fortune could truly be attained, they might occasionally indulge in a meal of rice and flour. During festivals, they could even afford a taste of meat. Yanglin, what skills do you possess? Someone inquired. I am a tiler, does that count? Indeed. Yanglin replied without hesitation. The crowd was taken aback. A tiler could earn 10 What about me? I learned blacksmithing from my father since childhood, and I can forge on my own now. Certainly, Yanglin nodded again. The villagers erupted in excitement, each questioning their own eligibility. However, among the 60 to 70 individuals, only 5 were ultimately chosen. These 5 were elated yet apprehensive, uncertain of what Yanglin intended to do with such a substantial sum. Even the women were perplexed about Yanglin's motives. Brother Zhang, you take 10 men to the mountains to fell trees. Uncle Li, you lead 20 men to quarry stones in the back mountain. The women and children will stay at the tofu workshop to learn how to make tofu, while the rest will assist Uncle Zhao in digging foundations. Once these arrangements were made, Yanglin approached the 5 individuals. At that moment, they all tensed up. Yanglin, I only know how to lay bricks. Perhaps you should give me a lesser amount. Such a large sum unsettles me." The other four nodded in agreement, doubting their worthiness of such compensation. Yang Lin reassured them. "Rest assured, the remuneration I offer is not without reason. This work comes with a condition. You must remain in one location for an extended period. During this time, you cannot return home, and you must keep all that you see and hear confidential. Do not worry, the worksite is right here in our village, and the tasks will be less arduous than your current labor." Yang Lin gestured toward those who were departing with assigned tasks. "I will provide for all your needs while you are there, and before you begin, you can receive an advance of 1 month's wages to take home. After 3 months of work, your pay will double to 21 a day. Additionally, at the year's end, bonuses will be awarded based on individual performance." Upon hearing that they could receive an advance before even starting work, and that after 3 months they could earn 21 a day, the 5 men were filled with exuberance. Such an incredible opportunity was impossible to refuse. Yang Lin distributed the advance to the 5, who hurried home to deliver the money. After their departure, the women gathered around eagerly. "My dear, what kind of work are you referring to? Is it truly worth such a substantial sum? I simply cannot fathom what labor could possibly merit such payment. There are only a few places to work. Where do you intend to assign them?" Li Yuyao pondered. Her curiosity piqued. "I recall that cousin of yours who visited our village and was never seen again." Yang Lin chuckled softly. "Ah, my dear, your perceptiveness is remarkable. Are all of you eager to discover what I have in mind for them? Come, follow me, and you shall see." Before long, the villagers who had returned with money were back. Yang Lin, accompanied by the intrigued women and the 5 craftsmen, made their way back to the village. Arriving at the very house he had purchased for Du Jing, it was then that they realized the house selected by Yang Lin boasted high walls, and with the gate firmly closed, nothing could be seen from the outside. Gently, Yang Lin knocked on the door, and soon enough, it was opened just a crack. Wang Gui's head appeared, and upon recognizing Yang Lin, he swung the door wide open. The women were taken aback. What was Wang Gui doing here? In the residence of their cousin Du Jing, and why the secrecy? "Come inside," Yang Lin beckoned the group. "Once you enter through this door, there will be no turning back for a while," he cautioned. The 5 craftsmen hesitated not at all. They had already steeled themselves for whatever challenges lay ahead. Entering was merely the first step, and what was there to fear? Upon crossing the threshold, they soon spotted 2 familiar faces along with an unfamiliar man. "Wang Gui? Zhao Shunzi, what brings you here?" they exclaimed in astonishment. However, it quickly dawned on them that Wang Gui was a carpenter and Zhao Shunzi a blacksmith, both skilled artisans like themselves. "Wonderful, finally some company." Du Jing approached, brimming with excitement. "This is my cousin Du Jing. You will all take your directions from him," Yang Lin introduced. Du Jing, unable to contain his eagerness, called the 5 men over to inquire about their specialties and abilities, promptly assigning tasks. The women remained perplexed, uncertain of Yang Lin's intentions. However, the 3rd sister, Liao Hongying, gazed intently at a stone furnace in the courtyard. "Is this a furnace for smelting iron? It appears quite distinct from a typical blacksmith's forge," Liao Hongying inquired. Yang Lin, taken aback, responded, "Have you seen something like this before?" Liao Hongying hesitated, recalling a similar furnace she had encountered in her father's military workshop. Unlike ordinary forges, this type could refine iron ore into molten iron, directly casting weapons. Yet, at that moment, she found it difficult to elaborate. Yang Lin, not dwelling on it further, nodded. "Indeed, this is a furnace for smelting iron. I intend to improve ironware here. The smelting of iron is his preliminary plan, a matter he can conceal from outsiders. Yet there is no necessity for such secrecy among the women of his household." "Improvement?" All the women were taken aback. Yang Lin nodded. "In recent days, I have been collaborating with Brother Jing on this matter. Our ironware in Deqian possesses 2 major shortcomings. One is insufficient hardness, and the other is the difficulty in casting, often necessitating forging to achieve shape. However, forged ironware is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also cannot be produced on a large scale, nor can it be utilized for the crafting of precision components. Therefore, our objective is to enhance these aspects and create ironware that can be seamlessly cast in one piece." Yet the women remained perplexed. "Improved ironware? What purpose does it serve?" Liao Hongying inquired with confusion, while the others displayed similar bewilderment. "Ironware? It functions quite well as it is." They did not perceive the shortcomings Yang Lin spoke of. "The benefits? Ah, they are manifold." Chapter 34. The east is dim while the west shines, for instance. In the fabrication of gears, pulleys, and bearings, Yang Lin remarked. The current water mill, constructed of wood, suffers from poor precision and a low energy conversion ratio, thus its efficiency remains subpar. However, by simply substituting 2 of its components with iron, the efficiency of the water mill could potentially increase by at least 50%, while also enhancing its durability. The iron utilized in Daqian is predominantly pig iron, lacking in purity and malleability, which necessitates a significant advancement in iron smelting techniques. The women present were momentarily taken aback by these terms, gears and pulleys, having never encountered them before. Yang Lin explained that materials and energy form the foundation of industry, and the progress of industrial technology is inherently limited by these 2 factors. You need only to understand that once these aspects are properly addressed, they will prove invaluable in the future. He withheld the true purpose of iron smelting, knowing they would struggle to comprehend its significance, especially regarding the production of artillery and firearms, which, with Daqian's current smelting capabilities, are utterly unattainable. Upon realizing that Yang Lin's concealed intentions were merely related to iron smelting, the women's interest waned, and they gradually departed the small courtyard. Eventually, only Li Yuyao remained. "Are you intent on crafting weapons?" Li Yuyao inquired directly. Yang Lin felt a stir of intrigue within him. He neither confirmed nor denied her question, but instead responded with a counterquery. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" Li Yuyao explained. "Your meticulous attention to safety in the planning of the house suggests that your improvements in iron smelting must also pertain to safety. Beyond weaponry, I cannot fathom any other application for iron smelting." Yang Lin chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying her speculation. "I simply fail to understand why you are so concerned with safety," she remarked, gazing at him in surprise. She sensed Yang Lin's heightened awareness regarding matters of security. "Because..." Yang Lin lifted his gaze toward the outside world, as if speaking to Li Yuyao, yet more so to himself. "Because the only one who can protect oneself is oneself." Since his arrival here, he had discerned that Daqian was anything but peaceful. The absence of stringent laws allowed the powerful to act as they wished. Thus, Yang Lin was acutely aware that as his enterprises flourished, the number of those who would covet what he had would only increase. Without the means to safeguard himself, he would find himself devoured by the ravenous wolves, left with naught but bones. Safety cannot be entrusted to others. It must be self-reliant. The following day, the Zhou family sent representatives to learn the art of tofu making and to procure 1,000 sheets of tofu. The eldest sister in charge of this matter was momentarily at a loss and hurried to consult Yang Lin about whether they should sell to the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin responded without hesitation, "Of course we should sell, as long as it is a fair transaction. Why should we not engage if there is profit to be made?" However, the eldest sister expressed her concerns, "But we previously declined their offers. Will they seek retribution against us for now conducting business with them?" Yang Lin smiled wryly and remarked, "Sister, regardless of whether we engage in business with them this time, if he seeks revenge, he will undoubtedly act on it. It's akin to being bitten by a dog. The mouth is on the dog. And if it desires to bite us again, we are left powerless. What we can do is to prepare our sticks in advance. And when that rabid dog comes to attack, we shall strike it down." Yang Lin clenched his fists. As the days swiftly passed, it was already the last day of May. In recent days, 2 batches of gypsum water had been sold, and the demand for the Qianzhong business was insatiable. In less than half a month, they had accumulated over 400 taels of silver. However, progress in other areas remained sluggish. On the iron smelting front, a primitive blast furnace had been constructed, and the quality of the iron produced had seen some improvement in strength and ductility, yet it still fell short of ideal standards. At the construction site, the foundation pit had been excavated, but Yang Lin had not permitted further work on the foundation, choosing instead to await developments at the earthen kiln. The kiln had been completed the previous day, yet Yang Lin opted not to fire bricks immediately. He intended to first produce a batch of cement. The entire rear mountain contained 1/3 of limestone, with clay and gypsum being quite common. Yang Lin was aware of the material ratios required for cement production, and theoretically, the process should not be arduous. Early that morning, Yang Lin personally supervised, eagerly anticipating the first batch of cement to emerge. However, the inaugural batch ultimately ended in failure. The reasons for the failure were manifold, and Yang Lin swiftly identified the issues. Yet, Some of these problems were evident to him, yet difficult to rectify. The industrial system of Deqian was exceedingly antiquated, where even the slightest discrepancies could impact the final outcome. The theory was sound, but it required continuous experimentation and refinement. For Yang Lin, what was lacking was time. Given sufficient time, he believed he could even devise a steam engine based on his theoretical knowledge. The disappointment from the failure of the first batch of cement left Yang Lin somewhat despondent. Meanwhile, numerous villagers gathered to watch, reveling in his misfortune. They were oblivious to what Yang Lin was attempting. In recent times, he had garnered considerable attention in the village, leading many to harbor unspoken resentment towards him. The impoverished villagers who borrowed money and worked for Yang Lin grew increasingly in awe of him. Yet those who were already living comfortably found it difficult to adjust to such changes. The poor were earning more each day through their labor with Yang Lin. And some families that once lived in dire poverty had begun to enjoy meals of sorghum rice, elevating their standard of living to match that of their more affluent neighbors. This engendered feelings of both envy and jealousy among them. Though they could not lower themselves to work for Yang Lin, they resented his success through hard work. Consequently, witnessing Yang Lin's misfortunes brought them an inexplicable sense of joy. I have always said he is merely floundering about. He happens to have produced some tofu and genuinely believes himself to be capable, they murmured. This lad, having earned a few coins, is utterly oblivious to the realities of life. Indeed, they have seen brickmaking but have yet to witness the making of stone ash. The gossipy villagers chattered away, while the women approached to offer their consolation to Yang Lin. Sister Air inquired with curiosity, "My dear husband, what exactly is the cement you mentioned?" Yang Lin had previously explained to them that it is a type of building material. However, they still found it difficult to comprehend. Building materials are either bricks or stones, or perhaps sand and soil. Yet, cement was a concept they had never encountered. It's rather complicated to explain. You'll understand once it is fired, Yang Lin replied. Although he had encountered failure on his first attempt, he remained confident that with a few more trials, success was inevitable. The theory was sound. What was lacking was merely time. It has succeeded. It has succeeded. Just then, someone came rushing from afar, causing Yang Lin to pause. The second batch of cement had not yet been placed in the kiln. How could it possibly succeed? To his astonishment, the approaching figure was none other than Wang Gui. Yang Lin immediately realized that while one side was dim, the other was bright. At last, success had been achieved in the iron smelting process. Chapter 35. The Iron Forge Success. It has been accomplished. Wang Guigong dashed forward, fervently grasping Yang Lin's arm, his excitement palpable. "We have successfully." As Wang Guigong began to speak, he noticed the presence of outsiders nearby and immediately curbed his words. "Come, let us go take a look." Wang Guigong led the way, with Yang Lin accompanied by the women, as they approached the Iron Forge courtyard. Throughout the journey, Wang Guigong could hardly contain his eagerness, recounting the results of their iron production to Yang Lin. "The type of ironware you envision has already been successfully produced during the experimentation process." Yang Lin was overjoyed. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he beheld the elated expressions on the faces of Du Jing and Zhao Shunzi. "Lin, the type of iron you described, we have truly forged it." Seeing Yang Lin enter, Du Jing promptly picked up a completed iron piece, excitedly presenting it to him. Yang Lin accepted it and examined it closely, his exhilaration growing. "Indeed, this is it." Yang Lin exhaled deeply. "Wrought iron has been produced." The piece Du Jing handed him was, in fact, wrought iron. The distinction between pig iron and wrought iron lies solely in their carbon content. The lower the carbon content, the purer the iron, resulting in improved ductility, and if achieved to a certain degree, steel can be produced. Naturally, with their current primitive furnace, the prospect of producing steel was beyond imagination, as the required temperature and technique were unattainable. Nevertheless, for Yang Lin, the availability of wrought iron was already sufficient. Wang Guigong also brought forth several iron components, molds for casting that Yang Lin had instructed him to create some time ago, which he had fortuitously completed during the experimentation. "Do you think these will suffice?" Wang Guigong inquired anxiously. Although a carpenter by trade, he could discern that these iron components were markedly different from the iron of the past. Not only were they lighter in color, but they also appeared far more refined. Yang Lin took them and scrutinized them closely. The more he observed, the brighter his eyes shone. They were precisely as he had envisioned. "Indeed, this will do. Let us produce 11 pieces of each kind." Yang Lin declared. No problem. Wang Guigong nodded in agreement. Although he was casting ironware, the creation of molds was still dependent on his skills. There is one additional crucial point. Yang Lin instructed Du Jing to summon everyone present in the courtyard. From this day forth, every component we forge here must be overseen simultaneously by my cousin Du Jing, Uncle Wang Guigong, and Uncle Shunzi. Only then shall we commence the furnace. This rule is of utmost importance. If anyone dares to violate it, do not blame me for being unable to accommodate them. Yang Lin's gaze swept over each individual present. Although they were all neighbors and friends, certain matters must be approached with strictness to prevent future troubles. Thus, it is better to be prudent. The crowd nodded in agreement, yet some felt that it was merely iron casting. Was Yang Lin perhaps overreacting? Their lack of understanding stemmed from their inability to fathom the true significance of the components they were forging. Women are indeed curious about the purpose of the components collected by Yang Lin. Jinggu, as the overseer and chief administrator here, you will have the autonomy to manage all matters in the workshop, especially as it continues to expand. You will decide who receives a raise, who faces a reduction in pay, who earns bonuses for exceptional performance, and who incurs deductions for misconduct. Should anyone underperform, you possess the authority to dismiss them. Du Jing was taken aback. Filled with exhilaration at Yang Lin's trust, he nodded affirmatively. Yes, I will ensure that everything here is well managed. Yang Lin then turned his gaze towards Wang Gui. Uncle Wang, your coordination efforts have been commendable these days. Merely working as a carpenter does not do justice to your capabilities. I plan to appoint you as the person responsible for internal and external communications, as well as the procurement of all materials for the workshop. What do you think? Wang Gui eagerly nodded. Absolutely. My family's livelihood is owed to you. Whatever you ask of me, I shall fulfill. Yang Lin then looked at Zhao Shunzi. Uncle Shunzi, Jinggu may explore other research directions in the future, so I entrust you with the iron smelting operations. You will oversee the ironworks. Zhao Shunzi appeared bewildered. Can I really manage that? He was the finest blacksmith in the village and had confidence in his forging skills, yet he had never considered taking on an administrative role. Yang Lin smiled and waved the components in his hand. If I say you can, then you certainly can. My decision is final. Xiaojiu, make a note. Starting next month, raise the salaries of Jinggu, Uncle Wang, and Uncle Shunzi. Jinggu will receive 801 monthly, while both Uncle Wang and Uncle Shunzi will receive 401. This time, since the iron smelting was a success, everyone will also receive an additional 101 as a bonus. Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard was astounded. They quickly shook their heads in refusal. No, that's too much. You're already paying us more than we deserve. Du Jing was the first to protest. Wang Gui hastily added, Indeed, Yang Lin, 301 a month is already beyond my wildest dreams. To increase it to 501? It would be life-threatening. The simple-hearted Zhao Shunzi was at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded in agreement. The 5 villagers who had joined later also waved their hands in refusal. 10 won a day was already a salary they had never dared to imagine. Yet, just days into their work, they were being offered a bonus of 101. Although they desired it, they felt unworthy of such generosity. However, in response to their refusals, Yang Lin reiterated, Enough. My decisions are not to be altered. Jinggu, I want those components completed as soon as possible. Uncle Wang, I have 2 more blueprints here. Please create the molds according to the dimensions and have them ready by today. Wang Gui glanced at the blueprints and was momentarily taken aback. This is, for the water mill? Precisely. By merely replacing these 2 components, the efficiency of the water mill can be enhanced by 50%. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. The extraordinary capabilities of the water mill were well known to all. The notion that merely substituting 2 parts could yield such a remarkable increase in efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. All right, I shall attend to it shortly. Wang Gui responded with palpable excitement. Yang Lin chuckled softly. Replacing these 2 components is merely a straightforward upgrade. In a few days, I will draft a few blueprints for you to see if you can replicate them. If successful, the efficiency of the water mill could potentially triple. Yang Lin raised 3 fingers, leaving the crowd utterly astounded. After collecting the newly crafted components, Yang Lin departed the courtyard with the women. As soon as they exited, Sime eagerly inquired, Husband, these components look rather peculiar. What purpose do they serve? The other women also turned their gazes toward Yang Lin. their curiosity piqued by the significance of these seemingly important objects. Yang Lin grinned mischievously. "Ah, this is quite an impressive device. You shall understand once we return home." Chapter 36. The Tofu Workshop. Upon returning home, Yang Lin opened a chest, revealing a plethora of meticulously prepared materials. At the sight of these components, third sister Liao Hongying exclaimed, "Are you crafting a bow and arrow?" Yet, before Yang Lin could respond, she shook her head again. "No, this cannot be a bow. It is far too intricate." Her astonishment was palpable as she gazed at Yang Lin. The women, hearing her words, turned their curious eyes towards him. "What exactly are you attempting to create? Is it truly a bow and arrow?" Yang Lin, equally astonished, was taken aback that third sister could deduce a bow from mere parts. "What I am constructing is a more compact, easily portable, and swiftly strung variant of the bow and arrow, which I refer to as a crossbow," he explained. The women exchanged bewildered glances, for they had never encountered the term crossbow before. "It is rather complex. You will understand once I assemble it," Yang Lin assured them as he began the assembly process. After nearly an hour, he finally completed the crossbow. Gazing at the finished product filled him with excitement. In his previous life, he had been an enthusiast of shooting sports, possessing 2 compact hand crossbows and occasionally visiting shooting ranges to try out more professional equipment. He was well acquainted with crossbows. Thus, when contemplating self-defense in this world, his first thought was gunpowder, followed closely by the crossbow. Compared to gunpowder, the crossbow was more convenient and precise, minimizing the risk of collateral damage. However, the current crossbow, when compared to the exquisitely crafted alloy models from his past, appeared rather rudimentary. Nonetheless, it possessed all the necessary functionalities. "Is this truly a crossbow? It appears so diminutive. Can it really slay an enemy?" The women observed in awe, yet skepticism lingered in their expressions, for this contraption was vastly different from traditional bows and arrows. Although Li Yuyao had never seen one before, she felt an inexplicable beauty in the precise assembly process Yang Lin undertook. Moreover, she recognized that regardless of the crossbow's power, its construction was significantly swifter than that of traditional bows. Crafting a traditional bow involved an intricate process that could take days or even months to perfect, whereas Yang Lin had completed this assembly in less than an hour. With such rapid production, if mass-produced for soldiers, a considerable number of archers could be equipped in no time. Yet, the question remained, how powerful was this crossbow? "Let us venture outside to test it." Yang Lin, eager with anticipation, grasped the crossbow firmly. Stepping into the courtyard, he aimed at a wooden post 10 paces away, drew back the string, took aim, and then pulled the trigger. Whoosh! With a piercing sound slicing through the air, the crossbow bolt struck the wooden target with a resounding thud, embedding itself deep within. Truly a remarkable penetration. Liao Hongying couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The sheer power was astounding. She hurried over, exerting considerable effort to extract the bolt from the wood. If it struck a person, it would surely lead to severe injury or even death. Li Yuyao's mouth fell open in surprise. She had initially thought that although the crossbow might possess some lethality, it wouldn't be significant due to its diminutive size. And having observed Yang Lin's effortless stringing process, she had her doubts. However, this arrow completely astounded her. Its rapid production coupled with such formidable power sent her heart racing. Yang Lin, reveling in the experience, swiftly reloaded and discharged a second and third arrow. Once again, Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying were left astonished. The interval between stringing and firing the subsequent arrows was astonishingly brief, merely a fleeting moment, and in quick succession, 2 arrows were unleashed. The speed of reloading surpassed that of traditional bows by more than double. In the heat of battle, such a difference could mean the distinction between life and death. They exchanged glances, both realizing that with this extraordinary crossbow, their dreams had edged closer to fruition. Li Yuyao finally understood why Yang Lin was meticulously controlling the production of iron components. "Not bad, my dear, give it a try," Yang Lin said, quite pleased as he handed the crossbow to Li Yuyao. She accepted it, and, after several shots, found her accuracy surpassed even Yang Lin's. Raised in the palace, trained by her father as a boy, she was proficient in horseback riding and archery, making her adept with the crossbow a natural progression. The women present were eager to have a turn. "I had the workshop craft 11 sets of components. In a few days, each of us will have our own crossbow. During our leisure time, we can practice precision shooting from various angles and even while moving. However, remember, Do not aim the crossbow at anyone during practice to avoid accidental injuries. The prospect of acquiring their own crossbows thrilled the women. Moreover, we must keep this matter confidential. Outsiders must remain unaware for now, Yang Lin cautioned earnestly. Despite having created the crossbows, the world still brimmed with dangers. Thus, it was prudent that as few people as possible knew of their hidden advantages. In the small courtyard, everyone excitedly practiced with their new crossbows. Meanwhile, at the Liu landlord's residence, father and son wore expressions of despair as they scrutinized their accounts, exchanging bewildered glances. With summer taxes imminent and the annual debt repayment season upon them, no villagers had come to sell land in the past fortnight. Moreover, current indications suggested that no one would be selling land anytime soon. The impoverished had all gone to work for Yang Lin, who lent them money and assisted in settling their debts. Who would sell their land when they could survive? Father, this situation cannot continue, the son lamented. Not only has no one been selling land, but according to the foreman from our side, many of our laborers are clamoring for a wage increase. It's all Yang Lin's fault. That fool, who could easily manage these laborers for just 2 coins, insists on paying them 5. Father, we cannot continue to wait idly. We must teach him a lesson and make Yang Lin understand who truly holds power in this village. Liu Yukai shot a glare at his son, saying, Did you not confront him last time? What was the outcome? Yang Lin is not so easily intimidated anymore. Liu Yang quickly defended himself. Father, I was unprepared during my last attempt, but rest assured, I am ready this time. We shall send someone tonight to first demolish his water mill and then destroy his tofu workshop. Let us teach a few of those disobedient laborers a lesson, and I doubt anyone will dare to work for him again. What do you think, father? After being driven away from the tofu workshop by the villagers, Liu Yang was filled with rage and swore to seek revenge. Liu Yotsai's eyes brightened at the mention of destroying the tofu workshop. This indeed seemed like a viable plan. Previously, he had underestimated Yang Lin, but now, although Yang Lin had not directly targeted their family, his actions had profoundly affected their interests. Chapter 37. The true intentions of Yang Lin. That evening, a group of masked strongmen stormed into the riverside tofu factory, armed with clubs, and began to smash the molds, water tanks, and wooden barrels indiscriminately. The water tanks were shattered, the barrels splintered, and the molds were hurled to the ground. Even the water mill was not spared from the onslaught. Stop! Please, stop! Who are you? Cease this at once. Old Wang, the night watchman, shouted frantically. In response, the thugs charged at him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Old man, remember this. If you value your life, do not work for Yang Lin. Old Wang, clutching his head, quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. That night, many villagers in Kaoshan were beaten by the masked men and threatened not to work for Yang Lin again. The following morning, a throng had gathered outside Yang Lin's door, their emotions running high as they awaited his emergence. Not good, head of the household, cried Wu Mei anxiously. Our tofu factory was vandalized last night. Many villagers who worked for us were beaten, and now everyone is outside, waiting for you to make a decision. The women gasped in shock upon hearing this. The tofu factory was their vital source of income and a means for the villagers to earn a living. Now it had been destroyed. What were they to do? However, Yang Lin remained serene, showing no signs of surprise upon receiving the news. He merely inquired of Wu Mei, What is the mood among the villagers? Wu Mei's face was etched with concern. Not good. Some villagers are frightened and unsure if they can continue working for us. Others are furious and want us to retaliate. She then anxiously asked, What shall we do, head of the household? The women anxiously turned their gazes toward Yang Lin. If such vandalism could occur, it was likely that future confrontations could arise, jeopardizing their tofu factory's existence. Yet, Yang Lin merely smiled. He spoke almost to himself. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. The time is ripe. Let us step outside. The women exchanged puzzled glances, astonished that he could still smile at such a moment. Li Yuyao felt a flicker of realization. She recalled that before the Zhou family had come to stir trouble, Yang Lin had already devised a strategy to cope. Could it be that he had anticipated this occurrence? As Yang Lin stepped outside, he was met with a large gathering of villagers at the entrance. Upon his appearance, the previously clamorous crowd fell silent for a brief moment. However, the stillness was fleeting, as the villagers erupted into a cacophony once more. Yang Lin, our tofu factory is gone, and we have been beaten. What are we to do? They lamented. They are bullying us excessively. We have done nothing to provoke them. Why should we be treated this way? You must uphold justice for us. Yes, we all look to you for guidance. Old Wang limped out from the crowd, blood staining his head, his voice choked with sorrow as he lamented. It is my fault for being powerless. I could not prevent them. Yang Lin, I am truly sorry. Tears streamed down Old Wang's face. Yang Lin's countenance also turned ashen. My dear villagers, uncles and aunts, I apologize for my inability to protect you. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the villagers hurriedly gestured in protest. Oh, this is not your fault. It is primarily the work of that landlord Liu. Indeed, you pay well, and his laborers have grown resentful, so he vents his anger upon you. Yes, Yang Lin, we do not blame you, they all chimed in. Yang Lin had provided them with substantial financial support. It was clear to them who was truly at fault in this matter. Yang Lin continued, for all those who were harmed last night, I shall cover the medical expenses. Furthermore, those recovering at home shall receive wages until they are fully healed and ready to return to work. At these words, the villagers erupted in excitement. Not only would their medical costs be covered, but they would also be paid while recuperating? What a rare stroke of fortune. Yang Lin, this is not your responsibility. How can we allow you to bear this burden? Indeed, we must seek justice from that landlord Liu. Yes, we shall demand accountability for the violence inflicted upon us. There are many of us, and we need not fear him. Yang Lin raised his hand to silence them. My decision is resolute and unchangeable. There is no need for further persuasion. Today's incident has served as a wake-up call. We are earning money, and our lives are improving. Yet there are those who envy and resent us. We all know who was behind last night's assault. I wish for everyone to earn more and to enjoy a better life. However, some cannot abide by this. They desire for us to remain in poverty and hardship, forced to borrow money from them or sell our land. Now that we have money, we will not sell our land. I have obstructed their path to wealth. What shall we do? Shall we allow others to trample upon us, or shall we resist to the end? I do not know how you feel, but as for me, Yang Lin, I shall never compromise. If anyone is afraid or wishes to continue living in misery, they are free to leave. I shall not hold it against them. Let us settle their wages now. As Yang Lin surveyed the crowd, his words ignited a fervor within them, reflecting on their past struggles and the recent changes. Even the most timid among them felt a surge of courage, their spirits ignited by Yang Lin's impassioned speech. To resist to the end. To resist to the end. We fear him not. They chanted fervently. Excellent. Yang Lin proclaimed. Since none wish to be cowards, we shall take up arms to protect ourselves. From this day forth, we shall establish a defense team for our beloved Kaoshan village. I, Yang Lin, shall fund this endeavor, offering a daily stipend of 10 won, with no labor required, solely dedicated to our training. Our purpose is to safeguard our hard-earned possessions, protect our families, and preserve the happiness and future we have strived for. The crowd erupted in excitement. A defense team? How splendid. With such a team, no one would dare to bully us again. Moreover, the offer of 10 won a day is truly enticing. I wish to join. So do I. Amidst the fervor, the villagers eagerly raised their hands to enlist. For those willing to join the defense team, please come forth to register. My funds are limited, so I can only afford to recruit 10 individuals. Hence, the criteria will be stringent. We seek sturdy young men, those possessing strength, martial arts background, and a spirit of courage and determination. Most importantly, our defense team must uphold discipline and follow commands. I assure you, I will not shortchange anyone. In addition to the daily 10 won, there will be a year-end bonus of 1,000 won. Li Yuyao suddenly understood. She finally grasped Yang Lin's intentions. Chapter 38. Fulfilling the bet. Yang Lin of the security team required only 10 individuals, yet an overwhelming number of 16 or 17 stepped forward to enlist. The allure of the security team's benefits was undeniable. It offered not only a chance to safeguard the community, but also prestige and a modest remuneration of 10 coins. Consequently, Yang Lin instituted a rigorous assessment, evaluating strength, endurance, courage, martial skills, and special talents, ultimately selecting the most qualified 10. He turned to Zhong Tao and declared, Brother Zhong, you shall lead the security team henceforth, with a compensation 5 coins greater than the others. Zhong Tao, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, was not yet 30 and in his prime. He had excelled in every aspect of the recent evaluation and was among the few villagers with genuine martial training. Despite his robust physique, Zhong Tao was rather modest and quickly waved his hands, responding, no need for extra pay. 10 coins is already generous. I have made my decision, and it shall not change, young Lin affirmed, then addressed the group. The tofu workshop has been vandalized and cannot operate for the time being. Those from the tofu workshop may return home. The lumber team, quarry team, and kiln team will continue their work. Only the members of the security team shall remain. Once the others departed, Yang Lin turned to Zhong Tao, saying, Our security team holds a unique significance. We must uphold strict discipline. We must be courageous in confronting evil and dedicated to safeguarding our property, yet we must also refrain from instigating trouble and avoid abusing our power. I have here a manual outlining the discipline and reward punishment system for the security team. Please review it and share its contents with the others. Our foremost priority is character. Martial skills come second. Zhong Tao, somewhat bewildered, accepted the paper and nodded earnestly. The remaining members of the security team felt a surge of determination, eager to embark on their mission. Upon witnessing Yang Lin present the document, Liu Yao's suspicions were further solidified. This was clearly a premeditated plan. Yang Lin then elaborated on the responsibilities of the security team and their training methods. Once they departed, only their close companions remained. Liu Yao eagerly inquired, So, was all of this prepared in advance? Yang Lin shrugged, Of course. How did you know someone would target our tofu workshop? Liu Yao pressed further. It's quite simple. By considering the situation from various perspectives, one can anticipate others' thoughts. It was only a matter of time before someone would strike at our tofu workshop. Liu Yao continued to question, If you were aware, why did you not prepare sooner? Why wait until after the vandalism to establish the security team? Yang Lin smiled. My dear, do you truly believe the losses from our tofu workshop are significant? Liu Yao paused, initially inclined to assert the losses were considerable. However, upon reflection, she realized that the workshop contained merely wooden barrels and water tanks, with the most valuable item being the water mill. In addition, even the slightly valuable iron pots are brought back home every day after use. When calculating the loss, it truly amounts to little. Suddenly, she realized something and was taken aback. So, your true intention from the beginning was to establish a defense team? If there were no pressing matters, forming such a team would lack cohesion, and the process would indeed seem abrupt. However, under the current circumstances, the establishment of a defense team becomes entirely logical. Just now, everyone failed to recognize this, including myself. We all felt that the defense team should be formed and must be formed. The more Liu Yao spoke, the more astonished she became, and her gaze toward Yang Lin grew increasingly shocked. She understood the significance of the defense team far better than others. The defense team represents soldiers, a fighting force. Although the initial purpose of its establishment is self-protection, with the development of the defense team, it could very well evolve into a private army. Currently, there are only 10 members, but what about in the future? 100, 1,000? Such possibilities are not out of reach. Yang Lin possesses the methods to craft crossbows, allowing for the rapid production of a significant number of them. Once these crossbows are equipped to the defense team, this seemingly ordinary group of villagers could swiftly transform into a formidable archery unit. Contemplating all this, Liu Yao felt her breath quicken. What exactly does he intend to achieve? Everything he has done seems to align with his own goals. Beyond what you've mentioned, there is indeed another crucial point. Yang Lin smiled broadly and raised a finger. Liu Yao was taken aback. Another? Do you remember the bet we made a while ago? I claimed we could attain strength comparable to that of a noble family in a short time. Now, we have accomplished it. Liu Yao was astonished. She was about to retort, but as she opened her mouth, she immediately realized that Yang Lin had indeed made it happen. In terms of financial power, while they may not yet match the nobility, they are not lacking in funds, and the potion business is remarkably stable, given time. Their financial resources will far surpass those of the families in the county. In terms of influence, all the prominent families in the county are currently engaged in business with them. Yang Lin has tied them to his own interests. Anyone who troubles them would effectively sever the financial lifeline of other families. Thus, barring deep-seated grudges, few would dare act against them. With the defense team and crossbows now in place, their ability to protect themselves has been significantly enhanced. Therefore, to claim they possess strength comparable to that of a noble family is not an exaggeration. So, my dear, will you honor the bet, or do you intend to renege? Yang Lin looked at his beautiful wife with keen interest, eager to tease her. Liu Yao lightly bit her lip, her heart racing, her face flushing. The wager was for her to kiss him voluntarily. However, to do so in front of so many people. The mere thought filled her with embarrassment. He, sister cannot go back on her word. Xiao Jiu made a playful expression. What is there to fear, dear sister? Once our house is built, my body shall belong to him, and a mere kiss is nothing. If not, I can take your place, teased the fourth sister. Among all the ladies, she was the most enchanting. I shall take the role of sister. Third sister Liao Hongying stepped forward decisively, drawing near to Yang Lin, and planted a kiss on his lips without hesitation. As a maid, how could she allow the emperor to be disrespected? She would gladly substitute, not just for a kiss, but even for a more intimate embrace. Yang Lin was taken aback. He had never intended for Li Yuyao to kiss him. He merely wished to temper her haughty demeanor. Little did he know that Liao Hongying would act so impulsively and kiss him directly. There was indeed something amiss between these two. Is that enough? If not, let us continue. Liao Hongying declared, kissing him once more, leaving Yang Lin blushing furiously. All the ladies were rendered speechless. Li Yuyao, however, bit her lip, watching Liao Hongying take her place, feeling rather uncomfortable. One should bear the consequences of their own actions. I shall honor my word, Li Yuyao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 39. The Defense Team. The first battle before anyone could react. Li Yuyao had already risen on her tiptoes and gently bestowed a peck on Yang Lin's cheek, akin to a chick pecking at grain. She then swiftly turned and retreated indoors. Yang Lin felt a warmth bloom on his cheek, followed by a tingling sensation that coursed throughout his body. Unlike the impassioned kisses from Liao Hongying, Li Yuyao's gesture was tender. He could distinctly feel the lingering warmth of her lips against his skin. The gentle touch seemed to linger on his face, evoking an indescribable feeling. Liao Hongying stood in stunned silence. Did His Majesty truly just kiss him? Could it be that His Majesty was resolute in making him her husband? Ahem. What are you all staring at? Let's get to work. Yang Lin called out to the women and hurried back inside. Upon entering, he found Li Yuyao sitting quietly on the bed, her head bowed. My dear, are you all right? Yang Lin inquired, expecting to find her in tears. However, as he observed her, he noted that her countenance was merely cold, devoid of any other signs of distress. Li Yuyao lifted her gaze to meet Yang Lin's eyes. What is it? Under the scrutiny of her icy stare, Yang Lin inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness. He discerned that her eyes held a profound complexity. Do you wish to know my identity? I actually. As the words lingered on her lips, she hesitated. You are, in fact, a lady of high birth. Are you not? Huh. Li Yuyao was taken aback. I could tell from the outset. You are unlike the others. Your demeanor is poised, and your grace is unparalleled. Undoubtedly indicative of having been raised in a noble family. So, what led you to become a wanderer? Did your family encounter misfortune? Yang Lin probed. Fear not, my dear. Regardless of what has transpired in the past, from this moment forth, this place shall be your home. You are no longer alone, whatever troubles you face. You may share with me, and I shall stand by you as we confront them together. Li Yuyao parted her lips, and in that fleeting moment, she yearned to disclose her true identity and her intentions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. Would he believe her if she spoke now? Even if he did, what could be done? Moreover, her identity was ultimately a taboo. Should it be revealed, her family would likely face unwarranted calamity. Can you promise me one thing? Li Yuyao asked earnestly. What is it? I wish for you to amass a great fortune, to forge many bows and crossbows, and to expand the defense team. Li Yuyao declared with unwavering fervor. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, astonished. Money, bows, and crossbows represented military salaries, supplies, and an army. This was precisely the clandestine plan he had devised to safeguard himself and his family. To his astonishment, his dear wife shared the same aspirations. Were her thoughts aligned with his, or did she harbor other intentions? A woman capable of such strategic contemplation was indeed extraordinary. Very well, I shall comply, Yang Lin declared. However, this matter must remain confidential, and we must not act hastily. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement. What shall we do next? Lu's landlord has already caused us trouble, and this situation is far from resolved. Yang Lin chuckled. The security team has been established. We are now in a position to retaliate. He is merely a landlord in a village. Does he truly believe he can dominate us? In truth, dealing with him is as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Li Yuyao was left speechless. At that moment, Xiao Jiu rushed in. Brother, the Lu family is causing a ruckus at the tofu shop again. Let us inform the security team and go take a look. When Yang Lin arrived at the tofu shop, he found Lu Liang accompanied by several henchmen, brandishing clubs. Confronting the nearby villagers who were working, 2 villagers lay on the ground, already bruised and battered. "You insolent peasants, how dare you obstruct me? Get out of my way. Do you truly think Yang Lin will support you? Let me tell you, he is nothing. My Lu family has never regarded him with any seriousness. We have no interest in his affairs. From this day forth, anyone who dares to work for Yang Lin, I will deal with severely." Lu Liang pointed threateningly at the crowd. The villagers were agitated, yet having witnessed the violence, they hesitated to act. Just then, Yang Lin and the security team arrived. Newly formed, the security team wielded only rudimentary farming tools, yet they quickly surrounded Lu Liang and his cohorts. Lu Liang, taken aback, glared at the audacious villagers. "What do you intend to do? I've given you face. Now get out of my way." However, nobody budged. Yang Lin approached, disregarding Lu Liang, and instead knelt beside the 2 injured villagers to assess their wounds, relieved to find them not severely harmed. "Who did this?" Yang Lin asked coldly. The villagers pointed at Lu Liang. Rising to his feet, Yang Lin strode towards Lu Liang. "What do you think you're doing?" Lu Liang, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Yang Lin. "You dare to strike my people, and you question my intent?" Yang Lin squinted, raising his voice. "From this day forth, anyone who works for me, Yang Lin, shall not be bullied. Whoever dares to harm my people, I shall retaliate." Yang Lin bellowed. "Where is the security team?" "Present." The 10 members shouted in unison. In that instant, their blood surged with fervor. Particularly, Zhong Tao felt as if he had returned to military ranks, his spirit ignited. "From now on, we shall no longer be oppressed. Anyone who dares to bully us shall face our wrath." With that, Yang Lin pointed fiercely at Lu Liang. "Charge!" The security team, fueled by their fiery resolve, surged forward. Having not yet avenged last night's incident, and with the Lu family causing trouble again today, their pent-up frustrations erupted at that moment. Faced with the once-dreaded Lu family, they stood fearless. In the era of cold weapons, the most crucial element in warfare is momentum. The same applies to brawls. Lu Liang and his retainers had long been intimidated by the imposing presence of the security team. As the team surged forward, within moments, several of the retainers were sent sprawling to the ground. You mustn't come any closer. Dare to lay a hand on me, and you shall meet a dreadful fate." Lu Liang's face turned ashen with fear. The security team, now fully ignited with fervor, paid no heed to his threats and advanced upon Lu Liang, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. Instantly, the air was filled with the anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Please stop, I was wrong. Spare my life, spare my life." Having never experienced violence before, Lu Liang crumbled under the first blow, pleading for mercy repeatedly. The villagers stood in stunned silence, astonished that the security team dared to take action. Even more surprising was the revelation that the boisterous young master of the Lu family was nothing more than a paper tiger. In that moment, the villagers felt a surge of exhilaration. They pondered the power of the landlord and found themselves liberated from a long-held grievance, reveling in the sweet satisfaction of justice served. Chapter 40. The resolute problem solver Lu Liang fled with his tail between his legs, prompting a chorus of cheers from the villagers. Standing atop an elevation, Yang Lin proclaimed, "From this day forth, all laborers and tenants who have worked for the Lu family are welcome to join me. The wages remain unchanged, 5 won for laborers and 10 won for craftsmen. For those indebted to the Lu family, I shall assist in settling their debts. Furthermore, entire families are invited to work alongside me. Every laborer here will enjoy at least 1 pork feast each month. During festivals, bonuses will be distributed." Upon hearing Yang Lin's declarations, the villagers erupted in jubilation once more. They could scarcely contain their excitement, eager to relay this splendid news to their relatives and friends still toiling for the Lu family. The laborers at Lu's estate had long wished to leave. Their only concern was whether Yang Lin could accommodate enough workers, and the fear of repercussions from the Lu landlord loomed large should Yang Lin's venture falter, forcing them to seek the landlord's favor again. However, today's events dispelled their anxieties entirely. On one side was the grueling labor for a meager 2 won a day. On the other, the promise of less demanding work for 5 won. The comparison was stark and undeniable. "Yang Lin, do you truly have the capacity for so many?" one villager questioned. "Indeed, there are over 100 laborers at the Lu estate. If families come together, it could easily swell to 200 or 300 people." The villagers gazed at Yang Lin with concern. Yang Lin thumped his chest confidently. When I, Yang Lin, speak, I always keep my word. As for whether I can employ such numbers, there is no need for worry. Beyond tofu and dried sheets, we shall soon establish new industries, and when the time comes, more workers will be welcome. With Yang Lin's assurance, the villagers erupted in cheers once again, many already eager to summon their friends and kin. Meanwhile, at the Liu household, Liu Liang stumbled in, bruised and weeping. Father, they bullied me. Liu Yukai was instantly alarmed. My son, who has done this to you? Who is responsible? He thundered, his eyes blazing with fury. Father, it was Yang Lin. He struck me. You must avenge me. Liu Liang sobbed, narrating the events that led to his plight. He had been triumphant after vandalizing the tofu shop the previous day and, emboldened, swaggered to the riverbank with his entourage that very morning. Little did he expect that his return would be marred by such humiliation, having never suffered such indignity before. He lamented his misfortunes with palpable grievance. This is outrageous. Liu Yukai slammed his palm on the table. That Yang Lin dares to lay a hand on you, showing utter disregard for our family. Does he think the Liu family is easy prey? Father, what shall we do now? They are far too fierce, and our people cannot match them. Liu Liang was beside himself with fear. Just then, the steward rushed in. My lord, something terrible has happened. Those peasants have come to demand their wages, claiming they will no longer work for us. The steward rushed in, his voice filled with urgency, only to find both the master and the young master wearing expressions of deep dismay, mirroring his own. What? Liu Yukai glared fiercely at the steward, demanding clarity. Explain yourself, what is going on? The steward replied. It is said that Yang Lin has proclaimed that anyone who leaves us to work for him will have their debts settled by him. And he is offering those peasants 5 coins a day. As he spoke, even he was swayed by the prospect. However, being a servant bound to the Liu family, he realized he had no other options. What? How dare he poach our workers? This is utterly outrageous. Liu Yotsai's beard trembled with rage. My lord, you must take action. Those peasants have blocked the accounting office, clamoring for their wages. Let them wait. Liu Yukai replied coldly. They think they can leave for Yang Lin and still demand payment? How naive. Take a few men with you. Anyone who disobeys must be dealt with severely. But, the steward hesitated. It is rumored that Yang Lin's security team has beaten our young master. Those peasants no longer seem afraid of us. He instinctively glanced at Liu Liang, realizing the rumors bore truth. Father, what should we do now? If no one is willing to work for us, how will we tend to our fields? Liu Liang looked dejected. Silence. Liu Yukai shot a fierce glare at Liu Liang, his temper flaring further at the sound of his son's words. You may leave. I have a plan. But what about the peasants? The steward inquired. Tell them we will settle their wages in a few days. Yes. The steward departed. Liu Liang hurriedly pressed. Father, what are we going to do? With so much land, if no one works, it will all go to waste. Perhaps we should raise their wages? If we match what Yang Lin offers, they won't leave. He contemplated the dire consequences of losing the 1,000 acres of land. Liu Yukai jabbed Liu Liang's forehead with a finger, exasperated. Can you not think? Raise their wages? What did I teach you? Such leniency will only encourage those peasants. To keep them compliant, they must be kept underfoot, barely surviving, yet never fully satisfied. If we raise their wages, they will revolt. Besides, Yang Lin is a madman. If we increase wages, who is to say he won't do the same? What then? Liu Yukai glared at Liu Liang, who sat bewildered. None of that will work. Is there truly no salvation left? Sighing deeply, Liu Yukai lamented the predicament. You, my dear, seem to lack insight and ruthlessness. You must learn from your father. This world is unforgiving, and if you do not possess a fierce spirit, you shall be devoured. Just as we find ourselves cornered by Yang Lin at this very moment, you still ponder solutions? Liu Liang grew increasingly perplexed. What is there to contemplate, if not the resolution? My child, remember this. When faced with insurmountable challenges, do not waste your thoughts on solving the problem itself. Instead, devise a means to eliminate the source of the problem. As Liu Yukai spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he made a slashing motion across his throat towards Liu Liang. Suddenly enlightened, Liu Liang recalled the humiliation he endured at the hands of Yang Lin, and a sinister expression crept upon his face. Liu Yukai remarked coldly, no matter how much chaos Yang Lin can unleash, he is ultimately just one man. Once he is removed, all our troubles shall cease to exist. Furthermore, everything he possesses will belong to us. A chilling light erupted from Liu Yotsai's eyes. Chapter 41. Yang Lin, I want him dead. What a brilliant tactic to undermine the foundation. Li Yuyao exclaimed with genuine admiration. Upon hearing Yang Lin's announcement, she realized that Lu's household was utterly doomed. The landlords in the village primarily possessed land, exploiting the long-term workers and tenants while simultaneously relying on them. Previously, the long-term workers and tenants had no choice but to toil for the landlords, paying grain and rent merely to scrape by, thus remaining bound to the landlords despite their exploitation. However, now, with Yang Lin's work yielding more than what Lu's household could provide, making a living was no longer a concern. Who would still wish to be exploited by Lu? Noticing Li Yuyao's invigorated demeanor, Yang Lin shook his head. It was still too early to celebrate. Li Yuyao paused, perplexed. Why? She could hardly fathom what solutions Lu's family might have left. Yang Lin replied, shaking his head, even a mad dog bites, and when they are driven to desperation, we become vulnerable. Li Yuyao gasped in alarm. Are you suggesting he might retaliate against us? Yang Lin shrugged. Who knows? It is prudent to prepare in advance. The ironworks had cast 2 sets of crossbow parts that day. Yang Lin retrieved the components and, along with the women, assembled them in less than an hour. The crossbows were equipped with 30 bolts, sufficient for the short term. That afternoon, Yang Lin led the women to an uninhabited forest to practice shooting, enhancing their accuracy, reloading speed, and even practicing moving shots. Yang Lin was quite pleased with the results. Li Yuyao and the third sister, Liao Hongying, could almost hit the target every time within 10 meters. The fourth sister also performed admirably, closely following Yang Lin, while the eldest and second sisters lagged slightly behind. The fifth and sixth sisters needed improvement, but the remaining 3 young girls, though still inaccurate, were improving rapidly, promising a bright future. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Before retiring, Yang Lin announced that starting tonight, everyone would take turns keeping watch, each for 2 hours, alternating with rest. The abrupt need for night watch left everyone bewildered. However, Li Yuyao recalled Yang Lin's earlier words and inquired, "Are you concerned that the Lu family will seek revenge against us?" Yang Lin nodded. "The likelihood is high. For our safety, it is wise to exercise caution." He dared not be negligent, having witnessed countless instances in his previous life where, when faced with problems they could not resolve, individuals simply eliminated those who posed the questions. Although he had no intention of competing with the landlord, the confines of Kaoshan village were limited, and his development would inevitably encroach upon Lu's interests. It was no surprise that they would view him as a thorn in their side, eager to remove him. Yang Lin wished to avoid regret after the fact. Thus he prepared thoroughly. He had already drilled some holes in the doors and windows for observation and shooting. During the night watch, should anything unusual arise, they would awaken everyone, and if the situation became urgent, they could shoot without hesitation. Yang Lin surveyed the women. "Do you all remember?" The group of women nodded in a dazed manner. "Starting tonight, I shall stand watch during the hours of Wu and Hai. My lady shall guard during Zi and Chou. The eldest sister will keep vigil during Yin and Mao. Very well, everyone, rest now. The crossbow shall be placed nearby, with the bolts ready for swift action. Each of us will take 2 shifts, 3 persons amounting to 6 shifts, covering a total of 12 hours, from dusk until dawn. With everything arranged." Yang Lin settled onto a stool at the door. Observing Yang Lin's resolute silhouette, the others felt it might be somewhat excessive. However, no one opposed Yang Lin's decision. And after extinguishing the lights, they each drifted into slumber. That night, in the Lu household, Lu Yukai summoned 4 house servants. "Today, you shall assist the master with a task. If completed successfully, each of you shall be rewarded with a coin." Upon hearing of the coin, the hearts of the 4 men skipped a beat. They understood that such a generous reward likely entailed nefarious deeds. "Master, we shall heed your command," said the scar-faced man at the forefront, bowing slightly. Yang Lin. Lu Yukai gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. "I desire his death." Upon hearing Yang Lin's name, one of the 4 felt his heart race. The scar-faced man displayed no surprise, merely sneering and assuring, "Rest assured, master. If you wish for his demise tonight, he shall not see the dawn." The 4 acknowledged the order, took up their blades, and prepared to depart. On a moonless, windy night, perfect for misdeeds, the scar-faced man, seasoned in such grim tasks for the Lu family, awakened as the hour of Chou approached. "Brothers, it is time to work," he declared, seizing his dagger and leading the others stealthily out of the Lu residence, making their way towards Yang Lin's home under the cover of darkness. With an hour remaining until dawn, the hour when most slumber deeply, the scar-faced man was aware of Yang Lin's situation but regarded him with contempt. To him, a scholar accompanied by a few women seemed an effortless target. However, upon reaching the entrance of Yang Lin's courtyard, they prudently slowed their pace. Moving with utmost care as they cautiously opened the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Within the Yang residence, the eldest sister had taken her turn to stand guard. As the night wore on, weariness overcame her. She gazed out the window for a moment before her eyelids grew heavy. The stillness of the courtyard revealed no signs of disturbance, and gradually, she found her eyes becoming increasingly difficult to keep open. In her drowsy state, she thought that dawn was nearing and a brief rest would pose no danger. Thus, she let her weary eyelids fall shut and succumbed to a brief slumber. In a hazy dream, she beheld a woman clad in white, drenched in blood, standing before her, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. A pale hand reaching out towards her. Startled, the eldest sister jolted awake, gasping for breath. It had merely been a dream. She exhaled a long sigh. Yet, even after awakening, a chill lingered in the air. She instinctively shivered, feeling more alert. However, as she opened her eyes and peered through a hole in the window, her heart nearly stopped in terror. In the darkness, shadowy figures clad in black were stealthily entering the courtyard. The eldest sister's mind buzzed with alarm. She pinched herself hard to confirm that this was not a dream, momentarily forgetting the crossbow at her side, and hurried to shake Yang Lin awake. For the past 2 days, Yang Lin had remained vigilant, so the instant he was jolted awake by the eldest sister, he immediately sat up and reached for the crossbow on the ground. There are intruders in the courtyard. 4 of them, the eldest sister said nervously, her voice trembling. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. 4? They certainly overestimated their own capabilities. He quickly roused Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying, gesturing for them to remain silent while he deftly readied the crossbow and approached the window. Chapter 42. There are survivors through the aperture. 4 masked figures could be seen in the courtyard, stealthily approaching with short blades in hand. Yang Lin took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, and deftly positioned his crossbow bolt through the opening, aiming at the foremost masked assailant. Within a distance of less than 10 meters, he harbored confidence that he could strike true. However, he was acutely aware that he was alone. Even if he succeeded in vanquishing one, the others would likely flee in terror. Yet, he sought to ensure that all those who dared to provoke him would remain. This confrontation was not merely a matter of victory. It had to be resounding, a demonstration of might that would instill fear in those ravenous wolves who dared to challenge him. With the crossbow aimed, Yang Lin cast a glance back at Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying. Both had risen, preparing their crossbows with unwavering focus. Li Yuyao leaned toward Yang Lin, and without waiting for his command, she extended her bolt through the aperture, pointing it outward. The entire process was calm and composed, revealing her practiced proficiency from their night watch. On the other hand, Liao Hongying astonished Yang Lin even further. She signaled to him with the confidence of a seasoned warrior, then approached the doorway, positioning her crossbow through a hole in the door. She nodded toward Yang Lin, indicating that he was free to act at any moment. The 4 figures outside were now perilously close to the entrance. Including the eldest sister, they all held their breath, awaiting Yang Lin's order. 3 individuals, 3 crossbows. After a synchronized volley, they would surely incapacitate at least 3. Such an outcome would be commendable, and whether the last could be captured would depend on fortune. Just as Yang Lin inhaled deeply, preparing to command the strike, a sudden roar erupted from outside. Run! Run! Yang Lin! Ludi intends to kill you. You must flee. Yang Lin's heart leapt into his throat. Yet, he was momentarily stunned, for the voice belonged to one of the very masked men. What in the world? Damn! I knew you would hesitate, ruining my plans, seeking your own demise. The scarred face, gripping his dagger, wasted no time in thrusting it toward the adjacent masked figure. Thud! The man staggered and collapsed to the ground. As he fell, he continued to cry out for them to run, but his voice quickly faded into silence. Brothers, Wang Laosen has jeopardized our scheme. We have startled the snake in the grass. There is no time to lose. Charge in and slay them all. Having realized their cover was blown, the scarred man exhibited remarkable decisiveness, shaking the blood from his blade before striding boldly toward the entrance. Meanwhile, fire! Yang Lin bellowed. Whoosh! 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 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air as 3 deadly, ebony arrows shot forth from the openings of the door and windows. disappearing into the darkness. In an instant, before the scarred man could react, his body abruptly froze. Ah! Three agonized cries resonated almost in unison. The scarred face hung low in anguish, incredulously gazing at the short arrow that had pierced his chest, a visage marked by shock and terror. With a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground. 3 arrows, all struck true. The 3 assailants fell almost simultaneously. Wait, don't rush out yet. The crossbow is loaded, young Lin called out urgently. Although he understood that the adversaries, unaware of his crossbow, had sent 4 men to eliminate him, potentially overestimating their strength without any backup, preparation was their concern, while vigilance was his. After a brief pause, with the outside remaining eerily silent, young Lin declared, "I will go out. You two provide cover." Grasping the loaded crossbow firmly, he slowly opened the door and stepped outside. As he approached the masked figures, his heart raced uncontrollably. In his previous life, he had merely been an ordinary man, never having set foot on a battlefield or taken a life. He had managed to maintain his composure during the perilous moment, yet now, with the crisis seemingly averted and 4 corpses strewn across the yard, a chill ran down his spine, and dread began to creep in. Nevertheless, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed, for he recognized that despite his lack of experience with bloodshed, he was now the head of the household, the sole man within this family, the only pillar upon which they could rely. Thus, he must never succumb to fear. As he steadied his breath, young Lin's mind raced with plans. First, he suppressed his discomfort and proceeded to examine the 4 individuals' conditions. To his surprise, the masked man who had shouted for him to flee was still alive. Among the remaining 3 masked figures, one had merely been struck in the thigh and still drew breath, while the other 2, with arrows lodged directly in their chests, were irrevocably deceased. "Quick, find some rope, there's still one alive," young Lin shouted, aiming his crossbow at the man with the thigh wound. At that moment, the women, previously asleep, began to awaken in a daze, unaware of the unfolding events. After rousing young Lin, the eldest sister found herself in a state of panic. Upon hearing young Lin's urgent call, she hurriedly searched for rope, trembling as she approached with a bundle in hand. Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying emerged with their crossbows, vigilantly scanning their surroundings while assisting young Lin in binding the surviving assailant. Previously, young Lin had entertained certain thoughts. If all 4 had perished, it would have been a satisfactory outcome. However, now that there was a living captive, it was imperative to leverage this opportunity. In the distance, flickers of fire illuminated the night, accompanied by the sounds of voices. Villagers had heard the commotion and were making their way toward the scene. "Quickly, remove all the crossbow bolts. We must not reveal the existence of the crossbow," young Lin exclaimed, disregarding the potential for the wounded man to bleed out. As he yanked the bolt from the man's thigh, after a blood-curdling scream, the masked man regained consciousness. As he attempted to struggle, he realized he was securely bound. Spare me, spare me. It was Lu the landlord who forced me. I know nothing, please, spare me." Before young Lin could initiate his interrogation, the man confessed everything on his own. In truth, even without questioning, young Lin could deduce the circumstances. The list of individuals he had offended was rather limited. Lu the landlord, the Zhou family from the county town, and the young master from the Zhao family, whom they had brutally assaulted. The young master of the Zhao family might still be unaware that it was his own assailants. While although the Zhou family harbored disdain towards him, there were ultimately no conflicts of interest. Only Lu the landlord harbored a deep-seated hatred. The notion of cutting off a man's means of livelihood is akin to slaying his parents. Although he had not deliberately targeted Lu's family by lending money to the impoverished, he had prevented destitute villagers from selling their land, which undermined Lu the landlord's interests, particularly with yesterday's strategy that struck at the very roots of Lu's power. It was tantamount to declaring war. Thus, it was not difficult to foresee that Lu the landlord would act out of desperation against him. Just then, a chorus of screams erupted in the air. Chapter 43. Toppling the Lu family. The women, just awakened, were horrified to discover the gruesome scene outside, where lifeless bodies lay strewn across the courtyard, leading them to shriek in terror. Outside, villagers wielding torches rushed to the scene, bewildered. What happened? Is this true? Are there dead people? Zhao Fuguei dashed into the small courtyard, his gaze immediately seeking Yang Lin. Upon seeing Yang Lin standing unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yang Lin, what transpired here? Who are these people? Zhao Fuguei inquired anxiously. Yang Lin casually pointed to the surviving assailant. He has confessed. They were sent by the landlord Lu to kill me. What? Zhao Fugui gasped, slapping his thigh in disbelief. How audacious of Lu Yukai to hire assassins. But how did they all end up dead? He asked, perplexed. The villagers who had just arrived formed a crowd, utterly confused, peering into the courtyard. Yang Lin maintained his composure. Tonight, my family took turns keeping watch. When they stormed in with knives, my wives and I fought valiantly. Fortunately, though it was perilous, we managed to eliminate 2 of them, leaving 2 alive. Ah, I see. Zhao Fugui nodded, yet a sense of unease lingered in his mind. Before he could ponder further, Yang Lin swiftly continued. Uncle San, Lu Yukai sent people to kill me, and now we have both witnesses and evidence. According to our Great Qian laws, we should be able to bring him to justice, right? Zhao Fugui's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, hiring assassins is a grave crime. Lu Yukai is finished this time. He nearly chuckled with glee. For years, Lu Yukai had threatened his position as village head, and after this incident, the Lu family was destined for ruin. Please, Uncle San, devise a plan for me. Yang Lin handed Zhao Fugui a small piece of silver. Being new to this world, the original Yang Lin was merely a pedantic scholar, entirely ignorant of the intricacies of litigation and the political arena. The laws of Great Qian were not as rigid as those of later times, and Yang Lin was not naive enough to believe that merely being in the right would guarantee a victory in court. Although Zhao Fugui was just a village head, he had connections with the Zhao family in the county and was a seasoned veteran in such matters. He was also keen to see the Lu family toppled. Clearly, he was more adept and invested in this situation than Yang Lin. Indeed, upon receiving the silver, Zhao Fugui grinned. Rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to me, and I promise to handle it splendidly. Well, Zhao Fugui stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. There is still a survivor, isn't there? Let us prepare the necessary materials for him to confess and sign. With that, Zhao Fugui turned towards the gathered villagers and shouted. Everyone present has witnessed it today. Lu the landlord sent people to assassinate Yang Lin. Fortunately, Yang Lin was vigilant and thwarted Lu's scheme. Since you all have seen it, please assist us by bearing witness and providing your fingerprints later. Subsequently, Zhao Fugui and Yang Lin proceeded to verify the identities of the black-clad assailants. Indeed, they were all servants of the Lu family. Among them, 3 were purchased by the Lu family from elsewhere. However, one originally belonged to the people of Kaoshan village. Is that not Wang Laosan? Upon discerning that familiar face, Zhao Fugui was taken aback. What a fool Wang Laosan is, blinded by greed. It is one thing for outsiders to come to kill you, but he, being one of our villagers, has truly sold himself to Lu Yukai and acknowledged a thief as his father? How could he stoop so low? Alas, this scoundrel does not even consider his brother. His brother? Yang Lin inquired, puzzled. Wang Gui, do you not know he is Wang Gui's younger brother? Yang Lin shook his head in confusion. Alas, Zhao Fugui sighed. The Wang brothers fled here during a famine. In recent years, their family was so impoverished that they could barely survive. Wang Laosan, in a display of loyalty, willingly sold himself into servitude to earn some money for his brother to sustain himself and his niece. Yet unexpectedly, that scoundrel, after following the old rogue Lu Yukai, has also changed. You helped him brother repay his debts and even found him work, and he came back to harm you. What a travesty. How infuriating. Yang Lin began to understand. Yet Zhao Fugui, still enraged, raised his leg to kick Wang Laosan on the ground. Hey. Yang Lin quickly intervened. Uncle, you misunderstand. They are indeed in collusion, but after Wang Laosan entered, he shouted to me to warn me, ultimately being stabbed by his own people. I believe he was also coerced. Oh, he still has some spirit left. Since he is Wang Gui's brother, let us attempt to save him, to see if he can be revived. Zhao Fugui furrowed his brow slightly. With such severe injuries, can he be saved? Let us try. Yang Lin replied, My dear wife, please fetch a sewing needle and some fine thread. Eldest sister, go boil some water. The knife wounds on Wang Laosan's body were deep, located between the ribs, and it was uncertain if any internal organs were damaged. If the internal organs were harmed, there would be no remedy. One could only leave it to fate. However, if they remained intact, swift suturing could prevent excessive blood loss and death. The crowd was baffled by Yang Lin's request for a sewing needle and boiling water. It was not until the water was ready and the needle and thread were prepared and sanitized that Yang Lin lifted Wang Laosan's shirt. wiping away the blood surrounding the wound, and readied the needle for suturing. Everyone around was astonished. Is he truly going to stitch flesh with a needle and thread? Even if he manages to sew it up, can a person survive? All present stared at Yang Lin, wide-eyed. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but Yang Lin himself felt trepidation. He was not a doctor, nor had he ever performed surgery. He merely relied on the vast and eclectic knowledge acquired in his previous life, understanding the principles behind wound suturing. Wang Laosan's type of injury could employ the figure-8 stitch method, which was not only simple, but also effective in quickly staunching blood flow. However, theory is one thing, and practical execution is another. Blood continued to seep profusely from the wound, and as Yang Lin's hand, holding the needle, approached the flesh, it began to tremble involuntarily. Though the flesh lay merely inches away, it seemed impossible to penetrate. Yang Lin took a deep breath, repeatedly assuring himself not to overthink, treating it as if he were merely sewing fabric. At last, the needle pierced through the skin with a decisive thrust. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers, many gazing at Yang Lin in sheer disbelief. It was at that moment that numerous observers finally perceived the transformation within him. He was no longer the same as before. With the first breach of his psychological barriers, Yang Lin's hand steadied, and his speed became remarkably swift. The wound measured only about 4 centimeters. And with a few deft stitches using the figure-8 technique, the flesh tightened, and the bleeding ceased at a visibly rapid pace. By the time he finished stitching, Yang Lin appeared utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and sank to the ground. All that could be done was accomplished. Now, it was a matter of fate. Chapter 44. Who has more money? Who has stronger connections? I shall set forth to Jianghe County at once to seek out the county magistrate. With our compelling arguments and the magistrate's support, the Liu family is bound to face defeat. At this moment, Zhao Fu Gui is even more exhilarated than Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded, producing a tin-tail silver ingot, which he handed to Zhao Fu Gui. I entrust this to you, dear uncle, and to the county magistrate as well. Although there are business dealings with the Zhao family, Yang Lin had heard in his previous life that at the Yamen, only those with money are welcomed. Without funds, one cannot expect to accomplish anything. This opportunity is rare, and it must be seized to decisively topple the Liu family. Zhao Fu Gui's eyes sparkled as he held the hefty silver ingot. Rest assured, dear uncle, I shall certainly convey your gratitude to the county magistrate. To bring down the Liu family, Zhao Fu Gui is more proactive than anyone else. After securing a confession and collecting evidence, and with witnesses present affixing their fingerprints, before dawn, Zhao Fu Gui departed for the county town with all the pertinent evidence. The corpse was taken to the village ancestral hall, while the living captive was guarded by the security team. Wang Gui, your brother has gone to kill Yang Lin, and he is now gravely injured and near death. You must hurry to check on him. Before dawn, Wang Gui was startled awake by the commotion outside and hurriedly donned 2 garments before racing to Yang Lin's home. His residence lay at the eastern edge of the village, quite a distance from Yang Lin's, so by the time he arrived, the turmoil at Yang Lin's house had already been ongoing for a while. Upon entering Yang's small courtyard and seeing Wang Laosan lying on the ground, lifeless or unconscious, Wang Gui was rendered speechless. Yang Lin, are you unharmed? In a state of panic, Wang Gui looked frantically at Yang Lin. Yang Lin shook his head. I am fine. Your brother is gravely injured. I have attended to him, and while the bleeding has ceased, whether he survives depends on fate. Yang Lin recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing this, Wang Gui fell to his knees, weeping profusely, and fervently bowed his head in remorse. He felt an indescribable pain within, believing he had failed his own brother and Yang Lin. Yang Lin hurriedly helped Wang Gui to his feet and offered him a few pieces of broken silver. I have already sent someone to the town to fetch a doctor. Take this silver and bring him back to tend to his wounds. Wang Gui, still sobbing, was on the verge of bowing again. In this era, an injury is almost tantamount to a death sentence. This is due to inadequate medical conditions, where even non-fatal wounds can lead to fatal infections. Furthermore, ordinary families cannot afford the expenses of medical care. Wang Gui's family was barely managing, yet they could not bear the costs of hiring a doctor to care for the injured. They found a piece of door plank and carried Wang Laosan away, finally bringing silence to the courtyard, save for the pools of blood left behind. While the outsiders had departed, the women remained in a daze, still in shock from the ordeal. What astonished Yang Lin was that, Unlike others who were rendered helpless, Liu Yao and San Jia, who had shot alongside him to defeat the masked assailants, remained remarkably composed. Liu Yao remained composed, her demeanor calm and unruffled, exuding an air of tranquility that belied any hint of tension or anxiety. In fact, her poise surpassed even that of her companions, suggesting that the act of taking a life held little significance for her. In stark contrast, San Jia appeared particularly exhilarated, her countenance devoid of any fear. Instead, it radiated excitement and fervor. Who exactly were they, and what fortitude allowed them to maintain such psychological resilience? All is well now. Let us return to our quarters and rest, Yang Lin announced, proceeding to tidy up the courtyard. This was not a previous life where one needed to preserve a crime scene, nor would there be any coroner's examination. In the village, even serious matters such as homicides typically went unreported. The village head, clan leaders, and several respected elders could manage the situation. Even cases that reached the magistrate's office were often influenced more by connections and wealth than by tangible evidence. Thus, rather than allowing the blood to linger and rattle everyone's nerves, it was far wiser to clean up thoroughly. As he swept the yard, Yang Lin mentally reviewed the events of the evening, engaging in a thought experiment to anticipate the Liu family's next moves and to ponder whether this case could indeed lead to their downfall. He contemplated the potential for unforeseen complications, and this line of thinking prompted a sharp intake of breath. Fortunately, he had managed to keep his hubris in check. He meticulously replayed the newly devised plan in his mind until he was certain no detail had been overlooked, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the Liu residence, Liu Yukai was thrown into disarray upon learning that the servants he had dispatched to eliminate Yang Lin had been thwarted and killed, with none returning and one even captured alive. Panic set in as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Although the laws of the Daiqian dynasty were not particularly stringent, and wealth could often shield one from consequences, this leniency stemmed from the oppression of the common folk by the powerful. As merely a landlord in the village, he understood that in the eyes of the authorities, he and Yang Lin were not markedly different. Hiring a killer was still a grave offense. Liu Yukai was acutely aware that if Yang Lin chose to report him, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. At that moment, his steward rushed in, breathless and alarmed. "Master, we are in grave trouble. Zhao Fuguei has gone to the county town, and it is rumored he has brought our man with a confession." Liu Yukai staggered, collapsing into a chair, swallowing hard as his eyes widened in disbelief. He knew all too well how fervently Zhao Fuguei desired to eliminate him, and he was also aware that Zhao Fuguei had influence in the county. Yang Lin had entrusted this matter to Zhao Fuguei, who would seize this opportunity to ensure Liu Youcai's demise. "What shall we do, master?" the steward implored anxiously. As a servant, he understood that if the Liu family fell, their fates would be dire, either sold to human traffickers or conscripted for the border conflicts. Regardless of the outcome, his days of relative comfort were numbered. Liu Yukai, gritting his teeth and squinting his eyes, spoke vehemently. "Does he, Yang Lin, truly believe he can bring me down over such trivial matters? What a delusion! Dispatch someone to pursue Zhao Fuguei and ensure that he is intercepted. Retrieve all the evidence. You should also hasten to the county town to seek out Lord Zhao, the county magistrate." As he spoke, Liu Yukai produced a substantial silver ingot. Just as he was about to hand it to the steward, he reconsidered and opted for a slightly smaller piece. "This matter is minor. This amount will suffice." "Humph. In the grand scheme of things, it is merely a village affair. The county magistrate is unlikely to personally intervene. Ultimately, it falls under the jurisdiction of Lord Zhao. Our family has always shown reverence towards him, and in times of trouble, he will not turn a blind eye." Coupled with this silver ingot, does Yang Lin truly think he can accuse me? What a fantasy! The steward accepted the silver, but felt it somewhat insufficient. However, given that the master had spoken thus, he refrained from questioning it. Chapter 45: The rivalry of the two Zhaos in the town of Jianghe. Within the Zhao residence, County Magistrate Zhao Kong rose early, completed his morning ablutions, and had breakfast. It was only then that the chief steward, Zhao Zhongming, approached with a report. "Master, Zhao Fuguei from Kaishan village has arrived." "Oh, so early?" Zhao Kong paused slightly. "My cousin possesses discernment. He would not come without cause." "Where is he now?" "He is waiting outside." Zhao Zhongming bowed respectfully. "Quickly, invite him in." Moments later, Zhao Fuguei entered the Zhao residence, trembling slightly as he followed Zhao Zhongming. Upon seeing Zhao Kong, he hastily bowed. "Greetings, Master Zhao. Cousin, you've come so early to seek me. Is there something amiss?" Zhao Kong inquired. Zhao Fugui nodded vigorously. "Indeed, there is a grave matter. Last night, the landlord Lu Yukai from our village dispatched a few of his servants to assassinate Yang Lin." "What?" Before Zhao Fugui could elaborate, both Zhao Zhongming and Zhao Kong were taken aback. What was the outcome? "Is Yang Lin still alive?" they inquired anxiously. "He is alive, though he has suffered some fright," Zhao Fugui replied. Zhao Kong sighed in relief, albeit with a hint of astonishment. "A few men sought to kill him, yet he survived? It seems Yang Lin possesses some skill. Have you come to apprehend the assailants? I shall dispatch men to accompany you back." Zhao Kong expressed his admiration for Yang Lin, who crafted tofu, and thus held him in high regard. Zhao Fugui quickly shook his head. "Master, 2 of Lu Yotsai's servants perished, and another has been captured alive. He has confessed and signed a statement. Here are the pieces of evidence, for short knives, along with testimony from 38 villagers, complete with their fingerprints." Zhao Fugui promptly presented all the evidence. Zhao Kong was taken aback once more. Not only was Yang Lin unharmed, but he had also managed to eliminate 2 assailants and capture one. "Quickly, present them to me," Zhao Kong urged, examining the evidence that was indeed comprehensive. With a resounding thud, he slammed the table, exclaiming, "What audacity Lu Yukai possesses to dare hire assassins!" "Master," Zhao Fugui interjected, stepping forward to discreetly place a silver coin into the hands of steward Zhao Zhongming. "This is a token of gratitude from Yang Lin. I implore you, amidst your busy schedule, to uphold justice and punish the wrongdoers." Zhao Zhongming accepted the coin with a calm demeanor and nodded at Zhao Kong. Zhao Kang's expression turned serious. "Cousin, rest assured, in our great Qian dynasty, we shall not permit these petty thieves to act with impunity. Shortly, I will request you to accompany me to the county office, where I will summon the 3 ranks of constables and personally lead a search for the culprits." Though this matter did not traditionally fall under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, Zhao Kong, having accepted the silver and harboring a favorable opinion of Yang Lin, intended to seize the opportunity to meet the scholar who crafted tofu. Zhao Fugui's heart soared with joy as he eagerly agreed. Upon their arrival at the county office, before Zhao Kong could even summon the clerks, the burly county constable Zhao Dei rushed in. "Ah, Master Zhao, you summoned me so early to gather the men. What is the purpose of this urgency?" Zhao Dei inquired in a deep, resonant voice. "The 3rd class of Yamen runners is divided into the standing class, the swift class, and the strong class. The standing class comprises the constables who are typically commanded by the county magistrate, wielding their batons and exuding authority. The swift class, also known as the quick hands or commonly referred to as the catchers, is responsible for pursuing criminals and apprehending thieves, usually under the direction of the county lieutenant. Therefore, although the position of county vice is technically superior to that of the county lieutenant as a civil official, he does not directly instruct the members of the swift class in everyday matters. He and Zhao Dei, representing civil and military authority respectively, assist the magistrate, and their discord is a source of amusement for the magistrate." However, with Zhao Dei's sudden appearance, Zhao Kong sensed impending trouble. Zhao Kong stated, "Reports from Kaoshan village indicate that last night, a hired assassin was involved in a murder, resulting in a fatality. I shall personally lead a team to capture the perpetrator." Zhao Dei coldly chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Such a trivial matter of apprehending a thief hardly warrants the involvement of the county vice. As the county lieutenant, it is my duty to eliminate harm to the people. I shall handle this matter personally, sparing you the trouble, Lord Zhao." Though Zhao Dei spoke courteously, the subtext conveyed to Zhao Kong was clear. This matter is under my jurisdiction. Zhao Kong, however, was not easily intimidated. He replied coolly, "This case is already in my hands, and I must take responsibility until the end. There is no need to trouble you, Lord Zhao." Zhao Dei approached Zhao Kong with a grin, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I have heard that the gentleman with the surname Yang not only survived, but has also killed 2 servants of the Lu family. What do you think, Lord Zhao? Could it be that Yang Lin committed murder first, and then falsely accused Lu Yukai?" With that, he raised an eyebrow at Zhao Kong, exuding smugness. Zhao Kang's anger surged. While he too had accepted bribes, he adhered to a moral boundary. He would never distort the truth. Given that Zhao Dei was aware of the situation and was deliberately meddling, it was quite likely he had accepted money from the Lu family as well. Should this matter truly fall into Zhao Dei's hands, not only would the Liu family escape punishment, but they might even turn the tables on him. Lord Zhao, Zhao Kong retorted coldly, is it possible that I am no longer able to oversee this case? Zhao Dei replied with a sneer, of course, you can oversee it, Lord Zhao. However, this matter falls within my purview. If I do not handle it properly, I would welcome your guidance. Otherwise, there is no need for you to concern yourself. What if I insist on taking charge? Zhao Kong countered coldly. If that is the case, then let us defer to the esteemed magistrate's judgment, Zhao Dei retorted with a smirk. The term esteemed magistrate referred to the county magistrate. Zhao Kang's heart sank at the implication. Given Zhao Dei's obstinacy today, could it be that the magistrate had also been compromised? If that were the case, even if he wished to assist Yang Lin, he would be powerless to do so. Moments later, the two men arrived at the back hall, where they encountered County Magistrate Wu Yong. In his 40s, Wu Yong had secured the position of magistrate through donations, and after 3 years, he had become quite prosperous. Upon hearing the full account from both men, Wu Yong furrowed his brow and glanced at the clerk beside him. The clerk subtly shook his head, indicating that no one had delivered any silver. Wu Yong's expression immediately soured. Observing the dispute between Zhao Kong and Zhao Dei, he concluded that both men had accepted bribes. To everyone's astonishment, no one showed any respect towards themselves. Since this is a matter of life and death, it must be thoroughly investigated. There is no need for you two to quarrel. Let us proceed according to protocol. Zhao Dei will pursue the criminal, and Zhao Kong, as the county magistrate, should refrain from unnecessary worry. I am fatigued. Everyone may retire. In the absence of any respect shown, Wu Yong has no desire to involve himself in this trivial affair. Upon hearing this, the two had no choice but to withdraw. After exiting the inner hall, Zhao Dei proclaimed with satisfaction, rest assured, esteemed magistrate, I shall undoubtedly handle this case with utmost diligence, requiring no further intervention from you. Meanwhile, Zhao Fuqi, who had been anxiously waiting outside, hurriedly approached Zhao Kong as he emerged. My lord, how did it go? Zhao Kong furrowed his brow and shook his head. The situation is rather dire. Zhao Dei has usurped the task and will soon depart for Kaoshan village. You must promptly return and inform Yang Lin that Zhao Dei is insatiable. With connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, he must exercise extreme caution. If extortion befalls him, let him yield, for it is better to part with wealth than to invite disaster. Chapter 46. After capturing Yang Lin, Zhao Dei summoned 10 constables, mounted his steed, and departed from the county office. Outside the county, Zhou Zhengyang, who had been waiting, hastened to greet Zhao Dei upon his emergence. As anticipated, the esteemed county magistrate has entrusted me with the handling of this case, Zhao Dei proclaimed with an air of superiority. Zhou Zhengkuan bowed deeply and respectfully replied, Uncle Zhao, I shall accompany you. The two exchanged a knowing glance, each stifling a smirk, understanding each other's intentions. After a little over an hour, Zhao Dei arrived at Kaoshan village, heading straight for Liu Yukai's residence. My lord, the county lieutenant has arrived. The steward, who returned with Zhao Dei, rushed inside to announce. What? Liu Yukai was taken aback, utterly bewildered. He had already paid a sum. So why was the county lieutenant here? Was it possible he had come to apprehend him? The steward, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, My lord, the Zhou family from the county town has also intervened. The county lieutenant has come not for you, but to deal with Yang Lin. Liu Yukai was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, splendid, he exclaimed, filled with uncontainable joy. Yang Lin would never have imagined he would bring this upon himself. Yang Lin, this time you are doomed. Liu Yukai clenched his fists tightly and quickly stepped outside to welcome County Lieutenant Zhao Dei. Upon entering Liu's grand courtyard, Liu Yukai ordered a selection of fine wines and dishes to be brought forth, hosting the constables while respectfully inviting Zhao Dei and Zhou Zhengyang into the inner chambers. Once the doors were shut, Liu Yukai instructed his servants to prepare even more exquisite delicacies. Just as he was about to engage in pleasantries, Zhao Dei suddenly slammed his hand on the table. How dare you, Liu Yukai, conspire to harm others for wealth? Zhao Dei glared at Liu Yukai from his position at the center of the table. Liu Yukai trembled momentarily, but fortunately, he did not lose his composure. He quickly retrieved a large ingot of silver from his sleeve. I am wrong, my lord. Please see it clearly. Zhao Dai impassively accepted the silver, nodding slightly. Indeed, Yang Lin accuses you of plotting against him, yet I perceive your innocence. It must be that Yang Lin has slandered you. Yes, yes. Liu Kai hurriedly agreed. That scoundrel Yang Lin has defamed me. I am grateful for your keen insight, my lord. I implore you to act on my behalf. Zhao Dai chuckled lightly. Tapping his fingers on the table with an air of nonchalance, he remarked, I have always acted in the interest of the people. However, the manner of punishing Yang Lin shall depend upon your sincerity. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Liu Kai, smiling knowingly. Internally cursing Zhao Dai's insatiable greed, Liu Kai reluctantly produced another ingot of silver. My lord, please see clearly. Yang Lin is a vile criminal, wreaking havoc in the village. I beseech you to punish him. My sincerity is without measure. With the 2 ingots of silver, totaling 20 taels, Liu Kai could not help but feel a pang of pain. It was a sum that an ordinary family would struggle a lifetime to amass. Very well, Zhao Dai remarked, once again collecting the silver without a hint of emotion, nodding in approval. I sense your sincerity. Liu Kai, please have a seat. As for how to punish Yang Lin, we must deliberate thoughtfully. Liu Youcai's heart skipped a beat. He was pondering whether Zhao County Lieutenant was still unsatisfied. When Zhou Zhenyang coldly interjected, myself and Lord Zhao have come amidst our busy schedules, not merely for the likes of a trivial Yang Lin. Oh, Liu Youcai was taken aback, perplexed by the implication. Zhou Zhenyang narrowed his eyes and continued, you are aware that Yang Lin has a business dealing in a certain potion, correct? Liu Youcai's heart raced again, his pulse quickening at the insinuation. Zhou Gongzi's meaning was becoming clearer. Liu Youcai swallowed hard in excitement. However, Zhou Zhenyang waved his hand dismissively, stating, this is not merely the intention of myself or Lord Zhao. It is your own intention. He pointed deliberately at Liu Youcai's chest. Before Liu Youcai could respond, Zhou Zhenyang pressed on. Once we apprehend Yang Lin and subject him to severe interrogation, I doubt he would withhold the formula for the potion. After obtaining the formula, the production of the potion shall fall into your hands. Liu Youcai's heart leapt again, exhilaration surging within him. He was acutely aware of the potion's worth. With Yang Lin's sales, it could yield a profit of 1,000 taels of silver annually. While he was uncertain of the potion's profit margin, it could easily amount to 200 or 300 taels. As Liu Youcai was about to swallow again, Zhou Zhenyang shot him a disdainful glance. The business of the potion is yours to manage. While we remain uninvolved, we shall merely split the profits. Lord Zhao shall receive 60%, while our Zhou family will take 30%. Zhou Zhenyang held up 3 fingers, smiling cheerfully. Throughout this exchange, Zhao Dai merely sipped his tea, saying nothing. This, to be entrusted with the task yet receive but 10%? They would do nothing and yet claim 90% of the earnings? Liu Youcai's expression darkened, his desire to curse them burgeoning. Zhao Dai chuckled lightly, setting down his teacup and preparing to rise. Upon witnessing this, Liu Youcai grew anxious and hastily acquiesced, no problem. He had come to recognize the shamelessness of Zhao County Lieutenant. He was certain that should he refuse, Lord Zhao would pursue a formal investigation. In that case, both he and Yang Lin would be ensnared. To serve Lord Zhao and young Master Zhou was indeed an honor. Liu Youcai bowed deeply. Yet inwardly he cursed shamelessness 1,000 times. Splendid. Zhao County Lieutenant stood up, as I have come to investigate, and having ascertained your wrongful accusation, I shall no longer linger. We must swiftly apprehend the culprit. With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Zhao Dai mounted his horse, commanding, everyone, rise. Yang Lin has committed murder and theft, falsely accusing others. Bring him to me. Yes. The officers downed their cups of wine, grasped their sabers, and hurriedly followed suit. The group marched forth, resolute, towards Yang Lin's abode. Meanwhile, at Yang Lin's residence, Xiao Ba rushed in from outside, running and shouting, Master, someone is truly coming. The leader is on horseback, accompanied by a dozen officers. Upon hearing this, the ladies were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Although Yang Lin had briefed them earlier that morning, the reality of his words unfolding before them still sent waves of anxiety through their hearts. Why the panic? Li Yuyao's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Since my husband has foreseen this, what is there for us to fear? A mere Zhenghe County. I shall see what tempest it can stir, Li Yuyao stated with a frigid resolve. At that moment, her admiration for Yang Lin only deepened. He had indeed anticipated that the Liu family would not sit idly by, but would strike back. Hence, they had made their preparations early that morning. Madam, third sister. Yang Lin nodded towards Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying. The two returned his nod, then retreated into the house. As they disappeared from view, a collective unease settled upon the hearts of the onlookers. Chapter 47. The daughter of the prefect? They were acutely aware that upon returning to their quarters, the two would be armed with crossbows, poised to ambush. This was, after all, the most unfavorable outcome they had deliberated upon. Although initiating violence and killing the officials would undoubtedly obliterate any prospect of a peaceful future, Yang Lin found himself bereft of any faith in the laws of this world. Thus, at all costs, he and his family could not fall into their clutches. Should they be driven to the brink of desperation, he would have no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. The atmosphere was thick with tension, yet no one noticed that Xiao Jiu appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly lost in thought. The sound of hurried footsteps grew increasingly closer. Under the guidance of the servants dispatched by landlord Liu, Zhao Dei soon arrived at the entrance of Yang Lin's home. "Who is Yang Lin?" Zhao Dei called out, only to be momentarily taken aback. Within the small courtyard, 8 women stood, each more striking than the last, and amidst them, Yang Lin, the sole male, stood out conspicuously. "You are Yang Lin." Zhao Dei frowned, his displeasure mounting. "I am Zhao Dei, the county lieutenant of Jianghe County. Old Yang Lin, last night you committed murder and falsely accused Liu Yukai. I have already uncovered the truth, and the evidence is irrefutable. Surrender immediately and accompany me." Yang Lin sighed inwardly. Zhao Dei's identity was precisely as he had anticipated. As for the accusation, it held little significance. He cast a glance into the distance, where silence reigned. He furrowed his brow, unwilling to take that step until the final moment. With Zhao Dei's command, the officers on either side advanced to apprehend him. "Wait!" Yang Lin shouted, "Lord Zhao, it is not as you perceive. Last night, Liu Yukai sent someone to kill me. I possess both witnesses and evidence. You may verify it, Lord Zhao." Though he understood that further explanation would likely be in vain, he needed to buy some time. "Humph. Do not attempt to quibble. Whether you are guilty or not is for me to determine. What are you waiting for? Seize him." As the officers surged forward, the women panicked, forgetting their earlier agreement not to obstruct the line of fire, instinctively positioning themselves in front of Yang Lin. The officers paid no heed to this and were intent on using force. Seeing this, Yang Lin urgently cried out, "Step aside." He realized that the women inside, particularly his wife and third sister, were poised to act at any moment. Their failure to adhere to the plan and their presence here only served to complicate matters. Upon hearing Yang Lin's plea, some women began to move aside, yet others, unwilling to relent, remained in front of him. At that moment, Xiao Jiu stepped forward. She extended her small hand, pointing at Zhao Dei, and coldly declared, "A mere county lieutenant dares to flaunt his power and distort the truth. What audacity!" Silence enveloped the scene as all eyes turned in astonishment toward Xiao Jiu. Even Yang Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Jiu would dare to stand up. Upon witnessing that the audacious individual who dared to berate their county magistrate was merely an inexperienced young girl, the constables rolled up their sleeves, preparing to confront Xiao Jiu. "My father is Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang, and I am his third daughter, Han Mingzhu. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me." The moment those words left her lips, the constables, who had just begun to act, were taken aback. The governor held the esteemed 5th rank, overseeing the entire Nanyang prefecture and its 6 subordinate counties, while their county magistrate was but a 7th-rank official, and the county constable ranked even lower at 8th. At that moment, the constables exchanged perplexed glances with Zhao Dei. Zhao Dei, momentarily stunned by her declaration, soon erupted into laughter. "You are the daughter of Governor Han? How amusing." Xiao Jiu crossed her arms defiantly, lifting her chin. "Huh." Zhao Dei retorted coldly, "If your father is indeed the governor, then mine must be the emperor himself. You think you can deceive me with such trivialities? You are likely unaware that I have had the fortune to meet Governor Han once and learned that he has 3 sons and 2 daughters. How audacious to impersonate his third daughter." As he spoke, Zhao Dei bellowed to the constables, "What are you all dawdling for? This girl is clearly an impostor. Do you not realize that the daughter of the governor would never set foot in this desolate place, let alone marry a poor scholar?" The constables, momentarily stunned, began to reconsider. They may not have known what the governor's daughter looked like, but they imagined her to be a refined lady of privilege, unlikely to wander into such impoverished surroundings or marry a destitute man. With this realization, the constable's anger flared. Dare to toy with us? If she is an accomplice, let us seize them all. They reached out towards Xiaojiu. In that instant, panic seized her. I truly am Han Feng's daughter. You must believe me. Zhao County Constable. If you dare to harm me, do you not fear that I shall inform my father and bring you to justice? Xiaojiu cried out desperately. Yet, the constables remained unconvinced. Xiaojiu, come back. Yang Lin swiftly pulled her behind him, reflecting on her cleverness in fabricating such a tale. However, he lamented that impersonating the governor's daughter had too many flaws to succeed. Not only did Zhao Dei doubt her, but even Yang Lin himself found it hard to believe. With the imminent battle approaching, Yang Lin was concerned that she might be injured by stray arrows, prompting him to shield her behind him. Brother, I truly am Han Feng's daughter. Han Feng is a scoundrel. I never wished to acknowledge him, yet today I had no choice, but they do not believe me. Xiaojiu's eyes brimmed with tears in her desperation. Yang Lin felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that her words held truth? Nevertheless, he understood that even if she were indeed the governor's daughter, it bore no significance. The authority of a county official was nothing without the support of forces. Even the presence of the emperor would be futile without soldiers at his command. For in the end, it is not the intimidating title that holds weight, but the power one wields. Everything is fine, Yang Lin exclaimed, positioning Xiaojiu behind him. Each person must bear their own responsibility. Zhao County Lieutenant, I will accompany you. As he spoke, he raised his hands. They had agreed earlier that this gesture would signal the command to release the arrows. However, at that moment, a group of individuals rushed forward from a distance. It was the security team. Zhong Tao, leading his men, stormed into the courtyard, confronting the officials. Simultaneously, villagers armed with various farming tools began to arrive in droves. Do not apprehend Yang Lin. It was clearly landlord Liu who committed murder. Why do you not pursue him, but instead come for Yang Lin? Is there no law anymore? Shouted the villagers, growing in number. Witnessing this, Yang Lin felt a pang of concern. While he was touched by the villagers' willingness to support him, this unforeseen chaos jeopardized his plan. In such a tumultuous scenario, it would be increasingly difficult for his wife and third sister, hidden within, to release the arrows. Chapter 48. Liu Youcai's grand gesture. How dare you obstruct this official from apprehending a criminal? Are you in rebellion? Zhao Dei bellowed, pointing furiously at the villagers. Do you believe I will not have you all arrested? Yet the villagers remained undeterred, steadfastly positioned in front of Yang Lin, their gazes fixed intently on Zhao Dei. The intensity of their stares unsettled him, and his subordinates were equally bewildered. There were simply too many villagers to apprehend all at once. You. Zhao Dei ground his teeth in frustration. In Jianghe County, he had never before been so blatantly disregarded. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. He roared. Draw your swords. Anyone who dares obstruct us shall be struck down. With that command, the constables drew their blades, aiming them menacingly at the populace. The villagers were taken aback, instinctively retreating. However, one man remained resolute. To capture Yang Lin, you shall have to step over my corpse. Wang Gui declared. Without Yang Lin's help, my family's Guing would have long been seized by the Liu family. Yang Lin is my benefactor. Today, even if it costs my life, you shall not take him. He stood tall, advancing towards the threatening blades. And I. Another voice emerged from the crowd. Were it not for Yang Lin lending me money, I would have had no choice but to sell my land to the Liu family, never to rise again. Now that Yang Lin has helped us live better lives, we cannot allow him to be bullied. Indeed, Yang Lin has aided us. He is in trouble today, and we cannot turn our backs. If you wish to arrest him, you must take us all, shouted a villager, emboldened by the growing chorus. I am but a worthless life. Take it if you dare. More villagers stepped forward, all lifting their chins defiantly, facing the blades with unwavering courage. Zhao Dei was utterly flabbergasted. It was easy to intimidate the common folk, to beat them or even imprison them. Yet now, confronted with those who faced death without fear, he found himself powerless. Surely, he could not resort to murder. It was not that he lacked the courage to kill, but rather, the consequences of such an act would jeopardize his career. Just as Zhao Dei found himself in a quandary, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from beyond the crowd. Make way, clear a path. The county magistrate is arriving. Zhao Fugui's booming voice echoed around them. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was turning in their favor. Zhao Fugui squeezed through the throng, flanked by 2 men and a dozen robust constables. Upon hearing Zhao Fugui's announcement, Zhao Dei furrowed his brow. Following the sound, he soon spotted the county magistrate, Zhao Kong. What astonished him further was the presence of the elderly gentleman beside Zhao Kong. Mr. Zheng, what brings you here? This esteemed Mr. Zheng was none other than Zheng Dongqiao, the secretary to the county magistrate Wu Yong. He is the true confidant of the county magistrate, often devising strategies for him, managing finances, and overseeing various enterprises. In terms of rank, the clerk holds no official title and is vastly inferior to the county deputy or the county lieutenant. However, in the entirety of Zheng County, this Mr. Zheng stands as a figure just below the magistrate, towering above all others. Upon encountering Mr. Zheng, Zhao Dei instantly realized that Yang Lin had likely extended his reach to the county magistrate. With a chuckle, Zheng Dongxiao stroked his beard and remarked, "The esteemed magistrate, who cherishes his people as if they were his own children, was deeply shocked to learn that Yang Lin of Kaoshan village was nearly murdered last night. He has taken it upon himself to personally investigate this matter." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dei comprehended everything. Zheng Dongxiao produced a piece of paper from his sleeve, unfolding it with a flourish as he read aloud. Following the magistrate's meticulous examination, it has been established that the rogue Lu Yukai of Kaoshan village commissioned his servants to hire an assassin for murder, an act of audacity and grave sin. With ample evidence and witnesses, Zhao Darin, the magistrate commands you to apprehend Lu Yukai immediately. The subsequent proceedings of this case will be entrusted entirely to the county deputy. With a smile, Zheng Dongxiao extended the paper to Zhao Dei. Zhao Dei's countenance darkened as he hastily scanned the document, then bowed slightly to Zheng Dongxiao. His expression impassive as he stated, "The magistrate's foresight is remarkable. I shall obey." With a grim demeanor, he commanded, "Let us proceed to arrest Lu Yukai." Zhao Dei felt a deep sense of resentment. Just as his plan was on the verge of success, it crumbled before him. Now that the magistrate had issued a directive, he dared not defy it, and thus had no choice but to relent. With a clamor, Zhao Dei and his men retreated. The villagers, however, erupted with excitement. Yang Lin is safe? Not only that, did you not hear? The magistrate intends to capture Lu Yukai. Oh, how splendid. That scoundrel Lu Yukai has met his match. Truly, justice prevails. In that moment, the townsfolk expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the magistrate, a figure they perceived as distant yet benevolent. Yet, only Zhao Fugui understood that this outcome was not a testament to the magistrate's judicial prowess, but rather due to Yang Lin's realization that he had not presented a gift to the magistrate. He had dispatched someone to catch up with him, delivering a substantial offering of 200 taels of silver. For the magistrate, 200 taels was not an exorbitant sum. However, Yang Lin sought not to procure favoritism or corruption, but merely the fair execution of justice. To Wu Yong, this was a matter of little effort. At this moment, having concluded his business, Mr. Zheng departed without even glancing at Yang Lin. Conversely, County Deputy Zhao Kong was intrigued by Yang Lin. Observing the throng of villagers who had spontaneously shielded Yang Lin with their presence, leaving him greatly impressed. "Yang Lin, would you care to engage in conversation with me?" Zhao Kong approached with a friendly demeanor. Zhao Fugui promptly stepped forward, pulling Yang Lin close and introducing him. "This is the county deputy." Yang Lin clasped his hands respectfully. "I have had the honor of meeting you, esteemed sir. I am deeply grateful to Lord Zhao for journeying such a distance to clear my name. The surroundings here are rather chaotic. Perhaps we could proceed to the village chief's residence, where I may express my gratitude to you properly." "Ah, that sounds agreeable," Zhao Kong replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he discerned the implications behind Yang Lin's invitation. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Lin had chosen the abode of Zhao Fugui for another reason. His own home was simply too inconvenient for the occasion. As Yang Lin retrieved 50 taels of silver and made his way to Zhao Fugui's house to convey his thanks to Zhao Kong, Lu Yukai was being forcibly escorted out of his home, tightly bound. Outside the Lu residence, a throng of villagers awaited. Upon witnessing Lu Yotsai's disheveled state as he was led away, followed closely by his weeping wife and daughter, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Sir, why have they apprehended you?" Lu Yotsai's wife lamented, her cries piercing the air. "Cease your wailing," Lu Yukai snapped, turning to his wife with a loud reprimand. "All you do is weep. Immediately go and find Yang Lin." Tell him I wish to offer him a significant gift. Chapter 49. The Guardian of Orphans. What? Lu Yukai wishes to see me? As Zhao Kong had just departed, Lu Yotsai's wife approached. Yang Lin was taken aback upon learning of Lu Yotsai's desire for an audience. Zhao Fugui hastily remarked, that old dog Lu Yukai is undoubtedly up to no good. Yang Lin, heed my advice, we should disregard him. However, Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively, not necessarily. As one approaches death, their words may turn benevolent. He is at his wit's end. His wish to see me may not be a bad omen. I am curious to discover what grand gift he intends to bestow upon me. As the escorting party led Lu Yukai out of the village, Yang Lin emerged from Zhao Fugui's home, coincidentally encountering them. Yang Lin, you come. Lu Yukai called from a distance. It was Yang Lin's first genuine sighting of the only landlord in Kaoshan village. In his 40s, a bit portly, he bore the mark of prosperity, yet at this moment, his hands were shackled, rendering him quite disheveled. Yang Lin pondered the irony, after all the animosity. Today marked their inaugural meeting. Lu Yukai had arranged for the guards to allow him a moment aside with Yang Lin. What brings you to seek me? Yang Lin inquired directly, with no one else around. He was intrigued. In such dire straits, if he had anything to convey, he ought to share it with his family. Why would he wish to meet with him? I mentioned a grand gift. Lu Yukai stated plainly, without preamble. I, Lu Yukai, have toiled for many years in Kaoshan village, amassing a considerable fortune. Now, thanks to you, I fear I may never return. He glanced at Yang Lin with a cold gaze, continuing, tell me, what do you think will become of the Lu family once I am gone? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. Are you concerned that your son cannot uphold your legacy? Yet why seek me? The adage rings true, starting a business is arduous, but maintaining it is even more challenging. Lu Yukai had a son and a daughter. His daughter was only 14, still quite young. His son, Lu Liang, was notorious throughout the village. Previously, under Lu Yotsai's protection, Lu Liang had flaunted his authority. Now, with his father's impending absence and the emergence of Yang Lin's formidable presence, the fate of the Lu family was all too predictable. Lu Yukai had previously resorted to violence against Yang Lin precisely because the Lu family had reached a dead end. Now, he was leaving behind a colossal mess for his ineffectual son, and the outcome was all too obvious. Yet, Yang Lin remained perplexed about Lu Yotsai's intentions. I intend to bequeath all that I have amassed to you. Lu Yotsai's declaration astonished Yang Lin. Alas, Lu Yukai sighed deeply over the years. I have accumulated over 3,000 taels of silver and nearly 2,000 acres of land through various means. All of this I offer to you. Yang Lin swallowed hard. It was impossible not to be tempted. Yet, he understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Speak, what do you desire? He was not naive enough to believe that Lu Yukai would relinquish his wealth without a price. Lu Yotsai's expression was grave. There are but two conditions. First, you must marry my daughter, Lu Qiaoyan. Second, you must ensure the safety and well-being of my family for the rest of their lives. Upon uttering these words, Lu Yukai fixed his fervent gaze upon Yang Lin. Yang Lin understood that he was being entrusted with a heavy responsibility. However, he could not help but smile wryly. Why choose me? Have you not harbored a deep-seated animosity towards me? With a heavy sigh, Lu Yukai responded, hatred aside, I respect your capabilities. The vast fortune I have amassed, what do you think it stems from? He raised his shackled hands and pointed to his eyes. I have faith in my judgment. I do not misjudge character. I once underestimated you, Yang Lin, but recent events have compelled me to reevaluate. I believe you are a hidden talent waiting to emerge. He gestured towards Yang Lin, lamenting, it is truly tragic. Despite the grandeur of the Lu family and the multitude of relatives, when I found myself in dire straits, I realized that after all these years of toil, I had no one to rely on. Lu Yukai shook his head in self-mockery, bitterness etched upon his face. Have you thought of me? Yang Lin asked with a bitter smile, entrusting your family to your enemy? I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Are you not afraid that I might seize your fortune and abandon your kin? Not at all. Lu Yukai replied without hesitation. As I said, I trust my judgment, and I am adept at discerning character. He gazed intently at Yang Lin, continuing, you are a person of great integrity. You lend money to the impoverished and have even hosted a banquet for over 100 people, merely to provide them with meat. Such actions are beyond my comprehension. Hence, you are unlike me. I act out of self-interest, while you adhere to your principles. I believe your promises are steadfast. Yang Lin squinted and inquired, "What if I refuse?" "Refuse? Over 3,000 taels of silver, more than 1,000 acres of land. You would refuse such an offer?" Lu Yukai was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Yang Lin. Yang Lin shrugged. "The silver is indeed tempting, but as you know, my business is quite lucrative. These sums are not particularly significant to me." Lu Yukai stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. "Yang Lin, I implore you. I have lost. It is a complete defeat. From this day forth, Kegong village shall have only you, Yang Lin, and no longer Lu Yukai. I beg of you, grant them a chance at life." With that, he began to bow repeatedly before Yang Lin. The officials and villagers observing this scene from a distance were left utterly astonished. Yang Lin sighed. He was a man who responded better to kindness than to force. Seeing Lu Yukai kneeling before his adversary for the sake of his family stirred a pang of empathy within him. "Very well, I shall agree to your terms. However, I cannot marry your daughter. I understand your desire for me to marry your daughter, as you believe that only in this way will I genuinely care for your family. However, as you have stated, you trust me, so please heed my words. Upon receiving your money, I shall, within my capabilities, protect your family from harm. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee much. The world is a challenging place, and life is not easy for anyone. Can you comprehend this?" Lu Yukai, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly. "Very well. As long as you promise, I, Lu Yukai, will place my faith in you. I have only a little over 300 taels of silver left at home. The remainder is buried beneath the old locust tree in my backyard. As for the land deeds, they are with my wife. I shall have her bring them to you shortly. Regarding Xiaoyan, she is a good girl, and it would be wonderful if you were to marry her. However, if you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter." With that, Lu Yukai awkwardly clasped his hands together in front of Yang Lin. "I entrust everything to you. I do not seek immense wealth for them, but only a peaceful existence." That very evening, Yang Lin received the silver Lu Yukai had left for him, along with nearly 2,000 acres of land deeds. Chapter 50. The bandits have arrived. That evening, within the confines of Yang Lin's abode, the women gazed hungrily at the silver and land deeds brought back from the Lu family. "It's all accounted for," Xiao Jiu announced with palpable excitement. "There are 2,380 taels of silver, 85 taels of gold, 3 house deeds, and 128 land deeds, totaling 1,780 acres of farmland." Closing the ledger, Xiao Jiu exclaimed, "Brother, we have struck it rich." The expressions of the women were peculiar. The fortune that Lu Yukai possessed today was entirely due to Yang Lin's influence. Yet, he had chosen to bequeath all his assets to Yang Lin. Li Yuyao, puzzled, inquired, "Why would he do such a thing?" The other women nodded in agreement, their curiosity directed towards Yang Lin. With a sigh, Yang Lin replied, "Why? Because he is a man of insight, possessing clarity of thought." The women remained perplexed. Even in death, with over 3,000 taels of silver, his family could live comfortably for a lifetime. Even without entrusting the wealth to Yang Lin, they would thrive. "Do you not understand?" Yang Lin chuckled bitterly and said, "If a baby on the street holds a piece of gold, what do you think will happen to that gold?" Xiao Jiu quickly responded, "It will be snatched away." Yang Lin nodded, "Exactly. The situation of the Lu family is quite grim." Although Lu Yukai acted without moral restraint, he was indeed capable. While he was alive, he could safeguard the family fortune. However, in his absence, should the Lu family retain their vast wealth, they would constantly be targets, eventually leading to their ruin. Thus, I declare Lu Yukai is a man of understanding. He is ruthless enough to recognize the principle that indecision leads to chaos. For the current Lu family, their wealth has become a burden. By entrusting it to me, he secures a promise in return, which is his wisest choice. Li Yuyao listened intently, her clenched fists trembling. In his final moments, her father had spoken words akin to those Yang Lin uttered today. Her father had understood that he might not be able to retain the throne, thus presenting her with two choices. One was to pass the throne to Prince Yin in exchange for a promise, ensuring her a life free of worries. Yet the proud and obstinate Li Yuyao chose the second option, to inherit the throne herself, pioneering a new era. The result was her defeat. Now, with Lu family entrusting their fortune to Yang Lin, how strikingly similar it seemed. A mere landlord from a village could make a wise choice. Yet what of her own past decisions? Li Yuyao thought to herself, biting her crimson lip in deep-seated resentment the following morning. Just as Yang Lin was preparing to outline the next steps for development, Zhao Fugui rushed in, flustered. There's been an incident. An incident. Zhao Fugui shouted from afar. What has transpired? Yang Lin asked as he poured Zhao Fugui a cup of water. Bandits. The bandits have come. Just now, someone from Xiaolu village rushed to warn us. The bandits are heading to Xiaolu village and will arrive here in an hour or two. Zhao Fugui grasped Yang Lin's arm, speaking with palpable anxiety. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, questioning, why would bandits come at this time? Zhao Fugui nodded in agreement. Indeed, during this transitional period, bandits typically do not appear. Oh, regardless of their reasons for coming, my dear nephew, you must hurry to the riverside, instruct the tofu workshop to cease operations, and take your women and money to flee to the back mountains. I still need to alert others, so remember to run swiftly. With that, Zhao Fugui attempted to depart. Wait, uncle, how many bandits are there? Yang Lin inquired. Zhao Fugui paused, taken aback. Why do you ask that? I'm just curious. I've never encountered bandits before. Yang Lin replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Cow Mountain Village is strategically located, distanced from the bandits' lair. Therefore, whenever the bandits descend to pillage, neighboring villages promptly come to warn Cow Mountain Village. Those with ample grain cannot transfer everything in time, risking significant loss. However, in the past, Yang Lin was impoverished and solitary, fleeing into the mountains with the villagers whenever bandits approached, unconcerned about valuables being seized, which is why he had yet to witness bandits firsthand. Zhao Fugui's lips twitched slightly. What is there to see about bandits? They are ruthless killers. I heard this group consists of 7 or 8. Only 7 or 8. Yang Lin was astonished once more. Zhao Fugui chuckled. Oh my dear ancestor. 7 or 8 is quite a number. Surely, you don't intend to confront the bandits, do you? I won't allow such recklessness, especially out of respect for your father. Yang Lin quickly nodded. Uncle, rest assured, I will not act rashly. Please go alert the others. As Zhao Fugui exited, the women turned their gazes toward Yang Lin. Darling, do you intend to fight the bandits? Fourth sister inquired. Yang Lin did not respond, but instead looked at the gathered women and asked, Are you afraid? Not afraid. Third sister Liao Hongying immediately declared. Li Yuyao shook her head as well. The others hesitated momentarily, but their expressions soon brightened. Just yesterday, they had nearly clashed with the county magistrate's enforcers, and now, facing merely 7 or 8 bandits seemed far less daunting. Very well, if you are not afraid. Let us take action, Yang Lin proclaimed. Time is of the essence. We must all mobilize now. Xiao Jiao, head to the tofu workshop, inform them about the bandits. Instruct them to halt work and secure any valuable tools. Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, go notify the logging and quarry teams. Eldest sister and second sister, retrieve crossbow components from the ironworks. The rest of you, assist me in preparing our home. We shall wait for them here. Upon Yang Lin's command, the group sprang into action. With only a couple of hours to spare, there was little to arrange, merely preparing some cover so they could conceal themselves and launch surprise attacks. Before long, the eldest and second sisters returned with the crossbow components, and the group assembled them together. In total, 5 sets of parts were crafted, adding to the previous 3 sets, culminating in 8 crossbows and 100 bolts. Except for Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao, each person was equipped with one. Eldest sister and second sister, you shall take cover in the vegetable garden behind the haystack, executing crossfire from both flanks. Fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister, you 3 will guard the courtyard, focusing your fire on the bandits ahead without concern for other directions. Third sister, would you be willing to take a position on Aunt Lin's rooftop? Liao Hongying glanced at the rooftop and nodded. A prime location. No problem. Aunt Lin's house is just next door, a bit farther from their own courtyard, providing an excellent vantage point. However, due to the distance, Yang Lin was concerned about the accuracy of the shots from others, which is why he assigned Liao Hongying there. My dear, we too shall ascend to the rooftop soon. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement. With everyone's positions arranged, Yang Lin took a deep breath. In this battle, victory was their only option. Defeat was not an alternative. Chapter 51. The demeanor of a general after arranging for the 3 young maidens, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao. Yang Lin took the women and concealed themselves within the courtyard. At that moment, Zhong Tao arrived with the security team. Upon seeing Yang Lin and the women still in the yard, Zhong Tao hurriedly called out, Why haven't you fled yet? Yang Lin shook his head, responding, We are not leaving. What? Zhong Tao appeared incredulous. The members of the security team behind him stared blankly at Yang Lin. With a smile, Yang Lin provided no further explanation, merely stating, "Rest assured, we are fine. You should leave quickly." "No way. If you're leaving, we will all leave together." Zhong Tao suddenly realized something. "You're not thinking of staying behind to confront the bandits, are you?" He gazed at Yang Lin in disbelief. Yang Lin retorted, "Is there a problem with that? This is far too dangerous. Bandits are ruthless killers. Staying here is tantamount to courting death." Zhong Tao exclaimed anxiously. Yang Lin chuckled lightly. "Brother Zhong, there's no need to persuade me further. You know that once I make a decision, I do not waver. Please leave. As for this place, I will stay with my wives. I wish to see whether those bandits possess extraordinary strength or are merely mortal." In that moment, Zhong Tao was struck by the calmness in Yang Lin's tone. He looked at the frail Yang Lin and then at the pitchfork he held, his breath quickening. "Yang Lin, are you truly prepared to confront the bandits?" Zhong Tao stared intently at him. "Of course. Very well, I shall remain here with you." Zhong Tao tightened his grip on the pitchfork, a flame igniting within him. In the past, whenever bandits approached, they would flee, helplessly watching as the bandits seized their hard-earned possessions. It was utterly frustrating. Yet, despite the frustration, there had never been a thought of resistance. Many had never even seen a bandit, and upon hearing of their approach, would hastily escape. But this time, the frail Yang Lin had stepped forward, determined to stand with his women against the bandits. This filled the tall and sturdy Zhong Tao with a burning sense of pride. Turning to the members of the security team behind him, Zhong Tao declared, "Brothers, you may leave. I have decided to stay and fight alongside Yang Lin." The others were taken aback. At that moment, one person stepped forward. "I say, none of us should leave. Let us all remain and confront the bandits. Indeed, we are the security team. If the bandits come and we flee, what are we even protecting?" "Exactly. If Yang Lin can stay, so can we. Our wages come from Yang Lin. If he falls, our security team vanishes as well. Yes, the bandits are not endowed with extra arms or legs. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Let us confront them." The defense team, composed of 10 young and vigorous men selected from among the hundreds in the village, stood resolute. Their youthful fervor ignited as they exchanged words, fully awakening the fighting spirit within them. Observing this, Yang Lin felt a profound sense of relief. Their courage to remain was indeed a positive sign, and he would gladly accept their resolve. Initially, he had intended to lead the women, all skilled archers, while their lethality was considerable. The potential consequences of bandits breaching their defenses were dire. However, with the defense team willing to stay, equipped for both ranged and close combat, the risk factor was significantly diminished. "Very well, since everyone is willing to stay, you shall all heed my command," Yang Lin declared. "Brother Zhong, gather some pot lids to serve as shields. The rest should discard their wooden sticks and arm themselves with pitchforks and machetes. Then take cover behind my house. When the bandits arrive, do not rush out. Wait for my signal. Only when you hear the words 'hurry, hurry, hurry,' may you emerge. Until then, regardless of what you hear, remain still. Do you understand?" The members of the defense team nodded, somewhat dazed but comprehending his instructions. However, Zhong Tao queried, "We're to ambush and then charge. What purpose does this serve? In my opinion, it would be more effective to confront them directly when they arrive." The others nodded in agreement, unaware that Yang Lin possessed crossbows and thus did not grasp the rationale behind his ambush strategy. Yang Lin smiled reassuringly, "Brother Zhong, simply trust me." "Very well," Zhong Tao acquiesced, "but you must ensure to call out. Rest assured, should we find ourselves in dire straits, I will certainly call." Zhong Tao promptly organized the men to find some pot lids and replace their wooden sticks with more formidable pitchforks and machetes, then led them to hide behind Yang Lin's house. With the defense team arranged, more than an hour had elapsed since Zhao Fuchio's warning. The bandits could arrive at any moment. Yang Lin hastened to direct the women to their respective positions, each armed with a crossbow and 12 bolts. The eldest and second sisters took cover behind the haystacks on either side of the courtyard, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth sisters concealed themselves behind makeshift barriers within the yard. Liao Hongying effortlessly scaled the wall into Aunt Lin's yard, leaping to the roof without a ladder. Crouching behind the ridge while stringing her crossbow, Yang Lin and Li Yuyao ascended to the roof of their home. It was then that the defense team was astonished to discover that Yang Lin and his women wielded peculiar contraptions. Yet, they remained puzzled. How could they combat the bandits from the rooftop? The terrain of Shangshan village was flat, and from their elevated position, they had a panoramic view of the entire village. Li Yuyao, lying beside Yang Lin, gazed curiously down upon the village from this vantage point, her thoughts aflurry. Confronting a few bandits did not stir anxiety within her, especially since the power of the crossbows had already been validated. Initially, their 3 crossbows had effortlessly dispatched the men sent by Lu Yukai. In this present moment, with 8 crossbows at hand and an ample supply of bolts, having made preparations in advance to confront a handful of bandits, one might presume that the challenge would be negligible. What astonished Li Yuyao was Yang Lin's meticulous arrangement. Yang Lin, merely a scholar from the village, had never set foot on a battlefield, nor could he have ever commanded troops. Yet, at this moment, his strategic layout was remarkably clear and orderly, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned general. She found it utterly perplexing. Could such ability truly be innate? Little did she realize that in his past life, during an era of information explosion, who had not viewed a few films or series centered around warfare, had he never commanded troops, yet never watched television? Concepts such as infiltration, ambush, flanking maneuvers, and luring the enemy into a vulnerable position were all familiar. Not to mention the famous phrases from classics like the 36 stratagems and the art of war, which even elementary school students could recite. In the information age, a myriad of knowledge, both useful and trivial, is passively absorbed each day. This is something that the current era cannot even begin to compare with. Just as Li Yuyao's thoughts began to wander, Yang Lin suddenly lowered his voice and said, "They are coming." Chapter 52. The benevolence of a hero. Li Yuyao withdrew her thoughts and gazed from a distance, witnessing a group of individuals pushing 2 small carts as they entered the village. They commenced their plundering at the very first house they encountered. Grain stored in jars, iron utensils from homes, and dried vegetables from courtyards. These bandits showed no disdain for any of it. The villagers had all fled, leaving the vast expanse of Kaohsian village eerily desolate. The bandits moved about as if in a realm devoid of witnesses, ransacking one household after another, their carts increasingly laden. Gradually approaching the Yang family's residence. There were precisely 8 of them, yet both Yang Lin and Li Yuyao wore expressions of bewilderment. Is this truly the visage of a bandit? Were it not for the guidance of others, they might have mistaken these ruffians for mere refugees. From a distance, their appearances were indistinct, but now that they were closer, Yang Lin could discern that these brigands bore no difference in attire from the common folk. The 2 leading the charge wielded knives, while the others brandished an assortment of makeshift weapons, wooden clubs, iron forks, and spears, each varying in form. Among them were 2 individuals solely tasked with pushing the carts, devoid of any weaponry, rendering only 6 capable of combat. To label them a rabble would be an affront to the very concept of a rabble. In no time, they were but a few dozen meters away. The bandits had already entered their range, yet Yang Lin remained remarkably patient. The distance was insufficient. Should they unleash a volley and one shot go awry, the bandits might flee, and the chance for complete annihilation would be lost. The bandits proved more inept than anticipated, further solidifying Yang Lin's determination to win this battle decisively, to demonstrate to those outsiders the fate that awaited them should they dare to invade. Suddenly, one of the bandits, exuberantly clutching a chicken, dashed out from the courtyard of Uncle Wang's home. "Boss, look, a chicken." The eyes of the bandits gleamed with excitement. "Indeed, let us kill it and have soup tonight." The bandit leader nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a 7 or 8-year-old boy emerged from the courtyard, chasing after them. "That is my chicken. Give it back." Perhaps due to his eagerness, the boy stumbled as he reached the bandits, prompting a chorus of laughter from them. "Please, return the chicken. It's the only one we have. My younger brother is weak and needs the eggs. Please, don't take it away." The boy cried as he attempted to grasp the fowl. The bandit leader stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent the boy sprawling to the ground. "Damn it. Do you know who I am? I am a bandit." The leader raised his chin, glaring at the boy. "Since time immemorial, it has been bandits who seize what they desire. Have you ever heard of us returning what we have taken? You little brat, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't dwell on this with you. But if you continue to be obstinate, believe me when I say I could cleave you in 2 with a single stroke." The bandit leader brandished his rusty knife, causing the boy to retreat in terror, eliciting another round of laughter from the bandits. However, after taking 2 steps back, the young boy mustered his courage, rose from the ground, glanced at the bandit who was seizing the chicken, and suddenly charged at him, sinking his teeth into the bandit's hand. The bandit yelped in pain, instinctively releasing his grip. The boy snatched the chicken and turned to flee. Yet, he found himself encircled by bandits on all sides. Damn it! You dare bite me? If I don't kill you today, then I am not a bandit. With that, the bandit leader raised his knife. Yang Lin was taken aback. This boy was Tai Zhu from Uncle Wang's family, who had already retreated to the mountains for refuge. It was unclear why Tai Zhu had not followed. Regardless, at this moment, captured by the bandits, he was in grave danger. Yang Lin feared that ordering an arrow to be loosed might inadvertently harm Tai Zhu. He immediately leapt down from the roof and shouted, "Stop!" Behind the house, the hidden Zhong Tao and others looked on in astonishment. This was not in accordance with the previous plan. Yang Lin raised a finger to signal silence and emerged from behind the house, advancing towards the bandits. The women ambushed on 3 sides of the small courtyard were startled, but since Yang Lin did not call for arrows to be loosed, they remained still. The bandits, taken aback by Yang Lin's sudden shout, scanned their surroundings for a moment before finally spotting him. "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I am a bandit. Dare to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" The bandit leader pointed his knife at Yang Lin. In response, Yang Lin raised his crossbow, aiming it at the bandit leader, and calmly stated, "Release that child, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." The bandit leader was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "Kid, since you are seeking death, do not blame me for being merciless. It has been some time since I last killed someone." With that, the bandit leader brandished his knife and approached Yang Lin. He noticed the weapon in Yang Lin's hand, but, unfamiliar with it, dismissed it. The distance between them was less than 10 meters, and the bandit leader swaggered towards him, his demeanor menacing. Just as the onlookers concealed in ambush held their breath for Yang Lin, he unexpectedly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The released bolt struck the bandit leader squarely in the chest. The bandit leader seemed bewildered by the sudden turn of events. His expression contorted in agony as he staggered and collapsed to the ground, breathless. In that instant of pulling the trigger, Yang Lin did not spare a glance at his adversary. Disregarding his racing heart, hastily reloaded the crossbow and shouted, "Come on, weren't you going to kill me? Come at me if you dare." He sought to draw the bandits' fire, intending to flee if they pursued him. Once the bandits entered the courtyard, the women concealed within could unleash their arrows, striking them down together. This was the only strategy he could devise in such a short time to protect Tai Zhu. Having already unleashed arrows upon them, these bandits could hardly disregard their own safety, let alone seek trouble with Tai Zhu. However, when the bandit leader fell and he prepared the second bolt for his crossbow, he was astonished to observe that these marauders seemed utterly paralyzed with fear. As Yang Lin raised his crossbow once more, aiming it at them, one of the bandits immediately discarded his weapon, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Spare my life! Spare my life!" This plea for mercy appeared to serve as a signal, prompting the others to likewise abandon their arms, prostrating themselves before him. I have done nothing. I have never killed anyone. I am from Wangzhuang. Woe is me. I am not a bandit. Brave sir, spare my life. Brave sir." Witnessing the bandits before him, each one weeping and pleading on their knees, Yang Lin found himself momentarily bewildered. Had they all surrendered so easily? Not a single one dared to resist. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that, in this moment, he resembled a bandit more than they did. Chapter 53, Cole. Wang Taizhu, clutching a chicken, seized the opportunity to slip behind Yang Lin, his little face drained of color. Yang Lin, armed with a crossbow, remained vigilant, aiming it at the bandits. Although the bandits had already surrendered, he dared not let his guard down. Should any of them dare to make a rash move, he would not hesitate to shoot them down. However, it soon became evident that Yang Lin was overly cautious. The bandit leader was dead, and the remaining 7 bandits were utterly terrified, cowering on the ground, trembling in fear, and devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Their unexpected docility left Yang Lin at a loss. Initially, he had no intention of sparing their lives. Yet now, seeing them surrender and offer no resistance, he could not justify executing them one by one. "Come out," Yang Lin shouted. The bandits exchanged bewildered glances, cautiously peeking at him. "Come out? What do you mean?" The surroundings fell silent, devoid of any sound. Yang Lin found himself at a loss for words. It dawned on him that he had previously instructed the women that arrows should only be released upon his command, and beyond that, they were not to act unless they heard his specific orders. The same applied to the guards. He had told them to emerge only when he shouted, "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" and under no other circumstances. "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry! Everyone come out!" Yang Lin shouted urgently. "Charge! Kill! Damn them!" Upon hearing the signal, Zhong Tao rushed forward, leading the guards. And they all burst onto the scene. But then, they all stood frozen in shock. 7 bandits lay on the ground, trembling in fear, leaving the guards utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? Why are the bandits like this? Seize their weapons and bind them. Yang Lin quickly reminded them as the guards snapped back to reality. They rushed forward, confiscating the bandits' weapons and frantically searching for ropes to bind them. "Please spare us. We're not bandits. We've been deceived. It was our leader who forced us into this. He alone is the true bandit. We were just trying to survive." One bandit began to weep, confessing everything before any interrogation could take place. According to their account, the only genuine bandit was the leader whom Yang Lin had dispatched. The rest were merely idle men from the surrounding villages who had momentarily entertained the thought of becoming bandits. They had never killed anyone and lacked the courage to do so, following their leader and merely plundering a few villages. The process of looting was surprisingly simple. Upon hearing the term bandits, the villagers dared not resist, allowing them to pillage at will. They had not anticipated that upon arriving at Kaoshan village, someone would dare to fight back. Moreover, that individual had swiftly dispatched their leader. This utterly terrified them. Zhong Tao inquired, "What shall we do with these ruffians?" "Deliver them to the authorities," Yang Lin replied. Zhong Tao hesitated. According to their own words, they are not heinous bandits. If we hand them over, it could very well lead to their execution. Observing the trembling outlaws before him, he couldn't help but remember that they were once ordinary folk. For a moment, he felt a pang of compassion. What if we let them go? They have promised never to offend again. Zhong Tao looked expectantly at Yang Lin. However, Yang Lin coldly retorted, "Brother Zhong, in such times, you must not indulge in sentimentality. Just because they claim they are not bandits, does that absolve them? Just because they profess to mend their ways, should we grant them a chance?" Shaking his head, Yang Lin continued, "Regardless of their past, when they stormed into our village and began pillaging our wealth and provisions, they became bandits. Life is arduous for all, but that does not justify their transgressions against others. Although I believe they have not taken a life, what of the villages they have raided? Whose grains were not hard-earned? What wrong did those they victimized commit? Every individual must be accountable for their actions. Since they chose the path of banditry, they must accept its consequences. I care not whether they are successful or failed bandits. They are still bandits. Do we pity them now? Do they pity us? If we lack the means to defend ourselves, would they show us mercy? Mercy towards the enemy is the utmost cruelty towards oneself." Each of Yang Lin's words struck deeply within Zhong Tao. Once Yang Lin finished speaking, Zhong Tao hung his head in shame. Many in the defense team shared Zhong Tao's initial thoughts, feeling a twinge of compassion towards the inept outlaws. However, after hearing Yang Lin's words, they realized the gravity of their misjudgment. A grave miscalculation. "I understand now." Zhong Tao nodded firmly. Regardless of the outlaw's pleas and wails for mercy, he resolved with unwavering determination. He bound the 7 outlaws to a nearby tree, awaiting the village chief's return to deliver them to the authorities. At that moment, the women emerged, led by Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying. Upon witnessing Yang Lin effortlessly dispatching the bandits with a single arrow each, they were astounded. They felt a tinge of regret that their meticulous preparations had gone unused, rendered unnecessary by Yang Lin's prowess. "What shall we do next?" Li Yuyao inquired. "These miscreants must be handed over to the authorities for punishment. As for the deceased," Yang Lin remarked, "let the government handle that." He had no desire to engage with the authorities. They were a pack of ravenous wolves, merciless and insatiable. Toppling Lu Yukai was justified, yet it had cost him 400 taels of silver throughout the process, nearly leading to disaster. 400 taels of silver. A sum so staggering that an ordinary person would scarcely dare to dream of it, represented nearly the entirety of Yang Lin's amassed fortune, merely satiating the insatiable appetites of those powerful lords. However, the recent incursion of bandits into the village presented a dilemma. While the dead could be mourned, the 7 captured bandits posed a significant quandary. Execution was not an option, release was equally untenable. Consequently, reporting the matter to the authorities and entrusting them with the resolution emerged as the most prudent course of action. Yang Lin harbored concerns that the ravenous wolves of the county town might turn the tables and fabricate accusations against him. At that moment, Zhong Tao, who had been searching the bandits, rushed over, holding something aloft for Yang Lin to inspect. "Do you think this stone is of any use?" he inquired. "The bandits claim that this type of stone can be used for fire. Do you recognize it? I find it hard to believe that a stone could burn." Yet, the bandits had described it with such conviction, asserting that they possessed many such stones. Zhong Tao handed over a pitch-black rock to Yang Lin, who, upon examining it, widened his eyes in astonishment. Coal. Chapter 54. I, Yang Lin, will never be a landlord. Coal. Li Yuyao gazed curiously at the dark stone. Could this peculiar black stone truly be used for fire? She turned her eyes towards Yang Lin. It was her first encounter with the strangely named coal. The others shared her curiosity. Indeed, it can be used for fire. Yang Lin exclaimed with palpable excitement. He was certain that this was coal, and of high quality to boot. In Yang Lin's previous memories, such a substance as coal did not exist in this world. It was not that it was non-existent, but rather that coal mines typically lay deep underground. In the current state of Deqian, there were no advanced coal extraction techniques, hence nobody recognized it, let alone utilized it. However, the fact that the bandits possessed coal pieces indicated that there was likely an open-pit coal mine nearby. As someone with an engineering background, Yang Lin understood the significance of coal all too well. Coal serves as the lifeblood of the steel industry and essential for industrial progress. To elaborate, his iron workshop had labored for quite some time, yet had only managed to produce wrought iron. The inability to smelt steel stemmed primarily from insufficient temperatures, primarily due to the lack of coal. "Where did you find it?" Yang Lin inquired hastily. "Oh, it was discovered on a bandit. I found it odd that someone would carry stones, but he claimed this black stone could leave streaks on other stones, which they used for marking. And it could also be used for fire," explained Zhong Tao. "Quickly, let us go take a look." Yang Lin urged his companions to locate the bandit and inquire further about the coal. Upon realizing Yang Lin's keen interest in the black stone, the bandit instinctively began to reveal everything he knew about it in detail. After listening to the bandit's account, Yang Lin was elated. These bandits hailed from the old Black Mountain, located 20 miles away. As the name suggests, it was a mountain of dark stones, although not all of it was composed of coal. According to the bandit, the mountain primarily consisted of non-combustible black stones, with the burnable black stones found only in the hollows behind the slopes, and they were plentiful. "You won't have to die," Yang Lin exhaled deeply, stating. Based on the bandit's description, it truly was an open-pit coal mine. An open-pit coal mine was nothing short of a divine blessing. The bandit felt as if he had been granted amnesty. However, Zhong Tao and the others were perplexed. Wasn't it merely a type of combustible stone? The mountain was abundant with trees. Even if stones could be used for fire, they were still just stones. Surely wood was far superior for burning? "Brother Zhong, leave 5 people here to guard them, and take the others to the back mountain to summon everyone. Tell them I have something important to discuss," Yang Lin stated with seriousness. Zhong Tao hurriedly departed. After more than half an hour, the villagers cautiously returned. As more and more people gathered at Yang Lin's doorstep and caught sight of the bandit tied to a tree not far away, astonishment spread among them. At first, they could hardly believe that Yang Lin had captured the bandits. Now, witnessing it with their own eyes, who among them could remain unshaken? These were bandits, individuals they would have fled from in terror, yet now they had been apprehended alive. In that moment, as the villagers gazed upon Yang Lin, their eyes reflected not only gratitude but also a newfound respect. "Oh my!" Zhao Fuguei sprinted from a distance, his eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. "You truly took down the bandits?" he exclaimed, swallowing hard. He could scarcely fathom how Yang Lin had accomplished such a feat. Wang Taizhu had already found his father and recounted the events. Upon hearing the tale, Old Wang immediately delivered a couple of hearty kicks to Taizhu, tears welling in his eyes as he scolded. "Why must you be so reckless, my boy? Which is more important, the chicken or your life?" After reprimanding him, Old Wang hurriedly led Taizhu to bow in gratitude to Yang Lin. "Taizhu, your life was saved by Yang Lin. Quickly pay your respects to your benefactor." Without hesitation, Taizhu approached Yang Lin and bowed fervently, his forehead reddening from the repeated gestures. "Yang Lin, I am deeply indebted to you. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." Old Wang choked on his words, overwhelmed with emotion. They were simple farmers, not adept at expressing themselves, yet every utterance was imbued with sincerity. Uncle Wong, there's no need for such formality. We are neighbors and kin. In times like these, how could I turn a blind eye? Yang Lin helped tie Zhu to his feet. Noticing that the villagers had gathered, he climbed onto a large stone, meeting their curious gazes. Clearing his throat, he spoke. I believe everyone is aware that these past few days have been tumultuous. Just the other day, my tofu workshop was vandalized, and yesterday, Lu's family sent someone to kill me. Now we have the bandits. Truly, misfortune seems to follow one after another. However, I have some good news to share. I assure you, these tidings will bring joy to all. Yang Lin smiled at the villagers. They stared back at him, bewildered, unable to fathom what good news could possibly arise. The first piece of news, the land deeds from the Lu family are now in my possession. At this proclamation, the once quiet villagers erupted in astonishment. They gazed at Yang Lin in shock, though they were unsure how the Lu family's land had come into Yang Lin's hands. If it were true, it signified one thing. A new landlord had emerged in Kaoshan village. As they looked at Yang Lin, their eyes now held a hint of trepidation. Yang Lin smiled gently. Are you all wondering if I, Yang Lin, am to become the landlord? No. In front of you all today, I can emphatically state that I shall not become a landlord. I have my own means of making a living and would never drain your lifeblood. Therefore, I intend to share this land with all of you. Upon hearing this, the women behind Yang Lin stared at him in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. Share the land? That amounted to over 2,000 acres, worth several thousand taels of silver. The villagers were left completely astounded, particularly for those villagers who have sold their land and are now reduced to mere tenants in the homes of landlords. Tears glistened in their eyes at this moment. Who would willingly part with their land unless utterly compelled? Once land is sold, not only does it devastate one's own lifetime, but it also condemns future generations to perpetual subjugation with no hope of rising above their plight. The thought of reclaiming one's land. It is an unthinkable dream. Land sold to a landlord for a mere tael of silver would cost at least 5 or 10 taels to reclaim. Reduced to tenants, laboring for the landlord, struggling to make ends meet, how could one possibly save enough to buy back their land? As for the distribution, it is straightforward. The land originally belonging to each family is returned to them. Of course, this land cannot be given freely. The price at which you sold it to the landlord will determine the redemption cost. If you lack the funds, you may work to offset your debt. From this day forward, the land shall belong to you. From now on, there will be no rent, no grain dues, and all harvests shall belong solely to you. Upon hearing Yang Lin's proclamation, the villagers erupted once more in fervent excitement. Chapter 55. 5 Remarkable Blessings Initially. No one among them naively believed that Yang Lin would bestow the fields upon them for free. They were more concerned about whether they could redeem their own lands. Upon hearing that they could reclaim their fields at the original price, the villagers were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. It is worth noting that when the fields were sold to the landlord Lu, the price was modest, in excess of merely 1 or 2 taels of silver, or as little as a few hundred copper coins. Working for Yang Lin, earning 5 won a day, they could repay the debt in less than a year. In an instant, many were moved to tears, their joy uncontainable. Since their descent into tenant status, they had never dared to envision such a day. The distribution of land was the first matter at hand. Soon, everyone would line up to reclaim their land deeds. The grain harvested this season also belonged to them. Let me now address the second matter. Yang Lin raised 2 fingers and, with clarity and conviction, proclaimed, the second matter is an increase in wages. Starting next month, all those who worked for me prior to today will see their daily wages rise by 1 won. This means that those who currently earn 5 won will receive 6 won a day starting next month. Those who earn 10 will see their wages increase to 11 won. With these words, the atmosphere erupted once more. Over 100 individuals from Kaoshan village were employed by him. A daily wage of 5 won was already generous. And now it was set to rise? The excitement among these 100 was palpable. They could hardly believe they would be earning such substantial sums. Meanwhile, those villagers who had not worked for Yang Lin felt a mix of envy and regret. They lamented their decision not to join him, enviously eyeing those who had, knowing they would earn an additional 30 won each month. 30 won was no small sum. It equated to half a month's wages at Lu's estate. Consequently, many felt a pang of bitterness. Do not fret, opportunities for work are still available, he continued, announcing the third matter. I shall be hiring 10 more individuals. The work will be demanding, thus I require strong men. Naturally, the compensation would be higher, 10 won a day. Upon hearing this, the villagers eagerly raised their hands. Me, me, I am strong. I can work. I fear neither toil nor fatigue. They jostled forward, each vying for a coveted position. 10 when a day was a dream they never dared to imagine. Everyone, please do not crowd. Those wishing to work should queue up here. If you are not selected this time, there will be future opportunities. Now, I shall reveal the fourth matter. The villagers swallowed in anticipation. The preceding 3 announcements had brought them immense joy. What could this fourth announcement entail? Yang Lin extended 4 fingers. The fourth matter is that I will ensure everyone can earn money. I am in need of carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and other skilled artisans. However, it is widely known that our village possesses a limited number of craftsmen, which is why I seek your assistance in introducing some skilled artisans. Rest assured, this endeavor will not be in vain. For each successful introduction of a craftsman, a reward of 10 coins shall be granted. Should you bring forth 2 individuals, that would amount to 20 coins, and the more you introduce, the greater the reward, with no upper limit. Upon uttering these words, Yang Lin ignited a fervor among the crowd once more. My uncle and his 3 carpenters, if they all come to work, does that mean I would receive 40 coins? Someone incredulously inquired. Indeed, Yang Lin affirmed with a nod, but they must be genuine craftsmen. If they are imposters or lack skill, I shall not accept them. That is splendid. I shall head to Wangzhuang at once and summon my uncle and his family. Many began to calculate which distant relatives, who rarely visited, could be introduced. As for whether those relatives would be willing to come, nonsense. 10 coins a day, whoever declines would be foolish. Lastly, Yang Lin extended a hand and proclaimed loudly, today, the defense team has not only repelled the bandits, but has also slain 1 and captured 7. In celebration of this victory, each member of the defense team shall receive a bonus of 20 coins. Tomorrow, we shall host another pork feast, and this time, I invite all the esteemed elders of our village to join us. Following these words, a momentary silence was shattered by an eruption of cheers. Many were moved to tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The 5 announcements Yang Lin made today benefited every villager. They had gained land, increased wages, received bonuses, and could even earn money through referrals. Ultimately, they would indulge in a lavish pork banquet. The thought of succulent, tender pork simmering in the large pot made many mouths water. The last time Yang Lin hosted over 30 workers and their families, the aroma of pork wafted through the village, tempting countless children to tears. That day, many had salivated at the enticing scent, and tomorrow, they too would partake in the pork feast. The villagers were filled with excitement. Yet Zhong Tao approached with an uneasy expression, eager to clarify to Yang Lin how the bandits had surrendered. To this day, he remained unaware. Yet Yang Lin had credited the defense team for the victory and awarded them bonuses. Zhong Tao felt undeserving of such accolades. Nevertheless, Yang Lin paid no heed to his explanations and simply whispered, the bandits were indeed defeated by the defense team. Soon, the 10 newly recruited individuals were selected. Yang Lin called them aside and, upon noticing Tai Zhu's father among them, stated directly, Uncle Wang, I intend to establish a coal mining operation, and I would like you to lead the team. The task is straightforward. Collect a black stone known as coal from the old Black Mountain, located 20 miles away, and transport it back to our village. Currently, you 10, along with the 7 captured bandits, will comprise the team. The 10 individuals were left in stunned silence. Though they were unfamiliar with coal, the prospect of employing bandits for labor was beyond their wildest dreams. Old Wang cast a glance at the bandits and could not refrain from inquiring, will this work? Absolutely, came the confident reply. Typically, we can bind their feet with ropes, linking them together while leaving their hands free for labor. They will be tasked with all the arduous work, while you primarily oversee them and gather the coal to transport back to our village. I have already interrogated them. There exists a cave on Black Mountain, which serves as their lair, and it is quite adequate for our needs. I will also assign a cook and someone to handle procurement, ensuring that your daily meals are taken care of. Shortly, we shall head over there to arrange everything properly, aiming to commence work by tomorrow. Heaven has blessed him with an open-pit coal mine, and Yang Lin was already eager to exploit its potential, just as the villagers rejoiced in excitement. At the Lu landlord's home, Lu Liang, who had been filled with indignation, was left utterly astounded after listening to his mother's instructions regarding certain matters. Chapter 56. Encountering the Black Stone. Lu Liang stood in a daze for a long while, still unable to comprehend the situation. He could not fathom that events would unfold in such a manner. Upon discovering that his mother had bestowed all the Liu family's silver and land deeds upon Yonglin, he initially thought his mother had lost her mind. Yet, his mother had just revealed to him that this was all part of his father's plan, and the underlying significance was beyond his imagination. Therefore, my dear, you must trust in your father's strategies. Throughout the years, he has never erred in his plans, Liu Zhangshi said earnestly. At first, I too was perplexed. But as I pondered, it all became clear to me. Those land deeds, if retained by us, would be utterly worthless. Yonglin offers high wages, and everyone is flocking to work for him. With so much land, what shall we do if no one works it? It would remain barren. As for the silver, your father once remarked that silver is a valuable asset, but the ability to safeguard it depends on one's skill. Without skill, no matter how much silver one possesses, it only serves to enrich others. Thus, we have entrusted our silver to Yonglin, while simultaneously spreading the word that he has taken our silver and land, effectively passing this hot potato on to him. Your father stated that once everyone realizes our land is in Yonglin's hands, they will undoubtedly seek trouble with him, directing their grievances towards him. We are merely letting them know that Yonglin will become the new landlord of Kaohsiung village. In this way, until your father returns, our family will remain unscathed. Lu Liang nodded vigorously. I understand, mother. It had taken several explanations from his mother for him to finally grasp his father's intentions. Your father believes that Yonglin is merely safeguarding our silver and land, while also bearing the pressure and ire on our behalf. All that land is securely held by him, and when your father returns, it can all be reclaimed. As for the silver, although it lies with him, amounting to over 3,000 taels, he could never exhaust such a sum. Once we resolve matters with Yonglin, our silver shall naturally return to us. Moreover, as he assumes we are financially depleted, he will lower his guard against us. This is the perfect opportunity for you to travel to Pingyuan Prefecture and seek out your fourth uncle. If your fourth uncle is willing to intervene and rekindle connections, your father will be safe. Thus, my dear, all our hopes rest upon your shoulders. I have sewn 500 taels of silver notes into your clothing. Upon reaching Pingyuan Prefecture, do not wander aimlessly. Proceed directly to your fourth uncle and present the silver. Lu Liang could not help but inquire. But our families have not been in contact for many years. What if fourth uncle refuses to assist us? Alas, Lu Zhangshi sighed. This is precisely where your father's cunning lies. If we cannot rely on your fourth uncle, we shall be left to exist under Yonglin's thumb. Your father has a keen eye for people. He has remarked that Yonglin is resourceful and capable, yet lacks the necessary ruthlessness. He promised your father that he would certainly keep his word. Therefore, even if our endeavors in Pingyuan County do not succeed, we can simply seek refuge with Yonglin and depend on him, which would serve a dual purpose of ensuring our family's safety. Lu Liang nodded heavily, increasingly admiring his father. In the past, he had been a carefree dandy, but now, with the Liu family's drastic changes, he had matured considerably overnight and felt a compelling desire to contribute to saving their home. As for relying on Yonglin out of desperation, he found it unacceptable. Mother, do not worry, wait for my good news. Lu Liang took a deep breath, shouldered his bag, and stood to leave. Just then, the housekeeper rushed in, breathless. Madam, young master, something has happened. Lu Zhangshi exclaimed in anger. What are you panicking about? Speak, what has transpired? Yonglin. Yonglin has given away all our land deeds. The housekeeper gasped. What? Lu Zhangshi and Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock. Moments ago, Yonglin had captured the bandits, and as everyone returned from the back mountain, he announced the distribution of land. He had just been handing out deeds at his doorstep, and now it seemed he had given them all away. Lu Zhangshi staggered and collapsed into a chair, wailing, Those are our lands. By what right does Yonglin give them away? She pounded the table in desperation. Only moments before, while discussing Lu Yotsai's strategy with her son, she had felt a sense of pride, envisioning reclaiming all that land. But now Yonglin had given it all away? Did that not mean that her husband's plans had all gone to waste? If the lands were now in Yonglin's possession, retrieving them would mean dealing with him alone. But now, he had distributed all the fields. It was impossible to eliminate over 100 households. The Lu family had spent more than 20 years employing all manner of underhanded tactics to amass such land. Now, with the fields returned to the villagers, reclaiming them would take at least as many years. Most importantly, the villagers, who were now working with Yonglin and thriving, would they ever have the chance to use those tactics again? Lu Zhongshe felt lost and at a loss for what to do. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, Lu Liang regained his composure. Having faced adversity, his resilience had strengthened significantly. Seeing his mother dejected, he quickly reassured her, "Mother, it's all right. Even if we have lost the land, we still possess over 3,000 taels of silver. When the time comes, we can reclaim that silver, and we will still have wealth." Yes, yes. Lu Zhongshe nodded vigorously. Yang Lin's actions had left her disoriented, but the thought that he still held over 3,000 taels of silver provided her with a slight sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, before Yang Lin's home, having arranged for a security team to escort the bandits along with the newly recruited coal miners, Yang Lin, filled with anticipation, was eager to set off. Although he had confirmed that the black stones were indeed coal, he still needed to assess the size of the mine and the difficulty of extraction with his own eyes to feel at ease. "Wait a moment, I shall accompany you," Li Yuyao called out, with Liao Hongying trailing behind her. "Very well, but the journey is long. Will you be able to manage?" Li Yuyao replied with a calm nod. Liao Hongying raised her chin defiantly. "It's merely 20 miles. We shall have no trouble." Both young women carried crossbows, exuding a striking presence. Their simple attire could not disguise their unique aura. After more than an hour, a group of 30 finally arrived at Old Black Mountain. As they ascended, before even spotting the coal mine, Yang Lin encountered the black stones the bandits had mentioned, those that could not be burned, scattered all over the mountain. The sight of these black stones left Yang Lin utterly astonished once more. Chapter 57. Titanium alloy. "Is this the coal you were searching for?" Li Yuyao inquired. Yang Lin shook his head, offering no explanation, as he remained prostrate on the ground, meticulously examining the peculiar black stones. Though the others were perplexed by the allure of these ubiquitous black rocks, they patiently awaited Yang Lin's findings. Yang Lin scrutinized the stones with utmost seriousness. He took a chisel, carved a small piece, and inspected the fractured surface, even sampling the taste. Ugh! The sourness compelled him to spit out the morsel, leaving an increasingly peculiar expression on his face. "What do you think?" Li Yuyao tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Yang Lin nodded. "I recognize it. This is ilmenite." Given the characteristic of biological mineralization, the coexistence of coal and iron ore is not unusual, yet the presence of ilmenite alongside coal is rather rare. "Ilmenite." Li Yuyao echoed the term, utterly bewildered. Yang Lin sighed. "It is a highly valuable mineral, but unfortunately, it holds no utility for us." "Why? Valuable yet useless?" Li Yuyao struggled to comprehend. "Well," Yang Lin pondered before speaking, "in simple terms, this ilmenite is rich in two elements, titanium and iron. Iron is not particularly valuable. Iron ore is abundant, and we have some right behind our mountain. However, titanium is quite precious. This mineral can be used to refine a metal known as titanium. The catch is, we cannot refine it." This was the source of Yang Lin's bemusement. He was acutely aware of titanium's worth. It can be used to construct aircraft, rockets. When alloyed, titanium alloys exhibit remarkable hardness and extraordinary corrosion resistance. When added to stainless steel, its corrosion resistance is enhanced several-fold. Yet, as he lamented, the crux of the matter was that they simply could not refine it. Currently, metallurgical processes are incapable of producing even steel, let alone extracting metallic titanium from ilmenite. Furthermore, even if they could produce it, what would be the use? In the realm of Deqian, ordinary steel suffices. Even if titanium alloys could be created, they would merely serve to forge some dazzlingly exquisite weapons. "Let us proceed to examine the coal mine," Yang Lin sighed. This sensation was akin to a traveler in a desert stumbling upon a nugget of gold. Gold may be splendid, yet it is of no practical use. Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying exchanged glances, their expressions peculiarly contemplative. Titanium? Unable to be refined? How did he come to such a conclusion? Soon, the group ascended the hill and arrived in a hollow beyond. Upon surveying the landscape, Yang Lin was again filled with elation. Although open-pit coal mines are termed open, not all of them are entirely exposed at the surface. Many require further excavation to reveal the coal seams. However, this particular open-pit coal mine lay predominantly uncovered, revealing a vast area of nearly 100 meters, all glistening with rich, dark coal. Yang Lin hurriedly inspected the coal and discovered that its quality was commendable. As for the scale of the coal mine, due to the lack of advanced detection equipment, it was currently impossible to ascertain. However, Even a few meters of thin coal seems represented in inexhaustible reserve for Yang Lin. This is indeed coal. Let us excavate and test the extraction speed, he proposed. The 10 members of the coal mining team regarded the task as nonsensical. They had traveled a great distance to unearth these dark stones. What purpose would it serve? Yet, with Yang Lin's assurance, they hesitated not and commenced their work. The necessary tools, including hammers, chisels, axes, and shovels, had already been brought along. The team struck vigorously, and soon, coal of various sizes was extracted. The coal's low hardness allowed for a relatively swift extraction, despite the rudimentary tools employed. After a brief calculation, Yang Lin noted that the 10 individuals had unearthed approximately 200 pounds of coal in about 10 minutes. Thus, in an hour, their output could reach a ton. Over the course of a day, they could potentially yield 4 to 5 tons. Of course, this figure only reflected extraction speed and did not account for transportation. In this era, transportation posed the greatest challenge. The 4 to 5 tons seemed negligible compared to the thousands of tons produced daily by coal mines in his previous life. Yet for Yang Lin, it was more than sufficient. Is this what we will do from now on? Old Wang gazed at Yang Lin with curiosity. Yang Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. How does everyone feel about it? If anyone finds this work unsuitable, they may opt out. The group quickly shook their heads. Unsuitable? It was perfect. Breaking these stones was indeed somewhat laborious, yet they could earn 10 coins a day. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Their only concern was that Yang Lin might be wasting time and money on these seemingly useless stones. Subsequently, guided by the remaining bandits, they discovered the cave where the bandits once resided. Yang Lin had initially presumed that the bandits would possess some form of wealth. However, upon inspection, he found them to be utterly destitute. The cave was spacious, yet it was largely empty, with the scant remaining food barely sufficient for 20 individuals for about 10 days. Fortunately, they found pots, bowls, and utensils, making it feasible to cook. With a little tidying up, it could serve as a place to stay. After briefing Old Wang on the precautions for coal extraction, including storage, transportation, and the imperative of closely monitoring the bandits, Yang Lin prepared to depart with the security team. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, Yang Lin suddenly remembered something and inquired, "Brother Zhong, do you know what lies beyond this mountain?" Zhong Tao shook his head. "I do not know. I have never been there." The others echoed his uncertainty. Yang Lin resolutely declared, "Let us go and explore." He turned and, instead of retracing their steps, followed the mountain path toward the rear. Li Yuyao asked curiously, "What are we going to see?" "I wish to verify something." Yang Lin replied. "What is it?" Li Yuyao inquired, intrigued. "My dear, do you remember the river in our village?" Li Yuyao nodded. Yet she remained perplexed by Yang Lin's meaning. "The route from our village to Laishan follows the upstream of a certain river." Although the river itself was nowhere to be seen along the way, it was undeniable that the upstream flowed in this direction. "So what does that imply?" Li Yuyao inquired. "Water flows downhill, and while this mountain is neither exceptionally large nor small, the absence of a river in front suggests that it is highly probable the river lies behind the mountain," Yang Lin asserted. "A river behind the mountain?" Li Yuyao echoed in astonishment, suddenly realizing. "Are you suggesting we transport coal via that river?" Yang Lin smiled and nodded in affirmation. Li Yuyao was left utterly astonished. She had previously contemplated the arduous journey of over 20 miles to transport such heavy stones, understanding that the costs incurred would undoubtedly exceed those of extraction. Yet, how had she overlooked the possibility of utilizing waterway transport? In this era, and even in Yang Lin's past life, the cost of water transport was the lowest, an irreplaceable alternative to any other method of transportation. Chapter 58. Establishing the water transport system soon. The group traversed the mountain slope before them, descending along the path. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they were disheartened to find no river in sight. While disappointment loomed over the others, Yang Lin remained undeterred. The cost of water transport was remarkably low. If a river truly existed nearby, the transportation of coal would be entirely resolved. Zhanghe County, rich in mountains and water, often featured waterways nestled between two hills. Thus, Yang Lin was convinced that the upstream river could not be too far away. Beyond the mountain lay a desolate expanse, devoid of villages or roads, littered with wild grass, resembling a no-man's land. The surrounding desolation was formidable, yet Yang Lin found himself enamored with this place at first glance. Nestled by the mountains and water, The potential here was immense. After walking a few hundred meters further, they finally heard the sound of rushing water. Soon, they beheld a river. Ah, there truly is a river? Liao Hongying exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this is splendid. Yang Lin responded, overjoyed. Although the river was merely 30 to 40 meters wide, the current was swift, suggesting a deep channel suitable for transporting small boats without issue. However, Zhong Tao remarked, that being said, the expenses could be considerable. It's over a mile from the mountain to here, and without a road, transporting coal will require constructing one, purchasing boats, and hiring crew. For just that coal? Is it worth it? The others nodded in agreement, believing that expending such effort for those blackened stones was indeed not worth it. Yang Lin, however, smiled. Trust me, all of this is worthwhile. Yet he acknowledged Zhong's concerns, stating, we need to build roads, buy boats, hire crew, and construct warehouses, which will demand a considerable workforce. We may need to recruit more individuals. The group was taken aback. Did he truly intend to proceed with this plan? They all knew that Yang Lin's only profitable venture thus far had been tofu. Yet now the village required logging, stone extraction, and house construction, while he also aimed to build roads, purchase boats, and erect warehouses. No matter how much money he had, it wouldn't suffice for such endeavors. Even Liu Yao was filled with trepidation. The costs for road construction and warehouse building will be substantial. And with the number of people we now support, at this rate, those 3,000 taels of silver may not suffice. Moments ago, she silently calculated in her heart. Yang Lin's endeavors were multiplying, his ambitions expanding, yet the income remained limited to the sales of potions and the meager profits from the tofu workshop. If he continued to squander resources in such a manner, depleting their 3,000 taels of silver, they would soon find themselves in dire straits. Yang Lin chuckled. Money, after all, is meant to be spent. As the adage goes, money is like a fleeting shadow. Once it's gone, we shall earn more. Without expenditure, how can one hope to generate income? Liu Yao shot him a disapproving glance. Such a saying was unfamiliar to her. Moreover, I fail to comprehend why you chose to distribute those fields. What is wrong with being a landowner? Liu Yao inquired. With nearly 2,000 acres of land, worth at least 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver, Yang Lin had relinquished it all. Consequently, the silver he gained from this venture would scarcely amount to 1,000 taels. Furthermore, the villagers had no money. They were laboring to repay debts, ultimately receiving nothing in return. Such extravagant behavior was astonishing, even to someone who had once held the title of emperor. Yang Lin replied with a wry smile. Have you ever pondered why Liu, the landowner, decided to bestow these fields upon us? Liu Yao responded, you mentioned before that he did so out of desperation for self-preservation. Indeed, that is one aspect. But the more crucial point is that it will soon become exceedingly difficult for him to find laborers for his land. Liu Yao nodded in understanding. She recognized that with Yang Lin's competitive wages, workers would prefer to earn a living elsewhere, thus diminishing the incentive to toil for Liu. Consequently, those fields had become a hot potato for Liu, an asset he could neither retain nor easily relinquish, ultimately passing this burden on to us. However, my dear, this hot potato we now hold is equally burdensome. Oh, why is that? Liu Yao asked, puzzled. Because our foundations are still rather fragile. Farming, a laborious and thankless task, offers scant profit. Have you considered what would happen if we retained those fields and adjusted the wages of our workers to 5 won per day? Before Liu Yao could respond, Yang Lin shook his head. The outcome would be that after a year of toil over those fields, the profits would scarcely surpass what we could earn from selling potions for just a few days. The imbalance between investment and return is evident. We do not lack for a few hundred taels of silver, so why should we undertake such unnecessary risks? Conversely, by distributing the fields, I effectively mitigated the unknown risks. Furthermore, I truly have no desire to be a landowner. In this era, land equates to life itself. Earning a living through land exploitation equates to oppressing the impoverished and squeezing the common folk. Although Yang Lin had a penchant for wealth, he would never resort to acquiring such morally questionable profits. Instead, why not engage in technological innovation, inventiveness, and earn the money of the affluent, the wealth of the world? It is far more appealing. Liu Yao pondered thoughtfully. She found merit in Yang Lin's perspective, yet sensed that his way of thinking diverged markedly from that of others. As dusk descended, the group finally returned to Kaoshan village. Upon returning home, Yang Lin was met with peculiar expressions from the women in his household. What is the matter? he inquired, bewildered by their stares. His fourth sister teased, "Come on in. The young lady has been anxiously waiting for you." "Young lady?" Yang Lin stood in a daze, gazing at the group. His earnest eldest sister promptly clarified, "It's Lu Qiaoyun, the daughter of the landlord Lu. She arrived this afternoon, insisting on waiting for you because she has something important to discuss." Lu Qiaoyun? Yang Lin's heart raced at the mention of her name, recalling their shared past. Last year, Lu Qiaoyun, pressured by her father into an unwanted marriage, had attempted to take her own life by drowning, only to be saved by Yang Lin, which led to a budding mutual affection between them. However, before their feelings could ignite into something more profound, they were extinguished by Lu Youcai's interference. Lu Youcai had gone to great lengths to suppress Yang Lin, forbidding others from lending him food, ultimately leading to the frail Yang Lin enduring hunger until he transformed into the person he was today. Chapter 59, derived from the people. Used for the people. As Yang Lin entered the room, he pondered the past, wondering what matter Lu Qiaoyun had come to discuss with him. Inside, a girl of around 16 or 17, dressed in a delicate green dress, stood nervously, her eyes brimming with expectation as she gazed at him. "Qiaoyun, have you come for something?" Yang Lin was no longer the shy, bookish youth who would blush at a mere utterance. In the presence of Lu Qiaoyun, he felt no pressure. The girl quickly nodded, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze, and stammered, "Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know my father meant to harm you." Before she could finish her sentence, her head had bowed deeply to her chest. Yang Lin promptly grasped her intent and offered reassurance. "It's all right. My issues with your father are resolved, and he has received his due punishment. He has compensated me with ample silver and land. What is past, I bear you no ill will." "That is not it." Lu Qiaoyun hastily shook her head. "My father gave you the silver and land out of fear that, during his absence, our family wealth would attract misfortune, so he entrusted it to you, hoping to redirect the calamity. When he returns, he plans to deal with you and reclaim everything. Truly, I overheard my mother and brother discussing this today. My father even arranged for my brother to go to Pingyuan County to enlist the aid of a powerful figure, a fourth master. That fourth master wields considerable influence there. Once he intervenes, my father will return swiftly, and they will surely not spare you. There's more. Our family hasn't only given you those silver pieces. Besides the 3,000 taels, we have over 1,000 taels left." Lu Qiaoyun explained in a flurry. Yang Lin listened, utterly astonished. His surprise lay not in Lu Youcai's scheme, but in the realization that Lu Qiaoyun had become a traitor to her family for his sake. Is this the potency of love? Yet, regrettably, Yang Lin found that his once nebulous affection for her had faded, leaving only a sense of pity. "Thank you for sharing this with me," Yang Lin said, nodding sincerely in gratitude. Lu Qiaoyun hurriedly shook her head. "It is what I ought to do. My father has wronged you, but I do not wish for you to be adversaries. Perhaps, when my father returns, you could collaborate." She looked at Yang Lin anxiously, fearful of his refusal. Yang Lin smiled wryly. "The conflict between your father and me is irreconcilable. This is not merely a matter of two tigers unable to coexist. It is the inevitable outcome of exploitation and counter-exploitation." Seeing Lu Qiaoyun's despondent expression, Yang Lin took a deep breath. "Qiaoyun, forget about me. I now have a wife and my own aspirations. I promised your father I would look after your family, and as long as they do not trouble me again, I shall honor that promise. As for the bond between us..." Yang Lin shook his head. Observing the tears welling in the girl's eyes, he steeled his heart and gestured for her to leave. Lu Qiaoyun could no longer contain her tears and ran out, weeping. He understood that his actions would deeply hurt her, yet matters of the heart necessitate a swift resolution. He was no scoundrel, unwilling to lead a girl on when his affections had waned. In the present, Yang Lin found contentment with his life. The wives he had taken in were still strangers to him, leaving no room for new romantic pursuits. The following evening heralded a pork feast. Over 200 families, at least 500 or 600 villagers, gathered at the village entrance. Beneath 20 iron cauldrons, the crackling fire blazed, and the aroma of meat wafted through the small mountainous village, illuminating every face with joyous smiles. Children, clutching their bowls and chopsticks, stood eagerly before the large cauldrons, salivating in anticipation. Clang, clang. Zhao Fugui struck the gong, calling out loudly, "Silence. The pork feast is about to commence, but before we begin, Yang Lin has some matters to discuss with everyone." Upon hearing Yang Lin's name, The villagers fell silent, their eyes filled with anticipation as they turned to the figure standing atop a large stone. With a smile, young Lin addressed the crowd. Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, I welcome you all to this banquet. I can sense you are wondering if I, young Lin, have more good news to share. The villagers gazed at him, their expressions blank. Good news? They scarcely dared to hope. Just yesterday, he had announced 5 significant pieces of good news. How could there possibly be more so soon? Indeed, you guessed correctly. I have another piece of good news to announce. As this statement emerged, the crowd erupted into chatter, disbelief washing over them. How could there be more good news so quickly? Quiet. Let us hear young Lin. Zhao Fuguei struck the gong once more. Here is the situation. Before Liu Yukai was taken away, he felt overwhelming guilt for the harm he had caused me. Therefore, in addition to compensating me with the lands he had usurped, he also provided me with 3,000 taels of silver. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. 3,000 taels. To the villagers, this figure was nothing short of astronomical. They stared at young Lin in astonishment. Everyone understood the wisdom of discretion when it came to wealth, and young Lin was no fool. Yet, he openly declared his acquisition of such a vast sum. What could his intentions be? You must be curious as to why I share this news, he continued. Is it to boast? Certainly not. Young Lin shook his head. I have always maintained that I, young Lin, earn my wealth justly and do not seek ill-gotten gains. The silver Liu Yukai bestowed upon me is the fruit of his years of exploitation of you all. To use this money for my own indulgence would leave me unsettled. Moreover, I have little interest in wealth. However, while this money belongs to me, I will not simply give it away without purpose. To hand out money for free would make me a fool. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Thus, I have decided to spend this money entirely. The villagers gasped in astonishment. Spend it all? That was over 3,000 taels. Could he possibly use it all? How can one spend wisely to ensure that expenditures hold meaning? I have conceived a method. As the saying goes, what is taken from the people should be used for the people. This sum ought to be utilized to enhance the lives of our community. Before young Lin could finish his thought, Li Yuyao's heart began to race. What is taken from the people should be used for the people. Such profound wisdom. Though the words may seem simple, the depth of their meaning is truly awe-inspiring. To think such sentiments could be voiced by a humble scholar from the countryside. Li Yuyao gazed at young Lin, her thoughts swirling in chaos. I intend to divide this 3,000 taels of silver into 3 portions. The first portion, comprising 500 taels, will be allocated to establish a mutual aid fund to assist those facing difficulties in their daily lives. This mutual aid fund shall be entrusted to the management of our village chief. Chapter 60. The most distant path in the world is deception, with a gleeful expression. Zhao Fuguei struck the bronze gong and exclaimed, What exactly is a mutual aid fund? Initially, I was perplexed, but young Lin elucidated it for me. Essentially, whenever a family encounters illness or disaster and is in dire need of financial assistance, they may come to me to apply for a loan. Each household has a limit of 1,000 won. Of course, in special circumstances, we can accommodate unique situations. As for whether this borrowed sum need not be repaid, the answer is a resounding no. Yang Lin emphasized that the very purpose of this mutual aid fund is to assist the impoverished in overcoming their hardships. If everyone were to take money and not repay it, gradually, the fund would cease to exist. Therefore, the money from the mutual aid fund must not only be repaid, but also with interest, so that our fund may flourish. The interest is minimal, merely 1%, and there is no immediate rush to repay. However, until old debts are settled, no further borrowing is permitted. Has everyone understood? Zhao Fuguei beamed at the villagers. This initiative had been discussed with young Lin earlier that day, and he would not be managing the funds without compensation. He would receive 10 taels of silver annually for his services. Although life as the village chief was already better than that of the villagers, 10 taels was still a substantial amount. And Zhao Fuguei was naturally eager to take on this responsibility. The concept of a mutual aid fund, though a novel term, was readily comprehended by all, as it simply meant that borrowing would become significantly easier in the future. This was undoubtedly a remarkable development. With the mutual aid fund in place, who would still resort to selling their children, their homes, or their land? The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. Ahem, the second part pertains to road construction. Young Lin continued. The road outside our village is riddled with potholes and is quite treacherous, especially when it rains. For every few steps one takes leads to a foot covered in mud. Therefore, I have decided to construct a gravel road, 10 meters wide and 1 mile long, at both the eastern and western ends of the village. Additionally, I will build a road to the south, leading to the riverside. Road construction is a significant undertaking, and I am prepared to invest 1,000 taels of silver initially. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and the villagers began to murmur among themselves. Is such an expenditure truly necessary? My goodness, to spend so much on paving a road seems quite extravagant. One cannot judge so harshly. The money belongs to Yang Lin, and he is free to spend it as he pleases. Even if it goes to waste, that is his prerogative. Indeed, moreover, improving the roads is undoubtedly a good thing. With better pathways within and beyond our village, it will surely benefit us all. Additionally, road construction will require labor, and we will all have the opportunity to earn money. Exactly. This echoes what Yang Lin just said. Oh, what is taken from the people should be returned to the people. Beautifully articulated. Without delay, Yang Lin announced the recruitment of 100 workers for the road construction, with wages set at 5 per day. The villagers once again erupted into cheers. In the final segment, I intend to utilize the remaining 1,500 taels to construct houses. The villagers were momentarily taken aback. Building houses? What sort of dwelling could possibly require such a substantial sum? I had conferred with my third uncle, and we calculated that our village comprises a total of 238 households. I plan to allocate this sum to erect a brick and tile house for each family. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere once again erupted with excitement. Every household receiving a new home? What a grand ambition! What remarkable resolve! In the entirety of Kaoshan village, fewer than 10 households currently possess brick and tile houses. The vast majority of people could scarcely dream of ever residing in such accommodations. At that moment, many were on the brink of tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhao Fuguei cleared his throat. I have discussed this with Yang Lin. Since the entire village is to have new homes, there is no need to demolish the old ones. We should simply find a vacant plot of land, and our new houses can all be constructed there. In that case, the entire village can move in together. This approach allows us to standardize construction, ensuring identical designs and more aesthetically pleasing buildings, while also reducing costs. Now, don't look at me like that. I, old Zhao, am not the mastermind behind this. These ideas are all Yang Lin's. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards him. The crowd gazed at Yang Lin with fervor. Though words were unspoken, the expressions in their eyes conveyed everything. Ahem, but let us not rejoice too prematurely. Zhao Fuguei continued. There is something I must clarify with you all. Yang Lin and I have roughly calculated that the 1,500 taels will be insufficient to build 238 houses. So what shall we do? This necessitates collective fundraising. Someone immediately caught on and exclaimed, Are you suggesting that we must contribute our own money? Precisely, Zhao Fuguei affirmed. After our calculations, although there is a shortfall, it is not considerable. Each person would only need to contribute 1,000 won. If that proves insufficient later, Yang Lin will cover the difference himself. 1,000 won. Upon hearing this figure, many furrowed their brows. For some families with 5 or 6 members, that would mean 5 or 6,000 won. Nowadays, very few households can muster a few hundred won at once, let alone several thousand. A disgruntled youth voiced his discontent. Village chief, are you and Yang Lin conspiring to swindle us out of our money? Yes, how could we possibly afford that? For families with fewer members, it might be manageable. But for my family of 8, that means 8,000 won? This is unjust. Many others nodded in agreement. Just as Zhao Fuguei was about to respond, Yang Lin interjected coolly. Was it you, ergo, who suggested I was attempting to swindle money? If I wish to deceive, why would I propose to invest this sum? Building houses is a gesture of gratitude towards everyone. It is a beneficial endeavor for the community. I do not intend to impose. Those who wish to have a brick and tile house are welcome. If the rest do not desire such homes, then very well. I shall keep the remaining 1,500 taels for myself. As Ergo was about to speak, he suddenly recalled something and immediately lowered his head, falling silent. The other villagers quickly grasped the situation. They understood well the cost of constructing a brick house. It would require at least a dozen taels of silver. Yet now, each household only needed to contribute a mere 1,000 won, equivalent to 1 tael of silver. For families of 5 or 6 members, merely 5 or 6 taels would suffice to secure a brick house, an undeniably remarkable deal. It is worth noting that even a thatched cottage would cost 2 to 3 taels of silver. Thus, everyone was convinced that Yang Lin was indeed acting in the interest of the community. Ergo, why not quickly apologize to Yang Lin? He is doing this for everyone's benefit. How can you harbor such petty thoughts? Zhao Fugui admonished sternly. Oh, I was wrong. Ergo mumbled. His head hung low. Zhao Fugui turned to Yang Lin and said, Ergo acknowledges his mistake. However, although the houses are indeed affordable, everyone is still struggling to come up with the funds. What should we do about this? That is simple. I can personally contribute and establish a housing fund. Those in need can come to me for loans, and they will only need to repay monthly installments, Yang Lin replied. As Yang Lin and Zhao Fugui exchanged their thoughts in a harmonious dialogue, Li Yuyao, standing nearby, wore a peculiar expression. Although she was still uncertain of Yang Lin's true intentions, she couldn't shake the feeling that his actions bore an uncanny resemblance to the strategies he had previously mentioned. Chapter 61. Mutual Aid Fund. After Yang Lin finished speaking, the villagers were left in a state of bewilderment. Mortgages? This concept was foreign to them. Allow me to elucidate. For instance, if Aunt Lin's family, consisting of 4 members, wishes to construct a 3-room brick house, they would need to contribute 4,000 won. However, Aunt Lin's family can only muster 400 won. Thus, they could seek a loan of 3,600 won from the housing fund. We charge a modest interest of 1%, and Aunt Lin may elect to repay the loan over a span of 10, 20, or even 30 years. If she opts for a 20-year term, we would aggregate the principal and interest over that duration, distributing the total across 24 monthly installments. This would result in a monthly repayment of approximately 41. Quite straightforward. Yang Lin spread his hands in a gesture of simplicity, although the villagers remained somewhat perplexed. The prospect of only needing to repay 40 won each month in order to reside in a brick house sparked joy among them. 40 won is not an exorbitant sum. Indeed, working for Yang Lin yields an income of 150 won per month. Thus, 40 won hardly seems burdensome. Yet, I have 8 family members. According to Yang Lin's calculation, would my family then owe 80 won each month? That is a considerable amount. I fear I may not manage it. Several villagers, particularly those with larger families, nodded in agreement. Yang Lin smiled gently. Uncle Zhao Sanwang, 80 won may appear substantial. But have you considered that among your 8 family members, aside from my 2 little nephews and your elderly father, there are 5 capable individuals who can earn a living? If they all work for me, your monthly income could reach 751. Now tell me, is 80 won still excessive? Zhao Sanwang was momentarily taken aback. Could my family truly earn 750 won in a month? Is it really that much? He swallowed hard, momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing the figure of 751, the other villagers expressed a mix of astonishment and envy. Oh, Zhao Sanwang, what are you complaining about? Yang Lin speaks the truth. Your family is quite prosperous, and 81 is indeed a trivial sum. Precisely. Unlike my family, where 5 out of 6 members cannot work, sigh. Zhao Sanwang's family is destined for prosperity. Although the villagers were not particularly numerically inclined, the stark contrast between 751 and 81 was abundantly clear. Zhao Sanwang scratched his head in a foolish grin, unaware of his family's newfound wealth. Yang Lin continued. There are 2 additional points that may not have been considered. First, each household's contribution varies, and consequently, the size of the allocated house will differ. For instance, Uncle Zhao Sanwang's family, with its 8 members, while contributing more than Aunt Lin's family, will receive a house that is twice the size of hers. The villagers suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, a larger contribution results in a larger house. Zhao Sanwang, you have struck a bargain. Yes, indeed. The larger the family, the greater the advantage. Yang Lin continued, moreover. For instance, if Uncle Sanwang is reluctant to accept a house meant for 8 people, we may consider paying for a house intended for 4. However, we would then only be entitled to a house suitable for 4 individuals. Furthermore, while many may perceive that 40 or 80 won is a substantial sum, have we considered that working with me often leads to salary increases? For example, what is currently 5 won a day may very well become 10 won in the future, or even more. Upon hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with newfound hope. Yet, Li Yuyao grew increasingly convinced that this matter was far from simple. She pondered briefly, realizing she had not yet fully grasped the situation and resolved to seek clarity from Yang Lin later. We must adopt a forward-thinking perspective when evaluating our circumstances. Our vision should not be confined to the present. At this moment, many undoubtedly believe that purchasing a house, no, I mean constructing a new one, is an arduous task, something beyond their reach. But this notion is misguided. Even if we do not think of ourselves, should we not consider the future of our descendants? Our generation has become accustomed to poverty and fear. We endure inadequate nourishment, insufficient clothing, and leaky thatched roofs. Must we allow our children to live such a life? Absolutely not. As long as we dare to dream, to act, and to strive, we shall attain everything we desire. Dear villagers, everything I, young Lin, undertake is not for fame or fortune, but solely for the betterment of our Kegong village, so that every family can be well fed, warmly clothed, and reside in sturdy houses. If I can achieve this during my lifetime, I shall have no regrets. As he spoke, Yang Lin bowed deeply to the entire village before leaping down from the large stone. Bravo! Zhao Fugue initiated the applause, which resonated like thunder. Many villagers were moved by Yang Lin's words, tears of excitement streaming down their faces as they clapped fervently, envisioning a brighter future filled with hope. I will build a house. I will construct a new home. We have endured hardships, but our children must not suffer any longer. Yes, it won't cost much. And Yang Lin has offered us so much. We must build that house. At that moment, the villagers even forgot about the impending pork feast, their minds solely occupied with thoughts of housing. Even Yang Lin's women were inspired by his words, joining in the applause, oblivious to the fact that Yang Lin had quietly slipped away. Not far off, beside a small grove, Yang Lin sat upon a large stone. Gazing vacantly at the verdant thicket, the clamor of the villagers replaced by the tranquil rustling of leaves in the wind. How did you end up here? A steady female voice broke the silence. Yang Lin did not need to turn around to know who it was. My dear, he said, patting the stone beside him, inviting Li Yuyao to sit. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually settled down beside him. What troubles you? Li Yuyao discerned a peculiar expression on Yang Lin's face. However, before he could speak, she inquired, is it because you feel a twinge of guilt for having outsmarted them again? Yang Lin lifted his gaze in astonishment. Looking at Li Yuyao, you have improved. Not only have you grasped the essence of the strategy, but you also perceive that I am employing it. I have learned from you, Li Yuyao replied nonchalantly. Although I now comprehend the strategy, as you would say, my understanding lacks depth. Thus, while I recognize that you are manipulating them and have come to some conclusions, there remain certain crucial aspects that elude my understanding. Please, enlighten me. Yang Lin raised his chin, encouraging her to continue. Li Yuyao began. Let me first share what I have comprehended. Firstly, that mutual aid fund of 500 taels of silver, ostensibly established to assist everyone, generates profit for you through the collection of interest. It can aid people, but it is even more adept at enriching you. Am I mistaken? Chapter 62. Road construction and house building. Yang Lin smiled and nodded. Yet his smile bore a hint of bitterness. The villagers who could not repay their debts had no choice but to work for him to earn money, which, while preferable to borrowing from the landlord Lu, effectively tied them to him, making them his instruments. Previously, when villagers sought loans from him, he felt obligated to refrain from charging interest due to social ties. However, with the establishment of a mutual aid fund, those in need could borrow from it, allowing him to collect interest openly. After Li Yuyao finished speaking, Yang Lin added, there is one more point. What is it? Li Yuyao asked, taken aback. Yang Lin replied, since you have discerned that the essence of the mutual aid fund is profitability, why not develop it further, expanding beyond the village? In the future, it could extend beyond Jianghe County, encompassing Pingyuan County, the entirety of Jiangnan Province, and even the whole of Great Qian. It could evolve into an insurance company model. Realizing he had perhaps revealed too much, Yang Lin quickly fell silent. An insurance company? Li Yuyao exclaimed, astonished. What is that? Yang Lin chuckled. That is a topic for another time. Besides the mutual aid fund, what else have you perceived? Li Yuyao promptly focused and continued, road construction. You once told me that the longest road in the world is the road of deception. And now you mention spending 1,000 taels of silver on road construction. I suspect that too is a ruse. First, our tofu and medicinal potion business has attracted an increasing number of merchants to the village. While you claim the funds are derived from the people and utilized for their benefit, who truly stands to gain the most from the road construction? It is still us. Secondly, if I am not mistaken, the road construction in our village is secondary. Your true intention is to gather manpower to repair the old Black Mountain, isn't it? Li Yuyao's gaze was piercing, eager to validate her conjecture. Indeed, Yang Lin nodded. You have perceived correctly. Are there any details I might have overlooked? Li Yuyao inquired earnestly. Previously, she had not regarded Yang Lin as a formidable figure, but gradually, she realized that his thoughts ran deeper than her own. Li Yuyao was not one to back down. She was now learning to decipher Yang Lin's intentions. Almost none, Yang Lin replied with a smile. Almost. Li Yuyao seized upon that word. Have you ever heard the saying? To become wealthy, one must first construct roads. Li Yuyao shook her head, bewildered. She was increasingly astonished by the depth of Yang Lin's knowledge of such unique phrases. To become wealthy, one must first construct roads. Signifies that only with smooth transportation can trade flourish. Take, for instance, the monkey head mushrooms from our mountains. They are renowned delicacies. Yet here, they hold little value, as the villagers see little difference between consuming monkey head mushrooms and other fungi. However, once the lion's mane mushroom reaches Jianghe County, it can be exchanged for several dozen coins. When it arrives at Pingyuan County, it may fetch several hundred coins. If it were to reach the capital, I am convinced that given the esteemed status of this wild mountain delicacy, a few taels of silver would be easily attainable. Li Yuyao certainly nodded in agreement. As long as transportation is smooth, establishing a stable trade route will allow goods from all over the country to complement one another. Consequently, individuals in regions with lower prices can earn more, while those in areas with higher prices can more easily procure a greater variety of superior goods. Why is it so challenging to alter the divide between the rich and the poor? The primary reason lies in the scarcity of earning opportunities for the impoverished. While the affluent face few avenues for expenditure, money, in essence, can only generate greater profits when it circulates. When the poor desperately save their coins, yet the wealthy possess funds they cannot spend, such stagnant money becomes lifeless. It holds no significance for the economy or societal development. At this juncture, Yang Lin realized he had perhaps spoken too much, and that Li Yuyao might not fully comprehend his points. Noticing her apparent interest in the subject, he resolved to revisit the principles of capital with her at a future opportunity. Indeed, after hearing his words, Li Yuyao appeared contemplative, as if she grasped certain aspects, yet still found herself perplexed in many areas. Clearing his throat, he returned to the topic of road construction. There is one point you misinterpreted. My intent in constructing the road in our village is not superficial. I approach this matter with utmost seriousness. Roads are akin to the blood vessels of our bodies. Or rather, the meridians, connecting every limb and organ, which is of paramount importance. The roads in our village represent merely the first step. In the future, wherever our business expands, the roads must follow suit. Li Yuyao was left astonished. She recalled Yang Lin mentioning that he would extend his business throughout the entirety of Deqian. Did this imply that he intended to pave roads across the entire realm? During her reign as Empress, she was unaware of the conditions of the roads in the common realm. However, her journey to Jianghe County had exposed her to the deplorable state of the roads in Deqian. Aside from the official roads, which were relatively smooth, most others were riddled with potholes and mired in mud. How could trade possibly flourish under such conditions? But could Yang Lin truly manage to extend roads throughout all of Deqian? She found it hard to believe. Regaining her composure, Li Yuyao remarked, as for the construction of houses for everyone, that too seems rather amiss. Building a brick house requires at least a dozen taels of silver. Yet you only charge 4 or 5 taels. It appears you are incurring a loss. However, my intuition tells me you would never engage in a losing venture. Thus, I cannot fathom how you intend to profit through house construction. Yang Lin's smile turned bittersweet as he gently shook his head, sighing, in truth, constructing houses is the most lucrative endeavor. Oh, Li Yuyao inquired, her curiosity piqued, eager to hear more. First and foremost, you must understand that the cost of building a single house is entirely distinct from the expenses incurred in erecting 10 or 100 houses. Li Yuyao nodded in acknowledgement. She could comprehend this. Yang Lin had once conveyed to her that scaling up would significantly reduce costs. Therefore, if we were to construct several hundred houses at once, the expenses could be reduced by at least 30%. Li Yu nodded. Based on a typical house costing 15 taels, a 30% reduction still leaves us with 10 taels, which means you would still be incurring losses. Yang Lin continued. The primary materials for building houses are merely bricks. tiles, sand, and timber, along with labor. We have an abundance of wood and stone. The only expense lies in labor. Our clay kilns can produce bricks and tiles, with the raw material being merely clay, which again incurs labor costs. Thus, compared to purchasing building materials, we can save at least 30% on procurement costs and an additional 10% on transportation expenses. Li Yuyao was somewhat astonished. So, the earthen kilns you constructed are not solely for building our own houses? You had already envisioned constructing houses for profit? Yet even so, it appears that you would merely break even, unable to generate profit. Li Yuyao fixed her gaze on Yang Lin. Observing the guilt in Yang Lin's eyes, she realized that the matter was far from straightforward. Chapter 63. The industrial chain. Yang Lin nodded thoughtfully. You are indeed correct. I have meticulously calculated the data. And if things proceed in this manner, we will merely break even, laboring in vain. However, have you forgotten what I mentioned about the housing fund? You mean the interest? Li Yuyao, sharp as ice, grasped it immediately. Precisely. The interest constitutes a significant source of revenue for the housing project. Yang Lin felt a pang of discomfort as he employed such tactics on these simple folk. Yet, there was no alternative. To establish roots here and embark on this venture, one must firmly plant their feet. The housing project in Qixiang village is of paramount importance. It marks the genesis of this vast industry and serves as an experiment. The unique environment, though it weighed heavily on his conscience, necessitated that he use his own kin to make the initial foray into the real estate market. Every time he called out to his fellow villagers, he was reminded of the e-commerce streamers from his past life, fervently shouting family in their live broadcasts. Using these tactics on impoverished villagers pained Yang Lin, but in pursuit of development and progress, while maintaining his moral compass. He felt compelled to act as a ruthless businessman in the grand scheme of things. But, charging merely 1% interest, isn't that rather low? Li Yuyao queried, still perplexed. In present-day Daqian, there are no regulations capping lending rates. It is common for private loans to carry interest rates of 2 to 3%, with 5 to 6% not being unusual. If it were otherwise, how could those borrowing villagers ever repay their debts without resorting to selling their land? Thus, Li Yuyao couldn't fathom how Yang Lin's housing fund, with an interest rate of just 1%, could yield substantial profits. Yang Lin shook his head. My dear, while 1% may seem insignificant, have you considered the time span? 10, 20, or even 30 years? Li Yuyao silently calculated, her eyes widening in astonishment. Previously, while Yang Lin spoke to the villagers, he had not provided detailed calculations. He had merely mentioned that the monthly mortgage would be around 41, a figure that seemed manageable. However, upon closer examination, the results were staggering. With an original loan of 3,601, the interest over 20 years would amount to double the principal, totaling 7,201. This did not even factor in compound interest, transforming the original 3 taels and 6 qian of silver into 10 taels. Li Yuyao gasped in disbelief. To build a single house nets a profit of 7 taels of silver. If the entire village constructs over 200 houses, they stand to gain 2,200 taels. How ruthless. After a long moment, Li Yuyao finally uttered those words. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite ruthless. So, is it this guilt that has driven you to hide here? Li Yuyao inquired. Yang Lin shook his head, his expression bittersweet. This is merely the beginning. Just the beginning? Li Yuyao exclaimed, taken aback. If the intent is merely to profit from them, there is no harm in that. After all, my offers have indeed been quite modest, and they have earned a substantial amount from me, whether they bear a monthly mortgage of 40 or 81. It is, in fact, not considerable. But why is that? Li Yuyao could not comprehend. The paramount significance of constructing houses lies in binding them to my ship of destiny. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Li Yuyao remained perplexed. Yang Lin, however, shifted his discourse, stating, the landowners monopolize the fields and exploit the common folk, which is indeed reprehensible. But do you know who is even more despicable than the landowners? Li Yuyao instinctively shook her head. It is the capitalists. Capitalists? She had never encountered this term before. Yang Lin was well aware of her ignorance, for in the Great Qian era, the concept of capital was merely in its nascent stage, primarily consisting of high-interest loans. The people of this era could scarcely fathom the terrifying grip of capital. In essence, capital is money, wielded to control everything. How is this control exercised? For instance, everyone works for me. They earn money, save, and their lives improve. One day, when their lives genuinely flourish, whether or not they choose to continue working for me becomes inconsequential. What then shall we do? Li Yuyo pondered. Raise their wages? Yang Lin smiled. The higher the wages rise, the better their lives become. Under satisfied material conditions, the impetus to earn diminishes, and thus, they find no necessity to work diligently. They may come to work when in good spirits, yet if they are discontent, they could easily refrain from working, even disregarding me as their employer, for regardless of whether they remain with me, they will thrive. In such circumstances, what is to be done? Li Yuyo shook her head in confusion. She comprehended Yang Lin's words, yet sensed some hidden intricacy within. In this scenario, one must create demand. For instance, when we construct houses, does it truly matter whether they reside in mud and straw dwellings or brick and tile houses? Yet now, I have generated demand for them, something they could never afford before, but now they can overdraw their future. Overdraw the future? Li Yuyo repeated these words, feeling a chill run down her spine. When 10 taels of silver lie before you, it appears substantial. Yet when divided over 20 years, with monthly payments of merely 41, it seems trivial. The gravest concern arises. Currently, everyone earns 5 won daily, but what happens when there comes a day they can no longer earn? Li Yuyo was already bewildered, instinctively shaking her head as she echoed Yang Lin's words. Yes, what shall we do? She began to dimly grasp all that Yang Lin had conveyed, feeling as though she had pushed open the door to a new world. They have already overdrawn their future, thus they must strive, must labor, must toil for me. In the course of this process, we continue to create demand, and they shall forever remain ensnared within it. Such is the nature of capitalists. Li Yuyo sat there in a daze, utterly unprepared for the harsh reality that unfolded before her. It was as if she beheld a bloodless knife poised to strike. Despicable. After a lengthy silence, Li Yuyo could only muster those 2 words. Recalling Yang Lin's previous remarks sent a chill down her spine. Yang Lin chuckled, rest assured. I shall neither become a landlord nor a capitalist. At most, I will merely be a cunning merchant. The pricing for our village's experiment is indeed exceedingly low. As long as everyone works for me, the funds required for housing will not pose a burden to them. My only guilt lies in having opened this grand door. Now that it has been ajar, it is my responsibility to control it, preventing any malevolent spirits from intruding. This step must be taken, for it is the only means to propel our entire industrial chain towards synchronized development. Industrial chain? Li Yuyo encountered yet another unfamiliar term. Are you referring to bricks and tiles? Not merely that. There is also steel, cement, even glass and furniture. Anything related to daily life can eventually be incorporated into this industrial chain. Chapter 64. Everything for safety. Li Yuyo stood in a daze for quite some time, completely stunned by Yang Lin's words. Although she was still uncertain about what he meant by steel and glass, it was evident that he was scheming something grand. Why are you doing all this? Li Yuyo asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She could envision that if Yang Lin's ambitions came to fruition, he would undoubtedly become the wealthiest person in all of Deqian. Yet, she could not fathom his true intentions behind these endeavors. Yang Lin offered a bitter smile, gazing tenderly at Li Yuyo as he replied, It is, of course, for safety. Safety? Li Yuyo was taken aback. Indeed, only by becoming powerful can one possess the strength to protect oneself and safeguard others, Yang Lin said, gently patting her on the head. Li Yuyo attempted to evade the gesture but found herself unable to, feeling his large hands softly caressing her head. Her heart raced, and to her astonishment, she felt no anger. Instead, a sense of reassurance washed over her. Yang Lin's gaze drifted into the distance. Ever since arriving in Deqian, he had been enveloped in tension and unease. This discomfort stemmed from the barbarism and chaos of this era. Transitioning from a well-structured civilization to this world felt akin to stepping into a dark forest, where the source of danger was unpredictable. Yang Lin hoped fervently that he would not one day find himself imprisoned or even executed due to a mere misstep that offended a powerful figure. He dreaded the thought of being powerless when someone dared to insult the woman he cherished. Thus, since his arrival, he had sought every means to grow stronger, to attain the capability of self-preservation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You didn't plan this pork feast today as an opportunity to promote your housing project, did you? Yang Lin smiled in silence. Li Yuyo continued, and the wage increase you gave everyone yesterday, was that also a prelude to today's housing project? to make everyone feel that there will be future opportunities for wage increases, and that building houses isn't difficult? Yang Lin chuckled again, remaining non-committal as he said, "Come on. The pork should be ready. It's time for us to return to our meal." Taking Liu Yao, who was still in shock, by the hand, Yang Lin walked back with a smile. The villagers thoroughly enjoyed the pork feast. After the meal, nearly everyone was eager to inquire about the housing matters, to which Yang Lin patiently addressed each of their questions. He named the housing initiative Kaoshan New Village, which would commence immediately. Kaoshan New Village offered 6 types of housing, ranging from 3 rooms to 8 rooms, with contributions between 3,000 and 8,000 won. The down payment for the project would be 10%, and those unable to pay could work off their debts. Before long, 2 long lines formed at the village entrance, one for those paying to build houses and the other for those wishing to join the road construction team. The registration continued until darkness fell and the villagers departed, thoroughly satisfied. The Liu family. When the steward rushed in, frantically relaying the recent events to Mrs. Liu Zhang, she was utterly flabbergasted, collapsing into a chair and weeping uncontrollably. Cursed Yang Lin. How could he be so wasteful? That money belongs to the Liu family. How could he squander it so recklessly? Mrs. Liu Zhang lamented, pounding her chest in despair. She simply could not fathom how anyone could receive a significant sum of money and, instead of saving it, hastily spend it all. Has he lost his senses? No, I cannot allow him to squander our family's wealth. Old Liu, you must devise a plan. We cannot let them build roads or erect houses. Mrs. Liu Zhang bellowed, fiercely striking the table. The steward appeared troubled, replying, "Madam, this is quite difficult. The money rests in Yang Lin's hands, and the villagers are eager to work for him. Even if we wish to intervene, we cannot. I don't care how you handle it. I simply cannot permit him to spend our family's money." Mrs. Liu Zhang roared. The steward could only nod submissively and exit. Later that night, in the county city of Jiangha, within the study of the Zhao family in the southern part of the city, County Lieutenant Zhao Dei was discussing with the chief investigator Zhou Kuan about how to employ tactics to extort additional silver from Liu Yotsai's household. With the county magistrate backing Yang Lin, they could not act against him for the time being. However, now that Liu Yukai had become their target, they would show no mercy. For Liu Yotsai's crimes, he is to be exiled for 800 miles. We could negotiate with his family to extend the exile to 3,000 miles, and with a mere 1,000 taels of silver, they could reduce it by 1,000 miles. What do you think, Lord Zhao? Zhou Kuan suggested with a grin. Zhao Dei nodded slightly. You handle it. Yes, I shall take care of this matter. I will take 4, and you shall take 6, Zhou Kuan replied, and they both erupted into laughter. A knock on the door interrupted them. My lord, we have news from Kaoshan village. That landlord surnamed Liu has bequeathed all his wealth to Yang Lin. What? Come in. Both Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan were taken aback by this revelation. A servant entered, hastily reporting the news just received. My lord, it was Yang Lin who publicly declared in Kaoshan village that Liu Yukai has given him 2,000 acres of land and 3,000 taels of silver. Zhou Kuan clenched his fists. Cursed Liu Yukai, what a cunning old fox. Humph. Zhao Dei replied coldly. Does he think we are powerless against him? Since the silver and land are in Yang Lin's possession, let us deal with him as well. The servant hesitated to speak. Speak. Zhao Dei commanded frostily. My lord, yesterday Yang Lin divided the land, and today he has already spent all 3,000 taels of silver. The servant, with his head bowed, recounted the news from Kaoshan village in full detail. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan were left dumbfounded. After a moment, they exchanged glances, each finding confusion reflected in the other's eyes. They could not comprehend. Was this Yang Lin truly a fool? How did one acquire land and wealth, only to squander it so recklessly? Is there truly such a profligate soul in this world? After dismissing the subordinates, Zhou Kuan sighed. Alas, Lord Zhao, it appears we shall not reap any benefits this time. At that moment, the study door unexpectedly swung open once more. Just as Zhao Dei was about to scold the intruder, he realized it was his son, Zhao Guang. Frowning, he admonished, How old are you now? Why do you still act so rashly and in such a fluster? It is quite unbecoming. Your uncle Zhou is present. You ought to greet him. Yet, Zhao Guang paid no heed to Zhou Kuan and, in a fervent tone, proclaimed, Father, I have uncovered something. What? What have you discovered? Zhao Guang replied fiercely. The one who attacked me. Father, do you remember? The assailant hails from Pingyuan County and brought along 10 wives, right? Do you know why we have been unable to trace him for so long? We were deceived. That fellow is not from Pingyuan County at all. He is merely a rustic from a village beneath Jianghe County. Chapter 65. Teaching Yang Lin a lesson in his next life. Zhao Guang clenched his fists tightly. In Jianghe County, he was not someone to be trifled with. Yet that day, merely teasing a woman led to him being humiliated and beaten by Yang Lin and a group of women. Each recollection ignited a seething hatred, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan exchanged startled glances, then turned their attention back to Zhao Guang. Is the person you mentioned Yang Lin from Kaoshan village? Zhao Guang was taken aback, exclaiming, Father, you know about him too? I had to gather information from the constable Zhang Wu to learn that last month a fellow named Yang Lin from Kaoshan village took 10 wives at once. The number and appearance aligned perfectly with those who assaulted me. Since you are aware, why not mobilize some men to Kaoshan village and capture Yang Lin? And we must seize his women as well. Zhao Guang tightened his fists in resolve. The thought of that breathtaking beauty made him swallow hard, his mind racing with fantasies of dragging her to his bed, stripping her of her garments, and indulging in his desires. Lost in his reverie, he noticed a prolonged silence from his father. Father, why are you not speaking? He is merely a country bumpkin. Crushing him should be as simple as squashing an ant. Zhao Guang remarked, puzzled. Zhao Dai, with a stern expression, waved his hand dismissively. This Yang Lin is no ordinary man. Oh, both Zhao Guang and Zhou Kuan looked perplexed. Zhao Dai continued coldly, we previously underestimated him. He has managed to produce tofu, profit from selling medicinal concoctions, and even sought the county magistrate as a protector. Would someone like that be simple to deal with? Zhou Kuan nodded in agreement but inquired, however, sir, this Yang Lin has audacity. He dared to strike Zhao Guang. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Indeed, it cannot be disregarded. Zhao Dai declared icily. He dares to harm my son. I will ensure he understands that the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. However, we must deliberate carefully on how to proceed. His expression darkened. Although he was a martial official, he possessed a certain cunning. He understood that even with the magistrate as Yang Lin's ally, to the magistrate, it was merely a matter of silver and reputation. If he decided to eliminate Yang Lin, the magistrate would not retaliate against him. Yet, such an act would render him disobedient in the magistrate's eyes, potentially jeopardizing his career by aligning the magistrate with Zhao Kong instead. Thus, Zhao Dai sought a solution that would serve both ends. Sir, I have an idea, Zhou Kuan interjected, his mind racing. Oh, pray tell, Zhao Dai urged. Zhou Kuan continued. In a few days, the Black Tiger will enter the city to deliver the year-end silver. We can delegate this task to him, thus avoiding any complications for ourselves. Zhao Dai's eyes lit up as he slammed his hand on the table. Excellent. Let us proceed with that plan. Have Black Tiger handle this matter flawlessly. Do not kill anyone just yet. Capture them alive. Bring Yang Lin back to me, and I will leave his fate in Guaer's hands. Assured Zhou Kuan. Rest assured, Father, I, Zhao Guang, will ensure he comprehends the price of confronting me. Once I have delivered my lesson, I will teach him what it means to be a person in his next life. As for his women, I shall make him watch helplessly while I do so. In Kaoshan village, Yang Lin sat by the bedside while his second sister washed his feet, and Xiao Jiu stood nearby, reporting on the Kaoshan New Village project. Today, the project has yielded a cash income of 34,861. The labor offset totals 49,621. The remaining mortgage amounts to 760,321 with an interest of 1,526,441, culminating in a grand total of 2,283,841. The equivalent in silver is 348 taels in cash, 496 taels in labor offsets, with the mortgage principal and interest totaling 2,283 taels, bringing the grand total to 3,127 taels. Closing the ledger, Xiao Jiu and the other women wore expressions of astonishment, as the figures left them spellbound. However, for Yang Lin, these numbers were entirely anticipated, leaving him unfazed. What is the status of the personnel? He inquired again. Xiao Jiu reopened the ledger and recited. The tofu workshop has 32 workers. The lumber team consists of 28. The stone quarry team has 30. The earthen kiln workshop has 13. The blacksmith shop comprises 5. The coal mining team has 12. The security team consists of 10. The house building team has 20. Along with Uncle Wang Gui, who is responsible for procurement, and my cousin Du Jing, totaling 152 individuals. Today, we have welcomed 13 new craftsmen, including 2 blacksmiths, 6 carpenters, and 5 masons. Regarding the newly recruited road construction team, as per your instructions, we are retaining only 100 people, while many more are registered and eagerly await their share of work. After finishing her report, Xiaojie looked up. Are there still 200 to 300 registered? Yang Lin asked. Xiaojie nodded. Indeed, if not more. That is good to hear. Yang Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully and stated, tomorrow, we shall continue recruiting. The tofu workshop will remain unchanged, while the lumber team, stone quarry team, and security team will each add 10 more workers. The house building team and blacksmith shop will increase by 20. Additionally, we shall recruit 2 boatmen and 10 others to form a transportation team. Tomorrow, have Wang Gui procure 2 boats. The women were taken aback. While they understood the need for additional personnel in other teams, the request for 20 more blacksmiths seemed excessive, as 5 were typically sufficient for ironwork. However, Li Yuyao surmised that the sudden increase in blacksmiths might be related to the coal discovered yesterday. Regardless, within the household, Yang Lin's word was law. Even if Li Yuyao found certain aspects perplexing, she would not voice any objections, but would silently ponder Yang Lin's intentions. My dear, when will our house be completed? Inquired the 4th sister with a hint of melancholy. Are you anxious? Sister C nestled against Yang Lin's arm, playfully chiding. Indeed. Our entire family is crammed together on the floor day after day. Despite being married for quite some time, my sisters and I remain untouched by the bonds of matrimony. If word of this were to spread, we would surely become the subject of ridicule. Yang Lin's face flushed crimson, while the women pretended not to hear. Such brazen words could only be uttered by Sister C. Undeterred, she continued to snuggle closer to Yang Lin, resembling a languid kitten, and with a teasing smile remarked, is my dear husband also unable to contain his anticipation? Perhaps tonight, I could warm your bed? Oh dear, how foolish of me. You have yet to share a chamber with my elder sister, so how could I dare to overstep? Instead, why not spend the night with her? My sisters will close their eyes and promise not to peek. Hee hee hee. Sister C giggled mischievously. Chapter 66. Steelmaking and papermaking. Li Yuyao's face flushed slightly. Before she could speak, Liao Hongying immediately interjected with a sharp gaze. No. Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of everyone present. Realizing her eagerness, Liao quickly clarified. What I mean is, this is inappropriate. The scene you described, 4th sister, is simply too embarrassing. To imagine His Majesty and Yang Lin engaged in such activities while we close our eyes nearby, that's utterly unacceptable. Moreover, His Majesty would certainly not agree to this. 4th sister giggled. 3rd sister, you seem quite anxious. Could it be that you are envious of our husband? Don't be ridiculous. Liao Hongying's cheeks turned crimson with embarrassment as she hastily shifted the topic. Xiaojie, you mentioned that you are the daughter of Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang. Is that true? All eyes naturally turned to Xiaojie. Biting her lip, Xiaojie nodded gently. My goodness, Xiaojie, you are indeed a governor's daughter. How did you end up here? Yes, what exactly happened? Curiosity filled the room regarding her identity as a governor's daughter. Liao Hongying and Li Yuyao were also intrigued, not out of mere gossip, but because of the proximity of Nanyang City to Pingyuan County. In fact, Jianghe County is closer to Nanyang City than to Pingyuan County. With such a close connection, should they ever decide to make a move, the governor of Nanyang could potentially be an ally. Xiaojie lowered her head, shaking it as she spoke. He is my father, but he is also a scoundrel. He has never treated me well, although I am his daughter. My mother was merely a maid in the household. After I was born, my mother was left without a proper status, and both of us have been ostracized by the other wives. My brothers and sisters often bully us. As for how I ended up here, Han Mingzhu's face wore a bitter expression. I was framed by my eldest sister and others. They falsely accused me of stealing from our home. My father believed their words, and I was nearly beaten to death. Xiaojie clenched her fists, raising her head to look at Yang Lin, her voice choked with emotion. Brother, had I not met you, I had planned to leave home, to go far away and never return. I never wanted to see those loathsome faces again. The day I mentioned Han Feng's name was merely to protect you. In truth, he wouldn't care about me even if he were here. So, there is no need for my sisters to look at me that way. I am not a governor's daughter, like you all. I am merely a wretched soul taken in by my brother. Henceforth, there will be no more Han Mengzhu, only Xiaojie, our Xiaojie. With that, Han Mingzhu bowed deeply to everyone present. The women were moved by her story, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. However, Yang Lin spoke up. The name Han Mingzhu is quite lovely. There is no need to abandon it. You may be called Mingzhu or Xiaojiu. Han Mingzhu nodded. Her face filled with earnestness as she asked, Brother, may I request something of you? What is it? Can you bring my mother out? Han Mingzhu looked at Yang Lin with eager anticipation. What? Yang Lin was taken aback. Han Mingzhu quickly clarified, My mother is left there, utterly unhappy. I have been liberated, and I do not wish for her to continue suffering in that place. Yang Lin, both amused and exasperated, replied, That is a difficult task. You want me to rush to Nanyang Prefecture and seize the governor's woman? Brother, I miss my mother. Han Mingzhu clung to Yang Lin's arm, resting her head against him, gazing up with longing eyes. I will do my utmost, but it is certainly not feasible at the moment. In the future, perhaps there will be an opportunity. Han Mingzhu nodded vigorously. As long as you promise, I believe you will find a way. In saying this, she tilted her head and planted a kiss on Yang Lin's cheek. Brother, you are truly wonderful. I want to be your little Gio forever. With a smile, she affectionately nestled against him, causing Yang Lin's face to flush with embarrassment. Little Gio had opened her heart, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Yang Lin planned to take this chance to encourage his wife and third sister to share their stories as well. However, it seemed as if the two women were unable to receive the signal. Yang Lin understood that they were still reluctant to divulge their tales, and thus he chose to refrain from pressing them. The following day, after breakfast, Yang Lin busied himself with numerous matters. There was much to be done, continuing recruitment, establishing the road construction team, selecting a site for the Xiangshan New Village project, and planning. Yet, the most crucial task remained the steel production. By midday, having dealt with other affairs, Yang Lin made his way to the courtyard where the iron foundry was located. Brother Lin, you've come. Du Jing exclaimed upon seeing Yang Lin, his excitement palpable. You arrived just in time. I was about to look for you. The new type of water wheel you mentioned last time has been completed, Du Jing said, his enthusiasm evident. Wonderful. Outstanding. Yang Lin praised, giving Du Jing a thumbs up. Brother Jing, an additional 200 coins for you this month. The rest of you will receive 100 coins. While Yang Lin possessed only the machinery and foundational knowledge of dynamics, as well as an understanding of the principles and structures of advanced water wheels, he lacked many intricate details. Though these were merely details, acquiring them required considerable effort and a spark of creativity. Du Jing was the most suitable person for this task. Had it been anyone else, they might not have succeeded. However, Yang Lin did not anticipate that Du Jing and his team would complete the project so swiftly. Du Jing, startled by the praise, quickly declined. The others also waved their hands, their expressions peculiar. Yang Lin, as the employer, was exceedingly generous, handing out bonuses at the slightest disagreement. They felt they had already received ample compensation. Enough. You all know that I do not alter my decisions. Furthermore, awarding bonuses serves as a form of encouragement. In the future, anyone who makes significant inventions or innovations will receive corresponding rewards. Brother Jing, I have come to discuss a new project for you. Oh, Du Jing asked, excitement brimming in his voice. What are we improving this time? Paper. Yang Lin smiled and said, but Brother Ju, let's not rush into the innovation of the paper-making process just yet. I have another crucial matter to discuss. Steelmaking. Uncle Shun, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Yang Lin. It's merely iron we are dealing with. We have sufficient manpower already. We do not require so many. Yang Lin shook his head slowly. It is not iron we are producing, but steel. From this moment forth, the iron workshop shall be renamed the smelting workshop. As for the workforce, adding 20 more may still prove insufficient. I have already drafted the blueprints. You must first construct a new furnace according to these designs. Chapter 67. Everything is progressing favorably. Yang Lin handed a thick stack of blueprints to Zhao Shunzi. Is there really this much? Zhao Shunzi quickly began to peruse the drawings, only to become increasingly bewildered. What is this? And what about this? It wasn't that he couldn't comprehend the blueprints. Rather, the drawings depicted something that was far from a mere iron smelting furnace. The furnace illustrated was excessively large, with exceedingly high specifications. It even required a foundation to be laid. Is this truly a furnace for smelting iron? I mentioned steel. Yet what exactly is steel? Zhao Shunzi scratched his head in confusion. To clarify, pig iron contains the most impurities, wrought iron comes next, and steel possesses the least. Therefore, the hardness and strength of steel surpass that of both pig iron and wrought iron, rendering it a more advanced metallic material. Zhao Shunzi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Uncle Shunzi, you must personally select the workers. If 20 are insufficient, we can always add more. It is imperative that we construct this furnace post-haste. At that time, I will provide a new type of fuel called coke, with coke in this furnace. Producing steel will be a straightforward task. He patted Zhao Shunzi on the shoulder. Absolutely. Zhao Shunzi was equally filled with anticipation. Additionally, we need to forge 10 more sets of those components within the next few days, Yang Lin instructed. Not a problem, Zhao Shunzi replied enthusiastically. After finalizing their discussion, Yang Lin and Du Jing entered the house. Lin, you mentioned making paper earlier? Were you serious? Du Jing inquired eagerly as soon as they stepped inside. Of course, I am serious. However, the paper we currently have is already quite good. Can you really reduce the cost further? Du Jing looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. Yang Lin smiled and replied, first and foremost, cost can definitely be further reduced. Secondly, do you truly believe that the paper we currently use is already of excellent quality? Du Jing, puzzled, nodded. Is there even better paper? He found it hard to believe. To him, the present paper was already exceptional. It was thin, lightweight, and could last for decades without deteriorating. Thus, he couldn't fathom why Yang Lin would want to improve upon it. Was there truly room for enhancement? For centuries, since the advent of paper, everyone had been using this type of paper without any complaints. If a flaw were to be mentioned, it would simply be one word: expensive. Indeed, there is. Yang Lin sighed. The paper in this world has not been easy for me to adjust to. It is not only much thicker and rougher than the paper from my previous life, but it also has a yellowed, even blackened appearance, lacking sufficient resilience. Even Kai Luan's invention of Kaiho paper pales in comparison. Really? Du Jing remained skeptical. Absolutely. Yang Lin declared that the paper we aim to create will be lighter, thinner, with a soft texture, comfortable to the touch, pure white in color, free of impurities, and possessing high transparency, making it suitable for both painting and magical practices. It could even be used for printing. Du Jing was left dumbfounded. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of printing, he could hardly fathom whether such paper, as described by Yang Lin, truly existed. I have meticulously outlined the specific processes involved. Yang Lin produced a stack of draft paper and handed it to Du Jing. There may be some minor details or discrepancies that require continuous experimentation and refinement. Despite Yang Lin's reassurances, Du Jing opened the draft paper, and his eyes sparkled with astonishment. The more he read, the more amazed he became. After a moment, he excitedly set the draft paper aside and stood up with fervor. I will commence paper production immediately. If I can indeed create such paper, my name will be etched in history. Yang Lin smiled and nodded, saying, you may select as many hands as you wish. Take however many you need. If you have any specific requests, do not hesitate to approach me, but do ensure confidentiality. Your design workshop will be completely separated from the smelting workshop. I have acquired a new residence, and you can lead your team to move in shortly. Brother Jing, the endeavor of paper making will not only yield immense profits, but will also leave a lasting legacy for generations. While I have already established the theoretical groundwork, do not rush. Diligent research will inevitably lead to success. As Yang Lin departed from Du Jing, good news arrived from the riverbank. The cement and coke had both been successfully produced. This morning, Yang Lin had specifically instructed them to use the coal brought back from Laoshan and to attempt another round of cement production while teaching them the method for producing coke. Remarkably, by midday, they had succeeded. Upon arrival, Yang Lin eagerly tried it himself, and the results exceeded his expectations. Although the strength of the cement was not yet on par with that of future generations, when mixed with sand and water, it undoubtedly transformed into concrete. As for the coke, there was no immediate way to test its temperature, but the production process was not complicated. As long as they followed his instructions, success was assured. Uncle Dazhuang, at the current pace, how much cement can we produce in a day? Yang Lin inquired. Well, Dazhuang shook his head and sighed. The burning process is not difficult. It only takes 2 hours. However, grinding these stones is quite troublesome. The cement we've produced today was made from stone powder accumulated over several days. If we could keep up with grinding the stones, we could produce at least double what we made today. Yang Lin estimated the weight of this batch of cement to be around 500 or 600 pounds. which required a significant amount of manpower and resources, yet the yield remained disappointingly low. The primary issue was still the stone crushing. Currently, without a stone crusher, although limestone is quite soft, the process of smashing it before grinding it into powder remains excessively cumbersome. In that case, I shall instruct the workshop to construct a new type of water wheel dedicated to crushing stones. It will be at least 5 times faster than the current method. This way, we can ensure a stable supply of raw materials. From now on, this kiln shall be dedicated exclusively to the production of cement, while another kiln will be reserved for brickmaking. Cement is susceptible to moisture, so once it is produced, it will be transported directly to the construction site. With the arrival of cement, the foundation can commence today. The pit for the foundation has been excavated for several days, eagerly anticipating the successful delivery of the cement. What? Such precious cement is to be used for the foundation? Gao Dazhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had yet to witness its strength firsthand, he understood the arduous process of its creation. The labor that went into producing this cement was no small feat. To think that all of it would be poured into the foundation pit, it seemed extravagantly wasteful. Yang Lin smiled, stating that a solid foundation is essential for a stable house. He was certainly aware of the cement's worth, but for the sake of safety, such sacrifices were entirely justified. With cement in hand, the construction could proceed. Innovations such as new water wheels, paper making, steel refining, brick firing, road building, and house construction appeared to be progressing favorably. Unbeknownst to them, several days had slipped by. On this particular evening, before the sun had set, a group of burly men with thick beards, wielding weapons and bearing fierce expressions, charged into the city on horseback, taking advantage of the slanting rays of the setting sun. Chapter 68. The Black Tiger descends the mountain. Make way, make way. Those who wish to avoid death, step aside. The burly men glared menacingly, brandishing their whips as they galloped forth, heedless of the panicked townsfolk in their path. Some citizens, unable to evade in time, were struck down by the thundering horses, crying out in agony, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. Ha ha ha, Brother Tiger, we must linger in the city a bit longer this time, indulge ourselves. We've been cooped up in the mountains for far too long. Our appetites are ravenous. One of them exclaimed, and the women in this city, we must sample their delights. Just look at that one. What a figure, such supple skin, truly exquisite. Indeed, the women from the brothels are far more enticing than those we've abducted. The ones we captured from the mountains are lifeless and dull, another chimed in. Silence, all of you, bellowed the dark-faced leader at the forefront, his voice icy. Do you wish for everyone to know you are bandits? Once we enter the city, maintain a low profile. The imposing figure of the leader was shadowed, with narrow, piercing eyes gleaming with menace and a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What do we have to fear, Brother Tiger? With Lord Zhou and Lord Zhao as our backing, who dares to cross us? One of the men retorted boldly. The county of Jianghe is no different from our territory. If it weren't for your restraint, we could have seized this town. A wave of raucous laughter erupted among the men. The expression on Black Tiger's face darkened significantly. He tightened the reins of his horse, slowing his pace to survey the group. Enough. His voice, though low, sent a shiver through the bandits, who quickly fell silent under his fearsome gaze. They all remembered the consequences of crossing Brother Tiger and obediently quieted, leaving only the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in the stillness. Later, the second and third brothers will accompany me to deliver money to the Zhou family. The rest of you stay at the inn and behave. This is not the mountains. We are here to make a fortune, so do not provoke trouble. Anyone who dares to act out without my command will find that Brother Tiger no longer considers them a brother. That evening, Black Tiger, accompanied by the second and third in command, brought a chest of silver to the Zhou family, where they shared a convivial feast with Zhou Kun and his son. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, Zhou Jingyang broached a serious matter. Brother Tiger, I have a small issue that I would like to trouble you with. Black Tiger narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Why such formality, young Master Zhou? If there is any service I, Black Tiger, can provide, do not hesitate to command. Very well, I shall speak plainly. In Kaoshan village, there is a young Lin, a penniless scholar. Yet he is exceedingly arrogant and does not regard our Zhou family. Recently, he offended Lord Zhao, inciting his ire. Oh, Black Tiger's eyes widened, his tone icy. Such audacity. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, anyone who dares to provoke your family shall find themselves at my mercy. How many pieces would you like him in? I shall ensure he is severed accordingly. Faced with the cold gaze of Black Tiger, Zhou Zhengyang did not dare to meet his eyes directly, hastily responding. Then I must thank you, Brother Tiger. This is but a token of my gratitude. Once the matter is resolved, there will be further rewards. As he spoke, Zhou Zhengyang produced a gold ingot from his sleeve and pushed it towards Black Tiger. Instantly, Black Tiger's eyes gleamed with avarice. This piece of gold weighs at least 5 taels, equivalent to 50 taels of silver. When has the Zhou family ever been so extravagant? However, one thing is certain: we, along with Lord Zhao, desire him alive. This young Lin, having taken 10 wives, should be captured along with them all and returned to us. Black Tiger's eyes brightened at this prospect, and he thumped his chest confidently. No problem. This matter shall be entrusted to me, Black Tiger. Once the serious business was concluded, Zhou Kuan seemed to snap back to reality, cheerfully raising his cup. Come, let us drink. That very night, as Black Tiger and his entourage departed from the Zhou residence, the second and third leaders could no longer contain their thoughts. Brother Tiger, this feels a bit off. Why would we need to intervene just to capture a poor scholar? One questioned. Indeed, Brother Tiger, the sum of silver offered is rather excessive. It feels rather complicated. Another added. Black Tiger's expression darkened. Do I need to remind you? Return and investigate this young Lin. What is the true story? Does he have any connections? Why are both the Zhao and Zhou families hesitant to act directly against him? And why capture him alive? Black Tiger was a shrewd individual. He believed that even as a bandit, one must use their wits, lest they find themselves oblivious to their own demise. In previous years, he had established connections with the authorities, offering a substantial sum to the Zhou and Zhao families annually, who then allowed him to pillage freely throughout Jianghe County. Thus, although he had to part with a considerable amount of silver to honor the Zhao and Zhou families, his business thrived without fear of government intervention. Despite adopting a humble demeanor before the Zhou and Zhao families, Black Tiger did not regard them highly. Therefore, whether to proceed with this matter would depend on further investigation. By noon the following day, Black Tiger's men had finally gathered some intelligence. Inside an inn, the bandit leader reported his findings. Brother Tiger, this young Lin is indeed remarkable. The tofu that has been selling everywhere recently was concocted by him. He also produces a miraculous potion. The tofu is made using that potion, which reportedly sells for 10 taels of silver per barrel. The small leader gestured excitedly. Upon hearing the price of the potion, the bandits were astonished. Good heavens, and they say he is a poor scholar. Turns out he is a local magnate. Black Tiger understood. The Zhou and Zhao families wanted us to capture him to obtain the formula for that potion, right? Why not simply eliminate Yang Lin? We could sell the potion ourselves. The bandits looked eagerly at Black Tiger. However, Black Tiger shot them a glare, signaling the small leader to continue. Moreover, just a few days ago, a wealthy man surnamed Liu from their village sent assassins to kill Yang Lin. Guess what happened? They sent 4 men, and 2 were killed while the other 2 were severely injured. The bandits gasped in shock. Black Tiger frowned slightly. Could it be that this young Lin is skilled in combat? The small leader shook his head, expressing his uncertainty about the events of that fateful night, which remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, it was clear that Yang Lin emerged unscathed. Subsequently, Lord Zhao personally ventured to Kaoshan village, intent on confronting Yang Lin. To his surprise, the county magistrate intervened on Yang Lin's behalf, leaving even Lord Zhao powerless against him. Upon hearing this, the bandits were left in a state of bewilderment. No wonder the Zhou family is so generous. They must have a formidable ally, sneered Black Tiger. What shall we do then, Brother Tiger? Are we to continue with our plans? Inquired the second in command. Coldly, Black Tiger replied. Do you understand why the Zhou family sought our assistance in this matter? The bandits shook their heads in confusion. Because we are outlaws. We are not beholden to any rules. Black Tiger picked up a knife from the table, slicing a piece of meat and placing it in his mouth, his eyes narrowing as he chuckled darkly. What the Zhou and Zhao families find too troublesome, we can accomplish. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth to Kaoshan village. It is time to confront this Yang Lin. Chapter 69. Where is Yang Lin? Early in the morning, Yang Lin felt a sense of unease for reasons unknown. After having breakfast, he, along with the women, assembled the latest crafted components into crossbows. With this latest batch, there were now 17 crossbows and 300 crossbow bolts. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu finally possessed their own crossbows, while the remainder was stored away in a cabinet. The crossbows possessed tremendous lethality and would eventually be distributed to the defense team. However, given that the defense team had only recently been established, it might not be prudent to equip them with such formidable weapons at this juncture. Yang Lin intended to gradually allocate these crossbows in due time. Xiao Jiu reported yesterday's progress while holding the ledger. The tofu workshop produced 500 blocks of tofu and 300 pounds of dried tofu, selling 10 barrels of potions. Tofu skins had been successfully crafted, while the production of bean paste and soy sauce was still underway. The brick kiln yielded 3,000 red bricks and 500 tiles, of which 180 were deemed defective, and the color of the green bricks remained insufficient. The cement kiln produced 120 barrels of cement, and Gao Dazhuang indicated that today's output could increase further. The construction of the new furnace in the smelting workshop was more than halfway complete, with Uncle Shunzi assuring it would be finished in 3 days. In the design workshop, the materials and tools for papermaking had largely been assembled, yet Jinga noted that there were still issues with procuring raw materials and finer details, necessitating additional time. The newly hired boatman had transported 3 loads of coal back from Old Black Mountain yesterday. However, the descent road remained unfinished, causing slow land transport. Yet, once loaded onto the ship, the journey to their location would take less than an hour. As for the road repair team, over 100 feet of road had been completed at the eastern edge of the village, and it would take no more than 2 additional days to finish the road there. Meanwhile, at the main road to the east of the village, He Hu led his bandits, galloping forward and raising a cloud of dust. "Brother Hu, ahead lies Kaoshan village," the second-in-command shouted. He Hu replied coldly, "This young Lin possesses some skill. Do not underestimate him. Once we charge into the village, seize anyone at random and extract Yang Lin's whereabouts. We shall catch him off guard." "Yes," the bandits shouted in unison. However, just as they caught sight of Kaoshan village, they noticed a multitude of villagers gathered at the entrance, wielding shovels and spades. "Halt! What is happening? Has word leaked out?" He Hu furrowed his brow. They had traveled from the county town without encountering any villages along the way, wary of alerting the enemy. Yet, why did it seem as if the villagers were already prepared, waiting for them? A glance revealed that at least 40 to 50 villagers were armed with tools. Though they were seasoned killers, the prospect of facing such a formidable number of resisting villagers posed a significant challenge. The third-in-command remarked, "Brother Hu, I sense they are not waiting for us. It appears rather that they are repairing the road." "Repairing the road?" He Hu reined in his horse and stared intently. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared so. The road behind the common folk was noticeably wider and smoother, with a layer of yellow earth and sand laid down, surpassing even the roads of the county town. The villagers, gathered there, seemed to have only paused upon noticing them. Alas, they were merely repairing the road. It startled me. What trickery is this in Kaoshan village? Why are they repairing the road without cause? The bandits were equally perplexed. However, He Hu coolly remarked, "Since there are people here, it is a perfect opportunity to inquire about Yang Lin's whereabouts." Indeed, the bandits spurred their horses onward. At that moment, the villagers laboring on the road were also observing the bandits, whispering among themselves. Could they be bandits? Surely not. Yang Lin captured so many just days ago. What bandits would dare come to our Kaoshan village? Indeed, we have encountered bandits before, but never have we seen them on horseback. True, even the county guards do not possess so many horses. I suspect they are soldiers from the prefecture. Oh dear, they are coming closer. Everyone, step aside. Don't let them collide with us. The villagers were uncertain of who these individuals were, exchanging bewildered glances. It was not until He Hu and his men approached, exuding an aura of menace and clad in fierce attire, that the villagers sensed something amiss, their faces betraying fear and unease. The second-in-command, perched upon his horse, cracked his whip with a sharp sound and stammered, We are the good men of Repaying Mountain. Today, we have come not to plunder, but to capture Yang Lin." His stammering drew no laughter from the onlookers. "Listen up, every one of you. Speak of Yang Lin's whereabouts, and we shall ensure your safety." His cold, sinister gaze swept across the crowd. The villagers stood in shock. Indeed, they were bandits. The infamous bandits of Repaying Mountain, rumored to be the most ruthless in Jiang County, and they were here seeking Yang Lin. The villagers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. He Hu advanced on horseback, a cold smirk on his lips, and sneered, "No one wishes to speak? Do you truly believe I am without bite? With that, he raised his whip. With a sharp crack, the whip struck an elderly man standing nearby. The elder stumbled back, caught off guard. In a swift motion, Jehu drew his knife and aimed it at the old man. A horrified cry escaped the elder's lips as he collapsed, blood seeping through his thin clothing, his body twitching twice before falling still. Silence enveloped the scene. The villagers stared wide-eyed, their expressions a blend of fury and terror. Lu Laohan was one of the few in the village to have lived past 60, and yet he had been slain by bandits, just like that. In that moment, the villagers were paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating. No one anticipated that these bandits could be so ferocious. Observing their fright, Jehu felt a sense of satisfaction. Wiping the blood from his knife, and coldly declared, "Now, will anyone speak?" Yet, the villagers continued to retreat, remaining silent, though they trembled with fear. They could not betray Yang Lin by revealing his whereabouts. They still possess a sense of loyalty? How delightful. Very well, upon our arrival in the village, I shall interrogate each one of you individually. I am eager to see whether Yang Lin will emerge before I bring about your demise. At that moment, a young villager suddenly shouted, "Everyone, flee!" Quickly returned to inform Yang Lin. With that, he turned and sprinted back. The villagers, as if awakening from a dream, began to scatter in all directions. Run? I wonder how far you think you can escape. The black tiger remained unperturbed, retrieving a bow from a bag on his horse. He drew the bowstring and aimed at the young man desperately racing towards the village, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! The arrow was released, and in an instant, the young man stumbled and fell to the ground. The bandits erupted into laughter, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Chapter 70. For the sake of Mount Village, charge. The young man collapsed right before the villagers, causing an immediate wave of fear that rendered them motionless. "Run! I shall see whether your legs are swifter than my arrows," boasted the bandit leader, his laughter echoing. Brother Tiger's arrows are invincible. Brother Tiger is formidable. The bandits brandished their knives, shouting in triumph. 2 villagers had already fallen, and terror gripped the hearts of the remaining villagers, who no longer dared to flee. The bandits, mounted on their horses, encircled the villagers, herding them like sheep, swiftly gathering them together and pushing them towards the village. Tears welled in the villagers' eyes, yet they were too afraid to voice their anger. Outside the village, Zhong Tao was patrolling with the defense team when he suddenly spotted villagers working on the road and the bandits on horseback. His expression changed in an instant. "Oh no, it's the bandits. Kong Liang, hurry back and inform Yang Lin. Tell him there are 16 bandits, all on horseback. Warn him to be cautious." Zhong Tao intended to urge Yang Lin to flee, but, knowing his character, he anticipated that Yang Lin would likely not run. Thus, he changed his words to a caution. "Brother Tao, what shall we do?" Kong Liang looked at Zhong Tao with concern. Zhong Tao's face was grave. "You must go. I will think of a plan here." "Understood." Kong Liang wasted no time and dashed back towards the village. The bandits were now less than 100 paces away. Yet the faces of the defense team showed no sign of fear. "What shall we do, Brother Tao?" The others awaited Zhong Tao's decision. He spoke with solemnity. "We in the defense team receive a substantial wage to protect our neighbors. If we flee now, what purpose do we serve? We have faced bandits before. We cannot show cowardice in this battle. Are you afraid?" The group shook their heads, though tension was evident on their faces. On the day the defense team was formed, Yang Lin had declared that should anyone perish while protecting others, he would provide 30 taels of silver as compensation. I, Zhong Tao, also feared death, but behind us stand our elders and kin. If we run, we abandon our families to the bandits. I trust Yang Lin will honor his word. If I must lay down my life today, my wife and children will have the means to survive." As Zhong Tao spoke, he grasped his long spear, positioning it across his back. He understood clearly that these bandits were markedly different from those who had come before. In Deqian, horses were immensely valuable. Even in the military, cavalry were far outnumbered by infantry. The fact that each of these bandits was mounted signified that they would not be easily dealt with. Having experienced battle, he knew that under equal numbers, infantry would crumble before a cavalry charge like paper. Now, with 16 bandits against their mere 9, the odds were daunting. 9 farmers, nearly devoid of any combat experience, faced off against 16 ruthless bandits mounted on horseback. Zhong Tao was acutely aware that this battle held no prospects for victory, even if they could not withstand the bandits. They must buy time for their families behind them, granting them a chance to escape. The expressions of the members of the defense team grew somber, as they each drew their weapons and formed a line, using their bodies to block the road into the village. Their weapons, once mere farming tools, had now been replaced with long spears and large blades forged from quality iron at the smelting workshop. However, as the bandits drew ever closer, a palpable tension began to mount. What was happening? Hei squinted from a distance, spotting the defense team blocking the village entrance, his brow furrowing. Who could say? This village of Kaoshan was indeed rife with peculiarities. The second-in-command mumbled to himself. The villagers, upon witnessing the defense team not only standing their ground, but also preparing to confront the bandits, felt a flicker of hope ignite within them, stirring their spirits. Hei's expression fluctuated between rage and apprehension. Observing the weapons wielded by the defense team, his frown deepened. In all their past raids, had anyone ever dared to resist? They had always obediently surrendered their wealth, begging for mercy. Yet this seemingly insignificant village instilled in him a sense of unease. At that moment, he found himself regretting taking on this task. Nevertheless, with the village so close at hand, he could not allow a mere feeling of trepidation to deter him. He was Heihu after all. San, take a few men and eliminate these obstructive fools. He commanded. Yes, yes. The second and third underlings promptly replied, gathering 6 men and charging toward Zhong Tao and his companions. Onward. Simultaneously, Zhong Tao shouted, avoid their horses. For Kaoshan village. Charge with me. Armed with a spear, he led the charge, racing ahead. Though he was but a foot soldier in the army, he understood the adage that a commander's spirit ignites that of his troops. Whenever a general rallied the troops to charge alongside them, the soldiers' blood would surge with fervor, fighting valiantly. Conversely, if a general merely commanded from a distance, the soldiers often lacked the will to fight. At that moment, with spear in hand, Zhong Tao surged forward, feeling as if he led 1,000 warriors into the fray. Despite only having 8 companions at his back, charge! The defense team echoed, their voices rising in unison. Heihu narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Zhong Tao exuded a different aura than the others. Yet, the clash between the two sides occurred in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, 2 members of the defense team were struck by the thundering hooves of the horses and sent sprawling. Another 2 were slashed by the bandits' raised blades, collapsing to the ground in agony. The remaining members, though momentarily unscathed, found the bandits had already surged past them, unable to inflict any harm in return. In a fleeting moment of valor, Zhong Tao pierced a bandit with his long spear, unseating him from his steed. Yet, despite this act of bravery, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned. In an instant, only 5 remained standing, encircled by the relentless onslaught of the bandits. Their faces drained of color. Their hands trembled involuntarily around their weapons. Heihu advanced on horseback, while the remaining bandits swiftly turned, brandishing their blades and enclosing the group with a menacing tightness. In a moment of despair, one cowardly soul dropped his weapon, sinking to his knees in fervent pleas for mercy. The sight of surrender shattered the remaining morale among the others, prompting them to relinquish their arms and kneel in capitulation. Witnessing the inevitable demise of their cause, Zhong Tao felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Seizing the moment while the bandits reveled in their triumph, he pretended to discard his weapon, only to suddenly erupt into action, sweeping his spear with fierce determination. The bandits recoiled, and he seized the opportunity to dash towards the village. However, they chose not to pursue him, for Heihu had drawn his bow once more, aiming it menacingly at Zhong Tao's retreating back. Chapter 71. The Black Tiger's Heart Extraction Whoosh. The arrow was released. Yet, in that very instant when it was about to strike Zhong Tao, he seemed to possess a sixth sense, evading the deadly projectile. The Black Tiger furrowed his brow slightly, drawing his bowstring once more. This second arrow found its mark, piercing Zhong Tao's shoulder. He stumbled but bore the pain, continuing his frantic escape. By the time the Black Tiger loosed a third arrow, Zhong Tao had already fled to safety. Damn it! The Black Tiger begrudgingly stowed his bow and coldly commanded, go check if Shah is dead. Shah was the bandit who had been unseated by Zhong Tao. Brother Hu, Shah still breathes, but he is unlikely to survive. Grant him a swift end. The subordinate replied coldly. Very well. The little captain did not hesitate, plunging a knife into Shah's heart. The bandit, who had just been struggling, fell silent forever. The villagers were struck dumb with terror. Could it be that the bandits would turn on their own? Such brutality. Brother who? Should we pursue that fellow from earlier? The third chief inquired. The black tiger waved his hand dismissively, his expression darkening. No need to complicate matters. Let us enter the village and locate Yang Lin. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, still at home, sensed the gravity of the situation upon receiving the news. 16 bandits, all mounted, an unmistakable cavalry unit. With no prior warning, the bandits had arrived at Kaoshan village, evidently targeting him. Kong Liang urgently asked, Brother Lin, what shall we do? Brother Tao may not hold out much longer. The women anxiously regarded Yang Lin. Shall we set an ambush as we did last time, then lure the bandits in? Second sister suggested. Absolutely not. Both Liao Hongying and Yang Lin interjected simultaneously. The women were perplexed, for the previous strategy had proven effective, though they had not had the opportunity to employ it. Yang Lin elucidated, these bandits are mounted, and they have captured the road construction team. I fear they may use them as leverage to force me out. If we lay an ambush here, it would be futile. Liao Hongying nodded in understanding. Moreover, they outnumber us, and their speed on horseback is an advantage. Our archery skills are not yet proficient enough. Missing them would be one concern, but we must avoid harming innocent villagers. Upon hearing their explanations, the group grew even more anxious. Fourth sister remarked, So, does this mean we are at an impasse? I have a plan, Li Yuyao suddenly interjected. The group turned in surprise to her. We can still set an ambush as before, but we must proactively draw the bandits in before they act. Li Yuyao proposed, looking towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin pondered for a moment. It appears we have no other choice. You will set the ambush as previously arranged, and I will draw the bandits in. Kong Liang, go to the outskirts of the village and find another group of guards. Ensure they are armed and positioned near my home, ready to act when the moment arises. Xiao Jiao exclaimed in a flurry, Brother, this is far too perilous. Indeed. How could you venture alone to confront the bandits? What if they are intent on taking your life? If they see you, they might strike. What shall we do then? Perhaps we should simply confront them head-on. The women anxiously gazed at Yang Lin. He shook his head, replying, They are numerous and possess greater strength than us. A direct confrontation is certainly unwise. As for the danger, Yang Lin offered a wry smile. It is indeed perilous to seek out the bandits. Yet we have no alternative. Taking the initiative is preferable to passively enduring their assaults. I must return. Brother, take care. If the situation turns dire, flee swiftly. The women urged in unison. Li Yuyao opened her mouth, ultimately uttering only 2 words. Wait for you. Yang Lin smiled knowingly, waved his hand, and departed from the house. Meanwhile, He who had already led his men into Kaoshan village. The sudden arrival of the bandits caught everyone unawares, and at that moment, the villagers, witnessing the bandits escorting their fellow villagers into the village, hurriedly locked their doors and hid within their homes, too frightened to emerge. Observing the scale of Kaoshan village, He who couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. With over 200 households, if they were to search each one individually, it could take an eternity, by which time Yang Lin might have already escaped. Therefore, he had no choice but to extract Yang Lin's whereabouts from these people. Listen carefully, all of you. Whoever reveals Yang Lin's location will be rewarded with a tael of silver. He who shouted. However, none of the captured villagers uttered a word. They kept their mouths tightly shut, their eyes filled with indignation. Refusing to speak? Acting tough in front of me, are we? Very well. Since you choose to defy me, I shall see just how tough you truly are. With that, He who raised his knife and struck at a middle-aged man beside him. The man fell to the ground, groaning in agony. Yet, he still refrained from uttering a single word. He who frowned slightly, pointing his bloodied blade at an elderly man nearby. Do you desire a tael of silver, or would you prefer to receive a blow from me? The old man trembled all over, yet he closed his eyes and declared, Kill me. Yang Lin has saved my life. Without him, my grandson would not be alive today. I shall never betray Yang Lin. The old man tilted his head back, awaiting the arrival of death. Your grandson? He whose lips curled into a sly smirk as his gaze fell upon a small boy beside the elder. The old man suddenly realized the implication and opened his eyes wide, hastily cradling the boy in his arms. However, it was too late. He who waved his hand, and 2 bandits dismounted and swiftly seized the small boy. What are you doing? If you have grievances, direct them at me. He is but a child. The old man trembled as he charged at the bandits, only to be kicked to the ground. Tonger, Grandfather, grandfather. The two of them wept bitterly, torn apart by the bandits. One of the marauders gripped the boy's chin and coldly declared, "Listen here, little brat. If you reveal the whereabouts of the Yang family, not only will I release you and your grandfather, but I shall also reward you with money." The bandit brandished 2 copper coins before the boy's eyes. Yet the young lad, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Grandfather said, one must not betray their benefactor. How audacious, to refuse a gracious offer." Enraged, the bandit struck the boy's face with a resounding slap. The boy fell to the ground but remained silent. "Step aside, let me take over." With a dark expression, the black tiger dismounted and drew a dagger from his waist, approaching the boy. He loomed over the terrified child and said, "Do you know why I am called Black Tiger? It is because, like a ferocious beast that devours men, I relish feasting on human hearts, especially the hearts of children." As he spoke, he violently tore open the boy's clothing. Chapter 72. I am Yonglin. We are all Yonglin. With a soft sound, the boy's clothing was torn apart, revealing the flesh of his chest. The boy's face turned pale with fright. "No, you beasts. If you have the guts, kill me. What kind of ability is it to bully a child? You wretched creatures." An elderly man, tears streaming down his face, desperately lunged forward. A bandit stepped up and effortlessly kicked him to the ground. The surrounding villagers clenched their fists, filled with a mix of anger and fear. They watched as the dagger in the hands of the black tiger drew ever closer to the boy's chest. Many closed their eyes, tears escaping down their cheeks. "Tell me, where is Yonglin?" The dagger pressed against the boy's chest. The face of the black tiger twisted into a grotesque mask of rage and humiliation. He had never encountered such steadfast villagers and could not comprehend why they would risk their lives to protect another. Yet, this feeling unsettled him. As he faced that tender yet unyielding little face, he found himself slightly afraid. Unbeknownst to him, the black tiger's breath grew heavy. A restless urge to annihilate the entire village surged within him. "Speak! Speak!" The black tiger's frantic roar echoed, sounding almost deranged. Even the bandits were taken aback by his fury. Just as the black tiger raised his knife, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "I am Yonglin." The black tiger froze. The bandits were stunned. The villagers were equally taken aback, for they realized the voice did not belong to Yonglin, but to old Zhou Lu. Old Zhou Lu pushed his way through the crowd, thumping his chest defiantly. "I am Yonglin. Let them go." The villagers watched in astonishment as old Zhou Lu stepped forward, and suddenly someone else shouted, "I am Yonglin." Soon, a chorus of voices erupted, echoing throughout the space. "I am Yonglin. I am Yonglin. I am Yonglin." An increasing number of enraged individuals emerged from the throng. The black tiger sheathed his knife, astonished by these humble villagers. The bandits stood bewildered, having never witnessed such an occurrence. "I am Yonglin." Though their voices were not uniform, they rang out clear and strong, reverberating throughout the village. The villagers, who had kept their doors closed, felt a fire ignite within them, urging them to rush out and confront the bandits. Yonglin, who had just arrived, was also taken aback by this scene. Listening to the fervent and impassioned cries, his eyes gradually moistened. He believed he had not accomplished anything remarkable. His assistance had merely been a small act within his capabilities. Even having exploited their simplicity and kindness, what they offered in return was their very lives to protect him. Yonglin clenched his fists and stepped forward. "I am Yonglin. I have arrived." His voice, though not particularly loud, drew the attention of the bandits due to his presence outside the crowd. "Brother Hu, look." One of the bandits alerted. It was only then that Black Tiger noticed the youth approaching from outside the throng. In his 20s, with a slender frame clad in coarse cloth, he appeared unremarkable at first glance. The only distinguishing feature was his pair of obsidian eyes, which seemed more radiant and profound than those of others. At this moment, the villagers also took note of Yonglin's figure, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. All gazes were fixed upon him, and they shook their heads in unison, silently urging him to flee. "You are Yonglin." Black Tiger stepped closer, his murderous gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. "Indeed," Yonglin replied with composure. "Since you have come for my sake, release them. If it is money you seek, I can lead you to it." Standing alone, he exuded an aura as if accompanied by a legion. After speaking, he glanced at the surrounding villagers, only to be astonished to find Lu Qiaoyun among them. Black Tiger coldly retorted, "Dare you negotiate with me? Are you not afraid I shall kill you right now? I doubt you would dare." Yonglin shot back, Black Tiger narrowed his eyes, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of his weapon. Yang Lin smirked. Am I mistaken? If I am correct, those you sent have come to obtain my potion formula. They require a living Yang Lin, not a corpse. A living Yang Lin holds value for them. A dead one does not. His words dripped with self-mockery. Just as Black Tiger was about to speak, Yang Lin continued. As for that formula, it is exceedingly intricate, necessitating dozens of herbs and a complex process for its concoction. The formula is inscribed on a wooden box, which resides in my home. If you wish to obtain it, follow me. With that, Yang Lin turned and began to walk away, disregarding whether Black Tiger would agree. His demeanor was calm as he moved, almost as if he were strolling leisurely, leaving the bandits bewildered by his nonchalance. Little did they know, Yang Lin was terrified, and if he sensed any disturbance behind him, he would surely flee. After all, his purpose was merely to lure the bandits away, and the method of doing so was inconsequential. Brother Hu, do you think this lad is up to some trickery? What is there to fear? We are many. Why should we fear just one? Brother Hu, should we follow him? The bandits turned their gazes toward Black Tiger. You there? Black Tiger shouted. I grant you a quarter of an hour to fetch that box. We shall await your return here. Should you fail to return in that time, I will commence with the slaughter. Remember, their lives rest in your hands. If you do not return, it will be your doing that seals their fate. The blade of the Black Tiger pointed at the young boy as he shouted loudly. Yang Lin felt a jolt in his heart. He had not anticipated that these bandits would be even more cautious than he had imagined. Thus, the plan must be altered. Wait for me, Yang Lin called back without turning his head. Upon returning home, he summoned the women who lay in ambush and conveyed the current situation. The plan has changed. The bandits are located near Zhao Qing's house at the eastern edge of the village, a total of 16 in number. Having captured members of the road construction team and the security squad, we shall engage them there. My lady, take the eldest sister, the second sister, Xiao Qi Xiaoba, and Xiao Jiao, and circle around through the front entrance, hiding on the left side. Third sister, you take the fourth, fifth, and sixth sisters and maneuver around from the back, concealing yourselves on the right side. At my signal, we will strike together, targeting the mounted men first, and then rush forward with utmost speed to eliminate them. Be vigilant, and ensure that no innocent bystanders are harmed. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Li Yuyao hurriedly inquired, and what about you? Me? Yang Lin replied bitterly. They are coming for me. I must draw their fire. Chapter 73. The Ocean of the People. As the clock approached the quarter-hour mark, He Hu finally spotted Yang Lin approaching, cradling a black wooden box. Was the formula inscribed upon the box? He Hu was skeptical, yet he was eager to witness what Yang Lin had concocted. At that moment, he noticed the peculiar way in which Yang Lin held the box. One hand grasped the front while the other supported the back, as if he were bearing something of great significance. Stop! He Hu's instincts flared with caution. Nevertheless, Yang Lin continued to advance, seemingly oblivious. Halt! Do not move. For reasons unknown, He Hu felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from that object. Yet, Yang Lin pressed on, with only a dozen meters separating them. He Hu would typically have confidence in his ability to eliminate the threat. However, with villagers nearby and his newly modified wooden crossbow, which had sacrificed power for stealth, he resolved that Yang Lin should draw closer. Yet, He Hu's unease intensified. I command you to halt. Take another step forward, and I shall slay him. He Hu positioned his blade against the neck of the young boy. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, compelled to stop. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Yang Lin discreetly scanned the surroundings, uncertain whether the women had taken their positions. This is the formula. Release the child, and I shall deliver it to you. Yang Lin leveled the box before him, aimed at He Hu, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A slender arrow, merely 3 inches in length, shot forth from the box. Attack! Yang Lin shouted. The suddenness of the arrow caught the bandits off guard. Yet, in an astonishing display of reflexes, He Hu reacted. Perhaps his wariness towards the oddly shaped box had kept him alert. Consequently, as the arrow was released, he swerved, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. The arrow merely grazed his arm. Ah! He Hu screamed in agony. Damn it! I knew you were up to something. Kill him! He roared, disregarding the boy at his side, charging towards Yang Lin with his knife. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than a chorus of anguished cries erupted around him. Ah! 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 One by one, his subordinates tumbled from their horses, collapsing to the ground. Some were already lifeless, while others writhed in torment. In that brief moment, only 2 of the 8 thugs remained mounted, their faces drained of color, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Caught off guard, Heihu was equally perplexed. Yet one thing was certain. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Yang Lin. I shall kill you. In an instant, he felled 6 or 7 brothers. Having reigned over Jianghe County for many years without ever experiencing such a profound loss. At that moment, the eyes of the black tiger seemed to blaze with fury as he brandished his large blade, leaping forward to strike at Yang Lin with ferocity. The distance between them was alarmingly short. Upon realizing that his first arrow had not claimed the black tiger's life, Yang Lin hastened to draw the bowstring of the wooden crossbow. However, the modified contraption proved troublesome to string, and in his anxious state, he fumbled. As the black tiger lunged closer, the bolt remained unprepared. Retreat was no longer an option. He steeled himself, continuing to string the crossbow while raising its firing aperture to aim at the black tiger. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, akin to a scene unfolding in slow motion. Yang Lin calculated the speed at which he strung the bow against the rapid approach of the black tiger's blade. The conclusion was stark. He was too slow. Yang Lin realized that before he could release his arrow, the ominous, dark blade in the black tiger's grip would surely descend upon him first. Though a piece of iron was strapped within his clothing to shield his vital areas, he could still sense the looming specter of death drawing near. Die! Roared the black tiger as the blade sliced through the air. Yang Lin clenched his eyes shut and pulled the trigger. The anguished cry of the black tiger echoed in response, while Yang Lin braced for the impending blow. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. He hastily opened his eyes, only to be astounded. Lu Xiaoyun, clad in a green gauzy dress, had inexplicably thrown herself in front of him, using her back to absorb the black tiger's strike. I truly cherish you. Lu Xiaoyun extended her hand toward Yang Lin, as if to grasp something intangible. However, before her fingers could reach him, her hand fell limply, and her body weakened, collapsing into Yang Lin's embrace, revealing a long, gaping wound on her back from which blood flowed profusely. Xiaoyun! Xiaoyun! A torrent of grief surged through Yang Lin, awakening long-buried emotions within him, his heart aching unbearably as his usual composure shattered in that moment. Oh! Yang Lin bellowed, laying Lu Xiaoyun's body gently on the ground. The surrounding danger had not yet dissipated. He could not afford to behave like a character in a melodrama, weeping over her or lamenting to the heavens with poignant words. At this moment, all he possessed was wrath. Kill! 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 Yang Lin's eyes blazed crimson as he seized the wooden crossbow, hastening to string it once more. Perhaps it was the anguish that awakened some latent potential within him, for this time, he strung the bow with remarkable speed. However, as he released the arrow, the bandit charging towards him was already struck by 2 arrows that had been loosed from a distance, falling before he could reach Yang Lin. The 3 arrows struck the bandit's vital points with unerring precision, leaving him lifeless in an instant. Not far away, Li Yuyao charged in from the left, accompanied by her comrades, while Liao Hongying surged in from the right with her own group. As they advanced, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The previous volley had already claimed 6 lives. In this second round, 4 more bandits fell to the ground. However, with so many innocent bystanders surrounding them, targeting the remaining foes became perilous. It seemed they had lost their advantage and would have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Yet, no one anticipated that Yang Lin's resounding battle cry would awaken the fury of the populace, igniting their deepest passions and indomitable spirit. In that moment, they charged forward together. Villagers rallied, determined to vanquish these brigands. With fervor, they cried out against the foes. The stunned bandits were quickly engulfed by the sea of determined citizens. Chapter 74. Tomorrow, let us make a big move. As dusk descended upon the Yang household, the flicker of a dozen oil lamps illuminated the space as if it were day. Outside, the courtyard was teeming with people. Yang Lin sat by the bedside, his hands stained with blood, slowly closing his eyes. Moments ago, he had meticulously stitched the wounds of 4 critically injured individuals, including Lu Xiaoyun. Their injuries were severe, yet none had struck a fatal blow. However, without his surgical intervention, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to excessive bleeding. Even now, with their wounds sutured, their survival rested solely upon the whims of fate. Darling, wash your hands, 5th sister said gently, bringing forth a basin of warm water. Her eyes filled with concern for Yang Lin. He nodded slightly, gradually cleansing his hands of the crimson stains. As the blood washed away, the once clear water in the wooden basin turned a deep red, yet it could not erase the fury that simmered within his heart. In this battle, 9 bandits, including the notorious Black Tiger, had perished. 3 were severely injured, and the rest were captured and tied to trees after receiving a thorough beating. Remarkably, Yang Lin and his women emerged unscathed. At the moment when the women charged forward with bows and crossbows, the remaining bandits had already been subdued by the villagers. However, prior to that, the road construction team suffered 2 minor injuries, 1 serious, and 1 fatality. The defense team endured 2 severe injuries and 1 death. Yang Lin had already removed the arrow from Zhong Tao's shoulder and bandaged the wound. The towering figure now stood outside the door, his eyes red-rimmed. Accepting the towel handed to him by Sixth Sister, Yang Lin dried his hands and asked in a somber tone, "Is Lu Xiaoyun's mother still outside?" Fourth Sister nodded. "Everyone is here." Yang Lin understood that everyone included the families of the other injured. "Very well, I shall speak with them," he said, rising to his feet, though his body swayed slightly, nearly causing him to topple. Fifth Sister and Sixth Sister quickly steadied him. "Are you all right? Perhaps I should go instead," Li Yuyao offered, her expression laden with worry. It was evident to all that Yang Lin was in a precarious state. The fact that Lu Xiaoyun had shielded him from a blade and now lay unconscious, coupled with the grim reality of witnessing the casualties of those around him for the first time since his arrival in this world, had plunged him into profound anguish. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, I can manage." These simple 4 words conveyed an unwavering resolve that resonated with those present. Li Yuyao ceased to insist, exchanging glances with Fifth Sister and Sixth Sister, silently instructing them to support Yang Lin. Pushing open the door, he was met with the gaze of hundreds of eyes, both inside and outside the courtyard, fixated upon him. The entire village seemed to have gathered, yet an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao, standing on either side of the door, opened their mouths but uttered no words. The villagers watched Yang Lin anxiously, their hearts heavy as they beheld his haggard and pallid visage. "Xiaoyan, how is she?" Lu Zhangshi cried out, stumbling forward with the support of 2 maidservants, her voice filled with anguish. At this moment, the families of the other severely injured individuals, though silent, gazed at Yang Lin with expressions of bewilderment, their faces reflecting either age or youth, filled with concern. "The bleeding has ceased, yet I cannot ascertain whether they will survive." Yang Lin spoke candidly to the villagers before him, bowing deeply. "For the sake of their care, they shall temporarily remain with me. I shall bear the costs of medical expenses and all subsequent expenditures." Lu Zhangshi attempted to wail, but Wang Gui supported his brother, Wang Laosan, as he approached. "Rest assured, everyone, Yang Lin's medical skills are exceptional. Look at my brother. He was also grievously wounded, unconscious, and any onlooker would have declared him beyond saving. Yet Yang Lin brought him back to life." Wang Laosan weakly knelt before Yang Lin. "Yang Lin, my life was granted by you. From now on, whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or plunging into a sea of fire, I, Wang Laosan, shall not flinch at your command." Saying this, he began to bow fervently before Yang Lin. Having recently awakened, he had been brought here by his brother. Wang Gui wished to demonstrate his brother's recovery to everyone, to provide reassurance. This tactic proved effective. Upon seeing Wang Laosan, Lu Zhangshi and the other families of the severely injured instinctively exhaled in relief. Everyone knew that Wang Laosan had suffered grievously that night, yet he had been saved by Yang Lin, instilling confidence in Yang Lin's medical prowess. "Rest and recuperate well. Once you heal, I shall help you redeem your freedom, and you can assist me thereafter." Yang Lin helped Wang Laosan to his feet, signaling for Wang Gui to escort him away. Noticing that Yang Lin seemed to have something to convey to the crowd, Wang Gui did not hesitate and hurriedly supported Wang Laosan to the back. "Dear villagers, I am aware that today, in order to protect me, you faced the blades of the bandits without revealing my whereabouts. I, Yang Lin, am profoundly grateful." With that, Yang Lin bowed deeply once more. "I do not consider my actions to be extraordinary, yet your loyalty touches me deeply. I, Yang Lin, am indeed fortunate. I shall refrain from excessive flattery. I have always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and grievances with grievances. Today, the goodwill you have shown me will be etched in my heart. We cannot allow the bandits' hatred to go unchallenged. Yang Lin proclaimed loudly. Old Master Zhang of the road construction team and Zhou Li of the defense team have been slain by the bandits. They died for me, for the protection of our village, and they are heroes. I shall arrange a grand funeral for them, and from this day forth, I will care for their families. When the defense team was established, I promised that should any brother tragically perish, I would provide 30 taels of silver as compensation. However, today, I shall make an exception. Old Master Zhang and Zhou Li died for our village. Their deaths were noble, and they are heroes. Therefore, I have decided to grant each family 100 taels as compensation. Tonight, we shall honorably lay them to rest. As he spoke, Yang Lin bowed to the crowd for the third time. The sum of 100 taels in compensation left the villagers astounded. In this era, human life was as insignificant as grass. To say 100 taels was extraordinary. Even 30 taels was beyond their wildest dreams. With merely 10 taels, one could purchase a life, and even in the military, the compensation rarely exceeded 8 strings of cash, often subject to deductions, making such amounts nearly unattainable. Thus, while the villagers felt a profound sorrow, the prospect of receiving 100 taels made many believe that the loss of their kin was somewhat justified. However, for Yang Lin, no amount of money could equate to a human life. Increasing the compensation was merely a gesture within his capacity. It would not alleviate the weight in his heart. Uncle, are you certain that this band of robbers is backed by the Zhou and Zhao families? Zhao Fuguei nodded emphatically, absolutely. In the county, this is almost an open secret. Very well, Yang Lin replied. Tomorrow, I intend to undertake a significant endeavor. Are you bold enough to join me? Chapter 75. Those who dare to challenge Kaoshan village shall face retribution, regardless of distance. Zhao Fuguei was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Yang Lin, please do not act impulsively. Since ancient times, the common folk have not dared to confront the authorities. We cannot contend with them. Having discerned the identity of the Black Tiger, and with the bandits making their way directly to Kaoshan village for the sake of the medicinal formula, it was not difficult to deduce who was pulling the strings behind these brigands. Yang Lin nodded. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Just as Zhao Fuguei was beginning to relax, he heard Yang Lin continue. Uncle, would you like to become the county magistrate? Zhao Fuguei staggered, nearly losing his balance. His eyes widening in terror as he gazed at Yang Lin. We must not act recklessly. Yang Lin nodded again, reiterating, do not worry, I have it under control. Perhaps even the heavens wished to aid Kaoshan village in cleansing itself of the bloodshed. That evening, as they prepared to bury Elder Zhang and Zhou Li, a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning ensued. The thunder rumbled, and the lightning flashed. The deluge fell like a torrent, as if heaven and earth wept in unison. Nearly all the villagers of Kaoshan stood solemnly before 2 fresh graves. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall depart for the county, Yang Lin declared loudly. With this proclamation, a thunderous clap echoed, as if heralding the bloody rebirth of Kaoshan village. The following morning, nearly the entire village mobilized. The villagers beat drums and gongs, escorting 4 surviving bandits while dragging the remains of 12 deceased brigands, pulled along by the 16 horses they had captured, towards Jianghe County. After more than 2 hours, when the procession from Kaoshan village appeared in Jianghe County, it immediately caught the attention of the townspeople, who gathered to witness the spectacle. But when the citizens beheld the corpses being dragged along, they were struck with horror. After enduring the journey, the remains of these bandits were mangled and bloodied, leaving a trail of crimson behind them on the long street. The townsfolk were dumbfounded, bewildered by the unfolding events. In an era lacking efficient communication and entertainment, the populace relished a bit of excitement. Even executions at the market drew crowds. Thus, despite the gruesome scene, people lingered by the sides of the procession, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Soon, someone recognized the bodies. Ah, I remember now. These ruffians came through a few days ago, strutting about in town and knocking over many people. Yes, I recall that old Zhang's child was nearly trampled by one of their horses. But what happened? How did they all end up dead? Look there. The burly man being dragged at the front appears to be. It seems to be the Black Tiger. What? The Black Tiger? The one from Heifeng Mountain? Surely not. I heard he was the most notorious bandit in Jianghe. How could he be dead? Could it be that the officials finally dispatched soldiers to eliminate the bandits? Don't be ridiculous. Who has ever seen the magistrates act against bandits in all these years? Indeed, Upon observing these individuals, they bear little resemblance to officials, appearing rather more akin to rustic folk. Could it be that such a multitude are bandits, only to be vanquished by some village? How is that conceivable? Which country folk possess such ferocity to confront bandits? Moreover, even if they dared, who among them could rival a bandit? Let us proceed and ascertain the truth of the matter. The contingent from Kaoshan village halted in the central square of the county town, dismounting to lay out the gruesome corpses, bloodied and mangled, side by side. Soon after, Yang Lin, accompanied by his companions, disembarked from the wagon, retrieving wooden boxes and placing them on the ground. The surrounding populace grew ever more numerous, swiftly encircling the scene to the point of congestion. In this unremarkable county town, where significant events had long been absent, such commotion was not to be overlooked by the townsfolk. What is the purpose of this gathering? It remains unclear. Have you noticed? There are still a few who live. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yang Lin ascended to a prominent position. He called out loudly, "I am Yang Lin from Kaoshan village. Some may have heard of me. Indeed, I am the Yang Lin known for selling the miraculous potion." While few were familiar with the name Yang Lin, nearly all recognized the potion, renowned for its extraordinary ability to create tofu, which had become exceedingly sought after. The methodology for crafting tofu had, over time, spread throughout the vicinity of Jianghe County. With an increasing number of tofu makers, it became widely acknowledged that only this remarkable potion could yield tofu. Many knew that to procure such a potion, one must journey to Kaoshan village and seek out Yang Lin. However, the price of 10 taels of silver per barrel deterred many small workshops. More critically, the potion trade had become nearly monopolized by the prominent families within the county town. Every 3 days, when Yang Lin released 10 barrels of potion, they would be immediately snatched up by these families. These families, no longer constrained to mere personal use for tofu production, began reselling the potion at a markup, acting as intermediaries to supply small workshops and even neighboring counties for profit. Thus, as the gathered townsfolk realized that the individual before them was indeed the seller of the potion, their interest intensified. Witnessing the numerous bandit corpses, they could not help but speculate on the events that had transpired. In truth, the situation was straightforward. Certain individuals coveted my potion business and incited these bandits to assault my village, aiming to capture me and extort the formula for the potion. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk erupted into fervent discussion. Many understood that the Black Tiger had long been supported by the Zhou and Zhao families. Consequently, a grave realization dawned upon them regarding the severity of the issue. In our struggle against the bandits, Kaoshan village suffered tremendous losses. 2 villagers were slain by bandits while defending me, Yang Lin. At this moment, 4 others remained gravely injured and unconscious. The onlookers displayed peculiar expressions. 12 bandits perished, 4 were captured, and the entire army was annihilated. Meanwhile, only 2 from the village of Kaoshan met their demise. This cannot possibly be deemed a significant loss. Rather, it should be celebrated as a monumental victory. However, Yang Lin, with an expression of indignation, continued, "The blood debts run deep and must be avenged. This blood price cannot simply be overlooked. Bloodshed must be repaid in kind. The bandits, who indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, deserve to be eradicated. Today, I have come to declare to all, especially those with ill intentions, anyone who provokes Yang Lin and infringes upon my village shall face dire consequences, no matter how far they may be." As Yang Lin's words echoed, the members of the defense team had already forced the 4 surviving bandits to kneel on the ground. Zhong Tao, wielding the large blade of the Black Tiger, approached with his eyes ablaze with fury. In that instant, the crowd of onlookers erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 76. A grand gift to the Zhou family. It was evident to anyone that the villagers of Kaoshan had a purpose in mind. The common folk gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Fear gripped some, while others felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, the majority were ablaze with fervor. Jianghe, a modest locale, had seldom seen executions within the county, and now, the prospect of slaying murderous brigands, those who had committed heinous acts, elicited jubilant cheers from the populace. Zhong Tao, with a knife in hand and his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, advanced forward. The 4 bandits, bound and trembling on the ground, shook like leaves in a storm, with 2 of them having already lost control of their bladders in terror. "Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I have money. I have money. I will give you all my wealth." "Spare me, spare me. Please do not take my life." Among the pleas for mercy, threats and intimidation also echoed. "We have more than a dozen brothers in Hafing Mountain. If you dare to harm me, my brothers will not let you go." One of the bandits, filled with malice, shouted defiantly at Zhong Tao. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhong Tao approached him, knife in hand. "Do not please," the once menacing bandit faltered, his bravado crumbling. "Die." Without hesitation, Zhong Tao's blade fell. Blood gushed from the bandit's neck as his massive head toppled to the ground, rolling away. The bandit who had just boasted of his ferocity was instantaneously transformed into a headless corpse, collapsing beside him. "Excellent." The onlookers erupted into cheers. The inherent goodness of human nature shone through. While not all harbored a fierce animosity towards evil, the collective loathing for brigands was unmistakable. Witnessing the public execution of a bandit brought them immense satisfaction. As one head rolled, the two bandits who had been paralyzed with fear promptly fainted. The sole remaining bandit, however, collapsed to the ground, curled up and trembling uncontrollably. Observing this spectacle, many felt a profound sense of reflection. The ruthless bandits, once devoid of reverence for life, were now confronted with their own mortality, having never contemplated that their lives could be so easily extinguished. After dispatching the first bandit, Zhong Tao did not proceed to the next without first retrieving the severed head, which he placed into a nearby wooden box. The head fit perfectly within. It was then that the assembled crowd noticed there were precisely 16 wooden boxes present. Could it be? Before the spectators could ponder further, Zhong Tao, now resembling a cold automaton, collected the severed heads and directed his blade towards the second bandit. Amidst the chilling screams and desperate pleas, the third and fourth bandits met their fates in succession, collapsing to the ground. The crowd roared with approval, their emotions surging. Yet, a lingering question remained. Why was he collecting the heads of the bandits? Zhong Tao appeared to be consumed by a fervor akin to bloodlust. After vanquishing 4 surviving bandits, he approached the 12 mangled corpses, methodically severing the heads of the brigands and placing them into a box. Upon completing this grim task, Zhong Tao discarded his blade and knelt before Yang Lin, clasping his fists in a gesture of report. Yang Lin nodded, stepping forward to assist Zhong Tao to his feet, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Zhong Tao, shaking his head, replied, "To exact vengeance for them brings me some solace." Having previously dispatched numerous foes during his military service, the act of slaying a few bandits bore no psychological burden for him. Rather, it was the previous day's inability to withstand the bandits that filled him with profound remorse. "Very well, it is time for us to present our gifts," Yang Lin proclaimed, ascending to a higher vantage point and announcing loudly, "According to the laws of Deqian, the reward for slaying bandits is 1 guan. As these brigands were sent by the Zhou family, this reward shall rightfully belong to them. I shall now deliver this 16 guan reward to the Zhou family." With that, Yang Lin leaped down, calling out, "Let us depart." The headless corpses were tossed onto the cart, while the villagers once again beat drums and gongs, carrying wooden boxes as they marched towards the Zhou residence. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Delivering corpses to the Zhou family? What could this possibly mean? Did he dare to confront the Zhou family? Zhou Kuan, the head of the penal office, was a figure of considerable power in Jianghe County. If Yang Lin dared to act against the Zhou family, it would surely escalate into a significant affair. The spectators, never averse to drama, began to follow the gift-bearing procession towards the Zhou residence. Within the Zhou manor, Zhou Kuan paced restlessly in his study, troubled by the prolonged absence of Heihu, whose silence instilled a sense of unease within him. "Father, do not worry. With Heihu on the move, where could Yang Lin possibly flee?" Zhou Zhengyang remarked disdainfully after sipping his tea. Zhou Kuan nodded in agreement. "With Heihu involved, I naturally feel assured, but that cunning Yang Lin might find a way to escape, complicating our future efforts to capture him." Zhou Zhengyang coldly interjected, "If he did not possess that formula, I would have no qualms about eliminating him. Those who dare to disregard the Zhou family must learn that we are not to be trifled with." Recalling the day Yang Lin had dismissed him in Kaoshan village, only to later seek collaboration, Zhou Zhengyang seethed with indignation. At that moment, the voice of the steward echoed from outside. "Master, please come quickly and see." Zhou Kuan furrowed his brow. "What is it?" "Yang Lin has arrived," the steward replied. "What?" Both Zhou Kuan and Zhou Zhengyang exclaimed in astonishment. As they opened the door, Zhou Kuan demanded, What on earth is happening? Zhou Zhenyang pressed. Are you saying Heihu has captured Yang Lin? No, no. The steward hastily shook his head. It is Yang Lin himself. He is outside with several hundred villagers from his community, claiming to bring us a grand gift. The steward hesitated, as if weighing his words. But what? Zhou Kuan inquired hastily. The steward promptly responded. It is merely a group of suspicious individuals. Among them, some are stained with blood and carry peculiar wooden boxes, exuding a strong scent of blood. They may not come with benevolent intentions. Zhou Kuan's eyes widened. Boxes? The scent of blood? He found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the connection between the two. Father, regardless of what mischief Yang Lin is up to, since he has taken the initiative to approach us, we can seize this opportunity to dispatch a few constables to apprehend him under any pretext. This Jianghe County is our territory. Dealing with him would be a trivial matter. Yet Zhou Kuan furrowed his brow. No haste. Let us first venture out to investigate. I am eager to see what he brings us. Even if he were to contemplate endlessly, he would never fathom that the contents of those boxes are the severed heads of Black Tiger and his bandits. Chapter 77. The gift in the box. Upon reaching the doorway, Zhou Kuan was taken aback. The scene outside matched the butler's description to a T. A throng of over 100 individuals, accompanied by countless onlookers, had completely surrounded the entrance to the Zhou residence. Yang Lin, flanked by a contingent, stood before the grand entrance, cradling several wooden boxes, and Zhou Kuan could detect a foul, pungent odor from a distance. Yang Lin, how audacious of you! Do you dare to cause trouble at my Zhou family's doorstep? Do you truly believe my family is easily trifled with? Zhou Zhenyang bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Lin. And you, ruffians, what are you doing blocking the way? Do you wish to court disaster? Clear out at once, or I shall have you all arrested. Zhou Zhenyang continued, venting his ire upon the gathered crowd. In times past, the common folk would have never dared to provoke the Zhou family, fearing their wrath. Yet today, having witnessed the slaying of bandits, their spirits were ignited with fervor. And who would heed Zhou Zhenyang's threats? Despite his outburst, the crowd remained undeterred, and Yang Lin completely disregarded him, which only fueled Zhou Zhenyang's fury further. Just as he prepared to roll up his sleeves and confront the situation, Zhou Kuan subtly gestured for him to hold back. Having served as the head of the interrogation chamber in Jianghe County for many years, Zhou Kuan was adept at reading the room. He sensed the rage and sorrow etched on Yang Lin and the villagers' faces, as well as the heightened excitement of the onlookers. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could tell that the atmosphere was decidedly abnormal. Young Master Yang, please withdraw for a moment. Zhou Kuan stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands towards Yang Lin. You are Yang Lin, I presume? I am Zhou Kuan, the head of the interrogation chamber. Might I inquire if you seek an audience with me for a specific reason? Could we perhaps converse privately? Though he was uncertain of the contents of the boxes, the sensation they emanated was unsettling. With so many eyes upon them, he wished to avoid any undue commotion. Little did he anticipate that the uproar had already escalated significantly before their arrival. No need, Yang Lin waved dismissively. I have come to see you, Sir Zhou, regarding two matters. Firstly, I request your assistance in identifying an individual, and secondly, I bring you a rather substantial gift. Zhou Kuan furrowed his brow slightly. Identify someone. Indeed, identify someone. Do you know of the Black Tiger from Heifeng Mountain, Sir Zhou? Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. At the mention of the Black Tiger, Zhou Kuan's heart sank. Realizing that Yang Lin stood before him while the Black Tiger was nowhere to be found, he could not help but wonder if the Black Tiger had betrayed him. Though panic gripped him, Zhou Kuan maintained a facade of composure, resolutely shaking his head. I do not recognize anyone by the name of Black Tiger or White Tiger. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never admit to knowing such figures in front of so many witnesses. Oh, Yang Lin's eyes narrowed as he stepped closer. Zhong Tao lifted the lid of the wooden box he was holding and extracted a large severed head. The moment the head emerged from the box, both Zhou Kuan and his son Zhou Zhenyang stumbled back in terror, retreating repeatedly, although the bloodied head still dripped crimson. Its grotesque and terrifying visage was unmistakably that of the infamous Black Tiger, a figure both father and son could not help but recognize. Particularly striking were Black Tiger's round, bulging eyes, wide open and filled with fear, as if death had not yet claimed him. Zhou Zhenyang, gripped by terror, stumbled back 2 paces before collapsing onto the ground. Zhou Kuan fared slightly better, Though pallid and trembling, he pointed shakily at the severed head, attempting to articulate a response, but stammered and faltered, ultimately saying nothing. Upon closer inspection, just a few days ago, you shared a drink with him, Yang Lin remarked coldly. Zhou Kuan swallowed hard, shaking in denial. You speak nonsense. I do not know Black Tiger. Do not slander me. He attempted to counterattack. Whose head is this? Is it not the result of your own heinous act? Despite his evident panic, he was quick to deflect blame. Indeed, you are the murderer. You should be apprehended. Zhou Xingyang, still seated on the ground, echoed the sentiment with fervor. Yang Lin responded with a chilling smile. Indeed, I am the one who killed him. Yet, according to the laws of Deqian, slaying bandits is not only justifiable, but also rewarded with a bounty. As for the notorious Black Tiger, the reward will be even greater. Lord Zhou, as the head of the criminal department, you do not recognize the notorious Black Tiger? Have you truly not eradicated any bandits in all these years? Yang Lin continued. Not recognizing Black Tiger is of little consequence. I have more. With a wave of his hand, two attendants opened wooden boxes, revealing two more severed heads. Do you recognize these, Lord Zhou? Zhou Kuan was struck with fear anew. He was all too familiar with these heads. They belonged to the second and third lieutenants of Black Wind Mountain, who had accompanied Black Tiger that fateful day. The realization that they too had met such a grim fate sent a wave of pallor across his face as he beheld the three heads, blood dripping darkly from their severed necks. The contents of the remaining boxes were all too obvious. Zhou Kuan's heart raced, nearly choking him as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. He had sent Black Tiger to capture Yang Lin. Yet it was the bandits of Black Wind Mountain who had been entirely vanquished, their heads severed instead. Lord Zhou, take a good look. Can you deny it? Yang Lin pressed coldly. I do not recognize them. I do not recognize them. Zhou Kuan averted his gaze, hastily waving his hands in denial. It was apparent to all that he was hiding something. However, upon realizing the contents of the boxes, Zhou Kuan quickly regained his composure. Lowering his voice, he trembled as he said, You bring these heads today to intimidate me? Humph, Yang Lin, do not be too proud. You may have slain these bandits, but I am an official of the court. If you dare to lay a hand on me, it would be treason. His words seemed to serve as a warning to Yang Lin, yet in truth, they were merely a source of encouragement for himself. Yang Lin scoffed dismissively, rest assured. Lord Zhou, I am quite measured in my actions. I have declared that my purpose for today is to present a gift to you. With that proclamation, Yang Lin bellowed. Come forth, let us deliver our offerings to Lord Zhou. As his voice echoed, those behind him, who cradled wooden boxes, promptly opened them, revealing the severed heads of bandits. The crowd roared in unison, proclaiming their tribute to Lord Zhou, as they brandished the gruesome trophies and hurled them into the courtyard of the Zhou residence. Simultaneously, the throng parted to make way for the cart bearing the corpses, which was drawn to the forefront. Villagers descended from the cart, unloading body after body, all of which were unceremoniously cast at the threshold of the Zhou home. In but an instant, a chaotic tableau of headless corpses sprawled across the entrance of the Zhou household, creating a profoundly jarring spectacle. At this moment, Zhou Kuan was so terrified that he lost all composure and fled in haste. Well done, well done, the villagers exclaimed, their voices resounding with fervor. Chapter 78. The bandits treasure whoever dares to offend Kaoshan village shall perish. With this declaration, alongside a ground strewn with headless corpses, Yang Lin led the villagers away without a backward glance. The onlookers erupted once more into applause. As they made their way home, Li Yuyao walked beside Yang Lin, inquiring, Do you truly believe today's actions will instill fear in them? Yang Lin shook his head. I do not know. Do not know? Li Yuyao responded, astonished. I cannot ascertain whether it will intimidate them, for human greed knows no bounds. The allure of profit can drive individuals to madness, and when one succumbs to madness, irrational actions inevitably follow. However, what we executed today will surely prove effective. How so? Li Yuyao asked. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes. Because I have made them aware of my limits. Simultaneously, I have conveyed that if they push us to our brink, we too will resort to desperate measures. My dear, do you know who is the most fearsome in this world? Li Yuyao shook her head, bewildered. Madmen. Madmen? Li Yuyao echoed, perplexed. Indeed, for madmen act without structure, doing as they please, devoid of consideration for consequences. They may strike you without provocation, or turn against you in an instant while jesting. Li Yuyao suddenly understood. I see. You wish to demonstrate that you, too, can descend into madness. Yang Lin nodded. And how will the Zhou and Zhao families respond? What you did today has surely humiliated the Zhou family. They cannot let this go unaddressed, Li Yuyao queried. Yang Lin replied, if they possess any wisdom, they will refrain from provoking me for the time being. Li Yuyao agreed. If I were in the Zhou family's position, I too would be utterly bewildered. The bandits they dispatched to capture us have all perished, and their corpses were returned. If they do not clarify the events that transpired and dare to trouble Yang Lin again, the next heads returned may very well be their own. As Yang Lin had just articulated, no one would dare to provoke a madman lightly. And what comes next? Li Yuyao pressed. Our strength, as well as our archery, cannot remain concealed. Should they wish to investigate, they will uncover the truth eventually. Yang Lin chuckled coldly. By the time they ascertain our true capabilities, we will have transcended any prior comparison. Li Yuyao felt a spark of realization, recalling Yang Lin's previous words. One must approach issues from a developmental perspective. In merely a month, Kaoshan village had undergone a profound transformation. Given a little more time, their strength would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Contemplating Yang Lin and the village's alarming rate of growth, Li Yuyao envisioned the possibility of reclaiming her imperial throne. Indeed, Li Yuyao expressed her concerns, saying that during the beheading, a bandit mentioned that there were still outlaws stationed on Repaying Mountain. If the root of the problem were not eradicated, those bandits might indeed seek revenge. Yang Lin chuckled, assuring her that he had already dispatched individuals to the mountain, and if all proceeded smoothly, they should have seized control of Repaying Mountain by now. What? Li Yuyao gasped in astonishment. Yang Lin had made arrangements without her knowledge. Observing her surprise, Yang Lin elaborated. After we devised our plan last night, I interrogated the captured bandits, and their responses were consistent. There are currently only 6 bandits on Repaying Mountain, and the path up the mountain is singular, with 2 bandits alternating their watch every 4 hours. The ascent is treacherous, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Just as Li Yuyao displayed her concerns, Yang Lin continued. Fortunately, during the interrogation yesterday, we uncovered some valuable intelligence. What intelligence? Yang Lin's eyes gleamed mischievously. Among the 4 captured bandits, one is the second in command of Repaying Mountain. He revealed the existence of a secret passage that bypasses the sentries and leads directly to the summit from the rear of the mountain. This passage was originally reserved for their leader's escape, so only the 3 bandit chiefs are aware of it. My dear, have you not noticed that Kong Liang is missing? After we left this morning, I sent him with 12 men and 9 crossbows to secure Repaying Mountain. Once we exit the city, the main force will return to the village, and we shall venture into the bandits' lair together. Before departing the city, Yang Lin produced 200 taels of silver, handing them to Zhao Fugui, instructing him to procure some provisions, fabric, and meat to bring back to the village for distribution. After leaving the city, Yang Lin separated from the main group, taking only Li Yuyao and Liao Honging with him towards Repaying Mountain. Though just the 3 of them, they were well armed with crossbows and ample arrows, rendering them untroubled by any minor bandit encounters. Repaying Mountain lay over 30 miles from the county seat, and after 2 hours of travel, Yang Lin and the 2 women arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they found the guard, Qin Shuang, waiting for them. Brother Lin. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Qin Shuang hurried over, his face alight with joy. Brother Lin, we have triumphed. All 6 bandits have been dispatched. Qin Shuang's exuberance was palpable. Were there any injuries? Is everyone all right? Yang Lin inquired urgently. No one was hurt. Everyone is doing splendidly. Qin Shuang replied with enthusiasm. Brother, the crossbows you provided are remarkably effective. The bandits didn't even comprehend what was happening before we shot them down with a hail of arrows. Hearing that everyone was safe, Yang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Brother Lin, let us ascend the mountain quickly. Liang Gu instructed me to wait for you. We searched the mountain for quite some time, but found little in terms of riches. Liang Gu believes the bandits must have more wealth, but despite our efforts, we could not uncover it. He said we could only wait for you to see if you have a solution. Qin Shuang had just turned 18, a time of vigor and youthful exuberance. Today, he accompanied others to confront bandits and search for treasures, his spirit ever buoyant. Oh, let us ascend and take a look. Although aware that the bandits had vacated the mountains, Yang Lin nonetheless readied his crossbow, remaining vigilant with bow in hand. Upon reaching the summit and arriving at the bandits' lair, They encountered Kong Liang and others. Brother Lin, Brother Lin. The members of the defense team hurried forward. In the past, they had respected Yang Lin for providing them wages that improved their livelihoods. However, following the events of yesterday, their admiration for him had deepened profoundly. Brother Lin, you have finally arrived. We have scoured the mountain thoroughly and found merely over 100 taels of silver. It is said that the bandits of Repaying Mountain are quite affluent. There should be more than this. Do you think the bandits might have concealed the silver? Kong Liang inquired eagerly. Chapter 79. What have we found? Indeed, 100 taels is not a trivial sum. Yang Lin nodded. Last night, during the interrogation of the bandits, he had already learned that the group from Repaying Mountain was unlike other bandits within Jianghe's borders, thanks to the connections with the Zhou and Zhao families. They had been plundering within Jianghe County for years without encountering any trouble. According to the second-in-command's account, their methods of robbery primarily fell into two categories. One method involved ambushing travelers. At the foot of Repaying Mountain lies a government road that serves as a crucial passage for merchants traveling to and from the Central Plains. Periodically, they would descend from the mountain to rob passing traders. Sometimes they would release their captives after taking their money. However, on many occasions, they resorted to murder to eliminate witnesses. Each robbery netted them a minimum of a few taels of silver, with some instances yielding dozens or even hundreds of taels. The second method entailed raiding the surrounding villages and towns. Unlike the ambushes, the bandits, with the tacit approval of the Zhou and Zhao families, had nearly established themselves as a second government in the area. Every spring and autumn, they would openly collect protection fees from the nearby villages and towns, compelling both the impoverished and affluent alike to pay them as if they were taxes to the imperial court. Across 6 towns and numerous villages, they could collect over 1,000 taels in protection fees each season. Thus, when all was said and done, Repaying Mountain could plunder several thousand taels of silver throughout the year. Although a portion of these proceeds was bestowed upon the Zhou and Zhao families, after years of accumulation, it was inconceivable that they would be left with only a meager amount. Were all the bandits killed? Were there any survivors? Yang Lin inquired. Kong Liang suddenly slapped his forehead and shook his head. Oh no, I forgot. Brother Lin, what should we do? He realized that it would have been beneficial to leave at least one alive. Sigh, Yang Lin exhaled. What else can we do? We'll have to search gradually. But do not harbor too much hope. Such a vast mountain makes it exceedingly difficult to find anything, not to mention that the bandits must have hidden the silver securely. What one person conceals, even 100 may struggle to uncover, especially given the expansive territory. We cannot even ascertain if the bandits hid the silver in the mountains. Brother Lin, I was mistaken. I did not consider this thoroughly, Kong Liang admitted, his head bowed. Yang Lin patted him on the shoulder. It's not your fault. Who could have anticipated this? Let us take a look around. After a thorough inspection, Yang Lin's eyes were opened wide. There were several buildings atop the mountain, including warehouses and stables. Among them, the residence of the bandit leader was exceedingly lavish. In the center of the main hall stood a redwood chair adorned with a pristine white tiger skin. Weapons such as bows and swords hung on the walls, while various antiques were displayed throughout the room. Although Yang Lin was not well versed in antiques, he could sense their considerable value. In the stables, there were even 4 magnificent chestnut horses with flowing manes. The warehouse contained tens of thousands of jin of grain. The value of the grain exceeded 100 taels of silver, and the 4 horses were similarly valued at over 100 taels. As for the ancient artifacts and paintings, Yang Lin was unfamiliar with them, and the young members of the defense team were even less knowledgeable. Regrettably, after searching for quite some time, Yang Lin failed to uncover any silver. With little expectation, he commenced a solitary stroll atop the mountain. Upon pushing open the door of a room, Yang Lin immediately spotted a small girl curled up beneath a table, gazing at him with trepidation. He was taken aback. Hadn't Kong Liang mentioned that they had searched everywhere? How could there still be someone here? The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, clad in tattered coarse cloth, with a faded red string tied around her wrist. As Yang Lin entered, she shrank back further. Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. The villains have already been driven away, he reassured her, stepping closer and gesturing for her to come out. Really? The girl looked at him with confusion. Certainly. Were you captured by bandits? Come out. I shall take you home, he encouraged. Thank you, uncle. The girl emerged from beneath the table and followed Yang Lin outside. She seemed unaccustomed to the sunlight, quickly retreating behind him for shelter. Just as Yang Lin intended to inquire about her home, she spoke first. "Uncle, I have an elder sister. She was also captured by the bandits. Can you save her? Your sister?" Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. They had thoroughly searched the mountain, and there had been no sign of anyone else. It was likely that the girl's sister was in grave danger. As he pondered how to communicate this to the girl, she interjected, "I know where my sister is." Without regard for Yang Lin, she turned and dashed toward the nearby woods. "Wait," Yang Lin called after her. But the little girl had already vanished into the forest. Resigned, he followed her into the trees. Little girl, once in the woods, he shouted, but there was no response. "Lin Gu, who are you calling?" Kong Liang approached with several others, looking at Yang Lin in confusion. Yang Lin explained, there was a little girl who, along with her sister, was captured by bandits. She claimed her sister is nearby, but as soon as we entered, she disappeared. "A little girl?" Kong Liang appeared perplexed. They had searched the mountain multiple times and had seen no such child. "You all arrived just in time. Let us search together. She is a small girl, only 7 or 8, with a red string around her wrist. If she is lost in the mountains, it could be perilous." Indeed, Kong Liang wasted no time and immediately organized the others to disperse and search. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Yang Lin began to sense that something was amiss. Just then, he heard Kong Liang's voice not far off. Lin Gu, come quickly, come and see." A tremor of fear tinged Kong Liang's voice. "What is it?" Yang Lin hurried over to him, only to find Kong Liang standing before a cave, staring vacantly at its entrance. Following Kong Liang's gaze, Yang Lin was equally taken aback. At the cave's mouth lay 2 desiccated, pallid skeletons. The flesh had long since decayed, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing draped over the bones. One skeleton was larger than the other, and the smaller one was unmistakably that of a child. Yang Lin's eyes were drawn to the child's wrist, where a grimy red string was tied, its vivid hue strikingly conspicuous. He stood frozen, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. Just then, voices from the security team echoed from a distance. Brother Lin, we found it. Come quickly." The excitement in their voices was palpable. Yang Lin's heart raced as he glanced back at the skeletons in the cave, swallowing hard. What had they discovered this time? He quickly urged Kong Liang to follow him. Chapter 80. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. It's just a matter of timing. This place also harbored a cave. Its entrance shallow yet obscured by a large boulder, surrounded by waist-high wild grass, rendering it exceedingly concealed. As Yang Lin approached hastily, he was taken aback. At that moment, members of the security team were laboriously hauling a large wooden chest from within the cave. The strenuous effort exerted by the 2 individuals indicated the chest's considerable weight. Outside the cave, a previously retrieved chest lay open, revealing it to be brimming with gleaming silver coins. Upon seeing Yang Lin, the security team members excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Lin, we've found it. This must be the silver hidden by the bandits, and there are many more chests inside." Yang Lin promptly led his team into the cave. The passage was not deep. After traversing a dozen meters and turning a corner, they reached the end. There, against the stone wall, stood another large wooden chest. Yang Lin counted, and together with the one already brought out, there were a total of 12. He casually opened one of the chests, and inside was also filled with silver. Splendid. Yang Lin exhaled deeply. Had they not discovered this silver, it would have been a regrettable loss, despite no actual harm done. Now, finding this treasure rendered the battle at Repaying Mountain truly triumphant. Immediately, Yang Lin instructed his team to carry all the chests outside, opening each one to examine their contents. Of the 12 chests, the majority contained silver, while the remainder held gold, jewels, precious stones, antiques, jade, and pearls. It seemed these treasures had been plundered by the bandits. Under the sunlight, the abundant gold and silver shimmered brilliantly, captivating the attention of the security team, whose eyes widened in disbelief. All were impoverished folk. They had not merely dreamt of such opulence, but dared not even imagine it. In that moment, every individual gazed longingly at the overflowing treasure. Yet, despite being dazzled by the riches, their focus ultimately converged upon Yang Lin. "Brother Lin." About this silver one of the young members began, but before he could finish, Kong Liang smacked the back of his head. "What are you thinking? This silver belongs to Brother Lin." Kong Liang glared at the youth, then scanned the others, saying, "We are all part of the security team. and the security team belongs to Brother Lin. He pays us wages. Beyond that, we must not entertain any greedy thoughts, no matter the bounty. We must remain true to our principles. The members of the security team shook their heads in unison. No. Brother Lin has already treated us well. How could we be so greedy? One vowed, I swear, I have no desire for this silver. Another reassured, don't worry, Brother Liang, we all understand. The young man, just smacked by Kong Liang, protested, Brother Liang, you've wronged me. I had no intention of coveting the silver. With so much wealth, who would dare? I merely wished to jest and ask Brother Lin if, with such a fortune, we might receive a bonus. Is that so? Then all is well. Kong Liang's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head and continued. As for the bonus, when has Brother Lin ever treated us unfairly? We have only recently joined the security team and have yet to achieve much, yet we have already received a bonus once. So, you need not worry. He glanced at Yang Lin, and the others followed suit, chuckling. Yang Lin smiled in return, remarking, as the ancient saying goes, money stirs the heart. The ancients also stated that it is easy to share in adversity, yet challenging to share in prosperity. Thus, I was genuinely concerned that upon seeing this substantial sum, you might quarrel. Such a considerable amount of silver, if mishandled, could lead to discord among us, which would be counterproductive. However, I feel reassured now that you all have no objections. I shall oversee the distribution of this silver. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. Yang Lin continued, I am not a man driven by greed. To me, wealth is not measured by abundance, but by sufficiency. This silver is the result of banditry, taken from the common folk. To indulge in it would weigh heavily on my conscience. A portion of this ill-gotten wealth has been squandered, and while what remains may seem plentiful, it is scarcely sufficient when directly shared with the surrounding populace. The principle of taking from the people and giving back to them resonates with me. I intend to use this money to develop industries and employ more individuals. Teaching one to fish is far superior to simply giving them a fish. Only when everyone has stable, profitable work can we hope for improved living conditions for all. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the members of the security team felt invigorated. Listen to Brother Lin. This is what we call vision, Kong Liang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. While we merely wish to secure our own livelihoods, Brother Lin aspires for everyone to thrive. The admiration in their eyes for Yang Lin deepened. Yang Lin couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Only their simplicity and kindness could inspire such sentiments. Had this occurred in a past life, if he had managed to return alive, it would have been a miracle. Who would care about benefiting the people? Regarding this instance, I have noted everyone's contributions, and upon our return, rewards will be distributed. Each person will receive a bonus. Yang Lin announced, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Under normal circumstances, this silver would have been confiscated by the authorities. Yet, everyone understood that such confiscation did not benefit the treasury of the Great Qian Empire, but rather filled the pockets of local officials. In Jianghe County, it was primarily the Zhou and Zhao families who profited. Thus, unless Yang Lin had lost his senses, there was no way he would hand over this silver. By the way, Liang Gu, earlier you mentioned finding something. Was it the little girl? Someone inquired. Upon hearing the mention of the little girl, both Yang Lin and Kong Liang's expressions shifted immediately. What's wrong? The others asked, puzzled. We found 2 skeletal remains. Over there, Kong Liang pointed in that direction. One of the children's wrists bears the red thread that Brother Lin spoke of. Upon Kong Liang's explanation, the others grew restless, feeling an inexplicable chill in the sweltering summer heat. Qin Shuang paused momentarily and remarked, perhaps this is the will of fate. What do you mean? Yang Lin inquired. Think about it, Brother Lin. If it weren't for that little girl, we would never have discovered the silver hidden by the bandits, and without our intervention, the grievances of those who perished at the hands of the bandits would remain unavenged. With Qin Shuang's words, the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the mountains were vast, the caves were concealed deep within the forests, and had it not been for their search for the little girl, they would never have stumbled upon this place. As this realization dawned upon them, they instinctively shivered. Qin Shuang continued, perhaps we sought vengeance for them, and in gratitude, they guided us to uncover this silver. Yang Lin sighed deeply. While he did not believe in spirits or deities, he considered that perhaps everything was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, he held firm in the belief that justice, whether swift or delayed, would ultimately be served. Chapter 81. 1 nitrate, 2 sulfurs, 3 charcoals, and a pinch of sugar in the bandit camp. Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying were elated upon learning that they had discovered the hidden silver, and in such substantial quantities. They carried all 12 boxes back to the camp, while Yang Lin and his men respectfully buried the 2 corpses, ensuring they were laid to rest properly before preparing to descend the mountain. Fortunately, there were still 4 fine horses on the mountain, or else transporting such a vast amount of silver would have been a daunting task. However, during their descent, Qin Shuang noticed a peculiar sight among the mountain woods and instinctively exclaimed, "Lin Ge, look at that white line on the mountainside. It appears quite strange." Following Qin Shuang's gaze, Yang Lin immediately spotted the white line she mentioned and paused for a closer examination. The so-called white line was not a line at all, but rather a white mark on the mountainside, resembling a white rope tied around the slope, standing out markedly. Yang Lin understood that from a distance, it merely appeared as a line, yet in reality, it was a layer of rock embedded in the mountainside. The emergence of such a strikingly white rock layer within the mountain led Yang Lin to ponder a possibility. "Let us go take a closer look." The group was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Shuang's casual remark would prompt such an action. Qin Shuang, equally perplexed, replied, "Lin Ge, I was just making an offhand comment. It's just a white line. It's probably just a rock, nothing to see." Yang Lin shook his head. What if it is not just an ordinary rock? Though puzzled, the group followed Yang Lin over to investigate. Upon nearing the site, they finally discerned the white line more clearly. It was a crystalline rock layer, measuring 2 to 3 meters in thickness. Yang Lin crouched down, using an arrow crafted from fine iron to chip off a small piece. He examined it, inhaled its scent, and even tasted it. After tasting and spitting it out, a look of joy spread across his face. "What is going on? Could this be yet another useful stone?" Li Yuyao inquired with curiosity. Simultaneously, she picked up a small piece, inspecting it from various angles, yet she could not discern any particular distinction about this white crystalline rock. Yang Lin nodded. "Indeed, this is saltpeter." Li Yuyao was taken aback, questioning, "A medicinal herb?" Although she was unfamiliar with saltpeter, she had heard of a medicinal substance by that name. However, Yang Lin shook his head, clarifying, "What you refer to is mirabolite. It can be used in medicine, but this saltpeter is known as potassium nitrate." "Potassium nitrate?" Liao Hongying asked with intrigue. "What is it used for?" "Of course," Yang Lin began, but hesitated to continue. "Potassium nitrate is primarily used in the creation of gunpowder." Acknowledging the adage, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfurs, 3 charcoals, and a pinch of sugar, he understood that while the process of making black powder is not overly complex, it is certainly not as simple as merely combining those elements. Yang Lin recalled that the most effective ratio of potassium nitrate, sulfur, and carbon is 75 to 10 to 15. As long as the proportions are adhered to, producing black powder after several experiments is undoubtedly feasible. Upon arriving in the grand realm of Dakian, he discovered sulfur and even pyrite in the mountains behind Kaoshan village, with vast reserves of sulfur at his disposal. Now, having come across saltpeter, the materials necessary for crafting black powder are finally complete. Nonetheless, gunpowder is a matter of great significance. When utilized correctly, it possesses the potential to alter the world. Therefore, meticulous planning regarding its production and application is imperative. It is not that Yang Lin lacks trust in the guards, but the gravity of this matter is simply too paramount. Much like the gypsum water, which costs 10 taels of silver a barrel and has a low technical barrier, once the method is known, the price of gypsum water would plummet. In contrast, black powder is far more crucial and far more terrifying. Yang Lin is resolute in ensuring that the formula for black powder remains undisclosed, even if it pertains to just one of its ingredients. Of course, it is intended for use as fertilizer. The saltpeter is rich in a substance known as potassium nitrate, a fertilizer that greatly benefits plant growth. By processing these stones into powder and spreading them across the fields, even barren land can be transformed into fertile soil. Upon hearing Yang Lin's explanation, the crowd was rendered speechless. The idea of using stones as fertilizer was entirely foreign to them. However, Li Yuyao wholeheartedly believed Yang Lin's words. She was simply curious about how he came to know such information, especially regarding potassium nitrate, which she had never heard of before. Yet, she sensed that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. "This explanation is rather complicated. I will elaborate upon our return," Yang Lin whispered to her. Li Yuyao's eyes brightened, sensing that there was indeed more to the story. What could it possibly be? She began to feel a sense of anticipation. When Yang Lin and the others returned to Kaoshan village, it was already dusk. The women left at home were astonished to see large wooden boxes being brought inside and learned that so much silver had been acquired. They promptly shared the good news with Yang Lin. "Everyone has awakened," said the fourth sister, who was tending to the injured. "Awakened? That's wonderful," Yang Lin exclaimed with joy. However, upon looking around, he noticed that the house was empty. The fourth sister quickly explained, after they regained consciousness, they were all taken back by their families. "Everyone is aware of our situation and knows that our home is cramped. With the addition of so many injured, it would be inconvenient." They all said they could not impose further. Yang Lin sighed and nodded. Regardless, it was a relief that they had awakened. "Have you mentioned anything about the stitches?" Yang Lin inquired. "Yes, I told them to come back in a few days to have the stitches removed once the wounds begin to heal," the fourth sister replied. Yang Lin exhaled with relief. The thread he had used for stitching was merely ordinary cotton thread. Medical-grade sutures are not completely resistant to rejection, and cotton thread is naturally even less so. Thus, it is imperative to remove the stitches promptly. Otherwise, one may encounter rejection reactions, or even worse, infections and inflammation, which would certainly lead to complications. "My lord, is all this truly silver?" inquired fifth sister. Her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed upon the stacks of boxes that filled the floor. All the boxes were opened, revealing an abundance of shimmering silver within. Although they had previously encountered considerable wealth, this moment left them utterly astounded. After enjoying their evening meal, they commenced the meticulous task of counting the silver. It took them over an hour to accurately tally the gold, silver, and jewels. The silver amounted to over 6,300 taels, while the gold totaled 220 taels. In total, this was equivalent to a value surpassing 8,000 taels. However, what Yang Lin did not anticipate was that this was not the most valuable treasure. After examining the jewelry, agate, pearls, jade, and antiquities, Li Yuyao confidently remarked that the combined worth of the ancient jade artifacts exceeded at least 10,000 taels of silver. And this was not all. To Yang Lin's delight, amidst the treasure-laden wooden boxes, he discovered a dozen letters. Chapter 82, Wealth Beyond Measure. These letters represent the correspondence over the past few years between Heihu, Zhou Kuan, Zhao Dei, and even the magistrate Wu Yong. Through examining these missives, one can discern, both intentionally and inadvertently, the times and places where Heihu met with them, as well as the benefits he bestowed upon them. It is evident that these letters were deliberately preserved by Heihu to hold leverage over those powerful nobles. Perhaps the Zhou and Zhao families were so indulgent of the lawless bandits of Heifeng Mountain not only because they received favors from Heihu, but also due to the threats he posed, leading them to conspire together in their misdeeds. Upon seeing these letters, Yang Lin contemplated their potential use. With this correspondence in his possession, the audacious plan he had envisioned would become far more feasible. "So much gold and silver, we can hardly contain it," exclaimed Xiaojiao. Han Mengzhu, her brow furrowed. The other women were momentarily taken aback, caught between laughter and tears. The room, already cramped with 11 occupants, had its cabinets overflowing with the silver they had earned. Now, with the addition of even more gold, silver, and antiques, there was scarcely any space left. Perhaps this was the dilemma of happiness, an abundance of wealth that could not be accommodated. All the women turned their gazes toward Yang Lin. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Let us store it in the warehouse." The warehouse. The women gasped, regarding him with incredulity. The warehouse was typically utilized for storing grain, farming tools, bran, seeds, and various idle items. Yang Lin proposed to use it for the accumulation of gold and silver. He shrugged, although the silver appears substantial. When poured out of the boxes and stacked in the corner, it is not as much as it seems. However, we simply cannot fit it in this room. And we cannot leave it in the courtyard, can we? Thus, the warehouse will have to suffice. The notion of filling the warehouse with silver left the women increasingly perplexed. Yet, having heard Yang Lin's reasoning, they accepted his decision. They promptly carried the boxes to the warehouse, carelessly dumping the gold and silver in the farthest corner and discarding the empty boxes outside. As they watched the pile of silver grow taller, the women could not help but reflect on their journey. When they first arrived at this household, they were distressed over a mere 1,000 coins. Yet, in just a month's time, they were now utilizing the warehouse to store silver. Sixth sister remarked, With so much silver, we might never spend it all. However, as soon as she spoke, a thought struck her. Consequently, all the women turned their gazes back to Yang Lin. Clearing his throat, he softly said, "Actually, it can be spent. Let us not forget, with the initiation of the second phase of our new house construction, these funds may not suffice." The women were left astonished. It should be noted that, including the silver obtained from the landlord Liu and the fundraising money for the house, the silver in the warehouse had already surpassed 10,000 taels. And yet, was that not enough to build a house? What a grand house he intends to build. Only Li Yuyao truly understands. The term building a house seems rather modest. According to Yang Lin's previous descriptions, the so-called Phase 2 project is essentially a nascent blueprint for constructing a city. The following day, Kaoshan village resumed its bustling activity. Road construction teams, tofu workshops, smelting shops, house-building crews, logging teams, quarrying squads, and kiln workers all returned to work. Simultaneously, Yang Lin announced that henceforth, the wages for villagers working under him would see another increase. Just days ago, wages had risen from 5 to 6 won. Now, with barely any time passed, another increase has taken place, naturally uplifting everyone's spirits and dispelling the earlier gloom. Furthermore, Yang Lin declared the continuation of recruitment. The security team, logging crew, kiln workers, each would be augmented by 10 individuals, while the house-building team would grow by 20. The coal and quarry teams would merge to form a mining team, with an additional 10 members dispatched to Black Wind Mountain to gather saltpeter. Lastly, Yang Lin announced the bonuses to be dispersed from the recent defense of Kaoshan village. 100 taels of silver for the families of the deceased. Medical expenses would be reimbursed for the seriously injured, alongside a bonus of 10 taels of silver. Every member of the road construction team, who had been coerced by bandits, would receive a bonus of 100 won each. Members of the security team would be awarded 200 won each. Additionally, those who participated in the assault on Black Wind Mountain would earn 1,000 won each. Furthermore, all villagers who had ventured to the county town the previous day would receive 20 won each. Following this series of announcements regarding bonuses, the villagers erupted in excitement once more. Each person in Kaoshan village could foresee a promising future ahead. As for Yang Lin, while it may seem he has dispensed a considerable amount of money, in reality, all expenses totaled merely 300 taels of silver, a fraction of the gains from the expedition to Black Wind Mountain. However, after this event, Kaoshan village would undoubtedly experience unparalleled unity, with its cohesion elevated to new heights. After a day filled with activity, Yang Lin prepared to further expand Du Jing's design workshop, intending to develop black gunpowder, when Qin Shuang from the security team approached him. At just over 19 years of age, Qin Shuang was quite astute, and thus Yang Lin appointed him as a squad leader during the expansion of the security team, specifically tasked with patrolling. "Brother Lin, we have a girl in our village." Qin Shuang leaned in, speaking in hushed tones. "A girl? Is there an issue?" Yang Lin inquired. Given the influx of itinerant merchants from the town and county, if she were merely an ordinary girl, Qin Shuang would not have felt the need to report to him. "Yes, indeed. A significant issue." Qin Shuang whispered conspiratorially, lowering his voice. "The girl is around 20 years old, dressed in tattered clothes, resembling a refugee, yet her demeanor is quite distinct. Most importantly, she has come to our village in search of a woman." "A woman?" Yang Lin responded, perplexed once more. "Yes, that's correct. She is seeking a woman." Qin Shuang nodded vigorously. "Based on her description of the person she is looking for, I have a strong feeling that the individual she seeks may be your sister-in-law." As she spoke, Qin Shuang cast her gaze towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "Which sister-in-law?" "Of course, it is the eldest sister-in-law," Qin Shuang replied with a mischievous glint. "Li Yao?" Yang Lin felt a stir within him. He could surmise that Li Yuyao harbored a mysterious background, perhaps concealing a tale of her own. Even the name Li Yao might not be authentic. Those seeking her could very well be her kin, yet they might also be her adversaries. "Where is she?" Yang Lin asked. Qin Shuang hurriedly responded. "I do not know who she truly is. I dared not disclose any information regarding the sister-in-law, so I arranged for her to stay at the village chief's home and hurried over to find you." Yang Lin nodded, approvingly stating, "Well done. Let us proceed to see her now." Accompanying Qin Shuang, they arrived at Zhao Fugui's residence. Upon entering, Yang Lin beheld the young woman Qin Shuang had mentioned. She appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly delicate in appearance, though her attire was tattered and worn. However, the moment she lifted her head, Yang Lin was met with a pair of piercing, intense eyes, reminiscent of a hawk on the hunt for its prey. Chapter 83. The origin of the young lady. Yang Lin entered with a cheerful demeanor. The woman immediately rose, regarding him with suspicion, and furrowed her brow as she addressed Qin Shuang behind him. Did you not say you were going to inquire about someone? Then who is this? Yang Lin stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Yang Lin. May I inquire about the name of this esteemed lady? Zi, the woman replied, her tone frosty. Have you encountered the person I seek? I may have seen the individual you were searching for, but the description provided to me was rather vague. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether the woman I encountered is indeed the one you seek. Therefore, Miss Zi, could you kindly elaborate on the appearance or any distinguishing characteristics of the person you are looking for? Yang Lin inquired politely, though his heart grew increasingly cautious. The name Zi was undoubtedly a fabrication. One rarely encounters a person with the surname Zi. Zi slightly furrowed her brow and responded. She is of a similar age to mine, somewhat slimmer in build, and possesses stunning beauty, peach blossom eyes, elegantly arched brows, a high nose, full and rosy lips, and fair skin. As for distinguishing features, she lacks any particular marks, yet possesses a unique aura, gentle and dignified, exuding an innate authority without anger, with a forceful character. Her word is her bond. As she spoke, Zi lifted her gaze, locking her intense black eyes onto Yang Lin's, as if she could see into his very soul. Young sir, the person I seek is a rare and extraordinary woman, not just in these remote hills, but seldom seen in the world today. If you have encountered her, you would surely remember. I implore you to be forthright. With a bow, Zi expressed her earnestness. Yang Lin was taken aback. From her description, he was certain that the person Zi sought was none other than Liu Yao. Yet, he remained uncertain about Ziyi's true identity and her intentions regarding Liu Yao. Previously, he had speculated that Liu Yao might be a woman of noble birth, while Ziyi's demeanor resembled that of a wandering hero. What connection could exist between them? Until he clarified the identity of the other party, Yang Lin was not inclined to reveal Liu Yao's whereabouts. Without a moment's hesitation, as soon as Ziyi finished speaking, he feigned enlightenment and nodded. Having heard your description, I can indeed confirm that I have met the woman you seek. Where is she? Zi pressed urgently. Yang Lin shook his head. I am unaware of her residence. My family runs a tofu shop, and she visits periodically to purchase tofu. If you wish to find her, you might wait until her next visit. Tofu. Ziyi's expression turned peculiar as she inquired further. When is her next visit expected? Yang Lin again shook his head. I cannot say for certain. However, she last came 3 days ago, and she typically visits every 3 to 4 days. So it should be soon. By the way, Miss Zi, what is your relationship with her? What business do you have with her? Zi shook her head and said, Thank you for informing me, but there are certain matters that it would be better for you not to know, since she will be returning soon. I shall wait for her here. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, and I shall express my thanks again in the future. She clasped her hands towards Yang Lin and then bowed to Zhao Fugui's wife, saying, Thank you for your hospitality. I take my leave now. With that, she strode out of Zhao Fugui's home. Yang Lin, perplexed by Zi's swift departure, wondered what she intended to do. He soon observed her outside, where she found a large tree and sat cross-legged beneath it, closing her eyes to meditate. Yang Lin was momentarily speechless. Surely, this woman did not plan to simply wait here beneath the tree. Clearing his throat, he called out, Miss Zi, I have a small courtyard that is unoccupied. If you do not mind, you may rest there, and when the woman you seek arrives, I will summon you. Thank you for your kind offer. But that will not be necessary. I will wait here, she replied, falling silent once more, resembling a monk in deep meditation, her breathing barely audible. Yang Lin scrutinized her attire. Although worn, she carried a tightly secured bundle on her back, which she had not removed since their first meeting. It was evident that the bundle contained something of great significance. Additionally, Yang Lin noted that while Zi had an appealing figure, her waist appeared bulging and disproportionate, suggesting she was concealing something there as well. Send a few individuals to keep a close watch on her. Observe her every movement without alarming her, and ensure she does not approach my home. He instructed Qin Shuang in a hushed tone. Understood, Qin Shuang replied with a nod. Yang Lin hurried back home to find Liu Yao. You have arrived just in time, Li Yuyao began. Yesterday, on Hafeng Mountain, you mentioned the properties of nitrate and said you would explain further upon your return. I am quite curious. What other uses does that stone have? Yang Lin had not anticipated that Li Yuyao would remember this. My dear, have you ever heard of gunpowder? Li Yuyao shook her head in confusion. Gunpowder? Is it some kind of medicinal herb? She asked, bewildered. She truly had no knowledge of such unfamiliar terms. Yang Lin chuckled and shook his head. Gunpowder is not a medicine. It is an explosive substance. Explosive? What is that? Li Yuyao looked at him in further confusion. It dawned on Yang Lin that before the advent of gunpowder, the concept of an explosion was still a novel idea. He pondered how to explain it in a manner that Li Yuyao could grasp without introducing more unfamiliar terminology. My dear, do you know about thunder? An explosion is akin to thunder. It can unleash tremendous power in an instant, obliterating everything around it, generating intense heat and shock waves of great force. Li Yuyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Are you suggesting that with nitrate, one could create a weapon as powerful as thunder? No, that cannot be possible. Before Yang Lin could respond, she swiftly dismissed the possibility herself. What is the thunder of heaven? It is the power of deities. How could mere mortals possibly possess such divine strength? Even though Yang Lin had created tofu, a water wheel, and improved iron smelting, she remained unconvinced that anything existed in this world capable of rivaling the might of heavenly thunder, especially if such a thing were crafted from stone. It was utterly absurd. Observing Li Yuyao's astonishment, Yang Lin was not surprised. Convincing others to believe in something entirely unprecedented is a formidable task. Let us set aside this matter for now. My dear, we have been wed for quite some time, yet you have never shared your own story. My story? Li Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly, feeling an unexpected surge of anxiety. If he were to discover that she was the princess of the great Qian and once the Empress. My dear, I can see that you are unlike anyone else. I have always been curious about your origins. Chapter 84. Indeed, I am the Emperor. Li Yuyao hesitated for a moment before responding, countering with a question. Does it truly matter who I am? Yang Lin shrugged, as husband and wife. Honesty is the best policy. What about you? Li Yuyao retorted. A humble scholar who has failed the provincial examination yet has invented tofu, water wheels, possesses knowledge of refining cast iron, and is acquainted with gypsum, coal, and saltpeter. Do not tell me all this was gleaned from books. I genuinely do not know which tome contains such wisdom. Li Yuyao fixed her gaze intently upon Yang Lin. It dawned on Yang Lin then. While she had not been forthcoming with him, he had not been entirely honest with her either. Well, my story is rather enigmatic. I fear you may not believe it. Yang Lin resolved to unveil a portion of the truth. Do share. Whether I believe it or not is for me to determine. Li Yuyao challenged, her eyes fixed defiantly on his. Very well. In fact, the day before I encountered you, I had a dream. A dream? Li Yuyao's eyes gleamed with skepticism. Indeed, a dream. Yang Lin asserted with conviction. I dreamt I traveled to another world, a realm filled with magnificent and wondrous advanced technologies unknown to us. In this dream, the people lived in abundance, and the nation thrived in peace, enjoying endless feasts of poultry and fish, adorned in exquisite garments. They could traverse vast distances in mere days, capable of feats beyond imagination. They could communicate across great distances, seeing and speaking with one another at will. They resided in towering edifices, their homes equipped with numerous machines to assist in daily tasks. Machines for washing clothes, dishwashing, cleaning, ice making, and regulating temperature. As he spoke, an involuntary smile crept upon his lips, reminiscing about all that had transpired in his previous life, which felt almost dreamlike. Li Yuyao, initially disdainful, found herself gradually captivated by his tale. Once Yang Lin had finished, a thought struck her. In that dream, I lived a brief yet bustling life. And it was in the dream that I acquired some novel knowledge, Yang Lin continued. He felt a pressing need to provide a reasonable explanation, lest the inventions he would create in the future become increasingly difficult to justify. Knowledge gleaned from dreams, divine guidance. How astonishing! If such a world truly existed, it must surely be the realm of deities. Li Yuyao's brow relaxed. Yang Lin, taken aback, realized that after sharing so much, Li Yuyao had fixated on the notion of divine guidance. Well, if she thinks this way, it certainly simplifies matters for me, he mused. Indeed, in my dream, the celestial beings declared that I possess extraordinary talent and am destined to be a savior of the nation. The great Qian needs me. The world requires my presence. Thus, the responsibility of safeguarding the world and maintaining peace has been entrusted to me." Yang Lin casually conjured the outlandish notion. Li Yuyao was utterly astonished by Yang Lin's words. Protecting the world? Maintaining global peace? Such grandeur. Moreover, considering Yang Lin's claim that he had dreamt of the celestial realm just a day before meeting her, it seemed that these events were no mere coincidence. Perhaps the immortal had sent him to aid her in revitalizing the great Qian? The more Li Yuyao pondered, the more exhilarated she became. Indeed, fate appeared to be favoring her. Yang Lin, unaware of the impact of his offhand remarks, had not only convinced Li Yuyao, but also inspired her to resolve to reveal the truth. "Marvelous. You are indeed sent by an immortal to assist me. Did you not always wish to know who I am? I shall disclose it now. I am the reigning emperor." In an empty room, Li Yuyao fervently declared this long-held secret, her heart racing with excitement. Yang Lin, momentarily taken aback, sighed in resignation. He mused that she ultimately did not believe his fanciful tale. Otherwise, her claim would not be even more outrageous than his own. Yang Lin shrugged. "All right. If you choose not to share, so be it." Hey. Li Yuyao glared at him. "Did you not hear what I said? I truly am the emperor. I have only recently ascended to the throne, and due to a rebellion led by the Prince of Yan, I was forced to flee the palace." "Is that so?" Yang Lin rolled his eyes, approaching Li Yuyao. Before she could react, he reached out and playfully grasped her chest. Soft and ample, the sensation was delightful. This unexpected gesture left Li Yuyao momentarily stunned. Despite having shared a bed for some time, they had always maintained a respectful distance, never crossing that boundary. Yet today, this rogue dared to. You shameless." Li Yuyao's face turned crimson, her heart racing. No one had ever come close to her body, let alone touch that particular area. However, Yang Lin's boldness, aside from evoking overwhelming embarrassment, surprisingly stirred a sense of anticipation within her. Startled by her own thoughts, she glared at Yang Lin, her cheeks aflame. Yang Lin, relieved, shrugged and said, "My dear, do not blame me. You can only fault the absurd tale you just spun," which almost led me to believe it. That moment truly caught me off guard. Fortunately, it seems I was overthinking things. He. With a chuckle, he savored the sensation from moments ago, now reassured. That softness could only belong to a woman, no matter how muscular a man might be. He could not possess such tenderness. You. Upon hearing Yang Lin's reasoning, Li Yuyao found herself at a loss for words, frustrated yet understanding. It was no wonder Yang Lin was skeptical. Who would believe a woman claiming to be an emperor? "I truly am the emperor," Li Yuyao insisted, glaring once more. Indeed, your Majesty's chest is quite impressive." Yang Lin grinned broadly, chuckling. Li Yuyao's lips trembled with anger, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Enough. She turned to leave. She had intended to be forthright, yet her own experiences were so incomprehensible that, not to mention Yang Lin's disbelief, she herself would be skeptical if she heard a woman proclaiming herself as an emperor. "Sigh, since you are unwilling to divulge your lineage and background, very well. Let me inquire about something else. Do you have any enemies? Or perhaps relatives or friends? For instance, if someone were to seek you out, would you surmise they were more likely to be an adversary or a companion?" Yang Lin inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuyao responded, not even glancing back. "I have no friends left." With that, she departed without a backward glance. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Her uncle's treachery, the betrayal of court officials, and those who once followed her, some perished, others fled. Now she found herself utterly alone. If someone were indeed to seek her out, it would surely be agents sent by the Prince of Yan, searching for her. That suspicious uncle of hers would not rest until he found her. He would demand to see her alive or dead. Understood. Yang Lin gestured an okay and turned to leave as well. He was on his way to meet that enigmatic figure in purple attire. Chapter 85. Yang Lin's plans go awry. The purple-clad maiden unleashes carnage. The purple-clad maiden. Just a moment ago, I inquired once more, and the woman you seek had been residing in Wang family village. However, just a few days ago, for reasons unknown, she departed. It is rumored she has gone to Pingyuan County. Yang Lin approached, weaving his tale with fervor. The purple-clad maiden furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. "Gone," she echoed. "Indeed, she has surely left." Many villagers witnessed her journey towards Pingyuan County, Yang Lin asserted with unwavering confidence. The woman's gaze bore into Yang Lin's eyes, as if seeking to unravel some hidden truth. Yang Lin met her stare unflinchingly. Yet, after a few moments of scrutiny, the purple-clad maiden returned to her position beneath the great tree. I shall wait 2 more days. If she does not arrive, I will venture to Pingyuan County myself, she declared, closing her eyes once more. Yang Lin found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that she did not believe his words. However, he could not allow her to remain idle in anticipation. Since Li Yuyao had indicated that the woman had no friends and was estranged from her homeland, it was likely that those seeking her were enemies, and this purple-clad maiden was most likely one of her pursuers. Hence, he resolved that he must thwart her plans at all costs. Purple-clad maiden, should you insist on waiting, I suggest you take refuge in the residence I have prepared for you. Consider this, as a young lady. It is ill-advised for you to linger at the entrance of our village in broad daylight. If word spreads, others might think that we of Kaoshan village are mistreating you, which would tarnish our reputation. Moreover, observing her weary appearance, it was evident she had traveled far without proper rest. Allow me to arrange for a clean bed and prepare a steaming pot of meat soup for you. You may not be aware, but the spices I have procured are exquisite, ensuring the soup will be delightful, and I am certain you will enjoy it. Since you have come to Kaoshan village, we must extend our hospitality. We cannot allow outsiders to believe we would neglect a guest. Come, let us go, Yang Lin urged, reaching out to guide her. The purple-clad maiden swallowed hard. Yang Lin's words stirred something within her. After days of wandering and enduring the elements, her stomach now hollow. She felt as though she would collapse were it not for her formidable resolve. Even so, she could only rely on meditation to conserve her strength. The thought of the unknown flavors of the meat soup finally prompted her to nod. She evaded Yang Lin's grasp and stood on her own. I shall be grateful for your kindness, she replied, clasping her hands in thanks. Following Yang Lin to another residence gifted to him by Lu, he warmly began to make arrangements. The bedding was fresh, and the soup would be ready shortly. You may rest in your room for now. I will go urge them to hurry, Yang Lin said, closing the door behind him as he departed. Once outside, Qin Shuang promptly handed him a large copper lock. Without hesitation, Yang Lin secured the door. Inside, the purple-clad maiden heard the commotion and hurried over. Young Master Yang, what do you mean by this? The voice of the lady in purple rang out from behind the wooden door. For your protection, my lady, Yang Lin shouted back. Do not worry. We shall not harm you. Just stay at ease. Someone will bring you food shortly. His intention was to first subdue this mysterious woman before bringing Li Yuyao to identify her, determining whether she was friend or foe before deciding on a course of action. However, to his astonishment, no sooner had he spoken than there was a loud bang, followed by a crashing sound, as the sturdy wooden door was kicked open from within, the 2 panels collapsing to the ground. In the next moment, the seemingly delicate lady in purple stood upon the fallen door, confronting Yang Lin directly. Yang Lin gasped in disbelief. Was this the strength of a mere mortal? Are you plotting against me? The lady in purple glared fiercely at Yang Lin, raising her hand to strike. Protect Lin Go, Qin Shuang shouted, rushing forward first, with the guards on either side following suit. Yang Lin felt a momentary relief, grateful that he had sensed the prowess of the lady in purple and had instructed Qin Shuang to keep the guards at the ready. At that moment, with 7 or 8 burly men charging forward, what could the opponent possibly do? Yang Lin smirked. Yet, in the next instant, the smile froze on his face. A cacophony of sounds erupted as Qin Shuang and the others, who had just charged in, were inexplicably sent sprawling to the ground, each one howling in distress. In the blink of an eye, Yang Lin found himself the sole person still standing. He stared, wide-eyed, at the girl before him, perceiving her as a monster. Could this truly be the legendary martial arts master? Thoughts raced through Yang Lin's mind as he quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. My lady in purple, there has been a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill intentions. You see, your strikes are rather severe. As he spoke, he cautiously retreated until he reached the fallen Qin Shuang, swiftly picking up the crossbow that lay abandoned on the ground, loading it with an arrow in one fluid motion. He aimed it at the lady in purple. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief. At such close range, even if she were a master, her speed could not surpass that of the crossbow bolt. Lady in purple, it would be wise for you to return inside, otherwise. Do not blame me if this arrow finds its mark. Concerned that she might not comprehend the power of the crossbow, he added, this is a crossbow. firing faster than a regular bow. I have no desire to harm you, so I advise you to behave accordingly. Should she make any reckless move, Yang Lin would not hesitate to pull the trigger. However, after he spoke, the lady in purple not only remained unfazed but tilted her head, regarding the crossbow with evident curiosity. Her unexpected reaction left Yang Lin bewildered. Did she not believe that he would shoot? He furrowed his brow. Although the identity of the other party remains shrouded in mystery, Yang Lin was reluctant to act directly. Yet being so blatantly disregarded by a woman ignited a flicker of anger within him. The woman clad in purple paid no heed to Yang Lin's words. Instead, her gaze was directed behind him as she remarked, "This person is quite cunning, uttering not a single truthful word. However, he must possess some knowledge." Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Who was she conversing with? Was there someone behind him? Or was she attempting to mislead him, coaxing him to glance back? Yes, that must be it. Realizing this, Yang Lin resolutely chose not to turn around. There was not a whisper of sound behind him. If there were someone, it would indeed be a ghost. Yang Lin summoned all his focus, fixating intently on the woman in purple, observing her every movement. Just then, a chilling and deep voice echoed from behind him. Hee, indeed quite amusing. Let us take him away and interrogate him back at the base. Chapter 86. Seeking His Majesty. Yang Lin's heart sank, a chill of dread washing over him as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Could it truly be that someone was present? With no time to ponder, Yang Lin immediately pulled the trigger, determined to eliminate one adversary first. However, to his astonishment, he witnessed the bolt from his crossbow being caught deftly in the hands of the woman in purple. Her expression mirrored his surprise, remarkably swift. The woman behind her urged, "Stop wasting time with him. We must leave at once." In that instant, Yang Lin felt the arrow wrenched from his grasp and cast aside. Then, to his bewilderment, two women advanced on either side, seizing him and dragging him towards the courtyard exit. It was only then that Yang Lin finally caught a glimpse of the woman in green. She appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a vibrant green attire. Her figure comparable to that of the woman in purple, yet unlike her icy demeanor, the green-clad woman wore a gentle smile. Strangely enough, despite being manhandled by the two, Yang Lin found himself utterly devoid of strength. His body went limp, rendering him powerless to resist as they pulled him away from the village. He recalled the moment when the woman in green had pressed a finger against his lower back. And then was it possible that this was the legendary art of acupoint sealing? Who on earth were these individuals? Yang Lin could not fathom how Li Yuyao had entangled herself with such formidable figures. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Qin Shuang and his companions struggled to their feet. But by the time they rushed outside, Yang Lin and the two women had vanished without a trace. This is disastrous. After a fleeting moment of shock, Qin Shuang shouted urgently, "Quickly, Xiao Wang, inform Brother Zhong that Lin Ge has been taken by two women, one in purple, the other in green. Lu Chong, go rally the road crew. Zhang Pei, call out by the river. Zhao Dao, seek out the village chief." Having given his instructions, Qin Shuang dashed towards Yang Lin's residence. What? Yang Lin has been abducted? Could it be another ploy by the Zhou family? Zhao Fuguei exclaimed upon hearing the news, hastily slipping on his shoes and rushing out. No, village chief, it was two women, extremely skilled. We 7 or 8 were no match for them. Zhao Dahu quickly clarified. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Fuguei responded. Regardless of who they are, we cannot allow anything to happen to Yang Lin. Quickly, alert everyone. I shall head to the Yang family and consult with Yang Lin's wives. As Zhao Fuguei hurried towards Yang's home, word spread among the road crew, quarry team, lumberjacks, tofu workshop, and construction crew, all receiving the alarming news. Upon learning that Yang Lin had been captured, the villagers immediately abandoned their tasks, seizing their carrying poles and shovels, and rushed back to the village. What transpired? Who has taken Yang Lin? No one knows. What shall we do? Whoever dares to harm Yang Lin will face my wrath. An increasing number of villagers returned to Yang Lin's home. Li Yuyao and the women of the household, having heard the account from Qin Shuang, were beside themselves with worry. What shall we do now? Xiao Ba, already timid by nature, was on the brink of tears upon receiving the distressing news. The moment a person was taken away, we must hurry to search for them. Fourth sister exclaimed anxiously. Liao Hongying promptly replied, Sisters, do not fret. Sister will surely find a way. She had just observed that after Qin Shuang spoke, Li Yuyao furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. Knowing Li Yuyao's identity, and having heard Qin Shuang mention that the two women were originally seeking Li Yuyao, the situation warranted utmost caution. All the women turned their gazes toward Li Yuyao, while Zhao Fugui, Zhong Tao, Qin Shuang, and others anxiously awaited her words. They would not harm Yonglin. Upon Li Yuyao's utterance, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The reason they had abducted Yonglin was to locate me. Thus, as long as I emerged, they would find me, and Yonglin would be safe. Her conclusion stemmed from another reason as well. However, in order to maintain her disguise, she needed to concoct a plausible explanation. I am from the capital, fallen on hard times, deeply in debt, and fled as a result. Those individuals may have come to collect their dues. Though this rationale was somewhat contrived, it would suffice for the time being. Indeed, the others in the room did not dwell on it further. At that moment, their primary concern was Yonglin's safety. They hardly considered the motives of the newcomers. Li Yuyao continued, "Just now, Qin Shuang mentioned that the person ran from the east side of the village. Therefore, whether they seek me or intend to lure me out, they would not venture too far, nor would they remain too close to the village. Village chief, you should lead a team out from the east side and disperse to search along both flanks." Zhao Fugui nodded in agreement. "No problem. Zhong Tao, you lead a team to exit the village from the south and encircle towards the east from the outskirts. Qin Shuang, you also take a team out from the north. Then encircle eastwards from the periphery. The rest will search in pairs. Arm yourselves with crossbows and weapons. Let us set forth." At Li Yuyao's command, the women, with grave expressions, armed themselves and marched out. The villagers, too, followed Li Yuyao's instructions, searching from 3 different directions. Even the injured Wang Laosan, upon hearing the news, weakly joined the crowd, exiting the village. Children as young as 6 or 7 could be heard shouting and dashing toward the village's outskirts. The entire Kaoshan village was thoroughly stirred into action. Meanwhile, after Yonglin was taken by the 2 women, he was thrust into a small grove not far from Kaoshan village, where he was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. His body was not entirely immobile. However, he lacked the strength to rise, unable to even stand. "Who are you?" he demanded. The woman in purple and the one in green paid him no heed, walking deeper into the woods. Once they were certain Yonglin could not overhear their conversation, they paused. "It appears we have indeed come to the right place," the woman in green remarked. The woman in purple nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I suspect he has truly encountered the emperor. However, this individual is exceedingly cunning. He nearly deceived me as well." "What do you intend to do?" inquired the woman clad in blue. The woman in purple replied coldly, "What else can we do? We must compel him to reveal the whereabouts of His Majesty. Do you think he might already be aware of the emperor's identity? Otherwise, why would he choose to deceive you rather than speak the truth?" "Impossible," the woman in purple frowned. "His Majesty is known for his meticulous nature and would never disclose such information to others. As for why he lies," she shook her head, "perhaps he harbors ulterior motives. Upon our entry into the village, I sensed something amiss. This place is peculiar in every aspect. It is possible that this young man holds the key." The woman in blue pondered for a moment. "Might we be too close to the village? If someone were to come searching, they could easily find us." The woman in purple shook her head. "The forest is vast. Even if someone were to come looking, it would take at least 100 people to locate us. So rest assured." Chapter 87. The power of the people is invincible. When the woman in purple and the one in green returned to Yonglin's side, he lay on the ground, utterly despondent. He had attempted to flee moments earlier, but was too weak to muster the strength to even crawl, forcing him to abandon the effort entirely. Whatever would be, he resigned himself to fate. The woman in purple stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Yang, as long as you answer our questions honestly, we shall not trouble you." The one in green interjected, "Where is the person we seek?" In response, Yonglin simply closed his eyes, choosing to ignore them. Refusing to speak? "I advise against spurning the wine of hospitality only to drink the cup of punishment." The woman in purple's expression was icy. The one in green spoke gently. "We are merely searching for someone. If you know anything, share it with us, and we shall naturally let you go. Otherwise, you may find yourself enduring some hardships." The woman in purple was skilled in interrogation. No matter how tough one's constitution, it could not withstand her methods. She coldly declared, "I shall give you 10 breaths of time. If you do not speak, I will sever your fingers. 1 breath for each finger. Once all 10 are gone, I shall move on to your toes. When your toes have been severed, I may even gouge out your eyes or slice off your ears. Every part of you that can be removed, I will take, leaving only your tongue so you may still speak." With a fierce declaration, she drew forth a soft sword from her waist. At that moment, Yang Lin's composure faltered. Gazing at the woman's frigid visage, he hastily exclaimed, "Lady in purple, let us converse amicably. There is no need for such barbarity. If you sever my fingers, they shall never grow back. And since you seek someone, you must tell me who it is and what relation you have to this person." The woman in purple replied coldly, "This is of no concern to you. You need only inform me of the whereabouts of the one I seek. 3 breaths remain. 3, 2. The woman in purple approached Yang Lin, the blade of her soft sword hovering near his fingers. He felt the chilling edge press against his flesh and cried out in alarm, "Wait. I do know where the person you seek is. But should you dare to pierce my skin, I swear that even in death, I shall reveal not a single word. If you wish to kill me, then by all means, do so. You shall learn nothing from me." Yang Lin steeled himself, closing his eyes. In this dire moment, he had no other recourse but to engage in a battle of wits. With his eyes tightly shut, he continued to shout, "First tell me, are you friends or foes of her? If you are friends, and I am also her friend, then as friends of friends, we remain allies. Thus, if you were to sever my fingers, would that not be a grave error? Conversely, if you are enemies and I too share animosity with her, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we would still be allies. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, we are friends. Among friends, who would resort to the immediate severing of fingers?" Yang Lin spoke rapidly, his voice rising in desperation. This was the very reason he felt perpetually unsafe in this world. Casually, one might find oneself with a blade poised against their neck, a truly terrifying prospect. Both the woman in purple and the one in blue were momentarily taken aback. Yang Lin's assertion that a friend of a friend is also a friend, and an enemy's enemy is likewise a friend, left them momentarily at a loss. The woman in blue leaned closer to the one in purple and whispered, "What he says seems quite reasonable. What if he truly is indeed a friend of our friend? If we were to harm him, it would be disastrous. Yet, what if he is an enemy of our so-called friend?" The woman in purple furrowed her brows. "Why not simply inquire?" The woman in blue suggested, giving Yang Lin a nudge with her foot. "Hey, what is your relation to the person we are seeking?" Yang Lin's heart raced anew. Throughout his abduction, he pondered this very question. Uncertain of the identities of his captors, he hesitated to divulge his connection with Li Yuyao. If they were indeed allies, he would be safe. However, if they harbored ill intentions towards her, revealing the truth would not only jeopardize Li Yuyao, but also other women, leaving him without a means of self-preservation. Yang Lin was acutely aware that as long as he remained silent about Li Yuyao's whereabouts, his life would be spared. "Well, our relationship is rather complicated. Ladies, could you allow me to sit up so we might discuss this at length?" Yang Lin intended to buy time. Just then, the two women exchanged a glance. Someone was approaching. Quickly, though no figures were yet visible, they wasted no time in dragging Yang Lin deeper into the forest. However, they had scarcely moved when they halted in astonishment, staring ahead. There were others in this vicinity. We must change direction. Their specialized training had endowed them with an extraordinary sense of hearing. They detected a flurry of footsteps approaching from that direction. Thus, they pivoted once more. Yet only a few steps later, they heard footsteps again. Their expressions changed drastically. 3 directions were closing in on them. This indicated they were being surrounded. Shock was mirrored in both their eyes. They had faced numerous mountain bandits on their journey, yet none had managed to confine them. And now, in this mere village, they found themselves encircled. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Li Yuyao was commanding the members of the security team and villagers to tighten the encirclement. "Everyone, be cautious. The adversary possesses formidable skills. Do not alarm them. Remain steady and gradually close in." With 400 to 500 villagers engaged in a net-like search, they meticulously scoured every inch of the terrain in this direction. This area, being the only secluded forest capable of concealing individuals, led Li Yuyao to conclude that the enemy must be hidden within. Rather than recklessly sending individuals directly into the woods, she chose to encircle the perimeter first, steadily contracting the area inward until they found them. At last, the villagers beheld the duo clad in purple and green, alongside the captured Yang Lin, who was being dragged by them. The encircling crowd swiftly converged toward this direction. "Charge! Release Yang Lin!" the villagers shouted as they surged forward. Upon hearing the cries, the expressions of the two women in the circle shifted dramatically. They soon realized that a tide of humanity, akin to a surging wave, was rushing in from all directions, at least 400 to 500 strong. In this moment, even Yang Lin, who was ensnared among them, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surrender, for the power of the people is invincible, Yang Lin declared with a smile. Leading the charge were 30 members of the defense team, wielding large blades, long rifles, and 7 crossbows, completely surrounding the two. Following them were the villagers armed with an array of farming tools, layer upon layer tightening the encirclement. As the crowd parted, Li Yuyao entered, accompanied by women bearing crossbows as well. Chapter 88. Yawa, sister? The eldest sister exclaimed, do not harm my husband. If you seek money or anything else, feel free to tell us. But if you so much as lay a finger on him, we shall not let you go. The women's expressions were frigid as they aimed their drawn crossbows at the figures in purple and green. Yet, no one noticed that beside them. Li Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the two before her, exclaiming, Your Majesty. Both the figures in purple and green stood frozen, mouths agape, stifling their cries as tears streamed down their faces. After a moment of bewilderment, Li Yuyao urgently shouted, Lower your crossbows. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. She hurried forward as she spoke. Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao, who stood nearby, were momentarily taken aback, and just as they intended to warn Li Yuyao to be cautious, they witnessed the figures in purple and green abandon Yang Lin and rush towards her. Be careful, the crowd shouted in alarm, although Li Yuyao insisted it was a misunderstanding. To the villagers, these two women had kidnapped Yang Lin, marking them as villains unworthy of trust. Yang Lin, now freed from their grasp, crumpled to the ground, though he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. From Li Yuyao's reaction, it appeared this was indeed a case of mistaken identity. Meanwhile, Zhong Tao had swiftly gathered his companions to rescue Yang Lin. Amidst the astonished and worried gazes of the crowd, as the figures in purple and green approached, they suddenly knelt before Li Yuyao. Tears streamed down their faces, yet surrounded by onlookers, they could only open their mouths without uttering a word. Everything was communicated in silence. Get up, you are both alive, Li Yuyao exclaimed, her heart swelling with emotion as she lifted them. The figures in purple and green were her personal attendants, having grown alongside her, always by her side. Although they were bound by the titles of master and servant, Li Yuyao had long considered them family. At this moment, her heart brimmed with words unspoken. Turning her gaze to the still limp Yang Lin, she anxiously inquired, What is wrong with him? Your Majesty. Qingyi began to respond, but Li Yuyao quickly interjected, From now on, you may simply call me sister. Both women widened their eyes in astonishment. Addressing Her Majesty as sister? They dared not. Qingyi opened her mouth, but could not bring herself to utter sister. In response to your words, he was merely incapacitated by my technique, miss. Should I release him? Yes. Li Yuyao nodded. Qingyi promptly moved closer, and under the vigilant eyes of the villagers, she applied pressure to a spot on Yang Lin's lower back. Yang Lin felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and to his amazement, he discovered he could move once more. So this is what acupoint sealing is. Although it was not as dramatic as depicted in martial arts films, where one becomes completely immobilized, it was still quite remarkable. My lord, I beg your pardon, Qingyi bowed respectfully. She discerned that Yang Lin was not only a good man, but also seemed to share an extraordinary bond with His Majesty. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have been so eager to bring him along in search of her. Moreover, under the threat of Zi, Yang Lin had revealed not a single word. Are you well? I apologize. They are my maids, having grown up with me. They would never harm me. Li Yuyao hastily approached, offering her apologies to Yang Lin. As for the identities of Zi and Qingyi, it was uncommon for ordinary people to have guards. Thus she could only refer to them as maids. At this point, Li Yuyao finally understood the misunderstanding. After she had become separated from Zi and the others, they had been searching for her all along until they arrived here. Yang Lin was wary of these two mysterious women, believing them to be his enemies, which is why he was reluctant to disclose his whereabouts. Conversely, Zi and Qingyi were unaware of Yang Lin's identity, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. It's all right, but your maid is indeed impressive, Yang Lin remarked with a wry smile, giving a thumbs up. Despite the tumultuous journey, the outcome was ultimately favorable. As long as they were not adversaries, he felt reassured. Zi and Qing promptly knelt before him, clasping their fists in apology. We are at fault. Please punish us, young Master Yang. Please rise, Yang Lin sighed, stepping forward to assist them. He reflected, there is no need for punishment. After all, we are all here for Yao Yao's sake. Yao Yao? Zi and Qing were taken aback. They could sense the good relationship between Li Yuyao and Yang Lin. However, for a man to refer to their majesty as Yao Yao, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce their relationship. But how could his majesty be with a man from the village? At that moment, the elder sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, little 7, little 8, and little 9 all hurried over, expressing concern for Yang Lin, and they addressed his majesty as sister, which astonished Zi and Qing even more. Ahem. The situation is somewhat intricate. Let us discuss it slowly. Li Yuyao gestured toward the depths of the woods, addressing Zi and Qing. Turning to the other girls, she instructed, you all take my husband back. I need to converse with them. Ahem. Yang Lin chuckled. Might I also listen? Absolutely not. Li Yuyao firmly declined, recalling how he had unexpectedly touched her earlier. She shot him a fierce glare. Then never mind. Yang Lin understood that now that her maids had arrived, they would likely share some private matters, and since she was not yet ready for him to know, he would not press the issue. Having thanked the villagers, Yang Lin returned to the village with them. As for Li Yuyao, with 2 formidable maids to protect her, he no longer had to worry about her safety. As Li Yuyao and the 2 maidens, Zi and Qing, distanced themselves until they were entirely out of sight of others, the 2 women immediately knelt before Li Yuyao once more. We greet your majesty. Rise quickly, Li Yuyao urged, helping the 2 to their feet. Here, there are no distinctions of ruler and subject. Henceforth, let us refer to each other as sisters. Zi spoke up, when there are outsiders present. Shall we still call you miss? Regardless, they dared not address her as sister in the presence of anyone else. Very well, Li Yuyao replied without hesitation, settling down on the ground alongside the 2. She promptly inquired, pray tell, what truly transpired after that day? How did you come to find me here? On that fateful day, the guards who had escaped the capital with her had dwindled to but a few, and along their journey, they encountered a horde of bandits. In an effort to protect themselves, Zi and Qing engaged in a fierce struggle with the marauders and found themselves encircled. Li Yuyao, fearing for their lives and not wishing for their sacrifice to be in vain, left without confirming their fate, escaping from that perilous situation. From that moment onward, she wandered alone, joining a group of refugees, and eventually arrived at Jianghe County. Chapter 89. This life is entrusted to him, your majesty. In the beginning, we. Zi began to recount slowly. Initially, after Zi and Qing severed their ties with Li Yuyao, they believed their fates were sealed. Yet, they resolved to fight fiercely, hoping to buy Li Yuyao some precious time. Surprisingly, driven by their fervor, they intimidated the bandits, who dared not advance, ultimately carving a bloody path to escape. Once they broke through, the 2 immediately set out to find Li Yuyao. However, Li Yuyao thought her guards had perished in battle. Even if someone sought her, it would likely be bandits or rebels. Thus, she endeavored to conceal her whereabouts. Consequently, even for a tracking expert like Zi, it took nearly half a month of investigation, inquiries, and intelligence gathering to uncover a trace, following the movements of refugees until they arrived at Jianghe County. Upon hearing their story, Li Yuyao felt a wave of emotion. Your Majesty, look at this, Zi said as she unfastened her bundle and slowly opened it, revealing several items within. The sight of these treasures astonished Li Yuyao. It still exists. She reached out, caressing a fist-sized, pure white jade seal, intricately carved with a dragon on the top, and inscribed with the words Treasure of the Emperor at the base, taking a deep breath. Alongside the Emperor's treasure, the seals of edict and mandate were also present. All 3 seals belonged to the Emperor of Deqian. The edict seal was used for rewards and punishments, while the mandate seal was for conferring titles. The Emperor's treasure, the most frequently utilized, was employed for issuing decrees, bestowing empresses, and even for the Emperor's ascension, abdication, or granting amnesty to the world. The bundle also contained the Emperor's personal brush, vermilion, a precious inkstone, and 3 blank imperial edicts. You have worked hard. Li Yuyao expressed her gratitude towards the 2. She never imagined she would behold these artifacts again. They were remnants left to her by her late father. serving as both proof of her rightful claim to the Dacian throne and a cherished memento from him. Your Majesty, you are the legitimate heir of Dacian. Regardless of what others may think, both Qing Yi and I recognize you as our sole sovereign. Li Yuyao grasped the emperor's treasure, her gaze resolute and piercing. Without you, I would not have reclaimed the seal. If you had not found me, I would never have held it again. Now that we are all present, and the seal is in our possession, along with the arrival of Yang Lin sent by heaven, all of this is destiny. I am determined to reclaim all that belongs to me. Hearing the sovereign's impassioned declaration, both Zi Yi and Qing Yi were moved. However, upon hearing the name Yang Lin, their expressions turned peculiar. Zi Yi spoke up, Your Majesty, this Yang Lin. He is my husband. Li Yuyao bit her crimson lip, her cheeks flushing as she said this. Zi Yi and Qing Yi were both taken aback simultaneously. Speculating was one thing, but hearing the sovereign's confession left them utterly astonished. To them, it seemed utterly impossible. Not only had His Majesty ascended the throne as emperor, but even in her previous status as a princess, her pride was exceedingly lofty. Among all the noble scions of the capital, none could capture her regard. Yet now, she was to wed a mere rustic villager? Though His Majesty was their sovereign, they regarded Li Yuyao as a treasure. The fact that their emperor had been so demeaned, reducing herself to such indignity, felt akin to having their fertile lands ravaged by swine. Zi Yi's hands trembled slightly as she suppressed her fury and inquired, Your Majesty, has Yang Lin coerced you? If you so desire, we shall go and eliminate him at once. No. Li Yuyao hastily shook her head. He did not coerce me. Zi Yi and Qing Yi were utterly astonished. No coercion? This only heightened their disquiet. When I followed the refugees to Zhenghe County, I was captured by those corrupt officials and sent to the countryside, to be chosen like a mere object, to become someone's wife. Recalling that humiliation, Li Yuyao clenched her fists tightly. Fortunately, I concealed my appearance initially, preventing them from recognizing my true visage until I encountered him. The memory of that day when Yang Lin boldly declared his intentions towards her made her face flush with anger, yet a smile inadvertently graced her lips. All 9 refugees who accompanied me that day were retained by him. Initially, we were distressed over the petty official's extortion of 1,400 coins, believing him to be a lecherous scoundrel. Little did we know, within merely 2 days, he had amassed the very sum. Since that moment, the events that unfolded were nothing short of miraculous. He invented tofu, sold miraculous potions, improved iron smelting, constructed earthen kilns for bricks and cement, and even devised crossbows, building homes and repairing roads for the common folk. We even triumphed over bandits twice, and though the county's elite seethed with envy, they found themselves powerless against him. Now, after just a month, we had accumulated over 10,000 taels of silver. In Kaoshan village, his prestige was unmatched. The more Li Yuyao spoke, the more fervent her excitement grew. Zi Yi and Qing Yi, upon hearing all this, were left in awe. No wonder Kaoshan village was so extraordinary. No wonder His Majesty had become enamored with him. To think that such hidden talent existed amidst the mountains and fields. At one point, I even contemplated preserving the royal dignity at the cost of my own life. Yet the outcome was. Li Yuyao chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I had underestimated myself. The reason I chose to entrust my fate to him lay in his character. In truth, I still remain a maiden, Li Yuyao shyly confessed. Zi Yi and Qing Yi gasped once more in astonishment. With Your Majesty's beauty, it was not only men who would be enchanted, even women would find their hearts stirred, especially that noble and aloof aura surrounding the emperor, which would undoubtedly awaken a man's desire to conquer, to possess. Yet he did not take action against His Majesty. Could it be that Yang Lin is lacking in that regard? Zi Yi and Qing Yi could not help but indulge in their musings. Yang Lin is indeed a remarkable individual. He would never exploit the vulnerabilities of others. Initially, he chose to leave me and the other women untouched, solely to prevent us from descending into a life of disgrace. To label him as a good man would be an understatement, for he often employs his cunning strategies to manipulate the populace for his own gain. However, to deem him a deceitful merchant would be unjust. As the people truly experience an enhanced quality of life because of him, they have found hope and harbor genuine admiration for him. He extends respect to every individual, and aside from me, he has never taken advantage of any other woman, fostering a sense of sisterhood among them. especially caring for the younger ones as if they were his own sisters. As she recounted this, Li Yuyao felt her own lips curve upward in an unconscious smile. In summary, this man possesses extraordinary talents, a noble character, and has shown kindness to me. Although my current feelings towards him are still more rooted in gratitude and utility than in affection, I have resolved to entrust my life to him henceforth. Chapter 90. Accused of treason when Zi and Qingyi accompanied Li Yuyao back to the Yang residence. They were once again taken aback by the environment in which His Majesty currently resided. The cramped quarters housed 13 individuals, with even His Majesty sharing a mat among the throng. "Allow me to introduce you," Li Yuyao said to Yang Lin. "This is Zi, and this is Qingyi. They were once my handmaidens, and after we parted ways, they finally managed to find their way here. Zi possesses commendable martial skills, while Qingyi excels in acupoint sealing. My husband, from now on, let them accompany you. Their presence will ensure your safety." Yang Lin shook his head vigorously, as if caught in a whirlwind. No. Protect me? I would be grateful if they merely kept my fingers intact. Please forgive us, young master. We acknowledge our mistakes and await your punishment. Zi and Qingyi knelt before Yang Lin at once. Rise. I was merely jesting. You need not follow me. Remain with your mistress and protect her, them, and I shall be content. Having been kidnapped for the first time in his life and threatened with the severing of his fingers, it was impossible for Yang Lin not to feel aggrieved. However, with the truth now revealed and having two formidable allies by his side, he was not inclined to be merciful. Li Yuyao handed a parcel to Yang Lin, which startled Zi and Qingyi once more. "What is this?" Yang Lin asked, momentarily taken aback. He had sensed that the parcel was of significant importance. He had not anticipated that Li Yuyao would entrust it to him after acquiring it from Zi. "This is something of mine, quite important to me. Please keep it safe and store it in a secure location," Li Yuyao instructed. "Of course," Yang Lin replied with a nod. Li Yuyao added, "This is of great consequence. You must not look inside the parcel." "Understood." Yang Lin casually shook the parcel, noting its weight. With that, he exited the room with the package in hand. Zi and Qingyi stood in stunned silence. How could His Majesty place such trust in Yang Lin? Was he truly reliable enough to safeguard the imperial seal? Would he genuinely refrain from peeking? Yang Lin made his way to the dry well in the backyard, lifted the stone slab covering it, retrieved a wooden bucket from within, and placed the parcel inside. He then returned the bucket to the bottom of the well and sealed it once more with the stone slab, hiding the parcel in the well. While not the most discreet of methods, was necessitated by the overwhelming lack of space in the cramped household. Though naturally curious about the contents of the parcel, Yang Lin resolved to overcome his curiosity, having promised not to pry. Thus, Zi and Qingyi joined the household, settling in alongside the other women. Initially perplexed, they wondered why. Despite their wealth and additional residences, the family chose to crowd into such a small space. Gradually, they came to understand that the reason for their close quarters was, in fact, for safety. Moreover, for the multitude of women, they have all endured hardships. Although they have squeezed together during their moments of respite, they have grown accustomed to living in close quarters. In Jianghe County, within the study of the Zhou residence, Zhou Kuan was lost in thought when a sudden knock at the door startled him. Ever since Yang Lin had come with gifts, both Zhou Kuan and his son Zhou Zhenyang had been in a state of constant anxiety, unable to find peace by day or rest by night. For 2 consecutive nights, Zhou Kuan had dreamt of the bloodied head of the black tiger, glaring at him with bulging eyes, shouting, "Return my life. Master, Lord Zhao has arrived." Came the voice of the old steward from outside. "Please come in," Zhou Kuan exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. Moments later, Zhao Dai entered the room. Upon seeing Zhou Kuan's fatigued expression, he could not help but frown. "Lord Zhao," Zhou Kuan hurriedly bowed and clasped his fists in greeting. Zhao Dai waved his hand impatiently, furrowing his brow. "Old Zhou, how can you be so frightened? It's merely the corpses of some bandits, all dealt with. What is there to worry about?" Zhou Kuan forced a smile, inwardly cursing. He wanted to say, "Those dozen round heads were not thrown into your yard. If they had been, you wouldn't be so nonchalant." "Lord Zhao, my true concern lies with Yang Lin. We still do not understand how he managed to kill the black tiger. Furthermore, this Yang Lin is a madman. If he could slay the black tiger, he wouldn't hesitate to turn his hand against us. The most pressing matter is that this incident has already spread. My own disgrace is secondary, but if the rumor of collusion with bandits reaches the governor, we will be finished." Although Zhou Kuan was terrified, he was far from foolish and understood the gravity of the situation. He even suspected that Yang Lin orchestrated this uproar to ensure that the higher authorities could not feign ignorance. In that case, whether he was truly colluding with bandits or not, he would be scapegoated by the officials to quell public outrage. "Old Zhou, I have come to discuss this matter with you," Zhao Dai stated. "Oh?" Zhou Kuan stared blankly at Zhao Dai. "I implore you to enlighten me, Lord Zhao." Zhao Dai stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The crux of the matter lies with Yang Lin. This individual is no ordinary man. A mere country bumpkin dares to create a scene at your interrogation chamber, and yet we find ourselves powerless against him. If we do not take action soon, once he gains strength, he will surely ride roughshod over us." Zhao Dai narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them. Zhou Kuan, however, wore a bitter expression. "Lord Zhao, you speak truths that your subordinate fully comprehends. Yet the problem remains that we are unable to deal with him. The common folk are easily manipulated, but Yang Lin has even eliminated the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. If we provoke him, he will become a man without shoes, unafraid of those who wear them." This was precisely the helplessness that Zhou Kuan felt. He can employ various means to provoke Yang Lin, yet if he falters once more, Yang Lin will undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate him. Who in their right mind would dare to provoke a madman? Is there truly no alternative? Zhao Dai let out a cold chuckle. "I have devised a foolproof plan that will ensure Yang Lin meets a fate with no burial place." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly urged, "Lord Zhao, please elaborate." Zhao Dai stroked his beard thoughtfully. "In less than half a month, the summer tax collection will commence. We merely need to mobilize 3 squads of constables to go to Kaoshan village, fabricate some pretexts, and oppress the villagers. If Yang Lin cannot bear to watch and confronts us, we can seize the opportunity to apprehend him and accuse him of treason. We shall execute him on the spot. Let us not forget, we are officials. The law is on our side. Should you slap him, will he dare to retaliate? If he does so, he will be guilty of assaulting a court official. Therefore, not only will he not retaliate, but if he dares to stand against us, we can at the very least charge him with tax evasion." Chapter 91. The Art of Papermaking and the Method of Ice Making in the Blink of an Eye. It was already mid-month. The night was deepening, with a full moon hanging high in the sky. Inside the Yang household, the family gathered together, watching as Xiao Zhou calculated the accounts. The Dragon Boat Festival had just passed, and the weather had turned hot. Though the women wore light and airy clothing, they still fanned themselves vigorously, perspiration glistening on their foreheads. "It's done," Han Mengzhu exclaimed with excitement. "Yesterday's expenditure amounted to 8 taels and 6 coins, while our income was 36 taels and 2 coins. Currently, our family has a total of 12,368 taels of silver, not counting the change." The women exchanged puzzled glances. The eldest sister remarked, "In the past few days, we have spent quite a bit. How is it that our silver seems to be increasing rather than decreasing?" The second sister nodded in agreement. "Indeed, every time my husband spends money, I feel a pang of heartache, yet the silver continues to grow. It's truly strange." Liao Hongying was also lost in thought. Despite Yang Lin's numerous enterprises, which included a guard unit, a transport team, house construction, road repairs, as well as kiln operations, metallurgy, timber harvesting, and quarrying, the only profitable venture remained the tofu workshop. The business had expanded from the original medicinal solutions and tofu to include tofu skin, dried bean curd, soybean paste, and soy sauce. However, it still needed to support a multitude of workers from the other workshops. As a result, the silver seemed to dwindle despite the growing expenses. Yang Lin chuckled. "Is spending money really so difficult? If I truly decided to spend, I fear our family's finances would still not suffice." The women rolled their eyes in unison. "Over 10,000 taels of silver isn't enough? Nonsense. Really, believe me, I could easily spend half of it by tomorrow." Yang Lin laughed. "We believe you. Please don't squander it. We all trust you. My husband is the most formidable." The women hurriedly chimed in, genuinely apprehensive. Laughter filled the room. Liu Yao suddenly said, "If my husband is so capable, is there any way to make the weather cooler?" This question momentarily stunned the women. The fourth sister interjected, "Sister, do not tease my husband. Altering the weather is beyond human capability." Han Mengzhu nodded in agreement. "Yes, he is not a deity. How could he possibly manage that?" Yang Lin contemplated for a moment to cool things down. Your words have indeed sparked an idea." "What is it?" The women were taken aback, including Li Yuyao. Their eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Yang Lin. Could he really have a solution? Surely not. The weather was so sweltering. What could he possibly do? Could it be that he possessed the ability to summon rain? Yang Lin smiled. Everyone, come with me outside. Once outside, Yang Lin searched for a large pot used for boiling soy milk. Eldest sister, second sister, go fetch 2 buckets of water from the well. Zi, Qing Yi. You two go to the storeroom and bring back 2 baskets of nitrate. Third sister, find 3 iron basins, ensuring they are of large, medium, and small sizes. Fourth sister, go and retrieve 2 cotton blankets. The women were left in a state of bewilderment. Well, water? Iron basins? Cotton blankets? Nitrate? Can these elements truly be interconnected? They were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Yang Lin's intentions behind acquiring these items. Soon, Yang Lin retrieved the items he sought, beginning by pouring half a pot of cool water into a large cauldron, then submerging the largest iron basin within it and adding more cool water. Next, he placed a medium-sized iron basin inside the large one, repeating the process with the cool water, followed by the smallest basin within the medium one, once again pouring in cool water. Finally, he added 2 baskets of saltpeter into the cauldron and covered the outer rim of the large basin with a quilt. Done. Yang Lin chuckled with satisfaction. Is that all? Li Yuyao exclaimed in disbelief. The other women were equally baffled, utterly confused by Yang Lin's actions. Just as their minds raced with questions, Zi suddenly pointed in astonishment at the small basin within the cauldron. Look! The women turned their gaze, gasping in shock. The water in the small basin was visibly freezing at an astonishing rate. Within mere moments, the basin was filled with shards of ice. In no time at all, the water had completely solidified into a lump of ice. Yang Lin poured out the ice, filled the basin with water again, and soon enough, a second batch of ice was ready. In the sweltering summer heat, an endless stream of ice appeared before their eyes, leaving the women utterly spellbound. Fifth sister, go crush this ice and fill bowls for everyone. Sixth sister, prepare some sweetened water to add to the bowls. Seventh and eighth sisters, wash some fruit. Then mash it and place it in the bowls. In a short while, delightful bowls of refreshing fruit slush were ready. Savoring the sweet, icy concoction was an exhilarating delight. After replacing the saltpeter twice, a total of 18 bowls of ice were produced. Placing these bowls around the room quickly filled the space with a pleasant chill. What a refreshing experience. The younger ones, seventh and eighth sisters, bounced excitedly on the beds, brimming with joy. Apart from Li Yuyao, who had once been an emperor, and Yang Lin, who else could experience such coolness in the summer? My dear husband, you are truly remarkable, fourth sister exclaimed, planting a kiss on Yang Lin's cheek in her excitement. Even Liao Hongying genuinely gave a thumbs up in admiration. Li Yuyao remained astonished, having merely made a passing remark, never expecting Yang Lin to actually achieve it. All right, everyone, let's retire early. Tomorrow we will hold a grand meeting. Our mountain village is about to enter the 2.0 era. Tomorrow, they must spend at least half their silver, and Yang Lin was not making idle comments. He was not a miser, but rather understood the principles of economic development. To grow continuously, one must be willing to invest. Whether upgrading industries or investing in research and development, one must not be stingy with their silver. Yang Lin understood clearly that only advanced technology could lead the world and transform the future. On the following evening, by the riverside outside the village, tables and benches were set in abundance, while large pots simmered with fragrant pork. This marked the 4th pork feast in over a month in Kaoshan village. Yet, the villagers were filled with immense excitement, even a touch of anxiety. Just 2 days prior, Yang Lin had declared that this pork feast would not merely be an occasion for indulgence, it would also serve as a gathering to announce some delightful news. Everyone was aware that the good news Yang Lin typically shared had the potential to significantly alter their lives. Thus, anticipation grew amongst all for the forthcoming announcements at this feast. To Yang Lin's surprise, before the pork was fully cooked and before he could make his own announcements, fortune found him first. Du Jing, who had just rushed over from the design studio, excitedly sought out Yang Lin and pulled him aside. We did it, Brother Lin. We succeeded, Du Jing exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm, shaking Yang Lin's shoulders and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Yang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The paper-making project. We succeeded? Chapter 92, The Era of Kaoshan Village 2. 0. A period of rapid development, yes. We have succeeded, Du Jing exclaimed, shaking Yang Lin's shoulder with excitement. We have truly created the paper you described, lighter, thinner, and more resilient. Moreover, the cost has been reduced by at least 50%. Du Jing stretched out a hand in exhilaration. When Yang Lin first mentioned such a paper, he had doubted its existence. It wasn't until he personally witnessed its creation that he grasped the magnitude of this groundbreaking invention. Yang Lin sighed in relief. The paper he designed was an improvement based on Kaiho paper. Although it could not yet rival the paper-making techniques of the past, it was already incomparable to any paper known in this world. Brother Jing, you have once again achieved greatness. This time, both you and your design studio shall receive a generous reward. Du Jing, however, shook his head in excitement. The wages you provide are already substantial. The bonus is of little consequence. I simply did not anticipate that we would truly concoct something capable of changing the world. Previously, when assisting in the research and improvement of iron smelting, although they had succeeded in producing wrought iron, Du Jing had felt little impact. But papermaking was different. Having once been a student himself, he understood the importance of paper and recognized that this advancement was a monumental invention that could be celebrated for generations. What do you plan to do next? Du Jing eagerly inquired. The success of papermaking had ignited his anticipation for further innovations. Yang Lin shook his head. There remains considerable room for improvement in paper production. We will continue to produce while simultaneously refining our methods. Continue to improve? Du Jing asked in astonishment. Indeed, this current paper still has potential for enhancement, such as being made even thinner and more durable and achieving a wider appearance. Simultaneously, we can explore other types of paper, such as those suitable for calligraphy and painting, paper for food packaging, and even a more affordable option that the less fortunate can afford. Furthermore, we could develop cardboard for boxes, paper suitable for printing, wall coverings, window coverings, and waterproof paper. Yang Lin enumerated a plethora of possibilities, leaving Du Jing dumbfounded. He had never imagined that something as simple as paper could be categorized into so many varieties. Well then, I shall resume my research, Du Jing proclaimed enthusiastically. Yang Lin chuckled. There's no rush with work. Today, let us indulge in a feast. Come, come. By the time they returned, the pork had already been stewed. Each table was adorned with a large basin of tender, aromatic, and succulent pork, yet the villagers refrained from eating, patiently awaiting Yang Lin. Dear villagers, Yang Lin ascended the platform and declared loudly, the meat is ready, let us feast. We will discuss matters while we dine. There is no need for you to focus solely on me. Simply eat and listen. As we previously mentioned, today brings good news. And I shall announce the first piece of good news. We are hiring. Yang Lin shouted. The moment those words escaped his lips, numerous pairs of eyes shifted their gaze from the pork in their bowls, fixated intently on Yang Lin. In this day and age, of the 500 to 600 residents in the village, over 300 had found employment under Yang Lin's auspices. The wages had risen to 6 or 7 won. And with the bonuses distributed recently, many families had managed to save several hundred won in just over a month, more than they had accumulated in an entire year. Consequently, those villagers still without work felt a sense of urgency. Upon hearing the call for labor once more, their eyes gleamed with hope. Yang Lin continued, this time, there is no limit to the number of workers. Anyone from our village will earn 6 won a day. As soon as these words were uttered, the banquet erupted into cheers. Wonderful. Finally, there will be work ahead. We too can look forward to a better life. Many were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down their faces. Observing the villagers' excitement, Yang Lin sighed inwardly. The plight of the common folk in this era was indeed dire. They did not seek wealth or nobility, but merely wished for the means to work and provide for their families. Contentment was their only desire. Cough, cough. Now, I will announce some changes and adjustments regarding our industries. First, the road construction team, the housing team, the logging team, and the kiln team will all merge to form a construction team. Gao Dazhuang will oversee the construction team. Although Yang Lin had previously discussed this with them, the public announcement still stirred a wave of excitement within Gao Dazhuang. After struggling through life for so many years, he never imagined he would be appointed to such a position. Uncle Dazhuang, please come up and share the recent progress of the construction team with everyone. Huh. Gao Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback. This additional task had not been mentioned beforehand. However, with Yang Lin calling him, He could only ascend the stage in a daze. Standing on the platform, scratching his head and at a loss for words, he elicited laughter from the villagers below. Yang Lin chuckled and reassured him, "Uncle Dazhuang, do not be nervous. Just convey what you know about the progress of the projects." Oh. Gao Dazhuang scratched his head again, stammering, Our construction team has recently repaired 10 miles of road. 3 miles to the east of the village, 3 miles to the west, 2 miles along the riverbank, and 2 miles at Laoshan. Our roads are now broader and smoother. The kiln has produced 83,000 bricks, 26,000 tiles, and 3,900 stones of cement. For the new village project, we have leveled 33 acres of land, laid the foundation for 12 houses, and are still working on the foundations for 28 more. Gao Dazhuang scratched his head, wanting to say more, but struggling to recall anything further. A couple of days ago, when Yang Lin appointed him as the construction team leader, he had familiarized himself with the production details, but now, under pressure, everything had slipped his mind. Yang Lin took the lead in applauding. "Well done. Uncle Dazhuang has presented our village's transformations and achievements splendidly. In the future, we shall continue to build roads, extending them from our village to the town and even to the county. At the current pace, within a maximum of 6 months, our Kongshan new village will be completed. By then, every household will be able to reside in new brick and tile homes. Uncle Dazhuang, starting tomorrow, the construction team will expand, recruiting at least another 100 workers." Yang Lin stated. Dazhuang was taken aback. "Do we really need that many people? The construction team already comprises over 200 members. Do we truly require an additional 100? Yang Lin chuckled. "Uncle Dazhuang, during the past period, all departments have been steadily progressing and thriving. The phase of seeking stability has passed. Now we can accelerate development, expand our industry, and enhance production capacity. Is 100 people too many? At the brick kiln, if we open a few more earthen kilns, we can double the production capacity of bricks, tiles, and cement. On the housing side, adding a few dozen more workers will enable our villagers to move into their new homes sooner." But, Dazhuang hesitated. "Does Uncle Dazhuang mean it will require expenditure? Money is not an issue. Uncle Dazhuang, I will provide you with 1,000 taels of silver." Chapter 93. The paper mill. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly was once again struck with astonishment. Gao Dazhuang's mouth hung agape, his disbelief palpable as he gazed at Yang Lin. "Boss, this is far too much," he exclaimed. "What does 1,000 taels of silver even signify?" For Gao Dazhuang, it was an astronomical figure, utterly beyond comprehension. The women present, upon hearing Yang Lin mention the sum of 1,000 taels, could not help but sigh in unison. They had anticipated Yang Lin's lavish spending, yet they were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his initial offering. The newly arrived Zi and Chini were particularly astonished. This young man from the mountains, when it came to expenditures, was more extravagant than they had ever witnessed during their time in the palace. "Truly, it is far too much," Gao Dazhuang insisted. "The expansion of the earthen kiln won't cost nearly that much. It certainly won't require 1,000 taels." He continued to hesitate. Yang Lin chuckled. "If we cannot spend it all at once, we shall have the luxury of time to do so gradually. Moreover, 1,000 taels is not an excessive amount. Consider this. With the construction team newly hiring 100 workers, we will require at least 100 tools, and acquiring these necessitates funds. Additionally, the expansion of the kiln demands investment, not to mention the wages for everyone involved. From this day forth, each workshop shall operate independently. This means I will inject capital into each workshop, allowing the managers to freely allocate these funds for routine production, procurement, and payroll. Everything will be self-sustained." As he uttered these words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Particularly, those appointed as supervisors were left in a state of stunned silence. What Yang Lin proposed effectively elevated their positions significantly, granting them greater authority than ever before. His plans had not been previously discussed with anyone, and in this moment, Li Yuyao and the others were equally taken aback. However, they were well aware of Yang Lin's capabilities, and though they did not fully grasp the reasoning behind his arrangements, they refrained from voicing objections, intending to inquire further after their meal. Gao Dazhuang continued to protest, but Yang Lin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "The decisions I make are final. Our enterprises will continue to grow, and should I oversee everything, I would be overwhelmed. Thus, I am delegating authority to you." allowing you to manage your respective businesses independently, while I will focus on overarching strategies. Independent management requires precise bookkeeping. Each month, I shall review the accounts, and each workshop will submit its profits monthly. As for the amount to be submitted, the workshop managers may decide based on their circumstances. After Gao Dazhuang stepped down, the managers of other workshops took their turns to present themselves. The captain of the security team, Zhong Tao, the head of the procurement and transportation team, Wang Gui, the overseer of the design workshop, Du Jing, the manager of the smelting workshop, Zhao Shunzi, and the leader of the mining team, Wang Mushin. Each was speaking publicly for the first time, and their performances were no better than Gao Dazhuang's. In conclusion, Yang Lin announced further investments into various industries, which once again left the crowd in a state of shock. Those with a knack for numbers had already calculated that Yang Lin had injected a total of 6,500 taels of silver into the workshops today. After discussing matters regarding the workshops, Yang Lin announced another significant development, the establishment of a shop. I am preparing to open the first shop in town and currently require a shopkeeper and 2 assistants. The shopkeeper's daily wage will be 21, while the assistants will earn 8 per day. I have yet to select candidates. Anyone who has experience in business and can read is welcome to come forward and recommend themselves. Realizing that the world lacks the historical figure of Mao Sui, and thus the idiom of self-recommendation, Yang Lin clarified, "If you believe you are capable, feel free to approach me after dinner." Following this, the banquet erupted into a cacophony of voices. 21 a day translates to 601 a month. Many were intrigued. However, those with business experience were few, and even fewer could read. The number of individuals meeting both criteria in the entire village was likely scant. Thus, while many were envious of the 21 income, they understood that despite the allure of money, they lacked the capability to seize it. Furthermore, I will be establishing a paper mill tomorrow, seeking to recruit 30 individuals, with wages comparable to the other workshops. Those interested in joining the paper mill may come to register after dinner. The crowd was once again astonished. A paper mill? Everyone was familiar with paper, yet no one had anticipated Yang Lin's venture into papermaking. The leap from tofu production to papermaking was indeed vast. Lastly, I have one more piece of good news to share today. As the summer taxes are approaching, I have decided to cover this year's summer tax for everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback once more. Summer taxes, autumn taxes, household taxes, land taxes. These have always loomed over them like insurmountable mountains. The prospect of Yang Lin assisting them with their taxes moved everyone deeply. "Master, you need not worry about us. We can manage now. Indeed, Master has been exceedingly generous. We cannot continue to burden you with taxes." "Exactly. We have food and drink now, and we occasionally indulge in hearty meals. We have work and can earn money. We shouldn't be greedy and take advantage of your kindness." With Yang Lin's rising prestige, more and more villagers have begun to address him as master rather than by his name. Yang Lin smiled and said, "I have stated before that my decisions are unwavering. I will cover this year's summer taxes, and if I still have funds by autumn, I shall also cover the autumn taxes for everyone. I understand the sentiments of my fellow villagers, and this is my humble gesture in return. When the bandits attacked, we stood united. None betrayed me, and I will not forget that. Therefore, as long as I, Yang Lin, have a morsel to eat, I shall ensure that my fellow villagers never suffer from hunger again." His declaration was met with a chorus of approval. Bravo! Many elderly villagers even shed tears of gratitude. Having lived for the better part of their lives, they had never witnessed such a grand spectacle in Kaoshan village. While their hearts swelled with excitement, their faith in the future of these young individuals grew ever stronger. Early the next morning, Yang Lin arrived with the 30 newly recruited individuals, along with the women, at Du Jing's location. Until that moment, many remained uncertain about the prospect of producing paper. When the topic of paper arose, the immediate thought was its exorbitant cost, leaving them utterly uninformed beyond that. Even the women found it hard to believe that they could indeed create a distinctive form of paper. However, when Du Jing proudly presented a substantial stack of the new paper crafted the previous day, the crowd was left utterly astonished. Upon touching a sheet, they marveled at its remarkable thinness. "Good heavens, is this truly paper? How is it made? This is extraordinary," the women exclaimed in unison. Among them, none were more astounded than Li Yuyao. Chapter 94. Is it profits multiplied by several times? Though she had not served as an emperor for long, during her time as a princess, She frequently assisted her father in state affairs. Thus, she understood the paramount importance of paper. Scholars require paper, merchants depend on it. The compilation of books necessitates it, and the enlightenment of the populace also hinges upon it. Yet, the paper of yore, aside from being exorbitantly priced, was excessively thick, coarse, and prone to tearing and deterioration, rendering the preservation of records a formidable challenge. Consequently, throughout history, a plethora of significant information has been lost, complicating the process of heritage transmission. The paper before her, however, felt remarkably thin to the touch, its surface smooth and, when crumpled, it resembled silk in its lightness and softness. It could be reshaped and would swiftly revert to its original form, leaving only creases without tearing or compromising its usability. What was the cost of this paper? Given its confidentiality, Li Yuyao pulled Yang Lin aside and promptly inquired. Although the quality of the paper was commendable, if it was prohibitively expensive, it would hold little value for the common people. For instance, in the palace, aside from paper, materials like parchment, silk, and fabric were utilized. Yet they were all excessively costly. Du Jing replied, "Last night, my younger brother Lin and I calculated it carefully. The cost is approximately 21. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly. 21 for a single sheet of paper? That is indeed exorbitant. She sighed inwardly, realizing that it was still unfeasible. Presently, ordinary paper measuring 3 feet long and 2 feet wide sells for merely 1 per sheet, a price many commoners still struggle to afford. 21 for a single sheet of paper? Regardless of its quality, how many could possibly afford it? Disappointment washed over Li Yuyao. However, Du Jing clarified, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstand. I was referring to the cost of producing these sheets collectively, not individually." "What?" Li Yuyao exclaimed in astonishment. "These." She gazed incredulously at the thick stack before her, swallowing hard and fixing a penetrating stare at Du Jing, coldly asserting, "Do not jest about such matters." How many sheets were before her? No less than 200 or 300, and all for a mere 21 in cost? She was incredulous. How could I possibly jest? I have meticulously calculated. There are a total of 500 sheets, and the cost amounts to 21, Du Jing stated earnestly. The new paper-making technique taught to him by Yang Lin utilized materials derived solely from plants. Although the raw materials were abundant in the mountains, he procured them from the logging team and paid the market price. Were it not for that, even 21 would not suffice. Li Yuyao was utterly astounded. 500 sheets of paper for only 21. This meant that a single one could yield 25 sheets of paper? If they sold at the ordinary price of 1 per sheet, that would equate to a staggering 25 times the profit. This figure left Li Yuyao in awe once more. Yet, Du Jing had not finished speaking. Moreover, this is merely the cost at the design workshop stage. After formal production commences, the costs can be further reduced. If we were to adopt the assembly line model employed by the tofu workshop, we could potentially reduce costs by an additional 10%. Moreover, Lin mentioned a type of water-powered mill, should that be constructed. And if we utilize Lin's mill to process the pulp, costs could be slashed to half of what they are now. Upon hearing this, not only Li Yuyao, but all the women present were left astounded. While they may not fully grasp the significance of paper, the prospect of such exponential profits was unmistakably clear to them. In that moment, everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem. Yang Lin, who had been quietly smiling, gently cleared his throat and said, "Jingge, for the next few days, please lead the design workshop team in teaching everyone the paper-making process. Adopting the assembly line model where each person only needs to master a single step. Once they have all learned the craft, come find me, and we shall embark on something intriguing together. I have already prepared all the materials for making gunpowder, but due to the inherent dangers involved, I shall refrain from conducting experiments until I am thoroughly prepared." "Absolutely," Du Jing readily agreed. Yang Lin continued, "Producing tofu is not only labor-intensive but also yields modest profits. Therefore, I do not intend to expand the tofu workshop any further. Conversely, this paper mill is poised to become our most significant industry for the foreseeable future. Thus, once this group has gained proficiency, we will promptly expand the paper mill, transforming the paper-making industry into a hallmark of our Kaoshan village. I envision a future where, upon hearing the word paper, people will immediately think of our village." Yang Lin understood well that the advantage of technological leadership would lead to absolute monopolization within the industry. There would be no need for dumping or price wars. Simply selling at the same price as others would suffice, as he could produce as much paper as desired. Hence, he was determined not to confine the paper-making enterprise to a mere 30-person workshop. He aimed to develop it into a colossal venture. That afternoon, someone finally stepped forward, eager to serve as the manager of Yang Lin's shop. To Yang Lin's surprise, the individual was none other than Lu Shi, the steward from the Lu family. "Young Master Yang, I have come at Madame's behest." She expressed her gratitude for saving Miss Xiaoyun and is aware of your search for a manager. "Knowing how difficult it is to find a suitable candidate in this village, she sent me." Lu Shi assured, "Rest assured, upon leaving the Lu household, Madame returned my contract, and I am now a free man with no further ties to the Lu family. If you still harbor any doubts, I can present the contract to you." He respectfully handed over a piece of paper. Yang Lin took it and indeed found it to be Lu Shi's contract of servitude. At over 40 years of age, Lu Shi sported a small goatee. He was literate and adept at arithmetic, having previously managed the Lu family's enterprises. Thus, his capability was unquestionable. Although Yang Lin had been somewhat hesitant about hiring someone from the Lu family, Lu Shi's presentation of the contract prompted him to readily accept. Firstly, the Lu family's tree has fallen, and the monkeys have scattered. This is the current reality, devoid of any sinister plots. After all, it merely involves managing a shop, which does not entail any confidential matters. At worst, it could result in merely absconding with some funds. How much silver could one truly lose? Secondly, he is genuinely at a loss for capable individuals. Establishing a shop is imperative, yet within the entirety of Kaoshan village, there exists no one of suitable talent. If such a person were available, they would have sought him out long ago. Let me speak frankly. At present, I do not trust you. However, since you are willing to exchange a pledge of servitude for my trust, I shall not be impolite. I will retain this pledge for the time being. As the saying goes, the distance reveals a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. Let us allow time to speak for itself. Once we have grown familiar with each other, I shall return your pledge. Yang Lin intends to observe for a while to ascertain Lu Shi's reliability. During this period, he will also seize the opportunity to scout for some talent. "Yes, young master," Lu Shi exclaimed with great delight, hastily bowing and clasping his fists. Chapter 95. It is clearly a murderous intent. Lu Shi and Yang Lin, as the stewards, harbored no ulterior motives. They merely sought another grand tree to cling to. Having served Lu's family as a subordinate for half his life, Lu had finally obtained his freedom papers, yet they held little significance for him. With no heirs, he felt no need to consider future generations. Thus, whether in servitude or as a free man, as long as he could find a benevolent master to ensure his sustenance and save a modest sum for a comfortable old age, that sufficed. The shop staff was already in place, and soon, "You shall provide 30 taels of silver by tomorrow. You can take the employees to the town to rent a place and open the store. The establishment shall be named Yang's Trading House. Set to commence operations in 3 days, initially selling only paper, with daily deliveries from the transport team. Keep meticulous accounts and settle them every 3 days." After detailing the business matters, Lu Shi departed. However, as the sun began to set, an alarming message arrived. The authorities had come to collect taxes. Initially, when villagers approached Yang Lin with this news, he was perplexed. Although the summer tax collection was indeed due in these days, who would come to collect taxes at such a late hour? As more villagers arrived, some even having been beaten by the enforcers, Yang Lin began to sense that something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, the patrolling security team brought news. "Master, a multitude of enforcers has arrived outside, no less than 100, with dozens having entered the village." Zhao Fugui, who came to consult Yang Lin, also realized trouble was brewing. Yang Lin furrowed his brow and instructed, "Third uncle, gather everyone here. Regardless of their intentions, I had already promised yesterday to pay this year's summer taxes on behalf of all." "Understood," Zhao Fugui replied, taking a few men to inform each household. "My husband, their intentions are nefarious. Most likely, they are targeting us," Li Yuyao remarked. Yang Lin nodded, deep in thought, calculating the unfolding situation. The late-night tax collection undoubtedly hinted at sinister motives, intending to catch them off guard. The ability to mobilize such a large force could either stem from County Magistrate Wu Yong or individuals from the Zhou and Zhao families. Recently, they had received a harsh rebuke from the Zhou family, suggesting that this plot was orchestrated by them. As for how they intended to confront him, Yang Lin pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself. The latest arrivals mentioned that the enforcers were rather unreasonable, seemingly looking for a pretext. Coupled with their mobilization of so many men waiting outside the village, the conclusion is not difficult to reach. They aim to employ despicable tactics to bully the villagers, forcing me into a corner, compelling me to retaliate, and subsequently framing me with a charge. For instance, assaulting an official or even tax evasion. My dear, do you understand the law? What is the consequence of tax evasion? Yang Lin inquired of Li Yuyao. Her expression shifted dramatically as she replied. The crime of tax evasion can vary in severity. The most severe punishment is immediate execution. She was undoubtedly well acquainted with the laws of the Great Qian, some provisions of which she had even assisted her father in amending. At this moment, the thought of the charge of tax evasion caused Li Yuyao to furrow her brow. She understood that this was a blatant scheme. Even if one were fully aware of their intentions, there was nothing that could be altered. The common people were inherently at a disadvantage against the officials. Now, with their deliberate provocation, acknowledging the charge would equate to a grave crime of tax evasion. Refusal? Should one dare to resist, it would be labeled as rebellion. In any case, with the authority of the officials, they could twist the narrative in their favor. Therefore, we must make the most thorough preparations and brace for the worst. Qingyi, summon the entire guard unit and distribute 10 crossbows, laying ambush both in front of and behind the house. Currently, 30 bows and crossbows have been produced along with 600 bolts. However, apart from training, they are stored in Yang Lin's private warehouse, with only Zhong Tao allowed to carry one at all times. For now, we must endure. If the adversary truly oversteps their bounds, then we shall retaliate fiercely. Yang Lin gazed at the women. He held no reverence for the officials or the court of this era. If one does not infringe upon me, I shall not infringe upon others. To reside safely within this small village is the most desirable outcome. Yet, should one be driven to the brink, he would not hesitate to escalate the conflict. Understood. The women nodded in agreement, each harboring a surge of determination within. Suddenly, Li Yuyao recalled something and hastily inquired. What about the bundle I entrusted to you for safekeeping last time? Oh, it's in the dry well in the backyard. What is inside? Yang Lin asked, puzzled. Could it possibly contain something to counter the authorities? After much contemplation, Yang Lin speculated that perhaps, given Li Yuyao's background from a prestigious family, the bundle might hold some tokens of her lineage, such as a family emblem. Once revealed, it could compel the officials to comply. But did such an item truly exist? Wait for me. Do not act impulsively before I return. Without further explanation, Li Yuyao uttered this sentence and hurried toward the backyard with Zi. Indeed, there was something amiss. Yet, Yang Lin did not dwell on it. If Li Yuyao had a backup plan, that would be splendid. Regardless of her contingency, he needed to prepare himself. The only true protector was oneself. In no time at all, the villagers gathered at Yang Lin's home. As nightfall descended, the entrance to the Yang residence was illuminated by torches. Accompanying the villagers were dozens of tax collectors, along with the somewhat bewildered Zhou Kun and Zhao Dei. They had been preparing for this day for a long time and had resolutely decided that tonight they would eradicate Yang Lin once and for all. Thus, even though Zhou Kun had been frightened by Yang Lin previously, he steeled himself, knowing that their success hinged on this critical moment, and personally ventured to the village of Kaoshan. This time, their preparations were exceedingly ample. In addition to mobilizing nearly all the constables from the entire Jianghe County, they also requisitioned 20 bows and arrows from the storeroom, and every member was armed with a blade. Though they claimed their purpose was tax collection, it was evident that their true intention was to enact violence. However, the unfolding of events swiftly surpassed their expectations. Upon entering the village, they executed their plan by going door to door to collect taxes, deliberately provoking the villagers and even assaulting 2 of them. They anticipated that news of these incidents would reach Yang Lin, prompting him to intervene. To their astonishment, not only did Yang Lin not appear, but the villagers flocked to his residence instead. Reluctantly, they followed suit. As they arrived outside the door, Zhou Kun, perched atop a magnificent steed, brazenly shouted, "What are you ruffians doing congregating here? Dare you resist the tax? Regardless of Yang Lin's intentions, I shall cast the first stone. I will pay their taxes." As the crowd parted, Yang Lin emerged, flanked by a group of robust young men. Chapter 96. bestowing an official title upon Yang Lin. How audacious. Do you dare to defy, huh? What did you say? You wish to pay? The self-important constable, Zhang Wu, who fancied himself an ally of the Zhou family, stepped forward arrogantly, ready to issue a reprimand. However, upon realizing that Yang Lin had stated his intention to pay, he was momentarily taken aback. You wish to pay? Zhang Wu furrowed his brow, only to scoff derisively. In the entire Kaoshan village, with 238 households, can you truly afford the summer tax? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yang Lin's elder and second sisters approached, each carrying a sack brimming with copper coins. Yang Lin smirked, proclaiming, You wish to collect taxes? It is only right to pay the imperial and national dues. The money is here. Let us commence. As he unfurled such a substantial sack of copper coins without hesitation, Zhang Wu was left utterly dumbfounded. In his memory, Yang Lin was still the impoverished young man who could not muster 1,400 coins. Yet here he was, presenting a hefty sack of copper coins. This revelation left the tax collectors momentarily speechless, prompting them to glance at Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei for guidance. Zhao Dei, furrowing his brow, finally instructed, Collect. The constable then retrieved his ledger, reciting, Huang Chujiao's household, comprising 5 members, owes a summer tax of 100 coins. The tax for summer is monetary, while that for autumn is in grain. According to the laws of Deqian, each individual is taxed 10 coins, with those without land exempted. Upon hearing this, the villager Huang Chujiao was taken aback. What? 100 coins? Was it not 80 coins last year? Most villagers were unfamiliar with the law, and they could only pay whatever amount the constables demanded. However, why had the sum increased from 80 coins to 100 this year? The constable glared, brandishing his whip, and barked, You dare to question? Pay what you owe, or do you intend to resist taxation? The group accompanying the constables were loyal followers of the Zhou and Zhao families, fully aware that they had come to stir trouble, and hence were eager to display their authority. Uncertain of how to respond, Huang Chujiao turned to Yang Lin for guidance. Pay. Yang Lin replied coolly. An additional 20 coins per household amounted to a mere 4,000 coins across the village's 200 households, which was less than 5 taels of silver. A sum Yang Lin was willing to accept. His elder and second sisters counted the coins. The constable was once again taken aback. Prior to this, the officials had claimed that Yang Lin was arrogant and dismissive, certain he would not tolerate such treatment. Yet, to their astonishment, he remained composed. Zhao Dei frowned, yet felt powerless in the situation. Thus, the constable had no choice but to accept the payment. He continued to read names from the ledger while Yang Lin counted out the coins for tax. The weight of the copper was considerable, and the sack could not hold much, so it soon emptied. With another wave of his hand, Yang Lin summoned yet another sack of copper coins. The constables gasped in surprise, while Zhou Wu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At this moment, Zhao Dei suddenly recalled something and shouted, Hold on. These coins you present lack provenance. We cannot accept them. If you wish to pay taxes, bring silver instead. The eyes of the constables lit up. Indeed, when it comes to the art of entrapment, the officials were most astute. Zhang Wu, who, feigning authority, coldly remarked, With such a multitude of copper coins, do you intend to exhaust us? We only accept silver. If you cannot produce silver, humph, that constitutes tax evasion. Yang Lin remained unfazed, dismissively waving his hand. At this moment, the copper coins were removed, and a chest of silver was brought forth. Gleaming and radiant, it captivated the gaze of all the officials. Zhou Wu stood in stunned silence. Such a sizable chest contained at least several hundred taels of silver. Where had Yang Lin acquired such wealth? Is this satisfactory now? Yang Lin sneered. If this was merely a petty form of harassment, he was indifferent. The officials found themselves at a loss once more, glancing again at Zhao Dei. Zhao Dei, equally speechless, after a moment's consideration, coldly retorted, This silver is of poor quality, too many impurities, we shall not accept it. Yang Lin smirked and waved his hand again. In an instant, third sister and fourth sister took away the chest of silver, while fifth sister and sixth sister brought forth a box of gold. Yang Lin extracted a piece and shook it, declaring, This is a 5-tael gold ingot from the Grand Qian National Treasury, official gold. He then tossed the gold back, casting a cold glance at Zhao Dei. He was eager to see what other troubles the man could conjure. Zhao Dei was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yang Lin possessing such a quantity of gold, and all of it official. Yet, he had come to provoke, and finding fault was not a challenge. Impudent. I have come to collect the summer tax, which is to be paid in copper coins, yet you present these gold pieces. Are you attempting to mock me? Oh, it suddenly occurs to me that the Ma family in the county was robbed recently, losing gold. How much is in that chest? Zhao Dei inquired. Yang Lin, fully aware of the other's scheme, still replied, 100 taels. Indeed, the Ma family's lost gold was precisely 100 taels, all in 5-tael official gold. Therefore, I have ample reason to suspect that you are the thief. Guards, seize this stolen property, Zhao Dei shouted. The officials, overjoyed, advanced to confiscate the gold. Witnessing this underhanded tactic, the villagers grew furious, stepping forward to block the officials. On what grounds? That gold belongs to Yang Lin. Indeed. What evidence do you have that Yang Lin is a thief? Do not slander the innocent. The villagers attempted to reason with them, unaware that the officials had no intention of rational discourse from the outset. The villagers, incensed, stood their ground against the officials. Zhao Dei, however, felt elated. He feared that Yang Lin would maintain his composure, refraining from retaliation or verbal confrontation. If that were the case, he would be at a loss. But now, was the opportunity not at hand? Impudent. Do you intend to rebel? Yang Lin, you incite the villagers to violently resist tax collection. Your intentions are treasonous. As an official of the court, I am obliged to apprehend you, scoundrel. Guards, surround them. It was evidently impossible for dozens of officials to encircle over 100 villagers. However, Zhao Dei and his associates were well prepared. At this moment, he commanded the officials waiting outside the village to enter. Simultaneously, he aimed to firmly affix the label of tax resistance upon them. In doing so, he could eliminate Yang Lin without hesitation. Once Yang Lin was gone, even if an investigation followed, the origins of the villagers' defiance against the officials would remain obscured. Ultimately, Yang Lin would be condemned for inciting the populace to violently resist taxation, while they would not only escape culpability, but would instead be celebrated for their suppression of dissent. As the villagers and officials confronted one another in the rear courtyard, Li Yuyao, who had retrieved the imperial seal, vermilion, royal brush, and blank edicts from the dry well, found herself in a quandary. Her original plan was straightforward. By drafting an edict, stamping it with the imperial seal, and bestowing a title upon Yang Lin, he would become untouchable by the minor officials of the county. Yet, she soon realized that although the edict and seal were genuine, the process of conferring an official title was indeed cumbersome. She would first need to draft the edict, submit it to the Ministry of State Affairs for review by the Chancellor, then forward it to the Ministry of Personnel for the signature and record of the minister, and finally hand it to the Ministry of Rights to determine the official attire. Each department would require documentation for their records. Thus, while this course of action might help her navigate the immediate crisis, any discerning individual could eventually uncover the falsity of the edict. Chapter 97. A 20-year-old duke? Li Yuyao gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision. Even if the other party could authenticate the decree's legitimacy, it would take months for the Ministry of Personnel to verify it. Time was of the essence, and she had no choice but to take a gamble. Just as Li Yuyao prepared to inscribe the imperial edict with her own hand, Zi, standing beside her, interjected, "Your Majesty, I have another idea." "Oh, the procedures for conferring titles are intricate and numerous, yet you can bestow a title upon the young master." Zi's words illuminated Li Yuyao's mind. Indeed, when it came to matters concerning Yang Lin, her usual composure had inexplicably slipped away. With Zi's reminder, Li Yuyao experienced a moment of clarity. The distinction between conferring a title and appointing an official was something she understood all too well. Obtaining a title meant becoming part of the nobility, thus enjoying certain privileges. Even without an official position, one would not be easily bullied by minor officials of Jiangnan County. Titles were predominantly granted to royal relatives and meritorious subjects. Although merely an honor, the privileges attached were substantial. For instance, one might be exempt from bowing before officials, receive leniency for minor offenses, possess their own fief, and even have the right to petition the emperor directly. The ability to petition the emperor alone was remarkable. It allowed one to communicate grievances to the emperor at any time and place. Naturally, the emperor could not attend to every trivial matter personally. Hence, any petitions from nobles, regardless of the reasons, would invariably favor them. After all, the emperor himself was the greatest noble in the land. Nobles were akin to kin. and one might say they were the true masters of the realm, while officials merely assisted in its governance. Thus, even the smallest title could resonate in the imperial court, instilling a sense of trepidation in many officials without titles. Li Yuyao began to write. However, what title should she bestow upon him? She contemplated bestowing Yang Lin with the title of Duke outright. Yet, she was acutely aware of the implausibility of such a move. A duke was typically a significant minister of state, one who had either achieved remarkable feats or whose ancestors had left an indelible mark. A 20-year-old duke? It was simply too far-fetched. Even if the other party lacked the authority to verify it, a title so outrageous would not suffice. Ultimately, Li Yuyao settled on conferring the smallest title upon Yang Lin. After sealing the edict with the jade seal and drying the ink, the two returned the bundle to the well and hastily made their way back to the front courtyard. In the courtyard, the common folk were still in confrontation with the officials, particularly under Zhao Dei's instigation, as the officials deliberately provoked the crowd, seizing the opportunity to assault those standing in their way. Many commoners cried out in pain as they were beaten. Outside the village, the archers and nearly 100 officials had now entered, positioning themselves to completely encircle the townspeople. Seeing the situation unfolding, Zhou Kuan grew increasingly exhilarated, shouting, "Yang Lin, you have nowhere to flee. Will you not confess and submit to your punishment?" Zhao Dei scoffed coldly. "Listen well, the unruly villagers of Kaoshan, my patience is finite. I grant you 3 breaths of time. Should you dare to obstruct this official's tax collection again, I shall execute you on the spot." With that, the constables swiftly drew their swords, aiming them at the populace. 1, 2. Faced with the imminent threat from the constables, the villagers' expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, not a single soul stepped aside. Instead, they stood resolutely, using their bodies to shield against the advancing officials. "Come, if you wish to seize Yang Lin, you shall have to tread over my corpse first. Fellow villagers, if they dare lay a hand on us, we will fight to the death. We shall protect Kaoshan village at all costs." The cries echoed through the air, stirring the villagers into a fervor. Observing this scene, Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei were taken aback. The common folk they had previously encountered always cowered in fear, scarcely daring to breathe before them. Were these villagers of Kaoshan unafraid of death? Yang Lin felt deeply moved. "Defensive squad," he bellowed. "Here," responded the members, brandishing their crossbows and stepping forth. Yang Lin shouted, "If they dare to harm our villagers again, let loose the arrows. Spare none." "Yes, yes, yes." Though their voices were not perfectly synchronized, they resonated powerfully through the night sky. Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei were utterly astonished. Although the defensive squad numbered only 30, their rigorous training and recent battles against bandits rendered them far superior to the oppressive officials who had never even subdued a bandit. The fierce aura emanating from them swiftly obliterated any remnants of confidence Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan had harbored. Both were now at a loss. Initially, they had intended to provoke Yang Lin into action, even prepared to kill a few villagers if necessary. Yet now, witnessing the hundreds of villagers with fiery eyes and fervent spirits, and the defensive squad wielding crossbows, swords, and spears, their resolve began to crumble. Every gaze seemed to threaten to consume them whole. Consequently, not only the constables, but also Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei found themselves cowed. The words they had prepared were now lodged in their throats, unutterable. They finally understood that should they truly resort to violence, it would indeed provoke Yang Lin's wrath. Yet, such a course would undoubtedly lead to their own demise. Despite having over 100 armed constables behind them, facing these villagers, they felt inexplicably devoid of any chance of victory. Cold sweat began to trickle down their backs, and the armed constables instinctively hesitated to advance. At that moment, Li Yuyao and Zi approached. "Bold Zhao Dei, do you intend to rebel?" Li Yuyao stepped forward, immediately casting aspersions upon him. Her voice, cold yet commanding, bore an imperceptible strength that was utterly irresistible, akin to a thunderclap amidst the tense standoff, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Dei regained his composure. "What did you just say? That I, an official, seek to rebel? How audacious!" he retorted, though his rebuttal was feeble. "Humph, still unwilling to admit it? Look at your actions, unjustly leading troops to harm the nobility. What else could this be but treason?" Upon hearing Li Yuyao's words, not only Zhao Dei and his companions were taken aback, But even Yang Lin was astonished. What? Nobility? Yang Lin stared blankly at Li Yuyao, suspecting she had some hidden cards to play. Little did he anticipate that Li Yuyao was indeed of noble birth. Being somewhat knowledgeable about history, he understood the vast chasm that separated nobles from commoners in ancient times. Even ordinary officials dared not provoke the aristocracy. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. His wife was of noble lineage. Chapter 98. The Baron of Support Zhao Dei was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. What did you say? A noble? Are you implying that you are a noble? Huh. Woman, impersonating nobility is a grave offense punishable by death. What nonsense. How could there possibly be a noble in such a trivial village? Zhao Dei was incredulous. However, Li Yuyao's next statement left everyone utterly astonished. I am not a noble, but my husband, Yang Lin, has been personally conferred the title of Baron of Support by the late emperor. Upon uttering these words, Li Yuyao shouted, "Bring forth the imperial decree." Ziyi promptly approached, holding the decree with reverence, unfolding it slowly as the crowd watched in utter disbelief, and began to read aloud. By the celestial will of the emperor, it is decreed, Yang Lin of Jianghe possesses remarkable talents, is broad-minded and prudent, virtuous and honorable, beloved throughout the nation, compassionate and filial, deeply favored by the throne. In recognition, he is conferred the title of Baron of Support, granted the land of Kaozen village and a fief of 300 households. Thus it is decreed. As the proclamation concluded, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Although the villagers did not fully comprehend the intricacies, they grasped the essence, that the emperor regarded Yang Lin favorably and had thus conferred upon him a noble title. But how could this be possible? Yang Lin had spent his entire life in Kaozen village, never straying from Jianghe County. How could the emperor possibly know of him, let alone bestow a title? Thus, not only Zhao Dei, but even the villagers found it hard to believe. This must be a fabrication, Zhao Dei exclaimed, glaring at Yang Lin with malice. How audacious of you to counterfeit an imperial decree. It seems you truly wish to incite rebellion. Yang Lin was equally bewildered. He had anticipated Li Yuyao would confess to being a noble, yet here she had produced an imperial decree. The emperor had conferred upon him the title of Baron of Support. Yang Lin was left in a state of bemusement. He could hardly believe the authenticity of the decree. Impudent, Ziyi declared with authority. This decree was issued directly by the late emperor. How dare a mere county official speak against it? My master is indeed the Baron of Support, personally conferred by His Majesty. With the decree in hand, anyone who doubts its veracity is welcome to verify it. Ziyi held the decree aloft with unwavering confidence. Zhao Dei's secretary, Song Qian, quickly whispered, "My lord, the authenticity of the decree can be easily ascertained. Should he truly possess a title, we must tread carefully." "Oh, you know how to verify it?" Zhao Dei was merely a lowly official. He had never even laid eyes upon an imperial decree. Secretary Song Qian nodded fervently. "I have read about it in books. It is said that the emperor's edict is inscribed on a silk scroll, embroidered with auspicious clouds and cranes, with silver dragons swirling at both ends. The top reads by the celestial will of the emperor, and the bottom states the year of the national title, pinned in vermilion with the imperial seal. Very well, go and examine it, and expose these audacious frauds." Zhao Dei waved his hand dismissively. Song Qian hurriedly dismounted and respectfully took the decree from Ziyi's hands. Scrutinizing it closely, Song Qian was a clever man. Although he served Zhao Dei, he was not foolish enough to completely sever his own path. He himself did not believe that the imperial edict was genuine, yet he felt compelled to verify its authenticity to avoid being ensnared alongside Zhao Dei. As soon as he grasped the edict, Song Qian was instantly astounded. Without scrutinizing it in detail, he could feel its weight. Its exterior was exquisitely smooth, unmistakably crafted with care, and not a hastily made counterfeit. Consulting the format outlined in the texts, he discerned that the two scrolls were made of fine jade. And as he gently unfurled them, the swirling silver dragon totem came into view. Upon examining the interior, the auspicious clouds and cranes appeared vividly lifelike, with the inscription at the top reading, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor." The entire edict was penned in vermilion ink, and the signature bore the date of autumn of the 28th year of Xuanda, adorned with the imperial seal of Mingda. There was not a single flaw to be found. Song Qian's hands began to tremble involuntarily, and his breath grew increasingly labored. It was real. This was undeniably authentic. Though he had never encountered a genuine edict before, the one in his possession matched the descriptions in the texts perfectly. As for doubting its authenticity, impossible. The craftsmanship of this edict was far beyond what could be produced in such a remote village. Even the shops in Jianghe County could not replicate such artistry. Moreover, the book he had consulted was not a renowned classic, making it difficult for the average person to discern the true format of an edict. Even if someone attempted to forge one, they could not do so flawlessly. In the midst of these swift thoughts, Song Qian resolutely made a fateful decision. Thud! He knelt directly before Yang Lin. I am Song Qian, paying my respects to the noble lord. Bang, bang, bang. As he spoke, he bowed deeply before Yang Lin. My lord, today's events were orchestrated by Zhao Dei, intending to compel you into action and harm you. I can testify to this. Song Qian acted with utmost decisiveness. Upon affirming the authenticity of the edict, he immediately realized that Zhao Dei was finished. With the determination to change allegiances, this thought crystallized in an instant. At that moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. Yang Lin himself had yet to comprehend how he had become a noble lord. Meanwhile, Zhao Dei's followers accepted the edict as genuine and prostrated themselves before him in front of so many witnesses. This was clearly an act of defection. What a fortuitous turn of events. Rise, Yang Lin said, his demeanor calm as he offered a supportive gesture. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet you have only sought to take advantage. No more pretense. Let me lay my cards on the table. I am indeed the Baron of the Mountain. He gazed at Zhao Dei, a haughty expression on his face as he declared, Zhao Dei, you have schemed to harm me and provoked me without cause. Do you not understand your crimes? Yang Lin lifted his chin defiantly, pointing at Zhao Dei with an air of authority. Though he had never experienced such matters himself, he had seen enough powerful officials on television in his previous life to know how to deliver a formal discourse and wield authority. While he might not master it completely, he could certainly mimic it adequately. Though he himself was somewhat perplexed at that moment, with the edict in hand and the adversary's minions turning against him, he was determined to exude the presence befitting a noble lord. Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan were utterly bewildered, although Zhao Dei inwardly cursed Song Qian, the traitor who had turned against them, condemning his ancestors for generations. He also recognized that Song Qian was a master of opportunism. The fact that he could publicly undermine his own position, sever ties with Zhao Dei, and align himself with Yang Lin indicated that he possessed considerable confidence. Could it be that the imperial decree was indeed authentic? Was Yang Lin truly a nobleman bestowed by the emperor himself? Even though he was merely the lowest rank of baron, he was still a noble. In the entire Jianghe County, no noble had ever existed before. Not to mention a mere county constable. Even the county magistrate would not dare to offend a nobleman. Zhao Dei was left in a daze. Zhou Kuan was equally dumbfounded. The constables, at that moment, were even more stupefied, rendered helpless. The individual they sought to apprehend had suddenly transformed into a noble, and even Master Song had prostrated himself before him. How could they possibly act? However, after a brief moment of shock, Zhao Dei quickly regained his composure. If Yang Lin were indeed a noble, then he had to be eliminated. Bring forth the order. Yang Lin has forged the imperial decree with treasonous intent. Execute the scoundrel. Chapter 99. The plan has been advanced. Zhao Dei felt a surge of determination in his heart. Why hesitate? If he did not eliminate Yang Lin, given his noble status, his own fate would be sealed. As Zhao Dei uttered these words, the constables remained frozen in place. Were they truly going to proceed? After all, their adversary appeared to be of noble lineage. For a moment, the constables exchanged glances, waiting for someone to act. They were not genuine soldiers, unable to follow orders without question. The command issued by Zhao Dei could very well lead to a death sentence, so after a prolonged silence, none dared to move. Who among you dares? Li Yuyao seized the opportunity, brandishing the imperial edict, and declared loudly, according to the laws of the great Qian, anyone who dares to assault a noble without cause shall face the annihilation of 3 generations. Do you wish to follow Zhao Dei into ruin? The constables, already timid, were further intimidated by Li Yuyao's proclamation, with the more cowardly ones even dropping their weapons in fear. Furious, Zhao Dei bellowed, I command you to slay Yang Lin. Do you hear me? In his rage, Zhao Dei raised his whip and lashed out at the nearest constables. Yet, the more frantic he became, the more the constables hesitated. They were not foolish. They understood that even if Zhao County Lieutenant was enraged, he could not execute them all. Meanwhile, Yang Lin's group, numbering in the hundreds and exuding an aura of ferocity, now boasted a noble status. Better to be safe than sorry. If the noble claim were indeed legitimate, Zhao Dei would not only fail to protect his men, but would also seal his own doom. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhao Dei screamed in frustration. He was mortified. One of his subordinates had betrayed him at a critical moment, and the rest refused to heed his commands. This not only diminished his dignity, but also left him at a loss for how to resolve the situation. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that at this juncture, it was no longer a matter of mere embarrassment. By acknowledging the noble identity of his adversary and retreating, he would be conceding defeat, thereby legitimizing Yang Lin's status. Consequently, any future attempt to mobilize governmental forces against Yang Lin would be utterly impossible. However, what Zhao Dei did not anticipate was that, while he lingered in indecision, Yang Lin suddenly shouted, "Zhao Dei intends to assassinate this noble. His crime deserves execution. Kill him on the spot. Let loose the arrows." As soon as Yang Lin's words echoed, Zhong Tao promptly released the trigger of his crossbow, and the arrow shot forth like a meteor, striking Zhao Dei squarely in the chest. Simultaneously, the rest of the security team, merely a beat behind Zhong Tao, unleashed a volley of arrows. Whoosh! Dozens of arrows flew through the air, all finding their mark on Zhao Dei. In the blink of an eye, he was pierced by a myriad of arrows. Zhao Dei stared with incredulous eyes, filled with a mix of reluctance and fear. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, as blood oozed from his body. And like a hedgehog, he fell motionless from his horse. The officials recoiled in terror, clutching their sabers, trembling with fright. Many were still in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Their county lieutenant had perished just like that. The events unfolded too swiftly, catching everyone off guard. Even the villagers were astonished that Yang Lin had truly ordered the archers to shoot. They could hardly believe that the defense team had obediently followed his command to fire arrows. Was that not the county lieutenant? To kill him so casually? The officials' eyes reflected their trepidation, fearing that Yang Lin would order their execution, yet paralyzed by fear, they hesitated, unsure of what to do. Zhou Kuan was equally bewildered. The county lieutenant was dead? How could this happen? Yang Lin truly dared to take a life. If Yang Lin were indeed of noble lineage, then merely surrounding a nobleman could justify Zhao Dei's death. Even in death, there would be consequences. Yang Lin shouted, "The instigator Zhao Dei is dead. You all must lay down your weapons and surrender at once. Those who dare resist will face dire consequences." At that moment, the traitorous Song Qian transformed into a sycophant, urging loudly, "Brothers, surrender quickly. Young Master Yang is indeed a nobleman. I have verified the imperial decree. It is unquestionably genuine. According to the laws of Deqian, assaulting a noble is a grave offense. Zhao Dei brought this upon himself. Do you wish to die alongside him or live in comfort under the noble's protection?" The already terrified officials had no intention of resisting. Upon hearing these words, they promptly laid down their weapons and surrendered without hesitation. Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. This Song Qian not only possessed eloquence, but also understood his own desires. No wonder Zhao Dei had favored him. He was indeed a talent. Yet, it was this duplicity, this readiness to betray, that made him unreliable, useful, but not to be trusted. Yang Lin had already mentally categorized Song Qian. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuan, still atop his horse, was utterly dazed. The county lieutenant was dead, and the officials had surrendered. What was he to do? "Zhou Kuan," Yang Lin bellowed. Zhou Kuan flinched in fear, abandoning all semblance of dignity, tumbling from his horse and stumbling to kneel before Yang Lin. "Noble lord, please spare my life. This was all Zhao Dei's doing. I had no knowledge of it. I realize my mistakes." Zhou Kuan wept profusely, bowing repeatedly. He was a coward, already shaken by previous events, and now witnessing Yang Lin kill Zhao Dei before his very eyes. Zhou Kuan was terrified. If Yang Lin could slay the county lieutenant, what was he? A mere head of the criminal office? If Yang Lin were to act on impulse, a mere gesture could seal his fate. What was dignity worth? Could it sustain him? Thus, surrender it shall be. Upon witnessing Zhou Kuan kneeling, Yang Lin finally released a sigh of relief. Excellent. The instigator is Zhao Dei. It is evident that everyone has been deceived by him. As long as everyone cooperates with me, I shall not impose hardships upon you. He instructed the collection of the guards' weapons and ordered that the surrendered guards be gathered in front of the small courtyard, after which Zhou Kuan was bound. Only then did Yang Lin call upon Li Yuyao, Zhong Tao, and Zhao Fugui to enter the room. Upon entering, Yang Lin hastily patted his chest to calm his nerves. At this juncture, we have no choice but to take a risk. Uncle San, do you recall the plan we discussed previously? It seems this plan must be executed ahead of schedule. Zhao Fugui was taken aback. When Yang Lin first mentioned that plan, he was so startled that he remained in a daze for quite some time. Even to this day, he had not made up his mind about whether to embark on such a reckless venture with Yang Lin. Yet today, the situation had escalated to such proportions that Yang Lin intended to advance the plan. Zhao Fugui swallowed hard and, with palpable anxiety, inquired, Yang Lin, I shall only ask you one thing. Answer me truthfully. Are you truly a nobleman? Chapter 100. Departure to Jianghe County. As Yang Lin was about to speak the truth and prepare to deny it, Li Yuyao beside him interjected immediately, It's true. Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao both gasped in astonishment. Yang Lin cast a perplexed glance at Li Yuyao. At this point, even he was unsure of what was truly occurring. However, in front of so many onlookers, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further and could only nod in acknowledgement. Uncle, regardless of whether my title is genuine or not, for now, it must be accepted as true. Do you understand? Zhao Fugui nodded fervently. How could he not comprehend? If it were true, it would indeed be fortuitous. But if it were false, they would have to muster the courage to treat it as real. Otherwise, given the murder of the county constable, the Yang family, along with the villagers present tonight, would face dire consequences. Yet, what should they do next? Zhao Dei was, after all, the county constable. I truly did not expect you to possess such audacity, to kill without hesitation. Zhao Fugui sighed heavily. Yang Lin shook his head. Zhao Dei has already set his sights on us. If he remains alive, he will certainly devise ways to bring about our demise. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. As for what comes next, that is precisely why I have decided to expedite our plan. Uncle, Brother Tao, this matter necessitates your involvement in peril, so I must seek your consent. If both of you agree, we shall proceed as previously planned. If you both, I will do it. Before Yang Lin could finish, Zhong Tao clenched his fists, his expression resolute, and nodded in affirmation. I sigh. If I must die, then so be it. I shall accompany your madness. Zhao Fugui also struck his palm with a fist, his face reflecting determination. Very well. Let us prepare and set off immediately. Yang Lin turned to Li Yuyao. My dear, I entrust the matters at home to you. Please exercise caution over the next few days. If all goes well, I shall return swiftly. I shall go with you. Li Yuyao replied promptly. I am well versed in the law and may be of assistance. As for home, I can leave that to third sister. Agreed. Yang Lin did not hesitate to accept her offer. He remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding the imperial edict, thus intending to seize an opportunity on the journey to inquire about it. Then it is settled. Brother Tao, you shall take 20 men, no, 20 men. Equip them with 10 crossbows and fine iron blades. Mount your horses, and make it clear to everyone that this journey may entail danger, even the possibility of killing. Upon our return, each person shall receive a reward of 10 taels of silver. Uncle, you should also gather some men. The more, the better. Any able-bodied man who joins us will receive 5 taels of silver. Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao both nodded eagerly. Soon, everything was in readiness. Zhong Tao assembled a security team of 20, equipped with various weapons, and mounted the 20 horses seized from the bandits of Heifeng Mountain, leaving Qin Shuang with 10 men to guard the village. Although many among them had only recently learned to ride, lacking the finesse to battle as true cavalry would, they were nonetheless capable of exerting their physical strength, executing bursts of speed, and performing slashing maneuvers without difficulty. At this moment, these 20 individuals, with bows and crossbows slung at their left hips and long swords at their right, brandished their spears, and even had iron plates crafted from refined iron strapped beneath their garments to protect vital areas. Mounted on horseback, they exuded an imposing presence, their fierce aura markedly transformed. On Zhao Fugui's side, a gathering of over 80 individuals quickly formed. Rumor had it that a mere trip to the county town would yield 5 taels of silver, and few were unwilling to partake. even among the more astute, who speculated that tonight's venture to the county town might lead to significant trouble. With some even conjecturing whether Yang Lin was plotting rebellion, such thoughts did not deter their resolve. 5 taels of silver was ample motivation for them to risk their lives. As Yang Lin issued the command, the security team, led by Zhong Tao, rode forth, flanking the center where the disarmed constables were situated, while villagers armed with various weapons cleared the path ahead. Accompanying Yang Lin, aside from Zhao Fugui, were only Li Yuyao, Ziyi, and Qingyi. In previous times, Yang Lin would never have dared to venture out in such a manner. However, having witnessed the prowess of Ziyi and Qingyi, he felt assured of their safety. On one occasion, while leading a dozen members of the security team, he had been utterly overpowered by Ziyi, who, despite her fatigue and hunger, effortlessly subdued them. Now, in her prime, her strength would surely be formidable beyond imagination. As for Qingyi, she was no ordinary individual, though Li Yuyao claimed her expertise lay in acupoint striking. Yang Lin had observed that even in martial skill, she rivaled Ziyi. With such 2 formidable experts by his side, he felt reassured. Regrettably, throughout the journey, Yang Lin found no opportunity to privately inquire about the nature of the imperial edict. Nonetheless, this was of little concern, regardless of how the edict had come to be. His newfound title of nobleman rendered the opinions of others irrelevant. His plans would be executed with greater ease. 2 hours later, the main contingent finally returned to the county town. Before entering, Yang Lin halted the troops and approached the constables, requesting that a chest be brought forth. Upon opening the chest, it revealed an abundance of silver. "Brothers," he began, "now that Zhao Dei has met his end and Zhou Kuan will face imprisonment for his crimes, there are 2 vacancies, that of the county magistrate and the head of the criminal department. I shall not conceal from you that I previously shunned such mundane affairs, having no desire to mingle in the bureaucratic realm. Yet, the current circumstances compel me to tread this path. I have already made arrangements for the position of county magistrate. However, regarding the head of the criminal department and other vacant posts," Yang Lin paused, surveying the crowd before continuing, "those present, as long as you are loyal to me, shall have the opportunity. The past may be forgiven, yet from this moment forth, whoever dares to oppose me shall meet a fate akin to that of Zhao Dei. As for those who serve me," Yang Lin retrieved a 10-tael silver ingot from the chest and tossed it casually to Song Qian. Without hesitation, Song Qian immediately donned a sycophantic smile, cradled the silver, and respectfully exclaimed, "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Grace. I shall undoubtedly toil for you with utmost loyalty. Now, those who wish to align with me, please step forward, and each shall receive 2 taels of silver. As for those who choose to stand against me, you are free to depart. On one hand lies 2 taels of silver, and on the other, enmity with the nobility. No one is foolish enough to leave. Do they not see the surrounding archers, poised with lethal intent, glaring at them? Zhao Dei has already met his demise. They would not wish to accompany him into the grave. Particularly, those astute individuals have already surmised that Yang Lin, accompanied by such a multitude, has come to the county this evening with intentions of settling accounts with the Zhao and Zhou families. After tonight, it seems the power dynamics of Jianghe County are poised for a significant upheaval. Chapter 101. Seizing Assets and Rooting Out the Weeds. At that moment, a few audacious individuals stepped forward to claim their silver. "I pledge my undying loyalty to the noble lord." After receiving their silver, the officials clasped their fists and bowed deeply. With one brave soul initiating the act, others followed suit, forming a line to collect their silver and uttering similar oaths of allegiance. It seemed that their motivation to swear loyalty stemmed largely from the actions of those before them. Not to participate felt inappropriate. Among them were several who hesitated, originally loyal to the Zhou and Zhao families, having closely aligned with Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei in various endeavors. They feared that even with the silver in hand, Yang Lin would not spare them. "I declare that all past grievances are hereby forgiven. Should anyone wish to cling to bygone animosities, I, Yang Lin, shall accompany you to the very end." Upon hearing these words, those who had previously wavered hurried to the front to claim their silver. Their concern now lay in the possibility of Yang Lin seeking retribution. Since he had openly declared a new beginning, to abstain from claiming the silver would be tantamount to openly defying him. Who among them possessed the audacity to stand against a nobleman with private soldiers, archery, a title, significant wealth, and the favor of the people. They were not so brave. In no time, all 134 officials present had collected their silver, whether sincerely or otherwise, and pledged their loyalty to Yang Lin. Song Qian, standing nearby, whispered to Yang Lin, "My lord, among them are several relatives of the Zhao and Zhou families. Should we not cleanse our ranks more thoroughly?" A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Song Qian's eyes. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively, feigning ignorance of Song Qian's intentions. "Ah, now we are all comrades. Brothers do not need to sever ties completely." However, Song Qian attempted to press further, only to be interrupted by Yang Lin. "I value brotherhood above all. A brother's bond lasts a lifetime. Mr. Song, my decision is made, and I implore you to cease your counsel." Yang Lin was well aware of the presence of Zhou and Zhao loyalists among the officials. Yet, the tasks at hand were numerous, and it was unrealistic to expect to fully control them overnight. Even the distribution of silver served merely as a temporary pacification. Rather than eliminating dissenters, Yang Lin aimed to bind these individuals firmly to his cause. As for the traitorous elements, they could still be of use. Once he truly held the reins of power, he could gradually cleanse his ranks. "Who among you holds the highest position?" Yang Lin inquired. Immediately, an individual stepped forth, clasping his fists in salute. "Reporting to the noble lord, I am Zhang Ping, the chief clerk of the strong cadre." Yang Lin turned to Song Qian. In a hushed tone, Song Qian replied, "He is neither from the Zhao nor the Zhou families." "Excellent, Zhang Ping. You shall temporarily assume the role of chief officer of the penal department. A formal decree will be communicated to County Magistrate Wu shortly." Zhang Ping was elated and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, noble lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to repaying your kindness." Zhang Ping's heart swelled with excitement. He has always navigated through his affairs with a certain smoothness, neither clinging to the powerful nor opposing them. He himself believes that his stance of neutrality and non-allegiance holds no promise for the future, resigning himself to a life confined to the position of a minor official. Initially reluctant when called upon by Zhao Dai, Zhang Ping felt a surge of fear during the confrontational phase at Kaoshan village. To his astonishment, he emerged as the greatest victor today. Aside from the county lieutenant and the county magistrate, the entire cadre of officials in the county could be appointed or dismissed at the discretion of the magistrate. Regarding Yang Lin's question of whether the magistrate would heed him, he harbored no concerns. While others might be unaware, Zhang Ping, as a minor official, was acutely aware that during the last encounter when Zhao Dai sought trouble with Yang Lin, Magistrate Wu had promptly dispatched Clerk Zheng Donqiao to Kaoshan village, leaving Zhao Dai empty-handed. It seemed that the magistrate had long known of Yang Lin's noble status. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ping, he was overthinking the situation. Having temporarily placated the officials, the next step was to set his own course. Into the city, Yang Lin commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the formidable procession of over 200 individuals promptly advanced into the town. It was already the hour of the dog, approximately 10 o'clock at night, and the current populace had no evening entertainments, leading them to retire early. The vast county town lay shrouded in darkness and silence. Jianghe County lacked fortifications, and the patrols of minor officials had been reassigned by Zhao Dai, rendering Yang Lin's entrance into the town virtually unopposed. The large contingent moved quietly, heading straight for the Zhou residence. It was only upon reaching the doorstep of the Zhou family that the officials finally grasped Yang Lin's intentions. Fear gripped many hearts, yet retreat was no longer an option. "Third uncle, you and your men secure the front and back gates, as well as the surrounding walls. Not a single fly shall escape," Yang Lin instructed firmly. "Rest assured," Zhao Fuguei replied, having fully committed himself to the endeavor, feeling a twinge of excitement rather than fear. "Tao Gu, leave the tasks to the officials. Your sole duty is to keep them in check and prevent any mischief. If anyone dares to cause trouble, do not hesitate to shoot." "Understood." Zhong Tao nodded vigorously. "Brothers Zhou Li, today, I can finally avenge you." The memory of Zhou Li, who had met a tragic end at the hands of bandits, clenched Zhong Tao's fists tightly, causing them to crackle with determination. After briefing his men, Yang Lin wasted no time or offered the officials a moment to ponder. He shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Let us raid the house." No sooner had Yang Lin's command echoed than Zhao Fuguei directed a dozen robust villagers to charge at the Zhou residence's gates. Newly promoted Zhang Ping, steeling himself, shouted to the strongmen, "Follow me." Though the gates were sturdy, They were not fortifications. A dozen individuals surged forward, and in an instant, the gates were toppled. Zhang Ping led the charge of the strongmen officials into the premises. Although the constables were not particularly enthusiastic, the vigilant guards of Zhong Tao stood behind them, compelling them to advance without hesitation. They were acutely aware that breaching the Zhou residence signified a definitive rupture with the traditional aristocracy, placing them in stark opposition. Should they choose not to ally with Yang Lin, these old families would not spare them. Upon crossing this threshold, they would irrevocably become part of Yang Lin's faction. At this moment, Song Qian was profoundly astonished. He surmised that Yang Lin's decision to enter the city with such a multitude was a calculated move to swiftly eliminate adversaries and consolidate his own base of power. However, he had not anticipated Yang Lin's resolute action of leading them directly to the Zhou household for a raid. This was a decisive act aimed at eradicating any potential threats. Such audacity and determination were commendable, proving far more effective than merely scrutinizing the confidants of the Zhou and Zhao families. Nevertheless, this course of action represented a perilous gamble. Victory would yield total dominion, yet defeat could result in a dire outcome. Meanwhile, within the opulent Zhou mansion, Zhou Xingyang, deep in slumber, was vaguely disturbed by the frantic cries of the old servant, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. Chapter 102. How to Capture County Magistrate Wu. What are you shouting about? It's the middle of the night. Are you mourning? Zhou Xingyang, still with his eyes closed, turned over in bed, muttering curses under his breath. Bang! In the next moment, the door was kicked open, and a group of officials holding torches stormed in. Zhou Xingyang, initially intent on continuing his tirade, was taken aback by the sudden influx of people. Upon recognizing the leading figure among them, the very official, Zhang Wu, who had previously fawned over him, Zhou Xingyang erupted in anger once more. What do you want? Did I invite you in? Get out, all of you. Zhou Xingyang furiously pointed towards the door. But as soon as he finished his outburst, he finally came to his senses and discerned the sounds of wailing from outside. He then saw Yang Lin, surrounded by a throng of people, making his entrance. Yang Lin, what? How are you here? Someone, quickly someone, arrest this rebellious commoner. Zhou Xingyang's eyes widened in shock as he yelled. He was aware that his father and County Lieutenant Zhao had gone out to deal with Yang Lin tonight. But now, how could Yang Lin possibly appear in his bedroom at this hour, accompanied by so many officials? Why aren't you taking action? Zhou Xingyang glared fiercely at the officials, gritting his teeth. You treacherous lackeys! Are you disregarding my orders? Aren't you afraid my father will punish you? Yang Lin let out a cold laugh. Young Master Zhou, are you still not awake? Your days of relying on your father and bullying others are over. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, the officials moved in, dragging the still-dazed Zhou Xingyang from his bed and binding him tightly. You are so audacious. What kind of enchantment has Yang Lin cast upon you? Why do you listen to him? My father will not let you go. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhou Xingyang continued to curse as he was pulled from the bed. Zhang Wu kicked him sharply. Shut your mouth. Your father plotted to harm the noble lord. He cannot escape death. We were deceived by your father, but fortunately, the noble lord is magnanimous and does not hold us accountable. Now, we are loyal to the noble lord. Do you still think of yourself as a master? Should the noble lord show mercy, perhaps you can continue to live as a master in prison for the rest of your days. At that moment, Zhang Wu was eager to sever ties with the Zhou family, and thus was particularly zealous in his actions. Father has been captured? Plotting against the noble lord? Who is this noble lord? Zhou Xingyang was utterly bewildered. As he was shoved into the courtyard by the officials, the entire Zhou family was already in their grasp. Zhou Kuan's wife, 3 concubines, Zhou Xingyang's elder brother, along with numerous servants, attendants, and subordinates, all were securely bound, with no one managing to escape. Zhong Tao approached to report. Yang Lin nodded. Brother Tao, immediately arrange for these individuals to be interrogated separately. We must unearth all the misdeeds and malevolent acts committed by the Zhou family over the years and obtain their confessions as soon as possible. One may find an opening through the servants, informing them that those who report meritoriously may not only have their sentences reduced or absolved, but perhaps even gain rewards. However, should they choose to remain silent and be discovered, their punishments will undoubtedly be intensified. Thus, Zhong Tao promptly set arrangements in motion. As long as no one escapes, the secret will remain safe. Consequently, Yang Lin resolved to first eradicate the Zhou family before addressing the Zhao family. To Yang Lin's astonishment, the interrogation concluded in less than an hour. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Although the servants were still unaware of the full extent of the events, the current circumstances made it abundantly clear that the Zhou family had met its demise. Yang Lin then enacted a policy of leniency for those who confessed, while imposing severe repercussions for those who resisted. The servants, initially reluctant to speak, grew concerned that their silence could lead to others divulging information, leaving them without rewards and facing even harsher penalties. Thus, they confessed with remarkable eagerness. After all, many of the heinous acts had been instigated by members of the Zhou family, and they had merely acted under orders, playing the role of sycophants. Seizing the opportunity to confess, they shifted all blame onto the Zhou family. The process of recording testimonies proceeded smoothly, with handprints and signatures duly affixed. Even Zhou Kuan's concubine and Zhou Zhengyang admitted to numerous crimes. When Zhong Tao approached Yang Lin, clutching a thick stack of testimonies, his hands trembled with fury. "Master, take a look at this. These scoundrels deserve nothing less than death." His expression was one of sheer rage as he handed the confessions to Yang Lin. Having prepared himself mentally, Yang Lin was not surprised to find that the Zhou family had dared to collude with bandits, terrorizing Jianghe County for years. He found it implausible that they had not committed any misdeeds. However, as he perused the documents, his indignation grew increasingly uncontrollable. How despicable! Yang Lin's lips quivered with rage. The 28 testimonies documented over 50 distinct crimes committed by the Zhou family. These included extortion, arbitrary assaults, the violation of innocent women, and coercing individuals into prostitution. They even went so far as to murder someone in broad daylight to seize land. When the victims sought justice at the county office, the officials were brutally beaten to death. The enormity of their transgressions is such that it is hardly an exaggeration to say they are beyond redemption. "Master, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Zhong Tao inquired. "First, confine them here until dawn, and then we shall report to the authorities." Yang Lin replied. Everything undertaken this night, regardless of the legitimacy of his baronial status, was undoubtedly illegal. Thus, he could not continue to act with such brazen impunity. He was not truly seeking rebellion, and therefore, he must conclude this audacious endeavor through lawful means. This was precisely why Yang Lin sought to gather testimonies. As long as the final outcome could stand in the light of day, the manner in which it was achieved became secondary. Once the Zhou and Zhao families had confessed and faced their fates, no one could absolve them of their crimes. When the results were established as facts, they could be eliminated with the utmost propriety. Zhong Tao left 2 members of the guard, armed with crossbows, to oversee the prisoners. Meanwhile, 20 villagers stood watch at the outer perimeter, guarding the courtyard walls. Yang Lin, accompanied by the remaining members, swiftly proceeded to the Zhao residence. Drawing from the experience gained at the Zhou family, the process of subduing the Zhao household proved to be remarkably more efficient. By the time they had bound all the members of the Zhao family and obtained their confessions, dawn was nearly upon them. The crimes committed by Zhao Dai's family were no less egregious than those of the Zhou family. Each transgression was equally intolerable, inciting the wrath of both heaven and humanity. Despite the exhaustive efforts throughout the night, none of the participants felt the slightest inclination for slumber, for they were acutely aware that the most critical moment was imminent. The capture of the Zhou and Zhao families was achieved through sheer force. However, the subsequent challenge lay in how to transparently bring them to justice in prison, which hinged upon a confrontation with County Magistrate Wu Yong. To ensure that the events of the night remained contained within manageable bounds, the cooperation of Wu Yong was imperative. The pressing concern for all was whether they could secure Wu Yong's agreement. As a 7th-rank county magistrate, he was a genuine official of the imperial court, and despite Yang Lin's noble title, he held no legal authority to interfere in governmental affairs. Should Wu Yong refuse to cooperate, then all outcomes would remain uncertain. Chapter 103. The Puppet County Magistrate. Your Excellency, what shall we do if the county magistrate refuses to cooperate? Song Qian inquired anxiously. Having come this far, if matters with the magistrate could not be resolved, all efforts would be in vain. The others, having grasped the gravity of the situation, cast worried glances at Yang Lin. Why should he be required to cooperate? Yang Lin responded, momentarily taken aback, his tone a blend of curiosity and challenge. The assembly was taken aback by his words. Yang Lin continued nonchalantly. The apprehension of criminals falls under the purview of the county constable, while the adjudication of cases is the duty of the county vice magistrate. Now that the culprits have been captured, we need only to approach the vice magistrate for the trial. There is no need to trouble the county magistrate. Upon hearing this, the assembly pondered, acknowledging the logic in his reasoning, yet sensing an underlying discord. Song Qian, after a brief moment of shock, was increasingly astounded, gazing at Yang Lin with wide, disbelieving eyes. He had conceived a possibility that had not crossed his mind before. Initially, he thought Yang Lin merely intended to leave the county magistrate with no choice. Now, he realized that Yang Lin aimed to render the magistrate's authority obsolete. Song Qian could not help but gasp in astonishment. The audacity of this nobleman was astonishing. Should this endeavor succeed, the county magistrate would merely be a puppet, while Yang Lin would emerge as the true sovereign of Jianghe County. Do you comprehend now? If so, then focus on your duties. I shall not treat you unfairly. Yang Lin reassured, patting Song Qian's shoulder. Ready to serve your excellency, even unto fire and water. Song Qian replied with a respectful salute. As dawn broke, the county vice magistrate Zhao Kong was still in slumber when an urgent knocking at the door interrupted his rest. Sir, there is grave news, came the voice of steward Zhao Zhongming from outside. What is it? Zhao Kong grumbled, reluctantly sitting up with a furrowed brow. Zhao Fuguwei from Kaoshan village has arrived, claiming that Yang Lin requests your presence for a detailed discussion. Zhao Zhongming relayed, his heart a turmoil of emotions at the thought of Zhao Fuguwei's message. Reflecting on his first visit to Kaoshan village, he had approached Yang Lin as a figure of authority. Subsequent visits had been as equals in collaboration. Yet now, his status seemed utterly diminished in Yang Lin's eyes. Zhao Kang's displeasure was evident as he glanced at the sky. It was likely still before the rooster's crow, and his dreams had been disturbed, heightening his irritation. What had initially been a budding fondness for the young man had soured into disdain. Had he so quickly grown arrogant, mistaking his slight elevation in status for superiority? Did he truly expect Zhao Kong to visit him? Let them wait outside, Zhao Kong declared, intending to return to his slumber. However, Zhao Zhongming urgently interjected, Sir, this is truly serious. Zhao Fuguwei said they went to the homes of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei last night and arrested everyone from both families. What? Zhao Kong jolted upright, his heart racing. And without a moment's pause for a maid, he hastily donned his clothes. In a moment, the door swung open, and Zhao Kong rushed out, exclaiming with wide eyes. What on earth is happening? Zhao Zhongming quickly shook his head. I have no idea. Zhao Fuguwei merely delivered a few witness statements, claiming they captured members of the Zhao and Zhou families last night. At this moment, Yang Lin is in the county magistrate's hall, requesting your presence for a detailed discussion. As he spoke, Zhao Zhongming handed the statements to Zhao Kong. Upon receiving them, Zhao Kong could not help but gasp in shock. These statements included confessions from both the Zhou and Zhao families, detailing crimes of varying severity. If judgments were made based on these confessions, then Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan's kin could face imprisonment or exile at best, and at worst, execution. Zhao Kong inhaled sharply and urgently inquired, Where's my cousin now? He wished to find Zhao Fuguwei and clarify the matter at hand. However, Zhao Zhongming, with a troubled expression, replied, He departed right after sending the message. Zhao Kong gasped again, a twinge of pain shooting through his jaw. Although he had always feigned closeness with that cousin, everyone understood it was merely a facade. Zhao Fuguwei would not be swayed by a few calls of cousin to forget his own standing. Now, to leave immediately after delivering a message was a clear sign of disregard. Yet, recalling their recent actions, prepare the horses. I must uncover what they are scheming. In the county, aside from the magistrate's hall, there were also the county magistrates and county lieutenants' halls. However, in truth, the magistrates were mostly dispatched from elsewhere, and to prevent their authority from being undermined, they traditionally maintained control over both civil and military matters. Thus, the primary venue for case hearings remained the magistrate's hall, while the other two halls gradually became mere offices for the magistrate and lieutenant. Upon arriving at the county magistrate's hall, Zhao Kong was utterly astonished. The hall, typically deserted, was now teeming with people, bustling with activity. Among them were the bound family members and servants of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei, alongside nearly all the county's officers, and many curious onlookers, equally bewildered by the unfolding events. Lord Zhao, Our noble lord is just across the way, having prepared tea and awaiting your arrival. Zhao Fugui approached with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. Noble lord? Zhao Kong was momentarily taken aback. Lord Zhao, let us proceed. Zhao Fugui gestured towards the tea house across the street. As Zhao Kong followed Zhao Fugui to a private room in the tea house, his brow furrowed upon spotting the young man seated within. Turning to Zhao Fugui, he questioned in confusion, the noble lord you mentioned, is it Yang Lin? Indeed. Zhao Fugui nodded with a grin. What nonsense is this? Zhao Kang's anger surged. He, a noble lord? Zhao Kong scoffed. This is utterly ridiculous. Are you aware that impersonating nobility is a grave offense that could bring ruin upon 3 clans? He has served as an official in Jianghe County for many years and remains oblivious to the existence of the nobility in this humble town, let alone a mere village youth claiming to be of noble descent. Does he take himself for a fool? Zhao Kong strode forward, poised to deliver a reprimand. Suddenly, he noticed a woman beside Yang Lin tossing a bright yellow scroll his way. Zhao Kong paused momentarily, perplexed as he unfurled the scroll, only to find himself gasping in astonishment. This is an imperial edict? His eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the text, examining the quality of the decree. After a considerable time spent in contemplation, he still could not discern its authenticity. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, Yang Lin spoke up. Lord Zhao, there is no need for you to doubt the legitimacy of this edict. I am indeed the baron conferred by the late emperor. It is merely a matter I have never disclosed to outsiders. Yang Lin reclined leisurely in his chair, his expression untroubled. Having spoken falsehoods so often, he had begun to believe them himself. Chapter 104. The Fictional County Magistrate, Part 2. Before Zhao Kong could utter another word, Yang Lin interjected. The last person to doubt the authenticity of the imperial edict was Zhao Dai, and he is now deceased. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhao Kang's lips. The veiled threat in Yang Lin's words unmistakable. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Kong comprehended that the veracity of the edict had become irrelevant. What do you intend to do? He inquired, diverting his gaze from the edict to Yang Lin. Yang Lin withdrew a substantial stack of papers from his sleeve and placed it upon the table. These are the incriminating evidences against Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai. 98 signed confessions, he announced. Zhao Kong hastily seized the documents, and as he perused them, he too gasped in astonishment, slamming his palm upon the table. They possess an audaciousness beyond belief. I never imagined they could commit such heinous acts. What course of action do you propose? Zhao Kong regarded Yang Lin with a peculiar expression. His visit was clearly driven by ulterior motives. Yang Lin's countenance grew grave. We have both witness and material evidence. I only hope that the magistrate will administer justice impartially. Administer justice impartially? Zhao Kong furrowed his brow. A mere cursory glance at the documents revealed that half of the accusations warranted capital punishment. Executing them according to law would be straightforward. Yet it would inevitably alienate the prominent families represented by the Zhou and Zhao clans. How many other families had not committed similar transgressions? Not to mention, his own family would also be found wanting if subjected to scrutiny. Jianghe was merely a small locale, where the powerful had always shown mutual respect. Thus, if he were to invoke the law to execute, he would be offending all the noble families. Well, do you refuse, Master Zhao? Yang Lin inquired, narrowing his eyes with a nonchalant tone. Zhao Kong fixed his gaze intently on Yang Lin. Speak plainly. What is it that you truly desire? Zhao Kong was acutely aware that if Yang Lin merely sought vengeance or the annihilation of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai's families, he could have accomplished that already. His approach now indicated that he harbored other ambitions. Yang Lin smiled lightly. Master Zhao, you are a man of discernment. I shall not keep you in suspense. I intend to strike a deal with you. I will elevate your status, and in return, you will assist me in placing a few individuals within the yamen. Zhao Kong scoffed. Elevate my status? Lord Yang, you have quite an audacious claim. Allow me to ask, even if you were a true lord, devoid of position or office, how could you possibly elevate my status? He held a deep-seated skepticism regarding Yang Lin's noble title, yet he found himself in a predicament, for Yang Lin's influence was undeniable. It is quite simple, Li Yuyao interjected. According to the laws of Deqian, an official of the 8th or 9th rank requires 3 years of commendable performance and a recommendation from a superior to achieve promotion. Surely, Master Zhao is aware that completing 3 years with excellent ratings is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies solely in securing that recommendation. As it happens, My sister is the daughter of Han Feng, the magistrate of Nanyang. If he were to recommend you, Master Zhao, your promotion would be as effortless as a mere formality." Zhao Kong was taken aback. Initially, he dismissed Yang Lin's words as inconsequential, yet now they seemed plausible. "But why would you assist me in my promotion?" Zhao Kong inquired. Yang Lin smiled. "As I mentioned, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. I intend to have Uncle Zhao serve alongside the esteemed Zhao, learning the ways of governance. I also have a brother to place in the criminal department in a similar capacity. When Zhao rises in rank, Uncle will be poised to take the position of county vice, while my other brother could assume leadership of the criminal department." Zhao Kong gasped in astonishment. The realization dawned upon him. Yang Lin aimed to ally with him to undermine the county magistrate. With control over local governance and the criminal department wielding military power, they could easily defy the magistrate's orders. If they truly succeeded in sidelining the magistrate, Zhao Kong would effectively become the authority of Jianghe County. The proposition stirred something within him, yet he was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. Yang Lin's promises, though enticing, posed formidable challenges. To usurp the magistrate's power and dominate the county was no trivial endeavor. This was not child's play, and the magistrate was no fool. A single misstep could lead to their irrevocable downfall. After much contemplation, Zhao Kong asked, "I may control the governance, but can you ensure command over the 3 ranks of constables? Jianghe lacks stationed troops, and these constables represent the entirety of the county's military might. Mastering their allegiance is crucial." Yang Lin understood that without demonstrating his strength, Zhao Kong would hesitate to proceed. "Uncle, please summon Zhang Ping and the 3 ranks of constables." He instructed Zhao Fuguei nearby. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's name, Zhao Kong was startled. Had Yang Lin managed to recruit Zhang Ping, the sturdy constable? Soon, Zhang Ping arrived, accompanied by 3 others, hastily entering the tea house. He first bowed to Yang Lin, then, as if just noticing Zhao Kong, clasped his fists in greeting. "Greetings, Your Grace." "Lord Zhao." Zhao Kang's astonishment deepened. He recognized these individuals. Aside from Zhang Ping, the others included the standing constable, the swift constable, and Zhang Ping's former aide. They had all been won over by Yang Lin, with Zhang Ping temporarily assuming leadership of the criminal department after Zhao Dai's demise. And the position of county constable likely vacant for at least half a year, they had ample time to seize complete control of the criminal department. In the future, promoting Zhang Ping to the position of county constable would also be within the realm of possibility. Zhang Ping, elated, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Grace, for your support. I shall surely follow your lead." Yang Lin nodded. "Lord Zhao is one of us. I entrust you all with Jianghe County from here on. In serving me, you shall not be neglected." Zhang Ping was taken aback. The county vice, Zhao, was also considered one of their own? This could effectively sideline the county magistrate. As seasoned officials, Zhang Ping immediately grasped the significance of this development. Yang Lin waved his hand, dismissing Zhang Ping and the others. At this moment, Zhao Kong was utterly astonished. Yang Lin had indeed managed to gain complete control over all the officers of the 3rd Division. How was he able to accomplish such a feat? How could the officers possibly be so compliant to his commands? Zhao Kong could not have anticipated that last night. Yang Lin employed a strategy of both carrot and stick, ultimately bringing them all onto his side, alienating both the Zhou and Zhao families, leaving these officers with no choice whatsoever. Although Zhao Kong was still unclear about the specifics of the situation, the presence of over 100 officers outside, along with the Zhou Kuan family and Zhao Dai family already apprehended, indicated that Yang Lin had seized control of the situation. Realizing this, Zhao Kong let out a long sigh and clasped his hands together, stating, "Very well, I shall follow the Lord's orders. I will ensure that this case is handled with impartiality." This address of Lord signified his stance. Chapter 105. At noon today, a decisive execution outside the hall. In the back hall of the county office, County Magistrate Wu Yong was roused from his stupor by his assistant, Zheng Dongqiao. "Sir." "Grave news," Zheng exclaimed. "Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan moved many of their men last night, and they have yet to return. Just now, someone reported that the Zhao and Zhou families have been arrested and are currently in the county magistrate's hall." "What?" Upon hearing Zheng's words, Wu Yong raised an eyebrow. Instantly consumed by fury, "They have apprehended members of the Zhou and Zhao families, and they are in the magistrate's hall? What does Zhao Kong intend to do? Does he not regard me, the county magistrate et al. Sir, this matter cannot be left in Zhao Kang's hands. Zheng Dongxiao urged hastily. Wu Yong nodded, fully aware of the implications. Zhao Kang had overstepped his bounds by acting against the Zhou and Zhao families, thus challenging his authority. Let us summon the men. I must see what audacity Zhao Kang possesses. Wu Yong commanded, preparing to dispatch a team of constables. However, after a prolonged wait, only 2 elderly and feeble constables hurriedly arrived. Zheng Dongxiao, with a sigh of resignation, explained, Sir, yesterday Zhao Dei reassigned all the constables. We are left with only these 2. Wu Yong glared in disbelief. They left yesterday? Why have they not returned yet? Where are the constables on duty? Are they not present either? These scoundrels have truly grown bold. The magistrate was in a rage, and Zheng Dongxiao shared his helplessness, unsure of where the constables had gone. At that moment, Wu Yong began to sense that something was amiss. Without further ado, he called upon several of his own attendants, took the 2 elderly constables, and, disregarding the need for a sedan chair, hurriedly made his way to the magistrate's office. Meanwhile, outside and inside the magistrate's hall, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Countless citizens had clogged the street, having heard that the magistrate was personally presiding over a case. Remarkably, the cases involved long-standing grievances concerning the Zhou and Zhao families. Moreover, today's proceedings were unlike any before. Instead of convening behind closed doors, the magistrate was holding an open trial, permitting the public to witness the proceedings. Initially, many citizens were skeptical upon hearing that the cases involved Zhao Dei and Zhou Kun. After all, who was unaware that the Zhou and Zhao families were among the most powerful in Jianghe? Even the magistrate, let alone the county chief, would think twice before challenging them. However, when the onlookers beheld the family members of Zhou Kun and Zhao Dei bound outside the magistrate's hall, they were utterly astounded. They realized that this time, it was indeed serious. What is happening? Why have the Zhao and Zhou families been apprehended? I don't know. I heard they are currently being tried inside. But we are too far away to hear anything. The fall of the Zhao and Zhou families signals something monumental. Do you remember that young Lin from last time? I saw him in there as well. What brings this villager here? Could it be to lodge a complaint? The townsfolk engaged in fervent discussions, most too distant to hear the proceedings within the hall, relying instead on snippets of information relayed by those closer to the front. Did you hear? Someone just said that Zhou Kun has been sentenced to be executed. What? Is that true? Are they serious? Let's listen for more. A wave of anticipation surged among the people. Many, who had previously suffered at the hands of the Zhou and Zhao families, felt an exhilarating urge to push forward for a better view, yet the crowd was overwhelmingly dense. Inside the hall, Zhao Kang presided at the center, flanked by 3 ranks of officials standing stiffly at his sides. With a resounding thud, Zhao Kang struck the gavel and declared, the accused, Zhou Jingyang, committed grievous crimes last March, publicly seizing the wife of commoner Su Lu, leading to her death through violation, and subsequently murdering Su Lu in the streets. Moreover, in collusion with his father Zhou Kun, he orchestrated the demise of Su Lu's father, Su Daliang. Thus, he is guilty of 3 counts of murder, and according to the laws of Deqian, he shall be executed. This serves as a warning to the populace to refrain from emulating such vile deeds. As soon as Zhao Kang finished reading, Zhou Zhengyang collapsed in a faint upon hearing the verdict. Cheers erupted from the crowd outside the hall, echoing with joy. With many moved to tears, Zhao Kang inscribed a bold character for execution on the case file, marking it with a cross before setting it aside and picking up another document. The accused, Zhou Wu, concubine of Zhou Kun, exploited her husband's position to accept a bribe of 860 taels, engaging in corrupt practices. According to the laws of Deqian, she deserves imprisonment. However, considering her prior acknowledgement of wrongdoing and her cooperation in reporting, she may be spared imprisonment, but shall receive 20 lashes. Zhou Kun's young concubine, upon hearing this, was filled with elation and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. One case after another, despite the presence of ample evidence and signed documents. The proceedings concerning nearly 100 cases took over 2 hours to complete. Each verdict was met with resounding approval from the townsfolk. Hearing the jubilant cheers from outside, Zhao Kang felt a mix of emotions. To serve the people was indeed his original intention, yet being in power revealed the darkness lurking within. It was a rare feat to avoid becoming complicit in such corruption. To cleanse the filth seemed a mere folly. Yet now he had accomplished it. Reflecting on his past aspirations, he felt an unexpected sense of fulfillment. Zhao Kong understood that Yang Lin's decision to allow him to preside over the trials was also intended to enhance his reputation. Having already offended the influential families, he resolved to sever ties with them and instead be a principled and honest official, finding solace in his integrity. The accused, Zhou Kuan, Zhou Zhenyang, Zhou Tianyi, Zhou Yuliang, Zhou Li, Zhao Guang, Zhao Hui, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Dexing, and Zhao Sanhai, shall face immediate execution at noon today. With this proclamation, the crowd outside was once again stunned. Although they had just heard the sentence of execution, it was customary for such sentences to be reported to the Ministry of Justice for approval. Executing before obtaining official sanction could easily be manipulated, leading to complications for the officials involved. Consequently, regardless of the location, following the issuance of a death sentence, there is generally a waiting period, typically spanning the spring and autumn seasons, during which executions are concentrated. However, in this instance, the case has been adjudicated and the execution is to be carried out immediately, necessitating considerable resolve from the presiding magistrate. Outside the Grand Hall, County Magistrate Wu had already arrived, yet the throngs of onlookers made it impossible for him to advance. He could only overhear the escalating murmurs of the populace, which fueled his indignation. This Zhao Kong is truly audacious. Not only has he overstepped his bounds by presiding over the judgment of the Zhao and Zhou families, but he has also decreed such a multitude of death sentences. As Wu Yong witnessed a path suddenly clear ahead, his fury reached a boiling point, compelling him to charge forward. At that moment, he beheld a procession of constables escorting the condemned towards him. Release the prisoners, Wu Yong bellowed in rage. Chapter 106. This lord will settle the score later. What has transpired is no longer of consequence. At this very moment, Wu Yong intends to let everyone know that he is the true sovereign of this river. He is the very embodiment of authority here. Zheng Donxiao hurriedly stepped forward, reprimanding the constables. Did you not hear the words of the esteemed lord? Release the prisoners at once. Zhou Kuan, who had been apprehended at the front, was so terrified that he had nearly soiled himself upon hearing Wu Yong's words. He immediately burst into tears. Esteemed lord, save me. Zhao Kong has gone mad. He is in cahoots with Yang Lin. He intends to take my life. Zhou Kuan, as if clinging to a lifeline, desperately reached out towards Wu Yong, weeping uncontrollably. Yang Lin, Wu Yong pondered, the name striking a familiar chord, though he could not recall the specifics. Yet, this was of little importance. In Jianghe County, no one could stir up trouble beneath his very nose. Rest assured, with this official present, I shall not issue an order. Let us see who dares to harm you. Wu Yong spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. It must be said that years of wielding power had instilled an invisible aura of authority around him. At that moment, none dared to meet his gaze. A cruel smile crept into Wu Yong's heart as he once again berated the constables. Are you deaf? I command you to release them. Today he must reclaim his dignity. However, the constables remained unmoved, turning their attention towards a certain direction. Wu Yong was taken aback, following their gaze. Among the crowd, Yang Lin approached, flanked by those in purple and green attire, as well as the security team. He did not even cast a glance at Wu Yong, but simply gestured to the constables. What are you waiting for? It's too crowded here. Take them to the front for execution. Yes. The constables, no longer hesitating, dragged the wailing Zhou Kuan and others forward. You. Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the constables blatantly ignore him. The constables were not foolish. They understood that they had already offended both the Zhou and Zhao families and were aware that Zhao Kong was now aligned with Yang Lin. In this situation, it was clear who held the reins of power in Jianghe. Yang Lin approached Wu Yong, narrowing his eyes, and coldly remarked, County Magistrate Wu, if you wish to preserve some semblance of dignity, I suggest you close your mouth immediately. Stand aside. This lord shall return later to settle the score with you. Wu Yong was utterly bewildered. In Jianghe County, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. He intended to retaliate. But upon discerning the noble title used by Yang Lin, he was struck dumb. A noble? But was there even a nobility in Jianghe County? My lord, that is Yang Lin. He was the one who sent us 400 taels of silver regarding the matter with Zhao Dai. Zheng Donxiao whispered urgently beside him. Wu Yong's understanding dawned, and he was instantly filled with rage. Yang Lin, that rustic scholar? How dare he speak to this official in such a manner? Wu Yong was about to confront him, but Zheng Dongxiao quickly restrained him. "My lord, this matter seems awry. Observe how all the officers from the 3rd Division are present and appear to heed his every word, not to mention Zhao Kong." Before Zheng Dongxiao could finish his statement, Wu Yong had already grasped the situation, a chill coursing through him. The very thing he had long feared and dreaded had come to pass. Wu Yong's eyes widened as he watched the officers escorting the prisoners past him, only for Zhao Kong to approach without so much as a glance in his direction, leaving Wu Yong utterly flustered. Not far away, a group of prisoners knelt on the ground, while the surrounding populace stepped aside. Before long, the executioner, who had enjoyed a leisurely existence in Jianghe County for many years, approached swaggeringly, a bowl of wine in hand and a ghostly blade adorned with a red tassel slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing the prisoners before him, the executioner could not help but gasp. Today's executions surpassed the sum of those he had carried out over the years. The hour had arrived, execute them. With Zhao Kang's command, the executioner wasted no time, downing a large bowl of wine before raising his formidable blade. A sharp crack echoed, followed by the sound of a severed head rolling upon the ground. Cheers erupted, and within the crowd, shouts of "Long live the honorable magistrate" rang out. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. As the severed heads accumulated, the ground quickly became stained crimson. When the final prisoner's head fell, those who had suffered at the hands of the Zhou and Zhao families collapsed to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. Justice, it seemed, had finally been served. Even those who soared high and fled could not evade their fate. Today, their long-awaited revenge had been realized. At that moment, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had been settled. The ensuing matters would be attended to by others. Soon, Yang Lin found himself in the rear court of the magistrate's hall, where he encountered Wu Yong. At this juncture, Wu Yong had finally comprehended the unfolding events. Upon learning that Yang Lin, accompanied by the officers from the 3rd Division, had raided the homes of Zhou Kun and Zhao Dai the previous night and possessed a decree confirming his status as a baron under the late emperor's patronage, Wu Yong understood that his power was irrevocably lost. Despite his reluctance, he could only swallow his pride and prepare to play the role of a puppet. The idea of resisting Yang Lin or failing to cooperate never even crossed his mind. The downfall of the Zhou and Zhao families served as a stark warning. Given the decisiveness and methods of his adversary, any lack of cooperation would render him devoid of even the slightest value. In such a case, the quiet demise of a county magistrate would be a mere trifle. "Ah, your grace has come in person. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. My deepest respects," Wu Yong said, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired. He smiled and performed a courteous gesture towards Yang Lin. "Your Excellency is too gracious." Yang Lin replied with a nod. Recognizing the other's subtlety, Yang Lin refrained from creating unnecessary trouble and began conversing with Wu Yong as if they were old friends. As their conversation progressed, Yang Lin gradually broached matters of significance. The nobleman believes that Zhao Dai and Zhou Kun have conspired with bandits with the intent to harm the aristocracy, matters of which Lord Wu is entirely unaware and with which he has no connection. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Wu Yong felt a jolt of realization. Understanding that Yang Lin was subtly admonishing him, he quickly nodded. "Indeed, they harbor ulterior motives, and I have been deceived by them. I bear some guilt, and I acknowledge my oversight. Noble sir, how might I compensate you for this?" Yang Lin smiled. "Oh, Lord Wu, there is no need for self-reproach. Had it not been for a few loyal subordinates who rescued me, I would likely have fallen victim to their treachery by now. I require no compensation. However, if you could secure a position for those loyal subordinates within the county office, I would be most grateful." This request seemed trivial to Wu Yong, and he nodded without hesitation. Yet, he soon regretted his decision. Zhang Ping was appointed to oversee the criminal office, taking charge of the county constabulary. Zhong Tao was designated as a clerk in the criminal office. Zhao Fuguei was assigned as the head clerk of the rivers. Zhang Chong was appointed as an instructor for the rivers. Lu Hong was made an inspector of the rivers, and Wang Kuei was named as an educator for the rivers. Yang Lin listed a multitude of names, with the official positions meticulously arranged. Chapter 107. How much silver was stolen? You. Wu Yong's beard trembled with fury as he glared at Yang Lin, rendered speechless. This arrangement was nothing short of placing his people in every department within the county office. "What? Are you unwilling, Sir Wu?" Yang Lin chuckled, saying, Oh, if this puts you in a difficult position, then I must act impartially and petition the emperor to seek justice on my behalf. Rest assured, Sir Wu, I reiterate that the conspiracy against me bears no connection to you. Nevertheless, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Although Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai are deceased, there may still be someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Wouldn't you agree, Sir Wu? Yang Lin smiled slyly at Wu Yong, his meaning not lost on the latter. Deep down, Wu Yong harbored doubts about Yang Lin's claims of being a nobleman. Yet, one could never be too certain. What if he truly was of noble birth? With Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai gone, there would be no witnesses to contest the claims. If Yang Lin could indeed bring this matter before the emperor, then regardless of the truth, Wu Yong, as the county magistrate, would face punishment. Your Grace speaks too humbly. Those you recommend are indeed talented individuals, and the positions you suggest are quite fitting. I shall draft the appointment documents immediately, Wu Yong replied with a smile. Given the circumstances, he had resigned himself to the situation. If he must be a puppet, so be it. With power slipping away, as long as he complied, he could live in relative safety until he could be reassigned away from this wretched place. Then I must trouble you, Sir Wu. Yang Lin smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Wu Yong, having resolved himself, promptly agreed to Yang Lin's demands without delay, completing all tasks to Yang Lin's satisfaction in less than an hour. When Yang Lin departed, Wu Yong even generously presented him with 800 taels of silver. Initially, Yang Lin had gifted him 400 taels, and this was a gesture of double repayment. Yang Lin graciously accepted without hesitation. However, as soon as Yang Lin left, Wu Yong hastily summoned Zheng Dongqiao. Zheng, quickly gather a few trusted individuals and head to the Zhou and Zhao families to seize their entire estate. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his impatience palpable. As the county magistrate, he was acutely aware of the extent to which Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai had embezzled over the years. With both families now fallen, it was the perfect opportunity to claim their wealth for himself. However, Zheng Dongqiao grimaced, "My lord, it is too late." While you were conversing with Yang Lin, his people had already finished seizing the properties. Wu Yong was left dumbfounded, his beard quivering with rage once more. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! That silver rightfully belongs to me." Defeated, he slumped back into his chair, his gaze vacant. What was the purpose of holding office if not to amass wealth? Yet now, the bounty that was within reach had slipped away. "My lord, what shall we do? We cannot simply swallow this indignation." Zheng Dongqiao exclaimed with indignation. As the magistrate's secretary, he held a position of significant authority beneath only the magistrate himself. The esteemed master wields considerable authority. Not only does he bask in glory, but he also reaps substantial rewards. Yet now, the master finds himself marginalized. What worth does his assistant possess? This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Wu Yong narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Oh." Zheng Dongqiao's eyes sparkled with interest. "My lord, you intend to..." Wu Yong, with his beady eyes, coldly remarked. "Yang Lin is indeed a man of some cunning. We must not underestimate him. Both Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai have fallen prey to his machinations, and now he conspires with Zhao Kong. Thus, even I, as an official, cannot confront him head-on. For the time being, we shall yield 3 points in compromise. Every noble in the realm is registered with the Ministry of Rights. I shall discreetly send someone to the capital to investigate his true status as a nobleman. If he is indeed genuine, we must tread carefully. But should it be confirmed that his identity is a fabrication, a glint of cold light flickered in Wu Yong's eyes. After Yang Lin departed from the government office, Zhong Tao rushed over in haste. "What is it?" Yang Lin inquired, noticing Zhong Tao's frantic demeanor. "Master, you must come and see. You cannot imagine the amount of silver we have seized." Zhong Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh, a substantial sum, you say? Allow me to guess. Perhaps we confiscated 10,000 taels in total? There is an old saying, a clear governor for 3 years, 100,000 taels of silver. The Dacian dynasty operates under a county system, wherein the county magistrate and the governor hold equivalent ranks. Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai, however, are far from the level of a county magistrate, hence Yang Lin estimated 10,000 taels. Zhong Tao, however, shook his head with fervor. Less. 12,000. 14,000. 18,000. Could it possibly be 20,000? Yang Lin's expression bore a hint of surprise. Zhong Tao lacked Yang Lin's composure and could no longer contain his excitement, extending 3 fingers. 30,000 taels. Just the silver alone amounts to 30,000 taels. Yang Lin inhaled sharply. This was merely the silver. Various gold and silver ornaments, jewelry, jade, as well as land and shops had yet to be accounted for. Song Qian estimated that these could easily add up to at least another 10,000 taels. Yang Lin was utterly astounded. The total sum reached 40,000 taels, and he had merely raided the homes of 2 minor officials within the county. Let us go and take a look. Having spent considerable time in Daqian, Yang Lin had developed a clear understanding of the value of silver. 1 tael of silver roughly equated to 1,000 of the currency from his previous life. Thus, 40,000 taels would approximate to 40 million in the past. In this world, where resources are scarce and opportunities to spend silver are limited, economic circulation is insufficient, resulting in a purchasing power of silver that far exceeds its corresponding value. For an ordinary person, 40,000 taels represents a staggering sum. Master. Outside the Zhou family courtyard, upon the return of Yang Lin, the security team and villagers stationed both inside and outside the courtyard greeted him with enthusiasm. Despite having endured a sleepless night, they were brimming with energy, displaying no signs of fatigue. Yang Lin acknowledged each of them with a nod before his gaze fell upon the confiscated silver. Prior to his arrival, the security personnel had refrained from making unilateral decisions. Thus, they had merely piled the silver within the courtyard. Ordinarily, such confiscated wealth would be seized by the authorities and returned to the national treasury. However, everyone understood the harsh reality of this jungle might dictate ownership. We ought to conceal this wealth. Let us swiftly transport it back to the village, suggested Zhong Tao. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement, her eyes wide with astonishment at the substantial sum. The annual revenue of the national treasury barely amounted to several million taels. Yet here lay the vast fortune amassed by 2 minor officials in this county. Nonetheless, Yang Lin shook his head. No. Chapter 108. The human heart cannot endure trials. Yang Lin scoffed. With such a vast amount of silver, can we truly transport it back? A moment of surprise enveloped the group. However, Li Yuyao soon experienced a sudden realization. Indeed, the sheer volume of silver was overwhelming. The journey back to Kaoshan village, spanning 30 to 40 li, posed numerous risks. Even if they encountered no bandits or hidden marauders, could they truly rely on the villagers and the members of the guard stationed here? At this moment, everyone was present, their hearts united, and even if a few harbored ulterior motives, they were powerless to act. Yet, the return journey would consume over 2 hours, and with over 40,000 taels of silver, they would require several carts. On such a long and arduous road, it was exceedingly difficult to ensure that no one would entertain malicious intent. If someone were to seize the silver and flee, it would undoubtedly inspire others to follow suit, leading to a situation where both the silver and the people would vanish. The human heart cannot withstand scrutiny. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they could only blame the excessive amount of silver. Moreover, until the situation in the county town stabilized, they could not leave without a trustworthy escort, which naturally engendered unease. What shall we do? Li Yuyao gazed helplessly at Yang Lin. Tao Go, you shall personally lead a team to transport the silver from the Zhao family here. We will stay put for the time being, Yang Lin instructed. Understood. Zhong Tao immediately nodded and departed with his men. But we cannot simply leave this silver here indefinitely. Li Yuyao queried after Zhong Tao's departure. Yang Lin chuckled, who said, I intend to leave it here. Such a bounty of silver is akin to a ticking time bomb. The safest course of action is to spend it all. A bomb. Li Yuyao began to inquire about the nature of this metaphor. But then she grasped his intent and gasped, You mean to spend every last coin? Having known Yang Lin for quite some time, she was well aware that his words, no matter how astonishing, were never mere hyperbole. Yet, 40,000 taels of silver. Spend it? How? Is that even feasible? Li Yuyao found it perplexing. Even during her reign as Empress, she never squandered wealth so liberally. Yet here was Yang Lin, born and raised in the mountains, spending money with a flair that rivaled royalty. Yang Lin nodded. Of course we must spend it. Otherwise, this silver will become too hot to handle. But how do you intend to spend it? Li Yuyao pressed. That's quite simple, Yang Lin replied. We procure supplies, hire workers, and invest in enterprises. That amounts to 40,000 taels. Li Yuyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Can such a method truly deplete the funds? Yang Lin smiled. Are you worried we won't be able to spend it all? No problem. We will procure more supplies, hire additional workers, and invest in more enterprises. Don't believe me? Tomorrow, I shall take you to spend it, and I guarantee that by the end of the day, it will all be gone. Li Yuyao's lips quivered slightly. He seemed rather proud of his extravagant spending habits. After considerable effort, the silver from the Zhao family was finally delivered to the Zhou family, where it was securely stored in the warehouse under Yang Lin's supervision. Once all matters were settled, Yang Lin promptly gathered everyone to discuss rewards and commendations. Uncle, I promised everyone yesterday that each person who made this trip would receive 5 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the villagers in the Zhou courtyard were filled with excitement, their eyes eagerly fixed on Yang Lin. 5 taels of silver was an amount they could scarcely earn in a year. In the mere span of a day and a night, they had acquired such riches, and many felt they did not deserve such a bounty. However, Yang Lin's tone shifted. But as soon as they heard this word, a wave of apprehension swept over the crowd, as they realized that their 5 taels might be in jeopardy. Indeed, they had not exerted much effort the previous night, nor had any thoughts of rebellion crossed their minds. If such minimal effort could yield 5 taels, they themselves would feel unworthy. Master, we hardly did anything. We merely stood guard and kept watch. We don't need that much silver, they began to murmur. Yes. Life is better for everyone now. We shouldn't be greedy. We would be content with just 7 won. The villagers voiced their sentiments. And although they would not receive the 5 taels, they felt a greater sense of peace. Yang Lin, bemused by their reactions, gestured for silence before continuing. However, this journey was indeed no small feat, and the task was executed splendidly. So I have decided to grant each person an additional 5 taels. Each of you will receive 10 taels, and the guards will receive 15. At this proclamation, everyone present was left utterly astonished. What? An additional 5 taels? As the villagers began to protest, Yang Lin's expression hardened. It is decided. Come forward to collect your silver. They had rarely seen Yang Lin so serious. And despite their initial inclination to refuse, they hesitated to speak. In a short time, everyone had received their silver. Each person, feeling the weight of the heavy cloth pouch at their waist, wore expressions of joy and excitement. In their wildest dreams, they had never imagined earning such a fortune. Mr. Song, this is for you. Yang Lin casually tossed a 50-tael silver ingot to Song Qian. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I shall serve you diligently in gratitude for your support. Song Qian exclaimed, overjoyed as he accepted the silver, bowing in appreciation. At this moment, he was filled with fervor. Although he had previously served Zhao Dai, he had only received a servant's wages and token rewards for his counsel. In comparison to Yang Lin's generosity, the meager rewards from Zhao Dai had been nothing more than scattered silver coins. Thus, 50 taels was indeed a significant sum for him. Moreover, Yang Lin recognized that Song Qian had truly been of great assistance. He was well aware of the underpinnings of the Yamen runners, discerning whom to win over, whom to suppress, and whom to regard with caution. Song Qian was a rather pragmatic and self-serving individual. Such a person, while difficult to inspire loyalty in, proved to be an excellent tool and was easily controlled. Work diligently, and in due time, I shall elevate you to the position of a county vice magistrate. Yang Lin promised, patting Song Qian's shoulder and painting a grand vision before him. Song Qian, instantly invigorated, expressed profound gratitude towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled, knowing the effectiveness of such promises, regardless of the era. Tao Gu, third uncle, this sum is yours. He continued, and this as well. After receiving the silver, Yang Lin retrieved 2 documents from his sleeve and handed them to the pair. Both could read, and upon deciphering the contents of the documents, they were immediately filled with fervor, with Zhao Fugui even shedding tears of joy. Recalling the moment when Yang Lin first proposed this audacious idea, they had deemed it a mere fantasy. Yet, astonishingly, in just a few days, it had indeed come to fruition. Chapter 109. Are we sleeping here? The 2 documents presented by Yang Lin were indeed the appointments of Zhao Fugui as the chief clerk of Jianghe County and Zhong Tao as the chief officer of the criminal division. Although the chief clerk and the chief officer serve as deputies to the county magistrate and the county captain, they wield considerable authority. Most importantly, while the county magistrate and county captain hold only the 8th rank, their appointments must be personally sanctioned by the prefect, rendering the county magistrate powerless to intervene. Thus, in this moment, the highest positions that could be assigned to the 2 were indeed those of chief clerk and chief officer. Such roles were beyond their wildest dreams. Starting tomorrow, you shall remain at the yamen. Third uncle, immerse yourself in the ways of governance, for I shall entrust Jianghe County to you in the future. Taogu, learn the art of managing subordinates from Zhang Ping, and strive to gain complete mastery over the 3 classes of yamen runners. Remember, in all circumstances, strength prevails. Yang Lin earnestly advised the two. They nodded vigorously in response. Furthermore, regarding security, given the current unstable situation, it would be prudent to retain half of the guards here and integrate them among the yamen runners, ensuring mutual protection. Upon hearing Yang Lin's plan to keep the guards, both men grew anxious. Zhao Fugui quickly interjected, "This cannot be. If you leave the guards with us, what will you do?" Zhong Tao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, master. Your safety is paramount. Let the guards remain by your side." Yang Lin smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for concern. With sisters Zi and Qingyi here, my safety is ensured. This matter is settled." After addressing the two, Yang Lin summoned Zhang Ping for a private discussion. "Master, what are your instructions?" Zhang Ping inquired. Yang Lin handed him the document, stating, "From this moment forth, you shall serve as the chief officer of the criminal division." Upon reading the document, Zhang Ping was elated beyond measure. "Thank you for your patronage, master," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by excitement. He had never imagined that he would ascend to such a prestigious position. Yang Lin patted Zhang Ping's shoulder and said with a smile, "I have already spoken with County Magistrate Wu. There will be no new county captain appointed for the time being, so you shall temporarily assume that role. Additionally, I have already recommended a candidate for the new county captain to Magistrate Wu, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, within 6 months, you shall become the new county captain." Hearing this, Zhang Ping was so exhilarated that he immediately knelt down and bowed 3 times before Yang Lin, exclaiming, "Master, I, Zhang Ping, vow that no matter the position I attain in the future, I shall always follow your lead." At that moment, his gratitude was profoundly sincere. Originally, a person of his disposition, refusing to align with the powerful families, would have faced a lifetime devoid of opportunity. Yet now, not only had he ascended a rank overnight, but the position he once dared not even dream of was now within his grasp. Yang Lin smiled as he assisted the other person to their feet, saying, "Do not be modest. The newly appointed prison officer, Zhong Tao, is a dear friend of mine from my hometown. He is still unfamiliar with many aspects, so it falls upon you to guide him in the ways of governance." "Certainly." Zhang Ping's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. "The brothers have worked hard these past few days. Before you leave, Brother Zhang, please feel free to take 500 taels of silver from the treasury to distribute among the brothers as a token of my appreciation and to celebrate your new appointment." Zhang Ping, increasingly excited, expressed his gratitude once more after a brief exchange of polite refusals. However, once the outsiders had departed, Li Yuyao approached with a furrowed brow. "Are you not being a bit too generous with them? Those officers are hardly virtuous." Li Yuyao had little fondness for the officers, recalling how they had nearly sold her into a brothel when she was captured as a refugee. That memory lingered as a lifelong humiliation, never to be forgotten. Yang Lin sighed, "I am well aware of this. In this county office, one could randomly select anyone, subject them to torture, and they might confess to some heinous crime. The majority of these officers have likely engaged in acts of oppression against the innocent." Li Yuyao frowned. "Then why do you still offer them silver?" Yang Lin smiled ruefully. "Because I am no deity. We have only just begun to grasp control of the situation, and there are undoubtedly many eyes watching us intently. We have managed to establish our authority with the officers' assistance. If we were to turn against them now, what would be the outcome? It would surely incite panic and insecurity among all. A cornered rabbit will bite. If we were to confront them directly, exposing their secrets and pushing them to desperation, they would retaliate fiercely. Ultimately, our current advantage lies in our element of surprise. We caught them off guard. Should they unite against us because we share a common enemy, do you think we would stand a chance in another confrontation?" Li Yuyao shook her head. This concept was not difficult to comprehend. Yang Lin's reminder illuminated her understanding. It is the absence of hope that breeds the greatest fear. Without hope, one might resort to desperate measures. Seeing the realization dawn on Li Yuyao's face, Yang Lin continued, "Thus, the most crucial aspect at this moment is stability. Only through stability can we gain time for growth. Once we become stronger, and when Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao truly grasp the situation here, only then shall we settle the scores." Yang Lin concluded with narrowed eyes. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of Yang Lin's analysis, particularly fond of the phrase settle the scores. And what shall we do now? Li Yuyao inquired. Now, naturally, it is time to rest and recuperate. Yang Lin casually took hold of Li Yuyao's small hand and led her inside. They had not rested for 2 days and nights. Now that all matters were resolved, fatigue was beginning to take its toll. When her small hand was suddenly grasped, Li Yuyao instinctively attempted to pull away. Yet, in an instant, realizing that the man beside her was her husband, she refrained from retreating, allowing Yang Lin to take her hand and lead her into the house. As they approached the bedroom, Li Yuyao's heart raced, beating ever faster. Are we truly to sleep here? Standing at the threshold, she hesitated to step inside, her expression betraying a hint of reluctance. Though wed for several days, they had yet to share an intimate moment, primarily due to the multitude of family members hindering Yang Lin's advances. Now, in this vast and secluded inner residence, it was just the two of them, a solitary man and woman. As nightfall approached, they were on the verge of sharing a room, if they were to sleep together. She was acutely aware of what might ensue. Although she had reassured herself on numerous occasions that she would entrust her future to him, at this critical juncture, Li Yuyao realized she was not yet prepared. Well, of course, it is merely sleep. What of it? Yang Lin inquired with a puzzled expression. However, scarcely had he posed the question when he suddenly smacked his forehead, regaining his senses. Chapter 110. I am not deceiving you. Bacteria truly exist. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this matter? My dear, with the numerous heads rolling from the Zhou family today, you must feel apprehensive about spending the night in their residence. Correct? Apprehensive? Li Yuyao paused, having not contemplated this aspect. After all, having ascended to the throne and faced the treachery of the Yin prince, she had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, having witnessed countless deaths without ever feeling fear. Yet now, Li Yuyao promptly nodded, adopting a compliant demeanor. Yes, I am frightened. This is easily resolved. Let us stay at an inn. Yang Lin immediately devised a solution. Thus, when the two, accompanied by Zi and Qingyi, arrived at the inn and secured their rooms, Li Yuyao was utterly taken aback. They had booked 2 rooms, with Yang Lin and Li Yuyao in the inner chamber, while Zi and Qingyi occupied the outer one. As the door to the inner room slowly closed before the astonished gazes of Zi and Qingyi, Li Yuyao's breath quickened. For the first time in her life, she felt like an ordinary girl, instinctively clutching her garment's hem and nervously glancing at Yang Lin. At that moment, dusk had just settled. Though the room was unlit, they could still discern each other's presence. Yang Lin had initially given it little thought, but now, upon noticing the femininity emanating from Li Yuyao, which he had never seen before, he too became acutely aware of the situation, swallowing hard. My dear, it is getting late. Let us rest. Yang Lin took Li Yuyao's hand and approached the bedside, inhaling a delicate fragrance that wafted from her. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. Her slender waist felt soft to the touch. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed, her heartbeat accelerating. Husband, Li Yuyao began to speak, but was silenced by Yang Lin's finger. Do not speak, kiss me. In the next instant, he pressed his lips against hers, enveloped by a fragrant sweetness. Li Yuyao quickly tried to push him away, yet her body was ensnared by Yang Lin's embrace. For some reason, she felt utterly limp, lacking the strength to resist, her mouth only able to emit muffled sounds of protest. However, soon enough, Li Yuyao found her mind blank. Resistance? Defiance? The dignity of royalty? The pride of a princess? In that moment, all seemed to lose significance. This was a sensation she had never experienced before, as if the two of them had become one. Their lips grew increasingly moist, warmth and comfort enveloping her, her heartbeat quickening and her breath becoming more erratic. Unbeknownst to her, her arms had instinctively wrapped around Yang Lin's waist, just as Yang Lin, lost in the moment, unconsciously began to loosen his belt. He suddenly noticed the bed beneath them and furrowed his brow, the passion abruptly cooling. Li Yuyao's heart raced to her throat. Just moments ago, Yang Lin had been exploring her body and had even begun to unfasten his belt. She had steeled herself for what was to come, though she remained untouched. Having grown up in the palace and received some instruction from the etiquette matron, she was well aware of the expectations for a newlywed couple on their wedding night. In fact, she had even learned a few techniques from the older matron. However, she never anticipated that as their trousers were nearly undone, Yang Lin would suddenly halt. "What is wrong with you?" Li Yuyao inquired, her cheeks flushed, gazing at him in bewilderment. At this juncture, her nerves had dissipated, and she even held a faint anticipation for what was to unfold. Yang Lin hastily explained, "This place is not sanitary." He felt compelled to clarify. For the last thing he wanted was for her to think he was incapable. That would be utterly humiliating. Sanitary? Li Yuyao was perplexed. She glanced at the bed, which appeared quite clean. They were not lacking in funds, having chosen one of the finest inns in Jianghe County. Though it seems reasonably clean, this bed has certainly been occupied by others, and it might harbor some bacteria. We cannot undress here. Bacteria? What is that? Li Yuyao's confusion deepened. Realizing he had inadvertently mentioned a term non-existent in this world, Yang Lin understood he must clarify further. Bacteria are tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye, omnipresent in our surroundings, on our bodies, on the bedding, even within us. If we were to come into contact with harmful bacteria from another person, we could fall ill. In ancient times, no hygiene standards existed. Thus, even the finest inns did not change their linens daily as modern hotels do. It wasn't that ancient people disregarded cleanliness. Rather, they simply lacked such a concept. As long as there were no visible stains, the place was deemed clean. Yet, even modern hotels posed significant health risks. Therefore, regardless of his impulses and desires for her to truly become his, Yang Lin would not consummate this pivotal moment on a bed that had been used by countless others. Yang Lin's explanation was thorough, and his reasoning was sound. Yet, he overlooked one crucial fact. Li Yuyao did not believe him. Tears quickly brimmed in her eyes, and soon, they streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Yang Lin was taken aback and immediately asked. He had said nothing to provoke such a response. "If you disdain me, just say so. There's no need to conjure such a feeble excuse. Bacteria? Invisible creatures? Ridiculous." Li Yuyao's expression turned frigid, her lips quivering slightly, her gaze piercing as she bore down on Yang Lin. "I am not lying. Bacteria truly exist," Yang Lin replied, exasperated, eager to clarify. While the likelihood of falling ill from bacteria was minimal, this being their first intimate encounter and lacking a developed medical system, he was unwilling to take any risks. Yet, to Li Yuyao, his explanation sounded utterly inadequate. "Allow me to inquire, since these bacteria are entities invisible to the naked eye, how could anyone possibly ascertain their existence?" This. Yang Lin helplessly rubbed her temples. How could she elucidate the principles of a microscope to him? Furthermore, even if she attempted to explain, she doubted he would accept it, as it delved into numerous optical theories. Moreover, this world has yet to discover the convex and concave lenses. Continuing down this path of explanation would lead to an interminable discourse. Just as Yang Lin pondered how to clarify to Li Yuyao that she did not mean that, a thought struck her. "By the way, there is one matter I have yet to inquire about. What was the significance of that imperial edict from yesterday?" Yang Lin asked. Chapter 111. "I apologize, it truly isn't that much from last night until now." He had played the role of the Baron of the Mountain for a whole day and night, yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation. How could a decree appear out of nowhere in his own household? Li Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, and a sense of panic washed over her. "That was my forgery," she explained. Yang Lin rolled his eyes. "Of course, I am aware that you forged it. You are not the emperor, so how could it possibly be a genuine decree? I am asking you how you managed to create it. It looks remarkably authentic." Yang Lin had examined the decree closely, although he had never seen a real one. The quality and content of this document were so finely crafted that it hardly seemed like a counterfeit. If it were otherwise, it would not have deceived so many people. The crucial point was that there were no materials for forging decrees in their home. Thus, the materials for this false decree must have come from the bundle brought by the purple and green-clad girls. However, this raised a new question. Why would they bring a forged decree? Actually, the decree is indeed real, but I merely altered the characters on it, Li Yuyao said, half-truthfully. In this situation, it was rather difficult to reveal to her that she was, in fact, the Emperor of Deqian. "Ah, I see," Yang Lin said, enlightenment dawning upon him. To him, it was likely that Li Yuyao was born into a family of officials, and having a decree at home was not unusual. "It's getting late. You should rest early." With Yang Lin changing the topic, Li Yuyao decided not to pursue the matter further. She turned away from him, still feeling wronged. How could someone of her noble lineage be looked down upon? Why did he disdain her? Li Yuyao clenched her small fists, tears welling in her eyes, yet her resilient nature prevented them from spilling over. Yes, rest early, Yang Lin replied, reaching to embrace her delicate waist, wishing to pull her into slumber beside him. However, Li Yuyao, still in a fit of anger, pushed him away. If you disdain me, then do not touch me. Yet, as she spoke, her tears could no longer be contained and began to flow freely. Yang Lin found himself in a perplexing situation, aware of Li Yuyao's misunderstanding, yet knowing that it would take time for her to comprehend the truth. He could only retract his hand obediently. My dear, trust me, I have never looked down upon you. I only wish to give you a perfect first experience. In the past, when we were poor, I felt I had wronged you. We did not have a proper wedding, nor did we consummate our marriage. Once our new house is built, I will marry you again, allowing you to shine as my bride. On our wedding night, we shall complete what we could not today. I promise you. As Yang Lin's eyelids grew heavier, he drifted into a deep sleep, soon accompanied by the gentle sound of his snoring. Upon hearing his words, Li Yuyao's heart gradually felt lighter. As Yang Lin recounted the beauty of the wedding night, her heart brimmed with longing. She envisioned that evening in her new home, adorned in a resplendent scarlet wedding gown, her head veiled in red, seated at the bedside awaiting her groom. Amid the flickering flames of the red candles, he would gently lift the veil, embracing her as the flames burned brightly, promising a night of shared bliss. Yet, as she listened, Yang Lin's voice gradually diminished, ultimately giving way to the sound of gentle snoring. Li Yuyao, brimming with frustration, raised her tiny fist, ready to strike. However, upon turning around, she paused. Gazing at the slumbering face still adorned with a smile, she was unexpectedly filled with a profound sense of tranquility. Though he had teased her, he ceased to do so, presenting her with glimpses of beauty while leaving the tale unfinished. Truly a mischievous soul. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed with warmth as she awkwardly turned back, lying beside Yang Lin, her eyes fixed on the reassuring visage before her. Soon, she too closed her eyes, wiping away the moistness at the corners of her eyes and drifting into a serene sleep, a smile gracing her lips. The following morning, when Zi and Qingyi beheld Yang Lin and Li Yuyao before them, they were utterly astonished. As former princesses and now the emperor's personal attendants, both were maidens. Yet they had learned from the old matron the art of discerning a maiden's virtue. Last night, with Yang Lin and the emperor alone together, they had braced themselves for the possibility of the emperor's loss of innocence. Though it pained their hearts, they understood it was the emperor's choice. Even if it felt like the emperor had followed Yang Lin, akin to a precious gem tarnished, they had no grounds to intervene, merely lamenting the sleepless night on her behalf. But now, to their astonishment, the emperor still bore her maidenhood. Could it be that Yang Lin was lacking in that regard? After all, how could a beauty like the emperor share a bed without something occurring? As the peculiar glances from the two women intensified, Yang Lin cleared his throat and playfully declared, "Your ladyship was simply exhausted last night. Take good care of her." Ouch! Li Yuyao pinched him at the waist. Blushing, she glared at Zi and Qingyi, insisting, "Do not heed his nonsense." Zi and Qingyi exchanged even more bewildered looks. Leaning closer to Yang Lin, whispering, "Young master, we know of a remedy to enhance vitality. Would you care to try?" "Indeed, young master. You are still youthful and can easily be restored." After breakfast, Yang Lin took Li Yuyao, Zi, and Qingyi out for a stroll in the marketplace. He chose not to address their misunderstandings. One day, he would allow them to experience it personally, and they would understand whether he was capable. "My dear, shall we place a wager? Let us bet whether I can spend 40,000 taels in a single day." I refused to wager. Having wagered 3 times with Yang Lin, each time seeming to guarantee his defeat, the final outcome invariably proved to be his loss. Striding confidently ahead, he inquired about the largest granary in the county. "Heading straight there. I wish to purchase grain. Summon your manager." Upon entering the store, Yang Lin spoke with an air of arrogance. He intended to demonstrate to Li Yuyao the art of expenditure. With the prospect of his family accumulating wealth daily, it was imperative to master the art of spending. "Alas, esteemed guest, it is unfortunate that our proprietor is not present," the shop assistant respectfully informed him. "Not present?" Yang Lin furrowed his brow slightly. "That is of little consequence. You may attend to my needs. I require 100 shur of grain. I am afraid, young master, we do not possess such an abundance of grain, the assistant replied. Excuse me? Yang Lin's frown deepened. 100 sure amounts to over 10,000 jin. How could a grain store lack such provisions? How much do you actually have? 1 sure. The assistant raised a single finger. Yang Lin was taken aback. The largest grain store in the city possessed merely 1 sure of grain? Chapter 112. The Young Xinhuan. The third in line, a grain attendant raised a single finger. Yang Lin was taken aback. Was it possible that the largest granary in the city only had 1 stone of grain? The attendant, with a pained expression, explained, Dear guest, you may not be aware, but my employer had his head severed yesterday, and the stockpile of grain was completely looted. All my fellow workers have fled, leaving me as the sole survivor. Yang Lin's lips twitched. Was your employer affiliated with the Zhao family or the Zhou family? It was the Zhou family, the attendant replied hastily. Yang Lin cast a glance at the sign of Yongxing Granary outside, and then retrieved a stack of property deeds from his sleeve, rummaging through them. Soon, he found a deed for Yongxing Granary. Ah! The attendant gasped upon spotting the deed, astonished. Are you our new master? The attendant was equally shocked. It appeared to be the case. Yang Lin, caught between laughter and tears, nodded helplessly. In this era, there were no laws governing inheritance, especially given the current circumstances of the Zhou and Zhao families. Might made right, and the spoils belonged to the strongest. Yang Lin felt a sense of absurdity. He had merely come to spend money, yet here he was, unexpectedly becoming the owner of this establishment without purchasing any grain. Master, I finally found you. Just as Yang Lin was about to make his escape, he was firmly grasped by the overly excited attendant. Is there something you need? Yang Lin looked at the attendant with curiosity. He had no time to deal with the trivial matters of this shop. Yes, master. Currently, I am the only one here. There is no manager, no other attendants, and the grain has been completely depleted. If this continues, our shop will have to close. Then close it, Yang Lin said without hesitation. This meager business required considerable effort and yielded little profit, which he found unworthy of his time. More importantly, he had no one to assist him. Rather than managing it haphazardly, it was better to simply shut it down. Close the shop? The attendant was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. Master, we cannot close. Why not? The attendant replied quickly. Master, our granary is the largest in the city, supplying 30% of the grain. If we close, the neighbors will have nowhere to buy grain. Yang Lin furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that the Zhou family had expanded their grain business to such an extent. What is your name? Yang Lin inquired. I am Xinhuan, the third in line, and everyone calls me Shin Sanner, the attendant replied promptly. Yang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Xinhuan, the third in line? What a coincidence. If I were to entrust this granary to you, would you be able to manage it well? Absolutely. Xinhuan nodded decisively. Though I am merely an attendant, I have learned much about business from the manager in the past, and I have yet to have the opportunity to apply it. If you grant me this chance, I shall surely manage the shop diligently. Yang Lin nodded. Very well. Tell me, how much do you require? As everyone else departed, he remained steadfast, and for this reason alone, Yang Lin would grant him an opportunity. Xinhuan hesitated briefly, summoned his courage, and raised a finger, saying, If the master can place his trust in me, 100 taels of silver will suffice. No problem, Yang Lin replied. I shall have someone deliver 200 taels to you. Manage it well, and if you excel, perhaps you may join me in my endeavors later. With that, Yang Lin no longer wavered and turned to leave. Once outside the shop, Li Yuyao inquired. He is merely a clerk, and you dare entrust such a large establishment to him? You are even giving him 100 taels of silver? Aren't you afraid he will abscond with your money? Both Zi and Qing nodded in agreement. To them, regardless of wealth, such extravagance seemed reckless. Yang Lin smiled. My intuition tells me he will not betray my trust. Moreover, we currently lack the energy to oversee these shops, rather than allowing them to close down. It is better to offer a young person an opportunity. Who knows, he might just deliver a miracle for us. Li Yuyao chose not to argue further, merely shaking her head with a cold smile. She did not believe in intuition, yet she understood the reality Yang Lin spoke of. With grain still unpurchased, they had no choice but to visit other stores. After a series of fruitless efforts, Yang Lin found himself at a loss for words. They had traversed over 10 shops, encountering 3 that were their own, while the others had indeed cost them, yet they had nearly emptied the shelves of those establishments. Ultimately, as they calculated their expenditures, they realized it had not been much, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. During lunch, Li Yuyao cheerfully summarized the morning's spending for Yonglin. 100 shur of grain cost 120 taels of silver, 800 jin of meat, 32 taels, 1,000 feet of cloth, 100 taels, 3,800 jin of pig iron and 26,000 jin of iron ore, totaling 600 taels. As for other assorted items, they amounted to 32 taels. Adding the 100 taels given to the grain shop, we spent less than 1,000 taels this morning. Remarkably, from the initial 40,000 taels, we have nearly exhausted a trifling amount, leaving us with just over 39,000 taels. A hint of cunning sparkled in Li Yuyao's smile. She regretted not having made a wager with Yonglin. Yonglin gritted his teeth, having overestimated the difficulty of spending money. He had never anticipated that it would be so arduous. Ultimately, the scarcity of local resources rendered even wealth ineffective. There was simply nothing to purchase. Yonglin swiftly shifted the topic. At present, our greatest need is manpower. My dear, do you have any suggestions? Li Yuyao shook her head. Finding people is not difficult. But locating those who are capable is another matter entirely. Individuals who can stand on their own are even rarer. Yonglin nodded in agreement, reflecting, ultimately, it is due to our rapid expansion, acquiring so many enterprises without trustworthy personnel. However, thinking of capable individuals, I suddenly have two ideas. Either we sell off all these shops and convert them into liquid assets. However, this approach is tantamount to severing one's own limbs. These industries represent valuable assets, merely neglected due to a lack of management. If sold now, the price would inevitably be dismally low, rendering the effort futile. Li Yuyao promptly inquired, "What is the second method?" Yonglin smiled. "Let us not forget, we have so many sisters." Li Yuyao paused, furrowing her brow. "Are you suggesting that they manage these industries? But they are all women. Historically, women have never held such positions. Conducting business requires stepping into the limelight. Can they truly manage? Why not?" Yonglin replied nonchalantly. The absence of women in such roles is not due to their inadequacy, but rather a long-standing underestimation of their capabilities. Beyond physical labor, women are indeed equal to men. Even sages have proclaimed, women can support half the sky. My dear, do not underestimate women. Yonglin's words struck Li Yuyao like a thunderclap, awakening her to a profound realization. Women are not inferior to men. It dawned on her that all along, it was not just others who had underestimated her. She had underestimated herself as well. Chapter 113. If there is no demand. Create demand. With over 40,000 taels of silver, Yonglin spent less than a fraction in the morning. Thus, in the afternoon, he ceased to struggle, abandoning the pursuit of expenditure, and leisurely strolled through the streets with Li Yuyao and others. "Is your husband planning to relocate the business entirely to the city?" Li Yuyao inquired during their walk. Yonglin shook his head. "Certainly not. We can develop in the city and continually expand outward, but the mountain village is our stronghold. Many essential elements must remain under our watchful eye. They need to be firmly in our grasp." Li Yuyao understood that Yonglin was referring to the core technologies such as the gypsum water used for tofu production, iron smelting, cement, papermaking, and water mills. "What else can we develop in the city?" she further questioned. "Plenty. Commercial enterprises, shops, or other inconsequential industries," Yonglin replied. At this point, his eyes brightened as he turned to Zi. "Zi, please do me a favor and summon Song Qian." Zi glanced at Li Yuyao. "Go ahead." "Yes." With that, Li Yuyao departed. Before long, Song Qian was brought over by Zi. Dressed in splendid attire and radiating vitality, he approached with flattering bows. "May I inquire what the noble lord desires?" "I wish to purchase a piece of land to establish a brick kiln. You are quite familiar with this area, so I would like to hear your advice." Upon hearing this, Song Qian furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why does the noble lord wish to open a brick kiln?" Yonglin chuckled. "To establish a foothold in the city, one must possess some industry of their own. I have operated a brick kiln in the village and am quite familiar with it. Is there a problem?" With a solemn expression, Song Qian nodded. "There are many lucrative businesses. Why would the noble lord engage in such a laborious and thankless endeavor? If you trust your subordinate, it would be best to refrain from opening a brick kiln." "Oh, why is that?" Yonglin inquired, genuinely perplexed. He had operated a brick kiln in the village for some time, and while it had always been self-sustaining, he had calculated that running a brick kiln was generally profitable. The only costs incurred were labor and fuel, while the raw material, clay, was abundant and free for the taking. Additionally, charcoal and labor were incredibly cheap, resulting in a remarkable profit margin of nearly 90%. Song Qian sighed. The noble lord is unaware, but I have a cousin who operates a brick kiln. His kiln has not produced bricks in many days, not because making bricks is unprofitable, but because the bricks produced cannot be sold. Oh, is it a matter of quality? Yang Lin queried. Song Qian shook his head once more. His kiln is meticulously managed, with excellent craftsmanship. The quality of the bricks is certainly not an issue. The problem lies in the fact that the common folk simply have no use for bricks, hence they cannot be sold. At last, Yang Lin grasped the situation. The root of the issue was the lack of demand. This was quite understandable, had he not initiated the Kaoshan New Village project in the mountain village. The bricks from that kiln would undoubtedly have gone unsold as well. Yang Lin chuckled. Where there is no demand, we can create it. Song Qian was taken aback. Before he could comprehend, Yang Lin continued, Mr. Song, I kindly request your assistance. Tonight, I shall host a banquet, and I need you to invite all those operating brick kilns in the city. What is the intention behind this, my lord? Yang Lin, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, Consider it an act of benevolence on my part. Since their brick kilns are unprofitable, if they are willing, I shall take them off their hands. Song Qian was instantly startled, gazing at Yang Lin in disbelief. Initially, he had only intended to open a single brick kiln. How could he now contemplate acquiring all the kilns in the city after elucidating their drawbacks? My lord, please reconsider, he urged earnestly. Yang Lin, however, waved his hand dismissively. I have made my decision. No further discussion is necessary. Mr. Song, rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Ah, very well, I suppose, Song Qian acquiesced, though he sighed inwardly. Despite this nobleman possessing some cunning, he was still rather youthful. With so many brick kilns in the city shuttered or inactive, none were profitable. Without a market, even the most skilled craftsmanship or the finest bricks were of no consequence. Ah, the folly of youth, reaching for unattainable heights, brimming with arrogance. Perhaps he should encounter some hardship. Once he runs into a wall, he will surely recognize the value of my counsel. With such thoughts, Song Qian did not delay in executing Yang Lin's orders. He first sought out his cousin, Huang Feng. When Huang Feng heard someone intended to purchase his brick kiln, he nearly thought he had misheard. Such good fortune? Who doesn't know that running a brick kiln is a losing venture? Is there truly a fool willing to invest? Listen closely, cousin. The buyer is a person of considerable standing. During tonight's banquet, refrain from speaking out of turn or bidding recklessly. Sell at the appropriate price. Do you understand? Huang Feng shrugged off his cousin's concerns. Observing this, Song Qian narrowed his eyes and said, Do you not know of the demise of the Zhou and Zhao families yesterday? Huang Feng was momentarily stunned. Of course I know, but what does that have to do with your esteemed buyer? The news had spread like wildfire throughout their small county. Everyone was aware of the bloodshed at the county magistrate's door. Indeed, this esteemed individual orchestrated it all, and now the entire region is under their control. Upon hearing this, Huang Feng involuntarily gasped, his eyes lighting up. Brother Qian, are you saying you work for this esteemed individual? If so, this is our opportunity. Oh, what do you mean? Song Qian quickly cautioned. Do not entertain any foolish notions. This esteemed individual is no trifler, decisive in action, with a heart of stone, they kill without hesitation. That fateful night, Yang Lin had suddenly struck, shooting Zhao Dei with an arrow, a scene that left an indelible impression on all present, one he would never forget. Oh, what is it that my cousin is contemplating? My point is, since the distinguished individual intends to purchase a brick kiln, he surely lacks the leisure to manage it personally and will require someone to oversee the operations. I happen to possess the necessary knowledge in this regard. Cousin, as you are already employed by this esteemed personage, you could recommend me to manage the affairs for him. Having the support of a significant figure ensures that we, as brothers, shall not come to harm in our endeavors. After careful deliberation, Song Qian found Huang Feng's reasoning to be quite sound. Very well. I shall put forth your name to the esteemed individual. Whether he chooses to employ you will depend on your own fortune. As evening descended, in the grandest tavern of Jianghe County, Yang Lin hosted a gathering where Song Qian had invited the owners of all 9 brick kilns in the city. With cups raised and laughter shared, the atmosphere was one of camaraderie. However, each individual was secretly calculating their own interests. Everyone was aware that this newly emerged magnate of Jianghe County was venturing into the brick kiln business, prompting many to consider seizing the opportunity to sell their underperforming kilns at a favorable price. Chapter 114. How to Profit from Unprofitable Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are aware of the purpose behind my invitation today. I am interested in acquiring several brick kilns. Does anyone among you wish to make a transaction? Yang Lin, weary of engaging in pleasantries with these individuals, decided to address the matter directly. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, several attendees' eyes gleamed with interest. Indeed, such is the impulsiveness of youth. Lord Yang, I, Old Liu, am prepared to part with a kiln at a fair price of 80 taels, proclaimed a rotund man, grinning as he gestured with his fingers to signify the amount. Yang Lin's brow furrowed slightly at the figure. Having constructed kilns himself, he knew that 80 taels was exorbitant. He sought to purchase a kiln, not to be taken advantage of. Noticing Yang Lin's frown, the hefty man quickly realized his asking price was excessive and hastily explained. My lord, you must understand, my kiln is a large one. With sufficient manpower, it can produce 3,000 bricks a day. The man proudly held up 3 fingers. Yet, Yang Lin's expression soured once more. Just as he was about to inform the man of his lack of sincerity, Huang Feng, sitting nearby, suddenly slammed his palm onto the table and exclaimed with indignation, Old Liu, how shameless can you be? With your dilapidated kiln, you dare demand 80 taels? Ha, my lord. My kiln can produce 5,000 bricks daily, and I only ask for 20 taels. Huang Feng respectfully gestured toward Yang Lin. Old Liu's countenance darkened immediately. He could not recall any animosity between himself and Huang Feng. They were all there to sell kilns and ought to be considered allies. He was perplexed as to why Huang Feng would undermine him. Yang Lin's eyes brightened. The price of 20 taels was indeed quite reasonable. Even if he were to invest time in constructing a new kiln, it would likely cost him more than that. Recalling that Song Qian had introduced Huang Feng as his cousin, he quickly understood that Huang Feng was deliberately seeking to curry favor with him. Yang Lin nodded. Indeed, that price is quite fair. I am not a miser. If you seek 20 taels, I shall offer you 25. For any kilns you wish to sell, let this be the standard. For those capable of producing over 3,000 bricks a day, I will offer 20 taels. For those yielding 5,000, 25 taels. And for those producing fewer than 3,000, 15 taels. Barely had this agreement been reached when ink and paper were swiftly prepared nearby, and Huang Feng was ready to sign the transaction documents. Yang Lin acted with decisiveness, causing the expressions of the others to sour. They had intended to take advantage of this affluent lord, only to find a traitor among their ranks. The others glared at Huang Feng with resentment, but he remained undaunted. After all, who would care about them once he had secured the favor of such a noble? My lord, that price seems rather low, one of them protested. Indeed, Huang Feng may be able to sell at that price, perhaps due to urgency for funds. However, should we seek the same, we would incur losses. They sought to negotiate further. However, Yang Lin merely stated with a hint of indifference, since I have already set the price, it shall remain unchanged. If you find it unsuitable, you are free to leave. In matters of trade, integrity prevails. I shall not resort to coercion. However, should anyone perceive me as a fool, chuckles, I am unconcerned, for it would serve as a lesson in humility. Yang Lin's cold gaze swept over the assembly, who had initially regarded this young noble as an easy target to exploit. They were taken aback by his resolute demeanor, causing them to become submissive. The price of 20 taels was indeed reasonable. They could even accept a lower offer, as the brick kiln was a venture fraught with losses. Well then, 20 taels it is, a favor to the noble. Yes, indeed, the price is fair. I, Old Zhang, shall part with my kiln. The crowd concurred eagerly. Those who had initially contemplated holding out were now impatient to agree. They could not afford to haggle with Yang Lin, fearing he might dismiss them outright. Soon, all the transfer documents were signed, and the satisfied crowd departed with their silver. Only Huang Feng remained. Song Qian hastily interjected, My lord, Huang Feng is my cousin, an upright person with a keen business acumen. Upon hearing that you seek to purchase the brick kiln, he expressed a desire to work alongside you. Huang Feng bowed respectfully, stating, My lord, I have spent over a decade mastering the art of brickmaking. If you do not mind, I wish to serve you. Yang Lin smiled and gestured for them to sit. After taking a sip of wine, he casually remarked, You are quite astute. recognizing the opportune moment and discerning what ought to be done, in stark contrast to those foolish individuals who are blinded by short-term gains and regard others as simpletons. Huang Feng's eyes brightened. Does this imply your approval, my lord? Yang Lin chuckled. Of course, I have no objections to you working with me. Your cousin is aware that I possess numerous shops and lands in need of management. Now is the time for capable hands to join me. Yang Lin pointed to his head and grinned. Allow me to pose a question. If you answer correctly, all 9 brick kilns shall be under your stewardship. Should your response fall short, you may still oversee 1 kiln. Huang Feng eagerly awaited his inquiry. Yang Lin, with a playful demeanor, continued, this question is rather straightforward. I am not foolish and understand that the kilns in your possession are unprofitable. Tell me, why would I wish to purchase all 9 kilns at once? Upon hearing this question, Song Qian's expression shifted dramatically. The query was exceedingly challenging. Throughout the afternoon, he had pondered this dilemma. Unable to fathom why Yang Lin would insist on acquiring so many unprofitable kilns. The question that had eluded him for hours now fell upon Huang Feng to answer, leaving Song Qian to sigh resignedly within. However, upon hearing this query, Huang Feng calmly clasped his hands and replied, My lord, the sole reason you would consider purchasing these brick kilns is that under your stewardship, they are destined to be profitable. Song Qian was taken aback. This response was indeed quite logical. If there were no profits to be had, he would certainly not contemplate such a purchase. Yang Lin also nodded with a smile. Indeed. Allow me to pose another question. Since you have deduced that I can profit from these kilns, are you aware of how a seemingly unprofitable venture can yield profits in my hands? Song Qian's surprise deepened. The inquiry had grown more profound. How could one transform a loss-making business into a lucrative one? He could not fathom the answer. Yet, Huang Feng's demeanor remained unchanged, even adorned with a hint of a smile. My lord, if I am not mistaken, are you perhaps planning to construct city walls? Huang Feng bowed slightly, grinning as he spoke. Song Qian was utterly astonished. Construct city walls? Indeed, the city of Jianghe County currently lacks fortifications. Building a wall is entirely sensible. Such a project would necessitate a vast quantity of bricks and stones, and even with 9 kilns working overtime, it would take considerable time to meet the demand. How could such a straightforward solution have eluded him? Chapter 115. Acquiring land and constructing city walls. Yang Lin nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am quite pleased with your response. These 9 brick kilns will be entrusted to your management. Thank you, your grace. Huang Feng exclaimed joyfully, hastily expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Song Qian remained stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. It was quite unexpected for his cousin, whom he had never seen exhibit such cleverness before, to suddenly display such insight. Let us discuss your remuneration. How much do you wish to receive? Yang Lin inquired directly. To serve your grace is a privilege, and I trust you will be generous with the reward. Huang Feng replied with a courteous bow, a cheerful demeanor on his face. Yang Lin's admiration for Huang Feng grew. Not only was he astute, but he also possessed a silver tongue and emotional intelligence, clearly a capable businessman. How about 1 tael of silver per month? Yang Lin proposed. I accept. Huang Feng replied without hesitation. However, Song Qian frowned slightly. 1 tael of silver, while substantial for the average citizen, seemed rather meager for someone tasked with overseeing the management of 9 brick kilns. The brick-making industry, if successful, could yield profits of several tens of taels in a year. Though Song Qian felt a twinge of discontent, he noticed Huang Feng remained unperturbed. In light of Huang Feng's composure, Yang Lin smiled again. Indeed, you possess great poise, far surpassing your cousin. Song Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly lowered his head. Mr. Song, I assure you that I shall not be stingy with your compensation. You have performed admirably today, and this is for you. Yang Lin produced a 5-tael silver ingot, casually tossing it to Song Qian. Upon receiving it, Song Qian was taken aback and hurriedly expressed his thanks. Yet he was puzzled. Although the nobleman was indeed generous, why did he seem somewhat stingy with Huang Feng's remuneration? The 1 tael of silver is your base salary. In addition to this, I intend to offer you a share in the business. Shares. The unfamiliar term startled both Song Qian and, this time, even Huang Feng. While he suspected that this nobleman would not be miserly with him, he was entirely perplexed by the concept of shares. In simple terms, shares represent a partnership in management. Once you possess shares, you effectively become one of the owners, granted certain management rights, and you will receive dividends each year. I will grant you 1% of the shares, meaning for every 100, you will receive 1. For instance, if the brick kiln's annual net profit is 1,000 taels, you will earn 10 taels each year. If the profit is 10,000 taels, you will receive 100 taels annually. After hearing Yang Lin's explanation, Song Qian was left speechless, while Huang Feng's heart raced with excitement. I accept. Huang Feng quickly bowed in gratitude. Having previously operated a brick kiln, he was acutely aware of the potential profits. In the past, with a modest demand for bricks, firing a single kiln could suffice for an extended period, resulting in a net profit of 20 to 30 taels per year. If a city wall were to be constructed, the brick kilns would undoubtedly remain perpetually busy. Consequently, a single kiln could yield a net profit of 200 to 300 taels annually. He oversaw 9 brick kilns, generating an income of 2,000 to 3,000 taels each year. In addition to his basic salary of 12 taels, he also received dividends amounting to 20 to 30 taels. Thus, not only did he earn significantly more, but his status also elevated. Yang Lin smiled. As his enterprises expanded, the complexities of management increased. To ease his burdens, he contemplated distributing a portion of the shares, allowing the management to hold stock, which would be the most prudent course of action. Mr. Song, in the coming days, you shall assist me with a few matters, the noble commanded. Song Qian quickly clasped his hands in respect, his demeanor focused. This noble was indeed ruthless in his dealings. Yet his generosity was equally remarkable. In just 2 days under his guidance, he had earned more than he had in the entire previous year. Therefore, he approached Yang Lin's directives with utmost seriousness. The first task was to acquire all the clay surrounding the county town. Wherever clay could be extracted, purchase it all. Song Qian was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Clay was abundant. The government placed no restrictions on it, and one could freely mine it for brickmaking. Why then should he waste money acquiring it all? However, Huang Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately grasped that this noble intended to monopolize the entire brick kiln business of the county town. Although Song Qian did not fully comprehend, he promptly nodded in agreement. The second task was to seek out any idle land within the county town, with a minimum area of 20 acres, the larger the better. If no such land was available within the town, the outskirts would suffice, provided it was not too far from the county seat. Acquire 10 such plots. Song Qian was astonished once more. While he could not fathom the need to buy clay land, at least clay could be used for brickmaking. However, purchasing idle land within the city seemed utterly pointless. The third task was to find Zhao Fuguwei and have him oversee the construction of the city wall, instructing him to do his best without undue pressure. Song Qian was left dumbfounded. Was it true that the construction of the city wall had yet to be initiated, and there was no need for pressure? If it could not be accomplished, would all these brick kilns not suffer losses? Observing Song Qian's astonishment, Yang Lin smiled faintly. Surely you do not believe that a single noble can dictate the construction of such a significant undertaking? Yang Lin himself was not well versed in the processes of building a city wall, but he suspected that even County Magistrate Wu might lack the authority to make such a decision. Tasking Zhao Fuguwei with this responsibility served 2 purposes: to hone his capabilities and perhaps, by chance, the county magistrate might be able to make a decisive call. After all, what if the proposal for the city wall received approval upon submission? He had not regarded the construction of the wall as a major concern. But with this opportunity at hand, how could he not strive for it? Thus, Song Qian swallowed hard and incredulously inquired, "My lord, what if the construction of the city wall cannot be realized?" "Do not trouble yourself with such worries. Simply focus on the tasks I have entrusted to you." "Understood." Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Song Qian ceased to insist. After all, this nobleman always conducted his affairs in a manner that left others perplexed. "These are your matters," he stated. "Huang Feng, I must also entrust you with certain tasks." "Please, my lord, command me." Huang Feng promptly bowed in response. Yang Lin continued, "Tomorrow, have your cousin accompany you to the treasury to withdraw 1,000 taels of silver, intended for the expenses of the brick kiln." Huang Feng was immediately taken aback. "My lord, I am well aware of these 9 brick kilns. As long as we recruit personnel, we can commence brick production without any significant investment, and certainly not require such a substantial sum. What does 1,000 taels even signify? We wouldn't exhaust that amount even if we constructed 9 additional kilns, wouldn't you?" Yang Lin replied with a cunning glint in his eyes, countering, "What if we were to build 20 more?" "What? 20 more? Huang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gulped audibly, struggling to swallow. Chapter 116. The unseemly development. The task of repairing the city walls remains unresolved. Yet the number of bricks produced from the 9 kills is already substantial. To make matters worse, this nobleman intends to construct an additional 20? Should the plan for the city walls fall through, these kills would also face ruin. My lord, please reconsider, Huang Feng implored. Yang Lin pondered for a moment. Let us aim for a round number, constructing 21 more, bringing the total to 30. Song Qian swayed slightly, dumbfounded. And Huang Feng too found it hard to believe. How could this nobleman be so obstinate? The second matter at hand involved labor recruitment. Before Huang Feng could utter another word, Yang Lin continued. Ordinary workers shall receive a monthly wage of 150 coins, while skilled laborers will earn 300 coins. After 6 months of service, wages may increase by 50 to 100 coins. The workday shall not exceed 6 hours, with 1 day off each month. Those who perform well or make exceptional contributions may also see a reasonable increase in pay. Furthermore, each kiln will establish a security team, hiring 10 individuals to oversee protective duties. Huang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Hiring 10 individuals for a single kiln means 300 for 30 kills? Is such a multitude truly necessary for mere brick production? Yet before Huang Feng could voice his thoughts, Yang Lin interjected. I understand your confusion. You need not comprehend it now. Simply follow my directives. Very well, Huang Feng nodded resignedly. Once Song Qian and Huang Feng departed, Li Yuyao could no longer contain her curiosity. With such a demand for bricks, are you planning to construct houses? Perhaps embark on that real estate venture you once mentioned? Yang Lin smiled and gave a thumbs up. My dear, you are astute. Developing real estate, anchored in our mountain village, is our foundation. Now that our roots are firmly established, it is time to branch out, with the county seat serving as our first leaf. Here, we possess unparalleled advantages. Neglecting such an opportunity would be a grave misstep. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement. Yang Lin had previously elucidated the profit model of real estate, and she believed that following his approach would yield prosperity. Understanding this, the rationale behind purchasing kilns, constructing them, monopolizing clay resources, and acquiring land within the city became clear. But what of the security teams? For mere kills, is a force of 300 truly warranted? Yang Lin chuckled. Who said the security teams are for the kills? Li Yuyao was taken aback. Then the security teams are to protect all our enterprises, Yang Lin asserted with conviction. The power of the authorities is ultimately an external force. How long can we rely on it? Thus, we must cultivate our own strength. Strength resides in 2 facets. One is wealth, and the other is manpower. We have acquired the wealth, yet our grasp on personnel remains woefully inadequate. Li Yuyao suddenly comprehended. Yang Lin intends to forge his own private army. Utilizing the 30 kills as a guise for recruitment serves to cleverly mask his intentions. Do you aspire to rebel? In the desolate surroundings, Li Yuyao boldly posed the question that had long lingered in her mind. Rebellion? Upon hearing this term, Yang Lin chuckled and shook his head. Certainly not. What I am doing is merely to avoid being oppressed. Li Yuyao felt a tinge of disappointment, as Yang Lin showed reluctance. She refrained from pursuing the topic further. The following day, under the guidance of Huang Feng, 9 brick kilns commenced their revival. When the townsfolk learned that the wage was 151, along with an additional day off each month, and a promise of a raise after 6 months, they flocked to the site. The 9 kilns, along with a security team of 300 in the workforce for constructing 21 new kilns, filled all positions in less than half a day. Those sent back to the village with the news had already brought their sisters along to the county town. Aside from Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao, the eldest sister was tasked with managing the tofu workshop, and the second sister stayed behind to oversee the home, leaving only the third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister to come. Upon realizing they were there to take over the business as managers, the 4 could not help but feel a mix of excitement and anxiety. After inquiring about the village's condition, Yang Lin introduced them to the local situation. There were still 12 shops and over 3,000 acres of land in disarray. These were the land deeds, tenant lists, and account books. The 12 shops included 2 rice stores, 2 fabric shops, 2 herbal medicine shops, 3 restaurants, an inn, and 2 trading firms. You 4 can divide these amongst yourselves. As the sisters perused the substantial documents, they felt overwhelmed, particularly the 5th and 6th sisters, whose gentle natures made them apprehensive about handling such a significant business. Liao Hongying decisively declared, "I shall manage the farmland." "Very well," Yang Lin replied, nodding in approval. "In managing the farmland, do not hesitate to express your needs." With such a multitude of businesses, the farmland was indeed the most chaotic, making management and organization a daunting task in the short term. However, Liao Hongying suggested, "Did you not say you did not wish to be a landlord? Rather than letting this land remain disordered, I could sell it all for you. Just as in the village, selling it back to the farmers at the original price. This way, everything will be resolved." Yang Lin's mouth twitched. He had thought Liao Hongying possessed confidence in managing the farmland, yet her solution was merely to sell it off. However, upon reflection, her reasoning was quite sound. He was not lacking in funds at present, and certainly had no desire to compete with the impoverished populace for profit. Selling the land would not only alleviate the pressure on him, but also benefit the people. "Fine, you shall have full authority over this matter. Handle it as you see fit." Hearing Yang Lin's words, the still perplexed fifth sister quickly inquired, "What about the shops? Should we sell those too?" Yang Lin's mouth twitched again, and with a bemused expression, he firmly shook his head. "Sisters, I have invited you here to conduct business, not to liquidate assets." The fifth and sixth sisters stuck out their tongues. The fourth sister spoke up, "Since there are 12 shops, it is just right for the three of us to each take 4. I will choose 3 taverns and 1 inn." As she spoke, she took out 3 property deeds. This left the grain shop, cloth store, herbal medicine shop, and trading house. The fifth and sixth sisters, feeling helpless, could only select 2 items each. As for how to manage them, they had no inkling whatsoever. "Third sister, I have recruited a security team of 300 men here. Once you have dealt with the properties, the management of the security team will be entrusted to you." Liao Hongying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, leading troops into battle? That is what I love most." Everything was thus settled, and Yang Lin prepared to return to the village. There awaited him the tasks of papermaking, steel refining, and black powder production. These core technologies were fundamental for his continued development. As he had stated, Kaoshan village was his foundation. Although progress was rapid at this stage, it was crucial to solidify his footing, to develop cautiously, and not to be reckless. Perhaps once he had produced gunpowder, cannons, and armored warships, he could afford to relax a little. Chapter 117. Incompatibility of the old and the new. Water and fire cannot coexist with all preparations complete. It was time to return home. A procession of 70 to 80 villagers, accompanied by more than 20 guards, set forth from the city, escorting 4 carts of silver and over 20 carts of supplies, making a grand return to Kaoshan village. Outside the city, upon a horse-drawn carriage, an elderly man clad in brocade furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Lu Liang beside him, "Whose caravan is this? Such a spectacle in the small Zhenghe county?" Lu Liang, equally perplexed, shook his head and respectfully replied, "This matter of the county is beyond my knowledge, fourth master. We should hasten into the city to rescue my father." "Humph," Lu Zhong scoffed lightly. As the head of the powerful Lu family in the prefectural city, his presence in the humble Zhenghe county was not merely to assist a distant nephew with whom he had not corresponded for years, but rather to pursue the recent craze for tofu that had captivated the hearts of many in the prefectural city. The craft of tofu making had spread throughout Pingyuan County, with an ever-increasing number of vendors populating the streets, and the secret to this delicacy lay in a mysterious potion known only to a few prominent families in Zhenghe County. To Lu Zhong's astonishment, this long-forgotten relative had brought forth a revelation. The leading families of Zhenghe County were merely sourcing the potion from others, while the true origin was a destitute young man residing in the village. Realizing the implications of this revelation, Lu Zhong unhesitatingly agreed to accompany Lu Liang to Zhenghe County, intent on procuring the formula for the potion from the lad named Yang Lin. Upon entering the city, Lu Zhong waited until the opposing caravan had fully exited before signaling for his own entourage to proceed. With years of experience in commerce and a substantial enterprise established in the prefectural city, Lu Zhong understood well whom he could offend and whom he could not. The recently passed caravan, with its impressive scale and the fierce demeanor of its guards, represented a group he dared not cross, thus he chose to yield. As for the individual named Yang Lin, he was but a pawn easily manipulated. The reason for entering the city first rather than heading directly to Kaoshan village was due to the influence Lu Zhong wielded within the county. Once inside, their procession made its way directly to the county office, where they presented a formal greeting to the magistrate, Wu Yong. Upon learning of Lu Zhong's personal visit, the magistrate was taken aback. The Lu family, despite being mere merchants, had established connections with the gentry of the prefectural city. And although he had no personal acquaintance with Lu Zhong, he dared not act arrogantly and promptly summoned him into the inner office. After the servants had served tea and exchanged pleasantries, Lu Zhong cut to the chase. Lord Wu, I have a young relative who, due to a trivial infraction some time ago, is currently detained in the county jail. Considering the duration of his confinement and the inconsequential nature of his offense, might I implore you to show me a small favor and allow this matter to be resolved amicably? As he spoke, Lu Zhong produced 2 silver notes from his sleeve, smiling as he extended them toward Wu Yong. Wu Yong's round, plump face beamed with an exceptionally radiant smile. Oh, it is but a trifling matter. There is no need for Mr. Lu to be so courteous. Thus spoke Wu Yong, all the while discreetly stowing the banknote within his sleeve. He casually inquired, Pray tell, Mr. Lu, who is the individual you intend to detain, and what transgression has he committed? At this moment, Lu Liang, who stood nearby, became visibly agitated and exclaimed, My father, Lu Yukai from Kaoshan village. There is a young scoundrel named Yang Lin in our village, audacious and disrespectful toward the Lu family. My father merely wished to teach him a minor lesson, but unexpectedly, he retaliated. I implore you, esteemed Wu, to advocate on my father's behalf. Oh, so it is Lu Yukai from Kaoshan village. What, Yang Lin, are you saying that your father has offended Yang Lin? Wu Yong's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Lu Liang and then at Lu Chong. He hastily retrieved the banknote he had just concealed and presented it to Lu Chong. I cannot assist. This matter is beyond my ability. I have pressing obligations to attend to, so I must take my leave. Old Zheng, see them out. As Wu Yong spoke, he disregarded the astonishment of the 2 men, hastily rose, offered them a slight bow, and promptly exited, leaving behind 2 bewildered individuals, utterly perplexed. Even after being escorted out of the county office, Lu Chong remained in a daze. Though he had no particular acquaintance with County Magistrate Wu, he found it incomprehensible that such a minor official would show them no courtesy, especially given his status as a prominent figure in the county. He had initially intended to release Lu Yukai and then ally with County Magistrate Wu to leverage the authority of the government against Yang Lin, thereby compelling him to surrender the formula for the potion. But now, Lu Liang, does the Lu family harbor some grudge against County Magistrate Wu? Why else would he be unwilling to lend his assistance? Lu Chong glared fiercely at Lu Liang. With a look of innocence, Lu Liang replied, Fourth Master, we absolutely do not. Moreover, we have never even been acquainted with the magistrate. Sighing in resignation, Lu Chong acknowledged, at this juncture, we must explore alternative avenues. In Jianghe County, I am acquainted with a county lieutenant named Zhao. It seems we must settle for a visit to Lieutenant Zhao. However, upon arriving at the county lieutenant's office, Lu Liang was taken aback to encounter an unexpected figure. Zhong Tao, what brings you here? Lu Liang gasped, instinctively recoiling. After all, Zhong Tao had once given him a thrashing at the tofu shop, leaving him with a lasting psychological scar. Is there something you need? Zhong Tao inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Given their current disparity in status, he had no desire to engage unless Lu Liang was seeking trouble. We are here to see County Lieutenant Zhao. Hurry and announce our arrival. Lu Liang, recalling that Fourth Master was acquainted with Lieutenant Zhao, could not help but feel a swell of pride. Leaning closer to Zhong Tao, he coldly whispered, Zhong Tao, I suppose you have finally managed to secure a position in the county office? Just a word from me could have you expelled from this place. Here to see County Lieutenant Zhao? Zhong Tao frowned once more. To be frank, this time, both you and that Yang Lin are as good as doomed. With the formidable Fourth Master taking charge, he was confident in his ability to handle a mere Yang Lin. Upon hearing Yang Lin's name mentioned, Zhong Tao immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation and was filled with fury. Bring forth the men, he bellowed. Instantly, several constables rushed out. Chief, Chief, they exclaimed, eagerly awaiting Zhong Tao's command. There are troublemakers at the county magistrate's office. Apprehend them. Yes, the constables, disregarding all else, recognized Zhong Tao as their leader. And even Zhang Ping, the acting county magistrate, treated him with utmost respect. In an instant, the constables surged forward. Lu Liang was bewildered, and so was Lu Chong. How dare you? I am acquainted with County Magistrate Zhao. Are you not afraid of his wrath for treating me in such a manner? The constables were momentarily taken aback. Acquainted with Zhao Dui? That only warrants a more severe beating. Zhao Dui's associates belonged to the old guard, while they themselves were allies of Yang Lin. Representing the new faction, the two factions were irreconcilable, akin to fire and water. This was an opportunity to pledge their loyalty. Chapter 118. Brother, I cannot let go. Truly, I cannot let go. After enduring a beating, Lu Liang and Lu Zhong finally managed to escape the county magistrate's office under the protection of their servants. How outrageous! Lu Zhong trembled with rage, his beard quivering. As the head of the Lu family in the capital city, he could command great influence even in Pingyuan County. Yet here in the humble Jianghe County, he found himself thwarted at every turn, even facing physical aggression from those lowly officials. Moreover, he had not even laid eyes on Zhao Dei. Fourth Master, what shall we do now? Lu Liang was utterly bewildered. With a stern expression, Lu Zhong replied, Humph. Even without relying on these officials, I can still accomplish my objectives. Let us proceed to Kaoshan village. Understood. Lu Liang responded promptly. He had unwavering faith in the Fourth Master, knowing that despite only bringing along a handful of servants, one among them was an exceptionally skilled master, capable of keeping ordinary people at bay. Once this master captured Yang Lin, would he not submit obediently? Meanwhile, after more than 2 hours of travel, Yang Lin finally returned to Kaoshan village. Before the main group even entered the village, they were greeted by a multitude of villagers waiting at the entrance, who erupted in cheers upon seeing the returning party. Upon reaching the village entrance, Yang Lin instructed them to unload the grains from the cart. Kong Liang, take some people and distribute them for dough of rice for each household. Certainly, Kong Liang replied, promptly leading the others to distribute the rice. The villagers, who had been anxious about Yang Lin and his party, felt a wave of relief seeing that everyone returned unscathed, and their spirits lifted even further as they began to receive provisions. The villagers who had followed them into the city were now reunited with their families, excitedly recounting their experiences and stories from the journey. Father, guess how much silver the employer gave us for this trip to the county? Although Kong Liang was already a squad leader in the defense team, he was still merely a lad of 17 or 18. After distributing the rice, he eagerly sought out his father to boast. Kong Liang's father was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he asked, could it be that the employer truly gave 10 taels of silver? When they left the village, Yang Lin had publicly promised that each member of the defense team would receive 10 taels of silver. As impoverished commoners, they were acutely aware that, although 10 taels was a considerable sum, it was payment for risking their lives. Now, seeing everyone return safely and without injury, how could the employer possibly have given so much? Kong Liang chuckled. Father, you won't believe it. The employer gave us each an additional 5 taels. Moreover, he said I performed admirably and rewarded me with an extra 5 taels, so I earned a total of 20 taels this time. Kong Liang was beaming with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. What? Kong Liang's father exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. 20 taels? My goodness, that's an astonishing amount of silver. Liang, this is far too much money. Perhaps you should return some to the employer. 10 taels is certainly sufficient. The impoverished common folk, who has ever witnessed such an abundance of silver? To amass such wealth in an instant feels rather unsettling. Father, Lin Gu mentioned that the silver he distributed cannot be returned. Moreover, you are unaware that our master is currently quite affluent, having seized several carts of silver from the Zhou and Zhao families. Did you not see those piles on the cart behind us? Old Kong Liang immediately adopted a serious demeanor. No matter how much silver there is, it ultimately belongs to our master. You must not entertain any reckless notions. I understand. I understand. I understand, Kong Liang replied impatiently. Father, rest assured, I comprehend. Our master treats us well. We shall take what we are rightfully owed. No matter how much our master earns, that is his own merit. Furthermore, have you not noticed how life in our village has improved? Look at those carts filled with grain, all of it white rice. Indeed, old Kong Liang gazed at the line of grain being distributed, his eyes already glistening with emotion. White rice. That is a luxury they might not even afford during the new year. Now, they have brought back so many carts in one go, enough for each household to last a month. Life has truly changed. Happiness radiated from every face. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yang Lin, accompanied by Li Yuyao, Zi, Qi, and several carts of silver, was met by his bewildered second sister and the younger siblings, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu. Initially, news had reached them that Yang Lin was safe, but now their attention was entirely captivated by the carts. What is this? Xiao Jiu sensed an ominous premonition. Silver, Yang Lin announced with a smile. As the curtain was lifted, a multitude of large wooden chests was revealed, far exceeding the amount he had previously transported from Heifeng Mountain. Xiao Jiu's expression shifted dramatically. Brother, we cannot hold it all. It truly cannot be contained. Last time, over 13,000 taels of silver nearly filled the warehouse. And Yang Lin had only managed to spend half of it. Yet, mere days later, he was faced with several times that amount. Yang Lin felt a headache coming on. This old house is neither secure nor spacious enough to accommodate the silver. He had reached his limit. How is the progress on the new house? Yang Lin inquired of his second sister. Given that the new house is constructed with a brick concrete structure and the cement production had been relatively low, progress has been slow. They had only just completed the foundation a few days prior. The second sister quickly replied, I went to check this morning. They have already begun laying the walls. Uncle Dazhuang said that within 10 days, the beams could be raised. Raising the beams signifies that the roof will be constructed and the house will essentially be complete. However, Yang Lin knew that raising the beams was not the end for their new house. Due to a particular emphasis on safety, he had designed 2 basements, 2 secret passages, tall surrounding walls, and several watchtowers within the new residence. Additionally, he planned to dig a moat outside to channel water and create a miniature defensive river, meaning the new house was still far from completion. Let us stack it in the house for now, Yang Lin said resignedly. As the third sister and the fourth sister departed, the room was rendered somewhat spacious, allowing for the precarious arrangement of these silver coins. The women found themselves in a state of helplessness, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of silver that could not be accommodated. What a predicament this was. On his end, after managing the household silver, Yang Lin hastily made his way to the design workshop, eager to consult with Du Jing regarding a significant matter. During his 2 days in the county town, he had discerned a crucial issue. Although the Great Qian also possessed banknotes, their usage was alarmingly low, rendering large transactions quite inconvenient. This dilemma stemmed primarily from 2 causes. Firstly, the lack of credibility among money houses, with many not having achieved the scale necessary for trustworthiness. And instances of money houses absconding with client silver were not uncommon. Secondly, the susceptibility of banknotes to forgery placed both money houses and customers at risk of substantial losses. Consequently, this led to a decline in the business of money houses, further stifling the circulation of banknotes. Yet, within this conundrum, Yang Lin perceived an audacious opportunity: paper currency. In other words, the printing of money. Chapter 119. The village chief has returned. If one were to ponder what is the most lucrative venture, the answer would undoubtedly be the art of printing currency. However, such an endeavor is audacious and fraught with challenges, necessitating a considerable amount of time for realization. Nevertheless, the preparatory phase can commence at present. Within the new design workshop, individuals are gathered in small groups, engrossed in their studies. Upon spotting Yang Lin, Du Jing eagerly approached him. Lin, my brother, we have developed a new type of paper, which I have dubbed, meaning mature or processed. Come and take a look, Du Jing exclaimed with excitement, leading Yang Lin aside to examine the new paper. Yang Lin was taken aback by the revelation. The paper they had previously refined resembled the unprocessed Xian paper. Yet Du Jing and his team had astonishingly created a variant akin to the processed version. Lin, observe this paper. It is sturdier and smoother, and it does not absorb ink easily nor allow it to bleed through. It is perfectly suited for the printing technique you mentioned. Yang Lin scrutinized the paper, his astonishment growing. Indeed, this is precisely the type of paper I require. He exhaled deeply. In the realm of Deqian, the printing technology was yet to be established, and all books had to be transcribed by hand, leading to exorbitant costs and limitations due to the strong ink absorption of previous papers. Even if he were to devise a printing method, the intricacies of small fonts would remain unattainable. However, this is ideally compatible with printing, making it perfect for publishing books. Indeed, splendid. Yang Lin nodded approvingly. I have another suggestion for you. You could amalgamate the methods for producing unprocessed paper and to create a semi-processed paper. This semi-processed variant would possess the ink-absorbing qualities suitable for writing while enhancing the paper's resilience. Thus, we would have 3 innovative types of paper. Du Jing's eyes sparkled with realization. Of course. How did I not think of that? He slapped his forehead. Lin, you are truly a genius, he exclaimed, shaking Yang Lin's shoulders in excitement. Yang Lin offered a wry smile, humbly attributing his insight to the theories of unprocessed and processed papers from his previous life. Brother Jing, I have come to you with an important task. I need your assistance in researching a new type of paper that is even sturdier and whiter than. Most importantly, it must incorporate a watermark. A watermark? What is that? Du Jing inquired, puzzled. It is a paper that, when viewed normally, appears to be just an ordinary sheet. But when held up to sunlight or a bright light, one can discern subtle patterns or marks embedded within the paper. Du Jing was once again astonished. This seems implausible. How can a mere sheet of paper contain patterns? Quite possible, Yang Lin replied, as he picked up 3 sheets of paper before him. He carefully tore a circular hole in the center of one sheet, then placed the 2 intact sheets in front and behind it, layering them together. He held the stack up to the sunlight. Du Jing was left utterly speechless. Through the sunlight, he suddenly discerned that circular mark. Yet the surface of the paper exhibited no anomalies. A revelation dawned upon Du Jing. However, Yang Lin shook his head, cautioning, Brother Jing, do not let my method confine your imagination. Beyond this approach, one could also apply oil to the imprint or utilize lighter, brighter materials as an intermediary layer. In essence, unleash your creativity. As long as it meets my requirements, the method is secondary. Du Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation and queried, this watermark paper you speak of is indeed wondrous, but what purpose does it serve? I am certain that even if such paper could be produced, its cost would be several times that of ordinary paper. Yet, what utility does it possess? I cannot fathom it. With a smile, Yang Lin replied, the purpose cannot be divulged just yet. All I can tell you is that if this paper can be created, it will represent a groundbreaking invention that could change the course of history. Very well, Du Jing nodded, pondering for a moment before stating, with the ideas you've provided. Producing this paper should not be difficult. A few days should suffice. Is it truly that swift? Yang Lin was taken aback. He had not intended to rush the creation of the currency. His original plan was for Du Jing to research it, allowing everything to fall into place naturally once the preparations were complete. However, if the watermark paper were to be produced ahead of schedule, other aspects would inevitably need to be expedited as well. There remained much to explore: printing techniques, inks, black powder, soap, glass, shipbuilding, and genuine water mills. None of these had yet been addressed. At the current pace, it was simply far too slow. Brother Jing, you must scale up, Yang Lin asserted emphatically. Du Jing was momentarily taken aback. Expand? Isn't this sufficient? Initially, he had worked alone. Then Yang Lin had sent him 5 assistants. And now the design studio boasted over 20 individuals. To Du Jing, merely designing some items seemed to require no more manpower than he already had. No, it is still far from adequate. Yang Lin shook his head, resolute. Brother Jing, always remember, technology is the ultimate productive force. No investment in technological advancement is ever excessive. Xiaojiu, make a note of this. Understood. Xiaojiu promptly retrieved a notebook. Yang Lin raised his head, contemplating as he slowly articulated. The third phase of the design studio's plan. In the first phase, which is now, we shall recruit 30 additional skilled individuals or those brimming with inventive imagination. Simultaneously, we will construct an annex to our new residence on the eastern side for the design studio, which will be renamed the Design Institute. Henceforth, the design studio will officially adopt this new title. The Design Institute must occupy at least 20 acres, designed with 4 stories, 3 above ground and 1 below, with no fewer than 20 rooms on each floor. Additionally, the courtyard shall include a warehouse, secret rooms, a basement, a study, a library, and laboratories. The courtyard walls and surrounding structures will emulate our new residence, complete with the excavation of drainage ditches and the enhancement of security features. Inform the construction team that they may commence leveling the land and laying the foundation this afternoon. I shall finalize the detailed blueprints tonight and deliver them to them tomorrow. In the second phase, upon relocating to the new Design Institute, the workforce will be expanded to 200 individuals, with the goal of completing this phase within the year. The third phase aims to elevate the Design Institute's capacity beyond 500. establishing a robust talent selection system that would allow for the formation of a design academy to attract the brightest minds from across the land. Upon hearing Yang Lin's proclamation, both Du Jing and the nearby Xiao Jiao were left wide-eyed and speechless. After a moment, Du Jing swallowed hard and gave Yang Lin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. Compared to boasting, I concede defeat." He bowed slightly in respect. Yang Lin merely smiled, knowing the truth of his claims would soon become apparent. "By the way, how is the paper mill faring? How much paper has been produced?" Xiao Jiao promptly responded. "The mill currently produces about 10,000 sheets of new paper daily. Just yesterday, we dispatched 20,000 sheets to the Yang family business in town." At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted, filled with surprise. "Master, the village chief has returned." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Chapter 120. A piece of good news, a piece of bad news upon his return. How could Zhao Fugui have also come back? "Brother Jing, I must take my leave." Without further ado, Yang Lin hastily departed with Xiao Jiao. Upon exiting the courtyard, he immediately spotted Zhao Fugui, who was panting and rushing over. "What has happened, third uncle?" Yang Lin quickly approached him, aware that Zhao Fugui would not return without a compelling reason. "Let us sit down first," Zhao Fugui gasped, gesturing towards a stone beneath a nearby tree. Once they gathered under the tree, Zhao Fugui finally caught his breath and swiftly spoke. "Yang Lin, something has happened. A significant event. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" Yang Lin paused, then exhaled in relief. The fact that Zhao Fugui was still in the mood to tease suggested that the matter at hand was not dire. "Let us begin with the bad news," he decided. "Good." Zhao Fugui swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "This morning, the government received a dispatch from the prefectural city, stating that there has been a rebellion in the south." "Rebellion?" Yang Lin was taken aback. Such occurrences, at any time, were momentous. What exactly is happening? He pressed urgently. Zhao Fugui waved his hand. "Hold on, do not panic. I heard that the rebellion is in the Suizhou area, which is still 7 or 8 prefectures away from us, over 1,000 miles distant. Moreover, we do not know the specifics yet. The authorities have only instructed us to conscript laborers and collect provisions." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's brow furrowed once more. The current burden of corvée labor and taxes was already substantial. Now they were to conscript soldiers and gather grain. While Kuaishan village was relatively secure and had no worries about food, the plight of the common folk in other areas was far less fortunate, with food supplies already scarce. If additional provisions were requisitioned, it would lead to starvation. As for military service, that posed an even greater dilemma. The existing corvée labor was already divided into military and labor duties. Labor could be alleviated by monetary compensation from the wealthy. Those without means could work for a month or two, and that would suffice. However, military conscription in the Daiqian dynasty was always enforced. No matter whose lot it fell upon, refusal was not an option. Of course, the nobility was exempt from military service. Yet, Yang Lin was acutely aware that his noble status was mere pretense. "What are the demands for grain and labor?" Yang Lin inquired hastily. Zhao Fugui let out a sigh. 10,000 stones of grain. 500 laborers. Although there are over 10,000 stones of stored grain within the city, the county magistrate intends to requisition grain from the populace. The 8 townships of Jianghe County encompass 69 villages, each of which must furnish over 100 stones of grain. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's complexion paled. A stone of grain weighs 120 pounds. 100 stones amounts to over 10,000 pounds. If this requisition of 10,000 stones were to come from the common folk, it would effectively seize 2 to 3 months' worth of their sustenance. Thus, the inevitability of hunger leading to death becomes apparent. As for the laborers, it is manageable. Each town must provide 60 individuals, while each village need only supply 7 or 8. Sighing deeply, Zhao Fugui concluded his thoughts. Although it may seem a mere handful, it is well known that those conscripted laborers are often dispatched to the front lines, either tasked with transporting provisions and supplies, subjected to servitude, or sent directly into the fray as human shields. The fortunate few who return from such endeavors are exceedingly rare. 7 or 8 may not seem significant. Yet each individual is cherished by their parents, and the knowledge that they are being sent to certain death weighs heavily on anyone's heart. "How long do we have for conscription of laborers and supplies?" Yang Lin inquired, furrowing his brow. 10 days. Zhao Fugui replied, his expression grave. 10 days. Let me ponder this. Yang Lin closed his eyes, a bold idea forming in his mind, though he felt the need to deliberate further. Good news. In truth, the troubling circumstances overshadow any potential positivity. Construction of the city walls has been approved. Zhao Fugui exclaimed with excitement. The county intends to allocate 13,000 taels of silver for this purpose, primarily for the purchase of bricks and stones. Upon hearing this news, Yang Lin found himself in a state of bemusement. As a brick kiln operator, he had not considered the construction of the walls to be of great importance. If the walls were built, that would be splendid. If not, he would suffer no loss. Thus, this so-called good news failed to invigorate him. Zhao Fugui, noticing Yang Lin's lack of enthusiasm, quickly added, I returned to consult you about the conscription of laborers and supplies. What shall we do about it in our village? Yang Lin frowned once more. The grain conscription posed no issue, as he had brought back over 10,000 jin of grain, more than sufficient to meet the demands, ensuring that the village would not face starvation. However, the conscription of laborers presented a dilemma. With everyone's lives improving and profits rising, who would willingly go to their demise? Should no one volunteer, forcible conscription would inevitably ensue. Yang Lin shook his head. I do not have a solution at the moment. I will contemplate this further. Uncle San, you should return to the city. Your presence there will ensure we receive timely news. I will send someone back with you. And in the future, you need not make the journey yourself. That's agreeable, Zhao Fugui nodded. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice. If no one from our village is willing to go, I could arrange to transfer our quota to other villages. Yang Lin smiled wryly and shook his head. He was aware of such tactics, but had no desire to engage in actions that would exploit others for personal gain. There is no rush on this matter. I will think it over carefully, and when I have a strategy, we shall discuss it further, Yang Lin stated. As Zhao Fugui rose, he recalled another matter. Today, Zhao County Magistrate spoke of the plight of the refugees. He mentioned that the southern regions were already suffering from floods, and now they were further afflicted by the ravages of war, with battles raging in the north as well. He speculated that, in due time, we might witness an influx of refugees heading our way. Yang Lin felt a stir of concern in his heart. Zhao Fugui continued. Although this matter has not been addressed by the higher authorities, I believe Zhao County Magistrate's analysis holds considerable merit. Should we not also prepare ourselves in advance? Yang Lin's expression grew grave as he nodded. This issue is indeed of paramount importance. I shall devise a plan at once. After parting ways with Zhao Fugui, Yang Lin returned home and spoke with Li Yuyao about the insurrection in the south. To his astonishment, Li Yuyao reacted with alarm, inquiring, who is leading the rebellion? Is it the king of Chu or the king of Zhao? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. The king of Chu? The king of Zhao? Who are they? Realizing her own agitation, Li Yuyao quickly composed herself and asserted, we must approach this matter with caution. I suggest we first clarify the situation before making any plans. She feared that the insurrection in the south might somehow be connected to her. Chapter 121. It is not the fault of women, but the tragedy of the times. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Understanding oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. However, their current information was scarce. They knew neither the scale of the rebels nor whether the adversaries could reach their location, making it challenging to respond effectively. I shall send Z to investigate, Li Yuyao declared, summoning Z immediately. Miss, Li Yuyao said with a grave tone, I have just received news from my husband about a rebellion in Suizhou. Go and ascertain the situation there. Who are the instigators? What is the scale? What is the state of the conflict? Time is of the essence. You have a maximum of 6 days to return. Understood. Z responded without hesitation, exiting the premises without packing any belongings. She swiftly mounted a horse in the courtyard, urged it forward, and galloped away, leaving Yang Lin astonished. Is she really leaving just like that? To Suizhou? He pondered, reflecting on the vast distance. Daqian comprised 18 provinces, and Jiang County, where they resided, was in Jiangzhou, with Suizhou separated by Jizhou, a journey of 1,000 miles. Not to mention the current inconvenient travel conditions. Such a long journey was exceedingly arduous. Even in his previous life, few were capable of embarking on interprovincial travels at a moment's notice. Do not worry. Z will be safe, Li Yuyao reassured him, her expression serious. Regardless of the situation there, I suggest we prepare ourselves here without delay. Oh, why is that? Yang Lin inquired, somewhat perplexed. His primary concern lay in the potential impact of the rebels on their locale. In the event of conflict, the common folk would inevitably suffer. Most critically, it would affect his ability to thrive in the mountain village. He had no desire for war. Only in times of peace could his skills yield prosperity. Residing in the mountain village, free from worry about sustenance, surrounded by companions, and indulging in innovation, was a far more appealing prospect. If the rebellion were small-scale and did not reach Jiang County, it would be of no concern to him. While he recognized the plight of the civilians in war-torn regions, he had no inclination to meddle in their affairs. He was neither a saint nor a deity, unable to govern the world or save the masses. Rather than being burdened with the affairs of the realm, it would be wiser to tend to his own modest territory, ensuring that those who relied on him for sustenance were well-fed and clothed. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow and remarked, "You are unaware of the state of the world." "The state?" Yang Lin questioned, his confusion deepening. What state of the world was she referring to? He truly had no knowledge of such matters. Whether through the memories of the original owner or his recent experiences, he only possessed a vague understanding of Dakian's situation. Indeed, the current state of affairs was dire. "There are 8 princes, you know." Yang Lin shook his head, utterly bewildered. As an ordinary citizen from a remote valley, was it his place to be informed of such matters? Li Yuyao, undeterred by Yang Lin's reaction, continued her discourse. "These 8 princes are all brothers of the late emperor. After the late emperor ascended the throne, in order to stabilize the court, he assigned these 8 princes to various provinces, where they held nominal positions without wielding power. For 32 years of the late emperor's reign, the 8 princes maintained a facade of tranquility, yet some among them secretly amassed their strength. Once the late emperor passed away, it is certain that some of them will be unable to contain themselves." Yang Lin listened dumbfounded. Although he had established a modest enterprise in Kaoshan village, the matters concerning the late emperor and the princes felt distant and remote. "Wait a moment. Are you saying the late emperor is dead?" Yang Lin asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Li Yuyao frowned, her expression grave. "The late emperor did indeed pass away 6 months ago. You must not show disrespect towards him." Yang Lin shrugged dismissively. "It matters not. There are no outsiders here." He understood that people of this era held a deep reverence for their sovereigns. "You." Li Yuyao opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh before continuing. Only 3 days after the late emperor's death and the ascension of the new emperor, Prince Yin staged a rebellion. Due to Yin province's proximity to the capital and his prior collusion with many court officials, Prince Yin seized control of the court within a single night, falsely claiming that the new emperor had died of illness, thus usurping the throne. These details were shared with her by the officials clad in purple and blue upon their arrival. Yang Lin clicked his tongue, shaking his head in dismay. This young emperor is utterly inadequate, allowing a rebellion to succeed in just one night? Didn't he realize the ambitions of Prince Yin before taking the throne? It seems to me he is simply too indecisive, failing to grasp the importance of seizing the initiative. Now he has sealed his own fate. Yang Lin spread his hands in resignation. Before Li Yuyao could protest, he continued with a sigh, "Now I comprehend your insistence on early preparations. Prince Yin has successfully rebelled, but his position is illegitimate. Even if he sits upon the throne, he will lack legitimacy. The other princes, who already harbored ulterior motives, will now find justification in the pretense of eliminating treachery and will openly rebel under the guise of supporting the rightful ruler. Thus, with armies rising in various regions, the chaos of civil strife is imminent. Alas, the common people will suffer greatly." Yang Lin sighed deeply, as if speaking to himself. "I truly cannot fathom why the late emperor entrusted the throne to such a feeble and easily manipulated young emperor. Even you are aware of the hungry ambitions of the 8 princes. It is inconceivable that the late emperor was oblivious. Yet, he stubbornly chose to pass the throne to the young emperor, making both he and the young emperor complicit in the ensuing turmoil." Li Yuyao's face flushed, her demeanor becoming intensely animated. "You do not understand. They had no choice." "No choice." Yang Lin furrowed his brow again. Could it be that the late emperor had no other sons besides the young emperor? That cannot be right. Emperors typically have numerous consorts and many sons. How could there be only one? Li Yuyao shook her head bitterly, her fists clenched tightly, and with reddened eyes, she spoke. The late emperor had not just one son, but rather, he had only one daughter. Oh, only one. What? A daughter? Yang Lin could not help but be taken aback. Are you saying that the old emperor had but a single daughter and bequeathed the throne to her? Yang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation made everything fall into place. No wonder the other princes harbored ulterior motives and secretly amassed power. No wonder the young emperor faced rebellion just 3 days into his reign. It was not merely that the young emperor was weak and easily manipulated, but rather that he was, in fact, a woman unaccepted by the realm. The difficulty for a woman to ascend to the throne was immense, and Yang Lin believed he understood this challenge better than even the ill-fated female emperor. After all, there had never been a successful precedent for a female ruler in this world. Yet, in his previous life, there existed a notable example, the renowned Empress Wu Zetian, whose deeds were known far and wide. Despite her formidable strength and acumen, even Wu Zetian faced chaos and rebellion across the land. It was not the fault of women, but rather a lamentation of the times. Seeing Yang Lin's astonished expression, Li Yuyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart heavy with sorrow. Do even you believe that a woman cannot be an emperor? Chapter 122. My dearest, if you were emperor, I would be your god. After engaging in several conversations with Yang Lin regarding women's issues, Li Yuyao found his unconventional perspectives and extraordinary insights to be quite unlike anyone else's. Yet now, witnessing Yang Lin's demeanor, she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. Can women not ascend to the throne as emperors? Certainly not. Yang Lin shook his head decisively. A woman becoming an emperor is nothing extraordinary, provided she is intelligent, capable, and nurtures her people without tyranny. Thus, whether one is a man or a woman, it remains the same. Instantly, Li Yuyao's sorrow transformed into joy as she eagerly inquired, "Do you truly believe that?" "Of course," Yang Lin replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Being an emperor is merely a vocation. It does not require one to battle in the fields, nor does it demand physical exertion. If a woman is astute, what difference does it make? With a playful smile, he added, "My dear, your concern for this matter suggests you might wish to be an emperor yourself?" Li Yuyao's heart raced, and her complexion shifted dramatically. "Do not be alarmed. There are no outsiders present," Yang Lin reassured her. He was acutely aware that such blasphemous words could lead to dire consequences in their era. "If I ever have the opportunity to seize the realm, I would appoint you as the emperor," he declared boldly, patting his chest. Li Yuyao was once again taken aback. The imperial throne was coveted by many, yet he appeared utterly unperturbed. "Do you not desire to be emperor?" Yang Lin shook his head. "Not at all. What is the allure of being an emperor? It is merely power, and power can be a double-edged sword, dependent on its application. To be a good emperor entails managing countless affairs, toiling endlessly, akin to a beast of burden. Conversely, if one were to become a tyrant, they may enjoy comfort at the expense of the populace. No matter the circumstances, it is ungratifying. Thus, how does being emperor compare to our current leisurely existence? Moreover," Yang Lin smirked mischievously, "an emperor is simply someone with numerous consorts. I have already achieved that." He leaned closer to Li Yuyao, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and teased, "But if you were the emperor, it would be entirely different. You would preside over the court during the day, radiating authority, and at night, you would join me in our private chamber, sharing intimate moments. While others might tremble before the emperor, I would embrace my empress, relishing in our affectionate exchanges, even sharing the warmth of our bed. My dear, if you were emperor, I would be your god." In comparison to the allure of a female emperor, the temptations of past lives pale in insignificance. Now, let us not dwell on such thoughts. The affairs of the world are of no concern to us. Let those who wish to be emperor pursue that ambition. What could possibly be more pleasurable than indulging in matters of love? The notion of marrying a female emperor is merely a passing thought. Even if there were one, I would not be inclined, for no empress could compare to my beloved. As he spoke, his hand, which had been resting on her delicate waist, drifted downward, settling upon her shapely form, which the long skirt could not conceal. So soft. Li Yuyao had initially been listening attentively, but as the conversation progressed, her thoughts became increasingly frivolous. Recalling the scenario described by Yang Lin, her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Suddenly, she felt Yang Lin's hand touch her in a way that made her heart race. "Scoundrel!" Embarrassed, Li Yuyao hastily ran away. Yet, as she distanced herself, she paused, realizing that Yang Lin was not attempting to take advantage of her, but rather, he had noticed her anxiety and was using this method to help redirect her focus. In such moments, his thoughtfulness touched her deeply. The world had transformed, and she had initially intended to reveal the truth to him, to enlist his support in seizing back their position. However, after hearing Yang Lin's recent remarks, she recognized that his desires seemed to lie elsewhere. Would he even be willing to rise against the odds alongside her if she disclosed the truth? Li Yuyao felt a surge of uncertainty. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for news from Zi, to ascertain the situation in the south before making any decisions. Meanwhile, Yang Lin was not idle. Upon leaving his home, he promptly made his way to the smelting workshop. Uncle Shunzi, how is the progress with the steel production? He inquired directly upon entering. Zhao Shunzi sighed and shook his head. Master, there has been some advancement. The quality is better than the wrought iron we produced previously. Yet we have not managed to create the steel you specified. Zhao Shunzi's expression was one of regret. Despite receiving countless iron blocks and coke, having constructed a new type of furnace with significant investment, the lack of results left him feeling unable to meet Yang Lin's gaze. It's all right, Uncle Shunzi. There's no need to rush. Steel production is inherently complex and cannot be hurried. I have urgent matters to discuss. Oh, what is it? Zhao Shunzi asked eagerly. I require 200 sets of bow and crossbow components, Yang Lin articulated. In truth, even without Li Yuyao's reminder, he would have prepared in advance. He had always been preparing, albeit not with such urgency. What? 200 sets? That's an astounding quantity. Zhao Shunzi exclaimed in surprise. Bow and crossbow production was no longer a secret in the village. They were aware that the items being forged were indeed components for these weapons. Yes, and they must be completed swiftly, Yang Lin stated with gravity. However, all our manpower is currently focused on steel production. Unless we can temporarily halt that. Zhao Shunzi hesitated. Then let steel production pause for now, Yang Lin decisively declared. He understood the challenges of steel production. The intricacies involved were numerous. And despite possessing theoretical knowledge, achieving steel production in this industrially underdeveloped era of Deqian was no easy feat. Continuing the research could lead to weeks, months, or even years without results. In the past, that might have sufficed, but now, with the world having changed, time for him to develop in seclusion was running short. Well, regarding the 200 sets, Zhao Shunzi meticulously counted on his fingers for a while before finally stating, the fastest we can produce them is within 6 days. Excellent. Yang Lin nodded. Uncle Shunzi, given the substantial quantity this time, we must ensure utmost confidentiality. Each component must be recorded and catalogued. We cannot afford to lose a single piece. Zhao Shunzi quickly nodded in agreement. Moreover, while we are fabricating these components, the forge must also expand its capacity, ensuring that we can produce at least 20 fine iron swords each day alongside the bow and crossbow components. The specifics of how many additional workers to recruit, I leave to your discretion, Uncle Shunzi. Zhao Shunzi was left dumbfounded. With the dual tasks of crafting bow and crossbow components and forging fine iron swords, what exactly was the employer planning to undertake? In that moment, Zhao Shunzi began to grasp the unusual nature of the situation. Chapter 123. Everything here belongs to me. At the entrance of the Lu residence, Lu Liang excitedly led Lu Zhong and his group into the courtyard. Fourth uncle, this is my home. Upon entering the grand Lu courtyard, Lu Liang exclaimed with fervor, Mother, fourth uncle has returned. Lu Shi, where have you run off to? Hurry and serve the tea. However, despite his loud calls, neither Lu Shi nor any of the servants emerged. Lu Liang's excitement swiftly turned to anger. At that moment, Lu Zhong hurried out, her heart leaping with joy upon seeing Lu Liang. Lianger, you have finally returned. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Lu Zhong beside him, her heart skipped a beat. You are fourth uncle? The two families had not been in contact for over a decade, and she was entirely unfamiliar with this elder from the county town. Yes, let us proceed, Lu Zhong replied, frowning, not sparing Lu Zhong a glance. With a huff, he entered the house, flanked by his entourage. Lu Zhong deliberately lagged a few steps behind to catch Lu Liang's arm. What is the matter, mother? Lu Liang asked, puzzled by her demeanor. With a deep sigh, Lu Zhong lowered her voice and said, Your fourth uncle has come this time for Yang Lin, has he not? Indeed. Lu Liang replied, somewhat confused. Wasn't that settled long ago? Yet I never expected fourth uncle to come in person. We should hurry, and send your fourth uncle back. Lu Zhang urged earnestly. Why, mother? Lu Liang asked in surprise. With a pained expression, Lu Zhang explained, because we can no longer afford to provoke Yang Lin. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang dismissed her concerns. Do not worry, mother. The individual's fourth uncle has brought are all skilled fighters. Among them is a formidable master. Once fourth uncle gives the command, I assure you, we can capture Yang Lin at any moment and make him kneel before us. At the mention of Yang Lin, Lu Liang's teeth clenched in rage. However, Lu Zhang quickly shook her head. Lianger, you do not understand. You are unaware of how formidable Yang Lin has become. Recently, he slaughtered the bandits of Haifeng Mountain. Just a few days ago, he even shot dead the county constable Zhao with a single arrow. What? Lu Liang gulped, his eyes widening in disbelief. That cannot be true. Mother, are you mistaken? If he truly killed the county constable, surely he would have been captured by now? Oh, therein lies the problem. Lu Zhang lowered her voice again, speaking gravely. After he killed the county constable, he led the villagers to the county town that very night, raiding the homes of the magistrate Zhou Kuan and the county constable Zhao. He took control of all the constables in the county office, even making Zhao Cheng his subordinate. That afternoon, in the presence of county magistrate Wu, he left a trail of heads rolling at the entrance of the county hall. Moreover, I have heard that Yang Lin possesses an imperial decree declaring him a baron under the late emperor. If that is true, he has become a nobleman. Lu Liang stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, swallowing hard. Had these words not been uttered by his own mother, he would not have believed a single word of it. How could so much transpire in merely half a month since his departure? Reflecting on the episodes in the county town, he finally comprehended why Zhong Tao could flaunt his authority at the county magistrate's office, commanding a group of bailiffs to assault them, and why county magistrate Wu dared not offer assistance upon hearing Yang Lin's name. At this moment, Lu Liang was genuinely terrified. Yang Lin had the audacity to kill Zhao County Lieutenant. If he were to provoke him, Mother, what shall we do now? Lu Liang was suddenly engulfed in panic. Lu Zhang sighed deeply. Your fourth uncle's arrival is certainly not for your father. I suspect he covets the potion formula in Yang Lin's possession. However, we cannot afford to offend Yang Lin. Even if your fourth uncle possesses the ability to contend with Yang Lin, should he fail, the repercussions will undoubtedly fall upon our Lu family. Lu Liang nodded vigorously. So what should we do, mother? He was now utterly devoid of a plan. Alas, in our conflict with Yang Lin, we must concede defeat. We shall clarify the stakes and request your fourth uncle to return. Even if he wishes to confront Yang Lin, he must not stay in our home. Lu Liang hesitated, for he felt it was inappropriate to send away someone they had invited. Yet Lu Zhang shook her head. We cannot afford to be concerned about such matters. Lianger, which is more important, face or life? Offending your fourth uncle may only result in anger and loss of face, but offending Yang Lin could cost us our lives. Lu Liang promptly nodded. Right. I shall seek out my fourth uncle at once. Lu Liang hurried into the inner chambers, only to find his legs trembling. Just as he entered, Lu Zhong frowned. He had expected Lu Yukai, as a village landlord, to have some servants or maids at hand. Instead, after a considerable wait, no one had offered him tea in the vast, desolate residence. After a while, Lu Zhong and Lu Liang finally arrived. But upon hearing Lu Liang's intention to ask him to leave, Lu Zhong was immediately infuriated. Are you toying with me? Lu Zhong gritted his teeth. Lu Liang quickly bowed. Fourth uncle, please do not be angry. We are not deceiving you, but we truly cannot afford to offend Yang Lin. Silence. Before Lu Liang could finish, Lu Zhong narrowed his eyes, leaning closer to Lu Liang, towering over him, and seethed. In my lifetime, I, Lu Zhong, have never been played for a fool. Do you take me for someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will? Someone come. Lu Zhong suddenly bellowed. At once, his formidable guard stepped forward. Seize this mother and son duo, who dare to deceive me with their fabrications. Those who provoke Lu Zhong shall pay the price. The rest of you search. Gather all valuable possessions in this house. From this moment forth, everything here belongs to me. Lu Chong pointed sternly at Lu Liang and his mother. Immediately, the guards advanced and swiftly forced Lu Liang and Lu Zhong to their knees. The remaining guards promptly scattered, rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of valuables. Lu Liang was utterly bewildered. How can you do this? This is my home. Fourth master. You cannot act in this manner. If you are angry about your trip here, we can offer you compensation. You cannot steal from my family. This is robbery. Lu Liang shouted in a fit of desperation and rage. With himself and his mother pinned to the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair and fury. Lu Chong approached, looking down at Lu Liang with a cold smile. Robbery? It has been many years since anyone has referred to me in such a manner. Huh? Do you think this vast estate was amassed without reason? Upon hearing this, Lu Liang and Lu Zhang felt their hearts sink. At that moment, a guard emerged from the bedroom behind them, wearing a lecherous grin, and said, Master, we have discovered a beauty. May we reward the brothers? Chapter 124. In the eyes of the old man, they are no different from pigs and dogs. Lu Qiaoyan had just begun to recover from her severe injuries and was currently recuperating within. At this moment, the Lu family had nearly dismissed all their servants and maids, leaving only a gatekeeper named Ergo. The beautiful woman spoken of by the adversaries was none other than Lu Qiaoyan. Upon recalling this, Lu Zhangshi felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly toppling to the ground. No, please, do not harm my daughter. Lu Zhangshi struggled to rush towards Lu Chong, but was restrained by two guards, rendering her utterly immobile. Your daughter? Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across Lu Chong's face as he turned to the guards behind him, saying, You shall be rewarded, but remember, complete your tasks before indulging in pleasure, and clean up afterward. Is that understood? Thank you, master. The guards' faces were once again adorned with lewd grins. At this moment, Lu Liang began to grasp the gravity of the situation. What do you intend to do? No, this cannot be. Xiaoyan is my sister. Fourth master. She is also your granddaughter. Lu Liang shouted desperately. Lu Chong, however, merely chuckled coldly. Granddaughter? Huh? Do you genuinely believe I regard you as kin? Do you think you are worthy? Though you are still within the 5 folds, to me, anyone who does not share my blood is no different from pigs and dogs. Lu Liang bellowed. Are you not afraid of being reported to the authorities? What you are doing will land you in prison. Ha ha ha. Lu Chong erupted into a wild laugh, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Report? Did you think you would have the opportunity to do so? Let me be candid. Regardless of how you treat me today, your fate is sealed. Initially, I believed you had some use, contemplating dealing with that young Lin first before handling you. Yet, since you are so blind, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall not grant you a few more days of life. The pit outside will soon be ready, and then you mother and son shall reunite below. Lu Liang's complexion turned ashen, his entire being rendered speechless with terror. Lu Zhangshi, on the other hand, cried out for Qiaoyan, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, they were filled with a myriad of regrets, unable to comprehend how they had invited a wolf into their midst, leading to such a dire fate. Just then, the gatekeeper Ergo rushed in, shouting, Young master, madam, Yang Lin is here. As he entered the room and beheld the scene within, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhangshi, quick to react, cried out desperately, Ergo, flee. Go find Yang Lin and tell him that Xiaoyan is in danger. Urge him to come quickly to save her. With all her strength, Lu Zhangshi shouted in a frenzy. Ergo hesitated, observing Lu Liang and Lu Zhangshi being forced to kneel on the ground, while the newly arrived guest sat in the master's seat. Though not particularly clever, he quickly grasped the situation and bolted outside. Seeing Ergo rush out, Lu Liang's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. He had never been so eager to meet Yang Lin. Both mother and daughter also saw a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing the name Yang Lin, Lu Chong was momentarily taken aback, swiftly signaling his guard beside him to impede the intruder. The guard sneered, casually seizing a cup from the table and hurling it outside. With a resounding crash, the cup struck Ergo's leg, prompting a yelp of pain as he collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the other guards surged forward, capturing Ergo. In an instant, the hopes of the mother and daughter dissipated into thin air, leaving them in a state of shock. It was only then that Lu Liang realized that the formidable figure who had just intervened was none other than the expert he had previously extolled, who stood by Lu Chong's side. With such a master present, what difference would Yang Lin make? He would merely accompany them to their demise. In that moment, despair enveloped him, leaving his heart cold as ice. Zhao Liang, bring Yang Lin here, Lu Chong instructed the expert beside him. As you wish, the expert replied, bowing slightly before gracefully departing. Outside the gates of the Lu residence, Yang Lin, accompanied by Kong Liang and a small contingent of guards, awaited their entrance. After leaving the smelting workshop, thoughts of Lu Qiaoyan had filled his mind, stirring an inexplicable longing within him. Since Lu Qiaoyun had shielded him from that arrow, the dormant affections within his heart had been awakened. The original owner's naive admiration had begun to influence him uncontrollably, the image of that young woman haunting his thoughts, a constant presence he could not dispel. First love is the most unforgettable, the most extraordinary. He understood clearly that the emotional remnants of the original owner had begun to affect him. Forgetting her was no longer an option. He was not one to waver in his affections. He dared to love and to feel deeply. If emotions were involved, then they should be together. It was as simple as that. Previously, he had been preoccupied and did not wish to hinder Lu Qiaoyun's recovery, which is why he had not visited her after removing her stitches. Having just returned from the county town and finding himself with a moment's leisure, he decided to pay her a visit. Though it was merely a fleeting encounter, he still brought along a contingent of guards and equipped them with 2 crossbows. He was acutely aware of the Lu family's sentiments toward him. Aside from Lu Qiaoyun, the rest harbored deep-seated animosity. Moreover, his recent trip to the county had antagonized countless individuals, necessitating utmost caution. However, after waiting for a considerable time, the gatekeeper had yet to return, leaving a palpable tension in the air. Just as impatience began to mount, a figure emerged from the courtyard. The newcomer, in his 30s and clad in white garments, appeared frail yet sharp-eyed, approaching with his hands clasped behind his back. He cast a disdainful glance at the group outside and coldly inquired, "Who is Yang Lin?" The presence of this individual stirred an unsettling feeling within Yang Lin, particularly due to the predatory glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf. Yang Lin's mind raced. He subtly gestured to Kong Liang, discreetly stepping back before responding. "Who are you? What business do you have at the Lu residence?" Yang Lin was well aware that the Lu family's servants had been dismissed, and even the elderly steward Lu she had been given to him, leaving only the gatekeeper. Ergo at home. Before him stood a man he had never encountered, yet inexplicably. He recalled Lu Qiaoyun mentioning during her visit that Lu Liang had gone to Pingyuan County to seek assistance from a certain 4th master of his family. This individual was likely the reinforcements summoned by Lu Liang. "Are you Yang Lin?" The man in white glanced at Yang Lin and stated coldly, "Our master has inquiries for you. Come with me." His tone left no room for negotiation. Yang Lin remained unmoved. "What? Must I compel you to take action?" The man in white snorted dismissively. "Huh? Youngster, should I be the one to strike, I would spare your life, but it would not be without suffering." Yang Lin nodded, seemingly in agreement with the man's perspective. "You are correct. Let us not wait for you to make a move." The white-clad man, Zhao Yang, was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of Yang Lin's words, only to soon hear Yang Lin shout, "Attack!" In an instant, 2 crossbow bolts soared towards the man in white. Chapter 125. A lack of martial virtue. With a disdainful chuckle, the man in white extended his hands, prepared to catch the arrows as if everything was within his anticipation. He yearned to display his prowess before others, to let them know his formidable strength. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized, to his astonishment, that the arrows were hurtling towards him with an alarming velocity. The cold smirk still frozen on his face, he managed to catch one arrow barehanded. Yet the speed of the other was beyond his expectation. He not only failed to intercept it, but was also unable to evade, as it struck him squarely in the shoulder. "Ah, despicable!" The man in white screamed in agony. He planted his toes against the ground and leaped towards Yang Lin. "Die!" His face contorted with fury. The arrow had ignited his wrath, and he no longer heeded the orders of his master to capture alive. At that moment, his singular desire was to slay Yang Lin. Yang Lin, however, was not reckless. The instant he beheld his adversary, he suspected him to be a formidable foe. The recent encounter with the figure in purple had left an indelible mark on his psyche, instilling a deep-seated fear of martial prowess. Thus, when faced with this enigmatic assailant, he was not about to let his guard down. As the man charged forward, Yang Lin deftly drew a dagger from his lower back and lunged forward, simultaneously retreating. The members of the security team surged forward, with Kong Liang and Qin Shuang, who had just discharged their crossbows, hastily reloading. In an instant, Yang Lin found himself shielded by his comrades, while the man in white became ensnared by their encirclement. Just as he was about to utter a curse, 2 piercing whizzes sliced through the air. Swish, swish. The second volley of crossbow bolts from Qin Shuang and Kong Liang had been unleashed. Alarm surged within the man in white. How could they be so swift? Having practiced archery himself, he understood the time required to nock and release an arrow. This realization explained why he had been unprepared for the previous 2 stealthy shots. Under normal circumstances, a second shot could not be loosed so rapidly. In an instant, he discerned that the weapon being wielded was not a conventional bow, but rather an intricate device, reminiscent of a bow, yet far more sophisticated. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. He barely managed to dodge one bolt, but the other struck him in the back, causing him to stagger. "What are you waiting for? Finish him," Yang Lin shouted. The security team surged forward, brandishing their iron blades in a frenzied assault upon the man in white. "You lack martial virtue," he gasped, managing to utter those words before drawing his last breath. Finally, Yang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. "Kong Liang, go call for reinforcements." "Yes." Kong Liang handed the crossbow to Yang Lin and hastily made his way back to the village. "Let us go." Yang Lin's countenance was grim as he led the security team into the Lu residence. The recent events had left him in a cold sweat, accompanied by a profound sense of dread. The man in white possessed extraordinary strength. Despite being pierced by 2 arrows, he could withstand several seconds under a flurry of blades. Had it not been for his own unprincipled ambush and the arrogance of the man in white, which had inadvertently afforded him an opportunity, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. This realization fueled his anger. He had honored his promise, granting them a chance at life instead of annihilating them. Yet they still dared to provoke him. Did they truly believe that his benevolence rendered him incapable of unleashing a massacre? Yang Lin's heart was a tumult of emotions. Just moments ago, he had resolved to embrace his feelings for Lu Qiaoyan. Yet now, he found himself entangled in a life-and-death struggle with the Lu family, obliterating any possibility of a future between them. However, as he approached the hall unimpeded, the scene that unfolded before him left him momentarily stunned. Inside were numerous individuals. Among them an elderly man clad in luxurious robes, seated at the center, flanked by several guards. Lu Zhangshi and Lu Liang were being forced to kneel on the ground by a group of black-clad guards. This, in a flash of insight, Yang Lin deduced a potential scenario. Had Lu Liang invited this man, only to create chaos within their ranks? Meanwhile, Lu Zhong had also spotted Yang Lin's entrance, his expression shifting dramatically. You are Yang Lin? How did you get in here?" Lu Zhong stared at Yang Lin in disbelief. He had dispatched Zhao Liang to capture Yang Lin, yet instead, Yang Lin had stormed in with his entourage. This indicated that Zhao Liang had. But how could this be possible? Zhao Liang was a rare talent he had hired at great expense, a master whose strength could easily overpower a dozen ordinary men. How could he possibly be bested by these villagers? Yang Lin paid Lu Zhong no mind, his thoughts racing as he pondered whether to assist in their internal strife or feign ignorance and allow them to tear each other apart. Just then, Lu Liang cried out in desperation, "Yang Lin, quickly, save Qiaoyan. Regardless of your feelings towards me, Qiaoyan is dear to you. She has affection for you. You cannot abandon her. Please, save her. They are bullying her inside." Lu Liang's voice was frantic, tears streaming down his face. Despite his usual debauchery, he would plead with the man he loathed most for the sake of his sister. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Qiaoyan, Lu Zhong, too, felt a stir of concern. Realizing that even Zhao Liang was no match for Yang Lin, and with Yang Lin now charging in with palpable menace, the remaining individuals might not stand a chance against him. It would be wiser to placate him first, then strategize. Thus, Lu Zhong hastily spoke, "Yang Lin, you are a wise man and understand that all in this world seek profit. I have traveled a great distance to find you, wishing to collaborate on a tofu business. These misguided individuals have offended you, and I am merely offering to deal with them as a token of our meeting. Come, let us discuss this matter amicably." Lu Chong wore a beaming smile, exuding the warmth of an old friend as he cheerfully invited Yang Lin to take a seat. However, strike. Yang Lin opened his mouth with determination. Simultaneously, the crossbow in his hand was drawn, and an arrow swiftly shot towards the nearest guard. "Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind," Yang Lin shouted, disregarding the unfolding situation as he rushed into the room. "Kill!" Qin Shuang cried out, leading the guard team towards Lu Chong. Lu Chong was utterly bewildered. What was happening? The opposing side was completely disregarding his words and had taken action without hesitation. He had believed that with his eloquent tongue, even if he could not persuade them, they would never resort to violence so easily. This was quite simply against the rules. But reflecting on such matters was now too late. Quickly, quickly, stop them, Lu Chong shouted desperately to his guards. Yet, by the time he called out, it was already too late. Chapter 126. I rely on the mountain village to protect everyone. In the back room, Lu Xiaoyan clutched a pair of scissors tightly, huddled in the corner of the bed, trembling all over from fear. Yet, her bright peach blossom eyes were fixed defiantly on the two guards before her, who harbored ill intentions. Though she still maintained a stance of resistance, her heart was engulfed in despair. She was acutely aware of the dire situation at home and recognized that she could not thwart these brigands. As a woman, she knew she could not prevail against them and would ultimately be sullied. Rather than lose her virtue, she would prefer to perish. Do not come any closer. If you do, I will die. Lu Xiaoyan brandished the scissors, ultimately directing the blade towards her own neck. Her colorless hands trembled violently, and having already resigned herself to death, the sharp tip had drawn blood from her neck, yet she remained oblivious. The two guards frowned slightly, their faces betraying a ruthless demeanor. One of them, indifferent to Lu Xiaoyan's fate, lunged forward and snatched the scissors from her grasp. Girl, you are destined to die today. But before you do, let us enjoy ourselves first. With that, the two men lunged at Lu Xiaoyan, tearing at her clothing. Lu Xiaoyan's mind went blank. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her body, still weak from recent injuries, offered little resistance. In despair, she ceased to struggle, closed her eyes, and bit down hard on her tongue. She had heard tales in the county town about biting one's tongue to escape. However, the intense pain rendered her incapable of a second bite. Even death was beyond her reach. A wave of desolation washed over Lu Xiaoyan, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Yet, amidst her tears, she suddenly noticed that the two villains had ceased their assault on her clothing. She opened her eyes and beheld Yang Lin. Lu Xiaoyan stared, astonished, at the face that haunted her dreams, her emotions shifting from profound rage to boundless joy in an instant. Am I dreaming? Have I died, only to see the one I desire most? She could hardly believe that Yang Lin had truly appeared before her. Xiaoyan, are you all right? Your mouth, ah? Silly girl, why would you resort to biting your tongue? He embraced Lu Xiaoyan, holding her tightly in his arms. You have come. How wonderful. Lu Xiaoyan mumbled, her words slurred. She had bitten down too hard, resulting in 2 gashes on her tongue that bled profusely. She clung to Yang Lin, too frightened to let go, fearing that if she released him, he would vanish. It was only then that she noticed the 2 men who had tormented her lay lifeless, one with an arrow pierced through his neck, the other with a dagger embedded in his chest. This was all real. Realizing this, Lu Xiaoyan quickly exclaimed, "My mother! Please, save my mother!" She gazed at Yang Lin imploringly. "Wait here," Yang Lin instructed, as Lu Xiaoyan had no further tasks at hand, and the outcome of the battle ahead remained uncertain. Thus, he hastily refrained from indulging in tender moments, quickly prepared his crossbow once more, and dashed back to the main hall. Upon returning, Yang Lin was taken aback. He had steeled himself for conflict, yet to his astonishment, the skirmish had already concluded. Lu Chong was pinned to the ground by the guards, while the remaining protectors crouched in the corners. Remarkably, not a single soul lay dead. Yang Lin was somewhat astonished. "Master," Qin Shuang hurried over to explain. "We captured this old rogue, and fearing for his life, he surrendered." Understanding dawned upon Yang Lin, and he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Kong Liang, who had gone to summon help, returned with dozens of individuals, accompanied by thunderous battle cries as they surged into the hall. "Master, are you unharmed?" The newcomers included guards, but predominantly villagers who, upon hearing of Yang Lin's plight, rushed to his aid. In an instant, the interior and exterior of the hall were filled to capacity. "Thank you all for your efforts. The situation is now under control. Capture all these bandits." Lu Zhangshi and Lu Liang had been rescued, yet they huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe. Lu Chong, pinned to the ground, initially sought to escape amidst the chaos, but upon witnessing the influx of reinforcements, despair enveloped him entirely. Yang Lin, I am not a bandit. I am Lu Chong, the head of the Lu family in the county. This is a misunderstanding. Release me at once." "Yang Lin, I acknowledge my past transgressions, but as the saying goes, one does not make enemies without cause. We have no grievances, and there is no need for a deadly confrontation. If you free me, I will help you amass wealth. Lu Chong pleaded desperately. You are a wise man. Staying hidden in this mountain is a waste of your talents. If we collaborate, I can lead you to immense riches. Trust me, truly, believe me. Lu Chong cried out with fervor. Yet, Yang Lin paid him no heed. Instead, directing the guards to commence the cleanup. Lu Chong attempted to speak again, but Yang Lin interjected, silence him, find a cloth to gag him. Consequently, Lu Chong's mouth was securely covered, leaving him to emit muffled sounds. Master, how shall we deal with these rascals? Qin Shuang inquired. Execute them all, Yang Lin replied matter-of-factly. The crowd in the room froze in shock. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's eyes bulged with fury, struggling violently as tears streamed down his face. His subordinates also fought against their bindings, yet the guards had secured them too tightly. Their struggles were utterly futile. Isn't this a bit? Qin Shuang hesitantly asked. A tad too ruthless? Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a time fraught with challenges. We must make those with nefarious intentions aware of the consequences of provoking us. Convey this directive as my command. I shall bear the infamy that comes with it. Kindness can invite oppression, and gentleness can lead to exploitation. To avert future troubles, Yang Lin was unfazed by the prospect of being cast as the villain. Upon hearing his resolve, Qin Shuang, though still feeling that it was excessively ruthless, did not hesitate to concur immediately. His small squad had all witnessed bloodshed and taken lives. Thus, they were unperturbed by the prospect of dispatching a few thieves. After the deed, let us display the corpses along the roadside outside the village. I want everyone to understand that our Kuaishan village is not a place they can easily trample upon. From this moment forth, every inhabitant of Kuaishan village, regardless of family or household, shall no longer endure oppression and will be under our protection. The villagers felt a surge of fervor at these words. At this moment, even if Yang Lin commanded them to unseat the emperor, they would do so without a moment's hesitation. Just then, in the corner, Lu Liang suddenly broke into loud sobs. Chapter 127. 500 people, united in advance and retreat. All eyes were suddenly drawn to Lu Liang. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Lu Liang trembled in fear. Yang Lin, please don't kill me. I was wrong. For Qiaoyan's sake, spare me. He cried, quaking with fright. Just moments before, Yang Lin's words had invigorated the villagers, yet for Lu Liang, they instilled nothing but dread. He had summoned Lu Chong from the county town, and Yang Lin could execute him at will. And what of himself? He had wronged Yang Lin more than once. Would Yang Lin truly spare him now? Yang Lin approached, and Lu Liang instinctively recoiled. I promised your father to safeguard your family after taking your wealth and land. I have fulfilled my promise. But you, these people were summoned by you, were they not? A glint of coldness shone in Yang Lin's eyes. Lu Liang wailed in despair. I was wrong, truly wrong. Brother Lin, I am not worthy. Please forgive me. Before Lu Liang could finish, Yang Lin gestured for him to silence. Do not utter another word. For Qiaoyan's sake, I shall not take your life. No matter how foolish you may be, you are still Qiaoyan's brother. I have made my decision to marry her. Upon hearing Yang Lin's proclamation, joy surged within Lu Liang, and he nodded fervently. Wonderful. If you marry Qiaoyan, we shall be family. You will be my brother-in-law. However, as he met Yang Lin's icy gaze, his voice dwindled to a whisper, until he could barely hear himself. Killing you would bring Qiaoyan no joy. I can let you off today, but should you dare to plot against me again, even if I choose not to take your life, I will sever your tendons, cut out your tongue and ears, and gouge out your eyes, imprisoning you in a dark room where you will wish for death. Lu Liang trembled anew, desperately shaking his head. I dare not, I will not. Turning to the equally bewildered Lu Zhang, Yang Lin forced a smile and said, You know that Qiaoyan and I share mutual affection. I intend to marry her. You have no objections, do you? One must always be courteous. Yang Lin felt quite polite in this moment. He then flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. And no objections, Lu Zhang stammered, waving her hands in alarm. Tears nearly spilling from her eyes upon seeing Yang Lin's smile. Excellent. My family is building a new home. Once it is complete, I shall return to marry Qiaoyan, he declared, and without further ado, Yang Lin hastened back to the rear room, where he carefully examined Qiaoyan's condition. Satisfied that she was unharmed, he imparted a few final instructions before taking his leave. The world was on the brink of transformation, and this tranquil little mountain village would likely find no peace in the days to come, especially with the uncertain state of affairs. He had little time for romantic entanglements. Urgent preparations were now paramount. In the evening, within the once vacant residence of the Liu family, Yang Lin summoned several workshop heads to gather. Present were the robust leader of the construction team, Gao Zhuang, Zhao Shunzi from the smelting workshop, the tofu shop's elder sister, Du Jing from the design workshop, Wang Gui responsible for transportation, along with Kong Liang and Qin Shuang from the security team. The purpose of this assembly was to deliberate on important matters. Firstly, I must announce two significant developments. The village head has now assumed the position of chief clerk in Jianghe County, and Zhong Tao has been appointed as the official in the criminal division. Both shall remain in the county seat for the foreseeable future. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals were taken aback. What? The village head has become a chief clerk? Goodness, is this truly the case? Previously, I had my doubts when my brother returned from the city with this news. Indeed, the village head had long feared that Liu Yukai might usurp his position. He could never have imagined that one day he would ascend to such a prominent role in the county. The crowd expressed their astonishment, for in their eyes, the chief clerk in the county was undoubtedly a high-ranking official. Above the village head, there existed the positions of Li Zheng, Li Su, and Su Li, leading up to the chief clerk, at least several tiers above. Now that Zhao Fugui had become the chief clerk, it was akin to soaring to great heights. Consequently, with the vacancies left by the village head and the captain of the security team, I propose that Qin Shuang temporarily assume the role of village head, while Kong Liang takes charge of the security team. How does that sound? The crowd nodded in agreement. There was little to debate. The position of village head is typically held by a respected elder in the village. However, Yang Lin was now the most esteemed figure in the village. He did not wish to take on the role himself, and appointing someone else met with no objections. As for Kong Liang leading the security team, that was even less contentious. Although the security team publicly proclaimed its mission to protect Kaoshan village, everyone understood that it, like the other workshops, was under Yang Lin's dominion. The second matter at hand. Today, the former village head returned to relay some urgent news. Yang Lin then relayed the alarming information regarding a rebellion in the south, the authorities' demand for labor and grain, the potential influx of refugees, and the looming chaos that threatened the realm. As he concluded, the room fell silent, as the gravity of the news left everyone stunned. The primary reason for gathering was to discuss these pressing issues. The wisdom of one is limited, while the collective wisdom of many is boundless. Thus, it is prudent to prepare for what lies ahead. Therefore, I urge everyone to contemplate how we should respond to the impending circumstances. Yet, no one spoke. The weight of the information was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily unable to process it. Noticing the silence, Yang Lin asserted, providing grain is manageable. I can supply all the grain our village possesses. However, the matter of conscripting labor is more challenging. I have discussed this with the former village head, and there are essentially two approaches. One is to treat everyone equally, and our village would contribute 6 or 7 individuals. The second option involves manipulating the situation at the county office to allocate all our village's quotas elsewhere. After Yang Lin finished speaking, silence reigned once more. Although everyone understood the situation, the decision was indeed a difficult one. It was unfavorable to send one's own villagers to their demise, yet equally disheartening to allow others from different villages to perish in their stead. Human emotions are complex, while they tend to lean towards the latter option. Articulating such sentiments proved challenging. In truth, beyond these two choices, there exists a third alternative. Yang Lin's words startled the crowd once more. A third choice? Either our own perish, or others die for us. What other solution could possibly exist? This third option entails organizing a contingent of 500 individuals, with myself leading the way, to serve as laborers. In this manner, all participants are from our own community, ensuring that regardless of the circumstances, we face them together. Mutual support will significantly mitigate casualties. Chapter 128. Recruitment No. As soon as Yang Lin uttered these words, the crowd hastily voiced their disapproval, shaking their heads in unison. Master, you are our cornerstone. You cannot take such risks. One exclaimed. Indeed, it is warfare. Anything could happen. I've heard that on the battlefield, we common folk are often sent forth to absorb the enemy's arrows. Another chimed in. In such scenarios, it matters not even if they are our own. If you do not charge forward, the officers behind will indiscriminately slay us. The group fervently urged Yang Lin to reconsider. Observing their anxious expressions, Yang Lin smiled gently. Please, do not be alarmed. This is merely a thought of mine, shared to inspire collective brainstorming. He was acutely aware that the circumstances on the battlefield could shift in an instant. Once one stepped onto the front lines, one's fate could hang by a thread. Yet, it also represented a potential opportunity. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Given the current turmoil in the realm, remaining in a defensive posture would be increasingly arduous. Thus, it was perhaps wiser to take the initiative and begin to amass strength. Master, if you ask me, I must strongly disagree. It is far too perilous, declared Gao Dazhuang. Yes, Brother Lin, Du Jing added, let us consider alternative strategies. Wang Gui quickly nodded in agreement. Master, my brother and Guing owe their lives to you. If it comes down to it, I shall take your place on the battlefield. The others voiced their concurrence. Yang Lin observed their earnestness, unable to suppress a wry smile. Fully understanding their good intentions, though they failed to grasp the essence of his plan. Very well, this matter is not urgent. Let us all ponder possible solutions in the coming days. He had not anticipated presenting an effective strategy today. The priority now was to await Z's return to ascertain the situation in the south before making any determinations. As long as they understood the nature of the conflict there, they could gauge whether the conscription of laborers was merely for the transport of supplies or if they were to be thrust into the fray as cannon fodder. Regardless, preparations must be made for the impending threat of rebel forces encroaching upon their village. The crowd nodded in agreement. Uncle Dazhuang, come to my home tomorrow. We shall allocate another 1,000 taels of silver, and your construction team will recruit 300 more workers. Gao Dazhuang was taken aback. Master, why do you require such a large number? The construction team is already the largest. Can there truly be enough work for 300 more? Yang Lin replied. Since we are preparing in advance, construction is of utmost importance. Recruiting 300 more is merely a temporary measure. I fear that an excess of manpower might lead to chaos in management. Once these 300 are settled, we shall recruit further. Seeing Gao Dazhuang's astonishment, Yang Lin continued, do not fret, Uncle Dazhuang. These individuals will undoubtedly be of value. First and foremost, we shall expand the brick kilns to 10. We will be able to produce at least 50,000 bricks each day. Gao Dazhuang stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the grand vision laid before him. In addition, we will expand our cement kilns to 10, and we shall allocate more manpower to the quarry. Subsequently, we will construct a wall along the foothills of the rear and eastern mountains to safeguard our village. The crowd listened in stunned silence. A wall. While the county town lacked one, our village was to erect a wall. No one questioned Yang Lin's decision, for whatever he set out to accomplish was invariably realized. The thought of having a wall to protect them stirred a wave of excitement among the villagers. Kaleo village would become one of the few villages in the entire Deqian to possess a wall. Henceforth, they would no longer need to fear bandits raiding their homes. After a moment of astonishment, Gao Dazhuang pondered and nodded. Indeed, when considering Yang Lin's demands, 300 individuals seemed insufficient. However, where could they find such a number? Their village had no idle hands left. Furrowing his brow, Gao Dazhuang inquired. Yang Lin smiled. If we cannot recruit from our village, we shall seek out those from neighboring villages, offering 5 won a day. Surely, attracting laborers will not prove difficult. Gao Dazhuang's eyes brightened, and he quickly suggested, no need for 5 won. For 1. No, 3 won will suffice. The others nodded in agreement. Earning 80 to 90 won a month was the standard wage. In contrast, Kaleo village's starting pay of 200 won was quite abnormal. Yang Lin, however, waved his hand. We need only offer 1 won more than outsiders. The wages of the populace are inherently too low and deserve a rise. Since no one has taken the initiative to increase wages, let me lead the way. Ultimately, the cost of labor remains disproportionately low. Yang Lin was aware that, single-handedly, he could not spur a wage increase across the entire realm. Such an endeavor was impossible, at least in the short term. Yet, every journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and every endeavor must be initiated. Much like his intention to issue paper currency, a feat fraught with challenges. Once successful, the benefits to himself and the advancement of this era would be immeasurable. Yang Lin had made his decision, and the others ceased their persuasion. Uncle Wang, you shall come to my home tomorrow with 1,000 taels of silver, and your transport team must recruit an additional 300 workers. Wang Gui was taken aback. Master, why recruit more for the transport team? It already comprises dozens of members, sufficient for procuring food supplies from the county town, transporting coal from Mount Laotian, and bringing back saltpeter from Hafing Mountain. He could not fathom the need for such a large influx of labor. The answer is simple: to transport grain. Should chaos erupt outside, grain prices will inevitably soar, and with the addition of so many new hands, we must ensure we have ample supplies, especially since the authorities require a total of 10,000 stones of grain from the entire Jianghe County. Failure to meet this demand would result in starvation for some. Therefore, we must replenish this grain stock. Tomorrow, as you recruit, begin sending people to procure 10,000 stones of grain from elsewhere. Remember, food is the foundation of everything. This matter must be handled swiftly and without fail. 10,000 stones is merely the minimum, if the price is right. Acquiring 20,000 or even 30,000 stones is entirely feasible. Furthermore, the expansion of brick and cement kilns will necessitate a greater workforce. And additional hands must be allocated for coal transportation. Wang Gui was taken aback by Yang Lin's ambitious plan. 20,000, 30,000 stones of grain. Such quantities were beyond his imagination, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Yes, I shall take full responsibility for this. Wang Gui pledged with determination. Kong Liang. The security team also requires an increase in personnel. Yang Lin turned his gaze towards Kong Liang. Kong Liang quickly swallowed hard, astonished, and inquired, "Are we to recruit 300 more?" Yang Lin chuckled, "Certainly not. The security team differs from other sectors. While a larger number is beneficial, quality remains paramount. Thus, we should not expand too drastically at once. Currently, only over 20 of you remain in the village. We shall recruit another 30, prioritizing personnel from our own village's workshops." Just then, Xiao Jiu burst in. "Brother, Zi has returned. Sister is calling for you to come home." Chapter 129. Raising armies to seize the world. What? Zi has returned. Yang Lin was taken aback. She had departed for Suizhou, promising to return within 6 days. Yet she had been gone for less than a day. Considering the round trip, it seemed she could barely manage a visit to Jianghe County. Gentlemen, let us defer further discussions for today. Matters concerning the smelting and design workshops will be addressed tomorrow. Sister, we should return. Yang Lin rose, leading his elder sister and Xiao Jiu back home with haste. Upon their arrival, they encountered Li Yuyao, who was waiting at home alongside Zi. What transpired? Yang Lin inquired anxiously. It was unexpected for Zi to return so soon. The situation regarding the Southern Rebellion has been clarified, Li Yuyao began. What? Yang Lin was astonished once more. It was implausible that she could reach Suizhou and gather such intelligence in a mere half-day. Disregarding Yang Lin's surprise, Li Yuyao continued. The traitor is Prince Zhao Zhe of Yong'an. He has raised his banner in Yong'an County, claiming the legitimacy of the throne and declaring himself emperor. Mustering an army of 10,000, purportedly commanding a force of 100,000. However, Zhao Zhe is blissfully unaware that his ranks have been infiltrated by agents of the Intelligence Bureau. Consequently, on the third day of his rebellion, before he could mobilize his forces to attack the surrounding counties, Yong'an City was already besieged by troops converging from all directions. Currently, 3 armies encircle Yong'an City. The Julu army stationed in Julu County, alongside 2 other contingents from Jizhou and Arjiangzhou, totaling 50,000 troops. Yong'an City is a fortified stronghold, high-walled and heavily garrisoned, rendering it difficult to conquer. Even with 50,000 troops, seizing Yong'an City would be a formidable challenge. And should they succeed, the cost would be steep. Moreover, other royal families are eyeing the situation with keen interest. In this conflict, failure is not an option. Even a Pyrrhic victory could invite opportunistic actions from rival factions. Thus, it is essential to win decisively without incurring excessive losses, prompting them to conscript laborers. As she spoke, Li Yuyao clenched her fists tightly. Yang Lin's heart raced. Without pausing to inquire about the source of this information, he hastily asked, "So, the conscription of laborers is intended for the siege?" Li Yuyao nodded gravely. According to the intelligence gathered by Zi, the 3 armies surrounding Yong'an City are merely encircling, refraining from assault, as they await the conscription of laborers. They plan to recruit 10,000 laborers each from Jiangzhou, Suizhou, and Jizhou, totaling 30,000. These laborers are likely to be dispatched to the front lines, serving as expendable resources in the siege. At this juncture, Liu Yao could say no more, gently closing her eyes with a sigh. From a young age, her father had instilled in her the wisdom that compassion has no place in military command. She understood that a commander must be devoid of sympathy, especially the soft-heartedness often attributed to women. Yet, since leaving the palace and mingling with the common folk, she has come to realize that each individual represents a vibrant life. For these commoners, death might not be the most tragic fate. Their lives, akin to mere blades of grass, have rendered them accustomed to mortality. However, it is lamentable that these defenseless and innocent civilians are being driven to wage siege warfare. Treated merely as expendable resources, often unaware of the calamity unfolding around them, they bear the ladders, braving the storm of enemy arrows, charging to the front lines, until they succumb in droves. War is not frightening. What is truly tragic is dying without purpose. Your Highness, Miss, this matter is not overly urgent. Perhaps we should first discuss another issue, Zi hastily reminded. Another issue? Yang Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Upon mentioning this other matter, Liu Yao sighed, expressing her helplessness. You have drawn attention again. Yang Lin immediately grasped the implication. Are you referring to the potion recipe for making tofu? Liu Yao nodded. This information was inadvertently acquired by Zi. Currently, tofu has gained widespread popularity throughout the county, and an increasing number of individuals are realizing that the most lucrative aspect of the tofu business lies in the potion. The one who is now targeting you is Zheng Rong, the governor of Pingyuan County. He has already dispatched his assistant to purchase the potion recipe from you. Though it is framed as a purchase, given Zheng Rong's character, it is akin to coercive acquisition. They have now arrived in the county town, and it is likely they will seek you out within the next couple of days. We must prepare a counter-strategy in advance. Liu Yao spoke earnestly. Yang Lin's brow furrowed further. This truly is a jungle world. Even the slightest hint of blood will attract a pack of wolves. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin voiced his concern. Where exactly did this information originate? He turned his gaze towards Zi. Zi had been away for merely half a day, yet she was well aware of circumstances over 1,000 miles away, even knowing that the governor of Pingyuan had sent someone to Jianghe County. It defied logic. Zi looked at Liu Yao, who promptly replied, Do not concern yourself with the source of the information. Simply trust that it is true. Some matters will be revealed to you in due course. For now, we must devise a strategy. Very well. Yang Lin understood that Liu Yao and Zi harbored certain secrets, and since they chose not to divulge them, he refrained from pressing further. As for these two matters, although the rebellion in Yong'an City was significant, it presently bore no relevance to them. The pressing concern was the envoy sent by Governor Zheng Rong. This indeed posed a formidable dilemma. Addressing the governor could not be approached with the same bluntness as when dealing with Zhao Dei. The strength of the county town was incomparable to that of the capital. In Jianghe County, if he could manage the 3 factions of local officials, he could nearly control all the military power within the county. Each county town housed a garrison, with numbers ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Should he eliminate the governor's men, he would likely face the suppression of thousands of troops. Thus, this situation appeared nearly insurmountable. It seemed one could either refrain from resistance, becoming a plump sheep for slaughter, or, should one choose to resist, risk being branded a traitor and subjected to military repression. In either case, it would lead to a dead end. Observing Yang Lin's furrowed brow and deep contemplation, Liu Yao inhaled deeply and proposed, Why don't we simply raise an army and revolt? With your capabilities, contending for the realm is certainly within the realm of possibility. Upon hearing these words, the entire room collectively gasped in astonishment. A rebellion? Such a notion had never crossed their minds. How could her sister possess such audacity to even contemplate insurrection? However, Zi and Qingyi exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They understood that with Yang Lin's support, the emperor would eventually rise to reclaim the throne. Perhaps this very moment was opportune. At that instant, all eyes were anxiously fixed on Yang Lin, awaiting his response. Noticing Yang Lin's hesitation, Liu Yao contemplated revealing her true identity. Yet, in the next moment, Yang Lin swiftly shook his head. A military uprising? Absolutely not. Chapter 130. What is Earth? Why? Liu Yao asked in astonishment. She believed that although their current strength was feeble, With Yang Lin's capabilities combined with her banner, they could undoubtedly accomplish great feats. The example of the king of Yongin served as the perfect illustration. My dear, consider this. The king of Yongin commands an army of 10,000 and possesses formidable fortifications. Yet what is his present plight? Li Yuyao furrowed her brow. She was aware that Yongin city was now besieged, and once the conscripted laborers arrived, the city would surely fall. Our current strength is still too insignificant. Even if we wish to rise, we must exercise patience. At the very least, we must understand the wisdom of building high walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying our claim to kingship. Otherwise, the fate of the king of Yongin will inevitably become our own. Yang Lin's words left Li Yuyao utterly astounded. Build high walls, stockpile grain, delay claiming kingship. She repeatedly recited these 9 succinct words in her heart, realizing they encapsulated the crux of the matter. Very well, then what shall we do? Yang Lin smiled. If we consider this from a different perspective, the task is not insurmountable. If we were commoners of Deqian, and we were to slay the magistrate's men, he would certainly not let us go unpunished. However, what if we were bandits on the road? Bandits do not require justification for their actions, nor would they seek us out. The group was taken aback, then astonished. Li Yuyao exclaimed, "You intend to masquerade as bandits? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? What is inappropriate about it?" Yang Lin replied, scratching his nose. "With the guise of bandits, we can undertake actions that ordinary folk cannot. As long as we refrain from harming innocent lives and focus solely on corrupt officials, we would be serving the people and executing justice." Yang Lin's words rendered the assembly speechless. Upon reflection, they found his reasoning quite compelling. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and continued, "There are countless bandits in Jianghe County, yet the government has not made any attempts to eradicate them. To the authorities, commoners are easy prey, while the bandits in the deep mountains are formidable adversaries. This time, let us take on the role of bandits. I am curious to see how the magistrate will respond to them." Everyone fell silent. Although Li Yuyao was reluctant to concede, she recognized the truth in Yang Lin's words. This, indeed, illustrated the lamentable state of Deqian's bureaucracy. A local magistrate dares not provoke bandits, yet has the audacity to oppress the common people. "Yes, you make a valid point. I support you," Li Yuyao declared. "As long as we pose as bandits, this matter will become manageable." Zi inquired, "What shall we do about the conscription of laborers? Those conscripted are surely doomed." Once she finished speaking, silence enveloped the room once more. Even the usually decisive Yang Lin and Li Yuyao had no words to offer. The group suddenly realized that they were powerless to change the outcome, and the common people would likely pay the ultimate price in vain. Yang Lin clenched his fists tightly, his face betraying no expression. Yet it was evident to all that he was gritting his teeth in frustration. Originally, he had devised some plans, but upon receiving the intelligence relayed by Zi, he realized that his schemes were but futile efforts against the overwhelming tide of circumstance. Even if he managed to assemble a contingent of 500 men, what significance would that hold amidst an army of 30,000 commoners? Even if he could rescue those 500, what would it matter? Beyond them lay the lives of 30,000 souls, 30,000 lives, and he felt utterly powerless. Yang Lin exhaled slowly, cursing under his breath, bitterness welling up within him. In his previous life, he had embraced a carefree attitude, intending to meander through life, earn a modest fortune, and secure a comfortable existence for himself and his family, indifferent to the chaos beyond. Yet, after enduring life and death trials and witnessing the fall of those around him, he could no longer turn a blind eye to the world. I once heard a saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." My dear, do you think there will ever be a day when the world knows peace? A day devoid of war, where everyone has enough to eat, where no one starves, and the populace is not driven to the battlefield? Li Yuyao shook her head. It seems impossible. Having studied history, she understood that history is, in fact, a chronicle of warfare. Indeed, it appears rather unlikely. Yang Lin nodded in agreement, yet a spark ignited in his eyes as he spoke with a hint of excitement. While that day has not yet arrived, we can strive towards a goal of establishing a harmonious world free from war, where the common people can live and work in peace. What do you think? His gaze swept over the group, each face reflecting disbelief, including Li Yuyao's. Compared to Yang Lin's ambition, her own aspiration to reclaim the throne seemed trivial. "Yes, that shall be our goal." Li Yuyao clenched her fists. The others, elder sister, second sister, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu, felt a blend of tension and exhilaration. Are we plotting a rebellion? How thrilling. But how do we proceed? Xiao Jiu inquired, perplexed. Yang Lin pondered for a moment. First and foremost, let us establish a target. We shall initiate our uprising in a year, conquer the entirety of Deqian within 3 years, subdue the surrounding nations in 5 years, and unify the world in 20. We will create a grand and unified Earth. The group stared in astonishment. Li Yuyao asked, curious, what is Earth? Yang Lin suddenly realized that the people of this world had yet to comprehend the concept of a spherical Earth. Reflecting on it, he considered that the historical trajectory of this world differed entirely from that of his previous life. Might its geography also diverge? Nevertheless, despite the differences, this world is graced with the sun and moon, as well as the changing of the seasons, encompassing the 24 solar terms. This indicates that even amidst diversity, the vastness of our planet remains relatively uniform. The Earth, indeed, comprises all that exists within our continents and beyond the oceans, collectively known as Earth. Li Yuyao swallowed hard. Does this include the nations of Tubo, Turkic, Xiongnu, the Eastern Seas, the Northern Barbarians, Dali, the Tanguts, and Goryeo? Certainly. Yang Lin smiled, explaining that they all reside upon the same landmass. Beyond this continent lies a vast ocean, and beyond the ocean stretches an expansive territory, where perhaps a myriad of chaotic nations exist. In any case, this world is immensely vast. Li Yuyao's eyes sparkled with longing. The world is so grand. How she yearned to explore it. Can we truly unify the realm? Li Yuyao instinctively inquired. Yet Yang Lin merely chuckled and suggested, let us all retire for the night. The crowd was taken aback. Why? Out of the blue, was sleep being mentioned? Yang Lin continued, for in dreams, anything is possible. Chapter 131. What is an explosion? Early the next morning, Yang Lin sought out Kong Liang and Qin Shuang to discuss his plan involving banditry. Both men displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing his proposal. I require a trustworthy individual to undertake this task. Which of you is willing to volunteer? Yang Lin inquired. Naturally, there is a degree of risk involved, so I do not wish to impose. However, should either of you choose to accept? Just as Yang Lin intended to articulate the conditions, both men interrupted in unison. I will go. I will go. This unexpected response momentarily left Yang Lin speechless, as he had anticipated reluctance and was prepared to offer generous rewards. Qin Shuang remarked, Master, you have stated that we are not truly becoming bandits. Rather, we are robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished, doing a good deed. I am eager to participate. Kong Liang, not to be outdone, added, corrupt officials have harmed so many. If I can go after them, I am more than willing. Yang Lin chuckled wryly. I have yet to discuss the compensation for posing as a bandit. Development requires capital. I will initially provide 500 taels of silver as startup funds, and we shall recruit a few of our own brothers. Each of our men will receive 1 tael per month, while the leader will earn 5. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both men sparkled with excitement. I will go. I will go. Their enthusiasm grew louder. They understood that by pretending to be bandits, they could undertake certain unsavory tasks on behalf of their master. Although perilous, the thought of acting heroically stirred their blood. Moreover, the prospect of receiving such a substantial amount of silver only fueled their eagerness. Yang Lin was taken aback by their eagerness, which now posed a dilemma for him. Qin Shuang was composed and possessed a strategic vision, but lacked impulsiveness. Conversely, Kong Liang was bold and willing to take risks, but lacked the steadiness required for such undertakings. Their respective strengths and weaknesses were evident. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin concluded, let Kong Liang take on this role. Thank you, Master. Kong Liang expressed his gratitude promptly. And Qin Shuang, do not feel disheartened. The responsibility of the defense team is equally significant. At this stage, I expect you to develop a team of 50, with the potential for expansion to 500 or even 5,000 as the village grows. Understood. Qin Shuang nodded vigorously, feeling invigorated by the prospect. Subsequently, Yang Lin retained Kong Liang for further discussion, detailing the intricacies of establishing a false bandit group. This matter must remain confidential. Even among our own, knowledge should be limited. Therefore, temporarily assign 5 individuals from the defense team to you. Each will be equipped with a crossbow. Remember, the crossbows must not be lost. After further elaboration, Kong Liang, exhilarated, departed with the silver. Yang Lin then summoned Li Yuyao, bringing along potassium nitrate, which had been purified with saltpeter, along with ground sulfur and charcoal, as well as a large basket of tools, and headed to the rear mountains. What are you planning to do with these items? Li Yuyao asked, puzzled by Yang Lin's collection. Do you recall the explosives I mentioned? Yang Lin replied, these substances, when combined, can create explosive gunpowder. Li Yuyao's eyes brightened with realization. She certainly recalled that Yang Lin had once mentioned the word explosion to her, contemplating the thunderous power it evoked. She glanced at the fine powder before her and found it difficult to believe. My dear, the creation of gunpowder is a closely guarded secret. Aside from you and me, no third party must be privy to this knowledge. Moreover, this substance is exceedingly perilous. When preparing it, one must maintain a safe distance from metals and flames. As Yang Lin elaborated on the precautions, he picked up a small scale to measure the proportions of the three ingredients. There exists no optimal ratio for gunpowder, only the most suitable one. Increasing the proportion of saltpeter results in greater combustibility. Elevating the sulfur content enhances the explosive force. However, based on the chemical equation, Yang Lin understood that the ideal proportions for complete combustion of gunpowder are 74. 64 potassium nitrate, 11. 85 sulfur, and 13. 51 charcoal. With the scale at his disposal, achieving such precise ratios was, of course, unattainable, yet these minor details were inconsequential. As long as the proportions of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal remained around 75, 10, and 15 respectively, it would suffice. Yang Lin possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, yet this was his inaugural attempt at practical application. Thus he proceeded with utmost caution, until at last he poured the well-mixed powder into a bamboo tube, compacting it gently, inserted a fuse soaked in grease, and sealed the tube. Done. Yang Lin exhaled deeply. Is this it? But what about the explosion? Li Yuyao gazed at Yang Lin, who had spent a considerable time merely mixing the powders and placing them in the bamboo tube, utterly perplexed. She simply could not fathom how such a trivial object could wield thunderous might. Yang Lin chuckled. If it were to explode now, wouldn't we be obliterated? Do you see this fuse? Once ignited, it will explode. Understanding dawned upon her. Li Yuyao then produced a flint and began striking it. Before long, the fuse was alight, and she, still full of curiosity, tilted her head to observe the bamboo tube on the ground, eager to witness the nature of the explosion. Yet Yang Lin was already seized by a wave of fright. Run, he bellowed, yanking Li Yuyao away while hastily grabbing the remaining bamboo basket filled with gunpowder. Sprinting away with all his might, they ran for several meters without pausing. That should be far enough. It surely won't explode here, Li Yuyao remarked. I can't say for certain. Ultimately, it's safer to keep our distance. Despite this being his first experience in preparing black powder, and its appearance resembling merely a colossal firecracker, he did not underestimate its potential power, for he was acutely aware of how much gunpowder he had packed into that bamboo tube. After running 30 or 40 meters, with the bamboo tube now completely out of sight, Yang Lin finally came to a halt. Li Yuyao, however, believed Yang Lin was overreacting. Even if the explosion were indeed as miraculous as he claimed, there was surely no need to flee so far. Yet, despite this, Yang Lin remained uneasy, pulling Li Yuyao behind a large tree, holding her tightly in his embrace. The scoundrels were always ready to take advantage of the situation. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, believing Yang Lin was overreacting. As seconds ticked by, even Yang Lin began to wonder if something had indeed gone awry. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the ground, reverberating through the forest, causing the very earth beneath them to tremble. The acrid scent of smoke quickly wafted into the air. At this moment, Yang Lin was somewhat composed, as he recognized the sound of an explosion and had mentally prepared himself. However, Li Yuyao was utterly terrified, her face drained of color, instinctively clutching Yang Lin tighter. Chapter 132, The Power of the Divine. So this is the explosion. All is well now. Yang Lin gently patted Li Yuyao on the back, offering comfort. Li Yuyao, still in shock, asked, Will it explode again? Yang Lin smiled, reassuring the still trembling Li Yuyao as he led her out from behind the great tree. Of course not. It can only explode once. Upon reaching the epicenter of the explosion, both Li Yuyao and Yang Lin were taken aback by the sheer might of the blast. The once even ground now bore a crater over half a meter deep. Fresh earth was strewn all around, and the original bamboo tubes had been shattered into countless splintered fragments, scattered haphazardly. Yang Lin estimated that the explosion's effective radius extended approximately 10 meters, with a lethal range of only 5 or 6 meters. Even so, in this era, it could certainly be deemed a weapon of mass destruction. However, Yang Lin understood that this was merely an experimental detonation. The bamboo tubes containing the gunpowder had limited the explosion's power, and the absence of iron filings or steel balls had further restrained its lethality, leaving ample room for future enhancements. Yang Lin felt a sense of satisfaction with the experiment. Yet, Liu Yao was profoundly shaken by the explosion's ferocity. Standing beside the gaping pit for a while, she gazed at the grim scene on the ground, observing the battered trees around her, and swallowed hard. With such a weapon, how could one not hope to bring peace to the world? A fiery determination sparkled in her eyes. Yang Lin chuckled. This is merely the first step. We have yet to maximize the weapon's potential. Huh? Why? Liu Yao inquired, puzzled. This is already remarkable. How can it be further maximized? Gunpowder is merely the most rudimentary explosive. To truly amplify its power, we must harness external forces. For instance, if we were to forge a steel cylinder, fill it with gunpowder, and seal one end, the explosion would propel the other end outward. This way, we would not only possess a weapon of mass destruction, but could also project the explosion hundreds of feet away. Liu Yao stood in stunned silence. Is that even possible? Seeing her utterly astonished expression, Yang Lin patted her shoulder and said, "The world is vast, and the future is even greater. One day, we might even find ourselves aboard a flying ship, soaring through the skies and landing on the moon. As for this weapon, I will refine it further. For now, this version contained within bamboo tubes requires ignition and tossing into the midst of enemies. Let us call it a grenade." Grenade? Liu Yao found the name intriguing. However, she was more focused on the grand implications. With grenades, her hopes of restoring her kingdom soared, just as she was about to share her true identity with Yang Lin. Revealing herself as the unfortunate little emperor, a large group of people was rushing in panic toward them from the edge of the forest. Master, are you all right? Moments ago, a thunderclap resounded through the woods. I trust you were unscathed? When the villagers beheld the enormous crater on the ground, their gazes were filled with trepidation. Upon confirming that Yang Lin and Liu Yao were unharmed, they finally exhaled in relief. Sister, was that commotion caused by you? Little Jiao inquired as she hurried over. The villagers nearby erupted in laughter at her question. Oh, young lady, you misunderstand. That was a thunderclap. Indeed, only thunder could be so fearsome. Just look at the ground it struck, truly terrifying. Our master may be remarkable, but he cannot summon thunder. Precisely, if our master could conjure thunder, he would be a deity. Seeing that Yang Lin was unharmed, the villagers relaxed. Yang Lin offered no explanation. He was not yet ready to disclose the matter of gunpowder. After bidding farewell to the villagers, he returned home, preparing to sketch designs to improve the second-generation hand grenade. He intended to create a wooden-handled grenade. The craftsmanship for this wooden-handled grenade is not complex, and its production is quite simple, with the greatest advantage being its potential for mass production. The only pressing issue remains the cast iron shrapnel. Currently, there exists no corresponding technique in this world. The smelting workshop will likely require numerous experiments before achieving success. Fortunately, demand for gunpowder weaponry is not urgent, thus providing ample time for production improvements. Once the first wooden-handled grenade is successfully created, manufacturing thousands thereafter will not pose a significant challenge. At midday, while he was still drafting the blueprints for the wooden-handled grenade, Qin Shuang hastily arrived. Master, there are outsiders in the village seeking you. We have escorted them to an empty house. Oh, how many have arrived? Yang Lin inquired. Not many. Only 4, 1 leader and 3 guards, along with a cart and 2 horses. Yang Lin nodded. Keep a close watch on them. Inform them I am not in the village. Remember, observe their every move. They must not interact with the villagers, nor should they discover the reason for their visit. These visitors are most likely the clerks dispatched by the county magistrate of Pingyuan. Although he had resolved not to compromise, Yang Lin was not a killer by nature. He preferred to engage with them before taking any drastic measures. If they were genuinely sincere, the formula for gypsum water was not beyond selling. However, before proceeding, It would be wise to keep them waiting for a time, as the faux bandits were just beginning to prepare, should negotiations falter. It would be prudent to allow time for a potential ambush. Meanwhile, in Jianghe County, within the back hall of the county office, Magistrate Wu Yong was already frantic over the issues of taxation and conscription of laborers, when news arrived that the most concerning refugees were nearing. Moreover, they were less than 3 days away from Jianghe County. These refugees, fleeing from the south, while classified as such, mostly possess identification tokens, complicating any hasty actions by the authorities. However, if left unchecked, these refugees could become a menace, potentially storming the county and causing untold chaos. Even if these refugees do not cause trouble, what if they remain in Jianghe County? He certainly does not desire these useless idlers. The matter of requisitioning grain remains unresolved. And now such an incident has arisen. Wu Yong feels utterly overwhelmed. As a local magistrate, it is one thing to exploit the common people, but if he fails to execute the directives from above, it will indeed lead to trouble for him. My lord, I have an idea, spoke Zheng Dongxiao from the side. Oh, do share, Wu Yong urged eagerly. With a smile, Zheng Dongxiao suggested, since Yang Lin wishes to involve himself in the affairs of the county, why not assign these matters to him as well, and let him shoulder the burden? Wu Yong furrowed his brow in response, but he holds no official position. How could he take charge? Do not forget, my lord, he has left 2 of his subordinates at the county office. We need not directly assign the tasks to Yang Lin. Instead, we can delegate them to his people. If they fail to accomplish the tasks, the responsibility will inevitably fall upon Yang Lin. Wu Yong's eyes brightened. Brilliant. Chapter 133. The Travels of Lord Kong Chiu. Esteemed sir, I am at your service. What commands do you have for me? As evening descended, Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao were summoned to the county office by Wu Yong, both filled with curiosity. Come, please have a seat, Wu Yong cheerfully invited, pulling out chairs for both men. Though he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yang Lin, he maintained a facade of cordiality. Thank you, sir, the two replied, increasingly bewildered. The purpose of your summons today pertains to the matter of requisitioning grain and laborers, as discussed yesterday. Our county office finds itself in dire need of capable individuals, and you two are precisely the talents we require. Hence, I have decided to entrust the task of requisitioning grain and laborers to you. Zhong Tao and Zhao Fugui were taken aback and were about to voice their concerns when Wu Yong, with a beaming smile, continued. I have already dispatched official documents to the magistrate. Should you manage this task well, your future prospects will be boundless. As he spoke, Wu Yong handed them 2 pre-prepared documents. Make haste, you have 8 days remaining out of the 10-day deadline. This matter is crucial for the front lines and cannot be treated lightly. With a smile that seemed both warm and grave, he concluded and promptly summoned Clerk Zheng to see them out. Once outside the county office, Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao wore expressions of utter confusion. Uncle Zhao, what shall we do now? Zhong Tao queried, at a loss for direction. Zhao Fugui sighed. What else can we do but seek out Yang Lin? Not only are we still establishing ourselves in the county, but even if we were to hand this over to Zhao Dai, he might struggle to manage it. The magistrate is not merely troubling us. He is clearly intent on making things difficult for Yang Lin. Requisitioning grain and laborers has always been a daunting challenge. The common folk are not foolish. Without food, they perish, and being sent to the front lines spells certain death. Knowing this, who would willingly cooperate? Particularly this time, the entire Jianghe County is expected to provide 500 laborers within 10 days, a task bordering on the impossible. Little Zhong, you are yet unaware that we cannot bear the blame for delaying military affairs. Furthermore, we are certain to falter in this endeavor. Yang Lin is resourceful. We must swiftly return and consult him for strategies. Though Zhao Fugui had only served as a village head, his age and experience led him to discern Wu Yong's intentions. The responsibility rightfully belonged to Wu Yong, yet he had deftly shifted the burden onto them, while rewards would surely follow should they succeed. The crux of the issue remained. The task was exceedingly challenging. Wu Yong had only spoken of the pleasant outcomes, neglecting to mention the consequences of failure. Let us return at once, Zhong Tao urged, equally anxious. Taking advantage of the fading light, the two mounted their horses and set off towards Kaoshan village. Meanwhile, in Hujing town, at the newly opened Yang Family Trading Company, Lu Shi was sighing heavily as he prepared to close for the day. Despite having been in operation for just 2 days, business had been lackluster. In this brief span, he and his 2 assistants had managed to sell a mere 12 sheets of paper, yielding a meager income of 12 coins. Though every buyer of paper cannot help but marvel at the exquisite quality of this new paper, praising it as truly exceptional, they are predominantly scholars from humble backgrounds. Regardless of its superiority, they hesitate to purchase more than necessary. One must consider that for merely 2 or 3 cash, one can procure a pound of coarse grain, while a single sheet of this paper commands a price of 1 cash, which is indeed extravagant. Lucy resolved to find time to return home and discuss with his employer the prospect of opening a shop in the county town. At that moment, a venerable old man, his hair as white as snow, passed by and, upon noticing the sign of 1 cash for paper displayed at the shop front, expressed his surprise. Inquiring of Lucy, who was in the midst of closing up, "Do you still sell paper?" "Indeed, we do," Lucy responded promptly, swinging open the door with a welcoming smile. "Please, step inside, esteemed guest. The paper from our Yang family business is truly the finest in the world." The old man, somewhat skeptical, nonetheless entered the shop. Being a renowned scholar, he was accustomed to using only the finest paper. However, he had exhausted his supply during his travels and had found no vendors in the towns he had passed through. He intended to head to the nearby county town, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a paper seller in this small town. Curious, he thought he would take a look. He held little hope for the quality of the paper sold in this town, but recently he had been inspired with a surge of literary creativity, composing several poems he deemed quite good, yet unrecorded, so he thought any paper would suffice as long as it served the purpose of writing. "Please take a look." Esteemed guest, Lucy enthusiastically showcased a stack of pristine white paper on the counter. Although he perceived that the old man's attire did not suggest wealth, he did not expect a significant purchase. However, given the dismal state of his business, selling even 1 additional sheet would be a boon. The old man chuckled lightly, initially indifferent as he glanced at the paper. Yet, upon closer inspection, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the stack of lightweight, thin, white, and sizable sheets. "Is this truly paper?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he reached out to caress it. The surface was smooth and soft, reminiscent of skin, devoid of the rough texture typical of ordinary paper. He quickly grasped a sheet and held it up to the lingering rays of the setting sun outside. The sunset, akin to the yolk of a duck egg, cast a beautiful orange-red glow through the paper. The old man swallowed hard. "How much do you sell this paper for, shopkeeper?" he inquired. "I have journeyed across the world and dare say I have used every kind of paper, yet I have never encountered such lightweight and smooth sheets. Dear sir, our paper is of exceptional quality, yet it is priced the same as ordinary paper, merely 1 cash," Lucy replied, raising a finger. "What?" The old man was taken aback once more. He knew well that ordinary paper costs 1 cash, but he had used superior varieties priced at 2, 5, or even 10 cash per sheet. Never had he encountered anything that could rival this paper. And yet, such exquisite quality was offered for just 1 cash? "Shopkeeper, how much of this paper do you have?" "I shall take it all." He is not short of money, but such exquisite paper, once it leaves this place, will be unattainable. Thus, he intends to procure all the paper available here. This time, it was Lucy who was taken aback. Coming to his senses, Lucy was overjoyed but expressed a hint of concern, asking, "Old sir, I currently have only 1,000 sheets. Are you truly willing to purchase them all?" Upon hearing this, Kong Chiu slightly furrowed his brow. "Only 1,000 sheets? At a mere penny per sheet, that amounts to only a couple of taels of silver. And given his rate of consumption, it may not even suffice for a year." Lucy's eyes brightened again, and he hurriedly responded, "Our little shop currently has only 1,000 sheets, but if you wish to acquire more, there will be a delivery tomorrow." "How many would you like, esteemed sir?" Kong Chiu inquired. "Do you have 10,000 sheets?" "Yes, indeed." Lucy swallowed hard, his heart soaring with delight. He had not anticipated that this unassuming elder would turn out to be a significant client. Just then, someone suddenly burst in from outside. Chapter 134. The Golden Path is Wide and Broad. "Teacher." A robust man in his 40s entered, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully to the elder. Soon after, 2 more individuals entered. "Teacher, why didn't you wait for us? You ventured out alone," one of them remarked. "Indeed, in this remote countryside, it is perilous for you to go out on your own." The newcomers, both also in their 40s, one bearing a square face and towering stature, exuded an air of grandeur, The other, though of shorter stature, was clad in resplendent brocade, radiating opulence. Xiao Jia, Xiao Zhong, Xiao Ma, you arrived just in time. Come, take a look at the paper being sold here. The burly man muttered dismissively, what is so remarkable about paper? Yet the other two immediately approached the counter, captivated by the paper. Their astonishment was palpable. Is this truly paper? Such quality, never seen before. The square-faced man exclaimed in admiration. Oh my, such fine paper. The richly dressed man inquired with a smile. How much is it? Kong Chiu chuckled and extended a finger, 1 won per sheet. What? The group was once again taken aback. The man in brocade, with a glint in his eye, produced a small piece of silver from his sleeve. Placing it on the counter with a smile, shopkeeper, where do you source this paper? Tell me, and this silver is yours. Lu Shi was equally astonished. The silver piece weighed at least 2 or 3 taels, enough to purchase 2 or 3,000 sheets of paper. It was evident that the man was interested in this venture. Was the shopkeeper contemplating stocking this paper for sale? To be candid, this paper is produced by our Yang family business, Lu Shi replied. What? You can manufacture paper yourselves? The man in brocade was taken aback again, but soon chuckled. Perfect. Take me to your master. I wish to discuss the paper trade with him. At this moment, the burly man hastily interjected, Old 3. Do not forget we are here to accompany the teacher on his travels. Let us not lose sight of our primary purpose. Besides, with the wealth you possess, why concern yourself with such a small matter? Ah, my esteemed senior brother, you are mistaken. Even the smallest coin is earned with diligence. As the sages say, do not neglect minor good deeds, nor indulge in minor wrongs. For us merchants, it translates to do not overlook small profits. As often, meager gains conceal significant business opportunities. The burly man was about to retort, but Kong Chiu jovially interjected, Xiao Ma makes a valid point. My travels are not merely for superficial exploration. I seek to witness the wonders and peculiarities of the world. I am indeed curious about this paper, and since Xiao Ma wishes to engage in business with them, let us accompany him. As the conversation flowed, Lu Shi found himself sidelined. Ahem, esteemed guests, regarding business matters, please allow me to consult with my master first. Lu Shi urged. The man in brocade smiled. Shopkeeper, you must summon your master promptly. This is an opportunity you cannot afford to miss. As long as we can finalize this business deal, you will no longer have to worry about the market for your paper in the future. The man in fine attire spoke with an air of self-satisfaction. Ah, I sincerely apologize, but our master is not present here, Lu Shi said helplessly. Not here. The group was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, our master resides in the village. In the village? Are you implying that this paper is produced by a workshop in the village? The man in fine attire furrowed his brow once more. Yes, may I inquire if you are still interested in purchasing paper today? Lu Shi asked with a smile. Despite the grandiose claims of his interlocutor, his primary concern remained the immediate business at hand. It was not a matter of short-sightedness. Rather, Yang Lin had previously informed him that there was no rush in selling paper, as business would inevitably come knocking. The man in fine attire produced a larger silver coin from his sleeve and placed it upon the counter. We will take all this paper. Return and inform your master to meet with me tomorrow. The man's demeanor shifted, losing its joviality and taking on an imposing seriousness. Lu Shi felt intimidated by the man's presence, yet he dared not assure anything regarding his master, hastily responding, Sir, our master is quite busy. It is uncertain whether he will be available to meet you tomorrow. A hint of displeasure crept across the face of the man in fine attire. With his reputation, if word spread that he was seeking business, countless individuals would line up at his doorstep overnight. Yet here he was, having approached them, and they treated him with such indifference? Do you know who I am, shopkeeper? Do you understand the magnitude of the business I wish to discuss? The burly man beside him chuckled. Our third master is none other than Ma Ruyun, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Anyone who does business with our third master stands to make a fortune. So, it would be wise for you to fetch your master promptly, lest you incur his wrath, which you surely cannot bear. Lu Shi, having merely served as a steward in Lu Youcai's household, had never heard of such a name as the wealthiest in Jiangnan. Thus, even when the title was proclaimed, he did not take it to heart, suspecting it could be mere bluster. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. I truly cannot make decisions concerning our master. However, if you wish to conduct business with him, I can send someone to escort you to our village. Perhaps you might meet our master there. Upon hearing this, Ma Ruyun could barely contain his laughter. Us? Go meet him? You mean there's only a chance we might see him? Ha ha. Brothers, is this not the most amusing jest? The man with the square face and the burly brute shared a knowing chuckle. Yet, Kong Qiu nodded in agreement. This is intriguing. Let us proceed to the village to pay our respects to your master. What? Ma Ruyun and his companions were taken aback, gazing incredulously at their mentor. Master, what is your esteemed position, and what merit does their master possess to warrant your personal visit? Ah, Kong Qiu waved his hand dismissively. My previous mentor once stated, the accomplished shall teach. In the art of papermaking, we are not their master's equals. What harm is there in paying a visit? The teacher had spoken, and although the three of them still harbored feelings of discontent, they chose to remain silent. In their current positions, it was inconceivable for any of them to take the initiative to visit anyone, let alone the local magistrate, county governor, or even the provincial leader. Whether they would be willing to meet those figures was uncertain. Thus, on the narrow mountain path, two horse-drawn carriages leisurely made their way toward the village nestled against the hills. However, shortly after departing from the town, Kong Qiu, nestled within one of the carriages, noticed a sudden cessation of the usual jostling, as if they were traversing a well-paved official road. He lifted the curtain and peered outside, only to be met with a stunning revelation. The road. Kong Qiu gazed in astonishment at the wide, straight path beneath the carriage, an incredible sight. This road was extraordinarily broad, ample enough for 4 carriages to travel side by side, its surface covered with smooth yellow earth and fine sand, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, resembling a magnificent avenue of gold. Chapter 135. The business prodigy Ma Ruyun. Such a smooth road stretched for miles, leading directly to Kaoshan village. As 2 horse-drawn carriages arrived at the village entrance, members of the security team promptly intercepted them. Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you have business in our village? A member of the security team asked. At that moment, an employee from the Yang Merchant Company hurriedly approached and said, they seek to discuss a paper business with our master. Oh, since you are guests, please follow me to rest for a while. I shall inform our master at once, the security team member replied with a smile. Kong Qiu chuckled. How intriguing, indeed. However, the expressions of Ma Ruyun and his companions in the other carriage were rather grim. Humph, in such a backwater place, why are there so many rules? Sigh. When I visited the emperor, it was never this troublesome. Never mind, let us be amicable. We are here to accompany our teacher, and as long as he is pleased, that is all that matters. Meanwhile, Kong Qiu and his party were led to a vacant residence designated for guests. The merchant's employee hurried off to find Yang Lin and report the news. Oh, you wish to engage in a paper business with me? Excellent. I shall go see. Yang Lin said, although he was not in want of money, who would ever disdain an abundance of wealth? Just as Yang Lin rose, Li Yuyao interjected, Qingyi, accompany the young master. Yes, Yang Lin did not refuse. Given the number of people who sought his life, he deemed it wise to exercise caution. Xiaojiu, you should accompany them as well, he added. Han Mengzhu, who managed the accounts, understood many matters better than Yang Lin himself. At that moment, within the courtyard, a burly man was anxiously pacing back and forth. They brought us here and left us waiting? Teacher, we are here to conduct business and offer him money. Why does it feel as though we are the ones soliciting his services? The man with a square face sighed deeply. Time is of the essence. Accompanying the teacher on this journey to explore the world is one thing, but being brought to this remote and desolate courtyard feels like a waste of precious time, which only heightens my frustration. Kong Qiu, however, smiled and said, look at you all, grown men yet unable to contain your impatience. Have you not noticed anything peculiar about this place? Peculiar? The group appeared taken aback. At this moment, the coachman interjected, the road outside the village is quite remarkable, surpassing even the usual official paths. Kong Qiu nodded. Aside from that, have you not observed that the villagers here are markedly different from those encountered along the way? The man with the square face nodded. Indeed, now that you mention it, their clothing seems cleaner, and they appear more spirited, with a certain light in their eyes. Ma Ruyun remarked, this indicates they live in abundance, free from worry about food and clothing. The burly man nodded in agreement. Exactly. The 2 individuals who led us here walked with their heads held high, exuding a presence rare even among ordinary soldiers. Moreover, I noticed one of them had a glint of menace in his eyes, as if he had taken a life. A few individuals exchanged glances upon concluding their conversation. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside, and the door swung open to reveal Yang Lin. "Esteemed guests, I am Yang Lin. I have heard that you wish to engage in a paper trade with me." As he entered the room, Yang Lin wasted no time and surveyed the individuals present. To his surprise, 4 of the 5 exuded a distinctly remarkable aura. The first, a towering man, possessed a piercing gaze that radiated an air of intimidation. The second, a man with a square face, sat with an authoritative presence that suggested a figure of considerable stature from a past era. The final individual, a short-statured man clad in fine attire, wore a smile that evoked a sense of familiarity. Yet Yang Lin could not shake the unsettling recollection of certain capitalists adept at concealing their malice behind a facade of friendliness. The last was an elderly gentleman, over 60, with white hair and a serene demeanor that suggested wisdom. His kindly smile belied the depth of his penetrating eyes, which seemed capable of discerning the truths of the world. As Yang Lin assessed the 4, they, in turn, scrutinized him, their expressions revealing a measure of approval. "I am the aged Kong Qiu. These 3 are my disciples, Chu Jie, Yu Zhong, and Ma Ruyun. We happened to pass through this town and noticed the paper you are selling, which piqued the interest of my 3 apprentices. They wish to discuss a potential trade with you," Kong Qiu stated, gesturing towards his disciple Ma Ruyun. With a broad smile, Ma Ruyun interjected, "I sense that you are a forthright individual. Let us speak candidly about business. Is your paper priced at 1 coin per sheet?" "Indeed," Yang Lin replied, immediately recognizing the implications of the conversation. However, Ma Ruyun swiftly continued, "If I were to purchase tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of sheets, would you sell them for 8/10 of a coin? 8/10 amounts to 0. 8 coins, as 10/10 is equivalent to 1 coin. Yang Lin nodded. "That is acceptable." "Excellent. May I inquire about your production capacity? How many sheets can you manufacture in a day?" Yang Lin turned to his assistant, Xiaojiu, who promptly replied, "Currently, we can produce 10,000 sheets daily." Upon hearing this figure, Ma Ruyun was momentarily taken aback, but his smile quickly returned. 10,000 sheets a day equates to 8 taels of silver. Over the span of 360 days, that totals to 2,800 taels of silver. Even if your costs are halved, you would net only 1,400 taels after expenses. Considering transportation costs, store overhead, and the challenges of selling such a volume, your profits may not exceed 1,000 taels annually. Yang Lin maintained a composed smile, fully grasping the intent behind the discourse. Yet, Ma Ruyun, unaware of Yang Lin's subtle shift in demeanor, persisted. "Even if your paper business were to thrive for another 20 years without any unforeseen setbacks, you would still only amass 20,000 taels of silver after 2 decades. Ah, what a considerable sum that would be." Ma Ruyun, seemingly filled with admiration, raised his thumb in approval. He then expressed his regret, saying, "However, this would require the expenditure of 20 years. It would be far more advantageous for you to sell me this paper-making technique. I am willing to offer 10,000 taels of silver." With fervor, Ma Ruyun pointed a finger, his expression animated as he continued, "This way, you would not have to manage the paper-making business, nor labor tirelessly. And you would also avoid future risks, while receiving such a substantial sum a decade earlier. What do you think? Quite worthwhile, isn't it?" As he spoke, a warm and approachable smile graced his face. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite valuable." Seizing the opportunity, Ma Ruyun produced a banknote from his pocket and placed it on the table. It was a 10,000 tael note from the Yintong Bank, established by the royal family. Branches exist in Suzhou, Hangzhou, and the capital. As long as you agree, this banknote shall belong to you. Yang Lin smiled, recognizing the man's exceptional talent. From the very first sentence he uttered, he had been skillfully guiding the discourse and dominating the negotiation. A true master of commerce. Chapter 136. I have another algorithm at this moment. Everyone in the room found Ma Ruyun's words to be quite reasonable. Even Xiaojiu could not help but wish for Yang Lin to agree promptly. Yang Lin smiled and remarked, "Brother Ma is indeed correct. Selling technology is not an unreasonable proposition. However, I must express my disagreement with Brother Ma's calculations. Allow me to present my own figures. If Brother Ma accepts my calculations, I shall sell the technique for producing new paper." Everyone was taken aback. Was there something amiss with Ma Ruyun's calculations? He had accounted for every detail, leaving no stone unturned. Ma Ruyun was momentarily stunned, But then he chuckled dismissively. No problem, Brother Yang. Please proceed with your calculations. Should I have overlooked anything, I shall gladly make up for it. He did not take Yang Lin's words to heart, believing that his counterpart was merely fixated on trivial gains. Even if Yang Lin sought to add another 10,000 taels, it did not concern him. To Ma Ruyun, the profits from this type of paper were far more substantial. In this remote countryside, one could only sell a sheet for a mere penny, yet he could sell it for 10 times that, or even more. Yang Lin continued with a smile. Firstly, my current daily output is indeed 10,000 sheets, but I plan to expand production each month, doubling the scale. Ma Ruyun's lips twitched slightly. This meant that starting next month, the daily output would increase to 20,000 sheets, reaching 30,000 in the third month, and so forth, culminating in a daily output of 120,000 sheets by the 12th month. Consequently, this would yield an annual production of 22 million sheets, translating to approximately 10,000 taels of silver. Ma Ruyun's expression grew increasingly grim, while the others wore puzzled looks, deep in thought. Yang Lin then continued. The second year would bring in 20,000 taels, the third year 30,000. As per Brother Ma's assertion, 20 years hence, the annual income would be 200,000 taels. Summing the income over these 2 decades yields a total of 2,100,000 taels. Upon hearing this figure, those who had been slightly surprised moments ago widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Yang Lin as if they had encountered a ghost. They could not fathom how a mere business of 10,000 taels could escalate to 2,100,000 taels through his calculations. Little did they know, Yang Lin's approach was already quite conservative. He had yet to employ exponential calculations. Following Brother Ma's earlier statement, subtracting 100,000 taels for transportation and operating costs, and then half of the paper production expenses, the net profit would amount to 1 million taels of silver. Yang Lin smiled brightly thus. If Brother Ma wishes to acquire the paper-making technology, the price is not 10,000 taels, but rather 1 million taels. Everyone felt slightly bewildered. Although 1 million taels seemed an exaggerated figure, they could not deny that Yang Lin's calculations were sound and quite reasonable. Ma Ruyun, astonished internally, maintained a smile on his face. Young brother, you truly have a knack for numbers. Yang Lin chuckled in response. Likewise, Brother Ma. You have an impressive talent for calculations as well. Do you truly believe that 10,000 taels would suffice to acquire the newly invented paper-making technique? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. Ma Ruyun's expression shifted abruptly, his demeanor turning gravely serious. Brother Yang, would you consider working alongside me? I shall offer you a salary of 10,000 taels annually. Upon hearing this, the individuals present were once again taken aback. Even Kong Chiu and his disciples, well aware of Ma Ruyun's wealth, had never witnessed such unparalleled generosity. To spend 10,000 taels in a year to employ a single individual, was he out of his mind? Moreover, only moments prior, they had been discussing the paper trade. What had prompted this sudden interest in Yang Lin? Yet, Ma Ruyun's words had not yet concluded. Furthermore, I shall entrust you with all of my family's enterprises. In addition, I may even consider betrothing my daughter to you in the future. Those surrounding them were left in a state of bewilderment. Yang Lin too was taken aback. Ma Ruyun continued with a smile. I possess immense wealth. Yet I have but one daughter. You comprehend my intentions, do you not? Should you agree, I would not require your paper-making expertise. This 10,000 taels would still be yours. He pushed the stack of banknotes forward on the table. In that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed upon Yang Lin. It was evident to any sensible person that Ma Ruyun was seeking a son-in-law. By accepting this role, one could inherit his vast fortune in the future. Yang Lin, however, found himself in a perplexing situation, shaking his head. Brother Ma, should you wish to purchase paper, at 8 copper coins per sheet, I can provide as many as you desire. If you seek the technology, I can readily offer the complete set for 100,000 taels. But as for this son-in-law proposition, Yang Lin smiled wryly and gestured dismissively. I must respectfully decline. I firmly believe that matters of the heart should be based on genuine affection. Without such feelings, discussions of profit serve no one well. He performed a courteous bow. Ma Ruyun sighed deeply, a look of regret crossing his face. He had genuinely recognized Yang Lin's business acumen, though they had only been acquainted for a brief moment. The sharpness of a merchant's intuition led him to trust his judgment. This Yang Lin was indeed a commercial prodigy. Not to mention, in that fleeting moment, Yang Lin had evoked within him a sense of camaraderie and mutual admiration that he had never encountered in his decades of business dealings. At that instant, a villager from the security team knocked and entered. "Master, the old village chief and brother Zhong have returned. They are waiting outside." Yang Lin turned to take his leave, but a thought struck him as he glanced at the group of disciples before him. "Please, allow them to enter," he instructed. The villager paused, taken aback. Everyone knew that the old village chief and Zhong Tao were now officials in the county. Their late-night return to the village surely indicated an important matter at hand. It would be inappropriate to discuss such matters in front of outsiders. "As you wish." The villager, still processing the situation, quickly departed to summon them. Soon after, Zhao Fugue and Zhong Tao entered the room. As the two entered the room and were about to speak, they were momentarily taken aback by the number of people present. "Master," they greeted, and Yang Lin exchanged glances, signaling to step outside for a conversation. However, Yang Lin directly addressed them. "Third uncle, Brother Tao? Have you returned so late due to some pressing matter?" "Indeed, there is an urgent issue." Zhong Tao replied anxiously. "Master, we must." Before he could finish, Yang Lin interjected, "Feel free to speak candidly." Seeing Yang Lin's resolute demeanor and recognizing that the matter at hand was not particularly confidential, they hesitated no longer. Zhong Tao spoke with urgency. "Alas, it concerns the conscription of laborers and the requisition of grain. Magistrate Wu has assigned us these two tasks. He has given us a deadline of 8 days to gather 500 laborers and 10,000 pickles of grain." "Oh." Yang Lin's peripheral vision caught the attention of the four disciples. Chapter 137. The value of life knows no rank. Zhong Tao continued. "Yet, as you are aware, such matters are not easily resolved. My uncle and I found ourselves at an impasse, which is why we returned to seek your counsel, hoping you might possess some insight." Yang Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that this troublesome issue was largely in line with his suspicions. However, at this moment, he refrained from immediate response. Casting a sidelong glance at the four disciples of Kong Chiu nearby, he soon noticed the peculiar expressions adorning their faces. While Kong Chiu, Chu Jia, and Ma Riyun appeared merely bewildered and curious, the middle-aged man Yu Zhong, with his square face, radiated unmistakable anger. Observing their expressions, Yang Lin seized the opportunity to exhale deeply, saying, "Alas, I find myself equally powerless. Who among the populace would willingly march to the front lines? Forcibly conscripting laborers leads to the ruin of families, to the severing of ties between spouses and children. Moreover, to gather 500 individuals is simply unfeasible." He gestured emphatically. As for the demand for 10,000 pickles of grain, that was an even greater challenge. The common folk toil under great hardship. Each grain is earned through starvation and frugality. To take away such a substantial amount would amount to taking their lives. Zhao Fugue and Zhong Tao were left bewildered. What was happening? In their minds, no matter the predicament, Yang Lin always had a solution. Yet now, without even contemplating the issue, he declared it impossible. What were they to do? Both were at a loss. At that moment, Yu Zhong, with a stern countenance, interjected. "There is no need for the young brother to test us. I can indeed be of assistance. The plight of the common people is well known to me. However, the current edicts have been issued. Even if I can help you alleviate your local troubles, I cannot extend that aid to the people in other regions. Should you truly harbor compassion for the populace, I possess a method, albeit a perilous one. It remains to be seen whether you have the courage to secure a path to survival for these people." Yu Zhong's penetrating gaze scrutinized Yang Lin, his eyes glinting with cunning. Yang Lin's eyes brightened, and he promptly bowed in respect, saying, "I express my gratitude in advance on behalf of the people to you, Mr. Yu. Please, command me. As long as it does not cost me my life, I, Yang Lin, am willing to strive for a means of survival for the populace." "Excellent." Yu Zhong narrowed his eyes and remarked, "I have some understanding of the situation in the south. Currently, the rebel leader is trapped within Yong'an County, and the city is lacking in provisions. Without the need for soldiers, I predict that within a month, the rebel leader will surely surrender. The government remains unaware of the conscription of laborers and the requisition of grain, and given that the main army is well supplied, there is truly no need for widespread conscription. Thus, I suspect there are individuals seeking to enrich themselves at the expense of others, perhaps even harboring ulterior motives." As Yu Zhong spoke, Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with realization. The solution was quite straightforward. At present, The military affairs of Yong'an City remain under the jurisdiction of Suizhou. I have a certain rapport with the governor of Suizhou. All I need to do is write a letter, which you shall deliver to him, requesting the return of the conscripted laborers and the requisitioned grain. This would resolve the matter. However, this undertaking places you, the messenger, in considerable peril, Yu Zhong remarked, observing Yang Lin with keen interest, seemingly testing him, and casually inquired, "Do you understand where the danger lies?" Yang Lin managed a wry smile and replied, "To obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to taking away one's parents. You, esteemed sir, are a person of great stature. Those corrupt officials who seek to line their own pockets would not dare confront you directly. Thus they would turn their ire upon me, the messenger. Moreover, it is quite possible that this entire situation is orchestrated by the governor of Suizhou. To mobilize forces across 3 states and numerous counties is no small matter. And I cannot believe that the governor is unaware of the unfolding events. To approach him with this letter would be tantamount to slapping him in the face. He would not let me off easily. This matter undoubtedly involves significant repercussions, and having encroached upon their interests, I would surely incur the wrath of those in power." Yu Zhong regarded him with appreciation and nodded. Indeed, the youth is formidable, and his future is boundless. Yet, Yang Lin hastily interjected, "Therefore, esteemed sir, while I am willing to deliver the message, I must ascertain whether your influence is sufficient." This was the question that weighed heavily on his mind. He was prepared to act for the sake of the unfortunate commoners, but to risk his own life in the process, that was an entirely different matter. Ultimately, one's life is of paramount importance. This is not selfishness. If one cannot ensure their own survival, how can they hope to save others? Ha ha ha. Yu Zhong laughed heartily, stroking his beard and said, "My young friend, rest assured, my influence is undoubtedly sufficient. As long as you deliver this letter into the governor's hands, he will at least refrain from openly harming you. However, whether you can return alive." Yu Zhong sighed and shook his head. "That will depend on your own fortune." Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. The other party was acutely aware of the depths of this situation and recognized that as the messenger, he would provoke the ire of the corrupt officials. Once he embarked on this journey, he could not predict how many hidden dangers awaited him. Fully aware that he might face dire consequences, Yang Lin was resolute in his decision not to go. At that moment, Zhong Tao also grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly said, "Master, this is far too risky. You cannot go. Allow me to take on the task of delivering the message. My life is of little value, and if it can indeed save these commoners, they may take it willingly." However, as soon as Zhong Tao finished speaking, both Yang Lin and Yu Zhong simultaneously rejected the notion. "No, no," Yu Zhong declared sternly. "This letter is of great importance. Aside from this young friend, I trust no one else." Yang Lin insisted, "Brother Tao, life knows no distinction between high and low. Every life is equal. I cannot take this risk, nor can you recklessly throw away your life." A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Yu Zhong's eyes. "So, does this mean that Brother Yang is aware of the danger and thus has no intention of proceeding?" Yang Lin shook his head, saying, "I certainly can go, but I have another suggestion." "Oh, what other suggestion do you have?" Yu Zhong queried, puzzled. "Let us all go together," Yang Lin replied with a smile. Yu Zhong's expression changed abruptly. Yang Lin continued with a grin, "Since Mr. Yu has some influence with the governor, rather than delivering a letter, why not make the trip in person? It would be far more persuasive. For the sake of the people, I trust you would not decline, would you?" Yu Zhong furrowed his brow. The very reason he wanted Yang Lin to deliver the message was that he understood the inherent dangers. Even if he were to go himself, he could risk his own life, but how could he place his teacher in jeopardy? Just as Yu Zhong was about to refuse, Kong Qiu nearby laughed heartily. "Excellent. You speak wisely, young brother. Lives are not to be valued by their worth. If we can avoid loss of life, we should certainly do so. Little Zhong, since we are journeying across the world, our purpose is to traverse vast distances and witness the affairs of the realm. Yong'an City is quite lively. It would be the perfect opportunity for us to pay a visit." Chapter 138. To become the 12th wife or not? Upon the utterance of these words, Kong Qiu's 3 disciples were instantly struck with astonishment. "Master, you must not. Master, you are of invaluable worth. You cannot take such risks. Master, please reconsider." They all urged in unison. Kong Qiu, however, responded with a serene demeanor. "Every day I hear from your lips the plight of the common people, the masses. and the notions of Deqian and the world. What is the essence of the common people? What does Deqian signify? Each life is a testament to Deqian and the populace. Thus, the matter was settled. If you are unwilling, you may return. Kong Qiu narrowed his eyes, gesturing dismissively as his gaze swept over the three, sighing, "You are not like this old man. You are decisive in your actions, holding positions of power and wealth. Yet, the common folk are also human. They require someone to shield them from the storms of life." In his concluding words, Kong Qiu's gaze fell upon Yang Lin. "Master, I am willing to accompany you," Chu Jie quickly proclaimed. Ma Ruyun and Yu Zhong nodded earnestly in agreement. "Master, I merely wish to keep you from danger. If you insist on going, I shall, of course, be by your side." "Indeed, Master, your willingness to risk for the common people inspires us, and we shall not waver." Yang Lin felt elated. The moment he entered the room, he discerned that this group of master and disciples was indeed extraordinary. He had not anticipated that they could resolve such a significant issue. Yang Lin hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. "I extend my sincere thanks on behalf of these common folk to Mr. Kong. Brother Zhong, swiftly summon someone to prepare a feast. Mr. Kong and his esteemed disciples are our honored guests, and we must not treat them with indifference." At that moment, Zhong Tao was equally overjoyed and nodded vigorously. Yes, I will attend to it right away." He had never imagined that Yang Lin could resolve matters in such a manner. Consequently, not only would the 500 people of Jianghe County be spared misfortune, but also the lives of countless common folk in the surrounding counties would be preserved. Ma Ruyun approached Yang Lin with a cheerful demeanor. "Ah, young brother, you possess remarkable acumen. You have discerned that my master is a kind-hearted man, unable to bear the suffering of the people, thus invoking their plight as a stratagem. It is indeed a brilliant tactic." Yang Lin chose not to respond or clarify. Although Ma Ruyun spoke thus, a smile remained on his face as he pressed a silver note of 10,000 taels into Yang Lin's hand. "What is this?" Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. With a beaming smile, Ma Ruyun replied, "Regarding the paper business, as we discussed earlier, I shall purchase it at 8 coins per sheet. Regardless of quantity, I will send someone shortly to negotiate with you, and consider this 10,000 taels as a deposit." Just as Yang Lin was about to speak, Yu Zhong approached, pulling out a golden plaque inscribed with the character for loyalty, and presented it to Yang Lin. "Ah, Mr. Yu, what is this?" Yu Zhong smiled warmly. "To meet is a form of destiny. Young brother Yang, though you are still young, your understanding of serving the nation and the people is truly admirable. This token bears great significance for me. Some officials recognize it, and, upon seeing it, tend to grant me a modicum of respect. My younger brother might find it useful." Yang Lin's eyes brightened with appreciation. "Thank you, Mr. Yu." Ma Ruyun interjected cheerfully. "Brother Yang, what I said earlier still stands. My daughter, at the tender age of 18, is well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and possesses a remarkable literary talent. She would make a splendid match for your younger brother. Yang, why not give it some thought?" At that moment, Han Mengzhu, hands on her hips and lips pursed, stepped forward and provocatively remarked to Ma Ruyun, "Uncle, I am my husband's 10th wife, and he has yet to marry his 11th. If you truly wish for your daughter to join our family, it is absolutely out of the question for him to come as a son-in-law. However, she may come as the 12th wife." The revelation left Kong Qiu and his disciples utterly astonished. 10th wife? 11th wife? How could this young man be so infatuated with women at such a tender age? Clearing his throat, one of them said, "Well, it's getting late. I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. Please, rest well." Yang Lin's face flushed crimson as he hastily accepted the silver note of 10,000 taels along with the golden token, bowing in farewell. Upon exiting, Zhao Fugui, brimming with excitement, lowered his voice to inquire, "Yang Lin, who were those people inside? They seem quite formidable." Yang Lin shook his head. "How would I know who they are?" "What? You don't know? Then why did you specifically have me and Xiao Zhong discuss the grain requisition in front of them?" Yang Lin turned back, gazing at the brightly lit room, squinting as he replied, "I merely sensed their extraordinary presence and wished to test their resolve. To my surprise, I was correct. What shall we do now?" Zhao Fugui asked hurriedly. "What else can we do? As long as they can assist with the conscription of labor and grain, they are our allies, and we shall treat them with the finest food and drink. However," Yang Lin glanced around, a slight frown forming. He then realized that Qingyi was missing. Reflecting on it, He couldn't recall when she had left. It seemed that she had vanished upon entering that small courtyard. Li Yuyao had specifically sent Qingyi to protect her, and both she and Zi had always been diligent, never leaving her side. What could have happened today? Yang Lin couldn't help but think of the 4 disciples. Could they be involved? Meanwhile, in the courtyard, just after Yang Lin and the others departed, Yu Zhong turned to Ma Riyun and asked, "Do you genuinely wish to invite this young man, whom you have just met, to your home as a son-in-law? To inherit your family's vast fortune?" Ma Riyun nodded emphatically. "Of course. My second brother knows well that I have a keen eye for potential. This young man possesses courage, ambition, and intelligence. Most importantly, he is remarkably youthful." With a deep sigh, Ma Riyun continued, "Think carefully, brothers. Have we ever encountered such an exceptional talent in all these years?" Moreover, Ma Riyun, with a smile gracing her face, addressed Zhong Dao. "Furthermore, second brother, it seems you have taken quite a liking to him, haven't you? Otherwise, how could you have entrusted him with such a precious item as the secret decree from the Xiang family? With this decree in hand, half of the officials in this realm will surely pay him their respects." Zhong Dao stroked his beard, neither denying nor affirming, but instead turning his gaze towards their master. "Master, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to this lad as well, can you?" Upon hearing Zhong Dao's words, both Ma Riyun and Chu Jie were utterly astonished. "Indeed," Kong Qiu smiled. "He is a promising talent, and what I find most remarkable is his pair of eyes. They are truly exceptional. I intend to test his capabilities, and should he prove himself worthy, I shall take him on as my closed-door disciple." At the mention of closed-door disciple, the 3 brothers were completely taken aback. They all understood the significance of such an honor. Just then, the usually reticent Chu Jie suddenly spoke up. "Have you all noticed that when they entered, that lad was accompanied by a girl clad in blue?" Chapter 139. Who do you think you are? The young lady in green? Given Chu Jie's disposition, he was not the type to be concerned about any girl. "Brother, what is so special about her?" Yu Zhong inquired with curiosity. Chu Jie furrowed his brow and replied, "I feel that she resembles the young lady who serves the emperor." "What?" The others gasped in astonishment once more. "The young lady in green? Which emperor are you referring to?" The 3 disciples were all taken aback. Chu Jie sighed. "Naturally, I mean the former Princess Pingyang, that empress." "Are you certain you did not misjudge?" Yu Zhong asked anxiously. Chu Jie shook his head. "I am not sure. It was merely a fleeting moment when the door opened. But she looked remarkably familiar, much like the young lady in attendance to the emperor. Yet, for some reason, she stepped back at that instant, and I have not seen her since. If she truly is the young lady in green, she must have recognized us." Silence enveloped the room. Even Ma Riyun, who typically wore a smile, could not muster one at that moment. The 4 exchanged glances, remaining quiet for a long while, until Kong Qiu suddenly spoke. "If the rumors are true, and the Empress is indeed alive, what do you intend to do?" Faced with their mentor's question, the usually obedient trio fell into silence. With their status, they were fortunate to accompany their teacher on journeys across the realm. They all understood that accompanying the teacher was but one aspect, with the more significant reason being an escape from their past lives. "Teacher, to be honest, I do not know." Yu Zhong shook his head. "I once vowed never to serve in office again. Yet, just now, when the eldest brother mentioned the young lady in green, I cannot fathom why my heart feels so restless." With determination, Yu Zhong continued, "The pressing matter is to ascertain whether what the eldest brother witnessed was indeed the young lady in green. If she truly is, then the Empress. Could she also be here?" Upon hearing this, the 4 fell silent once more. However, Kong Qiu suddenly seemed to recall something and muttered to himself, "What if? Should Xiao Jie have indeed seen the young lady in green, the Empress is somehow connected to this young Lin?" The others' eyes widened again in disbelief as they looked at their teacher. Yu Zhong nodded. "When we see Yang Lin tomorrow, we must inquire thoroughly." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Yang family courtyard, Li Yuyao and the young lady in green stood in the shadows. "Did you see clearly?" "I certainly did. General Jinwei Chu Jie, Chancellor Yu Zhong, the wealthiest merchant Ma Riyun, and their enigmatic teacher Kong Qiu. Your Majesty, if these 4 appeared separately, I might hesitate to affirm it, but their presence together leaves no room for doubt." Li Yuyao's face was already a canvas of suppressed astonishment. The young lady in green lowered her voice. "Your Majesty, their appearance here presents us with a rare opportunity. As I made my way to find you, I heard that after the rebel king declared his ascension, The left chancellor Yu Zhong resigned due to illness and departed from the court. The rebel king personally visited him to persuade him to return to public life. Yet Yu Zhong did not acquiesce, which sufficiently indicates his allegiance lies with your majesty. As for General Jinwei, Chu Jie, and the wealthiest merchant in the realm, Mariun, one commands a third of the northern army, yet remains fiercely loyal solely to the great Qian, disregarding the king. The other possesses untold riches, wealth that rivals nations. Should we garner their support? Your majesty, reclaiming the throne is merely a matter of time. However, in contrast to Qingyi's visage filled with excitement, Liu Yao, though initially shocked upon hearing the news, has since regained her composure. Do you believe their presence here is mere coincidence, or a deliberate act? Liu Yao remarked, her eyes narrowing. Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty implies they were intentionally summoned? Surely that cannot be true. Did not the shopkeeper mention they were interested in the paper and intended to engage in the paper business? At the mention of paper, Liu Yao paused again. Contemplating the unique nature of that particular paper, she began to think that perhaps it genuinely was a coincidence. After all, with their discerning eyes, it was not difficult to perceive the significance of that paper. If one were to assign blame, it could only be directed towards Yang Lin for being exceedingly talented. Even confined to this small mountain village, his brilliance cannot be obscured. We shall proceed with caution regarding these two, regardless of their intentions. We must not allow them to discover our presence. Understood. Qingyi promptly bowed. Yang Lin returned with good news, recounting the matters concerning the 4 disciples. Yet he remained oblivious to the trace of concern etched upon Liu Yao's face. The following morning, after breakfast, Yang Lin intended to visit Mr. Yu, who appeared to hold a significant official position, under the pretext of delivering some wine and delicacies to discuss the arrangements for their journey to Suizhou. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the small courtyard, he was approached hurriedly by members of the security team. Master, there is trouble. Yang Lin furrowed his brow. What has occurred? The villager hastily replied. In another residence, those individuals brought back yesterday are causing a ruckus and have even assaulted our people. What? Yang Lin was instantly engulfed by an unnameable fury. The individuals in question were, of course, the clerks sent by the prefect of Pingyuan, Zheng Rong. Their original intention was to eliminate them. However, Yang Lin was not unreasonable and had planned to bide his time to assess these individuals' sincerity regarding their desire to acquire the potion formula. Should they reveal themselves as merely seeking to plunder, then once the false bandits on Kong Liang's side were prepared, it would be their demise. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would become so restless, causing trouble so soon after just one day. The villager from the security team continued. Captain Qin has already gone over, but they insist on meeting you. What should we do? Yang Lin's brow furrowed tightly. After some thought, he instructed. You must immediately leave the village, head to the base of the mountain ahead, find Kong Liang, and inquire about his preparations. Then return with news. As for the situation here, I will go and assess it myself. The situation over there is urgent, if it is not properly addressed. He cannot leave with peace of mind. Thus, he must first attend to matters at that location. Inside the room, Chu Jie peered through the gap, frowning slightly. Why did that fellow arrive at the doorstep only to leave again? Meanwhile, in another residence, Wei Fong, the assistant dispatched by Governor Zheng Rong of Pingyuan County, was in a fit of rage. He violently kicked over a villager who was tidying up the courtyard and coldly barked, Who do you think you are? Get out of my sight. Bring Yang Lin to me. Wei Fong, a man in his 40s with a medium build and a small mustache, had a fierce glint in his eyes, and at this moment, his heart seethed with indignation. Given his status, being sent to such a remote location filled him with discontent. Upon arrival, he was led to this courtyard, only to be ignored and left unattended. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Chapter 140 Has Lu Chong not yet been killed? Wei Fong exclaimed, swinging his hand to strike a villager across the face. Scram! Go back and tell Yang Lin that if he does not come soon, he shall bear the consequences. 2 of Wei Fong's subordinates seized the opportunity and delivered a couple of kicks to the villager. Stop it! Qin Shuang entered the courtyard. The victim, a young man in his 20s who had recently joined the defense team and cherished his position, stood before Qin Shuang, nursing his bruised face in silence. His teeth clenched in indignation. How could you strike someone? Qin Shuang glared fiercely at Wei Fong. Huh? Wei Fong sneered as he approached Qin Shuang. his demeanor arrogant as he coldly declared, "I did strike him. What of it? Do you dare to retaliate?" He pointed to himself with a raised thumb, boasting, "Let me inform you that I am under the direct command of the county magistrate. My presence here is on his behalf. If you know what is good for you, summon Yang Lin at once, or else." A glint of malice flashed in Wei Fong's eyes. At that moment, Qin Shuang narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly retorted, "Or else what? Or else?" Wei Fong raised his hand and, with a sharp slap, struck Qin Shuang across the face. "The fate that awaits you shall be dire." He disdainfully pointed at Qin Shuang. Rubbing his stinging cheek, Qin Shuang's gaze remained icy, though he did not allow anger to surface. As the captain of the defense team, who had nearly been selected as a false bandit, he was well aware of Yang Lin's plans and his attitude towards these men. Thus, in Qin Shuang's eyes, they were already as good as dead. However, Qin Shuang was always prudent, knowing that even if Yang Lin intended to take action, he would do so under the guise of banditry. Therefore, even if he had been struck, he could not act out of turn before Yang Lin had resolved the matter. Striking someone is wrong, Qin Shuang stated firmly, intending to stabilize the situation and buy Yang Lin more time. Yet Wei Fong, upon hearing these words, merely scoffed and raised his hand to strike again. This time, however, Qin Shuang seized Wei Fong's wrist. "What do you think you're doing? Let go of me." Wei Fong glared, incensed. "You dare to resist me while I strike you?" The guards nearby had already drawn their swords. Seeing their captain in distress, the guards behind Qin Shuang did not hesitate and swiftly readied their crossbows, aiming at Wei Fong. Although Wei Fong did not recognize the crossbows, he could discern their resemblance to bows and arrows, prompting him to furrow his brow and bark. "What is the meaning of this? Do you dare to rebel?" "Humph, I am Lord Zheng's advisor. Should you dare to act against me, the entire village shall perish." As Qin Shuang took a step back, intending to diffuse the tension and stabilize the situation, the main gate was suddenly kicked open. Yang Lin entered, accompanied by a throng of followers. "Master." Upon witnessing Yang Lin's imposing entrance with his entourage, Qin Shuang hastily approached. Having been struck, he felt compelled to endure the humiliation, though claiming otherwise would be disingenuous. Despite his typically composed demeanor, he was, after all, merely a man in his early 20s. Observing Qin Shuang's slightly flushed cheek and the villager from the security team nursing his own injury, Yang Lin nodded and inquired, "Are you all unharmed?" The two swiftly shook their heads in affirmation. "That's a relief," he replied, then turned his frosty gaze toward Wei Fong, his eyes cold as if scrutinizing a corpse. "Who struck?" "It was I who delivered the blow." "What of it?" Wei Fong stepped forward boldly. In his mind, although outnumbered, his status rendered him immune to any retaliation. Thus, he raised his chin defiantly, casting a disdainful glance at Yang Lin, and declared, "You are Yang Lin? What do you want? I'm asking you a question." "You halt." Initially dismissive of Yang Lin, the latter's advance sent a chilling sensation through him, compelling an instinctive step back. Yang Lin approached Wei Fong, gradually lifting his hand, and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply. Wei Fong, momentarily dazed, found himself reeling. His two accompanying guards, witnessing the affront to their superior, instinctively brandished their weapons. However, as they did so, a multitude of crossbows were aimed at them, causing their bravado to evaporate as they exchanged bewildered glances with Wei Fong. At that moment, Yang Lin struck again with another swift slap. Qin Shuang and the villagers from the security team were invigorated. Having been wronged, their employers swiftly avenged them. With a master like him, there was nothing in this world to fear. Staggered by the blow, Wei Fong finally regained his senses. "You dare strike me? I'll make you pay." His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Yang Lin, raising his hand to retaliate. Yet, just as he did, he caught sight of the crossbows in the courtyard, which dampened his resolve. "Do you have any idea who I am? I am the advisor to the county magistrate. I am here on his behalf." Wei Fong's eyes bulged as he realized the gravity of his predicament. At this juncture, his only recourse was to engage in a contest of intimidation. "What concern is that of mine?" Yang Lin responded indifferently. "You." Wei Fong clearly did not anticipate that invoking the name of the county magistrate would elicit no deference from Yang Lin. "You country bumpkin. You have clearly never seen the world. Do you know who the county magistrate is? Lord Zheng oversees the entire Pingyuan region, and your county head is but a minor official in his presence. Even your county head must show me respect. If you know what is good for you, you will promptly apologize." Otherwise, without the intervention of Lord Zhang, a mere command from me would suffice for your county magistrate to subdue you completely. Surely you are not unfamiliar with your county magistrate? Would you like me to introduce him to you?" As he spoke, Wei Fong seemed to regain a modicum of confidence, his demeanor becoming increasingly arrogant. In his view, his elevated status rendered him impervious to the comprehension of these rural peasants. Once he invoked the name of the county magistrate, they would naturally fall in line. However, what does it matter to you? Yang Lin's gaze remained icy. Wei Fong, through gritted teeth, retorted, "You, young man, are clearly refusing to accept a cordial invitation and are instead inviting punishment. I shall give you one more chance. Allow me to be frank. I am aware that you possess the recipe for that tofu medicinal solution. I will offer you 100 taels of silver in exchange for it," Wei Fong asserted with unwavering certainty. Meanwhile, Yang Lin appeared to be unfazed. Turning to Qin Shuang to inquire, "That Lu Chong from the prefectural city, he has not been eliminated yet, has he?" Chapter 141. Proposing a condition I have yet to kill, Qin Shuang remarked, initially resolved to eliminate Lu Chong and his associates. Displaying their corpses by the roadside to instill fear among the wicked, the plan was altered upon receiving word that they were being monitored by the county governor, Zheng Rong. Thus, Lu Chong and his companions were granted a temporary reprieve. "Today is the perfect day. Let us proceed with the execution," Yang Lin stated nonchalantly. "Indeed," Qin Shuang responded without hesitation, promptly arranging for the deed. The nearby Wei Fong and his companions were left in stunned silence. Lu Chong, could it be the head of the Lu family from Pingyuan County? How could he possibly be here? And why would Yang Lin wish to eliminate them? Wei Fong gazed at Yang Lin in disbelief, momentarily at a loss. "Ah, you have arrived at an opportune moment. A band of brigands invaded our village the other day, behaving most audaciously, pillaging and causing havoc. Thankfully, we managed to capture them. Shortly, we shall execute these scoundrels outside the village. You are welcome to witness the event." Wei Fong thought of objecting, but the circumstances left him no choice. Before long, they were escorted to the village entrance by the village's defense team. Upon arrival, after a brief wait, they beheld a group being escorted from the distance. Wei Fong was utterly taken aback. At the forefront, a disheveled old man was indeed Lu Chong, flanked by several guards of the Lu family. As Lu Chong cried out, upon spotting Wei Fong, he was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized something and desperately pleaded for help. "Master Wei, it is I, Lu Chong. Please save me. These people intend to kill me. I beseech you for assistance," Lu Chong shouted fervently. He soon noticed that behind Wei Fong, several villagers armed with crossbows were watching him intently, leaving him speechless. Yet, unwilling to relinquish this lifeline, he shouted frantically, "Do you know who he is? He is the advisor to Governor Zheng. I have a good rapport with Governor Zheng. You cannot kill me. You mustn't." Despite his desperate cries, the villagers remained unmoved. As their lives improved, their tolerance for these outsiders diminished. As Lu Chong and his group were brought to the roadside and the defense team members readied their crossbows, Wei Fong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They truly intended to carry out the execution, and it was none other than the head of the Lu family who was to be slain. Unbeknownst to him, he began to tremble. Despite his previous disdain for these rural villagers, witnessing the imminent execution of Lu Chong left him too intimidated to act arrogantly any longer. Yang Lin, I implore you, spare me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. I am wealthy, exceedingly so." Lu Chong curled into a ball, trembling with fear as he pleaded for mercy. "Ah, now you know fear." A glint of coldness flickered in Yang Lin's eyes. "When you initially invaded our village, intending to intimidate my women, did you ever contemplate this day? I am aware of your motives. You seek the formula for the tofu-making elixir, do you not? You intended to capture me and then coerce me into surrendering the formula, but your calculations were flawed. Lu Chong, we are all adults here, and as adults, we must take responsibility for our actions. Since you have attacked me and victimized my people, now that you have failed to extinguish my life, I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise." As those words fell from his lips, Yang Lin's hand descended with force. Instantly, a flurry of piercing sounds accompanied by anguished cries erupted, and soon, all fell eerily silent. Lu Chong could not even utter a final word before he begrudgingly closed his eyes. Perhaps in the last moments of his life, he felt immense regret. Yet it was far too late. The corpses dangled by the roadside. a grim spectacle for those with nefarious intentions to witness the fate that awaits those who dare to plot against our village. Yang Lin spoke, turning to glance at Wei Fong and the others, the meaning unmistakable. At the moment Lu Chong and his men were gunned down, Wei Fong trembled in fear, and now, upon meeting Yang Lin's frigid gaze, his legs buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground. Wei Fong's eyes were vacant, and he scrambled to flee. But how could Yang Lin allow him to escape? "Ah, Master Wei, did you not come seeking to conduct business with me? I heard that you assaulted my people early this morning in order to meet me. You have met me now, why flee?" Yang Lin leaned closer to Wei Fong, his expression devoid of emotion. "Why, young Master Yang, I was wrong. I should not have struck anyone. I will compensate," Wei Fong stammered, fumbling in his sleeve to produce 2 silver ingots, trembling as he offered them to Yang Lin. Initially, he had intended to extort the elixir formula with this money, but now he cared for nothing else. Even the prospect of being reprimanded by the county magistrate upon his return paled in comparison to the terror Yang Lin instilled in him. This man was truly fearsome. He killed without hesitation, and it was no empty threat. Seeing that his opponent was utterly terrified, Yang Lin wasted no time. He accepted the silver, tossing 1 ingot to Qin Shuang and the other to another villager from the security team who had been attacked earlier. "Take them back and keep a close watch. Do not let them escape." "Yes," Qin Shuang promptly nodded. After such a display of intimidation, he believed these individuals would behave more submissively. As Qin Shuang arranged for the guards to escort Wei Fong and his companions back, he quietly suggested to Yang Lin, "Master, why not go further and simply eliminate them as well?" Yang Lin shook his head. "No, that would be unwise. There are too many people in the village, and those we just dispatched were mere bandits. I am unafraid of inquiries into their deaths. However, these individuals are close to the county magistrate. If they were to perish in our village, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Now that we have acquired the soil grenades, I am not intimidated by the magistrate. Yet our influence remains too fragile. I do not wish to draw attention to ourselves prematurely." Yang Lin has always firmly believed in the profound adage, "Build high walls, amass grain, and delay claiming power," as well as the significant importance of discreetly nurturing one's strength and quietly accumulating wealth. After resolving matters on that side, he promptly returned to the village. The recent order to execute Lu Chong and his entourage weighed somewhat on his conscience. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his temperament had undergone a substantial transformation without his realization. Initially, when confronted with Lu Yotsai's nocturnal assault, he felt a lingering trepidation after his first counterattack. However, as he later dispatched the bandits of Black Wind Mountain and executed them publicly, a newfound audacity surged within him. It seemed that slaying these ravenous wolves no longer posed a psychological burden. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this very change was subtly reshaping him. Upon returning to the village, he arrived at a different courtyard and encountered Master Kong and his 3 disciples once more. Yang Lin was there to discuss the particulars of their upcoming journey to Suizhou, only to discover that Yu Zhong had already prepared everything. However, he presented Yang Lin with a condition. Chapter 142. "May I ask which genius is this?" Yu Zhong chuckled as he spoke. "Brother Yang, we have already discussed this matter last night. We shall depart in 3 days for Suizhou. If you wish to accompany us on this journey, we shall go together. If you prefer not to, rest assured that we will fulfill our promise to assist you for the sake of the common folk. We have but one condition. We wish to see the place where paper is made. Oh, if there are any secrets involved, we will not force our way in. Our curiosity simply compels us to witness the process of paper production." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin was taken aback. Was it truly that simple? The favor they were offering was indeed substantial. Therefore, as long as the conditions were not excessively unreasonable, he would be amenable. And now, they merely wished to observe the paper mill? This was certainly no issue. As for concerns about technical secrets being divulged, Yang Lin felt no apprehension whatsoever. After all, even the workers laboring daily in the mill could not fully comprehend the intricacies of this new paper-making technology. The entire paper production process is divided into 5 major components, each relatively independent and further subdivided into numerous smaller segments, all operating in a streamlined fashion. Each stage is specialized, making it impossible to master the techniques of other phases. Most critically, the processes of crushing, pulping, cooking, pressing, and drying each adhere to exceedingly precise standards. standards achieved only through his theories and the countless experiments and adjustments made by the design team. Very well, I accept, Yang Lin affirmed readily. Kong Qiu seemed genuinely intrigued by papermaking. As soon as Yang Lin agreed, he eagerly urged Yang Lin to take him for a visit. Yang Lin, indifferent to the matter, led the four of them to the workshop area by the riverside. Upon arriving at the riverbank, even from a distance, the four were awestruck by the scene before them. Is this truly where you produce paper? Ma Riyun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the expansive area, dotted with completed and ongoing constructions, bustling with activity amidst curling smoke, all orderly and industrious. Oh, the paper mill is but one of the establishments here. There are other workshops as well, Yang Lin remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Not only did the sight astonish outsiders, but Yang Lin himself felt a stirring within as he beheld the rapid transformation of this once barren land. When he initially designed the layout, he had consolidated these high-pollution industrial zones along the riverbank. Although terms like pollution and environmental protection were not yet in common parlance during this era, the impact of industrial production on residents' lives was inevitable. Locating the workshop area by the river served multiple purposes, distancing it from residential areas, facilitating water sourcing and usage, and, most importantly, easing transportation logistics. Utilizing the riverway for the transportation of raw materials and the subsequent shipment of finished goods significantly reduces both time and costs. Naturally, as of now, trade with external territories has not yet been established, hence this advantage has yet to manifest prominently. But who is Ma Riyun? He is the self-made man who rose to become the wealthiest in Jiangnan. How could he fail to recognize the benefits of situating workshops along the riverbank? Now, having witnessed the expanse of this workshop area with his own eyes, he is increasingly convinced that Yang Lin harbors grand ambitions. A discerning observer can readily see that this vast open space is currently undergoing extensive construction, with houses and new workshops being erected, all indicative of a period of rapid development. Ma Riyun has firmly resolved that as the other party expands swiftly, they will inevitably require capital. He plans to first assess the production conditions here. If the scale, technology, and management are satisfactory, he intends to invest a sum of silver, thereby allowing himself a share of the profits. This area is the paper mill, Yang Lin remarked, gesturing towards a makeshift shelter, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. The shelter is exceedingly rudimentary, lacking walls, supported only by wooden stakes and beams, with straw mats laid atop. Yet, a new workshop is already under construction. What I told Brother Ma about doubling production each month was not mere rhetoric. All of this is part of the plan. Yang Lin pointed to a nearby structure nearing completion. That will be the new paper mill, set to be finished within days, at which point production capacity could potentially triple. And over there, another new paper mill has just begun construction and will be operational next month. As he spoke, he led them into the paper mill. Upon entering, the esteemed wealthiest man in Jiangnan appeared as though he had never encountered such sights before, exclaiming in astonishment while pointing towards the nearby water-powered mill. What is that? They had entered the cooking workshop, yet Ma Riyun's attention was immediately drawn to the buckets of wood pulp being brought over from the water mill. Oh, that is the mill used for grinding wood pulp. With blueprints and materials at hand, constructing a water mill is not particularly challenging. Currently, 4 water mills have been established along the river, one for tofu production, one for grinding paper pulp, and the remaining 2 for crushing stones. Moreover, this is merely the present state, as I have requested an expansion of the cement kiln. Thus, even more water mills are under construction. Though Ma Riyun lacks expertise in papermaking, he can clearly see that the mill is not being operated by anyone, yet buckets of wood pulp are being continuously transported. May we take a look over there? A glimmer of insight shone in Ma Riyun's eyes. Although he does not possess knowledge of engineering machinery, the sight of a water mill constructed by the riverside has already sparked an understanding within him. Certainly, Yang Lin gestured for several individuals to accompany him to the water mill. Upon witnessing the immense grinding stone ceaselessly rotating without any human exertion, Kong Qiu, Chu Jie, and Yu Zhong were all taken aback. Is this the power of the river harnessed to operate a mill? A genius, indeed. Kong Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he caressed the magnificent machinery, then turned to Yang Lin with astonishment and inquired, "May I ask who the brilliant mind is that has fashioned such an extraordinary invention?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. Having traveled extensively, he had witnessed the hardships faced by the common folk and understood all too well how much effort this contraption could save if widely adopted. Yu Zhong and Chu Jie gazed at Yang Lin in amazement. Yang Lin, feeling a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny, reluctantly confessed, "It is I." Although he was hesitant to take credit, he felt compelled to assume full responsibility to safeguard the existence of the Design Institute. Chapter 143. Wealth traverses the seas in the mortal realm. While paper transactions flourish in the netherworld, Yang Lin was acutely aware of the value of technology. Presently, the Design Institute led by Du Jing served as his treasure trove of talent. Even if technical secrets were to leak from the workshop, Yang Lin remained unperturbed. For as long as the Design Institute thrived, the technologies within the workshop would swiftly evolve and update. The four disciples were once again taken aback. They had not anticipated that such ingeniously crafted mechanical apparatuses could be the creation of this young Yang Lin, barely in his 20s. Ma Ruyun, filled with admiration, clasped his hands and exclaimed, "Young brother Yang, you are truly a genius." "Oh, it's nothing remarkable, merely some trifling gadgets," Yang Lin responded with modesty. Despite their astonishment, the four disciples found it difficult to tear their eyes away from the flawlessly operating water mill. The primitive beauty of such machinery held an intangible allure for many. The slowly rotating gears resembling the very rhythm of the cosmos, each observer experiencing their own unique interpretation. After a considerable time, the four finally regained their composure. They had come to observe the paper-making process, yet upon entering, they had been captivated by the water mill grinding the pulp, leading to a moment of shared embarrassment. Ahem. Let us proceed to the paper-making. Yu Zhong was the first to regain his senses. Yang Lin guided them sequentially through the cooking workshop, the mixing workshop, the deslagging workshop, and the drying workshop. Their astonishment grew with each step. Although they could not fully comprehend the intricate processes, it was evident that the workflow was rationally divided and impeccably organized. Moreover, many areas capitalized on inherent advantages. For instance, the drying workshop, which typically required fire for drying paper, was ingeniously connected to a nearby brick kiln, utilizing its heat for the drying process. Finally, upon witnessing the finished product, the four were once again taken by surprise. Kong Qiu, feeling the distinctly different varieties of paper, inquired with curiosity, "Did you intentionally create 4 different types of paper?" He could discern the variations among the 4, yet was uncertain whether they stemmed from errors in the paper-making process or were a deliberate choice. Indeed, Yang Lin clarified, "Esteemed sir, this is the most ordinary paper, the same kind you have seen at Yang's trading house. The other 3 are our latest inventions: raw paper, cooked paper, and semi-cooked paper." He then briefly outlined the characteristics of these 3 types, leaving Kong Qiu increasingly astonished. Having dedicated his life to research, he had never fathomed that a mere paper could exhibit such significant distinctions. "Wonderful, truly splendid," Kong Qiu remarked, gently caressing the sheets of paper in his hands. "Beneficial for the nation and the people, indeed." Chu Jie, Yu Zhong, and Ma Ruyun were likewise filled with profound sentiments. Particularly Ma Ruyun, whose heart soared with joy, for this once again validated his discerning eye. Just then, Zhao Guang, the overseer of the paper-making workshop, rushed over anxiously, frantically signaling to Yang Lin. "Speak freely. There are no strangers here," Yang Lin remarked. Zhao Guang, who was solely responsible for the paper mill, felt no trepidation about revealing matters since there were no secrets in this domain. It was then that Zhao Guang spoke up. "Master, a batch of paper produced yesterday encountered issues. The cooking process was poorly managed, resulting in rough texture and a yellowish hue. What should be done with this paper?" Yang Lin furrowed his brow and decisively replied, "Burn it all. We cannot allow substandard paper to enter the market." "Master, that seems rather wasteful," Zhao Guang protested. Reluctant to discard the batch, although flawed, the quality was not inferior to previous papers. It merely had a slight yellow tint and could still be utilized. "Perhaps we could sell it at a lower price?" Yang Lin was on the verge of declining when a sudden realization struck him. As his investments increased, the paper output was bound to exceed demand. While this would not have immediate repercussions, the prospect of excessive inventory in the future posed a dilemma. Observing Kong Qiu and the others nearby, he recognized an opportunity. With a cheerful demeanor, Yang Lin inquired, "Uncle Guang, have you ever heard of the underworld?" "Huh." Zhao Guang, momentarily taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I know. The deceased go to the underworld." "Why do you ask?" Yang Lin continued with a smile. Do you know what currency the spirits in the underworld use? Zhao Guang was left bewildered. Who knows? No one returns from there. How could anyone know what the spirits spend? He mused. Do they perhaps use copper coins and silver? Certainly not. Once, I had a dream in which a celestial being revealed to me a Taoist secret. The sun represents yang, and the moon represents yin. If one visits a crossroads on the night of the full moon, at the peak of yin, and calls out the names of the departed while burning paper, the spirits will receive paper money from the realm of the living, allowing them to spend in the underworld. This world lacks the custom of burning paper. Let us introduce it. He proposed. We shall give away the substandard paper to our villagers, impart this secret to them, and convey a message. Money flows freely in the realm of the living, while the underworld trades in paper. By burning paper for our ancestors, they can enjoy a better existence below. Zhao Guang's mouth fell agape. Is it truly so? Excellent. I shall make arrangements at once. His heart raced with excitement. Tonight was the full moon, and he could hardly wait to burn paper money for his late father. The nearby Kong Chiu and others were left in stunned silence. They could not discern whether Yang Lin was speaking truth or fiction. In this era, people believed in the cosmos and the supernatural. Thus Yang Lin's proclamation that money flows freely in the realm of the living, while the underworld trades in paper. And the ritual of burning paper at the crossroads on the full moon struck them as a genuine Taoist practice. Only Ma Ruyun, with his keen business acumen, sensed that Yang Lin was merely weaving a tale. Yet even he, when it came to matters of the divine, preferred to believe in the possibility. Regardless of belief, there is little to lose. However, should one choose skepticism, the consequence of ancestral spirits in the netherworld lacking proper offerings would render one unfilial as their descendant. Ahem. At that moment, as several individuals wore peculiar expressions, each lost in their own thoughts, Yang Lin gently cleared his throat. Esteemed guests, what I have just conveyed is a secret Taoist technique, a confidential treasure not meant for dissemination. Therefore, I urge you to keep this knowledge to yourselves, for should it become widely known, the realm of the deceased would be inundated with paper currency, rendering such offerings worthless. Yang Lin admonished with gravity. Rest assured, I, Chu, shall never divulge this. Fear not, young brother, I shall keep this matter private, the others echoed, pledging their utmost discretion. Sharing it only with my family does not count as divulging, does it? Chapter 144. If you don't believe it, I can calculate it for you in the distance. Li Yuyao watched as Kong Chiu and his 3 disciples emerged from the paper mill, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. It truly is them. Z. Have you thoroughly investigated the surroundings? Zi promptly replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, I surveyed a 5-mile radius outside the village this morning and found no anomalies. Qingshi added, There are no irregularities within the village either. It seems that their presence here is merely a coincidence. Your Majesty, would you like to make contact? Li Yuyao nodded. Of course, such a fortuitous opportunity should not be missed. As the 4 left the paper mill, they expressed curiosity about the nearby brick kiln, cement plant, and tofu workshop. Yang Lin was unconcerned. Aside from the cement plant, none of these enterprises possessed significant technical complexity. The process of making cement is even more challenging than that of paper making, rendering it unlikely that they could easily acquire any skills merely by observation. Upon reaching the tofu workshop, they were once again astonished by the tofu making process. Kong Chiu, stroking his beard, marveled, so this is how tofu is made. However, Ma Ruyun suddenly recalled something and inquired, could this tofu have been invented by young brother Yang? Upon hearing this, Kong Chiu, Chu Jie, and Yu Zhong gazed at Yang Lin in amazement. Although they had encountered tofu vendors in other places, the scale and craftsmanship here were unparalleled. Moreover, as a commercial genius, Ma Ruyun had learned during their journey that this novel food was inexpensive but required a magical potion, obtainable only in Jianghe County. Upon witnessing the scale of Yang Lin's tofu workshop, he immediately connected the dots regarding the potion. He understood that the most lucrative aspect of tofu production lay in that potion. Yang Lin felt somewhat bashful. Indeed, when he first married and struggled with debts, he had resorted to a few inventions to earn some money. The 4 were once again taken aback. Ma Ruyun eagerly grasped Yang Lin's hand, exclaiming, Brother Yang, would you be willing to sell the formula for that potion? However, as soon as Ma Ruyun uttered these words, he regretted it. He quickly realized that with Yang Lin's business acumen, he must be fully aware of the potion's value. Knowing its worth, How could he possibly offer it at a bargain? True to form, Yang Lin smiled and extended a finger. Brother Ma, if you wish to purchase it, I shall ensure you receive the best discount possible, just 1,000,000 taels of silver. Ma Ruyun's lips quivered at the figure. Indeed. Observing Ma Ruyun's reaction, Yang Lin hastily clarified. Do you truly believe 1,000,000 taels is excessive? This is already a remarkably favorable price. If you doubt it, I can calculate it for you. I believe, but 1,000,000 taels is far too much. Without waiting for Yang Lin to begin his calculations, Ma Ruyun nodded vigorously. He truly believed that the value of this potion far exceeded 1,000,000 taels of silver. Tofu, inexpensive and delectable, is a food that can resonate throughout the world. When a recipe for such a globally cherished food is held by a single individual, the worth of that recipe becomes self-evident. However, despite his awareness of its value and his conviction that he would eventually recoup such an investment, he ultimately lacked the audacity to produce 1,000,000 taels of silver for future investment. After all, it was 1,000,000 taels of silver. Just as Ma Ruyun thought that such a lucrative business was beyond his reach, Yang Lin spoke up once more. Brother Ma, in addition to acquiring the potion's recipe, I actually have an even better business proposition that is more suited for you, Yang Lin said with a smile. Oh, pray tell, Brother Yang, Ma Ruyun exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. Much like the paper-making business, I can sell you the potion's recipe at a low price. Brother Ma, your extensive connections and substantial business acumen are your advantages. While I possess the potion, marketing it across the vast expanse of Deqian within a short time frame poses a significant challenge for me. If we collaborate to sell this potion, we can complement each other's strengths and establish the potion business throughout Deqian. Consequently, you will also reap substantial profits from this venture. Let me calculate the potential profits from this potion for you. Before Ma Ruyun could fully contemplate the implications, Yang Lin began to outline the profits from selling the potion. As he listened, Ma Ruyun suddenly sensed something amiss. The tone of the other party's words felt eerily familiar. He widened his eyes in realization. This was precisely the strategy he employed during negotiations with others. Meanwhile, Yang Lin continued unabated, Brother Ma, according to my rather conservative calculations, you could earn at least 30,000 taels of silver from me in a year. Moreover, this business can foster a long-term partnership, allowing us to continue selling for several hundred years, or even thousands. Your descendants can accumulate considerable profits through this endeavor. Just consider the profits. Surely they exceed 1,000,000? Perhaps even tens of millions. Ma Ruyun felt somewhat bewildered. He recognized that the business was indeed lucrative, yet he sensed he had fallen into a trap. Conversely, Kong Qiu and the others were genuinely captivated by Yang Lin's calculations. Hearing of profits in the millions, or even tens of millions, they could not help but urge Ma Ruyun to agree promptly. With a sigh, Ma Ruyun remarked, Brother Yang, my admiration for you grows ever deeper. For the sake of your character, I would undertake this business even at a loss. However, I embarked on this journey in haste and am unprepared. Thus, I will send someone to liaise with you regarding the potion business. Well said, Yang Lin chuckled. As he had mentioned, while the business of gypsum water promised exorbitant profits, selling it through the few prominent families in the county was ultimately a slow process. To market gypsum water across all of Deqian without external assistance would require at least a few years. Subsequently, Kong Qiu and his companions visited the ancillary workshops of the tofu factory, including the Qianzhong workshop, the bean curd skin workshop, the fermented bean curd workshop, the soy sauce workshop, and the yellow soybean paste workshop, which once again left them in awe. Each of these soy products was a revelation to them, and their flavors were distinctly varied, each one a remarkable innovation akin to tofu itself. The Qianzhong boasted impressive resilience. The bean curd skin was both firm and smooth. The yellow soybean paste was a delightful accompaniment to meals, and the soy sauce presented a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and taste. Yang Lin casually had a selection of these culinary delights prepared, leaving the group utterly dazzled. Kong Qiu was truly taken aback, for despite his extensive travels around the world, he had never imagined that such a humble being could yield such a plethora of variations. Ma Ruyun was equally astonished and resolved to partake in these lucrative ventures as well. Just then, Li Yuyao arrived. Chapter 145. Such talent. Can one ascend to the throne? Yang Lin was engaged in a conversation with Ma Ruyun regarding the trade of soy sauce and yellow bean paste when Li Yuyao approached from a distance. Initially, The attention of Kong Qiu and his disciples was solely focused on Yang Lin, until they realized that the enchanting young woman had arrived beside him. In an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief as they regarded Li Yuyao. "My dear husband, lunch is ready," Li Yuyao said as she naturally linked her arm with Yang Lin's. "Ah, Mr. Kong, General Chu, Lord Yu, what a pleasant surprise to see you all again after such a long time. And this must be Mr. Ma, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan," she continued, her visage cool, yet her eyes sparkling with light. Yang Lin was taken aback. "My wife, do you know them?" Before the astonished Kong Qiu and the others could respond, Li Yuyao promptly interjected, "Indeed. My husband, do you not recognize them? This Mr. Kong is the sole descendant of the sages in this world, the foremost figure of the four great schools: rights, law, military, and Confucianism. And this General Chu is the valiant commander guarding the northern borders, the mightiest general in the realm, leading 300,000 troops to fend off foreign tribes for 23 years without concerning himself with state affairs, loyal solely to the great Qian, safeguarding the common folk. This Lord Yu is the former left minister of the Central Secretariat, the current prime minister, with countless disciples. However, I have heard that he recently resigned due to the rebellion of Prince Yin and has returned to seclusion. As for Mr. Ma, he is the richest man in Jiangnan and the wealthiest in all of Qian, rumored to possess silver in the millions, surpassing even the national treasury. To say he is as rich as a nation would not be an exaggeration." Yang Lin stood in stunned silence. He could discern the remarkable status of this group, yet he had not anticipated such grandiose backgrounds. A retired prime minister, a northern general, the wealthiest man in Qian, and their esteemed teacher, each one of them a figure of great renown. Before Yang Lin could inquire further, Li Yuyao continued, "My dear husband, I am acquainted with Mr. Kong and his esteemed disciples. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to meet them here, and I wish to converse with them privately. Would that be acceptable?" Of course," Yang Lin replied, somewhat dazed. His mind was already racing with a bold hypothesis. Li Yuyao nodded with a smile and gestured toward a nearby large tree, indicating the still-stunned Kong Qiu and his disciples. "Please." Yang Lin watched as Li Yuyao departed with the four, his heart racing ever faster. His gaze remained fixated on their direction, recalling moments from the past. This group had such impressive backgrounds, yet he had noticed their astonishment upon meeting Li Yuyao, something that was not lost on him. His wife recognized them, and given their stature, they, too, recognized her. This was indeed extraordinary. Who were they? The prime minister, the general, the wealthy, the great scholar. Few individuals in the world can both astonish and enlighten them. Yang Lin certainly recalls the discussions he had with his wife regarding the state of the realm. She, a mere woman, possessed an intricate understanding of the political landscape, demonstrating an awareness of the old emperor, the young emperor, and the treasonous actions of Prince Yong'an in Suizhou, all of which seemed utterly incongruous. The suspicions within his heart grew increasingly clear. At this moment, beneath a distant tree, Li Yuyao sat upon a large stone, while Kong Qiu and his 3 disciples stood before her, with those clad in purple and blue stationed at a distance. "Your Majesty, it truly is you." Among the 4, Yu Zhong was the most agitated. Despite being fellow disciples, he and his senior brother Chu Jie were polar opposites in temperament. Chu Jie commanded troops outside, solely focused on preventing foreign invasions of Deqian, indifferent to who occupied the throne. In contrast, Yu Zhong was steadfast, unwavering in his loyalty to the sovereign, maintaining his allegiance to the late emperor. After the demise of the previous ruler, he remained one of the few ministers who supported Li Yuyao. However, following the rebellion led by the Yin prince, he found himself powerless against the tides of fate, unwilling to conspire with the traitors, and thus chose to resign and retreat into seclusion. To encounter the supposedly deceased empress in this remote village was an overwhelming revelation for him. Yu Zhong made to bow deeply, but Li Yuyao quickly offered a gesture of restraint. "There is no need for such formalities, my lord. I am no longer an empress," she stated calmly. "No, in the hearts of your subjects, you remain our sovereign," Yu Zhong declared passionately, while Chu Jie was taken aback. His demeanor remained stern as he inquired, "Your Majesty, have you wed Yang Lin?" Yu Zhong and Ma Ruyun perked up at this question, eager not to miss a single word. "Indeed, after fleeing the capital, I found refuge here thanks to him," Li Yuyao affirmed without hesitation. She chose not to elaborate on the specifics of her past, preferring to remain reticent about that chapter of her life. Her earlier display of intimacy with Yang Lin was not meant to be concealed from them, although Yu Zhong and the others had already surmised the truth. Hearing it directly from Liu Yao left them utterly astonished. As Ma Ruyun's heart raced, it only solidified his resolve regarding a particular thought. Your Majesty, what are your plans moving forward? Yu Zhong asked. Liu Yao smiled. Are you suggesting reclaiming the throne? The eyes of her companions sparkled with renewed hope. Yet, she shook her head. To be honest, my former desire to reclaim the throne was an obsession. I believed either in regaining the throne or, if that proved impossible, I would rather perish. However, since arriving here, I have witnessed much and learned profoundly. You have come to know Yang Lin. What do you think of my husband? With a stoic expression, Liu Yao surveyed the group. A remarkable talent, Kong Qiu declared without hesitation. In my many years of traversing the world, I have never encountered such brilliance. His invention of the water wheel is a marvel that will endure through the ages. And his revolutionary papermaking technique is a boon to both the nation and its people. Chu Jie remarked, young Master Yang possesses profound insights in military command. For instance, the village's defense team is managed with a skill that rivals that of seasoned soldiers. Should he join the army, he would undoubtedly command 1,000 men. Serving as a general, Yu Zhong nodded in agreement, stating, young Master Yang seeks assistance for the sake of the common people, displaying a willingness to sacrifice for their welfare. Such a person, if entrusted with governance, would undoubtedly prove to be an exemplary official. Ma Ruyun chimed in with a jovial tone. In the realm of commerce, young Master Yang is equally adept. I hold him in high regard. Given some time, my status as the wealthiest will soon be relinquished in his favor. Upon hearing their praises, Liu Yao was taken aback. She recognized Yang Lin's talents, but was astonished by the high esteem in which they held him. Since you all acknowledge young Master Yang's abilities, do you believe such talent could qualify him for the throne? Liu Yao squinted, gazing intently at the four. Chapter 146. The Grove. A kiss. The four were taken aback. Although the Empress had been stripped of her throne, she remained of royal blood. What did it mean to question whether one could ascend to the throne? Even Kong Qiu, seasoned in the tumult of life, wore an expression of astonishment. Liu Yao was not surprised by their reaction. I have an idea. Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. As time passed, Yang Lin watched anxiously from a distance as Liu Yao conversed with the four. What could they possibly be discussing? Over half an hour had elapsed, and they were still deep in discussion. Yang Lin could only observe their serious expressions, furrowed brows, and moments of realization from afar. Finally, after an hour, Liu Yao returned. While Kong Qiu and his disciples departed immediately, my lady, Yang Lin hurriedly approached, grasping Liu Yao's small hand, and urgently inquired, who exactly are you? He felt an undeniable sense that his lady's identity was far from ordinary. Perhaps she hailed from a noble family, or even had ties to royalty. Liu Yao smiled lightly. What do you think? I suspect you are the daughter of a wealthy family. You could never be an empress, Yang Lin replied, as he playfully slapped her backside and strode ahead. Scoundrel! Liu Yao clenched her small fist. Just moments ago, she had nearly revealed her true identity and sought to discuss grand plans with him. Yet, he had responded with such levity. Such frivolity was hardly worthy of great ambition. Disappointment washed over her as she shook her head, watching Yang Lin skip ahead, her irritation mounting. My lady, I wish to take you somewhere, Yang Lin declared. Where? Liu Yao inquired. To the grove, he proclaimed. What for? She frowned, bewildered. For a kiss. Yang Lin puffed out his chest. Liu Yao halted, her face flushing crimson. A kiss? How could he utter such indecent words in broad daylight? It seemed he genuinely intended it. Yang Lin, could you be a bit more serious? Liu Yao's expression was one of indignation. Although she had resolved to become his woman, the thought of sneaking into the grove for a kiss in daylight felt utterly inappropriate. How is it inappropriate? Yang Lin replied earnestly. You are my lady, and I am your husband. Is that not so? Yes. Liu Yao bit her lip. Then desiring to kiss you is entirely reasonable and lawful. How can that be deemed inappropriate? Yang Lin stood tall, his demeanor bold, gazing directly into Liu Yao's eyes. He sensed the regal aura she exuded, a power that commanded respect without the need for anger. The more defiant she appeared, the more he yearned to conquer her. Liu Yao's cheeks burned as she met his gaze, and after a pause, she finally spoke. You are right. Let us go. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Where to? he inquired. To the grove. Li Yuyao retorted with a sardonic smile. Aren't you eager for a kiss? Let us proceed, as you wish. Yang Lin was quite astonished. Li Yuyao stood proudly, her chest held high. Let us go. Yang Lin had merely jested, yet he was taken by surprise that Li Yuyao had genuinely acquiesced. If we are going, then let us go. Who is afraid? He declared, lifting his chin and grasping Li Yuyao's hand as he strode forward with determination. Since their marriage, they had scarcely shared any intimate moments, and the thought of soon experiencing her soft lips stirred excitement within him. The grove at the foot of the mountain was serene and shadowy. Upon entering, Li Yuyao maintained her haughty demeanor, her head held high. However, as they ventured deeper into the tranquil surroundings, her heartbeat quickened. Here is perfect, Yang Lin said, his hands resting gently on Li Yuyao's shoulders as he gazed intently into her proud and captivating peach blossom eyes. Noticing her nervousness, he observed her chest rise and fall, and her delicate face blossomed with a rosy hue, akin to a ripe peach. My dear, I am about to kiss you. Come forth. Li Yuyao clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. Chapter 147. Tempered Steel, 1000 Jean daily. As the man's presence drew near, Li Yuyao felt her heart racing. She tightly shut her eyes, feeling a soft touch delicately land upon her crimson lips, and her heartbeat soared to its zenith. It was an unparalleled experience, gentle yet fervent, akin to an endless warm sun enveloping her, sending a delightful tingling sensation coursing through her entire being. At the moment their lips met, Yang Lin's heart also raced. However, Li Yuyao suddenly jolted awake and forcefully pushed him away. You scoundrel! She exclaimed. Yang Lin was at a loss for words. Between a married couple, was it merely affection that warranted such a label? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the woods. Both were startled, akin to being caught in an illicit affair, and anxiously peered towards the treeling. Boss, we've finally found you. It was a member of the security team. Uncle Shunzi sent me to look for you. He said there's good news from the smelting workshop. Yang Lin's eyes brightened. Could it be? The steel had been successfully forged. He turned to Li Yuyao. The earlier sensation had been quite delightful. He yearned to explore it further. Go. Those who aspire to greatness must cast aside trivial romantic entanglements. Li Yuyao straightened her attire, speaking with seriousness. She recognized that she had overreacted just moments ago. I wasn't prepared earlier. Tonight. Let us try again in the future. She puffed out her chest, having resolved to become his woman. There were indeed challenges she must confront and overcome. The good news from the smelting workshop was indeed that the steel had been successfully forged. Boss, look. Upon their arrival at the workshop, Zhao Shunzi excitedly presented a gleaming silver steel knife, measuring 2 feet in length and 2 fingers in width, shimmering with a cold radiance. Yang Lin was instantly awestruck. Zhao Shunzi then brandished 2 more knives. Boss, this is a pig iron knife, and this is a wrought iron knife. You won't believe the outcome when you strike them with this steel knife. He held the steel knife and first struck the pig iron knife. With a resounding clang, the pig iron knife was effortlessly severed. He then struck the wrought iron knife, leaving a significant dent upon impact. Yet, the steel knife remained unscathed. Zhao Shunzi beamed with pride. Isn't this steel remarkable? In my lifetime of working with iron, I have never encountered such hardness. Yang Lin was equally exhilarated. Pig iron is hard but lacks ductility. Wrought iron possesses excellent ductility, yet falls short in hardness. Steel, however, strikes a perfect balance. This is precisely why it serves as a cornerstone of industry. Li Yuyao was equally astonished. This was, indeed, a tempered knife. A tempered knife? Yang Lin mused. Hearing this term for the first time, Li Yuyao nodded thoughtfully. The creation of 100 refined blade requires an exceptionally skilled master blacksmith, who subjects the metal to repeated quenching and hammers the edge thousands of times to forge it. The purpose of hammering the edge is to expel impurities from within the metal and through certain esoteric forging techniques. Additives such as charcoal are incorporated to craft a carbon steel edge. However, forging each 100 refined blade is an exceedingly arduous task, taking anywhere from several days to several months. And this unique coloration can only be achieved at the blade's edge. Yet, this blade was entirely silver. A fervent light sparkled in Li Yuyao's eyes. Such a divine weapon, when deployed in battle, would be invincible. She quickly inquired about the production and cost of this steel. Zhao Shunzi promptly replied, currently, we can refine approximately 1,000 pounds a day. What? 1,000 pounds. Li Yuyao's eyes widened once more, and she swallowed hard. A finely crafted steel blade weighs merely 3 to 4 pounds. 1,000 pounds could yield at least 300 blades, which translates to 10,000 blades in a year, enough to equip an elite force. Observing Li Yuyao's astonishment, Zhao Shunzi hastily clarified, "Madam, we have just discovered the key to steel refining, so the production rate is still slow. Once we fully master the process, producing 2,000 pounds a day will not be an issue." 2,000 pounds. Li Yuyao's eyes grew even wider. With a daily output of 2,000 pounds, it would be possible to forge 20,000 refined steel blades each year. She could almost envision an invincible elite army. However, Yanglin scoffed, 2,000 pounds? That's merely a ton. Compared to the steel factories of the past, this output is hardly significant. What about the costs? Li Yuyao urgently asked, focusing on her most pressing concern. The cost? Madam, the current expense of steel production remains quite high, Zhao Shunzi lamented. Li Yuyao frowned. How high? She was eager to ascertain whether the costs of large-scale steel production would be manageable. The cost of steel is 3 times that of iron, Zhao Shunzi replied regretfully. Though steel is superior, such a price is daunting. Yet, when Li Yuyao heard that the cost of steel is merely 3 times that of iron, she was once again taken aback. The prices of 100 refined blades in the capital could reach several dozen, even hundreds of taels of silver. A mere tripling seemed insignificant. Noticing her astonishment, Zhao Shunzi quickly explained, "Madam, we are limited. Even when the steel refining process matures, the cost will still be at least double that of ordinary iron. It cannot be reduced further." Li Yuyao was left utterly speechless. Double the cost? For the ability to forge divine weapons? What a bargain. Even if the steel blades were taken to the capital, they would be snatched up in a frenzy. At this moment, Yang Lin interjected, "Shunzi, now that the steel has been refined, the next step is to scale up production." What? Both Li Yuyao and Zhao Shunzi exclaimed in astonishment. In a single day, it is possible to produce 2,000 jin, amounting to at least 7 to 800,000 jin annually, which is indeed a substantial figure. Considering the costs associated with steel production, Zhao Shunzi felt a twinge of concern. "Are you truly contemplating an expansion? How much do you intend to increase?" Li Yuyao inquired. Her brow furrowed. Yang Lin responded with a mysterious smile, aware that his plans would undoubtedly astonish them. Chapter 148. Within reach lies the truth. Cost. Alas. Upon mentioning this matter, Zhao Shunzi let out a sigh. "Madam, the current cost of steel production remains exceedingly high." Li Yuyao hastily inquired, "How high?" She was eager to ascertain whether the costs of large-scale steel production could be manageable. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Shunzi replied, "As it stands, the cost of steel is 3-fold that of iron." He sighed again, lamenting that while steel possesses admirable qualities, its triple price would certainly deter the common folk. However, when Li Yuyao learned that the price of steel was merely 3 times that of iron, she was once again astounded. It is important to note that in the capital, the prices of finely crafted blades often reached dozens or even hundreds of taels of silver. Compared to ordinary iron blades, these prices soared by several tens or even hundreds of times. Observing Li Yuyao's astonished expression, Zhao Shunzi quickly added, I understand, madam, that you are dissatisfied with such exorbitant costs, but at present, we have no alternatives. Even when the steel-making process matures, the cost will still be at least double that of ordinary iron. It cannot be reduced further." Li Yuyao was left utterly speechless. To think that divine weapons could be forged for merely double the price of iron. It was simply too advantageous. Not to mention, even if they were to sell such steel blades at a price of 100 taels each in the capital, they would surely be snatched up eagerly. Both of their reactions were keenly observed by Yang Lin. After a moment of reflection, he stated, "Uncle Shunzi, now that steel has been successfully produced, the next step is to scale up." What? Zhao Shunzi and Li Yuyao were simultaneously taken aback. "Master, in the future, we could potentially produce 2,000 pounds of steel per day, amounting to at least 7 to 800,000 pounds annually. That is no trivial quantity." Considering the costs and investments of steel production, Zhao Shunzi felt a pang of sympathy for Yang Lin. And now, he was proposing to further increase production? Li Yuyao regarded Yang Lin with curiosity. While she recognized the remarkable value of this extraordinary steel, she also believed that at this stage, more was not necessarily better. In a year, They could forge 20,000 steel blades. However, could they assemble an army of 20,000 men within that time frame? Without sufficient manpower, what use would there be for such an abundance of weapons? In response to Zhao Shunzi's doubts, Yang Lin merely smiled gently and shook his head, stating, "Uncle Shunzi, although the current output is not insignificant, it remains woefully inadequate. In my previous life, my nation produced millions of tons of steel daily, with hardly any stock left. Presently, a mere ton each day may seem considerable to outsiders, but for me, this output can only be conserved. As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the cutting edge." Yang Lin refrained from elaborating further and directly proclaimed his directives. This residence was ultimately too small. It would henceforth serve as the research base for the smelting workshop, primarily responsible for the development of new metals. The new smelting workshop would be relocated to the vacant land by the riverbank. "Uncle Shunzi, we must construct at least 2 more steel furnaces and 2 iron furnaces in the new smelting workshop. In the future, our smelting workshop aims to refine iron ore into a complete range of products, from pig iron to wrought iron and steel." Li Yuyao could not help but inquire, "But do we truly require such an abundance of weapons?" According to Yang Lin's calculations, even if this old blast furnace were solely dedicated to the research of new materials, the 2 new furnaces could yield up to 4,000 pounds daily. This amounts to 40,000 blades annually. Yang Lin chuckled. "Did I mention we would manufacture weapons?" Li Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "What else could we possibly create with such superior steel, if not weapons?" To her, such robust and resilient steel seemed most suitable for weaponry. "Tools," Yang Lin replied with a smile. "Tools? Oh my heavens, how enlightening!" Li Yuyao exclaimed, suddenly grasping the concept, her eyes widening with astonishment. Yang Lin nodded. "Indeed, tools are paramount. The fundamental distinction between humans and animals lies in our ability to utilize tools. The advancement of tools signifies an enhancement in efficiency. Have you not noticed that our current tools still possess considerable room for improvement? Presently, in the Great Qian, most tools are crafted from iron, saws, shovels, plows, axes, and the like. The primary issue with cast iron is its fragility and tendency to chip. As a result, the edges cannot be honed to the sharpness of wrought iron or steel, and iron implements remain relatively costly, prompting the populace to be cautious in their use, thus sacrificing efficiency for durability. However, if we were to forge these tools from steel, such issues would be rendered obsolete. Regardless of whether it is an axe, chisel, shovel, or pickaxe, one would not need to worry about damage. They could simply get to work. Let us prioritize the production of tools, replacing all implements used by our workshops with steel," Yang Lin declared grandly. Zhao Shunzi immediately recognized the necessity of steel tools. They were currently engaged in extensive construction, with numerous projects underway, including the challenging tasks of quarrying and mining. Whether it was the stone-cutting teams in the Back Mountains, the coal miners in Old Black Mountain, or the saltpeter teams in Black Wind Mountain, the introduction of steel tools would significantly enhance their efficiency. In truth, Yang Lin had yet to mention the most crucial function of steel: machine tools and cannons. The former signifies the potential to manufacture more precise machines, instruments, and tools, while the latter represents the ultimate firepower of the cold weapon era, unmatched. With machine tools, the future holds boundless possibilities. Though the far-off prospects are daunting, crafting a steam engine would no longer pose a challenge. As for cannons, they could expand territories and unify the world. Within their range lies the ultimate truth. However, both of these advancements are complex and cannot be achieved in a short time. For instance, machine tools involve alloys. Currently, only carbon steel has been produced, and the quest to forge other metals and create alloys is technically far more challenging than steel production. Of course, if the machine tools are intended solely for wood processing, the existing steel is already sufficient for their creation. As for the cannon, this delves into the intricate techniques of steelmaking and the production of ammunition. One must consume rice grain by grain and traverse the path step by step. Presently, there are more pressing matters at hand. Thus Yang Lin has momentarily refrained from presenting these 2 plans. Once the new blast furnace is completed, it shall be employed to explore the refinement of other metals. For instance, the ore I recently brought to you contains a metal known as titanium. The day you successfully extract titanium and amalgamate it with steel, Uncle Shunzi shall reward you with 100 taels of silver. The others shall not be deprived of their rewards either. This constitutes Yang Lin's second plan, alloys. At that moment, a sudden crisp sound resonated from not far within the smelting workshop. Immediately thereafter, a disheveled youth exclaimed with exhilaration, "It worked! It worked! I have done it!" Chapter 149. The second-generation grenade. The clamor immediately caught Yang Lin's attention. He cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Shunzi, who, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, promptly explained, "It's my nephew, Zhao Tian. A few days ago, you asked us to attempt crafting those iron cups that can shatter into fragments. I entrusted this task to him. Could it be? Has he succeeded?" Zhao Shunzi's tone bore a hint of skepticism. "What? Succeeded?" Yang Lin exclaimed in astonishment, hastening toward the young man. The iron cup Zhao Shunzi referred to was, in essence, the explosive component of the second-generation grenade, cylindrical, hollow in structure, resembling an iron cup. Upon the successful completion of the explosive experiment, Yang Lin had instructed the smelting workshop to fabricate this explosive head designed for filling with gunpowder. He specified that these metal components should be crafted from cast iron, ensuring both a degree of sturdiness and the capacity to shatter outward upon detonation, dispersing countless shrapnel fragments. Although the technical process was not exceedingly complex, it had only been 2 days. Had he truly succeeded? Upon reaching the young man, Yang Lin immediately spotted the disheveled youth, who clutched a stone in his hand, while a heap of scattered cast iron fragments lay on the ground, each piece no larger than a fingernail and resembling fish scales, remarkably uniform, amounting to at least several hundred shards. Nearby, several intact cast iron components, shaped like cups, rested on the ground. "Is this what I intended to create?" Yang Lin inquired, astonished. On the ground, Zhao Tian continued to grin foolishly. Hearing Yang Lin's question, he looked up, slightly bashful yet brimming with excitement. "Yes, boss. I did it," he declared, lifting the stone in his hand and smashing it against one of the intact components. With a sharp crack, the cast iron piece shattered into fragments. Yang Lin was overjoyed and eagerly seized one to test it himself. On his first attempt, he did not exert much force, and the stone failed to break it. With a second, more vigorous effort, he finally shattered the component, the fragments resembling tempered glass, still remarkably uniform. Yang Lin picked up another piece and dropped it to the ground to assess its sturdiness. No matter how it fell, it remained intact, only yielding under immense force. This was precisely the effect he had envisioned. How splendid! Yang Lin was filled with elation. With this, the wooden-handled grenade was halfway to success. In truth, the structure of the wooden-handled grenade was remarkably simple. It consisted of such an explosive cast iron component, filled with gunpowder, leaving space for a fuse, then inserting a suitably sized cylindrical wooden handle to completely seal the gunpowder. Of course, the wooden-handled grenades of the previous generation also required a pull cord, ignition device, safety cap, and even detonator. The design of this igniter separates the ignition mechanism from the explosive material, incorporating a delay device. Upon pulling the fuse, the igniter is activated, which subsequently ignites the explosive through the delay mechanism, allowing for a slow burn that results in an explosion several seconds later. However, with the current industrial capabilities, creating such a sophisticated grenade is nearly impossible. Thus, Yang Lin's design philosophy is remarkably straightforward. He merely refined the loading mechanism and enhanced the explosive power of the shrapnel, while the ignition method remains the same, using an open flame to ignite the fuse, akin to lighting firecrackers. Although this ignition structure proves somewhat cumbersome, especially in an era devoid of lighters and matches, there exists no alternative. One must settle for this rudimentary, yet inconvenient design. Yang Lin's excitement is met with bewilderment from others. A fragile iron cup that breaks upon impact? What utility does it serve? Is such elation warranted? Zhao Shunzi gazes at Yang Lin with confusion, struggling to comprehend his employer's thoughts. 2 days. You managed to create this in merely 2 days, Yang Lin exclaimed, rising to face the disheveled Zhao Tian, who appeared anxious and averted his gaze, bowing his head in silence. Uncle Shunzi, grant him a reward of 10 taels of silver. Both the youth and Zhao Shunzi were taken aback. Zhao Tian hurriedly waved his hands. That is far too much. Yet Yang Lin's words continued. Uncle Shunzi, your steelworks have made significant contributions. Allocate an additional 100 taels of silver to distribute among the workers. 50 taels for everyone to share. and the remaining 50 to be given to those primarily involved in the steel research. Zhao Shunzi hesitated, clearly at a loss for words. What is it? Yang Lin inquired promptly. The consecutive good news lifted his spirits, and he was generous with the rewards. Boss, the success in steel production is largely due to Zhao Tian's efforts, Zhao Shunzi stated. What? Yang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Uncle Shunzi, are you serious? Hearing Yang Lin's earnest tone, Zhao Shunzi quickly clarified, Indeed, indeed. While you provided us with the methodology for steel production, we struggled for quite some time without making substantial progress. We always seemed to be missing something. A couple of days ago, Zhao Tian joined us at the workshop, and I had him assist in the research. He simply suggested adjustments to the quantity and order of the iron pieces, and to our surprise, we nearly succeeded on that very day. After a couple more adjustments, we finally achieved true success today, thanks to Zhao Tian. Boss, I am not merely praising my nephew. Zhao Tian truly possesses a talent for this. If possible, perhaps you could entrust the steelworks to him. He is far cleverer than us, and will undoubtedly surpass our efforts. Zhao Shunzi expressed earnestly. Since taking charge of the steelworks, his wages have been substantial, and the bonuses have been plentiful. He had earned more in just over a month than in the past several years combined. Yet, this prosperity comes with its own burdens, particularly when faced with the tasks assigned by Yang Lin, which often left him feeling overwhelmed and incapable. He is merely an ordinary blacksmith, skilled in his craft, tirelessly laboring without complaints, regardless of the arduous tasks assigned to him. However, now he finds himself overseeing a foundry with over 100 employees, tasked not only with mass production of ironware, but also with the research, management, and production of steel, alongside the necessity of training and transitioning responsibilities. The daily strain of this hectic and demanding work has left him utterly exhausted. Thus, he genuinely yearns to relinquish the foundry and return to simply honing his craft. Upon hearing Zhao Shunzi's words, Yang Lin could not help but sigh. How could he not perceive Zhao Shunzi's struggles? This dilemma is not isolated to the blacksmith shop. It resonates throughout other workshops as well. Ultimately, the root of the issue lies in a shortage of talent and the rapid pace of development. When the foundry comprised only 6 or 7 individuals, Zhao Shunzi faced no such challenges. Now, with over 100 people, he is overwhelmed, and if this growth continues, problems are bound to arise. Chapter 150. Could it be that fellow is also a time traveler? Ah, Uncle Shunzi, I comprehend your concerns. However, I find myself at an impasse. I can only ask you to endure a little longer. If it becomes too burdensome, do take a respite and grant the others a holiday as well, Yang Lin remarked. A holiday? Zhao Shunzi was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. This simply cannot be. Master, you have already treated us well. The work is not exhausting, and the wages are generous. How can we afford to take a break? Moreover, I have never heard of common folk like us being granted holidays. There remains so much work to be done. It is simply out of the question. Zhao Shunzi's head shook vigorously. Hearing this only solidified Yang Lin's resolve to implement the holiday. It is settled then, Yang Lin declared with unwavering authority. Henceforth, there shall be 2 days off every month on the 1st and 15th, in addition to holidays for festivals. Now even Liu Yao was left speechless. She parted her lips, but hesitated to voice her thoughts. Zhao Shunzi wished to object further, yet Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. My decision is final. Humans are not machines. When weary, they must rest. Besides, when does work ever truly end? Other workshops also enjoy 2 days off each month. As for Zhao Tian, Yang Lin turned his gaze towards the disheveled youth and inquired, would you care to join the design workshop? Zhao Tian nodded in agreement. Zhao Shunzi quickly interjected, my nephew has his merits, though he may be somewhat slow-witted. Please do not take offense, master. Yang Lin, however, was unperturbed. Geniuses often possess their peculiarities. The more eccentric, the stronger their genius. Although Du Jing managed the design workshop smoothly and had achieved notable results in papermaking and hydraulic mills, Yang Lin understood that Du Jing was not a true genius. He merely possessed a vivid imagination and strong practical skills, yet lacked that spark of creative brilliance. In this regard, Zhao Tian would be the perfect complement. Upon joining the Design Institute, you may serve as Brother Jing's assistant, with wages commensurate to those in charge. As for bonuses, they shall be tied to inventions and creations. I assure you, your earnings will not be less than here. Zhao Tian nodded, managing to utter a single word. All right. He then briefed Zhao Shunzi on the subsequent developments in the smelting workshop, detailing which tools to forge, and shared some thoughts on smelting titanium. Finally, he instructed him to replace certain precision components on the crossbows with steel, thereby further enhancing their accuracy. Having conveyed all this, Yang Lin departed with several cast iron components for grenades. As soon as he exited the smelting workshop, Li Yuyao inquired, "Are these iron pieces crafted for that explosive powder?" Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know?" He had not disclosed the purpose of these iron components to anyone. If someone from his past life had seen such a cup-shaped iron piece, it would have been difficult for them to associate it with a grenade. Yet his own wife had discerned it instantly. Li Yuyao remarked, "The last time I beheld the aftermath of an explosion, the bamboo tubes were shattered into countless pieces. At that moment, I pondered, if one were to fill the bamboo tube with small stones, the destructive force unleashed upon their expulsion would be magnified. You have crafted this iron apparatus that disintegrates upon detonation, with shards that are both sharp and uniform, by simply inserting gunpowder and igniting it. Each fragment that is propelled outward will serve as a formidable projectile. Hundreds of these projectiles would blanket an area within several meters, ensuring that within its reach, there would be either death or injury. My dear husband, you are truly a genius." Yang Lin, however, was left utterly astonished. His wooden-handled grenades relied on the shrapnel ejected upon explosion to inflict damage. In contrast, the egg-shaped, handleless grenades, akin to those commonly depicted in films of a past life, were designed with hundreds of small steel balls encased around the core detonator, utilizing the scattered steel balls post-explosion to generate lethality. This concept bore a striking resemblance to Li Yuyao's idea of filling the device with stones. To consider himself a genius? He merely drew upon his previous life as knowledge and understanding of these fundamental principles to arrive at such notions. Yet, his wife had directly conceived the explosive structure of the grenade. Now, that was genuine brilliance. "Emperor covers the earth, tiger," Yang Lin suddenly exclaimed. Li Yuyao responded with confusion. "Palace's jade liquid wine." "What?" Li Yuyao was even more bewildered. "Nothing," Yang Lin sighed, realizing he had overthought the matter. Just as he dismissed his doubts about his wife being a time traveler, Li Yuyao suddenly spoke again. "My dear husband, I have spoken with Mr. Kong and asked them to take you along to Suizhou." "What?" This time, Yang Lin was truly flabbergasted. Initially, in order to save tens of thousands of citizens, he thought it was merely a matter of being adequately prepared for a journey. However, upon learning that his presence was unnecessary for the same outcome, he questioned why he should endure all the hassle. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to remain in the village, surrounded by a harem? "Why?" Yang Lin quickly inquired. "My dear, I have already informed Mr. Kong and his disciples that they can manage this matter without my assistance." Li Yuyao nodded. "I understand. But this is a rare opportunity that you cannot miss." "What opportunity?" Yang Lin's confusion deepened. "It is a chance to forge connections with the four of them," Li Yuyao replied solemnly. "They are extraordinary individuals. By associating with them, you can learn a great deal." Yang Lin, however, shook his head dismissively. "If that is the sole reason, I shall not go. Although those four are indeed remarkable figures, after our two encounters, I feel they are merely adequate. They are scholars, generals, officials, and wealthy individuals, possessing extraordinary knowledge, insight, and experience. Yet I am not lacking. I carry with me the profound understanding that has been cultivated over 5,000 years of civilization. Though his historical knowledge may be mediocre, the legendary monarchs and noble figures throughout the ages, the illustrious rulers, and the sagacious sages are names and tales that can be recounted effortlessly. Such discernment cannot be deemed inferior to that of the venerable Confucius." Li Yuyao's expression grew increasingly grave, as if she perceived Yang Lin's thoughts. "My dear husband, you underestimate them." Li Yuyao continued. "Do you believe that those four disciples possess nothing particularly remarkable?" Yang Lin nodded, for that was indeed his conviction. Yet, he could not be more mistaken. "Allow me to enlighten you about the past of these four individuals," she said. "First, let us speak of Ma Ruyun. You are aware that he is one of the wealthiest men in Jiangnan, his fortune rivaling that of the national treasury. But do you know that he rose from humble beginnings, from a nameless petty trader who could scarcely afford medicine for his wife, to a tycoon with immense wealth, achieving this transformation in merely 6 months? Furthermore, do you know how long it took him to ascend from obscurity to becoming the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, expanding his business across the seas? It was a mere 5 years. Just 5 years. Young Lin was utterly astonished. The speed at which he amassed wealth was nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even his own pace. Could it be that this individual was also a time traveler? Chapter 151. The Secret of Mr. Kong. Let us speak of Yu Zhong. You are aware that he holds the esteemed position of the left minister of the Central Secretariat in the current dynasty. But do you know how he ascended to such heights? 8 years. Li Yuyao held up 2 fingers in illustration. He transformed from an inconspicuous county magistrate to the grand left minister of the Deqian in merely 8 years. Yu Zhong's administrative prowess is unparalleled. All who have had the fortune to be acquainted with him are invariably in awe of his capabilities. Yang Lin was increasingly astonished. Now, consider Chu Jie. Though he may appear rugged, he is indeed a man of strategy. Through his military exploits, he has risen from a humble clan to the formidable General Jinwei. Do you know how many foreign foes he has personally slain? No fewer than 1,000. Thus, in the eyes of foreign tribes, he is known as the Butcher of 1,000. As for Chu Jie's valor, you are aware of the skills of the Z. Yet let me tell you, even 3 Z combined would not be a match for Chu Jie. Yang Lin was utterly flabbergasted. These 3 individuals, seemingly ordinary, are in truth terrifyingly formidable. And what of Mr. Kong? Yang Lin could not help but inquire. He had to concede that his 3 disciples were indeed remarkable. However, Mr. Kong Chiu, their master, appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any discernible distinction. I shall impart one statement to you, and you shall comprehend the extent of Mr. Kong's prowess. A peculiar smile graced Li Yuyao's lips as she spoke. Before they became his disciples, Ma Riyun, Yu Zhong, and Chu Jie were merely obscure merchants, mediocre fighters, and impoverished scholars who could not even pass their examinations. Yet, within a year of taking Mr. Kong Chiu as their master, they all achieved prominence. Yang Lin was taken aback, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Thus, it follows that the accomplishments of Ma Riyun, Yu Zhong, and Chu Jie are all attributed to their master. Now you understand why I urged you to accompany them to Suizhou. Mr. Kong has expressed a desire to accept you as his closed-door disciple. This is an exceptional opportunity for you. Yet, Yang Lin furrowed his brow. He acknowledged Mr. Kong's remarkable abilities, but he had never contemplated becoming a disciple. In truth, there is another matter that pertains to a great secret surrounding Mr. Kong. Li Yuyao lowered her voice, speaking with an air of mystery. What secret? Yang Lin inquired eagerly. Li Yuyao shook her head. I do not know. While the world recognizes Mr. Kong as the foremost authority in the realms of propriety, law, military, and Confucianism, few are aware that his master was once the preeminent figure among these 4 schools, and his master's master also presided over them. This lineage, including himself, his master, and his forebear, seldom accepts disciples. Yet, when they do, they have the power to transform mere fish into soaring dragons. Hence, speculation abounds that each generation's leader of the 4 schools harbors a secret, one that is only passed down to a direct disciple capable of inheriting their legacy. Therefore, should you become Mr. Kong's closed-door disciple, you may very well uncover that secret. Li Yuyao's gaze radiated fervor, yet Yang Lin remained indifferent. To seek a master for a secret that was shrouded in uncertainty and might not even exist? Yang Lin shook his head, expressing his disinterest in the enigma. He acknowledged the prowess of Mr. Kong and his disciples, yet wondered how this bore any relevance to him. Was it merely on this basis that he should attempt to ingratiate himself? He found it impossible. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow. In truth, there is another matter I intended to disclose after your agreement before your departure. I possess a letter of utmost importance, one I cannot trust to anyone else. I require your assistance to deliver it to Suizhou, personally entrusted to a specific individual. Li Yuyao gazed at Yang Lin with sincerity, but he could only chuckle in disbelief. So, am I absolutely required to undertake this journey? Absolutely, she affirmed earnestly, nodding her head. Very well, if it is your wish for me to go. Then go I shall, Yang Lin replied with a shrug. He sensed her strong desire for him to undertake this endeavor. As for the underlying reason, he felt she had yet to reveal the true motivation. Upon hearing his words, a pang of guilt washed over Li Yuyao. Her intention for Yang Lin to embark on this journey stemmed from a hope that he might broaden his horizons, but more importantly, to impose a little pressure upon him. Life in the village, while tranquil, was too serene, akin to a gentle haven. She sensed that Yang Lin was not enamored with power, nor did he harbor grand ambitions. If he remained ensconced in this idyllic refuge, while self-preservation might be assured, growth would remain elusive. Thus, she conferred with Mr. Kong and his disciples, deciding to take Yang Lin along on this trip to Suizhou, aiming to enrich his experiences and broaden his knowledge. As for any potential dangers, she harbored no fears. Mr. Kong and his companions were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, she was acutely aware of Yang Lin's utmost concern for safety. Once he agreed to journey to Suizhou, he would undoubtedly prepare thoroughly, equipped with bows, crossbows, and even explosive weapons. Unless he sought his own demise, he was unlikely to encounter any peril. At this moment, realizing Yang Lin had consented to go to Suizhou for her sake, Li Yuyao felt a twinge of remorse. When you return, our new house will be completed, and then I shall become your woman. Li Yuyao bit her lip, unable to meet Yang Lin's eyes. That night, after extinguishing the lamp, darkness enveloped the room. As Yang Lin pondered the compensation Li Yuyao had mentioned earlier, he felt a pair of warm, red lips approach. In an effort to make amends to Yang Lin, Li Yuyao took the initiative, her royal pride compelling her to assert dominance in the kiss. Despite her lack of experience, she leaned closer to Yang Lin, boldly seeking his lips, thus gaining the upper hand. The room was crowded, and though shrouded in darkness, he felt hesitant to make any loud noises, choosing instead to embrace Li Yuyao in silence, kissing her for what felt like an eternity. Until the sound of Zai Yuming's murmurs drifted from the bed, questioning who was indulging in their midnight snack. The two hastily separated, their faces flushed, yet their hearts continued to race fervently. In the stillness of the night, their hands found each other once more, cherishing the bond they shared. At the break of dawn the following day, Yang Lin rose early. After a hearty breakfast, he stepped outside, summoned the heads of various workshops, and called upon Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao, who had yet to depart after returning to the village. They convened beneath the grand willow tree outside the village. As Yang Lin began to speak, he instantly astonished everyone present. Qin Shuang, I grant you one day to expand the defense team by 500 members. Just as Li Yuyao had anticipated, having resolved to journey to Suizhou, Yang Lin was determined to address the issue of security. Upon hearing the figure of 500, the crowd was taken aback, fully realizing Yang Lin's intentions. Chapter 152. Employee Stock Ownership. Everyone shares the dividends, master. You must not take unnecessary risks. Indeed, if this matter cannot be resolved, what shall we do? Regardless, we cannot allow you to face peril. Each village comprises merely 6 or 7 individuals. Although the populace is reluctant, under duress, some will inevitably step forward. Amidst the clamor, the crowd remained oblivious to the fact that the issue of conscripting villagers for perilous tasks had already been resolved. Yang Lin smiled and subsequently relayed Yu Zhong's plan. The 4 guests were of considerable repute, and their willingness to assist ensured that those who volunteered would not be placed in harm's way. Therefore, everyone can rest assured. I shall lead 500 individuals to Suizhou solely for training purposes, and there will be no danger involved. Upon hearing Yang Lin's assurance, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. As for the necessity of Yang Lin's presence, they had not pondered deeply on the matter. Yang Lin continued, the journey to Suizhou will take at least 10 days. A round trip will require about a month. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to arrange matters in the workshops during my absence. The crowd immediately adopted a serious demeanor, sitting up straight and listening intently. First, regarding the security team, how many members do we currently have? Yang Lin inquired. Looking at Qin Shuang, Qin Shuang promptly replied, the security team comprises 50 individuals in total, with only 26 remaining in the village after accounting for those on missions. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Lin instructed, select 20 individuals to serve as squad leaders. Each should recruit 10 members from the neighboring villages to form their respective teams. Additionally, you must personally recruit 300 individuals. All should be gathered by tonight. We depart the day after tomorrow, leaving little time for preparation. Understood. Qin Shuang nodded vigorously. Furthermore, this contingent of 500 will be led by Brother Zhong, while Old Qin will remain with 20 individuals to guard the village. During this period, rigorous daily patrols and training must be maintained. I entrust the village's affairs to you. Qin Shuang nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the smelting workshop, as Yang Lin began to speak, Zhao Shunzi immediately focused intently. Uncle Shunzi, the research on the metal I assigned you yesterday is not a task to be rushed. The pressing priority is to forge a batch of weapons sufficient to equip these 500 individuals. The main force departs the day after tomorrow. Zhao Shunzi was taken aback. Master, I fear time may not suffice. Currently, the workshop has one steel furnace and one iron furnace. Although theoretically capable of producing 2,000 pounds daily, this is contingent upon everything being in proper order. Presently, while the speed of steel or iron production may suffice, the time required for mold creation is woefully inadequate. This is manageable. Out of 500 weapons, aside from 20 bows and crossbows, the remainder should consist solely of spearheads. Affix them to wooden poles to create long spears. Uncle Wang, I entrust you with procuring the wooden poles, whether through purchase or by harvesting them from the mountains. It is imperative that we do not delay. Wang Gui nodded promptly. Zhao Shunzi contemplated for a moment before also nodding in agreement. He just calculated that to forge additional weapons, 500 pieces would need to be produced within 2 days, which is certainly insufficient. However, focusing solely on the production of gunheads, given their current pace, would indeed suffice. I still possess 2 blueprints. The components depicted must be crafted before nightfall. Should time permit, let us produce an additional 2 sets. Yang Lin handed the 2 blueprints to Zhao Shunzi. Upon examining the peculiar components illustrated, Zhao Shunzi sighed. The burden of producing 500 gunheads alongside these bizarre parts weighed heavily upon him, yet he felt compelled to accept the challenge. I appreciate your hard work, Uncle Shunzi. I understand this will be demanding, but these components are vital. Zhao Shunzi gritted his teeth and shook his head. It's nothing. I will make arrangements upon my return. Yang Lin then presented 2 more blueprints to Du Jing. This is equally important. The Design Institute must set aside all other tasks and focus entirely on this. Also to be completed before nightfall. The more we produce, the better. Du Jing took the blueprints, glanced at them, and readily agreed. Rest assured, the structures on these blueprints are not complicated. With the current personnel at the Design Institute, completing them within a day poses no issue. Then there was this. Yang Lin retrieved a stack of blueprints from his sleeve and handed them to Du Jing, who was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Yang Lin replied. This comprises 3 sets of blueprints. One for a relief printing concept and scheme, another for a hydraulic saw system, and the last is a toy known as a kite. These will serve as focal points for the Design Institute's recent research endeavors. As Du Jing absorbed Yang Lin's words and perused the blueprints, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Subsequently, Yang Lin addressed various developmental matters concerning other workshops: coal mining, stone extraction, road construction, brick kilns, cement kilns, tofu workshops, housing construction, papermaking. For each industry, Yang Lin had distinct requirements. Moreover, there is one critical initiative I intend to establish: a profit-sharing investment system. Everyone was taken aback, perplexed by Yang Lin's statement. To put it simply, individuals can invest their idle funds from home into these industries and become stakeholders. Such a proclamation astonished all. The notion that they, mere laborers, could also be stakeholders seemed unfathomable. They had never dared to conceive such a possibility. Given that the contributions would be minor, participants would lack management authority but could receive dividends based on profits. Currently, we only possess 2 profitable enterprises, the tofu workshop and the papermaking workshop. For instance, let us appraise the papermaking workshop at 1,000 taels of silver. If Uncle Wang Gui wishes to invest 10 taels in the papermaking workshop, he would hold a 1% stake. This means that whenever the papermaking workshop earns 100 taels of silver, 1 tael would be distributed to Uncle Wang Gui. And this would continue indefinitely. Should the papermaking workshop ever cease operations, he would receive 1% of the workshop's value at the time of closure. The crowd stood in stunned silence. It is well understood by all that whether in tofu production or papermaking, despite the modest profits at present, these ventures undoubtedly remain lucrative endeavors. Yang Lin inviting everyone to invest is akin to gifting them money. For Yang Lin, this is a matter of necessity. As his enterprises grow increasingly vast, the lack of managerial talent becomes evident, leading to various challenges. In such circumstances, employee stock ownership emerges as the most astute choice. Each employee holding shares not only serves in their role, but also enjoys the benefits of dividends, thereby fostering a sense of proprietorship among these minor shareholders. This intrinsic motivation compels them to diligently safeguard their enterprise, significantly mitigating the chaos that may arise from inadequate management. Yang Lin continued, of course, not everyone is eligible to become a shareholder, apart from the overseers of each workshop. One must have worked in the workshop for no less than 6 months to qualify for shareholding. At that moment, excitement surged among the crowd. The reason Yang Lin unveiled this momentous proposition today is indeed quite significant. Chapter 153. What is the name of the second sister? This matter is merely a nascent plan of mine. During my absence, I encourage everyone to contemplate and consider areas that may require improvement, so that upon my return, we may implement it formally, Yang Lin stated. The concept of a grand vision is indeed of paramount importance. When the time comes to delineate such a vision, it must be a splendid one. After the managers of the various workshops departed, Yang Lin deliberately retained Zhao Fuqian and Zhong Tao. As we venture to Suizhou, with Brother Tao leading the expedition, I am uneasy about leaving the village unattended. During this period, third uncle, please remain in the village. Your presence will provide stability. The two nodded in agreement. Having assigned the tasks, Yang Lin prepared to consult with Kong Qiu and others to further discuss the details of the journey. Although he believed himself to be adequately prepared, embarking on a journey of 1,000 miles is no trivial endeavor. One must be thoroughly equipped before setting forth. However, on the roads of the village, Yang Lin encountered numerous unfamiliar faces wandering about, seemingly in search of something. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, spotted Yang Lin and quickly approached them. The old man inquired urgently, I heard there are jobs available in your village? Where might that be? Yang Lin was taken aback. Are you all here looking for work? Indeed. We hail from Delu village. A few days ago, someone came to your village to work and mentioned that one could earn 5 won a day, and that the work is not strenuous. Is that true? The old man pressed, with several others quickly gathering around. It is indeed true. Brother Tao, please escort them to the workshop area. Certainly, Zhong Tao replied. Yet, the group stood in astonishment. Zhong Tao clarified, this gentleman is the employer. Upon learning this, the men hurriedly bowed to Yang Lin. Yang Lin sighed, gesturing for them to rise. There is no need for formality. As long as you are willing to work diligently, you shall indeed earn your keep. Zhong Tao led the group away, and Zhao Fuqian, curious, asked, Yang Lin, why do you seem troubled? Alas, Yang Lin sighed. Rapid development can also be a source of concern. The influx of job seekers had already reached the village, while the workshops continued to recruit from neighboring villages. It was only just now that Yang Lin realized he was still lacking someone capable of overseeing affairs in the village. Third uncle, please select a few individuals to form a recruitment team specifically tasked with hiring. In the future, any workshop that requires additional hands must go through this recruitment team, which will solely focus on hiring. Specialization is key. Allowing each workshop to recruit independently is both inconvenient and chaotic. Establishing such a recruitment team would be akin to a human resources department from a past life, dedicated to identifying talent, selecting craftsmen, and recruiting according to specified requirements. It would operate like an assembly line, with each segment focusing on its own area of expertise. We could set up a table at the village entrance for the recruitment team. Brilliant. Zhao Fuqian nodded. I shall arrange that immediately. After Zhao Fuqian departed, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. Currently, these matters can still be arranged for Zhao Fuqi, yet he has been assigned to the county town, and his stay in the village is merely temporary. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lies in the scarcity of talent. The rapid development of various industries has outpaced the availability of skilled individuals, particularly a leader capable of overseeing the overall situation, issuing directives, possessing business acumen, fostering collaborative growth, providing insights on their commands and decisions, identifying gaps, and exhibiting competence across multiple domains, someone akin to a trustworthy CEO. However, where can such talent be found? At that moment, Han Mengzhu hurried over. Brother, there are visitors at home. They say it's your second aunt, exclaimed Xiao Jiao. Second aunt? Yang Lin was taken aback, then suddenly filled with astonishment. Let us go back and take a look. It dawned on him that he indeed had some relatives. He had 2 aunts, 2 maternal uncles, and 1 elder uncle, all residing in distant places. In his memory, this second aunt was not unfamiliar and had always treated him well, bringing delicious treats each time she visited. However, it had been quite a while since their last encounter. After his parents' passing, they had lost contact. Upon entering the house, he saw three individuals seated within: a middle-aged woman in her 40s, his second aunt Zhao Chunxiang, along with his uncle Chun Hai and his cousin Chen Dabiao. Second aunt, uncle, cousin, what brings you here? Yang Lin greeted them with a warm smile. Oh dear, Xiao Lin, you've grown so much. Let me have a good look at you. You're not thin. How wonderful. Zhao Chunxiang exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement upon seeing Yang Lin. However, her husband Chen Hai sat there with a stern expression, seemingly ignoring Yang Lin, remaining silent. Cousin Chen Dabiao also stood up and awkwardly called out, cousin. Yang Lin approached and patted Chen Dabiao's back, chuckling. Dabiao, you're looking quite sturdy. Have you missed your cousin? He recalled that this cousin, a year younger than him, had been taller than himself as a child, always trailing behind, nose running, chasing after him. Now, he had grown to nearly 6 feet tall, robust and imposing. For an ordinary person to achieve such height and physique is no small feat. I've missed you. Chen Dabiao scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Is uncle doing well? Yang Lin addressed his uncle Chun Hai with a slight bow. His uncle had once been a teacher, yet how many villagers could afford an education? Thus, teaching in the village did not yield much income. He was stubborn, self-righteous, and prided himself on being a scholar, yet despite years of examinations, he had failed to attain any distinction, remaining obstinate in his pursuit of academic success. Chun Hai nodded coldly. Yang Lin was well aware of his uncle's temperament and did not take offense. Xiao Lin, have you taken a wife? Zhao Chunxiang glanced at the anxious second aunt beside her, inquiring with surprise. Early in the morning, after Yang Lin departed, Li Yuyao along with Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba also took their leave, leaving behind only the second sister to guard the house and the ninth sister busy with accounts. Thus, when the second sister and the ninth sister learned of relatives arriving, they were somewhat bewildered. After answering the door, apart from their cousin Du Jing, they were unaware that Yang Lin had any relatives, prompting them to hastily send Xiao Jiao to fetch Yang Lin back. Ah, how delightful! Zhao Chunxiang felt a genuine joy for Yang Lin from the depths of her heart. What a beautiful daughter-in-law you have, Lin. What is her name? This query truly left Yang Lin at a loss. What was the second sister's name? Yang Lin's expression turned awkward. Having brought them home for such a length of time, he had always referred to them simply as the elder sister and second sister, a habit everyone had grown accustomed to. Moreover, although they were now recognized as husband and wife, they had yet to consummate their union. Thus he had never thought to inquire about her name. Now, confronted by the question from the second aunt, Yang Lin felt utterly flustered. Surely, he could not tell her that her name was second sister. Chapter 154. If all goes as expected, I shall be the local magnate. Upon witnessing Yang Lin's momentary stupor, Zhao Chunxiang's expression shifted dramatically. Was it truly necessary to ponder for so long over merely a name? Aunt, I am Zhou Wan, the second sister replied bashfully, her head bowed. Oh, indeed, Zhou Wan. This was the first time Yang Lin had heard this name. Xiao Wan, a lovely name. How long have you been married? Why haven't you sent a word to your aunt? Zhao Chunxiang, with one hand grasping the second sister and the other reaching for Yang Lin, was about to inquire further when, at that moment, someone rushed in from outside. It was the eldest sister returning. Yang Lin's heart leapt upon seeing her, and he promptly declared, Aunt, this is also my wife. What? Zhao Chunxiang was momentarily taken aback. Wife? You should quickly introduce yourself to your aunt. What is your name? Yang Lin urged the eldest sister with a glance. Oh, hello, aunt. I am Chu Ting, the eldest sister said with a respectful bow, demonstrating proper etiquette. Yang Lin silently committed this name to memory. At this moment, not only was Zhao Chunxiang's expression peculiar, but even Uncle Chun Hai and the dumbfounded cousin Chun Dabiao appeared somewhat astonished. Wonderful, wonderful. Our Xiao Lin is truly fortunate to have such exquisite wives. Zhao Chunxiang felt a twinge of concern for Yang Lin marrying 2 wives at once, yet she mused that having a larger family could only be a blessing, ensuring a lively household and a plethora of descendants in his later years. The eldest and second sister's cheeks flushed crimson. The eldest sister hastily clarified, To encounter our husband is indeed our fortune. Before they could indulge in further conversation, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, Xiao Jiao, and Li Yuyao, accompanied by Zi and Qingyi, had already returned. It was the first visit from guests to the home, and since they were Yang Lin's relatives, everyone was keenly attentive. Even Li Yuyao wished not to diminish Yang Lin's standing before his relatives due to her presence. Zhao Chunxiang and her family were rendered speechless at the sudden influx of so many youthful maidens, their mouths agape in astonishment. Yang Lin could not help but smile ruefully. He was well aware that marrying so many wives was an extraordinary affair, yet it was a truth that could not be concealed. So he opted to introduce them to his aunt directly. "Aunt, these are my wives, and they are Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu." Yang Lin intended to keep his introductions somewhat vague. However, Xiao Jiu was not having it. She puffed out her chest and eagerly interjected, "Aunt, we are also our husband's women." Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, fearing to be overlooked, nodded in agreement, their faces flushed. Zhao Chunxiang's family was utterly bewildered, instinctively glancing toward Ziyi and Qingyi, who had yet to speak. All of the newly arrived women were stunningly beautiful. And how could it be that Yang Lin had taken so many wives at once? Seeing their astonishment, Ziyi and Qingyi quickly explained, "We are not. We are the young ladies' maids." Standing behind Li Yuyao, their faces were flushed. Maids? The utterance of this term left Zhao Chunxiang in shock. What sort of household is this? And there are maids too? Upon casting another glance at Li Yuyao, observing her demeanor and grace, Yang Lin mused that he must have what a maiden from a prominent family. "Greetings, second aunt." Li Yuyao slightly inclined her head in acknowledgement and promptly addressed the surrounding ladies, instructing, "Second aunt has traveled a considerable distance. We must not be remiss. Xiao Qi, please boil water for tea. Xiao Ba, fetch Wang Gui to procure wine and meat. Eldest sister, kindly bring the tables and chairs inside." Zhao Chunxiang and her family were utterly bewildered. After a moment, she hastily pulled Yang Lin aside and whispered, "Xiao Lin, what on earth is happening? How did you end up marrying so many wives?" After years apart, the once frail and impoverished nephew had astonishingly taken multiple wives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anyone would find it incredulous. Long story short, let us not dwell on that. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Second aunt, what brings you here?" It was a considerable distance from Kaoshan village, and it was unlikely they would make the journey without cause. With Yang Lin's inquiry, Zhao Chunxiang finally broached the matter at hand. "Your cousin is no longer a child. He is yet to find a livelihood. Now he is well-fed and well-nourished. But if it weren't for your aunt working as a laborer for a landlord in the village, relying solely on the meager 3 acres of land, your cousin would surely be starving. Recently, there have been rumors that a local landlord in your village has established a significant business and is hiring. I convinced your uncle and Dapio to come and see if they might secure some work. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, the village is in dire poverty. No one can afford an education. Your uncle hasn't earned much in the past 6 months. Shaolin, I've heard your landlord is quite generous, offering 5 won a day. Is that true? Are you acquainted with him? Could you perhaps introduce us?" As Zhao Chunxiang spoke, she gazed at Yang Lin with anxious anticipation. She had hoped that if they could find work, they might stay with Yang Lin, who lived alone in such a large house, needing care. However, upon witnessing his numerous wives, she felt too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. Yang Lin, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "Second aunt, if all goes as expected, the landlord you speak of is, in fact, me." "What?" Zhao Chunxiang momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Yang Lin chuckled wryly. "I mean to say, I am the landlord you refer to." A derisive snicker emerged from his uncle, Chenhai. Zhao Chunxiang rolled her eyes and retorted, "I'm discussing serious matters. Stop your foolishness. Do you truly know that landlord?" Yang Lin was at a loss for words. The Lu family had fallen from grace, and while he was reluctant to accept the title of landlord, it was an undeniable reality. "Second aunt, since you're seeking work, I can arrange something for you. You could join the logistics team and cook, earning 6 won a day. Dapio could join the security team for 10 won a day. As for your uncle..." Yang Lin furrowed his brow. His uncle, with lofty aspirations yet lacking in talents, is hardly suited for design work. To suggest he join a construction crew or any other workshop would be futile, as he possesses neither the strength nor the stamina for laborious tasks. Thus, I propose to establish a school in the village, appointing my uncle as a teacher, earning a modest daily wage of 10 won. Yang Lin has already arranged employment for the 3 of them. However, Zhao Chunxiang and Chen Hai exchanged increasingly peculiar glances, suspecting that this nephew might be of unsound mind. Only Chen Dabiao, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, "Brother, can I truly earn 10 won a day?" "Certainly. Given your physique, you must possess considerable strength. Should you excel, you could be promoted to team leader, with wages potentially rising to 15 or even 21. Furthermore, should you achieve merits, bonuses await you. Earning a couple of silver taels a month may not be an impossible feat. As Yang Lin spoke, Chun-Hai abruptly slammed the table, glaring as he exclaimed, "Enough? You impudent youth. After years apart, your knowledge remains stagnant, yet your talent for boasting has certainly flourished." Chapter 155. A gift at the door. Chun-Hai's eyes were filled with disdain. Even his second aunt, Zhao Chunxiang, sighed, saying, "Shaolin, if you cannot assist with this matter, I hold no ill will. However, you must refrain from speaking nonsense." Yang Lin, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Aunt, if you doubt me, why not accompany me to the workshop?" Without further elaboration, he promptly headed outside. Zhao Chunxiang exchanged a glance with Chun-Hai, though they remained skeptical. They decided to bring along Chun Dabiao. Once they stepped out of the house and had not ventured far, they encountered two members of the village's security team, swords at their waists, approaching with an imposing demeanor. Zhao Chunxiang was taken aback, surprised to discover such formidable guards in the village. "Master." As the two approached, they simultaneously bowed in greeting to Yang Lin. He nodded in acknowledgement, and only then did they move on. Zhao Chunxiang and Chun-Hai were left speechless. "Master?" They are addressing Yang Lin as master? Could it be that he speaks the truth? How is that even possible? He cannot possess such wealth to have established such a vast enterprise and employ so many. Skeptically, they followed Yang Lin to the workshop area outside the village. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a bustling scene, alive with activity. The entire workshop area was undergoing significant construction, teeming with people. In addition to the several hundred residents of Kaoshan village, hundreds more had recently been recruited from neighboring villages. "Master, boss, chief." As Yang Lin appeared, every face lit up with smiles, enthusiastically offering their greetings. Zhao Chunxiang was utterly astonished. You are truly the wealthy magnate?" Yang Lin shrugged. "Aunt, I am not a magnate. I am merely contributing to ensure that everyone can eat and dress warmly." Chun-Hai, still in a state of disbelief, gazed at Yang Lin, unable to utter a single word. "So, aunt, uncle, are you satisfied with the arrangements I made for you?" Yang Lin inquired. "Very satisfied." Zhao Chunxiang eagerly nodded. After a moment of astonishment, Chun-Hai returned to his usual aloof demeanor, stroking his beard and leisurely responding, "It is passable, reasonably well done. However, you are still young. Though you have achieved some success, do not become complacent or prideful. As for your request for me to teach the village children, well, I shall reluctantly oblige for the sake of their education." Zhao Chunxiang quickly signaled him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Chun-Hai, unconcerned, retorted, "What? Am I mistaken? Why do you glare at me? This is all for his own good. He is still young and has much to learn. As elders, we naturally must guide him. Yang Lin, from now on, if you have any questions, feel free to consult with your uncle," he added. Yang Lin, unperturbed, smiled and nodded, "No problem." His uncle was not a bad person, just rather rigid and old-fashioned in his ways. Although such individuals may not be particularly endearing, they are nonetheless relatives of my aunt, and it would be unthinkable to abandon her by casting them out. Just then, Qin Shuang hurriedly approached from a distance. Upon seeing Qin Shuang, Yang Lin was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be recruiting people? Gathering 500 individuals in just one day is no simple task. Why was he here instead of attending to that? "Boss." Qin Shuang rushed over, glancing at Chun-Hai and Zhao Chunxiang, who were beside Yang Lin, hesitating as if he had something to say. "Speak your mind," Yang Lin encouraged. Despite his words, Qin Shuang leaned closer to Yang Lin, lowering his voice to say, "That master Wei almost slipped away just now, but fortunately, the patrol found and apprehended him." Yang Lin furrowed his brow. How is Kong Liang's preparation coming along? Kong Liang had been out for 2 days, recruiting individuals to pose as fake bandits. Qin Shuang nodded, whispering, "I've made contact with Kong Liang. He has a dozen people ready to act at any moment." "Excellent. Let us make the necessary arrangements in the next couple of days. Inform Kong Liang to prepare, and then we shall find an opportunity for them to make another move." At that point, Yang Lin gestured across his throat. With only 2 days remaining before his departure, he intended to resolve this matter beforehand. "Understood." Qin Shuang nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Chun-Hai and Zhao Chunxiang stood there, astonished. Although Qin Shuang spoke in hushed tones, being so close allowed them to catch snippets of their conversation, while they couldn't grasp the full context. Yang Lin's throat-cutting gesture suggested that the matter at hand was far from benign. Furthermore, boss, a large crowd has gathered at the village entrance, forming a long line. I believe we need not venture out. We can easily recruit the 500 needed. Qin Shuang said, his voice tinged with excitement. What? Yang Lin exclaimed, taken aback. How could there be so many? Qin Shuang shook his head. I'm not certain. Many came in the last few days, but today seems to have the highest turnout. Perhaps the reputation of our village has truly spread. Yang Lin pondered this and realized its truth. They had been recruiting in neighboring villages for some time, and hundreds had already arrived, even drawing the attention of his aunt and her family from afar. Let us go see. Yang Lin turned to Zhao Chuanxiang and asked, Aunt, I have a few matters to attend to. Would you prefer to return home and wait, or join me to take a look? Together, please, Zhao Chuanxiang smiled. I would like to see how your endeavors are flourishing. Then let us proceed. The group made their way toward the village entrance. Upon arriving, the sight of an almost endless line left Yang Lin utterly speechless. Zhao Fugui was busily maintaining order upon noticing Yang Lin's arrival. He wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly approached. Ah, thank goodness for your foresight in setting up tables here. Otherwise, if all these people had entered the village at once, it would have descended into chaos. Zhao Fugui exclaimed, reflecting on the situation. At that moment, Qin Shuang spoke up, stating, I have already coordinated with the overseers of other workshops. Today, let the security team select first. All able-bodied young men will be recruited into the security force. Are they all willing? Yang Lin inquired, somewhat astonished. Of course they are willing, Qin Shuang replied with a smile. Who could possibly refuse a daily wage of 10 won? Nearby, the security team had already chosen dozens of sturdy men, who stood there, bewildered and uncertain. Although Zhao Fugui busied himself maintaining order, the scene remained somewhat chaotic. Resembling a bustling marketplace, Yang Lin approached the crowd and shouted, Is there anyone here who has received an education, can read, and can write? The crowd fell silent, enveloped in a hush. I have a splendid job available, requiring articulate speech, clear expression, and writing skills. It would be best if you can also perform calculations. The wage is 21 a day. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony once more. 21? What does that signify? Even Chun Hai found himself tempted. After a while, a frail arm finally raised itself. Am I eligible? Chapter 156. Full of flaws, utterly chaotic. Upon hearing the sound, Yang Lin immediately spotted a slender girl with short hair, stepping forward with uncertainty. Her eyes betrayed a sense of timidity, and as soon as they met Yang Lin's gaze, she quickly lowered her head. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, her delicate face marred by dirt, and her frail physique seemed as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Recognizing her condition, Yang Lin quickly grasped the situation. Can you write? He inquired. The girl nodded. And can you perform arithmetic? Yang Lin pressed further. Once again, she nodded. I shall test you with a question. If there are 36 chickens to be distributed among 6 individuals, how many chickens does each person receive? This was a question that a second-grade student from a previous life could easily answer, yet in this context, it was far from simple. Chen Hai, having overheard the question, began to mentally calculate, eager to showcase his own skills to Yang Lin. However, within mere seconds, the girl confidently replied, Each person receives 6 chickens. Correct. Come here. Yang Lin beckoned. From now on, you shall accompany me as my aide. Your remuneration will be 20 coins a day, provided you can fulfill the tasks I assign you. Should your performance falter, I will be compelled to replace you. With his growing enterprise, Yang Lin found himself in need of an assistant. He held no expectations for her exceptional talents. A simple ability to run errands, relay messages, and maintain a schedule would suffice. The girl, filled with delight, nodded vigorously. What is your name? He asked. Alan, she replied shyly, her head bowed. I have a task for you now. Go to the workshop area and find the foreman, Gao Dazhuang. Inform him that he is to construct a road from outside the village, circumventing it, leading directly to the workshop area. Off you go. Observing Alan's bewildered expression, Yang Lin continued, This will serve as a test of your capabilities. Should you fail to accomplish this task, you may need to seek alternative employment. This too was a measure of her competence. As a newcomer, she was likely unaware of the workshop area or who Gao Dazhuang was. Whether she could remember his instructions was also part of the challenge. Alan, initially wanting to say more, bit her lip and nodded. promptly inquiring about the location of the workshop area before departing without hesitation. Yang Lin watched for a moment longer. The security team had already recruited over 100 members. Yet the line remained interminably long, alleviating his worries. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Fuguei rushed back, whispering, "Yang Lin, I notice many of these individuals appear to be refugees." Yang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. "I have observed the same. If I am not mistaken, that girl Alan is indeed a refugee. This is likely the reason for the influx of people today. Refugees from the south have reached the borders of Jianghe County." Zhao Fuguei was taken aback. "Knowing this, do you still dare to recruit them? Most refugees are homeless and unemployed. Without identification, they lack status. While many are victims of disaster, there may also be fugitives hiding among them. The treatment of the displaced is a considerable headache for the authorities, who mostly permit them to pass through rather than allowing them to remain within their jurisdiction. It is of no consequence," Yang Lin remarked bitterly. "Who among us would not desire a better life if there is food to eat? If I can provide them with sustenance, I believe they will cherish this opportunity." With Yang Lin resolute in his decision, Zhao Fuguei ceased his counsel. Shortly thereafter, Yang Lin escorted his aunt and her family back home. The midday meal prepared for them was lavish, featuring an array of dishes including fish, meat, tofu, and fresh vegetables from the family garden, all expertly seasoned with lard and soy sauce, rendering the flavors particularly exquisite. However, upon learning of Yang Lin's current status and the vastness of his estate, Zhao Chunxiang and Chun Hai grew somewhat reserved. Only Chun Dabiao, the cousin, continued to relish the meat with unabashed delight. After the meal, Yang Lin arranged accommodations for them, and it was only when the aunt and her family departed that the women of the household sighed in relief. The eldest sister, Chu Ting, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Husband, is she not your own aunt?" "Indeed, what of it?" Yang Lin replied. Chu Ting continued, "Given our substantial wealth, which is nearly overflowing, and your customary generosity in distributing bonuses without a second thought, why not simply give them some silver to enable them to return home and live comfortably?" The second sister nodded in agreement. With tens of thousands of taels in the household, a few dozen taels would suffice to sustain them for several years. Yang Lin smiled. "You do not understand. It is better to teach a man to fish than to merely provide him with fish. That is the true kindness I wish to extend." Li Yuyao interjected coldly. "What my husband says is correct. The manner in which this matter is handled is rooted in the subtleties of human relationships. You have underestimated the depths of human greed." Upon hearing these words, Yang Lin's eyes brightened. He had long sought someone capable of overseeing the broader picture, and here was the opportunity before him. "My dear, how do you perceive the management of our current enterprises? If entrusted to you, would you be able to offer suggestions?" This question served as a test for her. However, Li Yuyao merely scoffed and shook her head. "You ask me how you are managing? I can only tell you that while your ideas are often commendable, you lack decisiveness and exhibit a certain laziness. Your attention to the management of these enterprises is woefully inadequate, resulting in numerous flaws and chaos." Yang Lin was taken aback. He had merely sought her perspective, curious if she could articulate her thoughts, yet he had not anticipated such a blunt critique of his management skills. "Could you elaborate?" he asked, somewhat defensively. Admittedly, he recognized his own shortcomings. He had not devoted much effort to these enterprises, often delegating authority and merely setting targets for others to achieve. Yet, the growth of these enterprises suggested they were not as dismal as she claimed. "Very well," Li Yuyao spoke coldly. "Firstly, you manage numerous workshops and nearly 1,000 individuals rely on you for their livelihood. Each day presents countless significant and trivial matters. Yet you have yet to establish any regulations or a system for rewards and penalties. Do you realize that within the workshops, there are already individuals exhibiting apathy towards their work? There have even been multiple instances of theft. Some individuals have taken the tofu and paper produced in the workshops, and even the raw materials, back to their own homes." Yang Lin was left speechless, finally coming to a profound understanding. Indeed, in his previous life, even a large enterprise with thousands of employees, or even a small company with just a few dozen, had systems for clocking in, performance metrics, and clear standards for bonuses and penalties. The fact that his current situation had not descended into chaos was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, you are recklessly expanding your recruitment while the preparatory work remains woefully insufficient. If you do not make timely adjustments, do you truly believe that chaos will not arise within a matter of days? A chilling glint flickered in Li Yuyao's eyes. Chapter 157. A Journey with My Wife with a Piercing Insight. Yang Lin nodded thoughtfully. So, my dear, how do you propose we resolve this? Li Yuyao responded. It ultimately depends on the scale you wish to develop. If your ambitions are modest, these issues are not particularly grave. Simply establishing timely regulations and reward-punishment measures would suffice to resolve many concerns. However, should your aspirations lean towards expanding your industry, a more prudent approach is essential. Currently, with nearly 1,000 individuals laboring for you, daily wage expenditures amount to several taels of silver. Yet, the only profitable ventures remain the tofu workshop and the paper mill. Other industries not only fail to yield profit, but also incur substantial daily losses. I recognize the significance of sectors such as construction, road development, mining, and metallurgy. But your enterprise has become unwieldy. Even a substantial fortune cannot withstand such mismanagement. Although we seem affluent with tens of thousands of taels of silver. If this reckless spending continues, such wealth will swiftly diminish. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Although Li Yuyao had yet to discern the future potential of these industries, her observations were not without merit. His desire to excel in every endeavor required an immense investment of human and financial resources. The silver amassed in the warehouse, largely a stroke of good fortune, could not sustain the multitude of enterprises relying solely on the profits from the tofu workshop and the paper mill. It bore resemblance to the cash-burning models prevalent in many internet industries of the past, where initial high investments and market saturation led to a winner-takes-all scenario, leaving the unsuccessful with nothing. He understood now that his ambitions had indeed grown too vast. It was unlikely he would continue to stumble upon windfalls of over 10,000 taels in the future. Relying solely on his current two industries could not possibly support his grand aspirations. I see, Yang Lin declared. I shall make timely adjustments. Adjustments were not complicated. It involved reducing investments in road construction, mining, metallurgy, and design firms, while seeking out more profitable ventures. As for how to generate profit, this was not a challenge for Yang Lin. He had yet to explore lucrative opportunities such as soap and glass production, largely because after earning his initial capital, he found himself financially secure and lacked the motivation to pursue further profits, instead focusing on foundational research. Li Yuyao nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, your successive expansions appear to overlook the issue of food and lodging for your workforce. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, this was a significant concern. He sighed, realizing that he had always been a hands-off manager, neglecting the intricacies of industrial operations. It was only when Li Yuyao highlighted these issues that he recognized the multitude of problems at hand. He had intended to test Li Yuyao's knowledge, yet found himself revealing his own inexperience. My dear, if you were to manage this, what would you do? Yang Lin inquired. Li Yuyao spoke resolutely. If you wish to further expand these enterprises, then construct houses for them to live in and build a communal kitchen to provide sustenance. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yang Lin replied with a grin. Me? Li Yuyao was taken aback. Indeed, I have made my decision. Henceforth, the management of these enterprises shall be entrusted to you, for you are far more suited for this than I am. Yang Lin expressed earnestly. Although he had engaged in business in his previous life and had learned many commercial strategies, he had never overseen such a vast operation. To meticulously manage so many enterprises and individuals was indeed within his capabilities, yet it would be exhausting. Li Yuyao was astonished, not anticipating Yang Lin would arrive at such a conclusion. And what about you? She inquired. As for me, I will oversee the overall direction, innovate, and ensure that our workshop's products maintain a competitive edge. Very well. Li Yuyao clenched her teeth. I will certainly assist you in managing everything. Time flew like a bird, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Early in the morning, under the gentle dawn light, with the sun barely hanging on the horizon and the night's chill still lingering, the villagers of Kuaishan had gathered at the village entrance, awaiting something orderly and solemn. At the Yang residence, the eldest sister, second sister, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu busily loaded their neatly packed belongings onto the cart. Inside, Li Yuyao handed Yang Lin 2 letters. This letter contains the most crucial matter regarding your journey to Suizhou. You must deliver it to a specific individual. Remember, it is imperative that you hand it to that person yourself. As for this letter, you should only read it upon your arrival in Suizhou. I have detailed what you must do and to whom you should deliver it within this letter. These 2 letters must be kept safe, Do not lose them, and ensure no one sees them before they are dispatched, Li Yuyao earnestly instructed as she pressed the letters into Yang Lin's hands. Yang Lin, however, appeared unperturbed. Can I not take a glance? Absolutely not. Li Yuyao's expression turned icy, her tone stern. This letter is of grave importance. You must not read it. The letter meant for you can only be opened in Suizhou. It is for your own good. Very well. Yang Lin shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Is there anything else you wish to convey? He asked. Li Yuyao pondered for a moment, biting her lip. Her face flushed. Take care on your journey. Prioritize your health. I will await your return. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret over her decision. Although this decision was made for his benefit, and despite having prepared a grand surprise for him, all aimed at fostering his swift growth, the sorrow of parting surged within her heart. Yes, you must also take care at home. Earning money is not the most important thing. Cherish your health and do not overexert yourself. Zi, Chini, take good care of your young lady. Yang Lin admonished. Li Yuyao remarked, this time, Zi will accompany you. Zi nodded and immediately stood beside Yang Lin. He was momentarily taken aback, but offered a slight smile, not declining the gesture. With a formidable ally by his side during his travels, he felt a great sense of reassurance. Is there anything else to discuss? If not, I shall set forth, Yang Lin stated. Darling. At that moment, his sister-in-law, Zhou Wan, rushed over, urgently grasping Yang Lin's arm. What is it? May I accompany you? Zhou Wan gazed at Yang Lin with anticipation. My home is in Suizhou. I initially intended to sever ties with my family, but upon hearing of the turmoil there, I cannot help but feel concerned. I wish to return and see for myself. With that, Zhou Wan lowered her head. Very well, let us go, Yang Lin replied without hesitation, taking Zhou Wan's hand. He had prepared thoroughly for this journey, and bringing her along would pose no inconvenience. Moreover, having a wife by his side would ensure he would not feel lonely along the way. Chapter 158. A misfortune befalls the lady. As Yang Lin's carriage appeared at the village entrance, the villagers who had long awaited its arrival parted to create a path, gazing solemnly at Yang Lin atop the carriage. Suddenly, someone shouted, Master, return soon. The others joined in chorus, Return soon. We await your return. In an instant, the air was filled with their fervent cries. Yang Lin leaped down from the carriage and waved to the crowd. Zhong Tao approached and nodded. Everything is prepared. We can depart at any moment. He then inquired, but where are Mr. Kong and the others? A glance around revealed the absence of Kong Chiu and his 4 disciples. It was then that Li Yuyao, who had come to bid farewell, remarked, They left ahead of you yesterday. What? Yang Lin exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. They wouldn't be deceiving me, would they? If they have departed without heading to Suizhou, then what shall I do upon my arrival there? Li Yuyao rolled her eyes. Do you think Mr. Kong and the others are the sort to go back on their word? Rest assured, I arranged everything with them yesterday. They set off early to prepare the way for you. By the time you arrive in Suizhou, everything will be mostly resolved. Yang Lin's lips twitched. If everything is resolved, what is the purpose of my journey? He found himself at a loss regarding the intentions of his wife. Had he not already surmised her identity and sensed that her plans held significant meaning, he would not have traveled such a long distance. Very well. I shall disregard them for now. Just as Yang Lin was about to give the order to depart, a young woman suddenly dashed forth from the crowd. What brings you here? Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyan running toward him, Yang Lin hastily stepped forward to steady her. This girl had suffered grave injuries before, barely escaping with her life. Though she was now on the mend, he had intended to keep his departure a secret to avoid troubling her, yet she had come regardless. Take me with you, please, Lu Xiaoyan implored, her eyes filled with hope. Just as he was about to refuse, she quickly added, Do you remember when you once said you would take me away to soar high and far? Gathering her courage, Lu Xiaoyan grasped Yang Lin's arm, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yang Lin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and gazing into her pitiable eyes, he found it difficult to utter a rejection. Indeed, he had made such a promise long ago, but that was an age past. Moreover, this matter, well, it could be considered his responsibility. At that time, it was due to the Lu family's disapproval that they had contemplated eloping. Yet now, he was merely stepping out for a brief journey, not departing forever. Xiaoyan, your injuries are not fully healed. Stay home and recuperate. I shall return shortly, Yang Lin gently counseled. However, Lu Xiaoyan shook her head. I am well and truly recovered. I can manage. I want to accompany you and see the world. The prospect of exploring the world made it increasingly difficult for Yang Lin to refuse her request. Observing her complexion, Lu Qiaoyan turned to Lu Zhangshi and Lu Liang, who had already prepared her travel bundle, indicating that her family was not only aware of her departure, but also supportive of it. Very well, but you must behave on the journey and refrain from wandering. Lu Qiaoyan immediately beamed with a smile, obediently nodding her head. As Yang Lin helped Lu Qiaoyan into the carriage, he glanced at Liu Yao, only to find that the Empress's expression remained unchanged. Brother, Xiaoju squeezed her way over. You are the pillar of our family and must stay at home. Without waiting for a response, Yang Lin quickly interjected. Ever since the establishment of the tofu workshop, Xiaoju had been in charge of the accounts, and no one was more familiar with the financial matters of the various workshops than she. He realized that if he departed and took her along, their mother would struggle alone. Han Mingzhu pouted. A pillar is a pillar. What do you mean by a small pillar? All right. I just wanted to ask if your journey will pass through Nanyang. It won't. Yang Lin shook his head. This time, we are heading to Suizhou, and the planned route will take us south after leaving Jianghe County, passing through Zhou County. Noticing her eager little eyes, Yang Lin understood she also missed home. He had promised her that when the opportunity arose, he would go to Nanyang to fetch her mother, and it was clear she had kept that promise close to her heart. Ruffling the little one's hair, he spoke earnestly. Although it may be perilous to seize the magistrate's wife, I can take a detour to Nanyang on my return. Yes. Han Mingzhu eagerly nodded her head. Is everyone ready? If we don't set off soon, the sun will have set. Yang Lin leaped onto the carriage, waving to the women behind him and the villagers on either side. At that moment, the sun had just risen, painting the wide road out of the village with a golden hue, and everyone was amused by Yang Lin's remarks. Laughter filled the air as they waved. Yet unbeknownst to them, tears began to trickle down their cheeks. Liu Yao clenched her fists, whispering in a voice only she could hear. You must return safely. Yang Lin's carriage led the way, followed by 19 carts laden with grain and supplies, and behind them was a contingent of 500 men led by Zhong Tao. Though it was merely 500 men, the entire procession appeared formidable, with no end in sight. This newly established group was named the 2nd Defense Team of Kaoshan Village by Yang Lin. While the name may sound unrefined, their equipment was undeniably formidable. Each member wielded a long spear forged from steel. The spear's greatest advantage lay in its length and sharpness, making it capable of piercing through any armor, even leather. Additionally, 20 core members of the defense team were equipped with crossbows, having specially prepared 3,000 iron crossbow bolts and 500 steel crossbow bolts for this expedition. This team, comprising spear wielders and crossbowmen, had the potential to form a Macedonian phalanx when paired with shield bearers, transforming into an unstoppable machine of destruction in critical moments. However, this time, the journey may not involve combat. The distance is considerable, and carrying heavy burdens is impractical. Additionally, due to the hurried preparations, not many shields were brought along, each person armed with either a long spear or a crossbow for a lighter expedition. By midday, the large group had already arrived at Jianghe County. They found an open area to light a fire and prepare a meal while resting. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by Z, ventured into Jianghe County. Although it had not been long since their last departure, communication in this era is inconvenient, and messages from the county to the village are rarely conveyed. Thus, they remained unaware of the well-being of Sanjia, Samai, Wumai, and Lumai, who stayed behind in the county. Upon entering the city, Yang Lin headed to a grain shop managed by Wumai. This establishment had a rear residence, and Yang Lin was aware that Wumai lived there. However, upon entering, he encountered only a shopkeeper, with no sign of Wumai. Where is the owner? He inquired. The shopkeeper, unfamiliar with Yang Lin, simply shook his head and replied, The owner is not here. Who are you? Just then, a battered figure burst through the door, shouting, Madam is in trouble. Quickly seek assistance from the security team. Chapter 159. I can confide in you a great secret. What is it, my lady? What has happened? The individual who rushed in was one of the members of the security team. Yang Lin quickly seized him and inquired. At that moment, the man reached Yang Lin and immediately rushed forward, preparing to kneel. Master, please save Madame Wu. She has been deceived by Wang Yuanwei and taken to the Bazin-Lu. It is my failure. I could not protect her. Quickly, lead the way. Without waiting for the man to finish, Yang Lin grasped him and hurried out. On the way, Yang Lin learned the predicament. It turned out that after taking over the shops, fifth sister's business had been persistently poor. Particularly, the grain merchant Wang Yuanwei, upon discovering that the proprietor was a beautiful woman, set his sights on fifth sister, inviting her to dinner under the pretext of discussing business several times. Fifth sister, aware of his ill intentions, reluctantly agreed to dine with Wang Yuanwei due to threats regarding the supply, bringing along a member of the security team for protection. However, shortly after arriving at the Bazanlu, Wang Yuanwei revealed his true colors, concocting a reason to have his subordinates beat the security member and expel him. Ride this horse and go outside the city to summon help, Yang Lin instructed the security member. The man was taken aback and quickly asked, "Master, who should I call?" "Head west from the city. You will know whom to find." Without further explanation, Yang Lin handed the horse to the security member and hastened towards the Bazanlu. The Bazanlu was a renowned tavern in the county town. He had dined there not long ago, and it was not far from their location. Soon, Yang Lin and Zi arrived at the Bazanlu, ascended to the second floor, and made their way directly to a private room. At the entrance of the room, two towering guards immediately blocked their path. "Stop! Who goes there?" The guards gripped their sword hilts, glaring fiercely at Yang Lin and Zi. Zi glanced at Yang Lin, who nodded slightly. In the next instant, the two formidable guards were sent flying. Bang! Yang Lin kicked open the door to the private room. Inside, fifth sister had retreated to the corner. Her eyes filled with despair as she glared at the rotund Wang Yuanwei before her. "Do not come any closer. My husband is Yang Lin. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go." Fifth sister trembled, wielding a chopstick defensively. "You mean that audacious Yang Lin? Huh, I certainly know him. His exploits are already common knowledge throughout the county. However, my dear lady, do you believe that Jianghe County is still under his control? Even if he were here, he could not protect you. He himself is on a path to demise. Do you know why I have come to Jianghe? Let me tell you. Yang Lin has offended someone he cannot contend with. He is doomed. No one can save him. Do you really think that a mere country bumpkin, emboldened by a moment's courage, can stir up any trouble? Huh. In truth, a person of great stature can effortlessly extinguish life with merely a gentle pinch of two fingers, akin to crushing an ant. My dear lady, given your modest beauty, why not become my concubine? I, Wang, shall ensure you revel in exquisite delicacies, adorned in endless silks and satins, basking in unparalleled wealth and grandeur." Wang, with an air of pride, raised his head high, thumping his chest, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. In his eyes, this enchanting maiden was already within his grasp. The fifth sister, upon hearing such words, was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, she pointed the chopstick she held towards her own neck. "If you dare come any closer, I shall end my life." Trembling, her hands shook, yet her gaze remained resolute. However, as Wang drew nearer, despair clouded her eyes, and her heart was engulfed in sorrow. "My beloved, I am sorry. I cannot accompany you to the end. How I wish to do something to aid you. Alas, I am but a useless being, incapable of managing even this trivial matter, leading to such a fate. What a pity indeed. How unfortunate that we have not yet truly wed, that we could not wait for our new home to be completed, that I am a person of little fortune, having exhausted my good luck after our encounter. My beloved, wait for me in the next life." The fifth sister cried out, tightening her grip on the chopsticks as she prepared to strike her throat. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from outside the door, followed by the sound of the room's door being forcefully kicked open. The face that haunted her dreams, the figure she had seen in visions, appeared before her. My beloved, with tears she had been holding back finally spilling forth, she recognized that she was safe. There was no longer a need to feign strength or harbor fears. The chopsticks fell to the ground as she rushed into that warm embrace, weeping unabashedly. "I thought I would never see you again." "Shoo," Yang Lin soothed, gently patting the fifth sister's back. "Do not fear, I have come." "Yes, yes." She nodded vigorously. "Do not fear, I am here." Those simple 6 words became her sky, her pillar of support. Wang, infuriated, shouted, "Who dares? Someone, throw this person out." Yet, outside the room, there was silence. It was only then that Wang's expression shifted dramatically, his surprise evident. You are Yang Lin?" Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, ignoring Wang, and directly addressed Zi. "Break his legs." "Understood." Zi, unarmed, advanced towards Wang. At that moment, Wang finally realized the gravity of the situation and hastily retreated. "What do you intend to do? Do Do you know who I am? The county magistrate of Pingyuan is my cousin. Yang Lin, do not act impulsively. I know you possess certain abilities. But do you realize how many wish to see you dead? If you cooperate with me, I can ensure your safety. Yang Lin remained unresponsive, while Ziyun exhibited no hesitation. Suddenly, two sharp cracks resonated, followed by a wailing akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, my leg. Yang Lin, I shall kill you. I swear to take your life. Wang Yuanwei cried in agony, collapsing to the ground, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yang Lin furrowed his brow. I find myself somewhat regretting this. Zi, do you dare to commit murder? Shall we eliminate him? That can be arranged. Zi replied with an air of indifference. Yang Lin nodded. This man possesses a modicum of courage. He has already harbored thoughts of killing me. If I do not eliminate him today, he will surely seek vengeance in the future. It is far wiser to eradicate this threat at its roots. Zi acknowledged with a nod and turned to leave once more. Wang Yuanwei was immediately struck with terror. No, please. Yang Lin, do you not realize the fate that awaits you if you kill me? My cousin will not let you go. You cannot take my life. I beg of you, spare me. I can reveal a great secret to you. Chapter 160. Are you inciting rebellion? Perhaps sensing the specter of death, Wang Yuanwei not only acquiesced in fear, but also wept bitterly, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing the mention of a secret, Zi cast a glance towards Yang Lin. I am not interested, Yang Lin replied coolly. Wang Yuanwei was taken aback. As Zi prepared to take action, he hastily cried out, this secret concerns you. A coalition of forces is conspiring against you. They intend not only to kill you, but also to annihilate your village. Wang Yuanwei shouted desperately. Yang Lin furrowed his brow. Continue. Can you promise to spare me? Wang Yuanwei stammered. Yang Lin nodded. If the information you provide is valuable, I shall let you go. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Wang Yuanwei finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly divulged. It is County Magistrate Wu. Recently, he has recruited 2 groups of bandits from outside and allied with several small gangs within Jianghe County, amassing 200 men, planning to attack Kaoshan village tomorrow. He seeks to capture you alive while slaughtering everyone else. Yang Lin's eyes narrowed. How do you know such confidential matters? I have facilitated contact with one of the bandit groups. Their provisions and weapons were supplied by me. Truly, everything I say is genuine. Several bandit leaders have already arrived in the city and are currently at a manor owned by County Magistrate Wu. Fearing Yang Lin's disbelief, Wang Yuanwei recounted numerous details, the mastermind behind the scheme, the covert plotting, and the intended actions, all laid bare. The more Yang Lin listened, the colder his gaze became. Is there more? Yang Lin inquired. Wang Yuanwei paused, racking his brain to ensure he had omitted nothing, before shaking his head. That is all I know. Yang Lin nodded and said to Zi, end his life. Without hesitation, Zi drew her soft sword. Wang Yuanwei's face paled in horror, desperation glinting in his eyes. You promised to spare me. How can you go back on your word? Yang Lin scoffed. A gentleman's word is unbreakable, yet I am no gentleman. Moreover, integrity is not a concept to be shared with scum like you. You dare to bully my woman. Did you truly believe you could live? Yang Lin's gaze was frigid. Without further ado, Zi swiftly severed his throat. In an instant, Wang Yuanwei's eyes turned to ash. Zi, unfazed by Yang Lin's apparent breach of promise, believed that those destined for greatness should not be fettered by trivialities. To harbor the intent to kill yet abstain from doing so was not integrity. It was merely folly. Yang Lin embraced Wu Mei, shielding her from the splatter of blood. Let us depart. He had not intended to act so decisively, but upon learning of County Magistrate Wu's plans, he understood that this matter was destined to escalate. Just as Yang Lin shielded Wu Mei and stepped out of the tavern under Zi's protection, Wang Yuanwei's guards, accompanied by a cohort of officials, charged forward. There they are. Do not let them escape. The guards shouted. The officials surged forward, encircling Yang Lin and his companions. The leading constable, a familiar figure, was none other than Zhang Wu, the very man who had once extorted 1,300 coins from him. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Zhang Wu momentarily froze, instinctively recoiling, yet in the next instant, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, as if a sinister thought had crossed his mind. Zhang Wu, once a trusted aide of the Zhou family, had been unsettled ever since their downfall. Although Yang Lin had not taken direct action against him, the unease lingered. It was not until County Magistrate Wu approached him, insinuating that if he eliminated Yang Lin, he would be appointed as the chief clerk of the criminal court, that Zhang Wu saw a glimmer of hope. He was aware of Wu's intentions to deal with Yang Lin. However, he had not anticipated encountering Yang Lin today, and with only two frail women by his side, dark intentions began to brew within him. By eliminating Yang Lin, not only could he earn significant merit in the eyes of the magistrate, but he also recalled the enchanting beauty he once desired, which fueled his resentment. The guards of Wang Yuanwei knew of the prowess of the figure clad in purple. Upon seeing them emerge, they hastily inquired from a distance about the whereabouts of their master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu's eyes sparkled with a wicked delight as he shouted, "Ah, Yang Lin, in broad daylight, you dare to slay Wang Yuanwei. How audacious! Now that we've caught you, let us see where you can flee. Surrender yourself willingly." "Zhang Wu, is it?" Yang Lin squinted, vaguely recalling the name. "You are the one who deceived me out of my money. I have yet to settle that score with you. And as for you lot, since I have already killed Wang Yuanwei, what is a few more deaths to me? Do you truly wish to follow Zhang Wu to your demise?" Yang Lin's gaze swept across the constables before him. There were scarcely 10 of them, and with the presence of the figure in purple, he felt emboldened. Yet, Zhang Wu was taken aback. Wang Yuanwei was already dead? He was unaware that Yang Lin had indeed slain Wang Yuanwei. He had merely intended to frame Yang Lin with false accusations to secure his capture. Now, he was astonished to discover that Yang Lin had audaciously committed murder against Wang Yuanwei, who was the cousin of the provincial governor. Did Yang Lin possess a death wish? Noticing the apprehension among the constables, who seemed to waver in their resolve, Zhang Wu, though gripped by fear, steeled his heart and shouted, "Yang Lin has committed murder. If we do not apprehend him today, he will not spare us. Brothers, they are few, and we are many. We hold the advantage. Let us charge together. Forward." With that, Zhang Wu led the charge. Perhaps his words instigated a response, as the constables, their faces contorted with fury, surged forward. Most of them were once loyal to the Zhou and Zhao families, accustomed to bullying and arrogance. Having been subjugated by Yang Lin for some time, they were filled with fear and resentment, and now, seizing this opportunity, they rallied to eliminate Yang Lin, just as Zhang Wu had envisioned. Yang Lin reached for his lower back, where his secret weapon lay concealed. However, before he could unveil his secret weapon, the figure in purple had already appeared before him like the wind. With a graceful twist of her soft sword, blood splattered from the chest of a constable. Swiftly, with a series of precise strikes, several constables fell to the ground. The purple-clad warrior danced with her sword, her movements flowing like water, elegant yet lethal, with each thrust claiming blood. The remaining constables, who were still shouting and rushing forward, were taken aback to see their comrades lying motionless on the ground. In an instant, one of them was so terrified that he wet himself. Observing that the individual in purple could effortlessly handle the situation, Yang Lin finally withdrew his hand, embracing his companion, and engaged in light-hearted banter. Zhang Wu, trembling in astonishment, managed to suppress his fear and exclaimed, "Yang Lin, how dare you kill constables in broad daylight? Are you inciting rebellion?" Just then, the urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. Chapter 161. Who is the true sovereign of Jianghe County? Zhang Wu initially believed that reinforcements had arrived, and a wave of excitement surged through him. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar faces atop the majestic steeds, his heart sank at the sight of the leader, Zhong Tao. He was instantly rendered speechless. "Master, we have arrived." Zhong Tao's voice resonated with an ominous intent. Shortly thereafter, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, a sea of dark figures encircling them, leaving no room for escape. A multitude of long spears and crossbows glinted menacingly, exuding an air of lethal intent. The entire contingent of 500 had indeed assembled. Zhang Wu was left in a state of shock, witnessing the sudden emergence of this formidable force. His legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed before Yang Lin. "I was wrong. Please spare me, he begged, desperation coating his words. "Wu County Magistrate seeks to harm you. I will divulge all that I know." Trembling uncontrollably, he reached out to cling to Yang Lin's leg, but Yang Lin merely kicked him away. "There's no need for that. The information you possess has already been conveyed to me by Wang Yuanwei." Zhang Wu's heart plummeted. He knew everything. This meant that he had become utterly worthless. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The once boisterous Yamen runners who had charged in with him now appeared deflated, some trembling, others wetting themselves, as an unpleasant odor began to permeate the air. And Zhang Ping? Yang Lin inquired coldly, fixing Zhang Wu with a piercing gaze. Zhang Ping, a nonpartisan clerk from the criminal office, had previously aligned with Yang Lin during a raid in the county, which had led to Yang Lin facilitating his promotion. For Wu County Magistrate to shake off control, he needed to regain command over the 3 classes of Yamen runners, and Zhang Ping was pivotal in this scheme. Yang Lin intended for Zhang Ping to become his ally, but given the current circumstances, it seemed Zhang Ping had. He has been captured by Wu County Magistrate and is imprisoned, Zhang Wu hurriedly explained, spilling all he knew in hope that this information might secure his life. Yang Lin, taken aback yet increasingly infuriated, realized that Zhang Ping was indeed a tough nut to crack. Wu County Magistrate sought to reassert authority over him, but Zhang Ping resisted, enduring torture without yielding. With a deep exhale, Yang Lin commanded, "To the troops. Move out towards the county jail. Onward." Zhong Tao echoed, waving his hand, just as Zhang Wu and the others thought they were in the clear. "Take them along." Yang Lin pointed at them. Zhang Wu was left dumbfounded. The Yamen runners and the 2 guards of Wang Yuanwei were all captured, escorted by the main force toward the prison. When faced with Yang Lin's command, Zhong Tao had no reservations. Yet as the troops truly advanced towards the county jail, he leaned in to caution Yang Lin softly, "Master, if we raid the county jail, it will indeed be tantamount to rebellion." Zhong Tao was indifferent to the prospect of rebellion. His sole concern was that Yang Lin might act impulsively. Although there had been considerable commotion previously, those matters were trivial and manageable. However, an attempt to raid the county jail was an entirely different matter. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation," Yang Lin stated calmly. He felt a sense of gratification that Zhong Tao could consider such factors. The ability to think critically and comprehend the larger picture were commendable traits. He did not wish for his subordinates to be mere brutes devoid of intellect. "Sir." Wu Mei nestled in Yang Lin's embrace, visibly frightened. Today, in her moment of peril, Yang Lin had appeared before her like a celestial being, swiftly vanquishing several adversaries and subsequently leading a formidable force of hundreds. Now, they were poised to storm the county jail. The series of unforeseen events had left her in a daze, her hands instinctively tightening around Yang Lin. "Are you afraid?" Yang Lin gently stroked her back. "Yes." Wu Mei tightened her grip even more. "Tell me about the events that have transpired during this time." Noticing her anxiety, Yang Lin aimed to help her alleviate her tension. However, upon hearing Wu Mei's account, Yang Lin's fury ignited. It turned out that after his departure, particularly during the 2 days following Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao's exit from the county office, rumors had spread throughout the town that Yang Lin had fled. Many traders, as if in collusion, began to deliberately create difficulties for the local shops, resulting in a significant decline in business. Even the shopkeepers had been insincere, showing outward compliance while exerting minimal effort. In recent days, several shopkeepers had ceased appearing altogether, leaving only Wu Mei and a newly hired assistant to barely sustain operations, which were abysmally poor. These scoundrels. Yang Lin's gaze turned increasingly frigid. "This is my fault. I underestimated them," he remarked coldly. The entrenched elite in the county had been manipulated by various families, forming a web of vested interests. He had believed that by controlling the county's military force, the county magistrate, and internal affairs, he could dominate the entire town. Ultimately, he had been overly simplistic in his thinking. Whether it was the magistrate or the now-defunct Zhou and Zhao families, they were merely cogs in this machinery of interests. He had only addressed a few pivotal points. Yet the network of interests remained intact. His very existence disrupted the balance of others' profits. Thus, in his absence, adversaries would inevitably seek to create trouble for him. Furthermore, there were those who sought to eradicate him completely. For instance, did County Magistrate Wu's gathering of bandits to eliminate him and destroy his stronghold truly reflect only his personal intentions? No. In the eyes of these vested interests, he had become a target to be swiftly eliminated. The consensus to eliminate him had already formed among them. Otherwise, how could they have taken such actions against his business in recent days? "Tao Gu, send someone to the various shops and summon the 3rd madam, 4th madam, and 6th madam." "Understood." Zhong Tao made the arrangements. "5th sister, you should head to the carriage first. 2nd sister and Xiao Yuan are already there," Yang Lin instructed. With a gentle nod, fifth sister obediently climbed onto the carriage. Yang Lin's gaze was piercing, fixed coldly on the direction of the county office, murmuring to himself, "It appears the previous punishment was insufficiently severe. This time, I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of pain." Meanwhile, within the confines of the county jail, Zhang Ping was suspended from a torture device, his body marred with numerous crimson marks, a testament to his suffering. Crack! A whip lashed out, instantly adding another vivid scar to his already battered form. The officer wielding the whip regarded him with contempt, maliciously declaring, "Zhang Ping, who do you think you are? How dare you reject the kindness offered to you? The magistrate has graciously extended an opportunity, and you ought to be grateful. Yet, you remain ungrateful." Seduced by that Yang Lin's deceitful words, "Do you still dare to oppose the magistrate? He has commanded me to teach you a proper lesson, to make you understand who truly holds power in Jianghe County." Chapter 162, Yang Lin, who disdains killing Ba? If you want to kill, just kill. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Zhang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood and closed his eyes. He had long been intolerant of the gentry's oppression of the common folk and had refrained from aligning himself with either side, choosing instead to remain solitary. It was only upon encountering Yang Lin that he sensed a genuine lack of desire in him to exploit the people. Working alongside such an individual brought him a sense of peace. Moreover, Yang Lin treated him with sincerity and kindness, and Zhang Ping did not wish to be a duplicitous person. Thus, from the day he chose to follow Yang Lin, he had firmly resolved to stand by him. Even if the rumors were true and Yang Lin were to truly fall into the hands of those powerful figures, leaving him unable to save himself, he would have no regrets. He understood well that County Magistrate Wu's attempt to court him was merely a ploy to exploit his influence among the less morally bankrupt officials. Once he had served his purpose, Wu would not let him off easily. "Damn it, acting tough with me." Seeing Zhang Ping remain unyielding, the officials lashed out with their whips once more. With each crack of the whip, bloodied welts appeared in increasing numbers. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, only managing to emit muffled groans. "Zhang Ping, oh Zhang Ping, I have never liked you. While you handle your duties, your brothers reap the benefits. Yet you refuse to share? Look at their leader, indulging his brothers in luxury and wealth, while we follow you for mere scraps of salary. You may consider yourself noble and exceptional, but what about us? Are we destined to suffer in poverty alongside you? Who would have thought that you, Zhang, would find yourself in such a predicament? You used to criticize and chastise me? Humph, your day has come." Crack! The officials gritted their teeth, and the sound of the whip echoed again. Zhang Ping, in despair, shut his eyes. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside the cell, as if a multitude was approaching at a rapid pace. As the footsteps grew closer, Zhang Ping opened his eyes. The officials also turned, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. Who are you?" A large group of individuals wielding long spears surged into the narrow corridor of the jail, effectively sealing it off. Cornered at the forefront was the trembling jailer. "Please, don't kill me. I am merely following orders," the jailer stammered as he opened the door, pleading for mercy. With a loud clang, the cell door swung open. At that moment, the crowd parted to reveal Yang Lin stepping forth. "I have arrived late." Yang Lin, flanked by his purple-clad guards, entered the prison, his gaze falling upon the battered Zhang Ping, and his emotions grew increasingly complex. The official still clutching the whip was rendered completely motionless, the whip inadvertently slipping from his grasp. Yang Lin, please, don't come closer," the official stammered, retreating with trembling steps, his voice tinged with a quiver of impending tears. Yang Lin, however, did not even glance at him. He strode directly to Zhang Ping, drew a dagger from his waist, and severed the ropes binding him. Accepting a piece of clothing handed over by a bystander, he draped it over Zhang Ping's shoulders. "You have suffered." A wave of discomfort washed over Yang Lin. Perhaps having witnessed too many deceptions in his past life, he had never placed faith in unwavering loyalty. Rather than trust and fidelity, he believed that relationships based on mutual benefit were far more reliable. Thus, he maintained a guarded stance towards Zhang Ping, Song Qian, Huang Feng. Indeed, everyone he had stationed in the county. Yet at this moment, seeing the wounds on Zhang Ping's body, Yang Lin realized that in this simple world, there existed a spirit that had long been lost in the opulence of his previous life. "Your Grace," Zhang Ping exclaimed, overwhelmed, as he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He truly had not anticipated that Yang Lin would come to his rescue. Yang Lin hurriedly helped him to his feet, shaking his head. "Do not call me your grace any longer. Refer to me as boss." "Yes, boss," Zhang Ping replied, his voice filled with excitement. In that instant, it felt as though a fire had ignited within him, as if he had rediscovered something precious that he had lost. Yang Lin personally supported Zhang Ping as they exited the prison. Witnessing Zhang Ping being led away by Yang Lin, the jailer opened his mouth in disbelief, suppressing his fear as he shouted, "Yang Lin, are you attempting to rebel? If you dare take him out, you are doomed." "Rebel?" Yang Lin shook his head. "It is County Magistrate Wu who has sent me to retrieve him. How could that be called rebellion?" "What?" The jailer was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. "That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The magistrate would rather see you dead. Capturing Zhang Ping was a means to deal with you. So how could he allow you to take him away?" "Oh, I almost forgot. I have yet to obtain the magistrate's order." Yang Lin's eyes flickered with a cold glint. Ignoring the jailer, he waved his hand. Zhang Wu and the others were immediately shoved inside, and the cell door was locked. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Wu and the others dared not resist. They had been thoroughly intimidated. Meanwhile, the jailer who had whipped Zhang Wu remained in the dark. Upon seeing the door locked, he panicked and began to shout, "Open the door! Open the door! Yang Lin, I warn you, your arrogance cannot last long. One day, when you fall into my hands, I will make you wish for death but find no escape." The jailer shouted through gritted teeth, convinced that County Magistrate Wu would surely bring about Yang Lin's demise, allowing him to exact his revenge. The thought of imprisoning Yang Lin and inflicting punishment upon him made a sinister smile creep across his face. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, turning around with a sense of resignation. "Alas, I am a man who favors reason, never one for bloodshed. Yet, since you have threatened me so boldly, if I do not eliminate you, would it not be a disgrace?" He then waved his hand towards Zhong Tao, commanding, "Dispose of him." Zhong Tao nodded and inquired, "Is it just him, or is it all of them?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu and the others were instantly struck with terror, hastily dropping to their knees, bowing their heads, and wailing in supplication, cursing the recently fallen constable 100 times in their hearts. "You brought this upon yourself. Don't drag us down with you." Yang Lin, with a tone of earnestness, remarked, "Brother Tao, I have always stated that I am a reasonable person who abhors taking life. How could I possibly slaughter so many at once? I merely eliminated the one who sought vengeance against me. He had already intended to retaliate by preemptively striking him down. I deprived him of the chance for reprisal. That seems quite justifiable, does it not?" The corners of Zhong Tao's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Is this what you call abhorring murder?" There were originally a dozen constables, and now only 5 remain. However, Zhong Tao refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The constable who had been so vociferous moments ago was now utterly dumbfounded, observing the fearful expressions of Zhang Wu and the others. He belatedly recognized that he seemed to have erred in his judgments. The remaining individuals would face legal repercussions shortly. As for now, Yang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly declared, "Come, let us take lives." Thus spoke Yang Lin, who purportedly detested killing. Chapter 163, The Bloodbath in Kaoshan Village. Zhong Tao inquired, "Master, where shall we go now?" Yang Lin replied coldly, "Of course, we shall seek out County Magistrate Wu. The essence of warfare lies in swiftness. And now that I have stirred commotion in the county town, it will not be long before Magistrate Wu learns of the events here. Thus, we must reach him before he has the chance to react." However, as Yang Lin and his companions emerged from the county jail, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The streets outside the jail were thronged with countless citizens. Upon seeing Yang Lin and the others, someone in the crowd shouted, "We beseech the noble lord to take our side." This cry was soon echoed by many. "We beseech the noble lord to take our side." Some citizens knelt down. One after another, more and more individuals, like a cascade of dominoes, fell to their knees, fervently exclaiming, "We beseech the noble lord to take our side." At that moment, a member of the security team hurriedly approached and whispered, "Master, these people are those who followed us earlier. They learned of your recent act of retribution against the corrupt officials, and many are grateful to you for avenging them. More are hoping that you can stand for them and punish the corrupt officials." Yang Lin let out a deep sigh. So much injustice has accumulated over time, with no one to uphold their cause. My appearance has given them hope. prompting them to gather here to seek my intervention. Please rise. If you have grievances, speak freely. Young Lin called out. To be frank, I have come here today with the intent to exact vengeance. Though I am not an official, I cannot bear to see the common people suffer. Life is difficult. Why should they be oppressed by corrupt officials? Today, I shall boldly act on your behalf to restore justice and cleanse Jianghe County of its corruption. Upon hearing these words, the citizens grew even more fervent. Those still kneeling did not rise. Instead, they bowed their heads repeatedly before Young Lin. Noble Lord, your righteousness deserves the title of master. It was unclear who first uttered this phrase, but soon countless voices joined in, chanting, Master of righteousness. Tears welled in the eyes of the people, their emotions overwhelming. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. In the great Qin dynasty, the term master does not merely denote a man, as it might in a past life. Instead, it is a title of immense respect, signifying knowledge and wisdom, often reserved for esteemed elders of learning and virtue. Compared to the title of noble lord, master carries greater weight and highlights deeper reverence. Master, my son went up the mountain last year to hunt a wolf, intending to sell its pelt at the market. However, he was accosted by the patrolling officer Zhang Wu, who not only refused to pay for the pelt, but also broke my son's leg. I implore you to seek justice for my son. Master, I am from Li Family Village on the outskirts of the town. The county magistrate has seized our home to construct a manor, forcibly evicting my entire family. Our house has been demolished, and we are now homeless. Please, master, stand for me. My mother, aged 60, suffers from a leg ailment, yet ventures into the market to sell vegetables, supplementing our household income. However, she is subjected to exorbitant taxes by the officials. For 10 coins worth of vegetables, a tax of 50 coins is demanded. Unable to pay this extortionate levy, my mother has her produce seized. In her struggle to reclaim what is rightfully hers, she is violently kicked to the ground by the cruel official, and from that moment on, she is unable to rise again. Despite my repeated attempts to seek justice in the county court, I have only endured punishment at the hands of the magistrate, leaving me with no recourse. I implore you, esteemed sir, to advocate for my cause. An increasing number of people come forth, lamenting their grievances. One story after another, as the tales of woe multiply, the faces of the guards grow increasingly indignant. Particularly outrageous are the acts of bullying and oppression that defy all reason. Young Lin's anger swells further. In a time of peace, even the most egregious misdeeds were rare, treated as mere curiosities for discussion. Yet now, the multitude of common folk, each recounting their injustices, have made their suffering an all too common occurrence, unfolding daily before our eyes. Initially, Yang Lin believed himself to be a person of sufficient ruthlessness and rationality, driven solely by self-interest. Whether it was the destruction of the Zhou family or the Zhao family, or his current endeavors, all were for his own gain. Even extending a helping hand was merely a trivial act. As long as he thrived, nothing else mattered. But now, as he listens to the heartfelt grievances of the people, Yang Lin realizes that to remain untainted in such a corrupt world, one must either lack the ability or possess a heart of stone, and he cannot turn a blind eye to all of this. Everyone, please rise. Let us proceed to the county court. I shall seek justice for you all, even without the people's plea. Yang Lin had already resolved to thoroughly rectify the abuses of the county's noble families. At this moment, he is determined to eradicate the roots of this corruption. The grand procession swiftly makes its way to the county court. Along the journey, Yang Lin issues a series of commands, and one by one, small teams discreetly depart from the main force, heading in various directions. What is happening? Why are there so many people? Do you not know? That tofu lord has returned. It is said that he is here to punish the corrupt officials once more. Is he the one who eradicated the Zhou and Zhao families? How splendid. Indeed. I had heard he was forced to flee by the magistrate days ago. I thought Jianghe County would revert to its former state. Who knows which family will be struck this time? Struck? They deserve their comeuppance. None of those officials are virtuous. Even if they were all executed, none would be wronged. Shu, tread carefully. On either side of the street, countless citizens remain oblivious to the unfolding events, yet upon witnessing the formidable march towards the county court, they sense that something significant is about to transpire. In the outskirts of the county, within the Zheng family estate, at the banquet table, the Li Zhang, and Wu families gather, The major clans of the county assembling together, led by the Zheng family, toasting and celebrating with mirth. Zheng Feng, the head of the Zheng family, raises his glass and coldly declares, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust none of you wish to be burdened by that troublesome commoner." The audacity of the Yang surname to strike against Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei signifies that he would not regard us with any measure of respect. If we do not take preemptive action to eliminate him, we may well find ourselves following in the unfortunate footsteps of the Zhou and Zhao families. Fortunately, with County Magistrate Wu taking the initiative and uniting various forces, Yang Lin's demise is assured. Now, Zheng Feng's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized each individual present, a sinister smile gracing his lips. It is now up to you all to decide. Confronting Yang Lin is not merely a matter for one family. He is a common adversary to us all. Lord Wu has resolved to cleanse Kaoshan village by blood tomorrow. Do not hold me accountable for my forewarnings. Should any family refuse to lend their strength, there shall be no place for them in Jianghe County in the future. Chapter 164. I am not a murderer. Everyone understood that Zheng Feng was demanding their allegiance. Engaging in this nefarious act together would ensure they could share the spoils in the future. Zhang Tianbao from the Zhang family coldly remarked, "Brother Zheng is correct. Yang Lin is a man of great ambition. As long as he lives, we shall not enjoy our lives." The Zhang family is willing to send 10 men to cleanse Kaoshan village. The Li family is also prepared to contribute 10 men. "Very well, let it be 10 men," declared Lu Dashan of the Lu family. The others readily agreed. "Excellent." Zheng Feng sneered. "I have heard that Yang Lin possesses 10 wives, each as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Perhaps we can leave some of these beauties alive." Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open. Zheng Feng was about to express his anger when a throng of individuals armed with long guns and crossbows surged in. "Intruders! Intruders!" Zheng Feng shouted. Yet, after calling for a while, none of his subordinates appeared. The heads of the families within the room turned pale. "I am the head of the Zheng family. Who are you to behave so insolently?" Zheng Feng glared fiercely at the intruders. "We are the security brigade, here on orders." "Come with us," came the reply. The faces of the family heads changed dramatically. Yang Lin's men. They exchanged terrified glances, looking to Zheng Feng for guidance. The name Security Brigade had become renowned throughout the county, and with their arrival, it was clear that Yang Lin was not far behind. After a fleeting moment of shock, Zheng Feng quickly regained his composure and furiously pointed at the intruders, admonishing, in broad daylight, under the heavens, "How dare you invade a private residence? Do you have no respect for the law?" However, the team leader of the security brigade paid no heed to Zheng Feng's words and replied calmly, "Will you come willingly? Or shall I escort you?" "Impudent." Zheng Feng glared at the intruders. "What do you intend to do? Do you think you can force us?" With a swift motion, Zheng Feng drew a sword from beside him, aiming it at the team leader of the security brigade. "What if I refuse to go with you?" The team leader replied indifferently, "The master has given orders. Those who do not comply will be dealt with severely." As the words fell, the team leader pulled the trigger of his crossbow. With a whoosh, the bolt struck Zheng Feng in the throat. Zheng Feng gasped, desperate to inform them that he was the brother of the county magistrate, someone they could not afford to provoke, and he could not die like this. Yet, before he could utter a single word, his eyes closed, and he collapsed. The others were immediately struck with terror, falling to their knees. They had never anticipated such ruthlessness. These people were more brutal than bandits, willing to kill at the slightest provocation. "Take them away," commanded the team leader with a wave of his hand. The members of the security brigade surged forward, apprehending the heads of these aristocratic families as easily as one would catch chicks. Meanwhile, in the back hall of the county office, the county magistrate, Wu Yong, gazed at Yang Lin before him with a face as pale as death. He could scarcely fathom that Yang Lin would appear in this very place. Had his plans been exposed? Realizing this, Wu Yong hastily signaled to Clerk Zheng. The fact that Yang Lin had arrived unimpeded indicated that the local constables were no longer reliable. He intended for Clerk Zheng to summon the bandits waiting at the manor, to eliminate Yang Lin right here in the county office. Upon perceiving the magistrate's glance, Clerk Zheng immediately understood and made to leave. However, the woman in purple attire beside Yang Lin stepped forward, blocking his path. "What are you doing? Step aside." Clerk Zheng attempted to push past the delicate young woman. Yet, before he could extend his hand, she coldly delivered a kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. You You dare strike me? Someone, help! Given his esteemed position, he was accustomed to being treated with the utmost deference. He had never been so brazenly assaulted, especially not by a mere woman. However, despite his frantic calls for assistance, no one responded. Clearly, he remained oblivious to his current predicament and sought to rise and confront the woman. Can we kill him? The woman in purple asked Yang Lin. Clerk Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Yang Lin quickly waved his hand, saying, I am not one to take lives indiscriminately. Break his legs and toss him aside. Very well. With two sharp sounds echoing through the air, Clerk Zheng's anguished cries soon followed. Wu Yong's face turned ashen, yet he feigned calmness and forced a smile, saying, What brings you here, my lord? Yang Lin strode forward without hesitation and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. The impact sent Wu Yong staggering. His fury ignited. You. Wu Yong could only grind his teeth in rage, utterly speechless. Unlike Clerk Zheng, he understood the gravity of his situation. His life now rested in Yang Lin's hands. Although he held the title of an official, the man before him was a madman. The mere title of court official could not guarantee his safety. My lord, if you have something to say, there is no need to humiliate this humble official, Wu Yong said, covering his face. Though his heart brimmed with murderous intent, wishing to see Yang Lin torn to shreds, his exterior betrayed none of his inner turmoil. Yang Lin spoke coolly. How many bandits are in your manor? What weapons do they possess? Which rooms do they occupy? Are there any who have yet to arrive? I require you to disclose every detail without omission. You know my disposition. I do not relish killing, and as long as you remain of use to me, your life will be spared for the time being. However, should I discover that you dare conceal even a single word, I assure you, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Wu Yong was utterly paralyzed with fear. He truly knew everything. Wu Yong's face turned to ash, his legs trembling beneath him. I will tell you. His voice quivered with despair as he collapsed to the ground. He realized that everything was utterly over. The only course of action left for him was to render himself of some value. Consequently, he dared not withhold any details, recounting in full how he had contacted the prominent clan and summoned various bandits. Within his estate, over 120 bandits had already gathered, and Wu Yong had surprisingly requisitioned numerous weapons from the magistrate's office for their use. Moreover, there was another group of over 80 bandits still en route, expected to arrive by the following day. According to their original plan, these 200 bandits, supplemented by the retainers dispatched by the prominent clan and some local constables, would amass a force of 300, sufficient to carry out a bloodbath in Kaoshan village. After listening to Wu Yong's account, Yang Lin could not help but strike him across the face. You truly are a splendid public official, colluding with bandits and harming the very people you are meant to protect? How can such a scoundrel exist in this world? Chapter 165, Strike, Stab, Retrieve. The dispatched squads soon returned, having summoned members from various prominent families, all of whom were subsequently imprisoned in the county jail. Yang Lin personally led a contingent towards the Wu family estate on the outskirts of the city. When they were still some distance from the estate, Yang Lin ordered the bulk of the troops to halt and called upon Zhong Tao, Z.E., and several of the earliest members of the defense team who had previously engaged in skirmishes at Blackwind Mountain. In a hushed tone, Yang Lin conveyed, there are a total of 120 bandits inside, all armed and equipped with bows and arrows. Although we outnumber them, the majority of our troops lack combat experience, and the situation within is quite complex, placing us at a disadvantage. Therefore, we cannot afford a direct confrontation. I propose establishing an assault team to swiftly breach their defenses. The assault team will consist of only 50 individuals, those who are daring, resolute, and unafraid of death. Tao, please make the necessary arrangements. Understood. Zhong Tao nodded in affirmation. Before long, 50 individuals were selected. They were all quite eager, brimming with anticipation. Among them, 20 were original members of the defense team, trained in the use of crossbows, while the remaining 30 were robust and imposing figures. Yang Lin chose 10 of the tallest individuals, instructing, you 10 shall serve as shield bearers, wielding large shields at the forefront. Your duty is to protect the spearmen and archers behind you. The 20 of you will act as spearmen. Once we charge in, upon my command to thrust, you shall thrust your spears. When I call for withdrawal, you shall retract your spears. As for you, Yang Lin turned to the seasoned members of the defense team. I need not elaborate. Each of you shall carry 30 crossbow bolts, and your task is to ensure accuracy. Yes, the group responded in unison. Victory in this battle will reward each participant with a silver tail, and there will be opportunities for promotion to squad leader in the future. Should anyone tragically fall in battle, a compensation of 100 taels will be provided. The eyes of the crowd glistened with fervor, their excitement intensifying. With such compensation, who would fear death? Tau, you will allocate personnel to guard the front and back doors, as well as the surrounding walls. Not a single bandit must escape. You will personally lead 100 men into the fray to provide us with cover. Zhong Tao hesitated. You intend to enter as well? That is far too perilous. I have made my decision. This is how it shall be, Yang Lin stated with unwavering authority. Reluctantly, Zhong Tao nodded, fully aware of Yang Lin's stubbornness. Once he resolved on a course of action, there was no altering it. He promptly began making arrangements. Meanwhile, Wu Yong, overhearing Yang Lin's strategy, felt a surge of elation. To charge in with merely 50 men against 120 bandits? This was tantamount to courting death. How naive they were. If only they could all perish in this endeavor. A flicker of hope for survival ignited within Wu Yong. Advance. With Yang Lin's command, the main force immediately split into several teams, maneuvering towards the estate. Meanwhile, within the estate, in a dimly lit tavern, a group of disparate bandit leaders reveled in their debauchery, boasting of their past exploits, murder, arson, and the plundering of innocent folk. As they drunkenly celebrated, the door burst open, and a frightened lackey rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, we are in peril. Intruders have breached our sanctuary." The bandit chiefs, taken aback, sprang to their feet, cursing vehemently. What insolence! Who dares interrupt our merriment? One among them, more astute than the rest, inquired, "How many foes do we face?" Over 50. They have slain the guards and infiltrated the courtyard. Only 50. The bandits scoffed at the news. Gather the brethren. Let us see who seeks death. Stumbling yet resolute, they seized their weapons, cursing as they ventured outside. They were mere petty thieves, who hitherto had only dared to prey upon the local populace, never venturing into the county town. But under the auspices of the county magistrate, they had banded together, swelling their ranks to an impressive 120, which instilled in them a false sense of invincibility. Upon learning their adversaries numbered around 50, they dismissed the threat entirely. As they drunkenly emerged into the courtyard, they spotted a small contingent of foes gathered, their formation tight and seemingly modest in number. However, before anyone could utter a word, a commanding voice rang out from the midst of the formation. Fire! In an instant, a torrent of arrows rained down upon them. More than half of the bandit leaders fell to the ground, seemingly oblivious to the calamity that had befallen them. Those who narrowly evaded the initial volley were jolted into sobriety. To arms! To arms! They cried in desperation. From several nearby chambers, disheveled bandits rushed forth, bewildered and unaware of the unfolding chaos. Brothers, they wield bows. Charge forth and slay them. At last, the bandits came to their senses, brandishing their blades and rushing toward the formation. Yet, as they advanced a few paces, another volley of arrows descended upon them. The few remaining bandits stood aghast as their companions fell around them, terror gripping their hearts, prompting them to flee. "Damn it! Do not run! Charge!" the leaders shouted, their voices laced with urgency. "They are all archers. If we reach them, they are as good as dead." More and more bandits poured out from the shadows, joining the fray as they surged toward the enemy formation. "Fire!" came the command once again, heralding yet another wave of arrows. After vanquishing a dozen bandits, the remaining ones, with bloodshot eyes, charged relentlessly towards the formation. Their intent was clear, to reach the front lines and slay the archers. Closer, closer they approached, mere moments away from the archers when shields up. Thrust! Suddenly, the foremost line of defenders raised their towering shields, and in unison, long spears erupted from the gaps between them, piercing the leading bandits and leaving them with gaping wounds. "Withdraw!" At the command, the spears retracted, leaving only a few lifeless bodies on the ground. Yet the formation remained steadfast and unyielding. The surviving bandits, paralyzed by fear, dared not take another step forward. At that moment, a voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell and capable of claiming their lives, resonated once more. Fire! With a swift flurry of arrows, the bandits, now caught in a dilemma between advancing or retreating, found themselves with no choice at all. Chapter 166. An Inevitable Demise. The bandits were utterly bewildered. Each resounding shot echoed like the death knell of a demon, and with every sound, countless brethren fell. The few surviving bandit leaders, who were accustomed to tasting blood and killing without a flicker of an eye, were now struck with terror by the formidable power of their adversaries. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hurriedly retreated indoors. However, the speed at which the crossbows were reloaded surpassed their expectations. Before they could even reach shelter, another barrage of arrows rained upon them. This time, none among them survived. Due to the lack of unified command and being caught off guard, many of the bandits remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, cursing as they emerged from the building. Then, there was nothing further for them. In less than a quarter of an hour, the battle was decisively concluded. Such an outcome far exceeded Yang Lin's expectations. He, concealed at the rear of the formation, was not merely issuing commands. He was also armed with 2 explosive devices, already ignited and ready to detonate should an unexpected turn arise. Remarkably, everything proceeded with unparalleled smoothness. Over 120 bandits were slain and a dozen captured. As for the defense team, they had suffered no casualties. The bandits had not even been afforded the chance to approach. One of the 100-man support team, led by Zhong Tao, upon entering, their sole task remained that of clearing the battlefield. The temporarily assembled elite squad was now abuzz with exhilaration. Many, having taken a life for the first time, felt a mix of tension and excitement. But aside from that, there was little discomfort. They were slaying bandits, enacting justice on behalf of heaven. The entire process felt less like murder and more akin to harvest, much like mowing grass. Moreover, with a reward of 1 or 2 silver coins and the prospect of being promoted to squad leader, thoughts of these incentives lit up their faces with joy. When County Magistrate Wu Yong beheld the victorious return of Yang Lin and his men, he was completely astounded. What was happening? Hadn't a battle ensued? Just moments ago, he had heard the clamor of fighting within. Yet, how could Yang Lin and his companions appear completely unscathed, laughing so merrily? Furthermore, it seemed none of them were missing. There had been over 120 bandits. Magistrate Wu, we are coming to your house to conduct a search. I trust you will cooperate fully, Yang Lin stated coldly. Wu Yong stood there, utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom what had transpired within those walls. With the bandits dealt with, Yang Lin finally felt a sense of relief. Next, it was time for the investigation and the search of the magistrate's residence. Upon returning to the county town, after Wu Yong disclosed the amount of silver he had hidden and where it was concealed, Yang Lin had him imprisoned in the county jail. After a lengthy ordeal, the townsfolk were now aware of the events that had unfolded. Word spread that the Lord had apprehended numerous corrupt officials. Indeed, members of the Zheng family had been captured. Do not speak of the Zheng family. Have you heard? The county magistrate conspired with bandits and has been captured by the noble lord. What? In league with bandits? That despicable wretch. Is he even human? Alas, had it not been for the noble lord, we would have faced dire consequences. The common folk beat drums and gongs, celebrating as if it were the new year. Upon returning, Yang Lin immediately dispatched men to the residence of County Magistrate Wu Yong and the prominent families to conduct searches. If the government were to raid, a conviction would be necessary. But he had no such obligation. The adversaries sought his life. Was there any need for reasoned discourse? From Wu Yong, he had learned that the powerful families were all complicit in this conspiracy against him, particularly the strongest clans, who reveled most in these machinations. Just as Yang Lin prepared to execute further retribution, County Clerk Zhao Kong approached him with urgency. My lord, it is imperative that no more lives be taken, absolutely not. Oh, and why is that? In the grand hall of the county office, now a makeshift workspace for Yang Lin, he was perusing a thick stack of petitions from the populace, glancing up with a smile at Zhao Kong. My lord, do you wish to offend the entire realm? Zhao Kang's voice trembled with fervor. While it may be effortless for you to eliminate them, have you considered the intricate connections behind these esteemed families? Take Zheng Feng, for instance. Do you know who his elder brother is? Yang Lin queried with an amused expression. Why, it is the prefect of Pingyuan, Zheng Rong. Yang Lin chuckled. And what concern is that of mine? Zhao Kong was taken aback. My lord, ponder this carefully. He is the prefect. Can you afford to offend him? Yang Lin squinted, his gaze becoming icy as he fixed it upon Zhao Kong. The coldness of his stare made Zhao Kong instinctively retreat a step. Yang Lin slapped the thick stack of petitions on the table, his tone frigid. Sir Zhao, may I inquire, if I cannot afford to offend the prefect, must I then turn my ire upon these innocent commoners? I understand you are concerned for me, wishing to prevent me from accumulating too many enemies, especially of a figure such as the prefect. But who, I ask, considers the plight of these unfortunate souls? With force, he slammed the petitions onto the table. Look here. Behold these common folk. Witness what they have endured over the years. This one, an elderly man beaten to death in the street by a scoundrel of the Liu family. And this one, precisely what you just mentioned regarding the Zheng family. There are no fewer than 10 petitions detailing the misdeeds of the young master of the Zheng family in his abduction of innocent women. In the past, they dared not speak out, knowing they could not win. But now that I am here, they trust me and have entrusted their petitions to me. Do you expect me to betray them and ally with those villainous families? Zhao Kong opened his mouth to speak. But my lord, have you considered your own future? If you truly intend to administer justice today, then in the future, it is likely that there will be no place for you in all of Deqian. Administer justice? Yang Lin laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. No, 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 Lord Zhao, you are mistaken. I am not an official, nor do I need to adhere to any laws. To punish them, I do not require legal justification. I need not even reason with them. I have been exceedingly busy lately, lacking the time to meticulously handle these cases, thus I can only resort to a death for every grievance. Yang Lin coldly articulated these 4 words. Zhao Kong inhaled sharply. A death for every grievance. The individuals currently apprehended would likely not survive. They are members of powerful families that have long dominated Zheng County, and some even hold positions in the imperial court. Is he truly contemplating? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Kong felt lightheaded, sensing that the very sky over Jianghe was about to collapse. He stared blankly at Yang Lin, and after a prolonged silence, finally mustered the courage to voice the question that filled him with dread. My lord, are you intending to rebel? If Yang Lin were to truly eliminate those individuals, even without a formal rebellion, it would amount to the same. Chapter 167. Establishing Authority Through Bloodshed. Yang Lin regarded Zhao Kong with keen interest, shaking his head as he countered. Does it truly matter whether I rebel or not? Zhao Kong was taken aback. Enough. Lord Zhao, my mind is made up. You need not say more. Those found guilty today shall undoubtedly face death. As dusk fell, the townsfolk gathered before the county office, buzzing with chatter. Have you heard? That tofu lord is set to unleash a massacre again. Everyone knows, it's widespread gossip. They say this time, he plans to behead even more than last. Excellent. Let us rid ourselves of these corrupt officials. Amidst the crowd, Kong Qiu and his disciples observed with furrowed brows. Ma Ruyin stroked his beard thoughtfully. Does this lad truly dare to kill? Yu Zhong sighed. Haven't you heard the townspeople? This is far from his first offense. Yang Lin is utterly unrestrained, a mere commoner daring to commit murder in broad daylight. Chu Jie scoffed. I actually commend his actions. The people's grievances are boiling over. They dare to seethe in silence. If these corrupt officials are not dealt with, our nation is in peril. Look, they're coming out. A voice broke through the murmurs, and the crowd turned their gaze towards the county office, where officials were escorting individuals towards them. Hey, look, that Zheng Feng from the Zheng family. And there's someone from the Liu family too. My goodness, this lord is truly going to shake things up. Good heavens, is that not the county magistrate himself? How can he be taken out too? Could it be? Is this lord even willing to execute the magistrate? The townsfolk stared in disbelief, their eyes widening at the sight. Soon, an official stepped forward, producing a scroll and loudly reciting the charges against the culprits. Criminal Zheng Feng, having oppressed the populace and committed heinous acts, has forcibly seized the properties of 12 citizens, including Zhou Daiyou, Zhang Wanfa, and Li Guikai, amounting to 4 houses and 48 acres of land. He has allowed his servants to inflict harm upon the innocent, having injured 16 individuals and caused the deaths of 3 over the past decade. Therefore, he is to be executed. As the words echoed, the executioner raised his blade high. At that moment, Zheng Feng desperately cried out, Yang Lin, you cannot kill me. My brother is the governor of Pingyuan. If you dare to slay me, he will not spare you. Yet, in the next instant, the great blade descended. With a dull thud, the severed head tumbled to the ground. Cheers erupted from the gathered crowd, many overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. The crimes committed by these noble families over years could not simply be encapsulated in the charges read aloud. The majority of the populace had suffered in silence. Oppressed for decades by these tyrants, their numbers countless. In the throng, Ma Ruyun sighed. Alas, this lad is straightforward, yet far too impulsive. He cannot afford to offend the governor's brother at this juncture. Yu Zhong replied coolly, let us not forget who stands behind Yang Lin. Ah, Ma Ruyun paused, realizing his senior's implication. Was this all orchestrated at the behest of the Empress? Yu Zhong shook his head, expressing his confusion. I don't understand. I really can't comprehend this. Kong Qiu, with a gentle smile, stroked his beard and said, let us be on our way. There is little of interest left to observe here. If we do not hasten, we may very well find ourselves outpaced by that young fellow. Chu Jie hurriedly inquired. Isn't the teacher concerned about him? Concerned? What is there to worry about? Kong Qiu chuckled. What you see is his offense against the powerful. Yet what I perceive is his establishment of authority through fear. What? Establishing authority through fear? The three of them suddenly brightened with understanding. Are you suggesting that his actions are intended to win the hearts of the people? Chu Jie asked. Yu Zhong, coming to a realization, nodded emphatically indeed. If his sole intention were to eliminate these individuals, he needn't make such a grand display. Look at the commotion he has stirred. It is to ensure that everyone knows he not only dares to kill, but does so without restraint. Ma Ruyun questioned. But is he not afraid of retaliation from the powerful? Afraid? Chu Jie scoffed. We initially intended to assist him in dealing with those bandits. But look at the current situation with those brigands. Ma Ruyun gasped in astonishment. Chu Jie sighed. It seems Yang Lin's capabilities surpass our expectations. Otherwise, why would His Majesty choose to marry him? Furthermore, he has already seized control of this county. Would he genuinely fear retribution from the elite if he were to act outrageously? Both Ma Ruyun and Yu Zhong pondered this thoughtfully. Yu Zhong began. If the day comes when the world is in chaos. But before he could finish, Kong Qiu, with a twinkle in his eye, interjected. Let us not forget our promise to the Empress. Should we fail in our endeavors, it would be quite the embarrassment. As for the outcome, he chuckled. I believe you can already surmise it. The three nodded in agreement, falling silent as they followed their teacher away from the throng. Meanwhile, some individuals within the crowd wore frowns as they departed. They hailed from prominent families and, though intimidated by Yang Lin's burgeoning power, found it intolerable to be so publicly humiliated. Witnessing the executions had solidified their resolve. They prepared to leave the city under cover of night to seek assistance from Pingyuan County. As the proclamations continued, heads rolled, and the citizens cheered, the atmosphere resembling a festive celebration. This revelry persisted until midnight, culminating in the execution of 18 corrupt officials and 5 noble families, totaling 15 severed heads. When the charges against County Magistrate Wu Yong were read aloud, his collusion with the bandits of Haifeng Mountain, his acceptance of bribes, and his complicity in their reign of terror in Jianghe County, the populace seethed with anger, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Wu Yong, witnessing the fervor of the crowd and hearing their curses, was struck by a haunting memory of his own vows to be a good official before he wielded power. How had he fallen to such depths? Tears of remorse streamed down, yet they were of no consequence. Amidst the resounding cheers, a head rolled, marking the culmination of this evening's revelry of vengeance. For the common folk, the execution of corrupt officials was a closure. The matter was deemed resolved. However, for Yang Lin, this was merely the prologue. The first order of business was a raid. Prior to the decapitation, Yang Lin had dispatched 10 squads from the security detail to the prominent families and to the residences of County Magistrate Wu Yong, intent on conducting thorough searches. It was not until midnight that the raiding parties returned, bringing results that left Yang Lin astounded once more. Previously, in the homes of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei, they had uncovered over 40,000 taels of silver. This time, from the estates of several influential families and that of Magistrate Wu, they had unearthed nearly 100,000 taels of cash, along with an abundance of antiquities, jade artifacts, pearls, emeralds, and countless pieces of gold and silver jewelry. Chapter 168. Digging in the small garden as Yang Lin beheld the carts laden with gold, silver, and jewels that had been brought from the Zhao family estate. Even he, who had encountered considerable wealth before, was taken aback. What is the essence of the people's hard-earned wealth? This is it. The exact amount of silver was difficult to ascertain due to its vast quantity, but it certainly exceeded 100,000 taels. Sisters 4, 5, 6, and the newly arrived third sister were so astonished that they could hardly close their mouths. Even Z, upon viewing the silver, lost her usual composure. Third sister, we shall set out for Suejo early tomorrow. You will take charge of this silver and return it to the village, giving it to our mother to spend as she pleases. All right. Liao Hongying quickly nodded, swallowing hard. With this silver, could they not raise an army? However, after today's events, their situation would be akin to rebellion. What shall we do about this place? Liao Hongying posed the critical question. Today's incident had created quite a stir. The Pingyuan commandery could not possibly remain indifferent, especially since one of the victims was the brother of the commandery's governor. The opposition would not let this go lightly. This place, Yang Lin shook his head, we have no foundation here. Therefore, should the commandery dispatch a large force, you must take shelter temporarily. We have no assets here. Let them wreak havoc as they wish, and we can retreat to the village when the time comes. But what if they attack the village? Liao Hongying pressed. Z nodded in agreement, anxiously gazing at Yang Lin. She was unconcerned about the county town. Her only worry was whether His Majesty would be in danger. Attack the village? Yang Lin chuckled. Then they would be doomed. The others were taken aback, puzzled by Yang Lin's overwhelming confidence. Rest assured, I have made arrangements before leaving. I left some formidable defenses for our mother. If anyone dares to disturb our village, they shall not escape with their lives. Yang Lin's eyes were icy. After the last tumultuous episode in the county town, he had contemplated the aftermath, intending to expand their enterprises there. However, this time, whether intentionally or inadvertently, the uproar had escalated beyond measure. Furthermore, with his impending journey to Suejo, he could not afford to concern himself with this matter. Thus, he resolved to abandon it altogether. What of the brick kiln and the city walls? Liao Hongying inquired. Yang Lin replied, once I depart, everything here will be in your hands. You may manage it as you see fit. But one thing must be heeded, safety. Never take unnecessary risks. Opportunities to make money abound. But they are not worth risking your life over. Do you understand? Yes. Liao Hongying nodded, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. The following morning, Yang Lin led the main force onward, while Liao Hongying escorted dozens of carts of silver back to Kaoshan village. When Li Yuyao received a report from the guard team stationed outside the village that a convoy was approaching, she initially thought it was Yang Lin's return. However, as she and the other women arrived at the village entrance, they were greeted by the sight of Liao Hongying, perched majestically atop a magnificent steed. Sister San, what brings you back? Your Majesty. Sister, I have returned to deliver goods. Liao Hongying chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the convoy trailing behind her. Deliver goods? What kind of goods? Xiao Jiu inquired curiously, surveying the procession. You will find out upon returning, Liao Hongying replied with excitement. Though she said little, the scene felt eerily familiar to them. The women quickly grasped the implication, and as they gazed upon the lengthy train and the imposing escort, their hearts raced with anticipation. At the Yang family gate, boxes were being lifted from the carts and moved into the courtyard. After a considerable effort throughout the day, they finally finished unloading everything. Looking at the more than 100 boxes stacked in the yard, Xiao Jiu could hardly contain her eagerness to open one as soon as the outsiders departed. When she finally did, her eyes were dazzled by the resplendent silver within. Heavens, what are these? She exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Liao Hongying. Indeed, they are all here. At least 100,000 taels. Despite the passage of time, Liao Hongying remained particularly exhilarated. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Li Yuyao's mouth fell agape, while the eldest sister and Xiao Jiu stood in stunned silence. 100,000 taels of silver was an astronomical sum for them. Where did this come from? Li Yuyao hurriedly asked. Well, yesterday my husband passed through the county town, and then Liao Hongying recounted the events of the previous day in the county town, leaving the women utterly astonished. Just a brief stopover. And he managed to raid the homes of corrupt officials and wealthy aristocrats? Li Yuyao's lips twitched. If he were to continue this spree towards Suejo, it would be utterly terrifying. Sighing deeply, Xiao Jiu lamented. It seems we shall be counting silver again, as the one responsible for the accounts. She knew that with such a vast amount, it must be meticulously accounted for before being recorded. The last time, the 40,000 taels took them until midnight to tally. This time, it would surely take until morning to count the minimum of 100,000 taels. Li Yuyao sighed as well. However, The greatest dilemma is that we have no place to store it. The warehouse was already overflowing with silver, and the house could accommodate no more. Shall we bury it for now? Suggested Xiaoba. The others paused in surprise. While common folk might resort to burying their silver for safekeeping, this was over 100,000 taels. However, after much contemplation, despite the seeming impracticality of the suggestion, it appeared to be their only viable option. Let us bury it, and we can sort it out when my husband returns. After all, the silver in the warehouse is unlikely to be spent anytime soon. These funds will remain untouched for now. Li Yuyao, resigned to the situation, directed everyone to move the boxes into the vegetable garden behind the house. Then, alongside her elder sister, Sanjia, and Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, and Xiaojiao, they began to dig a large pit in the small garden to bury the silver. Meanwhile, in the grand city of Linen, the foremost city in Jiangnan, in the grandest mansion of the city of Linen, the 18-year-old Miss Ma Yu hastily opened the letter sent by her father, which had traversed 800 li. However, upon reading just a few lines, her brows furrowed in confusion. Pingyuan County, Jianghe County, Kaoshan Village. What on earth are those places? Such remote and impoverished locales. What profitable ventures could possibly arise there? Surely, my father has lost his senses. Gazing at the address her father had instructed her to visit, Ma Yu found it difficult to believe. The further she read, the more astonished she became, her eyes widening in disbelief. Tofu. What manner of commodity is that? Paper? Must I, the esteemed young lady, personally attend to such a trivial business? Ah, but wait, this letter's paper. Suddenly, Ma Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. She had never encountered such exquisite paper before. Pristine and delicate, it felt as smooth as silk against her fingertips. A purchase price of 8 won for 10 sheets? Someone, quick, prepare the carriage for me. I must venture forth. Ma Yu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 169. Bandits ahead, run. On the carriage bound for Suizhou, Yang Lin retrieved 2 letters from his bosom. After glancing at one, he tucked it back and unfalteringly tore open the other. Witnessing this, Zi was taken aback. Young master, the miss instructed that you should only open this letter upon your arrival in Suizhou. How could you dare to breach her command so soon after leaving Jianghe? I am aware, Yang Lin replied, already unfolding the letter to read. Zi was incredulous. Young master, how can you disregard your word? Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. A man of stature does not sweat the small details. Besides, this letter was addressed to me. It matters little when I choose to read it. Zi gritted her teeth, feeling powerless. Meanwhile, as Yang Lin perused the letter, he suddenly froze. The opening line read, I know you will not wait until you reach Suizhou before opening this letter. Yang Lin chuckled softly. Indeed, my wife understands me well. But as he continued reading, his brow furrowed in concern. The letter contained 3 principal directives. The first instructed him to remain incognito upon reaching Suizhou and to await the appropriate moment before approaching the provincial capital, Yiyang City. The letter cryptically assured him that he would know when the time was right. The second directive instructed him to personally deliver a second letter to a general named Jia Rui upon entering Yiyang City, waiting for Jia Rui to read it before departing. The final instruction was to incinerate this letter after reading it. Yang Lin silently noted the name Jia Rui before setting the letter ablaze. Zi, witnessing the act, refrained from questioning further. At that moment, the driver, Zhong Tao, called out, Master, we are nearing the borders of Zhou County. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes. Tao, go to the back. I will take the reins. Prepare everyone. Yes. The bandits arranged by Wu Yong had eliminated over 120 individuals the previous day, with another 80 en route, having agreed to meet at the junction of the 2 counties. With their arrival imminent, Yang Lin would not let them slip away easily. On the main road, a family of 3 hurried along. The man carried their belongings on a shoulder pole, while the woman bore a bundle on her back. A young girl of about 10 clutched a chicken tightly in her arms. Despite their exhaustion, they dared not pause, having heard tales of bandits lurking along this path. Father, I can't go on, the little girl lamented, her steps growing heavier. Be a good girl. There are bandits on this road, and they prey upon the unwary. Do you wish to be captured by them? The man feigned a fierce demeanor. The girl quickly shook her head. Thus, we must not rest until we have crossed this stretch. Beyond lies Jianghe County, reputed to be a safe haven. The man gazed towards Jianghe, his eyes shimmering with hope. The woman spoke. Dear, I have heard that there are no bandits in Jianghe County. I wonder if that is true? Alas, who can say? It must surely be better than Zhou County. The man sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, two men armed with large knives suddenly emerged from the grass by the roadside, blocking their path with an intimidating presence. This is bad. It's bandits. Run, the man shouted, seizing the woman and child, and turned to flee. To their horror, two more knife-wielding bandits appeared from either side of the road. Hee, where do you think you're going? The bandits taunted as they advanced. The family's faces turned ashen, and the little girl cried out in terror. Brave sirs, might you spare us? We are but impoverished souls, carrying only a few tattered garments in our bundle and some tools for masonry in this basket. We have fled our home in Zhou County, where we were oppressed and left with no means of survival, seeking refuge by the rivers for a chance at life. Please, noble gentlemen, show us mercy, the man implored, bowing cautiously. However, the foremost bald bandit scoffed. Damn it. Spare me your nonsense. Whether I let you go is entirely my decision. He scrutinized the family, his gaze lingering on the woman and little girl, a lewd grin spreading across his face. The man's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively shielded his daughter. Brave sir, if you desire our belongings, take them. We only ask for our lives. My daughter is still a child, barely 9 years old. The bald bandit sneered. Today, I am in a good mood. Leave your possessions, and you may go. In a panic, the man dropped the burden he was carrying and pulled his wife and child to flee. Are you deaf? Did I say you could leave? Leave your wife and daughter behind, or else you'll wish you hadn't. The nearby bandit approached, leering as he reached for the woman and girl. No, please. The woman trembled, shaking her head vehemently. The little girl cried out, terrified, clinging to her mother. The man's complexion grew ever paler as he spread his arms to shield his wife and daughter, only to be struck down by a bandit's punch, followed by a flurry of kicks. Please don't spare them. Tears of humiliation streamed down the man's face as he helplessly watched his wife and daughter being dragged into the forest, their desperate glances piercing his heart, causing him to howl in despair. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached from around the bend. Soon, an ordinary horse-drawn cart appeared, heading in their direction. As the man prepared to call for help, he noticed the driver was merely a youth of 18 or 19. The young man was slender, clad in simple white garments, with strikingly bright black eyes, resembling a frail scholar. On the cart sat 3 young maidens. One wore a purple dress, her eyes shimmering like stars, with elegantly arched brows and a commanding presence. Another donned a green dress, her eyes sparkling like water, with rosy lips and fair skin, embodying a delicate beauty. The last girl had a graceful visage, a tall and slender figure, exuding a refreshing and gentle aura, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, radiating warmth and kindness. The flicker of hope that had just been born was instantly extinguished. The kind-hearted lad hastily shouted, "Run! There are bandits!" Yet, the young man driving the cart seemed oblivious, continuing to steer his horse-drawn carriage towards the impending danger. The bald bandit's eyes sparkled with greed, exclaiming, "Brothers, we have found a plump sheep. Time to act." As he gazed upon the 3 graceful figures in the cart, the bandit's eyes gleamed with desire. This mountain is mine to claim. This tree is mine to cultivate. If you wish to pass, you must leave behind some toll. The bald bandit brandished his large blade, positioning himself menacingly before the cart, his fierce gaze fixed on the lone man and 3 women inside. Only then did the young driver halt the carriage, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction at the sight of the 4 bandits before him. Observing the lack of fear etched on their faces, the bald bandit seethed with rage. "You little brat, if you wish to live, leave behind your money and women. And don't forget your cart," the young man retorted. "Is it just the 4 of you? Where are the others?" Chapter 170. There are more of us. Suddenly taken aback, he was immediately engulfed in fury. As a bandit, who had ever seen him not begging for mercy, trembling in fear? Yet this young fellow before him displayed not a hint of trepidation. "Do you think I am one to be trifled with?" The bandit leader, with a fierce glare, raised his large blade, pointing it at his adversary. The individual on the cart was none other than Yang Lin, who found the situation rather peculiar. Weren't there supposed to be over 80 bandits? Why were there only 4? Could there be an ambush lurking nearby? Yang Lin's expression remained unperturbed as he retrieved a silver coin from his sleeve, waving it tantalizingly before the bandit leader. "Do you desire this?" The bandit leader's eyes gleamed with greed. That coin was worth at least 10 taels. "If you want it, Have all your men come out, otherwise, you won't be able to claim this silver." He grinned as he tucked the coin back into his sleeve. The bandit leader was left dumbfounded. Who was this person, exuding such audacity, even more than they did? The man lying on the ground, along with the women, was equally bewildered. Was this individual not afraid of death? Not only did he not flee, but he also dared to provoke the bandits with a display of silver? With one man and 3 women. How could they possibly stand against these bandits? It was akin to courting death. He shook his head in despair, unable to bear witness any longer. Indeed, the bandit leader was furious, swinging his sword toward Yang Lin. The man and his wife and daughters instinctively shut their eyes. Several bandits snickered, as if they could already envision this oblivious youth meeting his demise with a single stroke. But at that moment, a sharp clang resonated. As the blade struck something exceedingly hard, the bandit leader, caught off guard, felt a numbing sensation in his grip. His hand instinctively loosened, and the sword clattered to the ground. In the next instant, a glimmering soft sword was poised at his throat. The bandit leader's face paled. Everything transpired far too swiftly. He was still bewildered by the turn of events when he found a woman clad in purple standing before him. "Speak. Where are the others?" she demanded coldly. "Bah, you little wench. I don't believe you dare to kill me," the bandit leader scoffed. To him, despite her evident skill, she was merely a woman. Had he been prepared, he would have. He was contemplating how to subdue this strikingly beautiful, yet formidable woman and drag her into the thicket, when suddenly he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, followed by a searing pain radiating through his body, as warm liquid began to trickle down from his neck. No. Terror and despair etched across his features. He reached out in a futile attempt to grasp something, but as he stumbled, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. The woman in purple sheathed her soft sword, flicking off the blood with disdain as she cast a scornful glance at the remaining bandits. The remaining 3 bandits were utterly bewildered. They could not fathom that their leader had perished so abruptly. Ignoring the terrified family of 3, they stared in horror at the figure in purple, trembling uncontrollably, uncertain of their next move. The family, too, was paralyzed by fear. The man gazing in shock at the lifeless body of the bald bandit, unable to reconcile the fierce brigand he had just encountered with the corpse before him. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, hastily gathering his wife and child and fleeing the scene. Yang Lin fixed his gaze on the 3 bandits and spoke with an air of calm authority. "I shall inquire once more. Where are the others?" The bandits looked at each other, their expressions blank with confusion. Yang Lin furrowed his brow. At that moment, the family, having just escaped, unexpectedly turned back toward him. The man, clutching his child and pulling his wife along, ran desperately, shouting to Yang Lin, "Run! Hurry!" Before long, a large group emerged behind them. Some rode horses. Others sprinted on foot, and one brandished a massive banner emblazoned with the character for domination, sweeping toward them like a dark tempest. Upon sighting this throng, the previously stunned bandits' eyes lit up with hope. It was the heroes of Mount Dawang. "Ha ha, we are saved." Mount Dawang was the most formidable bandit force in Zhou County, led by the notorious Zhou Tianba, a name that struck fear across the land. Seeing the banner, the 3 bandits hurriedly approached the new arrivals, exclaiming, "Brave warriors, please help us. We hail from Little Black Mountain. The people ahead have just slain our leader. We beseech the valiant heroes of Mount Dawang to avenge our chief. We are willing to submit to your command." A path opened within the ranks, and a tall, burly man with a thick beard rode forth. It was none other than Zhou Tianba himself. He cast a cold glance at the trembling bandits, and then turned his disdainful gaze toward Yang Lin and his companions in the distance. "Little Black Mountain, harassed by mere passers-by, and yet you dare to call yourselves bandits? How utterly disgraceful." One of the Little Black Mountain bandits hastily cautioned, "My lord, that woman in purple is quite formidable. We must proceed with caution." "What caution?" Zhou Tianba scoffed. "I have the numbers. Even if she possesses skill, I can still vanquish her." The 3 bandits finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Mount Dawang had the advantage in numbers, with nearly 100 strong. Their imposing force rendered the capabilities of their opponents insignificant. Long live the power of Dawang. Meanwhile, the family of 3 continued to race toward Yang Lin, the man fervently urging him, "What are you waiting for? Run. They outnumber us." He, like the bandits, believed that although the girl in purple was undoubtedly skilled, the overwhelming numbers against them rendered any resistance futile. Seeing the family's panic, Yang Lin reassured them. Fear not. We have even greater numbers. The man paused, momentarily taken aback, and thought to himself that this youth must be delusional. There were 1 man and 3 women, and even with their own 3 family members, they barely made 7. Yet, the opposing force boasted no fewer than 70 individuals. After glancing at Yang Lin and then at the bandits, the man gritted his teeth and said, Brothers, I apologize. While you seek death, I have no intention of following suit. With that, he clutched his daughter and took his wife by the hand, continuing to flee forward. However, they had not ventured far when the man found himself rooted to the spot once more. Before them loomed a far more formidable procession on the road, leaving the trio in utter astonishment. Father, are they also bandits? The little girl asked, clutching her hand tightly and gazing up at the man. He swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the true meaning behind the boy's earlier words about their numbers. Who knows who they truly are? We must ascend the mountain quickly. With bandits behind and a formidable group ahead, the only option was to escape upward. Meanwhile, a dozen bandits from Mount Wang were surging towards Yang Lin and their cart, leveraging their numerical superiority. Chapter 171. Our benefactor is Yang Lin. Zhou Tianba, mounted on his steed, sneered. I am eager to witness just how formidable these so-called experts truly are. The band of more than a dozen he dispatched were notorious brigands, seasoned in the art of killing. What could mere experts accomplish against them? Brothers, charge forth together. The 3 ruffians from Little Black Mountain, eager to prove themselves and emboldened by the support of their comrades from Great King Mountain, led the charge. On Yang Lin's side, upon seeing the approaching bandits, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zi. Nodding in affirmation, she brandished her soft sword while standing atop the cart, as Yang Lin leapt onto it, seemingly intent on abandoning the woman and fleeing. However, once atop the cart, Yang Lin abruptly flung aside a large cloth that had covered an extraordinary contraption, unseen by any before. Prepare for battle. With a commanding shout from Yang Lin, second sister Zhou Wan swiftly readied her crossbow, aiming at the bandits without hesitation, pulling the trigger directly. Simultaneously, Yang Lin manipulated a lever on the colossal apparatus, which promptly emitted a series of mechanical clicks. Lu Qiaoyan, flustered, hurriedly followed Yang Lin's prior instructions, maneuvering the massive device to target the oncoming marauders before laboriously activating a mechanism. Suddenly, a flurry of whistling arrows filled the air as dozens of bolts were unleashed, striking the bandits with deadly precision. The cries of agony from the ruffians echoed, and in an instant, none remained standing. Some arrows pierced through the bandits, finding their marks among those waiting behind, instantly slaying several more. The bandits stood in stunned silence, many frightened into retreat. Zhou Tianba, too, was rendered momentarily paralyzed by the barrage of arrows. Yet, as a man of resolve, he quickly steeled himself, rallying his comrades with a fierce shout. What are we afraid of? We have the numbers. Charge forth and slay them. Let us avenge our brothers. The thought of acquiring such a formidable weapon ignited a ruthless glint in his eyes. Though the bandits trembled, compelled by their leader's command and the looming threat of another volley, they pressed on with desperation. At that moment, the main force of the security team arrived from behind the cart. 500 warriors surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, crossbows at the ready, instantly decimating the foremost ranks of bandits. With 20 crossbows firing in unison, the brigands fell like chaff before the scythe, their numbers dwindling rapidly. The advancing troops encircled the remaining bandits, leaving no escape. Pikemen swiftly followed up, their long spears reaping the lives of the ruffians. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 80 bandits had perished. Those fortunate enough to survive were stripped of any will to resist. They surrendered, dropping their weapons and kneeling in abject supplication. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Zhou Tianba, in a state of sheer panic, turned his mount to flee. Yet, Zhong Tao had already set his sights on him. Drawing back his crossbow, aimed squarely at Zhou Tianba. With a swift release, the arrow flew true, striking Zhou Tianba directly in the heart. Zhou Tianba's eyes were filled with despair as he fell from his horse. With his demise, the surrendered bandits became more subdued, trembling on the ground and bowing their heads in supplication. What shall we do with these ruffians? Inquired Zhong Tao. In that fleeting moment, over 60 had perished, leaving merely a handful of survivors. Let us keep them for now, interrogate them along the way. Upon reaching the county seat of Zhou County, we shall hand them over to the authorities. Understood. replied Zhong Tao, who promptly ordered his men to bind the surrendered bandits. The reason for their retention was Yang Lin's intention to raid the bandits' hideout. Having seized over 10,000 taels of silver from Heifeng Mountain, he anticipated that Dawang Mountain would yield a substantial sum as well. Return their belongings to them, Yang Lin instructed, gesturing towards a family of 3 hiding in the woods. Immediately, members of the security team delivered the discarded belongings, including bamboo baskets, to the frightened family. The trio remained in shock, struggling to comprehend the recent events. In such a brief period, so many bandits had met their demise or suffered injuries. Who were these individuals? The man clasped his hands in reverence and asked, "May I inquire, noble hero, who you are?" "Oh, we are immensely grateful, for without you, my family would surely have perished at the hands of those brigands. How might we express our gratitude?" The newly inducted member of the security team, referred to as a hero, felt his cheeks flush and scratched his head. "We are but members of the security team, dedicated to protecting our homeland." As he spoke, he pounded his chest with pride. "If you wish to express thanks, direct it towards our leader, Yang Lin. He is a truly good man, having rid the populace of evildoers. Just yesterday, he executed corrupt officials in Jianghe County." The naive security team member, lacking any sense of discretion, recounted the previous day's events with embellishment. The family listened in astonishment. In Jianghe County, decapitating dozens of gentry and officials? Was this not rebellion? Even after the security team had departed, the man remained lost in thought. "What shall we do? Head of the household? Shall we proceed to Jianghe County?" The woman asked, uncertainty etched on her face. "Yes, of course we shall go," the man declared emphatically. "With a benefactor like him, there will be no corrupt officials there." "Benefactor? Is that his name, Yang Lin?" the little girl asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "Father, does this mean we shall no longer go hungry?" "Indeed, I believe it will be a splendid place," the man replied, gently patting his daughter's head. "My dear, remember the name of our benefactor. If we have the chance, we must express our gratitude." "Yes," the little girl affirmed with determination. "When I grow up, I want to marry him." The contingent of 500 continued their journey towards Zhou County. On the journey, passing by Mount Dawang, I took the opportunity to ascend and eliminate the remnants of bandits that lingered in the area. Following the confessions of the captured foes, I discovered the hidden treasure chamber of Zhou Tianba, from which I unearthed gold, silver, jewels, and jade, with a value exceeding 20,000 taels of silver. While 20,000 taels is neither an insignificant nor an overly extravagant sum, transporting such a wealth of treasure poses a considerable burden. However, to ensure the safe return of this fortune to Kaoshan village, one must rely on trustworthy individuals. The employer suggested Zhang Lei for the task. Zhong Tao endorsed him to Yang Lin. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's name, Yang Lin's eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have forgotten him? Zhang Lei, a fellow villager, was well known to Yang Lin. In his 30s, he was tall and robust, sporting a thick beard. His temperament was impulsive and irritable. Once he set his mind on something, he was as unyielding as an ox. Years ago, Yang Lin had aided his mother in repaying debts, thereby preserving their land. In gratitude, Zhang Lei's mother insisted he bow to Yang Lin, and without hesitation, he struck his forehead against the ground with such force that blood trickled from his brow. Thus, I promptly dispatched 20 men along with 2 horse-drawn carts, with Zhang Lei leading the escort of this precious cargo back to Kaoshan village. Meanwhile, Yang Lin continued his expedition towards Zhou County with a large entourage. As evening descended, upon Zhang Lei's return to Kaoshan village with the silver, Li Yuyao was once again left speechless at the sight of the chests piled high in the carts. Chapter 172. The Oppressor and the Oppressed. It was the evening hour when Yang Lin's large entourage finally arrived at the outskirts of Zhou County. Zhou County, like many others, lacked city walls, yet it was guarded by constables stationed along the main road into the town. "Hey, stop right there. Did you not see the blockade?" A constable, with a sword slung at his side and a fierce expression, rudely obstructed the path of the caravan. In the face of the lengthy procession, the constable exhibited no fear. His eyes gleamed with predatory intent, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. "Sir, this is the driver." Zhong Tao leapt down from the carriage. "Toll. Pay the toll." The constable patted the hilt of his sword, glancing disdainfully at the long line of travelers. "One person, one. Toll." Zhong Tao frowned, instinctively looking towards Yang Lin for guidance. "Pay him," Yang Lin replied. understanding the principle that it is easier to appease the devil you know than to confront the unknown. He recognized that they had already lost enough time on this journey and wished to avoid further complications. Zhong Tao nodded, retrieving a fragment of silver from his pouch. We are a total of 518 individuals. Here are 5 Upon hearing the number of 518, the constable's eyes lit up once more, and as he contemplated the potential windfall, he hesitated before retracting his hand and inquired gruffly, "What is your business?" "Merchants." Zhong Tao replied, his demeanor cold. "Oh." The constable's expression shifted to a smirk as he raised 2 fingers, shaking them for emphasis. 1 per person is the price for common folk. For merchants, it is 2 You even Zhong Tao, known for his good temperament, could not help but glare in disbelief. We had settled on 1 How can you raise the price arbitrarily? Yet Yang Lin placed a hand on Zhong Tao's shoulder. His expression impassive. Pay him. Understood. Zhong Tao again produced a piece of silver from his pouch. This is 1 tael of silver, he stated coldly. The constable glanced at the bulging pouch with a sneer. I forgot to mention, 1 person pays 2 but each horse incurs a toll of 10 How many horses do you possess? Zhong Tao's complexion darkened further, his hand instinctively moving towards the hilt of his sword. Pay him. Yang Lin maintained his stoic demeanor. Huh. And do not forget the cargo on your carts. Each cart of goods also incurs a toll of 10 How many carts do you have? The constable chuckled malevolently, sensing he had cornered a fat sheep for slaughter. At that moment, Yang Lin dismounted from the carriage. As he approached, the constable felt an inexplicable fear, yet he straightened himself and coldly demanded, "What do you want? Are you daring to force your way through?" With a menacing glint, the constable drew his sword. "I want to see who has the audacity to trespass into Zhou County. Humph. If you wish to enter the town, you must pay your dues." The constable glared fiercely at Yang Lin, certain of his authority as an official over the common folk. Even as a minor constable, he believed with confidence that the travelers would not dare to resist. However, Yang Lin calmly retrieved a yellow scroll from his garments, unfurling it and tossing it towards the constable. "What is this?" The constable was momentarily stunned, instinctively opening the document. And upon seeing the words "by the grace of the emperor," he couldn't help but be taken aback. "I am a baron appointed by the late emperor," Yang Lin said coldly. The constable's eyes widened in disbelief. A baron? A noble? He could scarcely fathom where such nobility could arise in this remote village. Yet he understood that any noble, even one as humble as their local lord, was not to be trifled with, and he had just attempted to extort from such a person. "I despise the avaricious," he exclaimed. "Bring this scoundrel before me." In a flurry, a team of guards rushed over. The constable turned pale with fear, while another nearby constable dared not approach. "Lord, spare me." "Kneel," Yang Lin commanded, pointing vehemently at the ground. Thud. The constable immediately knelt, fervently bowing his head. "I ask you, may I enter Zhou County?" "Yes, yes, yes." The constable nodded vigorously. "What about the toll?" The constable shook his head frantically. "No, no, no. Begone." Yang Lin cast a cold glance. "Yes, yes." The constable hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to breathe. Upon entering the city, however, Zhong Tao remained indignant, questioning, "Master, why not eliminate such oppressive officials?" Yang Lin shook his head. "Force may resolve issues, but it is a last resort. Since I still hold this title, why not employ it? When faced with such bullies, if we resort to violence every time, we might not reach Suizhou for 6 months. The journey from Kaoshan village to Zhou County should only take a day, yet we have spent 2. In these 2 days, we have executed corrupt officials and vanquished bandits, creating quite a stir. Zhou County is no different from Jianghe County. The corrupt officials and oppressive gentry here are certainly no fewer. Just observe the constables outside the city, arbitrarily collecting tolls, and you will understand the nature of Zhou County. Therefore, if we cannot tolerate injustice, and we encounter wrongdoing, we must act decisively to purge these corrupt officials. Otherwise, we might have to fight our way to Suizhou. Send someone to deliver those bandits to the magistrate, and secure a few inns and taverns for a hearty meal, allowing everyone to rest well tonight." "Understood," Zhong Tao acknowledged, promptly making arrangements. Yang Lin was never frugal with his expenditures. Once in the city, he reserved the finest inns and taverns. 3 grand taverns were required to accommodate over 500 people, with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, as if no cost were involved, providing limitless meals. Though alcohol was prohibited, Bowls of white rice and large steamed buns were continuously brought from the kitchen, and the feast was devoured with fervor, creating a delightful atmosphere. Before joining the guards, most of them were impoverished commoners. Not only had they rarely tasted white rice, but even a full meal had been a challenge. Now, not only were they well fed, but they were also relishing such fine fare, causing many to find their eyes moist with emotion. Before joining the guards, they had only been aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Yet they remain indifferent, for the meager daily wage of 10 and the mere 100 taels of compensation. What is the value of life? It can be said that each and every one of them has resigned themselves to the prospect of death. Some even harbor a desperate desire to exchange their lives for 100 taels of silver, so that their children and wives may enjoy a better existence. However, they could never have anticipated that joining the defense team would diverge so drastically from their expectations. Slaying bandits and executing corrupt officials, actions they once dared not even dream of, have now become their reality as they follow their employer, undertaking one deed after another. The common folk hail them as heroes and refer to them as chivalrous warriors. From the depths of their hearts, they swell with pride and genuine elation. Not only are they earning money, but they also feast on ample servings of fluffy, white steamed buns. Upon returning to their village, they would have tales to regale for a lifetime. Have you heard? Our employer is a nobleman, they whispered among themselves during their meals. Indeed, our employer possesses status and stature, and he is a truly benevolent person. But what exactly are we going to Suejo for? Do you not know? It is said that there are rebels in Suejo, and they are requisitioning our fellow citizens and provisions. Each county must provide 500 men and 10,000 stones of grain. So, are we going to our doom? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Are you foolish? If it were a death sentence, would the nobleman personally attend? He is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see us perish, which is precisely why he is leading us, to safeguard our lives. And that 10,000 stones of grain? The nobleman has provided for us common folk. The crowd suddenly understood. Ah, our employer truly is a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. By following him, even if we were to sell our lives, it would be worth it. Who could argue otherwise? With such a wonderful employer, what do we have to fear? Just as everyone's hearts were filled with gratitude for their employer, Yang Lin received news that ignited his fury. The brothers who had delivered the bandits to the county office had been detained. Chapter 173. The truth lies within our blade. Master. The messenger, drenched in blood, fell to his knees before Yang Lin, clutching his leg in desperation. Master, please save old Li and the others. Our men have been captured by the county officials, who accuse us of being bandits. If I hadn't fled quickly, I might not have returned. Yang Lin clenched his fists, envisioning the darkness enveloping the county, yet unable to fathom the depths of its depravity. Old Li, a robust hunter from their village in his 30s, was among the earliest to join the defense team and had risen to the rank of squad leader. He had been tasked by Zhong Tao to escort bandits to the county office, yet only Old Lu returned. Old Lu, rise. Yang Lin helped him up and turned to Zhong Tao. Brother Tao, go gather our people. They had merely found a small restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and did not dine with the rest of the defense team. Understood. Zhong Tao's expression darkened as he rushed out to the nearby Grand Tavern, shouting to the dining defense team, brothers, our comrades are being oppressed. Arm yourselves. Upon hearing this, the men abandoned their meals, hastily swallowing their food, and rushed out with weapons in hand. Yang Lin, equally grim-faced, exited while questioning Old Lu. What exactly transpired? Explain it clearly. Old Lu, choking back tears, recounted, Master. They are all in cahoots. When we delivered the prisoners to the county office, they initially claimed the officials were off duty and ordered us to return tomorrow. Old Li informed them we were escorting the bandits from Mount Dewang, prompting a constable to emerge and allow us to proceed with the paperwork. However, once inside, we were ambushed by a throng of constables who insisted we were the bandits and sought to imprison us. Old Li argued that we were not bandits, but they would not listen and even assaulted him. Our brothers, in a fit of rage, fought back, yet they were outnumbered. They released the bandits and colluded with them to capture all of us. I intended to fight alongside them, but Old Li urged me to flee and inform you, Master, which is how I barely escaped. Master, you must rescue Old Li and the others. Old Lu broke down again. Yang Lin's expression darkened further as he nodded. Do not worry, I will bring them back. His gaze was icy as he surveyed the path ahead. No one shall bully our people. At that moment, the restaurant owner, having grasped the situation, approached Yang Lin and quietly advised, "Sir, from what I've just heard, you've captured the bandits from Mount Dewang? That is commendable. You are good people." He gave Yang Lin a thumbs up, but then shook his head, lowering his voice to lament. "However, what you may not realize is that the bandits from Mount Dewang are brothers in arms with the county lieutenant. They are all part of the same faction, and we cannot afford to provoke them." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth, expressing his deep resentment towards them, stating, "The people of Zhou County despise them immensely. Yet what can we do? You, esteemed guest, are unaware of the darkness that envelopes this world. I advise you to accept your fate. If you truly wish to save your companions, prepare some silver to beseech the county magistrate. Perhaps your brothers may yet find a way to survive. Otherwise, sigh." The shopkeeper shook his head with a heavy heart. Yang Lin cupped his hands in gratitude towards the kind shopkeeper and replied, "Rest assured, I am a man of reason. My intent is to engage them in discourse." The shopkeeper was at a loss for words. Discourse? Those ruffians are the very embodiment of savagery. How could reason possibly prevail? Just as the shopkeeper was about to dissuade him, a throng of individuals burst forth from the nearby tavern, following Zhong Tao, and gathered outside the small eatery. Upon witnessing the menacing presence of hundreds, the shopkeeper was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this a mission of reason? His gaze shifted back to Yang Lin, now tinged with trepidation. The members of the defense team were seething with anger, engaging in fervent discussions as they awaited the arrival of reinforcements. Is there no law left? We are the ones who apprehend bandits. This is a noble deed. How can they seize our people? Indeed, those officials dare not confront the bandits. They only oppress us common folk. It is utterly outrageous. Let us confront them." The crowd shouted in unison. The citizens of Zhou County, uncertain of the unfolding events, kept their distance, wary of the unfolding chaos. Before long, a formation of 500 individuals coalesced, blocking the street entirely. The well-meaning shopkeeper, who had previously worried for Yang Lin, was now completely paralyzed by fear. What manner of people are these? Yang Lin mounted his horse and addressed the still-dazed shopkeeper, declaring, "Reason lies within our blades." He then bellowed, "Leave 3 companies to protect the ladies and supplies, ready at a moment's notice. First and second companies, advance and rescue our people." The 500 were divided into 5 companies, each consisting of 100, further segmented into 10 squads. Yang Lin took command of 2 companies, totaling 200 men. As Yang Lin led his formidable force towards the county office, within the county jail, Old Li and 9 other members of the defense team were suspended from torture devices, drenched in cold water. They were subjected to relentless beatings from the jailers wielding wooden clubs. Meanwhile, the bandits previously captured by the defense team had been untied and roamed freely within the prison. The bandits looked on with derision as the jailers assaulted the 9, some even joining in with wooden clubs to strike the defenders. A burly man with shifty eyes swung a heavy club at Old Li with ferocity, exclaiming, "How dare you lay a hand on my sworn brother? You seek death." The burly man struck again, causing Old Li to emit a cry of pain. At this moment, a small-time bandit leader could not help but interject, "Lord Zhong, these individuals are quite numerous and possess particularly formidable weapons. Many of our chief and numerous brethren have perished at the hands of such armaments. If we capture their men, will they not retaliate against us?" "Who would dare?" replied the squint-eyed brute, glaring fiercely at the members of the security team. "Humph, this is the county jail. I refuse to believe that anyone would possess the audacity to invade this precinct." The squint-eyed man was none other than Zhou Tianbao, the county constable of Zhou County. He was not only a sworn brother of Zhou Tianba, but also a close relative. It was precisely due to this connection that Zhou Tianba had plundered in Zhou County for many years without facing any repercussions. Today, as he was about to dismiss the court, he learned that bandits from Mount Dewang had been eradicated, and some captives were brought forth. Zhou Tianbao was instantly filled with rage. Thus, he commanded the arrest of all these troublesome civilians. Chapter 174. If they are not released, eliminate them all. Upon hearing the words of Zhou Tianbao, the bandits' eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Those who had previously displayed signs of reluctance now grasped their clubs and began to strike at the members of the security team. The defenders were soon left bloodied, some even on the brink of death. Zhou was indeed correct. This was Zhou County, and regardless of whether the adversaries were dragons or serpents, they were to heed Zhou's command. "Lord Zhou, you must avenge our leader." The bandits clamored, each echoing the sentiment. Humph. Zhou Tianbao scoffed coldly. Didn't they claim to have many men? Let us toss these few out and see if their comrades dare to come. If they do, we'll capture them all. The reason Zhou sought to lure the security team out was that he had learned from the bandits that the defenders had taken Dawang Mountain and raided Zhou Tianbao's lair. This meant that by eliminating these individuals, he could seize tens of thousands of taels of silver. In due time, they would all be eradicated. After all, they were merely bandits. The bandits' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they cheered, "Lord is mighty. Let us slay them and avenge our leader." Meanwhile, Old Li, upon hearing the plan to use himself and his comrades as bait to draw out the security team, was instantly unsettled. "If you have the guts, come for me. Do not lay a finger on my brothers." Old Li bellowed. "Stubborn. Sever his hand." Zhou Tianbao retorted with a cold sneer. A constable promptly brought forth a knife. Witnessing the impending violence, a look of terror crossed Old Li's face. "Come on. Even if you kill me, our master will avenge us." He steeled himself, gritting his teeth and tightly closing his eyes. At that moment, someone rushed in from outside the prison door. My lord, this is bad. A multitude has arrived outside. They demand that you release the prisoners, threatening to slaughter us all if you do not." A constable hurried in, his face pale and trembling. "What?" Zhou Tianbao exclaimed in shock, such audacity. Yet, in an instant, he pondered the implications and quickly inquired, "How many are there?" The constable, with a mournful expression, fearfully shook his head. "I do not know, but both the front and back doors have been blocked. It appears there are several hundred." Zhou Tianbao was taken aback by this number and turned to the few constables in the cell, who stood dumbfounded, uncertain of how to proceed. The bandits, too, were stricken with fear, recalling how effortlessly their foes had decimated them in the earlier conflict. Had they not begged for mercy quickly, they would have already met their demise. "It's over. Those individuals are merciless killers. Lord Zhou, what shall we do? You must save us." The bandits relinquished their wooden clubs, many trembling in fear. "Ha ha ha. Our benefactor has come to save us." Old Li spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed heartily. The remaining members of the defense team joined in the laughter. Despite their injuries, in this moment they felt that with such a benefactor, even death would be worthwhile. Zhou Tianbao's eyes darted around, and he soon snorted, "Umph. So what if there are many of them? We are officials, they are commoners. I do not believe they dare to storm this county jail." He commanded a few of his men to accompany him, eager to confront the audacious intruders disrupting his county. Upon reaching the entrance of the county jail, they discovered that the area was indeed surrounded by a throng of people, layered thickly. However, Zhou Tianbao could not suppress a sneer at the sight of their tattered garments. He realized they were merely common folk. It dawned on him why so many had gathered in Zhou County. They were likely conscripted laborers, 500 from each county, and as the county lieutenant, it was his duty to oversee this. Thus, seeing these individuals, Zhou Tianbao surmised they were simply passing through Zhou County as part of their conscription. With a swagger, he stepped forward and called out, "I am Zhou Tianbao, the county lieutenant. Who leads this group? Step forward." Those responsible for escorting the laborers were usually mere functionaries or clerks. Genuine officials of higher rank would not engage in such menial tasks. Therefore, he expected the leader of the opposing group to be of lesser rank. And he believed that by explaining the stakes, the individual would comply. The crowd parted, revealing Yang Lin, flanked by his purple-clad guards. "You demanded the release of our people. Where are they?" Yang Lin fixed his gaze on Zhou Tianbao, his tone calm yet firm. "Humph. Who are you? State your name." Zhou Tianbao scrutinized Yang Lin, barely in his 20s, dismissing him inwardly. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "I will ask you one last time. Where are our people? You insolent brat. What will you do if I refuse?" Zhou Tianbao sneered. "A mere handful of troublesome commoners. I could easily have them killed. This is the county jail, and if you dare to act against it, it is treason." He added coldly, "We are both officials. Why jeopardize your future over a few ruffians?" Zhou Tianbao shook his head dismissively, stating, "Today's events stem from your abduction of my brothers. If you wish to resolve this, compensate us with 10,000 taels of silver, and have those ruffians bow in apology to my brothers, and this matter will be settled." Yang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. "So, you refuse to release them?" He replied, "Very well. I had no intention of spilling blood, but you leave me no choice. Brothers, attack." With a single command, Yang Lin set the stage for conflict. In the blink of an eye, the crossbowmen at the rear had raised their crossbows. and a volley of bolts flew forth with a swift whoosh. Zhou Tianbao, witnessing the deluge of arrows, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. He had never declared that they would not shoot. He had initiated the terms, yet they had not countered. However, no amount of regret could alter his fate now. In this round of fire, the front line of constables had already fallen, shrieking as they were struck by arrows. Conversely, the bandits, fully aware of the terror induced by Yang Lin and his companions, were already paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing Yang Lin's command to kill, they immediately prostrated themselves in surrender, thus evading the onslaught of the first volley. Spare us, spare us. It was all Zhou's doing. We had no part in it. Yet, Yang Lin paid no heed to the pleas of the bandits and issued another command without a glance. Kill. Since the officials of Zhou County turn a blind eye to the bandits, it falls upon me to take charge. Chapter 175, to Pingyuan County, to eliminate Zhengrong. With a swift flurry of arrows, the bandits fell one by one. Zhou Tianbao, however, was fortunate. Though struck in the arm by 2 volleys, he was now terrified, scrambling back in a state of panic. Charge in. With Yang Lin's command, the shield bearers forged ahead, followed closely by the spear wielders as they stormed the prison. Inside the cell, upon witnessing the bloodied and tortured figures of old Li and the others, Yang Lin's eyes brimmed with tears. We have arrived. Old Li and his companions were equally moved, their eyes glistening. Master, I knew you would not abandon us. Old Su declared, I would gladly give my life for you. Master, I, Old Zhu, feel the same. Despite their numerous wounds, an intense exhilaration surged within them at that moment. Yang Lin clenched his fists, signaling for the rescue of Old Li and the others, then turned his gaze toward Zhou Tianbao, who was now in the clutches of the guards, trembling uncontrollably. As Yang Lin approached, Zhou Tianbao desperately struggled. No, don't come closer. I am the county lieutenant. Release me at once. Which county official are you? Perhaps I know your esteemed lord. Spare my life. Let me go. Zhou Tianbao was utterly incoherent. Yang Lin stood before him and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Speak. Why did you arrest me? Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, fixating on Zhou Tianbao's rotund face. Without waiting for a reply, he continued. You have failed in your duties as an official. We have taken it upon ourselves to act in your stead. You neglect the capture of bandits. We have done your job for you. What more do you desire? Why can you not leave the people a glimmer of hope? With his words hanging in the air, Yang Lin raised his hand and struck him again. The sound echoed sharply in the silence of the cell. Yang Lin's expression darkened. He had no desire to linger on Zhou Tianbao any longer. Take him away and execute him. Dispatch another team to seize his assets. Also, send a group to inquire about the progress with the county magistrate. Zhou Tianbao wailed as he was dragged out. Meanwhile, in the residence of county magistrate Zhou Rong, news had just reached him. How dare anyone breach the county jail? They have defied me. He bellowed. Summon Zhou Tianbao. Instruct him to apprehend these thieves. In the midst of his fury, a commotion arose outside, accompanied by hurried footsteps. My lord, it is dire. Intruders have breached the premises. What? Zhou Rong's countenance paled in shock. Who are they? How many? The servant, with a mournful expression, shook his head. I do not know, my lord. They have already entered the courtyard. We must flee. Horrified by the news of their incursion, Zhou Rong hastily scrambled away, taking refuge in the rear courtyard under the protection of his trusted guards. However, as they opened the back door and prepared to flee, they were met with a multitude of crossbows aimed at them. Our lord declared, Zhou County Magistrate, who has permitted his subordinates to commit heinous acts, deserves death. In the next moment, Zhou Rong saw an arrow hurtling toward him, growing ever larger in his vision. When Yang Lin resolved to storm into the county jail to rescue the imprisoned, he had already dispatched multiple groups of men, leaving no room for hesitation. This time, he intended to thoroughly rectify the governance of Zhou County, as he sent agents to the homes of various officials. He also mingled with the common folk to inquire if there existed any honorable officials in Zhou County. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was disheartening. In such a filthy quagmire, how could one find a lotus untouched by mud? Consequently, that very night, he executed Zhou Rong, the county magistrate, Zhou Tianbao, the county lieutenant, Zhou Weiman, the county assistant, along with 6 chief conspirators and 5 clerks, their heads rolling in a gruesome display. Naturally, following the beheading, the confiscation of property was an indispensable procedure. The following morning, as Yang Lin awoke and surveyed the heaps of gold, silver, and jewels that had been seized, he let out a deep sigh. The amount of silver was no less than what had been confiscated from Jianghe County, easily exceeding 100,000 taels. Yang Lin's emotions were exceedingly complex. In his quest to rectify the governance of Zhou County, he had inadvertently eradicated the entire magistracy, leaving not a single clerk behind. Jianghe County was similar. And what of other regions? Amidst his reflections, he found himself in a predicament. Just yesterday, he had returned 2 carts of silver, and today, here came 10 more. Yang Lin turned to Zhong Tao, who appeared equally troubled. With such a substantial sum of silver, trustworthy individuals were scarce. Having just dispatched Zhang Lei yesterday, it was now difficult to contemplate who could undertake such a heavy responsibility. Shall I return personally? Zhong Tao suggested. Yang Lin nodded. It seems we have no alternative. He added, bring along old Li and the others to recuperate in the village. Rest assured, master, I shall make haste and return within 2 days, and I will surely catch up with you. With Zi by Yang Lin's side, Zhong Tao had no cause for concern regarding Yang Lin's safety. Thus, early that morning, Zhong Tao set forth with the injured, escorting 10 carts of silver back along the same route. Zi looked at Yang Lin with a peculiar expression and asked, shall we also set out? Having only just traveled 2 days to Zhou County, they had already dispatched 3 batches of silver back. If this continued, not only would they not reach Suizhou in 6 months, but it seemed that all the silver in the realm would be sent to Kaoshan village. Indeed, let us depart. We must hasten our journey. Yang Lin could not help but sigh. The officials of Zhou County had been entirely wiped out, plunging the region into chaos. However, such matters no longer concerned Yang Lin and his companions. In an era where communication was cumbersome, even if someone plotted rebellion, the layers of reporting would delay any military response for a considerable time. Thus, Yang Lin harbored no fears of being besieged by an army. They pressed onward. As long as they did not linger to await their demise, no one would be able to track them down. However, shortly after departing from Zhou County, Zi noticed that the path seemed amiss. This is not the route to Suizhou, Zi remarked. To reach Suizhou, one must head south, passing through Guixian, Sixian, and Zhou-Wuxian, before arriving at Jizhou and then Suizhou. Yet, the direction we are currently heading leads towards Pingyuan County. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are not bound for Suizhou. What? Zi exclaimed in astonishment. We are not going to Suizhou? Then where are we headed? To Pingyuan County, Yang Lin indicated ahead. What purpose do we have in Pingyuan County? Zi probed further. To eliminate Zheng Rong, Yang Lin replied nonchalantly. Zi was taken aback once more. She was certainly aware of Zheng Rong, having recently dispatched Master Wei to cunningly extract the formula for the tofu medicine from Yang Lin. The Zheng Feng, whom they had encountered and slain by the river, also claimed to be Zheng Rong's brother. However, Zheng Rong was, after all, the county magistrate, a 4th-rank official. He governed an entire region. Even the emperor would think twice before attempting to assassinate a county magistrate. Yet here with Yang Lin, it seemed that the act of slaying Zheng Rong was merely a trivial matter. Zi, however, resolutely shook her head. No, we cannot kill Zheng Rong. Chapter 176. Continue digging. Continue burying. Seeing Yang Lin still wearing a smile, Zi hurriedly explained. Young master, the situation in the county town differs from that in the prefectural city. Although Pingyuan Prefecture is not a large region, it does have walls, guarded not only by armored soldiers, but also by a formidable army stationed outside the city. While we could easily eliminate those corrupt officials in Zhou County and Jianghe County, that is only because those areas lack fortifications. However, with the walls of Pingyuan Prefecture in place, our large number cannot enter the city without surrendering our weapons. Without our arms, what can we accomplish inside? The constables and yamen runners in the prefectural city are far more formidable than those in the county. Without the advantage of bows and crossbows, we would be unable to eliminate Zheng Rong. Zi urged earnestly. Yang Lin, however, merely smiled faintly. I am well aware of what you speak. Zi was taken aback. Then why do you still wish to go to Pingyuan Prefecture? Yang Lin replied. Eliminating Zheng Rong is but one aspect. Whether I can indeed vanquish him remains uncertain, yet I must attempt it. Furthermore, I plan to travel through Pingyuan Prefecture en route to Suizhou. Zi was astonished once more. From Pingyuan Prefecture to Suizhou? That is hardly in the same direction. Suizhou lies directly south, while Pingyuan Prefecture is situated to the southeast. Yang Lin produced a map and unfurled it for her to see. Look, What do you see here? What is this? Huangshui? Zi queried, perplexed. Yang Lin nodded. Indeed. My intention is to reach Pingyuan Prefecture, then take the Huangshui River, navigating the waterways to Jiangzhou, and from there proceed to Suizhou. Zi stared in awe at the map's riverways. Is that truly feasible? Yet, the more she examined it, the more astonished she became. According to Yang Lin's indicated route, it was indeed possible. Although it appeared to take a convoluted detour, a significant portion of the waterway flows downstream, ensuring both speed and ease. With this method, Zi computed in her mind and could not help but be amazed once more. In no more than 6 days, they could reach Suizhou. Even with some time already lost, this plan would allow them to arrive 2 days earlier than originally intended. Young master, you are truly gifted, Zi said, bowing in admiration. Yang Lin rolled up the map. The reason for choosing the waterways was not solely for expediency. He yearned to personally witness the river known as Huangshui, for he suspected that this Huangshui River was none other than the great mother river of his past life, the Yellow River. Although this world bore a starkly different history, its mountains, rivers, and many other elements bore striking resemblance to those of his previous existence. Thus, Yang Lin harbored a profound suspicion that this was indeed Earth. The very land beneath his feet was the China that had nurtured him in his former life. Yet, here, there were neither the Xia, Shang, or Zhou dynasties, nor the Qin, Han, or Jin. Even the ancient myths and legends were significantly altered. Why did this world appear in such a manner? Why is there such a starkly different history? He is eager to uncover the answer. After a long day of arduous travel, the main force arrived at the plains of Pingyuan County. Yang Lin refrained from ordering an entry into the city and instead found a vacant plot of land outside the city to settle down. Meanwhile, in Kaoshan village, upon seeing Zhong Tao return with 10 horse-drawn carts, Li Yuyao couldn't help but feel her heart race. Glancing at the carts, she sighed in relief, though her expression grew increasingly peculiar. Madam, this is what the owner instructed us to bring back, Zhong Tao whispered, leaning closer to Li Yuyao. Although she had her suspicions, hearing the word silver spoken aloud made her involuntarily gasp. 10 carts the day before, 2 carts last night, and now another 10 carts today. What could he possibly be doing? The man hasn't even reached Suizhou, yet the silver keeps arriving in waves. The women who rushed to see the carts were equally astonished. After unloading, Zhong Tao recounted the events that transpired in the county before making his swift exit. Once the outsider departed, the women immediately sprang into action, transporting boxes of gold, silver, and jewels to the vegetable garden out back, continuing to dig holes and burying the treasures. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Qing Yi approached Li Yuyao and whispered, Your Majesty, with such an abundance of silver, we can already initiate our uprising. Being well-versed in military affairs, she understood the substantial funds required to sustain an army. With over 200,000 taels of silver now at their disposal, this wealth could support a force of 30,000 men for a decade. The once hopeless endeavor of restoring the country now glimmered with hope, and Qing Yi couldn't contain her excitement for her sovereign. However, Li Yuyao shook her head. No, he will surely find use for all this silver. As for the uprising, I have already made arrangements. It won't be long before he returns with a grand army. Qing Yi's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. Outside Pingyuan County, after the main body of the defense team was stationed, Yang Lin summoned Zi and stealthily left the ranks. Are we going into the city to kill Zheng Rong? Zi looked at Yang Lin with a strange expression. Yang Lin chuckled. What? With your skills, do you think you can manage to kill Zheng Rong? Zi paused, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. I can. But to think that a close attendant of your majesty, the one most favored by the emperor, is to be used as an assassin against a court official? Yang Lin replied with a jest. Even if you can do it, I wouldn't easily let you take such risks. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your mistress? Only then did Zi breathe a sigh of relief. So, why do you want to take me into the city? Yang Lin smirked. To kill Zheng Rong, of course. But I will do it myself. I cannot guarantee success, but now that I am here, I must at least give it a try. Since Zheng Rong has already set his sights on us, it will be either your death or mine. In that case, it is only prudent to strike first, especially after the upheaval in Jianghe County and Zhou County. The news has nearly reached Pingyuan Prefecture. Should Zheng Rong be given the opportunity to respond, although I am not particularly afraid, the ensuing complications would be quite troublesome. Once Zheng Rong is resolved, many issues will naturally follow suit. However, Zi was utterly astounded. My lord, do you intend to personally slay Zheng Rong? How is that even conceivable? He was well aware of Yang Lin's capabilities. With an ordinary physique and lacking martial prowess, while he excelled at archery, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring a bow and arrow through the city gates. Moreover, Zi knew that they had only brought a small bundle, which contained no weaponry. So how could he possibly kill a county magistrate? Rest assured, I have my methods. Let us enter the city first. Just as Yang Lin and Zi hurriedly entered Pingyuan Prefecture before the city gates closed, Zheng Rong, at his residence, had just received the news from Zhou County and Jianghe County. Upon learning that someone had the audacity to assassinate numerous officials in both counties, Zheng Rong was filled with furious indignation. Chapter 177. A precious gift. Have you clarified the situation? The murderer is indeed the one named Yang Lin. Who exactly is this Yang Lin, and how does he dare to act so brazenly? Zheng Rong, filled with ire, gazed at Zhao Can, the county clerk who had come to report. Zhao Can whispered, My lord, have you forgotten? That tofu was produced by this very individual. Upon mentioning the tofu, Zheng Rong suddenly realized. So it was him. Zheng Rong raised an eyebrow and remarked, However, I have heard that this person is merely a rustic peasant. Is it truly he who instigated the incidents in Jianghe County and Zhou County? My lord, Zhao Can replied. It is said that Yang Lin possesses a decree from the emperor claiming to be a baron granted by the late sovereign, and he presents himself as a noble when abroad. Zheng Rong frowned. A noble? How could that be? In the entire Pingyuan County, there are only 3 nobles, all residing within the county seat. Yet Yang Lin is merely a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be a noble? Who knows? Zhao Can shook his head. However, according to reports, Yang Lin is accompanied by 500 men, presumably escorting laborers to Suizhou. Perhaps we should send a document to Suizhou ordering them to apprehend him? Zheng Rong, however, waved his hand dismissively, his expression icy. No. Have you forgotten that Master Wei has been gone for quite some time, yet has returned with no news? And given Yang Lin's audacity, it is possible that Master Wei has Zhao Can was taken aback. That cannot be. No matter how bold Yang Lin is, how could he dare to harm your subordinates? Even if he truly is a noble, provoking you would be tantamount to seeking death. Zheng Rong coldly replied. Regardless of the circumstances, that formula he possesses must belong to me. Old Zhao, tomorrow you shall personally lead a team to that village. Dealing with the rascals there is necessary, killing those who must be killed and capturing those who must be captured. Especially Yang Lin's family, they must all be taken. When he returns from Suizhou, he will have no choice but to obediently surrender the formula. Once the formula is in hand, we shall eradicate any remnants. Zheng Rong made a cutting gesture. At present, the 2 novel foods, tofu and dried bean curd, were immensely popular throughout Pingyuan County. He had initially aspired to monopolize the tofu industry, but upon inquiry, he discovered that while the profits from tofu were decent, a special potion was required for its production. And that potion cost an exorbitant amount, over 10 taels of silver per barrel. Moreover, it was only available in Jianghe County. Realizing the immense potential of the tofu industry, Zheng Rong immediately recognized that this potion was the true lucrative enterprise. Thus, he had dispatched Master Wei to handle the matter. However, with Master Wei having vanished and the revelation that Yang Lin was no ordinary foe, he decisively resolved to seize Yang Lin's weakness and force his compliance. As for the affairs in Zhou County and Jianghe County, although they incited his fury, the casualties were merely a few officials and bore no significant impact on him. Furthermore, this matter could not be reported. If the court were to learn of such incidents occurring within his Pingyuan County, his position as a county magistrate would be untenable. Just as Zheng Rong and Zhao Can deliberated on how to address the situation in Kaoshan village, a servant entered to deliver news. Sir, there is someone outside named Yang Lin who wishes to see you. What? Zheng Rong was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Zhao Can widened his eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend, and hastily inquired, Who did you say has come? The servant promptly replied, He claims to be Yang Lin and instructed me to inform you. He also mentioned that upon hearing his name, you would certainly agree to meet him. Zheng Rong instantly became restless, urgently pressing, How many companions does he have? The recent incident in Zhou County had transpired only yesterday. There was no room for fear. The servant quickly responded, Reporting to you, sir. He is accompanied by only one woman. What? Zheng Rong was again taken aback, his eyes darting around. Zhao Can interjected, Sir, this is a splendid opportunity. Since Yang Lin has voluntarily come to us, we should seize him, imprison him in the dungeon, and interrogate him for the formula of the potion. However, Zheng Rong, with a grave expression, waved his hand dismissively and pondered. Do you believe this Yang Lin to be a fool? Zhao Can hesitated slightly, shaking his head. He does not seem foolish. After all, who could invent a novel delicacy like tofu if they were truly simple-minded? Precisely, Zheng Rong replied coldly. He knows that Wei Fong is my subordinate, that I desire his formula. And he must also be aware that the events in Zhou County and Jianghe County have reached my ears. Yet he still dares to come to me. What does this imply? My subordinate is dull. Zhao Can quickly bowed his head. It indicates he is confident and unafraid. Zheng Rong's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice evident within them. Shall we meet him then, sir? Zhao Can inquired. Yes, of course we shall. He has come all this way, and this is my territory. How could I possibly be intimidated? Zheng Rong commanded the servant coldly. Let him in. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly added, but let him come in alone. The servant responded hurriedly. The other party insists that you come out to meet him, stating that if you do not, he will leave. What? Zheng Rong's eyes widened, fury igniting within him. How dare he request that I go out to meet him? Zheng Rong gritted his teeth. How many guards are currently in the residence? 50, the servant promptly replied. Gather everyone and accompany me outside. I want to see how many lives this Yang Lin possesses that I could extinguish. Although his instincts warned him that the sudden appearance of the other party at his doorstep surely harbored ulterior motives, he felt that to not even dare to meet him and allow him to leave would be an immense humiliation. Outside, Yang Lin and Ziyi stood before the closed gates of Zheng's residence. Young master, do you truly believe he will come out to meet you? Ziyi questioned skeptically. Even now, Ziyi remained uncertain about Yang Lin's intentions regarding Zheng Rong. Of course, I am certain, Yang Lin replied confidently. Why is that? Ziyi challenged. Yang Lin smiled. Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Capturing me will bring him enough profit to take the risk. Dressed in purple, she retorted indignantly. What if he simply refuses to emerge? Yang Lin chuckled in response. Having arrived at his doorstep, if he lacks the courage to face me, then he is hardly a figure of concern. He inquired, have you prepared the fire torch I asked for? Yes, it is ready, she nodded, though her confusion was evident. At that moment, the gates of the Zheng residence swung open, and dozens of servants and guards surged forth, escorting Zheng Rong. Upon spotting Yang Lin and the woman in purple standing in the road, Zheng Rong realized there were indeed only two of them. Just as he was about to utter a word, Yang Lin preemptively spoke. Zheng Darren, I am aware of your desires. I have come specifically to deliver a great treasure to you. As he spoke, Yang Lin tossed over a bamboo tube that had just been ignited. Chapter 178, Celestial Master, Yang Lin. Protect the official. The guards swiftly positioned themselves in front of Zheng Rong. However, as the bamboo tube clattered to the ground, nothing transpired, leaving a group of drawn sword guards in a state of bewilderment, exchanging confused glances, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Stand aside for this official. It is but a mere bamboo tube, no need for alarm. Zheng Rong exclaimed with dissatisfaction. The adversary was 10 paces away, and upon confirming that there were no arrows in hand, Zheng Rong dismissed Yang Lin as a threat. Glancing at the bamboo tube, which appeared to be still smoldering, Zheng Rong grew increasingly perplexed and coldly demanded, Yang Lin, what is the meaning of this? Yang Lin, calculating that the time was ripe, shouted, Lord Zheng. The item you desire lies within this. Zheng Rong was momentarily taken aback, but soon elated, disregarding any suspicion, as he could hardly fathom any ulterior motive. He hastened to retrieve the bamboo tube. The guards remained tense, their eyes fixed on Yang Lin, while the figure in purple beside him wore a look of utter confusion, unable to comprehend Yang Lin's intentions. Merely tossing a bamboo tube? Was it meant to intimidate? Yet, such childish antics seemed futile. Once Zheng Rong realized the ruse and ordered their capture, would they not have to shield him and fight their way out? Seeing Zheng Rong pick up the bamboo tube, Yang Lin suddenly pointed at him and bellowed, Zheng Rong, you have committed numerous atrocities. Your sins are manifold. By the decree of heaven, I summon the power of divine retribution to strike you down. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zheng Rong, still perplexed by the bamboo tube, prepared to command the arrest of Yang Lin when, boom, A thunderous explosion echoed in every ear. Instantly, flames erupted before the Zheng residence, enveloping the vicinity in smoke. The specially crafted bamboo tube's explosive power exceeded that which he had experimented with Li Yuyao by 4 or 5 times. Thus, at the epicenter of the blast, Zheng Rong was instantaneously torn apart, his flesh reduced to a gruesome state, while the surrounding guards met with death or grievous injury, collapsing in disarray. Even those guards who had not been directly affected by the explosion were rendered dazed and disoriented. Run, just as the figure in purple, stunned by the scene before her, had yet to regain her senses. Yang Lin seized her hand and fled with remarkable speed. After a considerable distance, they finally halted. Yang Lin gasped for breath, patting his chest. That was close. We were far too near the explosion. I could feel the oncoming wave of heat. Had we been any closer, I might have faced peril myself. Meanwhile, the figure in purple, her face a portrait of fear, gazed at Yang Lin with astonishment. Young master, are you a deity? Her eyes, once filled with familiarity, now reflected sheer terror. Yang Lin chuckled. In this world, where do deities exist? But how did you summon the thunder? She inquired, still shaken by the harrowing spectacle she had just witnessed. With a mere gesture and a single utterance, Yang Lin summoned thunder from the heavens, leaving Zheng Rong utterly obliterated. Such prowess could only belong to a celestial being. Yang Lin smiled, offering no explanations, and instead inquired, "Is it still possible to leave the city?" Zi shook her head, stating, "When we entered, the city gates were nearly closed. There is no way out now." Yang Lin replied, "Then let us find an inn to rest for the night." As Yang Lin and Zi casually settled into an inn, chaos reigned in Zheng Rong's household. What had transpired? The hastily arriving prefect and deputy of Pingyuan County anxiously questioned the surviving guards. The deaths of the county governor and the chief clerk were monumental events for the region. The scene of carnage suggested they had met a most gruesome fate. The remaining guards, however, appeared somewhat unhinged, muttering about spirits, deities, and celestial thunder. Seeing no response, Prefect Zhao Dahu seized one of the paralyzed guards. Glaring fiercely as he demanded, "I am asking you questions. How did Lord Zheng and Lord Zhao perish?" Celestial thunder. Celestial thunder. The guard's eyes still reflected terror. Celestial thunder? From whence did this celestial thunder come? Zhao Dahu, skeptical, delivered a sharp slap to the guard. The guard, roused from his stupor, hastily replied, "Reporting to the Lord." It was a person named Yang Lin. He came to see Lord Zheng, claiming to present him with some treasure. Then, he suddenly pointed at Lord Zheng, declaring that Lord Zheng had committed numerous wrongs, and that he was acting on divine orders to summon celestial thunder to strike him down. The guard's eyes remained wide with fear. The sudden explosion was a shadow he would carry for the rest of his life. Just as Zhao Dahu was about to rebuke him, the deputy murmured, "Lord Zhao, the guard's accounts are remarkably consistent. It seems there truly was celestial thunder." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahu was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily gasping in shock. They were aware of the misdeeds committed by Zheng Rong. Could it be that a formidable figure had indeed come to enact divine justice, employing celestial thunder to smite him? "You just mentioned the name of the one who wielded the celestial thunder. What was it?" Zhao Dahu again seized the guard, demanding an answer. He is named Yang Lin." "Yes, Yang Lin. That is the name Lord Zheng called out." The guard fervently affirmed. Yang Lin, Yang Lin. The prefect and deputy silently etched this name into their memories. However, despite knowing the identity of the one responsible, neither dared to speak of pursuing justice. For the other's enigmatic powers instilled fear in their hearts. As for the deaths of County Governor Zheng and Chief Clerk Zhao, the official verdict deemed them unfortunate accidents, with strict orders to keep the matter confidential and prevent any leaks. Unbeknownst to Yang Lin, news of his summoning of celestial thunder to annihilate Zheng Rong would soon reverberate throughout the entirety of Pingyuan County. In this era of information scarcity, news is rare, and any matter shrouded in mystery quickly circulates, becoming the talk of the streets and the subject of conversation over tea and meals. Yang Lin, entirely unprepared for the consequences, inadvertently earned himself the moniker of Celestial Master after the incident that led to Zheng Rong's demise. That evening's events were embellished with vivid detail and gave rise to numerous interpretations. Some claimed he was a deity descending to enact heavenly justice. Others insisted he was merely a disciple of a celestial being, having mastered arcane arts. As the rumors proliferated, the identity of the inventor of tofu resurfaced, resulting in a brief surge in tofu sales. Meanwhile, oblivious to the magnitude of his actions, Yang Lin found himself in an inn, embroiled in a dispute with Zi Yi over sleeping arrangements. He proposed to rent 2 rooms, one for each of them. However, Zi Yi was adamant about sharing a single room, insisting on remaining by Yang Lin's side to ensure his safety. Absolutely not. Yang Lin firmly rejected her proposal. He was uncertain of his ability to maintain composure alone with this enchanting and spirited young woman, fearing that he might not withstand the flames of desire. Chapter 179. If I cross this line, I shall be no better than a beast. No, I cannot bear to part ways with the young master. Faced with Yang Lin's resolute refusal, Zi Yi remained equally unyielding. As their argument threatened to escalate, the innkeeper, believing he understood the situation, chuckled and interjected. There is no need for contention. Our humble establishment has but 1 room remaining. Consequently, Yang Lin and Zi Yi found themselves sharing a single chamber. They resolved to rest early, for the following day would require them to seek out a vessel. Given their intention to navigate downstream from Pingyuan County to Jiangzhou, it was imperative to secure sufficient boats. After a brief acknowledgement, Zi Yi removed her outer garments and unfastened her soft sword, preparing to retire for the night. Observing her graceful silhouette, Yang Lin exhaled slowly and began to disrobe as well. In their previous lives, they had shared a room, often squeezed together on a large bed. Yet now, in the stillness of the night, the atmosphere between a lone man and a woman felt particularly charged. Yang Lin lay on the inner side of the bed while Zi Yi occupied the outer side. Though the bed was not spacious, both were acutely aware of the need to maintain a respectful distance. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Zi Yi lay flat on her back, her heartbeat quickening. As the night carried a hint of chill, Yang Lin instinctively pulled the blanket closer. Thus, they inadvertently shared a single cover, causing Zi Yi's heart to race even faster. In the midst of the awkward tension, Yang Lin recalled a rather inappropriate jest from his past life. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Ahem, Miss E. Let us draw an imaginary line across the bed. Should I cross it tonight, I shall be no better than a beast." "There is no need," Zi Yi retorted coldly. "If you were to cross that line, I would sever your hand." Yang Lin's hand immediately froze in place. It was best not to provoke her. That night, both enjoyed a peaceful sleep. However, upon awakening the next morning, Yang Lin was startled to discover that, at some point during the night, he had wrapped an arm around Zi Yi while they slept. Taken aback, he turned to look at her, only to find Zi Yi wide-eyed with a crimson face, glaring fiercely at him. Quickly retracting his hand, he offered an awkward smile. "I did nothing." "Indeed." Zi Yi bit her lip, her gaze fixed with intensity on Yang Lin. "You are correct, young master. You did nothing at all." She seethed inwardly. Who was that scoundrel who, after she had fallen asleep, had flung an arm over her, pinning her down? Who was that rogue who, even in slumber, could not behave, touching and squeezing her? Were it not for his status as the emperor's consort, that scoundrel would have met his demise 100 times over. Yang Lin sheepishly scratched his head. After drifting off to sleep the previous night, he seemed to have encountered something, but whether in a dream or half awake, he could no longer recall. Upon leaving the inn and having breakfast, the two set out for the marketplace in search of a boatman. However, upon reaching the entrance of the market, they were met with a distressing sight. A cluster of wooden cages lined the street, each containing filthy children. The children, both young and old, male and female, varied in age from merely 7 or 8 to no more than 12 or 13. Their hair was disheveled, and their bodies gaunt. Some squatted in corners, while others turned in their wooden cages, their pairs of curious and expectant eyes surveying the bustling street. "What crimes have these children committed? Why are they confined here?" Yang Lin inquired, perplexed of Zi. "Do you not know, young master?" Zi countered. "Know what?" Yang Lin responded, bewildered. "These children are innocent. They are mere commodities in the trade of human trafficking," Zi replied coolly. "What?" Yang Lin exclaimed in shock. Once more, he gazed at the children, his anger boiling over. "Selling children?" Yang Lin enunciated each word, gritting his teeth as he looked at those confined within the cages. Zi appeared somewhat taken aback. "It is not unusual for human traffickers to sell children. Why do you look so astonished?" Yang Lin glared and demanded, "These children were sold by their own parents?" Zian shook his head. Some were sold by parents who could not afford to care for them, while others were captured or abducted. There are all sorts of circumstances. Here, we are merely discussing the sale of children. Within the marketplace, there are likely those peddling slaves. At that moment, a burly man with a broad face approached with a grin, inquiring, "Might the esteemed guest be interested in purchasing a child? The children I have are quite exceptional. In fact, 2 of them can even read. If you desire one, it will only cost you 1 or 2 taels of silver." Yang Lin was left speechless. A living being, reduced to a mere cost of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Observing Yang Lin's astonishment, the man assumed he found the price steep and hurriedly added, "Do not consider it too dear, esteemed guest. A child for 1 or 2 taels, who can read and write, might very well be from a wealthy family. Should you prefer the younger ones, they are available for 8 coins. No, I can sell them for 6. The man gestured towards a nearby cage housing several boys of 7 or 8 years. Yang Lin frowned and asked, "Where do these children come from?" The man's expression shifted slightly at the inquiry. "Esteemed guest, that is of no concern to you, is it?" Yang Lin, suppressing his fury, replied, "I merely wish to ascertain the origins of these children. If they have been stolen or abducted, what will happen when the authorities come looking for me?" The man let out a cold laugh, proudly raising his thumb to indicate himself. "You need not worry, esteemed guest. We have connections with the authorities. No one will trouble you. As for their innocence? It seems you are rather inexperienced. Who among the street vendors selling children can claim to be innocent?" Yang Lin inhaled sharply. It was evident that the authorities were aware of the dubious origins of these children, yet still turned a blind eye to their blatant sale. The implications were clear. Yang Lin fought to contain his anger and nodded resolutely, stating, "Very well. I shall take all of these children." Both the man and Zi were taken aback. The man, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Excellent. If the esteemed guest desires them, I shall ensure you receive a favorable price." Zi tugged at Yang Lin's sleeve and whispered, "My lord, these children are frail and weak. Even if we were to bring them home, they may not survive, and they are far too young to be of any use." Yang Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "Is the worth of a life to you determined solely by its capacity for labor? That is not my intention." Zi quickly clarified, "My lord, I understand your kind heart and your reluctance to witness these children suffer, but the trade of children is rampant. Can you afford to rescue them all? In this world, injustice abounds everywhere. Every time you encounter it, do you intend to intervene? And can you truly manage it all?" Yang Lin shook his head. "I know I cannot save everyone, nor can I oversee every matter. Yet, having witnessed their plight, I feel compelled to act, to intervene." He asserted resolutely, "Enough. There is no need for further discussion. I have made up my mind." Seeing his determination, Zi sighed and ceased her persuasion. Her esteemed fiancé possessed many admirable qualities. Yet his excessive compassion could be a flaw. For an ordinary person, kindness may not be a detriment, but for one destined to rule, it can indeed become a vulnerability. "Sir, the total comes to 18 taels of silver," announced a stout man with a jovial demeanor. Zi's eyes widened as she retorted coldly, "Did you not just say that the most expensive was 1 tael, and that the younger ones cost only 6 chien? How does it amount to 18 taels for these 14 children?" Chapter 180. A plump lamb has arrived in the county town. The man chuckled coldly. The price earlier was the price of that moment. The current price is dictated by the present. Since this kind gentleman cannot bear to see these children suffer, he ought to pay a little more, for their sake. Can he truly stand by and witness their plight, yet withhold his silver? Is he to be a bystander in their misery? He provocatively glanced at Yang Lin. The lady in purple was incensed. "You seek death." The man had discerned Yang Lin's benevolence and was capitalizing on it. Just as she was about to draw her sword, Yang Lin restrained her. With a cheerful demeanor, Yang Lin replied, "What you say is entirely valid. For the sake of these children, I am willing to spend the money. 18 taels it shall be. It is but a trifle." The man's eyes instantly brightened. He relished this kind-hearted, affluent, and inexperienced lamb. "However, I currently lack sufficient personnel to supervise these children and have not brought enough silver with me. How about you assist me in escorting them out of the city, and I shall pay you an additional 2 taels?" "Very well." The man quickly agreed. Yang Lin continued, "Given the number of children, ensure that you dispatch more men to accompany them." "Absolutely." The burly man patted his chest, but his eyes cunningly flickered as he inquired, "How far does the gentleman intend to travel beyond the city?" "If it is a considerable distance, We shall need to negotiate additional payment. Oh, not far at all. Just 2 miles beyond the city, where my caravan awaits, Yang Lin replied with a smile. Upon hearing the mention of a caravan, a fleeting glint of malice crossed the man's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as he said, "Very well. Good sir, you can count on me for this matter. Shall we set off now?" "Not in haste," Yang Lin said. "I still wish to visit the market to procure some oranges. Please remain here and do not wander until I return." With that, Yang Lin disregarded the man further and, accompanied by the lady in purple, entered the market. The children watched with curiosity as Yang Lin's figure receded, some filled with excitement, others in a daze, until he completely vanished from their sight, at which point they sorrowfully turned their gaze away. Upon entering the market, the lady in purple lowered her voice, "My lord, do you intend to?" Before she could finish, Yang Lin nodded. Her eyes gleamed with realization, and she marveled inwardly at her master's compassion and his fierce opposition to evil. He could embody a saint or a demon, with a heart of a bodhisattva and the means of a thunderous wrath. Should the realm truly return to the emperor's hands in the future, with his counsel, a harmonious world would surely follow. The market in the county town was several times larger than that of the county, offering a plethora of goods, live poultry and livestock, cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep, furs, meats, fresh fish, even spices from the western regions, precious medicinal herbs, and items that Yang Lin did not recognize. In his past, Yang Lin had only visited Jianghe County and had never encountered such scenes. His memories held no such abundance of novelty. Thus, at this moment, as he beheld these wonders, he was filled with a sense of delightful curiosity. In the bustling marketplace, individuals of various backgrounds could be seen, with both men and women, young and old, all for sale. Yang Lin, observing the sight of those bound and slumped on the ground, inquired directly about the sale process. "Strong laborers are worth 8 taels. These men 5 taels, the women 3 taels, and the elderly 2 taels each. Those without contracts are also valued at 2 taels," explained the wiry figure wielding a whip, casting a cold glance at Yang Lin. Before Yang Lin could respond, a young man in his 20s boldly protested, "Not so. Though I possess no official title, I am well versed in the classics and cannot be valued less than these brutes. I demand 8 taels." Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, bemused by the man's folly. The whip wielder, however, struck back with a swift lash. "Enough with the nonsense. I say you are worth 5 taels, and that is final. Do not strike my face. Do not strike my face. It is a disgrace to my scholarly dignity." The scholar exclaimed, quickly retracting his neck and shielding his face with his hands. Yang Lin, both amused and exasperated, thought the man rather entertaining. "Very well, calculate the total for all of them. How much silver will it require?" he asked. The wiry man's eyes lit up. "Are you serious, sir?" "Of course I am serious." "Excellent. For you, the price shall be 80 taels." Among the 12 individuals tied together, half were elderly women, and the offer of 80 taels clearly suggested they viewed Yang Lin as an easy mark. Yet, aware of Yang Lin's intentions, the woman in purple remained silent this time. "Agreed, 80 taels it is." Yang Lin produced a silver ingot and tossed it to the wiry man. "This is a deposit. I lack sufficient silver on my person. My caravan awaits outside the city. Please bring additional help to escort all of them out." The wiry man, taking the silver and biting it to test its authenticity, nodded eagerly. "No problem." Upon hearing that Yang Lin intended to purchase them all, the dazed individuals began to harbor a flicker of hope, curiously studying Yang Lin as if to discern the nature of their forthcoming master. However, the scholar, shedding his previous pretentiousness, declared defiantly, "Those who read the classics would rather die than be humiliated. Kill me if you must, for I shall never be a slave." He held his head high, exuding pride. "Silence!" The wiry man cursed, delivering another harsh lash. Yang Lin, undisturbed, turned to leave. After wandering the marketplace for some time and securing the release of those individuals, he finally encountered a group of fishermen, who informed him they resided by the banks of the Yellow River and owned boats. "However, we only possess small vessels, and collectively, they cannot accommodate 500 people. If you seek larger ships, we can recommend a destitute family in the village that has 2 large boats," one fisherman stated after receiving Yang Lin's silver. "Very well. Let us depart the city at once." Just as Yang Lin was preparing to lead the fishermen out of the city, news of a plump prey reaching the county town had spread among the bandits. This naive target, not only lacking in arithmetic skills, but also known for his lavish spending, was rumored to be accompanied by a merchant caravan outside the city. The bandits hastily mobilized all their members under the pretext of escorting Yang Lin and his group out of the city, intending to locate the merchant caravan after their exit, eliminate the plump prey, and seize the caravan's riches. Not only would they acquire silver, but they could also bring back the individuals they sold off. Consequently, when these four groups of bandits, each harboring the same cunning scheme, encountered one another, they were momentarily taken aback. Despite being fellow bandits, the saying fellow travelers are foes rang true, and upon spotting other organizations with considerable numbers, they quickly surmised each other's intentions. Though unspoken, their minds were occupied with thoughts of how to divide the spoils after the heist. Chapter 181. Spare me, O King, in a hushed tone. Zi leaned closer to Yang Lin and cautioned, ahead, there are 6 individuals trafficking children. To the side, there are 8 more, and behind, 2 groups of thugs, one with 5 and the other with 7, totaling 26, all armed. Can you handle this? Yang Lin inquired. Absolutely, Zi replied without hesitation. However, if a confrontation ensues, it may endanger the innocent. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall first ensure the safety of the people before we engage. Unbeknownst to the fishermen, who marveled at Yang Lin's act of purchasing so many, they whispered among themselves, what a benevolent guest. Indeed, those children will be fortunate to follow such a kind-hearted gentleman. Yet, amidst such goodwill, what could it truly accomplish? By rescuing these children, the thugs would merely turn around and abduct more. Sighs of despair filled the air, as the fishermen were acutely aware of the formidable forces backing these traffickers, rendering them reluctant to interfere further. After exiting the city and traversing over a mile, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The streets lay barren, and the thugs began to stir restlessly. However, their sights were not solely set on Yang Lin. They also coveted the merchant caravan he had mentioned. Thus they refrained from making a move until they spotted it. As they approached the vicinity where the main force was stationed, Yang Lin discreetly murmured to a fisherman nearby, "These thugs intend to kill us." The fisherman gasped in alarm, his face a canvas of terror, momentarily at a loss. He could not fathom why this gentleman, aware of the ill intentions of these thugs, would lead them out of the city and into danger. Stay back during the ensuing conflict to avoid harm, Yang Lin advised softly. The fisherman, eyes wide with fear, asked, "But what of you, sir?" "Me?" Yang Lin offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not, I have some capable allies. They cannot overpower me." The well-meaning fisherman quickly implored, "Sir, even with allies, you are no match for them. Those men are desperate criminals. We must flee." "Not a concern," Yang Lin replied as they drew nearer to the encampment. Upon sighting the parked carts in the clearing, the thugs' eyes glimmered with anticipation. "Finally, we have arrived," Yang Lin declared. "Gentlemen, my caravan lies just ahead, along with my 800 taels of silver. Do not approach. Remain here while I retrieve your silver." Upon hearing this, the thugs exchanged glances, their expressions hardening with resolve. They understood clearly that the silver lay within the caravan. Without hesitation, they surged towards the merchant group. In an instant, only a few stunned fishermen and the captives remained with Yang Lin. Zi remarked with an unusual expression, "It appears my intervention is no longer required." Yang Lin chuckled. "As a master, you must maintain the demeanor befitting your prowess. One cannot simply act impulsively." Meanwhile, the human traffickers rushed towards the caravan, brandishing their blades with fierce expressions, charging into the guards' camp, ready to kill anyone in sight. They had no intention of leaving a single soul alive, especially now, with so many competitors arriving simultaneously. They felt compelled to seize the 800 taels of silver before anyone else could. The moment they raised their short knives, they were met with a barrage of oddly shaped arrows aimed directly at them. The traffickers were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had the opposition been prepared? However, having come this far, the thought of the 800 taels of silver spurred them on, and they disregarded the unfamiliar arrows, plunging their knives downwards. Yet, faster than their blades, the crossbow bolts flew forth. With a swift whoosh, anguished screams echoed, and the foremost traffickers fell amidst the cries. Those who had yet to reach the front were instantly paralyzed with fear and turned to flee. At that moment, a resounding voice from behind rang out, "Kill! Show no mercy!" Upon hearing this, the guards unleashed another volley of arrows. After another flurry of sound, all 26 traffickers lay lifeless on the ground, while the spearmen swiftly advanced to deliver finishing blows, thrusting their weapons into the hearts of those still clinging to life. The entire process transpired rapidly, and not a single trafficker was left alive. The fishermen alongside Yang Lin, along with the adults and children who had been sold, stood in stunned disbelief, eyes wide with terror as they gazed upon the scene. When they turned to look at Yang Lin, their eyes were filled with profound fear. "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain," Yang Lin reassured the fishermen, flashing a bright smile. The fishermen nodded quickly, yet their trepidation only deepened. "Master, sir, my lord." At that moment, the guards, along with second sister Zhou Wan and Lu Xiaoyun, hurried over. Meeting their anxious gazes, Yang Lin quickly explained, "I am unharmed. Those were traffickers. And these are the people they sold. They sought to profit through murder, and none of them were innocent. They all deserve their fate." The crowd finally understood. Upon seeing the emaciated children, Zhou Wan immediately grasped Yang Lin's sentiments. The traffickers deserved to die. She knew Yang Lin to be a man who detested evil. When she had found herself destitute in Kaoshan village, Yang Lin had selflessly taken her in, unwilling to let her suffer. "What should we do with these people?" Zhou Wan inquired. "Release them all. Later we will search the traffickers' bodies for any contracts of sale and return them to their rightful owners." Just then, Yang Lin noticed the fishermen attempting to slip away. "Hey, don't leave." It had taken great effort to locate these fishermen with boats. He could not let them escape. Hearing Yang Lin's call, the fishermen immediately fell to their knees in terror. "Your Majesty, spare us." "My lord, I have a young child and an elderly mother at home. Please spare me." The fishermen pleaded, "Truly, we are destitute, possessing only a dilapidated boat and some dried fish. We have no silver." Yang Lin, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, "What do you take me for? I have already stated that we are benevolent people. Please rise. I do not seek your silver, nor do I desire your dried fish. I merely seek a vessel and wish to hire you to navigate it. As for those we recently dispatched, they were agents of human trafficking. To be candid, we also dealt with bandits yesterday. We only eliminate those who deserve it and would never harm the innocent. Good sirs, please stand." Yang Lin approached and assisted each fisherman to their feet. Upon hearing Yang Lin's explanations, the fishermen finally breathed a sigh of relief. They then noticed the members of the defense team were untying the ropes of those who had been sold into bondage. A person who grants freedom, even to these slaves, could not possibly be a villain, they thought. However, shortly thereafter, the defense team approached with a perplexed expression, stating, "Master, they refuse to leave." Chapter 182. The greatest fortune in this life, what? Yang Lin was taken aback. "Did you not inform them that I would return their contract of servitude?" "I did." One of the guards replied with a grimace. "I told them our master is a good person who wishes to grant them freedom, yet they refuse to leave." Yang Lin glanced at the trafficked individuals with a sense of helplessness and quickly addressed the fishermen. "Please, do not depart just yet. Allow me to investigate further." He approached the group of children who had been sold, inquiring with genuine curiosity, "You are free to leave now. Why do you hesitate? You can truly return to your families." With open arms, he gestured for them to go. However, the curious little faces all shook their heads in unison. "Master, I have no home," a boy of around 10 years responded. The other children nodded in agreement. "Master, I do not know where to go. If you cast me aside, I fear I might perish from hunger. Please, allow me to stay." With that, the boy knelt down. The others followed suit, pleading, "Please, master, do not send us away." Yang Lin hurried over to lift them up, his heart aching at the pitiful looks they cast upon him. "You have not had anything to eat, have you?" Yang Lin said, calling out to the guard, "Lao Lu, prepare some food for them." "Yes." Lao Lu, who was in charge of logistics, quickly complied. Upon hearing the promise of food, the children's eyes sparkled with hope, and in that instant, their gaze towards Yang Lin transformed entirely. He realized that while he wished to grant them freedom, what they truly desired was not liberation, but the simple will to survive. At such a tender age, how much suffering had they endured? "What is your name?" Yang Lin asked the bold boy who had dared to make a request. Liking his clarity, Yang Lin felt a certain fondness for him. "My name is Dan," the boy replied. Yang Lin frowned. Such a name seemed rather trivial. Sensing Yang Lin's thoughts, the boy quickly added, "Please, master, bestow upon me a new name." Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Do not call me master. Although I have purchased you, I have also granted you your freedom. I do not view you as slaves, nor do I wish for you to see yourselves as such." Having received a modern education, he found the term master deeply distasteful. Being a capitalist was already a source of shame for him. The thought of being a slave owner was utterly intolerable. As for your name, let me give you one. Erdan is far too unrefined. You possess an extraordinary appearance and aura. Henceforth, you shall be called Unfathomable. Thank you, esteemed master. Unfathomable quickly bowed, casting a furtive glance at Yang Lin's expression, and upon seeing no sign of displeasure, he finally exhaled in relief. Remarkable. From now on, these individuals shall be entrusted to your care. At the appropriate time, I shall assign you certain tasks to ensure your sustenance. Those who are willing to work may remain with me, while those who wish to depart are free to leave at any moment. After clarifying matters here, Yang Lin proceeded towards the adults. Pray tell, why do you hesitate to leave? It is understandable for the children, given their tender age, to fear starvation upon departure. Yet among this group, there are both the elderly and the young, as well as those in their prime. Having already restored their freedom, why do they choose to stay? Master, you are a good person, proclaimed a robust man, worth 8 taels of silver. Good person? Yang Lin was taken aback. What sort of reasoning is this? Master, I am hungry. I yearn for food. Another voice chimed in. Master, you saved me. I simply wish to follow you. An elderly man bowed deeply, adding, most of us are unfortunate souls, homeless and struggling to exist, with nowhere else to turn but servitude. Your ability to rescue us indicates your extraordinary nature. Being of advanced age, even if I were to depart, where else could I go? I only wish to remain by your side, to serve you faithfully. I believe that staying with you would be the best path for me in my twilight years. The others nodded in agreement. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. Their words resonated with profound logic. According to his own values, he could indeed be considered a good person in this world. It seemed that for them, remaining by his side was indeed a favorable prospect. Turning to the elder, Yang Lin inquired, have you received an education? The elder's eloquent speech suggested he was no ordinary individual. The elder nodded. Indeed, I have read a few books. Very well. Upon our return to the village, I shall provide you with a wage to teach the village children how to read. The elder bowed again. This would be most welcome. Thank you, master, for offering me a chance at life. Yang Lin noted that this elder, unlike the others, spoke with a dignified composure. Though he showed great respect, he did not grovel like the rest. His regard seemed to stem solely from respect, devoid of any subservience. As for the rest of you, since you do not wish to leave, you may accompany me back to the village, where I will also find work for you, earning 5 won a day, he announced to the others. Upon hearing the promise of 5 won a day, everyone stared in disbelief at Yang Lin. Even the elders' eyes widened in astonishment. They were content merely to follow Yang Lin for the promise of sustenance. The notion of wages seemed extravagant, let alone 5 won a day. Ordinary folk earn merely 2 won a day, while 3 won is considered high. How could they dare to expect 5 won? One of the guards, filled with pride, proclaimed, our master is the finest in the realm. 5 won has left you astonished? Let me tell you, everyone in our guard earns 10 won a day. A squad leader earns 15, and a captain receives 20. Even in the unfortunate event of death in battle, our master grants 100 taels as compensation. Indeed, to encounter such a benefactor is a blessing bestowed by our ancestors, a sign of enduring trials and ultimately reaping the rewards of a prosperous life. The crowd was once again taken aback, as many began to realize that they had stumbled upon the most fortuitous opportunity of their lives. Since these individuals were unwilling to depart, Yang Lin did not press the issue. The development of Kaoshan village required a multitude of hands. Hence, he decided to bring them all back, allowing them to join in the endeavor of building a brighter future. After arranging for these individuals, Yang Lin promptly sought out the fisherman. Esteemed fisherman, he stated candidly, I intend to take 500 people to Jiangzhou and would like to hire your boats and crew. For each person transported, I shall offer 100 won. For 2 individuals, that amounts to 200 won, with no upper limit. Upon hearing this figure, the fishermen were utterly astonished. Although Jiangzhou lay over 400 miles away and the round trip would take more than 10 days, a small boat could accommodate at least 5 passengers, translating to 500 won. Typically, in a month of fishing, one might barely earn 100 won. Now, with just over 10 days of effort, they could potentially earn 500 won. How could they possibly hesitate?